In the 11th year of Konoha, the village had yet to emerge from the sorrow brought by the legendary Senju Hashirama. The entire shinobi world was once again shrouded in turmoil. The four great nations had suddenly deployed troops to the borders of the Fire Country. Upon discovering this, Konoha's intelligence department hastily convened a meeting, which unexpectedly veered towards a discussion of a prodigious ninja who had recently appeared. "Investigate the origins of this Nara Ko," spoke a middle-aged man with a bandaged face. "Nara Ko? Is he the one who killed the elite Shinin from the Cloud Village?" inquired a woman seated opposite him. "Indeed, that's the one. Strangely enough, it seems as if he materialized out of thin air. The records clearly state he is a genin," she remarked while stroking her chin thoughtfully. "Let's wrap this up for today. We shall reconvene for the Hokage meeting tomorrow," the bandaged man declared, causing the attendees to disperse in an instant, leaving only three individuals behind: the woman, the bandaged man, and another middle-aged man with a ponytail and a center-parted fringe. They were the three leaders of Konoha's intelligence department. "Yamamoto Teraichi, the Nara clan, and your family have long-standing ties. How can you not recognize who this Nara Ko is? The Hokage has fallen in battle, and all of Konoha's reconnaissance ninjas have been dispatched to the borders. I've been preoccupied with collating intelligence and haven't visited the Nara clan in quite some time." "Very well, then. We shall leave this matter in your capable hands, as it would not be appropriate for us to intervene." "Understood." After parting ways, Teraichi chose not to return to his clan, but instead opted to visit the Nara household. Meanwhile, Nara Ko, the source of curiosity among Konoha's upper echelons, sat in a meadow, gazing at the grazing cattle and sheep in the distance. "The Nara family is truly affluent. Who needs to be a ninja?" he mused, admiring the multitude of livestock surrounding him. He stretched his legs, feeling content. "It's wonderful to have you all." K was a transmigrator, having crossed over into the body of a namesake from the Nara clan. In his past life, he had lost his legs to cancer at the age of 16. The years of living without them had led him to develop a passion for anime and manga, particularly a series known as Naruto, which became a source of solace during his painful and undignified battle with the disease. However, his respite was short-lived, as the cancer returned with a vengeance, ultimately claiming his life. Yet just days ago, Nara Ko had awakened in this strange yet familiar world, the world of Naruto. Accompanying his awakening was an extraordinary system known as the Blessing of Progeny. This system offered remarkable rewards for bearing offspring, and due to his youth and lack of girlfriend, it was linked to the women of the Nara clan. If any woman within the family bore a child, Kei would still receive generous rewards, with no limit on the number of children. The prospect of such a powerful system exhilarated Kei. "I wonder if my sister-in-law has given birth yet?" Currently, Kei had no girlfriend, so he placed his hopes on a relative who was about to give birth. His newfound prowess, capable of defeating elite Shinin, was a result of a fortuitous event that occurred just a day after his arrival in this world, when his uncle, Nara Ko, welcome. This momentous occasion endowed Kei with the strength of an elite Shinin and bestowed upon him a unique secret technique of the Nara clan, an upgraded version of shadow manipulation. 5 days prior, during a reconnaissance mission at the borders, Kei and his team encountered intruders from the Cloud Village. When faced with the imminent peril of his comrades, Kei was compelled to reveal his true strength, swiftly dispatching an elite Shinin and 2 special Genin from the enemy ranks. This astounding display of power left both his companions and the arriving special Genin from Konoha in utter shock. The special Genin reported this incident to Konoha's higher-ups, prompting Senju Tobarama to summon Kei back for an audience. Having eliminated an elite Shinin and 2 special Genin, a feat only achievable by a Genin, Konoha village, still in its infancy, had few such formidable warriors, especially considering the prominent clans that had merged into the village since the Warring States period. Tobarama was keenly aware of the need for high-caliber shinobi and was eager to assess the capabilities of this newly emerged ninja. Upon returning, Kei was not immediately summoned by Tobarama, but found himself at leisure. The head of the Nara clan assigned him to assist Nara Ko in tending to the family's pasture. "Kei, what are you contemplating?" Nara Ko, a middle-aged man with a distinctive pineapple hairstyle, joined him. "Uncle Kei," Kei replied, "I was just thinking, with the wealth of our clan, I could live comfortably without ever becoming a ninja." "That's a fair thought, but it remains merely a thought," Kei said, reclining on the grass. The Nara clan was not as simple as it appeared. While many members possessed a laid-back demeanor that shunned trouble, they were not to be underestimated. Externally, the clan only showcased one elite genin, yet internally, they harbored three shadow-level powerhouses, including Nara Ko himself, who was nearing the threshold of Super Shadow status. "Why do you willingly remain here, Uncle Ko?" Kay inquired. "You wouldn't understand. It's about enjoying life, eating, drinking, living freely, dating, and indulging in novels," Ko replied. "I wish for such a life," Kay thought to himself, aware that in a few decades, even powerful shadows could become mere cannon fodder in this era of genin. He had been granted a second chance at life and did not wish to squander it easily. The sensation of walking freely was one he had long been deprived of. "Perhaps you should reconsider. I can manage this lifestyle alone," Key suggested. "You can't be so selfish, Uncle," Kay retorted playfully. Just then, a young boy from the Nara clan rushed over. "Kay, the Hokage is looking for you." "Okay, understood. I'll head there now," Kay replied, the boy quickly departing. "Well, your leisurely days have come to an end," Key remarked. "Indeed, Uncle Key. Until we meet again." Kay bid farewell and vanished from sight. "The rumors are true. Kay has indeed grown considerably," Key mused, sensing the chakra fluctuations that Kay emitted as he left, a mix of astonishment and joy blooming within him at the thought of the Nara clan potentially welcoming a fourth shadow-level powerhouse. Soon, Kay arrived at the Hokage building, gazing at the emblem of Konoha, symbol reminiscent of an eye intertwined with a leaf. "Sigh, this is quite bothersome," Kay lamented as he entered the building, under the watchful eyes of the Hokage's guards. "Hokage-sama, you call for me?" Chapter 2. Departing upon entering the Hokage's chamber, Nara Hikari beheld the second Hokage, Tobarama, engrossed in his work, head bowed low. The towering stacks of documents on the desk before him and his fervent writing resembled a student diligently preparing for an important examination. "Just take a seat. I'll finish these up shortly," Tobarama replied without lifting his gaze, continuing to read and sign the papers before him. After 3 hours, he finally raised his head to look at Nara Hikari. Just as Hikari anticipated Tobarama's words, the latter vanished from sight. "Huh," Nara Hikari exclaimed in surprise, extending his sensory perception around him. He raised his right hand to deflect a thrown kunai. Subsequently, Nara Hikari also vanished, not truly disappearing, but rather melding into Tobarama's shadow. In the midst of Tobarama's confusion, Nara Hikari suddenly emerged from the shadow of the desk, standing directly opposite him. "Haha, impressive." Tobarama laughed heartily, sheathing his kunai. "With a bit more training, you could surpass the shadow level." After commending him, Tobarama settled onto the sofa. His expression increasingly puzzled as he recalled the intelligence report delivered to his desk regarding Nara Hikari. Name: Nara Hikari. Age: 16. Gender: male. Strength: genin. Talent: extremely poor personality, lazy personal profile, son of Narayu, one of the first graduates from the Konoha Ninja Academy. Due to his lethargic nature, he failed all 3 attempts at the Chunin exams, unable to last 3 minutes against a Jonin, and was deemed the least talented ninja by the first Hokage. This was indeed the information provided by the intelligence department, which explicitly labeled him as a genin with a notably poor aptitude, barely managing to ascend to the rank of genin with his comrades' assistance. Now, however, he had transformed into a figure of elite Jonin caliber, verging on the shadow level. Tobarama felt no apprehension regarding any hidden motives from this youth. The Nara clan was a staunch ally of the Hokage, and he harbored no concerns about Hikari acting against the village's interests. The Nara clan, alongside the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans, were not as straightforward as they appeared. They were prominent families that had survived the tumultuous Warring States period, a time when annihilation loomed at every turn. Tobarama recalled his elder brother's words. Although these 3 clans had joined Konoha after the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, they did so at the height of their power. Moreover, Hashirama had once cautioned Tobarama not to push the Nara clan into a corner, for their exceptional intellect could yield consequences far surpassing the Uchiha. Tobarama had kept this warning firmly in mind. In recent days, he had formulated a plan. The 4 great nations had begun to stir. Chapter 3, questioning me? Early the next morning, Nara Hikari arrived at the front of the Hokage building. By this time, hundreds of Leaf Village ninjas had gathered there, many of whom were of similar age to him. "This is Nara Hikari, who will lead you to the borders of the Land of Lightning," Tobarama announced. As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted among the crowd. "Is he really just a ninja from the Nara clan?" Intelligence without strength cannot convince us, a leaf Jainin loudly challenged. What would convince you? Hikari was taken aback by the question. When did Tobarama become so accommodating? Wasn't he always the sole authority? I want to challenge him. The Jainin's declaration sent the crowd into laughter. I accept your challenge, replied Hikari, and the Jainin leaped in front of him. You better give it your all. Otherwise, you might get hurt. With that, the Jainin swiftly hurled several shuriken toward Hikari and charged at him with impressive speed. In an instant, Hikari vanished into the shadows. Where did he go? The Jainin, bewildered, scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a shuriken silently pressed against his neck. You lost. You're strong. The Jainin admitted. Thank you. Hikari vanished before everyone's eyes, reappearing at his original spot. Even Tobarama, who had witnessed Hikari's abilities before, felt a mix of curiosity and astonishment. The Nara clan's secret art, the shadow technique. Although he didn't grasp all its nuances, he had never seen anyone wield it in such a manner. This unexpected combat style resembled his flying thunder god technique, a perfect ability for assassination. Suddenly, Tobarama had a thought. An assassination unit? Now, is there anyone who still doubts him? After his statement, the crowd fell silent. If he could easily defeat a Jainin, what more could they say? Strength is the best persuasion. All right, Nara Hikari, prioritize surveillance and proceed with caution. Once I've addressed other matters, I will come to assist you. Yes, Hokage-sama. Set out. Yes. At Tobarama's command, hundreds of ninjas leaped into action, heading toward the borders of the Land of Lightning. In the crowd, tears streamed down Hikari's mother's face, while his father wore a proud expression. He had easily defeated a Jainin, confirming to him that his son had truly grown up. Tobarama watched the team disappear from the village entrance. I hope you can hold out a bit longer. All right, Nichiren, Danzo, Koharu, Kazekage, Minin, Q, let us move. Yes, sensei. With that, Tobarama swiftly vanished from the spot. Nichiren, Q, and Danzo exchanged glances before disappearing as well. Captain, we will reach the borders of the Land of Lightning in an hour, said the Jainin who had been defeated by Hikari. His name was Nishido. Hailing from a minor clan that had recently joined Konoha, rapidly advancing through innate talent. Having executed numerous S-rank missions, he had been thoroughly impressed by Hikari's formidable prowess. Over the past 3 days of travel, he had shown great respect, even a hint of admiration. All right, Hikari replied as a beam of light broke through the dense forest. Dawn had arrived. Nishido, order the troops to rest here. Hikari perched himself on a thick tree trunk, gazing into the distance. The other leaf ninjas found their spots to sit down, taking out their ration pills and washing them down with water. Send out scouts to check the movements of the Cloud Village. Yes. A dozen reconnaissance ninjas swiftly departed from the group, vanishing into the thicket. Hikari scanned the surroundings. Secret technique, shadow soldiers. With a single hand seal, he initiated the technique. In truth, his abilities required no hand seals. The seals were merely for the sake of appearances. Including the verbal declaration of the technique's name, meant to mislead onlookers. As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of shadowy figures wielding black long knives emerged from the shadows of the surrounding plants. Scatter. With a wave of his hand, the thousands of shadows instantly vanished, leaving the hundreds of resting leaf ninjas in awe. No wonder the Hokage had assigned him to lead the team against the Cloud Village. He was a one-man army. In fact, for the sake of his family, Hikari had no intention of hiding his strength any longer. With the capabilities of an elite Jainin already exposed, he cared little for a few impressive skills. I found a water source. Follow me. Hikari leaped in a direction, and this time, no one dared to voice any dissent. All obediently followed him from their original location. Minutes later, a clear stream appeared before them. Nishido, let us set up camp here. First, check if the water source is poisoned, both upstream and downstream. Yes, Captain. Jainin Nishido and another Jainin began organizing the troops to set up camp. Moments later, a large bowl of meat soup was brought to Hikari by Nishido. Captain, this is for you, still warm. Nishido offered the bowl of soup, heated by a fire-style ninja. After 3 days of eating ration pills, Hikari was quite hungry. He took the bowl, blew on it, and began to drink. Nishido and another Jainin, Shirabi, also received their bowls of meat soup from the cooking team. Captain, we are only a few kilometers away from the Land of Lightning, and we've lost 4 scouts. The intelligence from the Cloud Village ninja forces has arrived. It seems they can no longer wait. Let the brothers rest well. A great battle may be imminent. Nishido and Shirabi gazed toward the direction of the Land of Lightning. Hikari finished the last sip of his soup and handed the bowl to a nearby Nin. Thank you. Captain, no need to be so polite. My name is Shimizu Shiro. Hikari turned his gaze toward this ninja. From the Shimizu clan? Yes, Captain. Take care of yourself. Don't fall in battle so easily. Hikari attempted to pat his shoulder, but withdrew his hand, realizing Shiro was older than him. I will. Shiro replied gratefully. In Hikari's memory, the Shimizu clan was indeed a powerful family, but after 2 ninja world wars, it seemed to have vanished, leaving only Danzo still active. It was unclear whether they had hidden away or perished in the wars. Perhaps due to Danzo. Hikari felt no aversion toward the Shimizu clan's ninjas, but also found it hard to grow close. Boom. Just as Hikari pondered whether to stay put or to take the initiative against Tobarama's orders, an explosion erupted from the distant forest. Captain, it's an explosive tag. They seem to be in a hurry. Gather the troops and follow me. Upon hearing Hikari's command, Nishido pulled out a whistle and blew it. Instantly, ninjas rushed in from all directions, quickly assembling in the open space in front of the camp. Leave 200 to guard the camp. The rest follow me, Hikari declared, departing from the spot and leaping into the forest. You stay. The rest come with me, Shirabi said, following Nishido as they pursued Hikari. Before long, they spotted Hikari perched on a tree. At that moment, a tall shadow stood beside him, holding a barely conscious Cloud Village ninja. Interrogate him about the Cloud Village's troop deployment and bandage that brother over there. Hikari handed the severely injured Cloud Village ninja to Nishido, then pointed to a leaf ninja leaning against a large tree, nursing a long wound on his chest. Chapter 4. The retreat of Cloud hidden. The ninjas and the team swiftly approached their injured comrade. They produced a special external injury ointment from the Inuzuka clan to treat his wounds. After consuming the soldier's food pill, the injured ninja's condition improved, and he immediately reported the intelligence he had just obtained to Nara Light. Captain, the ninjas from Cloud Hidden Village have crossed the border and are advancing towards the Land of Fire. It seems we cannot wait for Lord Hokage any longer. How many are there? Over 10,000. The revelation stunned everyone, including Nara Light. What should we do, Captain? Did you extract any information? Nara Light turned to Shirabi, who was skilled in interrogation. The ninja has been sealed, and we cannot probe his memories, Shirabi explained. This is troublesome. It appears we cannot wait any longer. Nara Light surveyed his surroundings. All eyes were on him. Some averted their gaze, while others were filled with fervor. Initially, Lord Hokage had merely tasked them with monitoring Cloud Hidden Village's movements, but that was no longer feasible. We cannot allow them to penetrate the heart of the Land of Fire. Those willing to stand with me against Cloud Hidden Village, step forward. If you do not wish to fight alongside me, you may return to camp and await reinforcements. Although Tobarama had granted him supreme authority for this mission, it was Nara Light's first time leading a team, and he felt a tinge of anxiety. Thankfully, none of the team members hesitated. Their gazes were resolute as they looked at Nara Light. Count me in. Captain, count me in as well. All right, I shall refrain from speaking of righteousness. Our loved ones are in Konoha. If the Land of Fire is defeated, our lives will descend into irreparable ruin, and our kin may be exploited or even killed. Are you willing to allow that? No. The previously hesitant ninjas from the Leaf Village now steeled themselves for the possibility of death. Captain, you underestimate us. Are you not afraid of dying? If the Land of Fire falls, where would we go? Are we to become traitors when our loved ones are in Konoha? Then let us depart. With that, Nara Light leaped towards the direction of Cloud Hidden Village, followed by hundreds of leaf ninjas. A formidable procession surged forward, pursuing the retreating forces of Cloud Hidden Village. As the scouts had reported, the enemy was overwhelming in number, a sight to behold. However, there was no room for regret now. Secret technique, shadow soldiers. As Nara Light's command echoed, thousands of uniquely shaped shadow soldiers materialized around them. Go. The shadow soldiers charged ahead towards the Cloud Hidden Village forces. Let us join them. Nara Light brandished a kunai. Kill. Shihu and Sarabi rushed to Nara Light's sides, shouting as they charged towards the enemy. Nara Light's form swiftly vanished into the shadows beneath him. Enemy attack. After hundreds of Cloud Hidden ninjas fell, they finally reacted and redirected their efforts towards the shadow soldiers. At that moment, the Leaf ninjas joined the fray, and a brutal battle erupted. Although the shadow soldiers were numerous, most were of Chunin rank. Initially, they caught Cloud Hidden Village off guard, achieving remarkable success. However, as Cloud Hidden responded, the shadow soldiers, still under siege, began to scatter. Shadow clone? The Cloud Hidden ninjas who dispersed the shadow soldiers stared in astonishment at the approaching shadow soldiers. Currently, The shadow soldiers summoned by Nara Light only engaged in close combat, lacking any long-range attack capabilities. Yet, they shared Nara Light's ability to traverse through any object's shadow. This elusive skill gradually began to turn the tide of battle. Once Nara Light entered the battlefield, the momentum shifted decisively. One by one, cloud-hidden ninjas fell to his might. His overwhelming power instilled fear in every ninja he faced. Block that guy. Witnessing their comrades fall, the commanding ninja from Cloud-Hidden Village seethed with rage, directing 1,000 subordinates to encircle Nara Light. Despite their determination to close in, Nara Light always appeared in unexpected locations. Lightning release, thunderstorm. A cloud-hidden jonin rapidly materialized beside Nara Light, swiftly forming hand seals. 3 bolts of lightning descended around Nara Light. As the lightning domain formed, dozens of strikes aimed at him. Nara Light swiftly disappeared into the shadows. Huh? The jonin was taken aback, gazing at the spot where Nara Light had vanished. He may possess a strange ability. Be cautious. He warned his comrades. Lightning release. Distant thunder axe. Another jonin from Cloud Hidden, channeling lightning chakra into his leg, aimed a kick at Nara Light, only to find him vanished once more. Release the barrier. Understood. 2 jonin swiftly appeared at Nara Light's front and back. Lightning release. Thunderstorm. They shouted in unison, quickly rotating around Nara Light. As the lightning chakra formed a circle around him, the 2 separated, positioning themselves above and below Nara Light. Lightning release. Thunder Dream. Once again, they shouted simultaneously, summoning 2 lightning spheres above and below him, connecting with the surrounding lightning circle to envelop Nara Light in a cocoon of lightning chakra. Nara Light furrowed his brow, surprised that the enemy had devised such a strategy to sever his connection to the shadows. I'm afraid you know nothing of my power. Kunai appeared in Nara Light's hand, which he hurled toward the surrounding lightning chakra. Upon contact, they vanished, only to reappear, stabbing toward the 2 jonins from either side. Dodge. The cloud-hidden jonin named Marla urgently warned his companion, but it was too late. The kunai plunged deep into the shoulder of the cloud-hidden jonin. Ah! A cry of despair escaped him as the barrier formed by the lightning chakra shattered. Nara Light materialized beside the wounded jonin, thrusting his kunai into the neck of his opponent. And no? Marla roared in fury, channeling lightning chakra into his hands. Lightning release, hand grenade. Marla charged at Nara Light, intent on rescuing his comrade. Nara Light withdrew his kunai and hurled the fallen jonin's body toward Marla. Nara Light then vanished from sight. Marla caught his comrade's lifeless form, but there was no time for grief as Nara Light appeared at his side. Super Shadow Hand Shuriken. With a swift motion, dozens of shurikens spiraled towards Marla from all directions, slicing through the air with a whooshing sound. Unwilling, Marla's final cry echoed as he faced the onslaught. This series of lethal techniques had been devised by Nara Light during his days in the ranch. He had not anticipated their effectiveness. I am truly gifted, Nara Light thought to himself, silently praising his own ingenuity. Retreat. The remaining 2 jonins from Cloud Hidden, along with their elite leader, had no choice but to order a temporary withdrawal. He would relay the news of Nara Light's prowess back to the main camp of Cloud Hidden Village. Upon the announcement of this news, the ninja world trembled. Konoha had produced another prodigious ninja, a formidable young warrior. The shockwaves rippled not only through the major ninja villages but also reached the second Hokage Tobarama and the upper echelons of the hierarchy. Chapter 5. The Nuclear Explosion Fruit Border of the Land of Earth, Konoha Camp. Haha, well done. The second Hokage, Tobarama, exclaimed as he held the intelligence received from the direction of the Land of Lightning. The report detailed Nara Ko's performance, noting his effortless elimination of 2 jonin from the hidden cloud village, compelling their forces to retreat back to the border of the Land of Lightning. As Nara, Hizashi, and Danzo entered the tent, they observed Tobarama's excitement with a hint of confusion. Teacher. Ah, you are back. Teacher, you seemed quite pleased just now? Haha, Nara Ko actually led the team to repel the hidden cloud village. What? Hizashi and Danzo stared at Tobarama in astonishment. Nara Ko is only 16 years old and can easily defeat jonin from the hidden cloud village. Remarkable indeed. As they listened to Tobarama's constant praise for Nara Ko, both Hizashi and Danzo felt a twinge of discomfort. They were already in their 20s and could only manage to defeat jonin from the Land of Earth. Achieving a kill was a formidable challenge. Surprised by Nara Ko's accomplishments, they felt a sense of inadequacy. Hizashi, Danzo, do not feel disheartened. Your talents are equally commendable. It is only a matter of time before you become powerful enough to rival the Hokage. Tobarama noticed the unusual emotions of his students. Yes, teacher. We will strive for improvement. Now, share with me the intelligence you have gathered. Meanwhile, having repelled the forces of the hidden cloud village, Nara Ko returned to the camp with his fellow Konoha ninjas. They dispatched ninjas to escort the deceased and severely injured back to the village while the lightly injured remained to recuperate in the camp. Nara Ko sat on the ground, listening to the reports brought back by Nishi and Shirabi. Captain, the forces of the hidden cloud village have returned to the border of the land of lightning and have stationed there, leaving some individuals to continue surveillance. Understood. Keep a close watch on their movements. Yes, Captain. Nara Ko noticed that the two had no intention of departing immediately. Is there something else? Captain, you may not be aware, but your exploits are being spoken of outside. My exploits? Indeed. You have slain 2 seasoned jonin from the hidden cloud village and single-handedly forced their retreat. The returning brothers are in awe of you. Nara Ko was momentarily at a loss for words. Could he confess that just a fortnight ago, he had been a mere weakling? Certainly not. Very well. You should also rest. Understood. Nishi and Shirabi turned to leave. Nara Ko shook his head, finding their fervent gazes overwhelming. He lay down on his bed, reflecting on the experiences of this past period. To his surprise, within merely half a month of his arrival, he had become embroiled in the first ninja world war of the Naruto universe. My reputation has already spread. Now it is time to capitalize on it. Nara Ko did not conceal his strength, but rather displayed it openly to intimidate potential threats. He had to be wary of that old schemer, Danzo. Only by showcasing formidable prowess could he deter such cunning individuals from plotting against him. Congratulations. Host Nara Ko has birthed offspring, acquiring a bomb fruit. Just as Nara Ko contemplated whether to assist Tobarama or remain where he was, the long-awaited system notification finally sounded. Extraction. A fruit with purple patterns resembling a bomb appeared in his hand. He had heard that this item was notoriously unpalatable, though he was uncertain of its veracity. Nara Ko examined the devil fruit for a while before taking a bite. Wow, it truly is horrid. He winced as the taste assaulted his senses. Although he could not accurately describe what excrement tasted like, he could unequivocally declare this was unpleasant, bitter, spicy, and flavorless. It was akin to chewing wax. After chewing for an eternity without it disintegrating, Nara Ko had no choice but to swallow it down, feeling a slight irritation in his throat. As Nara Ko savored the lingering taste, his body underwent a transformation. A peculiar energy surged within him, gathering around his heart. The scene before him abruptly shifted, and he found himself gazing at his own heart, which, under the influence of the energy, had morphed into the shape of a devil fruit. Incredible! Is this really happening? However, the heart soon reverted to its original form, and his consciousness was expelled. Shaking his head, he confirmed it was not an illusion. To test his newfound abilities, he retrieved a kunai. Channeling energy into it, he hurled it to the ground. Boom! An explosion resonated throughout the camp. Nishi and Shirabi, along with other ninjas training nearby, were startled by the blast, witnessing flames erupting from Nara Ko's tent. Not good. The captain is in danger. Nishi and Shirabi instantly vanished, racing towards Nara Ko's tent. Upon their arrival, all the ninjas of the camp had gathered, and Nara Ko stood beside his burning tent. Captain, what just happened? Why is your tent on fire? I was merely experimenting with a new ability and accidentally blew up the tent. Blew it up? Nishi and Shirabi exchanged baffled glances with Nara Ko. Yes. Well, we thought there was an enemy attack. The two were somewhat speechless. Nara Ko felt equally exasperated. Please prepare me a new tent. Of course. Nara Ko raised his hand, summoning shadows from around him, which swiftly enveloped the burning tent, extinguishing the flames in an instant, leaving behind a deep crater. Nishi and Shirabi gazed at the seemingly bottomless pit in astonishment. What kind of new jutsu did the captain just experiment with to create such a profound hole? They could only temporarily suppress their curiosity and set about preparing a new tent for Nara Ko. Earth release. Quicksand. A few chunin with earth-style chakra filled the crater and set up the new tent. Everyone, you may rest. Yes, all the Konoha ninjas departed, and Nara Ko vanished from sight. He intended to find an isolated area to test his new abilities. Standing atop a tree trunk, Nara Ko surveyed the numerous craters he had created using the powers bestowed by the bomb fruit, feeling quite satisfied. Next came the analysis of its characteristics. The bomb fruit not only allowed objects to explode, but could also facilitate his own self-detonation. Nara Ko mused that if someone were to touch his body, it would lead to quite an interesting situation. After self-detonation, he could restore himself, akin to elemental transformation of the natural world. The explosive effects produced various characteristics. three of which Nara Ko could readily identify. First, flames. Second, shockwaves. Third, propulsion. Nara Ko felt a surge of excitement. The potential applications of this bomb fruit were boundless. Just as he reveled in the thought that his strength would take a significant leap forward, he sensed changes occurring within the elite Jonin chakra, circulating through his meridians. First, his meridians widened, increasing his chakra capacity. Subsequently, energy from the surrounding world rapidly flowed into him, filling his meridians within an hour. As he sensed his physical power multiplying, Nara Ko realized he had ascended to the level of Hokage. Haha, I never expected to reach this level so quickly. Nara Ko felt a surge of exhilaration. Chapter 6. Rising Shadows. Once the transformations within him had fully concluded, a multitude of shadow warriors materialized beside Nara Ko. This time, although their ranks had risen in strength, their numbers had diminished significantly, from 3,000 to merely 300. Each shadow warrior now possessed the prowess of elite J-Nin. Nara Ko felt a surge of exhilaration at the prospect of summoning 300 J-Nin level shadow warriors in one go. Even the 5 great ninja villages would struggle to muster such a force, he mused. Yet, this was merely speculation. For his arrival had already altered the landscape of the Hokage world. The Nara clan boasted 3 formidable shadow-level warriors, not to mention the myriad clans that thrived during the Warring States period. He retrieved a kunai, channeling explosive energy into it, and hurled it at a nearby boulder. The kunai, enveloped in shadow-level chakra, did not ricochet upon striking the rock. Instead, it penetrated deep within. Boom. As Nara Ko's words echoed, the kunai detonated instantaneously. The combined force of shadow-level chakra and explosive energy radiated outward with a thunderous roar. Nara Ko surveyed the sizable crater left in the wake of the explosion with satisfaction before vanishing into the shadows beneath his feet. In the camp, the team leader was experimenting with yet another new ability, the sound of explosions reverberating throughout the day. Who knows? Just hearing those explosions makes me envious, murmured the ninja discussing Nara Ko. Unbeknownst to them, he had already returned to his tent. The expenditure of explosive energy and shadow-level chakra had lulled him into slumber. Captain, something's amiss. Nara Ko awoke with a start, sitting up in bed and glancing towards the entrance of the tent. It was Nishibu. What has happened? He inquired. The Second Raikage has arrived. We should go and see. Without hesitation, Nara Ko vanished from his spot. Nishibu was left dumbfounded. Captain, I haven't even told you where he is yet. Shirabi, gather 2 teams of Ch-Nin and follow me, he instructed. Understood. The 2 elite J-Nin assembled 8 Ch-Nin as they journeyed toward the borders of the Land of Lightning, having finally located Nara Ko. Captain, one of them called. Yes? Nara Ko's gaze fell upon the distant camp of the Land of Lightning. Little one, now that you have arrived, there's no need to hide. The Second Raikage, eh? Materialized before the clearing in the Kumogakure camp. Nara Ko couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the Raikage's distinctly styled hair, managing to suppress it just in time. Let us proceed. Since we have been discovered, there is no reason to conceal ourselves any longer. Nara Ko stepped into the shadows and vanished from sight. With Nishibu and Shirabi trailing behind him, they emerged into the clearing, standing before A. So, you are the one who killed Mara. Regarded Nara Ko, his demeanor dismissive. I never imagined the esteemed Raikage would come here personally. A chuckled. You are quite audacious, little one. I hope you can still smile when this is over. As he spoke, a throng of Kumogakure ninjas formed a semicircle, facing Nara Ko and his companions. Raikage-sama, shall I? Let me handle this. Your presence would only increase casualties. I wouldn't want anyone to accuse Kumogakure of bullying a child, he stated, advancing toward Nara Ko while releasing lightning chakra. In an instant, bolts of lightning enveloped his form, and a long sword crackling with electricity materialized in his grasp. I shall first eliminate you, and then deal with Tobarama. Vanished from sight, charging towards Nara Ko at an astonishing velocity. Is that all you've got? Nara Ko replied disdainfully. This was the same individual who had suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Tobarama and had only sought peace out of desperation, ultimately falling victim to a betrayal by his own village ninjas. You seek your own demise, he roared, his lightning-infused sword cleaving towards Nara Ko. In a fluid motion, Nara Ko melded into the shadows beneath him. Such a unique ability, he mused. Despite Nara Ko's remarkable speed, he discerned a fleeting afterimage. His developed lightning release chakra mode not only amplified speed and attack power, but also heightened his senses severalfold. Lightning release, lightning sword slash. Raised his sword towards the heavens, summoning bolts of lightning to descend upon the area, enveloping a radius of several thousand meters. The lightning obliterated all vegetation and boulders, with some penetrating the earth to form an underground web of electricity that surged upward. Nara Hikaru materialized beside Nishibu and the others. You all need to retreat. The ensuing battle may endanger you. Understood. Nishibu and Shirabi led the two teams of CH9 away, only to discover that the area engulfed by lightning was contracting. Nara Hikaru hurled dozens of kunai behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds detonated upon the lightning barrier, creating a breach. Nishibu and Shirabi's eyes lit up. Go. In an instant, 10 figures vanished from sight, racing toward the newly formed opening. They escaped to a tree, watching the unfolding scene. Once Nara Hikaru confirmed their departure, he redirected his attention towards A. I concede, I underestimated you. Now, I shall unleash my full strength. Do not perish too quickly. As A's words echoed, an immense surge of lightning surrounded him. Nara Hikaru then witnessed a bolt of lightning hurtling towards him. He swiftly dodged to the side, evading A's thrusting lightning sword. Seizing the opportunity, A raised his sword to strike at Nara Hikaru's neck. Nara Hikaru lifted his kunai to block the attack, feeling an overwhelming force press down upon it, sending him flying several meters away. Simultaneously, bolts of lightning from the surrounding barrier streaked towards him. The space illuminated by the lightning left no shadows at his feet. Let me test my new ability on you. Little one, let me witness your prowess. A laughed heartily as he charged at Nara Hikaru, his lightning sword plunging into Nara Hikaru's chest. I've struck true. The sensation of the blade piercing flesh was all too familiar for A. No way. Just as A attempted to withdraw the lightning sword, he felt it slip from his control. This is bad. Before A could Chapter 7, the defeat of the Second Raikage as Shihu and Zalabi emerged from the ruins, covered in dust and debris. They were momentarily struck dumb by the scene before them. Is this the captain's new ninjutsu? Shihu murmured in disbelief, gazing at the devastation. The vegetation and boulders within a radius of several kilometers had vanished entirely. The encampment of the Cloud Village now lay in ruins. In the center of this destruction, Nara Hikaru clutched AI by the collar, who resembled a puddle of mud in his grasp. Are you all injured? Zalabi called out, looking towards his comrades nearby. The 8 CH9 were in no better shape, each sustaining varying degrees of abrasions, their ninja uniforms tattered. Shihu and Zalabi hurried to render aid. Fortunately, they managed to pull 2 of their comrades back from the brink of death. Besides the 2 who were near death, 3 others were gravely injured. One CH9 had lost a leg, while another's face was half gone, exposing bone and jaw. The last severely wounded individual had fallen unconscious, his body marred with injuries. Shihu sighed, reflecting that in future battles, they must keep their comrades at a greater distance from the captain. Shihu's sentiments were shared. Nara Hikaru, who had been at the epicenter of the explosion, was not in a much better condition. The energy of the explosive fruit and his shadow-level chakra had been depleted. He had contemplated finishing off the Second Raikage, but decided it was best to leave that to Tobarama. Killing the Second Raikage now would irrevocably fracture relations between the Cloud Village and Konoha. If Cloud Village ninjas returned en masse seeking vengeance, it would complicate matters further. Glancing back at Shihu, Zalabi, and the others, who were already injured, he sheathed his kunai and cast the barely conscious AI aside. Today, you are fortunate, Nara Hikaru declared before vanishing from sight, reappearing beside Shihu and the others. Let us return to the camp. Yes, Captain. The group assisted their 5 severely injured comrades as they made their way back to the camp. After Nara Hikaru and his team departed, thousands of Cloud Village ninjas indeed returned. They were taken aback at the sight of the injured AI and rushed forward to provide assistance. Now is the perfect time to eliminate that scoundrel, one J-Nin declared in anger. No, AI responded weakly. Lord Raikage, the J-Nin quickly crouched down. Since he has spared my life, we must not take advantage of his vulnerability. Furthermore, we do not understand his current condition. Rushing in would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Yes, Lord Raikage. Although the 3 J-Nin were reluctant, they knew to heed the Raikage's words. Bring Lord Raikage, we must leave. Additionally, spread the word. I refuse to believe that with such a powerful adversary in Konoha, the other ninja villages will remain passive. When the time comes, even if that man possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, he shall perish. A Cloud Village ninja, nearing the status of an elite J-Nin, spoke up. The other 2 J-Nin concurred. You are right. This grudge must be avenged, AI said, followed by a fit of violent coughing that startled the surrounding ninjas, prompting them to hasten their retreat to the camp. The news of Nara Hikari leading the repulsion of thousands of Cloud Village ninjas had yet to settle within the ninja world when a more explosive report emerged. Konoha's Nara Hikari has defeated the second Raikage of the Cloud Village. Upon hearing this, the ninja world fell into silence. Who was AI? The Raikage of the Cloud Village, a master of lightning chakra, renowned for his formidable lightning-based ninjutsu. Second only to the second Hokage among the 5 great ninja villages. The thought that even he had been defeated was beyond their comprehension. Upon learning this news, the leaders of Awagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure immediately set aside their grievances and dispatched representatives to arrange a clandestine meeting of the 4 Kage. Haha. Laughter echoed through the Konoha camp at the border of the Land of Earth as Tobarama reviewed the latest battle reports. The Land of Earth had been cowed by Tobarama's might, forced to remain at the border while awaiting reinforcements from the Land of Wind and the Land of Water. Now, with Nara Hikari's sudden emergence, they were compelled to retreat hundreds of miles further back. As Tobarama perused the reports on Nara Hikari, his admiration grew. "Teacher, what brings you such joy?" asked Koharu and Mon-in, perplexed by their teacher's uncharacteristic merriment. It had been days since they had seen him smile so broadly. Hikari has defeated the second Raikage. What? Their hearts raced at the revelation. The second Raikage was a genuine shadow-level powerhouse. That Nara Hikari could achieve such a feat was astonishing. "Teacher, does this mean Hikari has reached the level of a shadow?" Indeed, the intelligence suggests as much. They were left speechless. A 16-year-old shadow. The notion was difficult for them to accept, and they felt a pang in their hearts. Would Hikari's return to the village warrant an elevation in his ninja rank? Remaining a genin seemed incongruous. The heavy toll on the Cloud Village necessitated a pause for recovery. Tobarama contemplated, "Leave a portion of the ninja to monitor the movements of foreign nations. The rest may return to the village for rest." "Yes, teacher." The two turned to depart from Tobarama's tent. Once they were gone, Tobarama continued to scrutinize the report on Nara Hikari. "Quite impressive," he remarked, unable to contain his praise. With Hikari's assistance, the crisis facing Konoha should soon be resolved. However, unbeknownst to him, Nara Hikari's emergence had prompted an unprecedented alliance among the 4 great ninja villages, which had secretly convened a second Kage summit in the Land of Lightning, with representatives from each village participating. "Captain, we may return to the village now." "Oh? Is that so?" "The Hokage has ordered some to remain for surveillance of foreign activities. The rest may return for rest." "That is splendid news. Is everything arranged?" "Rest assured." "Captain, all is in order." "Very well. We shall return to the village in 2 days." "Yes." Shihu felt a surge of excitement. 2 days later, Nara Hikari and his companions returned to the borders of Konoha. "At last, we are home," Zalabi sighed, gazing at the familiar structures in the distance. "Indeed. My child is due any day now. I must hurry back to see," Shihu remarked, resonating with many of the ninjas who were eager to reunite with their families. Nara Hikari also longed to see his parents in this lifetime. "Welcome back, Hikari." As Nara Hikari leaped down from the trees onto the main road leading into Konoha, 2 familiar figures appeared not far from him, Yamashiro Aki and Akadu Ichigo, comrades he had once rescued. Chapter 8. Hatake Sakumo. Nara Hikari perceived a distinct hue in the gazes exchanged between Sakumo and Nara Hikari, reflecting an ardent admiration reminiscent of that directed towards Nishihira. The address shifted from Hikari to Hikari and II. "Hikari and II, the entire village awaits your return, including Lord Hokage." "Ah, oh, very well." Nara Hikari paused momentarily, yet proceeded with hundreds of ninjas towards the main gate. "I never anticipated you would defeat the second Raikage. Truly remarkable." "Oh, it was nothing at all." "Hikari and II, you cannot fathom how much the village has been discussing your exploits." "Oh." Soon, Nara Hikari and his companions arrived at the entrance of Konoha village, where the barrier had already been lifted. Tobarama was there, accompanied by Konoha ninjas and civilians, all eagerly awaiting their return. Upon seeing Nara Hikari, Tobarama's eyes brightened. "Haha, young man, you have bested that fellow, eh? Splendid, splendid indeed." This was perhaps the umpteenth time Tobirama had praised Nara Hikari during this period. It was merely luck. "Come, let us welcome our hero back to the village." As Nara Hikari stood before the crowd, a fervent cheer erupted from the villagers. "Oh, Hikari and II, you are truly amazing. From today forth, you shall be my idol. Hikari and I wish to marry you." Nara Hikari was momentarily taken aback, speechless. "Nara." His parents emerged from the crowd. Upon seeing Nara Hikari, his mother, Nara Yasumi, was immediately overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she embraced him tightly. Mother. Oh, Nara Yasumi's sobs intensified. Yet, the warmth of this precious moment remained unbroken by the villagers. After a considerable time, Nara Yasumi released her son. You have lost weight. Mother, it's not as exaggerated. I have only been away for a few days. Oh, I almost forgot. It felt like you had been gone for ages. Just as Nara Yasumi was about to say more, his father, Narayu, approached. All right, Lord Hokage is waiting, and there are so many others here. We shall talk at home. Very well, let us return. Narayu looked at his son. You have done well. This is all thanks to your guidance, father. You rascal. Narayu chuckled teasingly. Lord Hokage. The three turned their attention back to Tobarama. Indeed, let us return home, rest a bit, and tomorrow we shall attend the village's memorial service. Yes, Lord Hokage. Nara Hikari and his parents departed amidst the villagers' warm reception. Yet, while some rejoiced, others mourned. Joyful were those whose sons and husbands returned alive. Sorrowful were the villagers who lost loved ones forever on the battlefield. Among the most significant sacrifices were the Uzumaki clan, who valiantly stood against the forces of the Mist Village, suffering the greatest losses. The Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Sarutobi, Inuzuka, and Akimichi clans also bore heavy casualties at the borders of the Land of Fire. The Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Oil Woman, Inuzuka, and Yuhi clans experienced comparatively fewer losses. Many common ninjas also perished. The following day, at the memorial service, all gathered to honor the fallen. After observing a moment of silence, a series of commemorative ceremonies commenced. Nara Hikari recognized many familiar faces among the attendees. After the service concluded, Tobarama summoned Nara Hikari to the Hokage's office. Hikari, I am preparing to promote you to the position of Hokage Advisor. Ah, Lord Hokage, is that not a bit hasty? Hasty? Currently, aside from me, Mito, your uncle Nara Ki, your granduncle Nara Maru, and your great-grandfather Narashima, you are the only shadow-level ninja remaining. Nara Hikari paused upon hearing the names Nara Ki, Nara Maru, and Narashima, realizing Tobarama had long been aware of the situation. Tobarama seemed to notice Hikari's discomfort. Your uncle was injured in his youth and is no longer fit for battle, nor are your granduncle and great-grandfather. Although they are still shadow-level ninjas, their strength has waned significantly. If they were to engage in battle, they might not return. My elder brother advised me before his departure that unless absolutely necessary, I would not call upon your three elders. Understanding dawned upon Nara Hikari, clarifying why the three shadow-level elders had not assumed the role of clan leader, instead allowing an elite jonin to lead the clan. Everything fell into place. Mito's Ninetales is becoming increasingly restless, and a portion of our villagers must tend to her. You are the only one who can help me shoulder this burden. But, Lord Hokage, enough, it is settled. Very well. Starting tomorrow, you may attend important meetings in Konoha. Yes, Lord Hokage. By the way, since you have returned, you should consider visiting the Ninja Academy to teach the students. Me? Yes. Share your growth experiences. Lord Hokage, I believe that may not be necessary. My ninjutsu cannot be replicated, and I scarcely mastered what was taught in school. Nara Hikari felt overwhelmed by the prospect of teaching. No problem, as long as you make periodic visits to the school. Lord Hokage, I think it's best to forego this. I suffer from social anxiety. Social anxiety? What does that mean? I am not adept at communication. No worries. There will be teachers to assist you. Very well. Nara Hikari, finding himself unable to refuse, reluctantly agreed. Lord Hokage, I shall take my leave now. Very well. Nara Hikari turned and exited the office, not heading directly home but instead wandering the streets of Konoha. Ah, so Ichiraka Ramen is here already. Nara Hikari spotted the familiar sign of Ichiraka Ramen. Entering the ramen shop, a young man was busily working in the open kitchen, allowing customers to witness the entire ramen-making process. Ah, Hikari, you've come. Sit down. From now on, ramen is on the house for you. It's all right. I'm not short on money. Haha. Indeed, your family is quite affluent. However, as a token of gratitude, my ramen shall be free for you. All right. I will have a bowl. The ramen from the land of the sun differed from that of the east. The ingredients and flavors varied. Nonetheless, Nara Hikari found the taste quite agreeable. The bowl of ramen quickly disappeared. Delicious. Hikari, did you not used to eat here frequently? Ah, oh. It has simply been too long. I almost forgot the taste. Very well. The young owner, Ichiraku, refrained from further comments as more customers arrived, requiring his attention. Just as Nara Hikari prepared to leave, a young boy approached him. Are you Nara Hikari? Yes, I am. Who are you? My name is Hitaki Sakumo. Oh, do you seek something from me? I wish to challenge you. Chapter 9. Disciple, do you truly wish to challenge me? Indeed. Why not seek out the 6 disciples of the Hokage for a contest? I have already faced them. I could reach a stalemate with Hizashi. The others I have defeated entirely. Well, Nara Ko's surprise was palpable. This Sakumo is quite intriguing. How old are you? 14. Nara Ko was astonished once more. To possess the strength equivalent to the 6 disciples of Tobarama at such a young age is indeed remarkable. Although Tobarama accepted these 6 disciples to maintain equilibrium among the prestigious clans of Konoha, their prowess remains commendable. Hizashi ultimately ascended to the rank of a high-level ninja, while Danzo seized the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, achieving a beginner's level. Nara Ko was unaware of Uchiha Kageme's rank at the time of his demise, but one could surmise that anyone who fought alongside Tobarama on the battlefield would not be weak. Akimichi Torafu was the intellectual powerhouse among Tobarama's disciples, though Nara Ko was uncertain of his strength. Similarly, he lacked insight into the capabilities of Nara Shikoku and Midoi Minin. One was skilled in medical ninjutsu, while the other served as Tobarama's bodyguard. Both should possess formidable strength. I accept your challenge, but I have a condition. Speak. You're rather cool. No wonder your son takes after you. If I lose, I will follow you. If I win, I may request your assistance with a matter in the future, as long as it does not contravene the will of fire. Very well. Upon finishing his words, Hitaki Sakumo drew forth his unique weapon, the White Fang short blade. Not here. Follow me. Nara Ko strode into the distance, with Sakumo quickly trailing behind. The pair exited Konoha, arriving at a platform formed by colossal stones. Let us begin. Nara Ko gazed at Sakumo, who suddenly adopted a frigid demeanor. The White Fang short blade in his hand radiated a blue luminescence, entwined with arcs of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Sakumo vanished from Nara Ko's sight. However, Nara Ko's heightened senses swiftly detected his presence once more. Nonetheless, the speed was astonishing. Nara Ko swiftly retrieved a kunai, positioning it to intercept Sakumo's incoming strike. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resonated through the air. Sakumo staggered back 2 steps, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. He felt the formidable strength of Nara Ko and decided to reveal his true prowess, unleashing the Hitaki sword technique, White Fang. The lightning surrounding Sakumo's short blade intensified, illuminating his eyes. Once again, he vanished before Nara Ko. This time, his speed surpassed the last. Clang! Yet again, Nara Ko effortlessly blocked the attack. Of course, he possessed no martial arts skills. He relied entirely on his powerful senses in combat. He could discern his opponent's movements and make preemptive defensive maneuvers. Sakumo was momentarily stunned. The formidable swordsmanship passed down through the Hitaki family was easily countered by Nara Ko. Hitaki sword technique, Flying Slash. Sakumo launched his short blade forward, the lightning-infused weapon spinning through the air toward Nara Ko. Meanwhile, Sakumo drew another kunai, charging toward Nara Ko from another direction. Hitaki sword technique, Shadow Slash. As Sakumo sprinted, he split into 3, each shadow wielding a kunai entwined with lightning. Nara Ko recognized this as the shadow clone technique, but was taken aback by Sakumo's application of it. Naturally, he understood that this was a fundamental technique for ninjas. Even Jinin could utilize it with skill. Aside from Might Guy's clan, there were also Rock Lee and himself. However, his shadow clones differed from others, as they were formed from actual shadows. Clang! As Nara Ko intercepted the kunai thrown by Sakumo, he dispelled 2 of Sakumo's clones with a kick. He raised his kunai to block the kunai thrust by Sakumo's original self. Nara Ko, having defended against Sakumo's barrage of attacks, suddenly vanished from his original position. He reappeared behind Sakumo and delivered a swift kick to his rear. Ouch! Sakumo's cold expression shattered. His mouth agape as he soared into the air. Yet, being a genius, his reflexes were exceptionally quick, and he demonstrated remarkable flexibility, executing a 180-degree flip midair. Sakumo summoned the lightning-wreathed short blade back to his hand. Hitaki sword technique, Lightning Instant. Sakumo's original form disappeared into the air, leaving behind a lightning clone charging toward Nara Ko. Meanwhile, he himself appeared behind Nara Ko. 1,000 years of pain. Sakumo pressed his index fingers together, aiming for a rather inappropriate target on Nara Ko. The anticipated soft sensation did not materialize, startling Sakumo. Enough. I have tested sufficiently. Tested sufficiently? Sakumo felt puzzled. Boom. The explosive fruit energy contained within Nara Ko's shadow clone began to activate, spreading outward. Bang! Flames erupted from the explosion, splattering in all directions. As the fire approached, Sakumo's heart sank. It's over. The shockwave, intertwined with flames, surged past Sakumo. He gazed around. A sphere of black energy encompassed him entirely. Once the explosive energy dissipated, Sakumo surveyed his surroundings, his heart racing. The colossal stones within several thousand meters had vanished, replaced by a deep crater. He looked down to find that the stone platform had disappeared, leaving a singular stone pillar beneath his feet. Shall we continue? No need. I concede. From this day forth, I shall follow you. Sakumo instantly vanished from the stone pillar, reappearing beside Nara Ko. As he departed, the stone pillar crumbled and collapsed. Very well. You should return for now. Tomorrow, accompany me to the Konoha meeting. Understood. Sakumo vanished before Nara Ko's eyes. Nara Ko clapped his hands. Done. In an instant. Nara Ko too disappeared from his location, only to reappear at home. After sharing a meal with his parents, Nara Ko lay down to rest. The following day, after finishing breakfast, Nara Ko stepped out of the clan's gates, only to discover Nishi and Shirabi locked in an intense stare with Hitaki Sakumo. Captain. Upon seeing Nara Ko, Nishi and Shirabi glared at Sakumo before approaching Nara Ko. What brings you here? It's this kid. He knocked on my door incessantly early in the morning, insisting on waiting here for the captain. Very well. You two may accompany me. Yes. The three walked toward the Hokage building. Captain, what is our purpose? To attend the Konoha meeting. Huh. Captain, perhaps we should return. You should go alone. We are not suited for such an occasion. No need. From this day forth, you are my guards. Huh? You need not address me as captain any longer. What shall we call you then? Hokage Advisor. Wow. Shirabi exclaimed in shock. They were well aware of what the position of Hokage Advisor entailed. The second Hokage, Tobarama, had once served as the advisor to the first Hokage, Hashirama, making him effectively the second in command of Konoha. Nishi and Sakumo stared at Nara Ko in astonishment. A 16-year-old Hokage Advisor. How impressive. Nara Ko's appointment to this position indicates that his strength is second only to Lord Tobarama in Konoha. Ko is here. Please take a seat. Not everyone has arrived yet. Please wait a moment. Chapter 10. The swift slice fruit. Soon, the conference hall of the Hokage building was filled with individuals, comprising the heads of various esteemed clans that had joined Konoha, including Nara Man, the leader of the Nara clan. There were 3 matters to announce today. As Tobarama noticed everyone had arrived, he spoke up, and the room fell silent. The first announcement was that from this day forth, Nara Hikari would serve as the advisor to the Hokage of Konoha. The moment Tobarama finished speaking, murmurs erupted among the crowd. But Lord Hokage, Nara Hikari, is only 16. And what of it? Tobarama retorted. Nara Hikari single-handedly held back an army of 10,000 from the Cloud Village with just 500 men. And he defeated the Second Raikage of the Cloud Village alone. Who among you can claim a similar feat? The hall once again fell into silence. Nara Man looked proudly at his grandson, Nara Hikari, his satisfaction growing. Since you have no objections, Nara Hikari will represent me from this day forward. Do you have any dissent? Lord Hokage, the position of advisor has traditionally been held by those of high moral standing within the shinobi community. Although Nara Hikari has made significant contributions in this recent war, he still lacks a bit of credibility, spoke the leader of the Uchiha clan. Credibility? Strength is the ultimate truth. If any of you can defeat Nara Hikari, then you may take the position of advisor, Tobarama countered, silencing the Uchiha leader. Ridiculous. He is merely an elite jonin. Well then, this matter is settled. The second announcement was that Konoha would establish an assassination unit, with Nara Hikari appointed as its leader. What? Gasps filled the room. The prospect of Nara Hikari forming his own assassination unit implied he would wield his own armed force. The Uchiha leader opened his mouth again but was silenced by Nara Man's glare. Nara Hikari, you may recruit personnel from all clans. Anyone you deem fit can join the assassination unit. Understood, Lord Hokage. Nara Hikari glanced at Danzo standing off to the side, surprised that he had usurped Danzo's position. He then looked at Kakashi's father, Hitaki Shoma, standing behind him. This time, you need not face a grim fate, and Kakashi will not have to become an orphan. The third matter was that the 4 great ninja villages had convened a meeting behind our backs. Intelligence from a Cloud Village spy indicated that they intended to target Nara Hikari. All eyes turned to Nara Hikari, some filled with concern, others with pride, and a few with schadenfreude. The leader of the Nara clan was naturally worried, while others took pride in Konoha having another figure to be wary of by the 4 great villages. The Uchiha leader, however, looked on with jealousy, thinking, "You little brat. Let us see if you make it through this." "Nara Hikari, do you have anything to say?" "Lord Hokage, I have nothing to add." "Very well, the meeting is adjourned." "Nara Hikari, please stay." After Tobarama's words, everyone else vacated the hall. "Nara Hikari, come to my office," he instructed. "Yes, Lord Hokage." Nara Hikari stood, looking at Kakashi's father, Shoma, and the other two. "Wait for me outside for a moment." "Yes, advisor." The three nodded and departed. Nara Hikari paused at the title but quickly regained his composure and followed Tobarama to his office. "Nara Hikari, the four great nations are uniting against you. You must be cautious and prioritize your safety." "Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. What is the story with that young man?" Tobarama inquired. "Hitaki Shoma is an exceptional talent." "You mean the one who became a Chunin at 7, a special Jonin at 12, and a Jonin at 13? "Indeed, that is him. He is truly a rare genius. I plan to appoint them as my bodyguards." "That is wise. Your current situation is precarious. It's prudent to have some guards." "Indeed. Well then, you should attend to your tasks and assemble the assassination unit as soon as possible." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Nara Hikari exited the Hokage building. As he stepped outside, Shoma and the others approached. "I have spoken with the Lord Hokage. You will be my dedicated bodyguards." "Yes, advisor. Enough with the formalities. It feels awkward. Just call me." "Call me Hikari." "Hikari-sama?" "Just Hikari." "Oh, very well, Hikari-sama." "All right, you three can take a rest now." "Yes." The three promptly left. Nara Hikari began walking home when suddenly he felt a surge of joy at the notification. "Congratulations to the host Nara Hikari for giving birth to an heir." Receiving the swift slice fruit. Elated, he changed direction and arrived at an empty clearing. Extract. A fruit resembling a blade appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to take a bite, he hesitated. Would consuming to be detrimental? He was uncertain. His system was not intelligent. It had only briefly described its functions upon binding, and it only chimed in during the birth of an heir to announce the type of reward. The extraction process merely required him to silently wish for it. Hence, he hesitated. What if consuming it resulted in an explosion? Would he regret it? Considering his current strength, he was at the peak of the early Kage level. Given the current state of the ninja world, self-preservation should not be an issue. There will be better rewards in the future. I shall save this fruit for them. He contemplated that having ascended to the second-in-command of Konoha, it would be remiss not to have a few Kage-level bodyguards at his side. The swift slice fruit was perfectly suited for Hitaki Shoma. Nishido was a fire-release jonin, and Shirabi utilized mental attacks. Neither was a fitting match for this fruit. With this thought, Nara Hikari turned around, intending to seek out Shoma. After inquiring with 4 passers-by, he finally located Shoma's residence. He knocked on the door. A middle-aged couple answered. "May I ask who you are?" "Oh, you are Nara Hikari. Please come in." The middle-aged man's face lit up with joy upon seeing Nara Hikari, and he quickly stepped aside to let him in, warmly welcoming him. "Yes, I am Nara Hikari." "Thank you." As he entered Shoma's home, the middle-aged man called out, "Shoma, guess who is here?" Shoma emerged from inside. "Hikari-sama. No need for such formality in front of family. I am older than you, so just call me brother." "Ah, all right, bro. Brother. These two must be your parents?" "Yes, Hikari-sama." "Oh dear, it's more comfortable if you just call me Hikari." "All right, Hikari-sama. I hope you don't mind if I borrow Shoma for a day." "Oh, Hikari-sama, how could you say such a thing?" "Shoma, go with Hikari-sama at once. If you dare disobey, I shall punish you." Nara Hikari was momentarily speechless. Chapter 11. The Rising Shadow of Shikamaru. After departing from Shikamaru's residence, the two returned to the platform once more. The platform had diminished significantly in height due to their previous sparring session. "Consume this," Nara Light declared. Producing the quick-fruit, Shikamaru was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the fruit embedded with blades. "Light, is this truly edible?" he queried, gazing at the oddly shaped fruit, uncertain of how to approach it. "You need only take a bite." With that, Shikamaru extended his hands to accept the quick-fruit. He located a portion where the flesh was exposed and took a decisive bite. "This tastes dreadful," he grimaced, his brows knitting together. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and swallowed it down. As Shikamaru pondered why Nara Light would offer him such an unpalatable item, a distinct energy, unlike chakra, surged within him. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the changes within his body. After what felt like an eternity, he opened his eyes. "How do you fare?" "Thank you, Light. I have successfully ascended to the rank of Shadow." "Excellent. Allow me to witness your newfound abilities." "Yes, Light." Shikamaru's hands transformed before Nara Light. becoming sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, Shikamaru vanished from his original position, reappearing beside a colossal stone that had previously collapsed. He struck the stone with the blade formed from his arm, effortlessly cleaving through it with a remarkably smooth cut. Next, Shikamaru delivered a kick with his right leg, which had also transformed into a blade, achieving the same effortless incision in the stone. He maneuvered through various positions, each strike easily severing the rock. Once more, he raised the blade formed from his arm, crackling with lightning. Shikamaru vanished again before Nara Light, delivering a powerful strike against the rock face. The impact did not merely slice through but shattered the wall entirely. The lightning-infused blade morphed into a lightning blade, cleaving through the airborne debris, reducing it to dust that settled upon the ground. Shikamaru turned to Nara Light. This fruit is known as the quick-slash fruit. It grants the ability to transform any part of one's body into a blade. When fully mastered, even surrounding objects can be transformed for offensive purposes. With a sufficiently vivid imagination, the potential unleashed by this fruit is beyond comprehension. Indeed, Light. Well then, we can return. Yes. Nara Light and Shikamaru made their way back to the village, where he promptly sought out Nishihira and Shirabi. Let us find a location for the forthcoming assassination unit's headquarters. Light, I know of a place. Is it spacious enough? Absolutely. Then lead the way. Let us investigate. Minutes later, Nishihira guided Nara Light and his companions to the outskirts of the village. What do you think of this location? He inquired, gesturing toward a nearby clearing. Nara Light surveyed the surroundings. The area was indeed ample, distanced from the civilian quarters of Konoha. This will suffice. Gather more individuals to construct buildings. I shall cover the costs. Understood, Light. With the headquarters of the assassination unit selected, they now awaited its construction and subsequent recruitment. During this interval, Nara Light found himself with ample leisure time. Under his direction, the headquarters was being built. The Nara clan, upon learning of Light's intentions to establish a building, immediately contributed both financially and with labor, requiring no expenditure from Light himself. Including those Nishihira had rallied from among the Konoha civilians with some knowledge of construction. They amassed over 300 individuals. Initially, Nara Light considered an underground facility, but reconsidered, deeming it unnecessary to emulate the shadowy depths of Danzo's route. Instead, he opted for a design reminiscent of the yet-to-be-established Anbu. Thus, the assassination unit was officially named Anbu, preemptively adopting a title conceived by Tobarama. Nara Light employed shadow techniques to encircle the entire clearing, not for secrecy, but to prevent disturbances during construction. In this period of relative tranquility, he either spent time with his parents or focused on developing his explosive fruit, while also mentoring Shikamaru in the utilization of the quick-slash fruit. Under Nara Light's imaginative guidance, Shikamaru unearthed numerous formidable abilities. By integrating the techniques of the Hokage clan's swordsmanship, Shikamaru's prowess advanced at an astonishing rate, surpassing the heights he had reached during the Second Great Ninja War. After a fortnight, the Anbu headquarters was completed. Nara Light, accompanied by Shikamaru, Nishihira, and Shirabi, entered the newly constructed building. Impressive, he remarked, thoroughly satisfied with the architectural style. The next step was to formally recruit members. With Tobarama's facilitation, all but the ninjas assigned to monitor the movements of the four great nations were subject to Nara Light's selection process. To his surprise, the Shimura clan sent forth their own ninjas to ease tensions with Nara Light. However, he recognized this as a mere stratagem to establish surveillance, as most were elite Genin. With only one elite Chunin, Nara Light retained the lone Chunin, dismissing the rest. From all the clans in Konoha, he kept one or two ninjas, ensuring everyone received their due respect. Nevertheless, the majority consisted of civilian ninjas. Among the most notable were the members of the Tsukiyakari clan, particularly the esteemed Tsukiyakari Heide's grandfather, Tsukiyakari Marima. His formidable swordsmanship, combined with the clan's bloodline limit, allowed him to reach the level of Jainin, which Nara Light immediately accepted into the fold. After 7 days of selection, the newly established Anbu of Konoha had successfully recruited 55 ninjas, including 30 Jainin and 18 special Jainin possessing unique abilities, with the remainder being elite Chunin. Nara Light once again witnessed the butterfly effect of his presence within the world of the Hokage. In the original timeline, Konoha had been established for over a decade. Yet the number of Jainin from the time of Hashirama was not mentioned in the manga. Only in the Shippuden, 60 years later, did Tsunade summon a gathering of Jainin, including some from the Anbu and Root, showcasing over 30. This was the result of decades of development. Now, upon calculation, Nara Light found the figures exceeded his expectations. The surveillance units along the borders of the four great nations were each led by a J-nin, accompanied by 3 Chunin squads. Excluding these J-nin, Konoha harbored over 80 ninjas, including all major and minor clans. Out of curiosity, he had inquired with Tobarama, who revealed that many prominent clans had concealed their strength, suggesting that the number of J-nin could have been even higher. However, the majority remained ordinary J-nin, with only the heads of the prominent clans being elite J-nin. After the eliminated ninjas departed, Nara Light convened a meeting within the Anbu headquarters, marking the inaugural assembly of the unit. Shikamaru, Nishihira, and Shirabi stood behind Nara Light, while the others remained before him, observing intently. Those who had risen to become high-level combatants of the village, even if merely ordinary J-nin, carried a certain pride. Yet, in the presence of Nara Light, who had bested the Second Raikage, some among them were reluctant to act out of turn. Chapter 12. The establishment of the Anbu from this day forth. The Anbu is officially established. Nara Hikari gazed at the individuals before him. Our duty is to protect Lord Hokage, safeguard Konoha, and defend our loved ones. Should any member of the Anbu betray the village, I shall personally execute them. The Anbu will not restrict your movements. We shall convene only when necessary. Furthermore, the Anbu will guide your development and provide the resources required for your training. Your families will also receive a monthly supply of provisions. As Hikari's words resonated, a stir swept through the assembly. The expenses of a ninja are substantial: medicinal supplies for healing, various ninja tools, and a quality close combat weapon all demand significant financial support. This is especially true for elite CH-nin and J-nin, some of whom bear the responsibility of supporting families, with Hikari, a generous benefactor, backing them. The strength of these Anbu members will undoubtedly advance. Yasuhira, Shirabi, and Tataki Sakumo, please remain. The rest may return for now. I shall summon you again shortly. Yes, Lord Hikari. From now on, simply call me Minister. Yes, Minister. In an instant, all present vanished from sight. You are among the first to follow me. Sakumo has already attained the rank of Shadow, and you too shall not be far behind. Yes, Minister. The two displayed a flicker of excitement. Yasuhira, Shirabi. I command you to establish a dedicated intelligence division within the Anbu, tasked with monitoring all clans within Konoha and our adversaries. Yes, Minister. They were visibly thrilled. This was a significant responsibility. Should you identify any suitable ninjas, inform me, and I shall negotiate on your behalf. Yes, Minister. Sakumo. I also direct you to form a department. You may choose its name, and your mission shall be to rescue orphans displaced by the wars among the 5 great nations. Yes, Minister. Sakumo's expression remained inscrutable. Observing his cool demeanor, Nara Hikari shook his head in resignation. Very well, you may return now. Yes, Minister. The 3 disappeared before Hikari's eyes. He exited the building, making his way back to the Nara clan's territory. Meanwhile, a ninja from the Uchiha clan returned to their territory and promptly reported the developments to the Uchiha leadership. However, given Hikari's current status in the Anbu he had personally established, the Uchiha clan felt a sense of helplessness. Even with knowledge of Hikari's every move, what could they do? The Uchiha clan leader sighed. In response, the Uchiha clan convened a private meeting, with discussions inevitably revolving around Nara Hikari. Some dismissed him with disdain, while others advocated for a peaceful resolution. Lord Hikari, someone seeks you. The following morning, as Nara Hikari rose from his slumber, he heard the voice of his mother, Nara Yoshimi, calling from outside his door. Understood. Hikari dressed and proceeded to the living room. The Nara family was financially secure, and the living conditions of its members were quite lavish. Upon entering the living room, he spotted a familiar figure seated there. You are a student of Lord Hokage? Yes, I am T-Rin Haru. Nara Hikari suddenly realized that T-Rin Haru was the only female disciple of Tobarama, possessing remarkable beauty. What brings you here? The head of the T-Rin clan wishes to meet you. Oh, when? If it is convenient for you now. We could go at once. Very well, let us proceed. As Hikari and T-Rin Haru prepared to leave, Nara Yoshimi approached, carrying refreshments and fruit. There is only this much at home. Please do not mind. Hikari rarely has guests. You are the first. Yoshimi set the items down, taking a moment to assess T-Rin Haru. This girl is truly beautiful, she remarked, whether intentionally or not. T-Rin Haru's face flushed crimson. Mother. She is a student of Lord Hokage. Please refrain from such comments. Nara Hikari quickly interrupted, concerned that his mother might say something inappropriate. You little rascal. What is wrong with acknowledging a student of Lord Hokage? Nara Yoshimi scrutinized T-Rin Haru, her eyes sparkling. Mother, we have matters to attend to. Ah, is it a date? Nara Yoshimi appeared entirely unfazed by T-Rin Haru's status. Not a date. We have serious business. Oh, very well. Remember to return for dinner. And bring. Nara Yoshimi faltered, momentarily lost for words, unsure of the girl's name. Andy, my name is T-Rin Haru. Oh, Haru. Do remember to bring Haru back for dinner. Understood. Nara Hikari hastily led T-Rin Haru away. That child, Nara Yoshimi sighed, shaking her head as she began tidying up the house. As Nara Hikari and T-Rin Haru strolled through the streets, he remarked, Please excuse my mother. She speaks her mind. It's quite all right. She seems lovely. Throughout their walk, T-Rin Haru's cheeks remained flushed, a constant hue of crimson. The brilliance of a genius draws attention wherever they go, particularly someone as extraordinarily talented as Nara Hikari, a 16-year-old shadow-level powerhouse. At this moment, his standing in Konoha was unparalleled. Among the 6 direct disciples of Lord Hokage, the strongest, Nichiren, had only recently attained the rank of intermediate Genin, while the other 5 were merely ordinary Genin. As T-Rin Haru observed Nara Hikari while they walked, they unknowingly arrived at the T-Rin clan's territory. The T-Rin clan was merely a small family within Konoha, more akin to an extended family than a clan in the traditional sense, with only a few dozen members. Counting the clan head, there were but a handful of ninjas. Tobarama had taken T-Rin Haru under his wing not only for her talent, but also to foster a balance between the ninjas of ordinary clans and those from noble families, demonstrating that he valued more than just lineage, a principle passed down from Hashirama. As T-Rin Haru led Nara Hikari into the clan's grounds, they were warmly greeted by the T-Rin clan members. Hikari smiled and nodded in acknowledgement while listening to T-Rin Haru's introductions. Before long, they arrived at the dwelling of the clan head. Upon approaching, they beheld an elderly man seated within. Minister, please take a seat. T-Rin J, the current clan head and the only other Genin aside from T-Rin Haru, immediately stood and warmly welcomed Nara Hikari. Once Hikari was seated, T-Rin J followed suit. What brings the T-Rin clan to seek my presence? The T-Rin clan wishes to ally with the Nara clan. Nara Hikari was taken aback. T-Rin Haru was a student of Lord Hokage, destined for greatness. Why would they seek an alliance with the Nara clan at this juncture? Hikari was perplexed. This is a unanimous decision among our clan. Our true intention is to form an alliance with you, Minister. This matter must be reported to Lord Hokage. Nara Hikari was reluctant to overstep his bounds. Despite his elevated status, he could not dismiss the possibility of Tobarama having an unpredictable reaction that might tarnish his reputation. Such an outcome would be a grave miscalculation. Very well, Minister, please consider it. Chapter 13. 2 years later. Light. Would you be so kind as to fetch my garments? Yes, of course. Nara Light arose and presented Kohara Udatane's attire to her. The rustling sounds of dressing filled Nara Light's ears. Turn away, please. After all this time together. You're still so bashful. Mind your own business. Nara Light merely shrugged. 2 years prior, Nara Light had informed Tobarama of the Udatane clan's desire to forge an alliance with the Nara. With Tobarama's political acumen, he readily discerned the Udatane's intentions. However, Tobarama dismissed it, leaving Nara Light to handle it as he saw fit. Initially, Nara Light assumed the matter would simply fade away. Yet, to his surprise, the head of the Udatane clan took a different approach. After securing Kohara Udatane's consent, Udatane Hizashi approached Nara Light's parents, arranging an engagement for the two. The marriage was set to occur upon their 18th birthdays. Nara Masami was naturally delighted, as she was quite fond of such a beautiful prospective daughter-in-law. Nara Yukio left the decision entirely to Nara Light. Currently, Nara Light's standing within the Nara clan was second only to the 3 Kage-level elders and the clan head. Just a month prior, they had formalized their engagement, lacking only the ceremony. Thus, they began cohabitating. Fortunately, the world of shinobi did not mandate monogamy. Otherwise, Nara Light's system of numerous offspring would have been significantly curtailed. Kohara Udatane resigned from her position as a Hokage guard and joined the Anbu under Nara Light's command. With Nara Light's authorization, Kohara Udatane established an Anbu medical division. Integrating Nara Light's knowledge from a previous life, it surpassed the Konoha medical system created by Tsunade. Tobarama promptly approved, locating a site in Konoha to construct a large hospital, with Kohara Udatane as its director. Kohara Udatane, like a pristine bloom, had been plucked by Nara Light. Tobarama's other students were disheartened for quite some time, especially Akimichi Takefu, Mito Kato Hamura, and Shimura Danzo, who were listless even during missions. Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami, however, seemed indifferent. Danzo added another mark to the ledger of his grievances against Nara Light. Over the course of 2 years, not only had Nara Light's chakra reserves increased to the Hokage level, but Shursui, Psycho, and Killer Bee had also made significant advancements. Firstly, Shursui's chakra reserves had reached the mid-Kage level, with his overall strength approaching the high Kage level. His quick-cut fruit had been developed to an astonishing degree. Villagers who had witnessed Shursui's quick-cut fruit abilities were filled with awe. Shursui explained it as a gold release, a newly awakened Kekkei Genkai. His white light katana was sealed away, with Shursui stating it was reserved for his descendants. Psycho had consumed the heat fruit obtained by Nara Light. It not only allowed him to raise his own temperature but also the temperature of the surrounding environment, rendering him impervious to lava and all high-temperature substances. Psycho had become the bane of fire release users. Nara Light shuddered to imagine what would happen if Psycho and Mei Terumi were to meet. Killer Bee had consumed an even more potent fruit, the mythical Zoan-type bird fruit, model, Nightmare God. It could trap individuals or any sentient beings in nightmares. Somewhat akin to Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Infinite Tsukuyomi. However, Killer Bee's nightmares differed significantly from Genjutsu. Death within Killer Bee's nightmares resulted in real-world demise. Kohara Udatane had consumed the medical fruit given to her by Nara Light. This fruit possessed formidable abilities, though its use was cumbersome. It required the caster's tears to heal any injuries of the living. The constant weeping was indeed a difficult hurdle to overcome. Psycho, Killer Bee, and Kohara Udatane had all become Kage-level powerhouses. Including Nara Light and Hitaki Sakumo, the Anbu under Nara Light's command boasted 5 Kage-level shinobi. A force to be reckoned with in any Konoha clan. However, Nara Light concealed nothing from Tobarama. Tobarama was deeply shocked upon learning this news. He questioned whether his rapid promotion of Nara Light had been a mistake. Mito Uzumaki provided the answer. The Nara clan would never betray Konoha. This was something Hashirama had once said, as the first head of the Nara clan had interacted with Butsuma Senju of the Senju clan during the Warring States period. However, Tobarama understood his elder brother's personality, a simple, big-hearted individual. Aside from his immense strength, he had many shortcomings. Commander, this is intelligence retrieved from the border. A copy has already been sent to the Hokage. A female ninja entered Nara Light's office. Understood. Nara Light received the intelligence, channeling his chakra into it. The vermilion seal on the scroll dissolved, and the scroll unfurled. It was intelligence indicating that the allied great nations were once again encroaching upon the borders of the Land of Fire. It stated that not only had the 4 great nations mobilized their ninja villages, but they had also rallied numerous smaller ninja villages affiliated with them. The combined force of the 4 great nations exceeded 100,000 shinobi. A grand undertaking indeed, Nara Light remarked. The female ninja standing beside Nara Light seemed lost in thought. Bawako Saratobi, is something amiss? Ah, no, nothing at all. Bawako Saratobi hastily waved her hands. How peculiar. Is there anything else? Commander, a new batch of orphans has arrived. Very well, I shall inspect them shortly. Understood. Then, Commander, I shall return to my duties. Bawako Saratobi turned and fled as if escaping. Nara Light watched Bawako Saratobi's departing figure pensively. In the not-so-distant future, she would become the wife of Hiruzen Saratobi. However, for now, she had been absorbed into the Anbu. Bawako Saratobi, a Jonin-level ninja, was among the first Anbu members recruited by Nara Light, making her a veteran. She had undertaken numerous S-rank missions. Over the span of 2 years, the Anbu had become a place for Konoha Jonin to enhance their reputations. Much like the original Anbu of the ninja world, the missions undertaken here would be recorded in the Jonin's files, benefiting their future promotions. Currently, the Anbu comprised 75 Jonin, 106 special Jonin, and 48 elite Chunin, encompassing a significant portion of Konoha's elite ninja. Nara Light's current position and authority rivaled those of the Hokage, Tobarama. Crucially, Nara Light possessed another identity, Hokage Advisor. Congratulations to the host, Nara Yoshimi of the Nara clan, for the birth of offspring. You have acquired the abilities of Luke Cage from Marvel. Oh, Nara Light exclaimed inwardly, a surge of elation coursing through him. Finally, something beyond devil fruit abilities had emerged. Absorb. Nara Light, who had been seated in his chair, rose and settled onto the sofa. A new energy, distinct from both chakra and devil fruit power, entered his body. Boom. An explosion resounded within him. The cells throughout his body began to divide rapidly, then quickly reassemble. The previously pale red cells transformed into a silvery hue. Soon, the changes within his body ceased. Nara Light opened his eyes, observing his hands slowly turning into silver metal. This was the ability to become completely metallized from the inside out. Haha, not bad at all, Nara Light said, feeling a surge of excitement. Chapter 14. The Power of Steel. Tsunade. The ability known as the Power of Steel allows one's body to transform into any metal upon contact. Although it does have a slight drawback, one must always carry a piece of metal. Nonetheless, this ability significantly enhances defensive capabilities. Nara Hikaru sought out Hitachi Sakumo, saying, "Come. Let us go somewhere." "Of course, Minister," Sakumo replied. Nara Hikaru led him back to their familiar rocky platform, which had transformed dramatically. The once towering mountains had nearly flattened into plains. Hikaru drew an ninjato, and before Sakumo's astonished gaze, his body became enveloped in the same metallic substance as the sword. "Come, let me test the fruits of your training during this time." "Yes, Minister," Sakumo responded, and his form vanished from sight. Utilizing the Hitachi leg technique, he executed a whirlwind strike. As he approached Hikaru, his right leg morphed into a blade, spinning rapidly. The energy from the fruit combined with chakra was released, enveloping the rotating blade as he struck fiercely at Hikaru. The impact was akin to striking iron, causing Sakumo to be flung backward by the immense recoil. Regaining his balance midair, he unleashed the Hitachi sword technique, Thunder Slash. His right arm transformed into a blade, and both legs became spinning weapons as he charged at Hikaru once more, electricity crackling along his arms. From this attack, Hikaru discerned that Sakumo had made substantial progress over the past 2 years, advancing significantly in overall strength to a high-level shadow. Sakumo's blade-like arm struck at Hikaru's neck. "Goodness! Are you trying to kill me?" Hikaru exclaimed, startled by the placement of Sakumo's attack. Had it not been for his desire to test the resilience of the power of steel, he would have retaliated immediately. Sakumo continued to launch rapid attacks around Hikaru, creating afterimages in every direction. Even his lower regions were nearly struck, but at the last moment, Hikaru hesitated, delivering a kick that sent Sakumo flying. Now, Hikaru stood firmly at the pinnacle of shadow-level strength, bolstered by his shadow abilities and explosive fruit, nearing the threshold of super shadow status. "All right, that will be enough," Hikaru declared. "Yes, Minister," Sakumo said as he returned to Hikaru's side, rubbing his backside. "What an incredible ability you possess, Minister. This power allows one to transform their body into metal," Hikaru explained. "Oh," Sakumo nodded, somewhat understanding. "Let us return." In an instant, Hikaru vanished into the shadows. Sakumo transformed his feet into spinning blades and soared into the air towards the hidden leaf village. As they walked through the bustling streets of Konoha, it was evident that the village had suffered greatly from the prolonged war, which had lasted 5 years. The scars of battle lingered, and the village had only just begun to heal after many years, only to be drawn into the Second Shinobi World War. Fortunately, Hikaru's arrival had ushered in a brief period of peace, preserving many clans within Konoha. Amidst the throng, a sweet, high-pitched voice called out, "Brother Hikaru." Turning, Hikaru beheld a small girl with yellow hair racing towards him. Breathless, she exclaimed, "It's Tsunade. Grandpa wants you to come eat." "All right," he replied. At this moment, Tsunade was merely 3 years old, lacking the formidable presence she would later possess. Yet she walked steadily and always called out to Hikaru with a sweet "Brother Hikaru." Thanks to his presence, Tsunade's parents had survived the First War, and she remained cheerful and lively. On their way to the Senju clan's compound, Tsunade eagerly implored Hikaru to tell her stories, particularly the tale of the 7 brothers, which Hikaru had creatively adapted to feature 7 ninjas battling 2 summoned beasts, a snake and a scorpion. Tsunade delighted in the story, laughing heartily at each twist. Soon, they arrived at the dwelling of Tobarama. "Hikaru, come in. Aunt Mito is here too." Despite Hikaru's youth, Tobarama appeared much younger than his actual age of over 40, a testament to the Senju clan's robust lineage. Upon sitting down, Mito expressed her warmth and concern, while Tobarama inquired about any difficulties faced by the Anbu. Tsunade continued to pester Hikaru for stories throughout the meal, and the atmosphere was filled with laughter. If one were to observe Tobarama's expression at that moment, they would be astonished. This was the same Hokage known for his stoic demeanor. Only in Hikaru's presence did he allow himself to laugh so freely. Mito, with a gentle smile, watched the scene unfold, her heart warmed by the camaraderie shared among the 3. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Mito had endured years of solitude, especially after Hashirama's passing. But Tsunade's presence and now Hikaru's companionship brought her a measure of solace. "All right, you two gentlemen can chat outside. I'll take care of the dishes," Mito suggested. Halting Hikaru's attempt to help. "I'll help you, Grandma," Tsunade chimed in, lifting her feet. "Very well, Tsunade, you're such a good girl," Mito replied as she led her into the kitchen. Tobarama took Hikaru outside to the pavilion. Though the weather was sweltering, the ninjas were able to shield themselves from the heat by releasing a thin layer of chakra around their bodies. The four great nations are becoming restless again. This time, I intend to send you to the borders of the Earth Country. Yes, Hokage, Hikaru affirmed. We need to deliver a decisive blow to Iwagakure to hasten the conclusion of this war. I will do so. Good, rest well. You will depart for the battlefield in 3 days. Understood, Hokage. After bidding farewell to Tobarama, Mito, and Tsunade, Hikaru returned home to inform his parents of his impending journey to the Earth Country battlefield. Leaving again? Yes. Hikaru's mother, Nara Yoshimi, expressed a hint of sadness. You've only just returned, and now you must go. With the four great nations launching another attack, Hikaru cannot remain in the village indefinitely. Besides, he has grown up. Nara, you said, comforting Yoshimi. Yoshimi gently broke free from her husband's embrace and rushed to wrap her arms around Hikaru. He allowed her to hold him, knowing the weight of a mother's worry. A mother's heart aches for her child, especially when he goes off to war, she murmured. Go say goodbye to Kazuki. Yoshimi softly reminded him. I will, Hikaru replied, then departed to the small loft he shared with Uchiha Kazuki. Chapter 15. The border of the land of Earth. The moments of joy for men are often fleeting. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and it was time for Nara Hikari to bid farewell to his family. However, much to his surprise, TK Koharu insisted on joining him on the battlefield. Unable to dissuade her, Nara Hikari reluctantly acquiesced. This time, they would confront a larger force of ninjas from the land of Earth. Before departing, Nara Hikari repeatedly instructed her not to stray too far from his side. Koharu nodded in agreement. Mother, father, please return home. I will be back soon, she assured them. Yes, Hikari, make sure to bring Koharu back safely, they replied. I will, Nara Hikari promised, leading 5,000 leaf ninjas into the fray. After a month of arduous travel, Nara Hikari and his troops arrived at the border of the land of Earth. The landscape was ravaged, the ground bore the scars of explosive tags and ninjutsu. Evidence of the fierce battles that had transpired between the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Stone Village. Let us find a place to set up camp, he commanded. Yes, Minister, replied Nishido, who departed with a contingent of scouting ninjas, in preparation to resist the coalition of the four great ninja villages. Nara Hikari had brought half of the Anbu with him. Nishido, Shirabi, and Sakumo accompanied him at this critical juncture. Locate the enemy's encampment, Nara Hikari instructed. Understood, Minister. Sakumo vanished from sight in an instant. The remaining ninjas rested and replenished their chakra. 5,000 leaf ninjas concealed themselves in the surrounding area. After a considerable time, Sakumo reappeared behind Nara Hikari. Minister, I have located it, he reported. Good, let us strike swiftly tonight, Nara Hikari replied. With the assistance of numerous Earth-style chakra users, the camp was swiftly established. After consuming the military rations produced by the Inuzuka clan, they began to prepare their equipment, with the Nara clan's full support. Each ninja was well equipped with shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, and ninja wire. As night fell, the dense forest was cloaked in darkness. Let us proceed, Nara Hikari commanded. As all ninjas applied silent seals to their legs, they then leaped into the trees, stealthily advancing towards the coalition's camp. 2 hours later, Nara Hikari caught sight of the coalition's encampment. Divide into 4 groups. Nishido, Shirabi, and Sakumo will each lead a group, while Koharu and I will lead another. We shall strike from 4 directions. I will draw their attention on the front lines. Signal me when you are ready to engage. Yes, Minister. Let me take the front. Sakumo suggested. That will not be necessary. I shall handle it, Nara Hikari replied, waving his hand to summon 200 shadow soldiers of Jainin caliber. The assembled ninjas were taken aback by the reduced number of shadow soldiers, yet their strength remained formidable. Move out, Nara Hikari commanded, and in an instant, all ninjas vanished into the dense foliage. As Nara Hikari watched them depart, his gaze returned to the coalition's encampment. Today, let them perish here, he murmured, melding into the shadows beneath him, followed by the shadow soldiers and Koharu, who brought along the remaining 500 troops. A chakra surgical knife materialized in Koharu's hand. Within the coalition's camp, ninjas from the 4 great nations gathered, proclaiming. The Chapter 16, The shadow of the earth, a tremendous collision resounded as Nara Hikari's metallic right leg met the shadowy figure of Mu. Nearby, Swanaka Koharu engaged in battle. And Hikari, refraining from unleashing his full power, still delivered a strike of remarkable force. Mu was propelled into the air by the explosion, his body ensnared by flames that scorched the bandages binding him. A cry of agony escaped his lips, yet he swiftly ingested a healing potion, which mended his wounds momentarily. Gazing down from above at Nara Hikari, Mu felt a twinge of regret for not having utilized his utmost strength from the outset, thus avoiding such a disheveled state. In an instant of distraction, he realized Hikari had vanished from his sight once more. Alarmed, he hastily released his shadow-level chakra, employing the dust release, outer world separation technique. A diamond-shaped barrier enveloped him entirely, enhancing his sensory perception to monitor his surroundings closely. "Are you searching for me?" Hikari's voice echoed eerily around Mu. Yet he could not pinpoint Hikari's location. It was more troublesome than Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique. "Do not presume that you alone possess the ability to fly." Mu, taken aback by Hikari's words, was suddenly astonished to see a foot piercing through his dust release barrier. "How can this be?" Mu gasped in shock, unable to comprehend how Hikari's foot could pass through his technique unscathed. A jutsu even the second Hokage dared not confront directly. "How dare you?" Mu had no time to ponder further. He certainly did not wish to be struck. However, he underestimated Hikari's explosive abilities, which did not necessitate physical contact. Another explosive sound erupted as flames coalesced, reforming into Nara Hikari, who hovered in the air, observing the battered form of the second Tsuchikage, Mu, plummeting towards the earth. Fortunately, just before impact, he was caught by the second Kazekage, Shaman. "We cannot afford to engage further. Withdraw," Mu uttered before losing consciousness. Thankfully, he had employed the split technique at a critical moment. Otherwise, this second Tsuchikage might have met a tragic end. "We cannot retreat so easily. If we do not eliminate him now, there may not be another opportunity." The second Raikage, glared furiously at Nara Hikari as he approached Shaman, who concurred. "Even if it costs thousands of shinobi, we must kill him." With that, all the shinobi from Sunagakure unleashed their puppet techniques en masse, summoning nearly 10,000 various puppets. Under the control of the ninja, these puppets surged towards Nara Hikari, propelled by chakra threads. "Attack!" As the Sunagakure shinobi made their move, commanded the Kumogakure shinobi to follow suit. The Iwagakure, seeking vengeance for the Tsuchikage, also joined the fray, while the remaining smaller villages released an array of jutsu. Nara Hikari, witnessing the multitude of attacks, swiftly hardened his body. Meanwhile, Swanaka Koharu, held back by the throngs of shinobi, cast a grave glance in Hikari's direction. In the shadows, waiting for orders, Nishi, Shirabi, and Sakumo nearly leaped into action. The subsequent scene filled the coalition with despair, while Konoha erupted in jubilant cheers. With hands raised, Nara Hikari unleashed the explosive release, blast. The incoming barrage of jutsu and puppets collided with an invisible barrier, ricocheting back as if striking a wall. "Defend!" Shaman and Ish shouted simultaneously. Earth release, earth barrier. Wind release, wind wall. Lightning release, lightning shield. Ninja hurriedly conjured various defensive techniques. Yet they underestimated the rebound force of Hikari's jutsu and the potency of their own attacks. A cacophony of explosions ensued as countless shinobi were flung into the air. Suffering grievously, Shaman, parting the sand that shielded him, surveyed the hellish scene around him. "Let us leave," Shaman declared without hesitation. "This is folly. We cannot contend with him." A despaired glance swept over his surroundings. "Where has that scoundrel, Hizashi Mangitsu, gone?" A roared in frustration. Yet he quickly regained composure, directing his forces to commence a retreat. "Indeed, it is time." Nara Hikari signaled to the heavens, and the ever-impatient Nishi, Shirabi, and Sakumo surged forth like tigers released from their confines, charging towards the coalition's encampment. "Our leader is simply formidable," Nishi exclaimed, harnessing the heat from the heat-hot fruit as he soared above. He then plunged into the ranks of the retreating coalition. 5,000 against 100,000, the odds were not daunting. The coalition fled like frightened rats, employing every means of escape imaginable. 3 hours later, the alliance of the four great nations, which had amassed 100,000 shinobi, left 20,000 behind at the borders of the land of Earth. With countless more grievously wounded, "We surrender." Many shinobi, left with no alternatives, chose to capitulate. This war against the united forces of the four nations concluded in less than a night. However, Konoha did not relent. Nara Hikari had received orders to instill fear in the enemy. Nishi, Shirabi, and Sakumo continued to pursue the remnants of the four-nation coalition while Hikari soared above, intervening to rescue endangered Konoha shinobi. Grateful for their salvation, the rescued shinobi surged back towards the enemy. Swanaka Kohara flew to Hikari's side. "Are you injured?" Hikari inquired. "No." She replied, "That is good. You shall refrain from participating in the upcoming pursuit. Remain by my side." "Understood," Koharu beamed, cherishing the comforting concern that Hikari displayed. Hikari deployed 300 elite shinobi to the battlefield, and the number of surrendering shinobi from the four nations steadily increased, swiftly gathering them together. Hikari recognized that retaining them was impossible, yet he could exchange them for substantial resources post-conflict, further exacerbating the already frail conditions of the four nations. What puzzled Hikari was the conspicuous absence of the second Tsuchikage Mu, the second Raikage A, and the second Kazekage Shaman, while the second Mizukage H Zuki Mangetsu had yet to make an appearance. However, a shadow-level ninja posed little concern. Hikari's gaze returned to the battlefield, where Nishi had caught up with the members of Iwagakure's demolition team. The Iwagakure ninja, Heki, a powerful bloodline user, wielded the explosive release by channeling explosive chakra into his fists to detonate his foes or releasing it directly to create fireballs that struck with explosive force. This technique, a combination of earth and lightning chakra, differed vastly from Hikari's own explosive nature, which allowed him to transform into flames and reconstitute his body. Though Heki could withstand his own explosive chakra, his physical defenses remained rather fragile. In Iwagakure, he was indeed a formidable bloodline user, but alas, he faced the fire's nemesis, Nishi, a shadow-level powerhouse, while he was merely an elite J-nin. Their encounter quickly placed Hiki at a disadvantage. Chapter 17. The Explosive Squad in a Fierce Confrontation. The formidable hunter lost his left arm after a few swift moves from Shihu. However, he did not succumb to despair. Feeling the escalating temperature around him, he questioned, "Who are you? How can you manipulate temperature and absorb my explosive chakra?" Anger and confusion filled Hunter's heart. The intelligence reports indicated that Konoha did not possess such powerful ninjas, yet here stood a shadow-level warrior before him. He resolved that should he escape, he would execute the intelligence ninja from Iwagakure responsible for this failure. Shihu, meanwhile, taunted him, "I have heard of a powerful explosive ninja from Iwagakure named Hunter. Is that you?" As Shihu manipulated the surrounding heat, he aimed not only to eliminate his foe, but also to strike at his spirit. This was Shihu's first opportunity since ascending to the shadow level to test the results of his years of training without restraint. "Do not underestimate me," Hunter roared. Halting his retreat, he stood atop a tree trunk, turning to face Shihu. "It's not underestimating. It's simply not regarding you as a worthy opponent." With that, he declared, "I will fight you." Hunter unleashed his explosive chakra, the tree trunk behind him detonating as he propelled himself towards Shihu with great speed. Explosive release, continuous impact fist, he shouted, extending his remaining right hand to strike Shihu. His glowing fist collided with Shihu's chest, channeling all his accumulated explosive chakra into him. "Haha. You are nothing but mediocre." Hunter laughed, reveling in his moment of victory. Yet, to his astonishment, Shihu did not explode as he had expected. "How can you not detonate after absorbing so much explosive chakra?" Hunter's expression shifted to one of dread. "Enough of this experiment. You may now perish," Shihu said, seizing Hunter's right hand. "No." Hunter sensed impending doom and attempted to break free, only to find Zihu's grip unyielding. Simultaneously, he felt an unparalleled heat radiating from Zihu. Flames erupted from his mouth, and every orifice on his body spewed fire. No. Despite his fiery struggle, Hunter's strength waned, and his body succumbed to Shihu's searing heat, reducing him to ashes, utterly vanishing from the battlefield. Shihu dusted off his hands. "Explosive ninjas are merely this," he remarked, shifting his gaze to the fleeing ninjas around him. Manipulating the rising temperature, he observed them as if through Chapter 18. The dual heroes no. In this moment, the four-tailed Sun Wukong was engulfed by fear. The tailed beasts do not truly perish, they are merely manifestations of chakra. Once they absorb a sufficient amount of chakra from the ninja realm, they shall resurrect. The major ninja villages, in a bid to prevent the tailed beasts from dying and reviving outside their bounds, devised a plan under the auspices of the first 5 Kage to retain a portion of the tailed beast's corporeal form within the village. Should a tailed beast fall in battle outside the village, it could be recaptured and revived within its confines. Thus, the village would not be deprived of this formidable weapon, as a portion of the abilities of its ninjas stem from the tailed beasts. Although the four-tailed Sun Wukong understood that he would not face complete annihilation, The agony preceding death was all too real. Just as he yearned to flee from this terror, Shihu extended a colossal hand of molten lava that ensnared the Four Tails by the neck. Regardless of how fiercely the Four Tails struggled, he could not break free from Shihu's grasp. He raised his claws, relentlessly striking at the molten appendage, yet all of it was in vain. In his unwillingness and fear, the Four Tails reverted to a formless state of chakra, while the Jinchuriki, Lao-Tu, disintegrated into ash. Having dealt with the boiling released ninja Lao-Tu and the beast within him, Ser had already fled the battlefield with the heavily injured Wu and the remaining ninjas of the rock-hidden village, vanishing from Shihu's perception. Realizing he could not pursue, Shihu redirected his gaze to another part of the battlefield. There, Zalabi had transformed into his beast form, the nightmarish god Dekulii, a creature with a crimson visage, ebony body, and snowy mane. He was currently locked in battle with the dual heroes of the sand-hidden village, the second Kazekage, Shaman, and the first Jinchuriki of the One-Tail. Xiaomingji, Shaman, wielding the ability to manipulate sand, sought to restrict all of Zalabi's avenues of movement. However, in the face of Zalabi's dreamlike powers, his taijutsu and shadow energy were formidable in their own right, as the potential of mythical beasts surpasses that of even natural types. Shadow Sphere. Zalabi raised his hand, conjuring a massive black energy sphere, which he hurled towards Shaman and Xiaomingji. Shaman summoned a multitude of sand in an attempt to block the oncoming attack. Yet, what he did not anticipate was that the shadow sphere could bypass defenses, directly penetrating any protective capabilities to strike at the enemy itself. The unforeseen assault sent Shaman hurtling backward, even knocking the One-Tail to the side. Zalabi vanished from his position, appearing before Shaman, his claws imbued with shadow energy, swinging toward him. In a critical moment, Xiaomingji relinquished control of his body to the One-Tail, Shikaku. The fully tailed beast-formed Xiaomingji barely managed to withstand the blow, though parts of his body were already cracking. The One-Tail, Shikaku, rapidly released tailed beast chakra to mend the injured form, his gaze laden with gravity as he observed the beastly Zalabi, whose size now eclipsed that of the One-Tail. What manner of monster are you? Shikaku began to question who truly was the tailed beast. Feeling the immense energy within Zalabi, Shikaku was filled with trepidation, contemplating whether to abandon the second Kazekage and flee. Just as he pondered this, Zalabi reappeared before him. Hypnotic mist. Zalabi exhaled a cloud of black mist, enveloping Shikaku entirely. The beast felt a heavy sensation in its head as overwhelming drowsiness assailed its willpower. Soon, Shikaku's head tilted, and it toppled to one side. Shaman was once again struck by Zalabi's unerring ghostly fire technique, rendering his condition dire. Chakra depletion had begun to hinder his movements. Flee. This thought, long absent from Shaman's mind, resurfaced. No one had anticipated that Konoha had concealed such depth. With the second Hokage, the ninja realm's fastest, Tobarama, and the explosive ninja Nara Ko, another elite ninja who manipulated temperature, emerged on the battlefield, alongside a colossal monster-like figure. The might of Konoha far surpassed Shaman's expectations. At this juncture, he could no longer concern himself with the ninjas of other nations. Retreat. He called to his comrades of the sand-hidden village, urging them to escape the battlefield. The second Raikage, cast an angry glance in Nara Ko's direction before summoning the cloud-hidden village ninjas to withdraw as well. After vanquishing the One-Tail and its Jinchuriki, Zalabi returned to Nara Ko's side. Shihu had also returned. No need to pursue. Let us assist Sakumo in obliterating the mist-hidden village. Understood, Minister. The two vanished simultaneously. At this moment, the ninjas of the mist-hidden village found themselves encircled. The remaining combat-capable ninjas of Konoha were all present, thousands against 10,000. In the center of the battlefield, Sakumo faced the second Mizukage, Hizashi Mangetsu. To his astonishment, they were so inept that they could not even secure the front lines. Hizashi Mangetsu regarded the youthful Sakumo with disdain. Summoning technique, SH. Hizashi Mangetsu bit his finger and pressed it to the ground. With a resounding boom, a cloud of white mist enveloped him. Illusion, mirage. Upon uttering these words, Hizashi Mangetsu released his in-release chakra. The surrounding mist thickened, soon shrouding the entire battlefield. Just as Shihu and Zalabi prepared to assist, they were halted by Sakumo. I shall handle this. Stepping forward, Sakumo's arm transformed into a blade. This spectacle momentarily stunned Hizashi Mangetsu. What bloodline limit is this? As he pondered, Sakumo closed the distance. In release, mist mirror. Surrounding Hizashi Mangetsu, a multitude of gas formed, emanating from his special summoning beast, SH, to bewilder his opponent. Yet, What perplexed Hizuki Mangetsu further was that Sakumo seemed unaffected by his illusion, consistently appearing before him, only to be flung aside once more. A slick, oily puddle emerged beneath Hizuki Mangetsu's feet, propelling him away. In the dense fog, he darted about, obscuring his adversary's vision. Water release, water iron cannon technique. Hizuki Mangetsu aimed at the approaching Sakumo. Just as Hizuki Mangetsu believed he could create distance and befuddle his opponent for a ranged strike. The latter vanished from his perception. Gold release, thunderous stranglehold. Sakumo's blade-like hand spun swiftly, crackling with lightning chakra. He then delivered a powerful strike to Hizuki Mangetsu. Boom. Sakumo utilized his speed to vanish from his previous position, realizing he had struck a water clone. Kakashi leg technique, lightning instant. Sakumo disappeared once more before Hizuki Mangetsu, reappearing above him. Chapter 19. The Death of the Water Shadow. Water Release, Double Water Dragon Blast. The skilled ninja, Ghost Lantern Moonlight, hastily gathered water chakra before him, summoning two water dragons that surged toward Sakumo. However, to Moonlight's astonishment, Sakumo effortlessly broke through the two water dragons' barrier, delivering a fierce kick with his blade-like right foot directly to Moonlight's face. A horrified scream escaped Moonlight's lips as he collided with his summoned beast, the Phantom. Enduring excruciating pain, Moonlight looked up, desperately searching for Sakumo's figure, only to be met with a lightning-imbued blade aimed directly at his neck. In a moment of instinct, Moonlight, disregarding his body's agony, swiftly utilized the water clone technique to escape his original position. While he successfully evaded the attack, his summoned beast, the Phantom, was not as fortunate. A long arc of energy, forged from the quick-slash-fruit, cleaved mercilessly into the Phantom, splitting the powerful beast in two. Even the hard shell of the snail did not escape unscathed. Blood erupted, and the Phantom transformed into white mist, vanishing from existence. Simultaneously, the thick mist surrounding the area began to dissipate. Lord Water Shadow. The ninjas of the Mist Village gasped in shock upon witnessing the grievous state of their water shadow. Ghost Lantern Moonlight, lying on the ground. Meanwhile, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, the elongated eel, alongside the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, Water Maruchangi, and the legendary Seven Ninja Swordsmen, all directed their attention towards the severely injured Moonlight. Yet, the battle between Moonlight and Sakumo was far from over. Sakumo had no intention of sparing Moonlight. He charged forward, his entire being transforming into a blade directed at Moonlight. Under Sakumo's relentless assault, Moonlight was rendered a sight of despair, his body marred and bloodied, with not a single part left unscathed. Were it not for the exceptional regenerative abilities granted by his in-release chakra, Moonlight would have long since departed this realm. The two Jinchuriki from the Mist Village, alongside the elite Seven Ninja Swordsmen, all yearned to repel their adversaries and rescue the life-threateningly wounded Moonlight. However, they too found themselves suppressed by the elite shinobi of Konoha, unable to protect themselves, let alone provide aid. They could only watch as their water shadow continued to be mercilessly tormented. Steam explosion. A furious roar erupted from the gravely injured Moonlight. A clone materialized beside him and charged toward Sakumo. With wide eyes and heavy breaths, Moonlight faced Sakumo, hastily retrieving a healing potion to swallow. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth to endure. We must go. Moonlight realized that this time, he was likely facing inevitable doom. All he wished for was to preserve some strength for the Mist Village, to prevent other nations from taking advantage of their plight. Unbeknownst to Moonlight, escape would not be so simple. Everyone retreat. Sakumo shouted to those around him. All the leaf ninjas vanished from the astonished gazes of the Mist Village shinobi. Confusion spread among the Mist ninjas as they looked toward Sakumo. They could not fathom why he would suddenly allow these individuals to leave, thereby granting them an opportunity for escape. However, the next scene plunged the Mist ninjas into despair and regret. Gold release, blade domain. Sakumo soared into the air, hovering above, and bellowed with authority. Blades erupted from the ground, stabbing toward the sky from every direction. Vegetation, rocks, and soil transformed into lethal blades. Numerous Mist Village ninjas were instantly pierced, while the Jinchuriki and elite shinobi could barely evade the onslaught. However, the majority of Chunin and below met a tragic end within the forest of blades. Screams of agony filled the air as elite ninjas fell. The first to perish was an unnamed shinobi wielding dual blades, who was impaled by the intersecting blades. Run. At that moment, Moonlight was pierced by several rising blades, blood gushing from his mouth. The second to be impaled was the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, followed by the Six-Tails Jinchuriki. Fortunately, The remaining 6 elite members of the 7 ninja swordsmen managed to escape Sakumo's onslaught, shielded by the first holder of the decapitating sword, Pipa Shisuke, and the first holder of the Samahata, Mizu no Kawa. They fled without looking back. The retreating ninjas of Konoha were left in shock, staring at the hellish scene unfolding before them. This time, the Mist Village had mobilized nearly 20,000 ninjas to participate in the joint assault against the Fire Nation. Only a few dozen elite shinobi and over 100 chunin managed to escape. Lord Sakumo is incredibly powerful, the Leaf Ninjas murmured among themselves. Nara Ko looked on with satisfaction at Sakumo. Minister, the Second Raikage, Second Tsuchikage, and Second Kazekage Shaman have all fled. Please impose punishment, said Nishihara and Shirabi, bowing their heads in self-reproach. Having failed to eliminate them this time, we shall do so next. Nara Ko's domineering response sent a shiver down Nishihara and Shirabi's spines. Such commanding words could only be uttered by the minister. Meanwhile, T-Rin Haru held a different perspective. This ability to win hearts is truly remarkable. He truly is my man. Haru watched Nara Ko with a mix of admiration and resignation. Let us clean the battlefield and take the captives. We can return to the camp. Yes, minister. The Leaf Ninjas excitedly departed. Sakumo, Nishihara, and Shirabi followed behind Nara Ko. This scene made Haru secretly admire Sakumo's strength. Realizing that this battle had demonstrated her man-as prowess to the 4 great nations, dismantling their inflated ambitions. After this confrontation, it was likely that the 4 great nations would enjoy a long period of peace. Once the battlefield was cleared, Nara Ko and his team returned to the camp. An hour later, Haru compiled the statistics of the battle. Nara Ko had led 5,000 Leaf Ninjas, with over 200 fallen, 900 severely injured, and more than 2,000 lightly wounded. The majority of the combat had been executed by Nara Ko, T-Rin Haru, Nishihara, Shirabi, and Sakumo, while the rest of the Leaf Ninjas largely served as mere embellishments. Nonetheless, several outstanding elite ninjas caught Nara Ko's attention. Even with such losses, over 200 dead, they accepted the harsh reality of war. Casualties were inevitable. Becoming a ninja meant accepting the risk of falling at any moment. It was the fate of ninjas. The sacrifice of 200 Leaf Ninjas bought a period of peace, an outcome unimaginable to those who had experienced the Warring States period. This also exemplified the formidable strength of Nara Ko and his companions, placing them on par with their Hokage, Tobarama. Subsequently, T-Rin Haru's statistics further invigorated the Leaf Ninjas. The Land of Lightning had dispatched 30,000 ninjas, with over 6,000 casualties, 1,000 captured, and over 10,000 fleeing. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki perished, while the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki suffered grave injuries, alongside the deaths of 2 elite ninjas and several high-ranking lightning shinobi. The Wind Nation sent 10,000 ninjas, with 3,000 casualties and over 4,000 captured or injured, while fewer than 3,000 escaped. The One-Tail was killed, while the guards and Chiyo sustained severe injuries, along with 2 elite ninjas falling in battle and dozens of elite sand shinobi perishing, with the puppet corps entirely wiped out. The Water Nation deployed 20,000 ninjas, suffering over 10,000 casualties, with over 8,000 captured or injured, and fewer than a few hundred escaping. The second Water Shadow, Ghost Lantern Moonlight, was killed in action, along with the 3-Tails and 6-Tails Jinchuriki. 1 member of the 7 ninja swordsmen died, while the remaining 6 fled, with only a handful from the Mist Village's Anbu escaping. The Earth Nation sent 40,000 ninjas, with 10,000 casualties, over 20,000 captured or injured, and nearly 10,000 fleeing. The second Tsuchikage lies gravely injured. The elite Jonin of the explosive release has perished, the host of the 4-Tails has met his demise, and the host of the 5-Tails has fled, while the explosive squad has suffered significant losses. When this news reached Konoha a few days later, even Tobarama, who was accustomed to the surprises brought by Nara Shikaku, was once again taken aback. He marveled at the promising future of Konoha. Chapter 20. The conclusion of World War I. Nara Hikari dispatched scouts to observe the remnants of the 4 great nations' forces as they fled back to their respective ninja villages. Upon returning to camp, he reported the findings to the minister of the Anbu, Nara Hikari. Very well, inform Lord Hokage of the situation, and request that he prepare for negotiations at once. We can exchange these captives for a substantial amount of supplies. The ninja villages were not particularly adept at agricultural development. Rather, they relied on provisions and resources distributed by their feudal lords. The various ninja assisted in maintaining order within their nations, receiving remuneration from the daimyo. Thus, the world of ninjas was sustained. Nara Hikari believed that seizing this opportunity to acquire resources was crucial for Konoha's future development. Despite his immense wealth, he could not support the entire village without a reciprocal arrangement. In essence, it was a partnership. When Tobarama learned of the decision to exchange captives for supplies, he promptly approved without hesitation. Konoha dispatched emissaries to the 4 great nations without delay. However, Nara Hikari repeatedly emphasized to Tobarama that the negotiations must be swift. Otherwise, the burden of so many captives could potentially destabilize Konoha's economy. Confident in their position, the Konoha envoys maintained a firm stance during negotiations, which concluded successfully in just 4 days. The 4 great nations, indeed, were intimidated. They promptly sent the exchanged supplies to the border. Nara Hikari organized 4 teams, led by Sakumo, Nishi, Shirabi, and Shinjikaze, to retrieve the resources from the 4 nations. Shinjikaze, a newly promoted elite jonin, had been assigned to Nara Hikari by Tobarama. Hikari recognized him as a young prodigy from the Shinja clan, merely 22 years of age. Nara Hikari understood the implications of Tobarama's choice but expressed indifference. After all, they belonged to different clans and families, which would ultimately prevent them from fully aligning. Nara Hikari felt that his strength, although perhaps not surpassing that of Tobarama, was not significantly inferior. Even if Tobarama were to employ forbidden techniques such as Edo Tensei without restraint, Hikari remained unconcerned, for he possessed the power of nuclear explosions. Even should such abilities prove ineffective against Tobarama, he could simply leave the village. He was confident that if his subordinates chose not to follow him, he could start anew without issue. However, Tobarama's actions did serve as a wake-up call for Nara Hikari. As the saying goes, while one may harbor malicious intentions, one must also remain vigilant. After the 4 teams received the supplies from the 4 nations, they promptly returned to camp to avoid any unforeseen complications. This journey took an additional 5 days. True to his word, Nara Hikari released all the captives. Watching the ninjas of the 4 nations flee in desperation, Hikari empathized with their longing for home, as he too yearned for his parents and family in this life. Tsunade, by his side, remarked, "Had you not been with me, I might have chosen to eliminate these enemies. Showing them mercy now may lead them to bite Konoha in the future." Nara Hikari responded, "Am I to fear their return? Such ninjas pose no threat to me now." He exuded confidence, asserting that if he unleashed his explosive fruit, no one could approach him. After a brief chat, the camp was nearly packed up. Ninjas skilled in Earth-style chakra dismantled the camp, and thousands of men transported the supplies back to Konoha. Upon their return, a grand welcoming ceremony awaited Nara Hikari. After a customary discussion with Tobarama about the recent campaign, he returned to the Nara family estate with Tsunade. Having not seen his family for a while, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. He spent a long time conversing with his mother, Nara Yoshimi, and father, Nara Yu, before retreating to his room to rest. The following day, as was customary, he attended a memorial service for the fallen Konoha ninjas. From the supplies acquired, he allocated a portion to compensate the families who had lost loved ones. The first great ninja war had come to a definitive end. The explosive ninja, Nara Hikari, alongside the gold dust ninja, Hitaki Sakumo, the heat release ninja, Nishi, the shadow ninja, Shirabi, and the holy hand, Tsunade, made headlines throughout the ninja world due to their formidable prowess. Their strength became the most discussed topic across the shinobi realm. Various smaller nations under the Fire Country sought to present tributes to gain the protection of Konoha. In recognition of Konoha's contributions, the daimyo of the Fire Country dispatched the strongest members of the 12 Guardians, Watanabe and Hokuto, to present rewards. Watanabe, the grandfather of Hama, represented the radical faction among the 12 Guardians, sharing his grandson's belief that the position of Hokage should not exist. Rather, the ninjas within the Fire Country should be at the disposal of the daimyo. Upon their arrival in Konoha, they specifically requested to meet Nara Hikari, leading to an inevitable friendly sparring match. Ultimately, after a severe lesson from Nara Hikari, Watanabe and Hokuto departed Konoha in defeat. Tobarama had little to say, as these individuals had hidden away during the crisis and emerged only to bask in the glory of victory. Thus, Konoha welcomed peace, and the village gradually returned to laughter and joy after overcoming its sorrow. On the 4th day following his return, Nara Hikari visited Ichiraku Ramen once more. This time, the owner, Tuchi, showed even greater respect towards him, insisting that the meal was on the house. Nara Hikari reluctantly accepted. After enjoying his meal and chatting with the owner, He strolled through the streets with Tsunade, observing the children playing. Suddenly, he was reminded of his own system. Tsunade, have you considered having a child? A child? Tsunade's face flushed crimson at the suggestion. You don't want one? It's not that. I'm just not ready to be a mother, she whispered, acknowledging her 7-year seniority over Nara Hikari. The fact that they had come together seemed incredulous to her. What preparation is necessary? Given that someone is always exchanging glances with the minister's secretary, I thought you were aware. Tsunade's remark left Nara Hikari feeling rather embarrassed. He could not disclose that his motivation stemmed from the rewards his system promised, nor could he reveal his need to approach other girls. Well, do not overthink it. The daimyo of the Fire Country has 3,000 beauties in his harem, and my father has 4 wives. I am already prepared. We are not ordinary people. Wow. They're all your seniors, Nara Hikari marveled. Come on, let's go home. All right. Chapter 21. The 16th year of Konoha in the blink of an eye. Nara Hikari has spent 5 years in the world of Hokage. He and Jitsun Kohara have finally welcomed a child. Marking the first occasion he has received the reward for begetting offspring. The reward is remarkable, and Nara Hikari has been exhilarated for quite some time. A quintessential accessory for traversing the Hokage universe, the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Remarkably, it possesses no adverse effects and does not deplete vision. However, it is limited to a single eye. Fortunately, Nara Hikari discovered that he need not close his other eye to utilize it. The abilities of this eye are exceptionally formidable. Akin to Uchiha Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami. While Shirsue's power alters memories, Nara Hikari's eye imprints memories directly, creating an indelible mark upon his subjects. This imprint, known as the slave mark, cannot be erased. Though the cooldown is not as prolonged as Shirsue's, it still necessitates a 2-year interval. To acquire a loyal subordinate every 2 years is undeniably powerful. Nara Hikari has set his sights on Tobarama, yet has yet to find an opportune moment. Fearful of failure, he refrains from confrontation. For now, he must seek alternative targets, which are currently being determined. Throughout this year, Nara Hikari has witnessed the birth of 4 children within the Nara clan, in addition to 3 devil fruits. He also received a remarkable individual as a reward, Lu Jingo, one of the 28 celestial stars. Nara Hikari has verified Lu Jingo's strength, which is on par with that of a Super Kage in the Hokage world. Even with the combined might of Kakashi Hatake, Nishi, and Jitsun Koharu, they still fall short of his capabilities. With Lu Jingo's addition, Nara Hikari no longer fears the scheming Uchiha Madara, and should he dare to approach, Nara Hikari would not hesitate to send him offline prematurely. The 3 devil fruits were distributed among 3 esteemed elders of the Nara clan, each possessing Kage-level strength. His uncle, Nara Yashiharu, consumed the scarecrow fruit, allowing him to transfer all negative effects to a prepared scarecrow, thereby elevating him to mid-Kage level. His other uncle, Nara Maru, ingested the nature-type thunder fruit, which propelled him directly to the pinnacle of high Kage level. Moreover, Nara Yashihara transferred his internal injuries to the scarecrow, enabling Nara Maru to rival the peak of Kage level power. Additionally, the clan's 4th grandfather consumed the cage fruit, similarly attaining the peak of Kage level strength. Upon learning that these 3 pillars of the Nara family had fully recovered from their ailments, the clan convened a family meeting. The confirmation of their complete restoration left all senior members astonished. However, this information regarding the fruits and their bestowal must be kept secret. During this year, Nara Hikari has meticulously managed the Anbu, increasing its ranks from 75 elite shinobi to 106. The structure he established mirrors that of the Anbu originally created by Tobarama, with distinct masks denoting the specific squads and specialties of each member. Director. The Hokage has requested that some Anbu be dispatched to monitor the Uchiha clan. Saratobi Bawako informed Nara Hikari as she entered the office. Understood. I shall attend to it, he replied. As Bawako turned to leave, he called out, Wait a moment. Is there something else? Our secret has been revealed to Kohara. Ah? Biwako's demeanor instantly shifted to one of alarm, her expression becoming somewhat awkward. Find a time for me to meet with Kohara. But certain matters must be clarified in person. Very well, I defer to your judgment. Biwako hastily exited. Nara Hikari observed her retreating figure, then summoned the Anbu. Yes, Director. In an instant, an Anbu elite appeared at the door and stepped inside. Director, the Hokage has instructed me to send someone to monitor your clan. Very well. Nara Hikari responded, noting the initial surprise of the Anbu operative before they fell silent. You will be responsible for the surveillance. Yes, Director. I hope the Uchiha do not act out of line. Indeed. You may go. With that, the operative vanished before his eyes. Director, Are you truly allowing the Uchiha to monitor their own clan? Are you not concerned about potential concealment? As Uchiha left, a female elite shinobi entered. It was Hokage, a recent addition to the Anbu along with Uchiha. The Hyuga clan has historically been at odds with the Uchiha, and despite both working within the Anbu, they rarely interacted. What is it? Nara Hikari inquired, reclining in his chair and placing his legs upon the desk. Director, this is the intelligence just returned. Hokage placed a red clay-sealed scroll before him. Nara Hikari removed his legs and took the scroll, channeling chakra into it. As it unfurled, he read the 4 pieces of information it contained. First, the second Tsuchikage, Anoki, succumbed to his severe injuries, and his student, Noki, has succeeded him as the 3rd Tsuchikage of a Wagakure. Second, following the death of the second Mizukage, Sukiman Gitsu, Kirigakure has delayed selecting a successor until recently, finally designating you, a formidable shinobi who once attended a Kage summit alongside the first Mizukage. Third, upon returning to the village, the Second Raikage, intended to prepare for a peace treaty with Konoha, but faced opposition from radical factions within his clan. His fate remained unchanged, and he was ultimately slain by the treacherous Kinkaku and Ginkaku. However, these two met their own demise at the hands of A's disciples and a group of elite shinobi, rendering them fugitives with unknown whereabouts. Fourth, the second Kazekage, Sabaku no shaman, voluntarily abdicated and has since retreated into seclusion, with the third Kazekage, Luoxiang, taking his place. After perusing the scroll's contents, Nara Hikari promptly destroyed it. It was astonishing that all 4 great nations had undergone a change in their Kage. Everything seemed altered, yet eerily unchanged. After all, the world of Hokage had similarly seen a reshuffling of Kage following the conclusion of the Great War. And now history appears to be repeating itself. Hokage, tomorrow, accompany me to my home. Director, what is the matter? Our secret has been revealed to Koharu. Then, do not worry, I have summoned others as well. Oh, very well. Is there something troubling you? Nothing, Director. I shall take my leave. Hokage's face flushed crimson as she bowed her head and exited swiftly. Nara Hikari watched her until she vanished from view. I hope this does not turn into a grand spectacle. He sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Realizing that it would be best to gather everyone at once to resolve the matter, he decided to leave the office. Chapter 22. The arena of demons today is destined to be a day of calamity for Nara Hikaru, as his audacity is about to reach unprecedented heights. At this moment, his mother, Nara Yoshimi, sits silently on the sofa in the hall, her words lingering unspoken for far too long. Even his father, Narayu, is cautious, drinking water with utmost care to avoid making a sound. In truth, Nara Yoshimi is not an antiquated woman. In her youth, Narayu was a romantic at heart. But he was swiftly outmaneuvered by the assertive Nara Yoshimi, who drove away his rivals. Otherwise, Hikaru might have had more than one mother. Yoshimi had believed that once Hikaru was with Tina and Koharu, that would be the end of it. After all, Koharu is a formidable shadow-level powerhouse, hailing from the moderately influential Tinen clan. In terms of both status and strength, Hikaru and Koharu seem well matched. However, Yoshimi could never have imagined that her son Hikaru would be so extravagant. She gazes around the hall, her eyes taking in the multitude of girls, nearly encompassing all the major and minor clans of Konoha. You little rascal, are you collecting girls? Yoshimi's voice is a mixture of fury and resignation as she looks at Hikaru. Stop pretending to be oblivious and introduce me to these remarkable young ladies. Oh, yes. Mother, Hikaru replies as he approaches from behind. Do you think I wanted this? Well, of course, I did. He stammers. It's just that my system is the more children, more blessings system. Though I quite like my system, I can't take all the blame. Who else would I blame but the rewards it offers? This marks yet another occasion for Hikaru to lament his system, though it remains silent, lacking any intelligence to respond. Upon hearing his mother's words, Hikaru steps forward and begins to introduce each girl one by one. With every introduction, Yoshimi's eyelids twitch. Meanwhile, Narayu seems inclined to give a thumbs up. These two are the Uzumaki twins, Uzumaki Kyushin and Uzumaki Fusu. Hikaru points to a pair among the many girls. The Uzumaki clan. Yoshimi's heart races in astonishment. This one is Senju Onbai from the Senju clan, Hikaru continues, gesturing towards a girl with light green hair. The Senju clan. He then indicates a girl clad in a white combat outfit with black hair and blue eyes. The Uchiha clan. Next, he points to another girl. The Sarutobi clan. The introductions continue. Hokage from the Hyuga family, Yamenka Manshin from the Yamenka family, Akimichi Yin from the Akimichi family, Yamanaka Tami from the Yamanaka family, Inazuka Ko from the Inazuka family, Haruno Mi from the Haruno family, and so forth, until he has introduced all 26 girls in the hall, including some from common backgrounds. Nara Hikaru, come with me. Yoshimi finally pulls Hikaru aside after the introductions. What on earth are you trying to achieve here? Did you bring all these girls to win over the clans of Konoha? Or do you have other intentions? Mother, you're overthinking this. I simply wanted you to meet them. And do these girls consent to this? Of course. Otherwise, why would I bring them? Yoshimi is momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, she gazes at her only son. Are you certain your body can handle this? Mother, you really don't need to worry about that. You are truly driving me to the brink of madness. Mother, just speak to them for me. They might be living with us from now on. Oh, what sins did I commit in my past life to bear such a troublesome child? Can't you give me a few more years of peace? Don't you want grandchildren? All right. Consider it a debt I owe you. With a glare at Hikaru, Yoshimi strides towards the girls. Hikaru is promptly ushered out by his mother. What Yoshimi said to the girls remains a mystery to Hikaru, but by the next day, all of them have moved into the Nara household. Fortunately, the Nara residence is spacious enough. With 26 girls, the place is far from cramped, each girl having ample room. Hikaru feels a sense of accomplishment for completing his first step. The next task is to visit the families of these girls and meet their parents, a considerable undertaking. However, one matter still looms. Tenin Koharu has moved into the same room as the children and has not spoken to Hikaru for an entire day. Koharu's words were clear. She anticipated Hikaru bringing someone home, but never imagined he would gather so many from Konoha. Fortunately, after a few days of soothing her feelings, Koharu's anger dissipates and Hikaru's life returns to normal. While he returns to normalcy, the atmosphere in Konoha is anything but. Upon hearing that the esteemed advisor to Konoha's Hokage, Nara Hikaru, had taken in 26 girls, he quickly becomes the model for men in Konoha, earning even more admiration from his peers. Women harbor mixed feelings, yet, being aware of Hikaru's status, they dare not gossip openly, discussing it only in hushed tones. Many girls secretly hope to catch the eye of the dashing Hokage Advisor, dreaming of soaring to fortune. Yet, Hikaru is soon engulfed by pressing matters. 7 days prior, intel operatives from the Anbu returned to Konoha with alarming news. A mysterious organization had risen swiftly in the land of ancestors, eliminating its daimyo and seizing control. Additionally, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had suddenly passed away due to illness, and the new daimyo was about to be inaugurated, prompting a request for Konoha's current Hokage to attend the ceremony. Without hesitation, Hikaru sets aside his tasks and heads to the Hokage building, arriving at the Hokage's office. Hikaru has arrived, he announces. Tobarama greets him with a smile. I've heard you've taken away our Senju beauty, Senjuan Bai. Ah, Hokage-sama, you know? Of course. I must say, you've done remarkably well. Not at all. Hikaru scratches his head, feeling slightly awkward. I'm still single. Yet you have already amassed numerous partners. Well, let us get to the point. Hikaru straightens his demeanor. You need to make a trip to the Land of Ancestors. I will attend the daimyo's inauguration. Yes, Hokage-sama. Should we mobilize Anbu personnel to accompany you to the capital of the Land of Fire? No need. I have my choices. I intend to take Nara Shizen, Danzo, Kif, Munin, Kai, and my Hokage guards with me. Upon hearing the names of Shizen and the others, Hikaru understands the underlying tension. As a significant contributor to the last great battle, he cannot escape scrutiny. I will depart tomorrow. Konoha will be in your hands for now. Once I return, you shall set off for the Land of Ancestors. Understood, Hokage-sama. At this moment, the way Hikaru addresses the Hokage feels markedly different than before. Chapter 23, The Departure of Tobarama. After Tobarama's departure, Nara Hikari assumed control over the various affairs of Konoha. Naturally, matters requiring the Hokage's signature remained set aside. Once all was arranged, Nara Hikari approached the window, gazing out at the vast expanse of the Hidden Leaf Village. Behind him stood Tsurugi Koharu and Saratobi Biwako. The Hokage no longer trusts me as he once did, Hikari remarked. Koharu and Biwako fell into silence. With the power at my disposal, I could easily topple the regime and seize the Hokage's position. Nara Hikari's words startled Koharu and Biwako. However, Koharu quickly regained her composure, while Biwako continued to look at Hikari in astonishment. What are your plans? Koharu inquired after a moment's contemplation. Regardless of who occupies the Hokage's seat, as long as they do not infringe upon my interests, I can afford to turn a blind eye. However, should anyone dare to cross my line, I would not hesitate to make them vanish. Despite Hikari's current strength and the power he wielded, there was no one in Konoha who could obstruct his will, including Tobarama. Yet, Hikari had many concerns to consider, the foremost being his parents and numerous women. Forget it. I am not particularly interested in the Hokage position, he said. Moving to take a seat. Koharu, whatever decision you make in the future, I will support you, Bawako said, joining them. The woman who was destined to become the wife of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, now found herself enamored with Nara Hikari. Having you both by my side is more important than anything else. Let us finish up here and return home, Hikari replied, leading Koharu and Bawako back to the Nara residence. 10 days had swiftly passed since Tobarama left Konoha. Just as Hikari was about to dispatch members of the Anbu to the capital of the Fire Country to assess the situation, Uchiha Kagami, bloodied and battered, appeared at the gates of the village. Advisor, it's terrible. Teacher is dead. What? Nara Hikari was struck with shock and disbelief upon hearing this news. Tobirama was supposed to have perished during negotiations in the latter part of the First Shinobi War. However, the war had ended long ago, and negotiations were conducted by envoys. Tobarama had deviated from the anticipated course, and thus should not have encountered any mishaps. With Tobarama's peak strength, who in the shinobi world could have slain him? What about the others? Hikari pressed. I do not know. Our group of Jainin scattered, and I returned first. You should rest for now. I will look for the others, Hikari said, melding into the shadows beneath his feet. With the advisor here, you can rest easy. Just take a break. Uchiha Fumihai reassured Kagami, who had just arrived at the gates. It's our fault. If we had been stronger, Teacher would not have had to sacrifice himself to draw the enemy away to protect us. This is all my fault. Kagami lamented, bursting into tears, consumed by profound guilt. Fumihei, standing beside him, was unsure how to console him and simply watched as Kagami vented his emotions. Meanwhile, Nara Hikari quickly located Hiruzen and his companions using chakra signatures. Hiruzen and his group were valiantly defending against their assailants, a squad comprised entirely of Jainin, numbering 10 in total. The adversaries had encircled Hiruzen and his comrades. Hand over Tobarama's corpse, and I may consider granting you a swift death, the leading enemy declared arrogantly. Hikari assessed the ranks of Hiruzen's group. Hiruzen and the elite Jainin, Dans, Monzen, and Akiyama, along with 3 other Hokage guards, were all Jainin as well. Ignorant fools, then you shall perish, he declared as the enemy surged towards Hiruzen and his companions, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu and weapons. Just as the enemies believed they could eliminate this troublesome group and claim Tobarama's body, several shadow clones manifested beside them. The sudden appearance of the shadow clones caught them off guard, swiftly dispatching 6 of their ranks. The remaining 4 retreated a few steps, creating distance as they warily eyed the shadow clones. As their attention was fixated on the clones, Nara Hikari instantaneously appeared at their side, his hands imbued with steel-like strength, striking outward simultaneously. Before the 4 adversaries could even attempt a defense, their heads flew from their shoulders, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Once Hiruzen and the others regained their senses and recognized Hikari, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Let's head back, Hiruzen began, but was cut off by Hikari. Under Hikari's protection, they safely returned to Konoha. Upon seeing the horrific wounds on Tobarama's corpse, Hikari pondered, what has transpired? Advisor. It is as follows. Hiruzen recounted the events, and Hikari grasped the entirety of the situation. Tobarama was unable to escape his fated demise, or perhaps the dictates of the narrative. After attending the daimyo's succession ceremony, Tobarama and his companions had stayed for 3 days before preparing to return to Konoha. However, en route, they encountered the defectors from Kumogakure, Kinch and Gink, accompanied by a mysterious faction. Overwhelmed by Kinch, Gink, and the 5 shadow-level assailants, Tobarama ultimately fell in battle. Struck by the 6 Paths tools and severely injured, he managed to lead Hiruzen and the others to safety. Just before being overtaken, he forced Hiruzen and the others to flee, remaining behind to confront the enemy. In his final moments, Tobarama managed to severely injure Kinch and Gink, along with 3 other shadow-level foes. Hiruzen and the others returned to retrieve Tobarama's body and continued their escape, but became separated from Uchiha Kagami along the way. Reflecting on the events, Nara Hikari sighed. Tobarama could not escape death. Did the Hokage leave any instructions? Hikari inquired. Hiruzen and the others fell silent for a moment. What is it? Hiruzen finally asked. Advisor, the Hokage has appointed Sarutobi Hiruzen as the 3rd Hokage. Mito Monzen finally found the courage to speak. Hikari was momentarily taken aback, then fell silent. The atmosphere became quite delicate. Advisor, you will become a Hokage elder, and you will have veto power over any decision made in Konoha. Hikari chuckled at the shrewdness of Tobarama's arrangements in his final moments. Shall I now address you as Hokage? Hikari asked, turning to Hiruzen. No. Please continue to call me by my name. Hiruzen replied, having witnessed Hikari's formidable nature. With Tobarama's passing, Hiruzen could conceive of no one who could restrain Nara Hikari. It was now paramount to maintain tranquility. Since you are Hokage now, I am no longer needed. Farewell, Hokage, Hikari said before vanishing. Hiruzen and the others watched the spot where Hikari had disappeared, simultaneously exhaling a sigh. Chapter 24. The funeral. The body of Tobarama was taken away by the Senju clan. What should we do? After the Senju members departed, Mito Minyan cast a worried glance at his dear friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In truth, he believed that Hiruzen was more suited for the position of Hokage than he was, and he wished to pass the mantle to him. Hiruzen, what nonsense are you speaking? We are the disciples of our teacher and are rightfully meant to inherit the title of Hokage. Why should we hand it over to an outsider? He is not an outsider. If it weren't for him, we might have perished on the battlefield during the last ninja war. Moreover, he has just saved our lives. I disagree. He is merely an advisor to the Hokage. What is there to fear? Does he dare to betray the will of the Hokage in the village of Konoha? Danzo glared angrily at the indecisive Hiruzen, beginning to harbor resentment. If it weren't for Hiruzen's hesitation, the position of Hokage should rightfully belong to him. Clenching his fists in frustration, Danzo thought, but it is best not to dwell on this. We should arrange for our teacher's funeral. Indeed, replied Mito Minyan, allowing Hiruzen to temporarily set aside his thoughts. The following day, Konoha held a funeral for the second Hokage, Tobarama. It was a grander affair. As if the heavens themselves sensed the somber atmosphere, and a gentle rain began to fall, as if bidding farewell to a remarkable figure. Everyone stood still, allowing the rain to drench them. Hiruzen, Danzo, Akimichi Torufu, Mito Minyan, Uchiha Kagami, and Uzumaki Kohara stood before the crowd, weeping profusely. Hiruzen, Danzo, Torufu, Kagami, and Minyan found themselves engulfed in deep remorse once more. Nara Ko, standing beside Uzumaki Koharu, gently embraced her as they gazed at Tobarama's gravestone, remaining silent. Had Tobarama not engaged in political dealings with Kaido, perhaps he would still be alive. If any of Sakumo, Nishido, or Shirabi had accompanied him to the capital of the Fire Country, this tragedy might have been averted. All three of them had now become extraordinarily powerful, with few in the ninja world able to contend with them. After the funeral concluded, everyone departed. Hiruzen, standing before the gravestone, glanced at Kaido's departing figure, preparing to speak, but was interrupted by Danzo, who shook his head disapprovingly. Hiruzen swallowed the words he had intended to voice. The solemn yet grand funeral culminated in Hiruzen's inauguration ceremony, as he had been appointed as the third Hokage by Tobarama shortly before his death. The other clans of Konoha had little choice but to accept this decision, though they could say little in protest. However, there were still those who sought to defend Kaido. Kaido's strength and contributions were beyond question, leading 500 warriors. He had repelled an army of 10,000 from the Cloud Village and successfully defeated the Second Raikage, compelling a temporary truce among the four great nations. He subsequently led 5,000 troops to repel the coalition of the four great nations, slaying countless foes and severely wounding the second Tsuchikage, as well as killing the second Mizukage and the second Kazekage. This honor remained a topic of conversation in Konoha for a long time. In the office of the Anbu minister within the Anbu headquarters, an outburst occurred. Minister, is this not exceedingly unfair? Why should that fellow Hiruzen be Hokage? The position rightfully belongs to you. Nishido exclaimed angrily. Shirabi's expression mirrored his indignation, while Sakumo remained silent. Nishido, you should not speak so. Be silent. Uzumaki Koharu is still present, scolded Uzumaki Koharu. Yet, minister's wife. Nishido glanced at the silent Kaido, and then at Sarutobi Koharu standing behind him, sighing and falling silent. Kaido, I am fine. It matters not who holds the title of Hokage. I understand Tobarama's intentions. He was wary of the power I possess, much like he was of Uchiha Madara. After a prolonged silence, Kaido finally spoke. Upon hearing Madara's name, Uchiha Fumi froze momentarily. Nishido and Shirabi fell silent as well. Madara's name was well known among the current generation in Konoha, being one of the formidable figures who established the village alongside Hashirama. Enough of this subject, Kaido concluded, and everyone turned their attention to him. In a few days, I plan to visit the land of ancestors. Is the minister concerned about that newly emerged organization? Indeed. The land of ancestors is adjacent to the land of fire. This matter must be clarified. Minister, allow me to go, Nishido volunteered. No. I wish to take a moment to clear my mind. I shall accompany you, Uzumaki Koharu said, her concern for Kaido evident. No need. Stay and care for our son. Upon hearing Kaido mention their son, Koharu relented. Everyone, please return to your duties. Understood, Minister. Everyone departed, except for Sarutobi Koharu, who remained. Is something the matter, madam? Kaido inquired, looking at her. I apologize on behalf of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Koharu said after a moment of contemplation. This matter does not concern you. Why apologize? However, Hiruzen is indeed a member of the Sarutobi clan, and he is my brother. Enough. I do not hold it against you. Kaido stood and embraced Uzumaki Koharu. Gently patting her back, Koharu reciprocated the embrace. Let us return home. Kaido took Uzumaki Koharu's hand, leaving the Anbu headquarters. Upon returning to the Nara residence, all the prominent members of the Nara clan had gathered. Uncle, grandfather, fourth elder, clan leader Kaido, let us converse, said fourth elder Narashima with a smile. Very well. Kaido followed Narashima and the others to the pavilion. Kaido, do you aspire to become Hokage? If you wish to be the Hokage of Konoha, this old man can advocate for you. Grandfather, please do not complicate matters. If you wish to be Hokage, I could advocate for you as well. You rascal. What are you talking about? At my age, I have no desire to become Hokage. I wish to live a few more years. Fourth elder chuckled, while the other three members sighed in relief. They had come to ensure that Kaido harbored no ill thoughts. In truth, I do not care who becomes Hokage. I find it bothersome. I do not even wish to be the Anbu minister. You may not desire to be Hokage, but you must fulfill the responsibilities of the Anbu minister. Do not emulate your lazy second uncle. Fourth uncle, just refer to me as Kaido. No need to drag me into this, Narayuki retorted. I am well aware of the personalities of the Nara clan. Having one like Kaido is already a blessing from our ancestors. The others fell silent at Narashima's remark. Kaido, should you have any decisions, feel free to share. Even if you desire to become Hokage, we will support you. Fourth elder, what if I wish to leave Konoha? Then we shall leave as well. With you in the family, it matters not where we go. Suddenly, the usually silent Uncle Naramaru spoke up. Indeed, Kaido, whatever decision you make, we will support you. With our Nara clan's current strength, we far exceed that of the Warring States period, and we can start anew anywhere. Narayuki patted Kaido on the shoulder. Well, your support brings me great joy. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not let the family reach that point. Kaido had learned from his mother, Nara Ayami, that the Nara clan had sacrificed immensely during the Warring States period. Too many loved ones have perished since joining Konoha. This hard-won peace has been the cherished dream of all our clan members. Nara Hikari truly does not wish to disrupt it. I have gone to visit my great-grandchild, and thus shall not accompany you any longer. Narashima, seeing that Nara Hikari was not in a state of despondency, felt reassured and took his leave. Chapter 25, The Soundwave Fruit, Seeking Book Reviews. In the ensuing days, the prominent families of Konoha visited the Nara household, ostensibly a social call. Their true intention was to meet Nara Hikaru. They were eager to discern his thoughts. Some spoke up in his defense, while others expressed their regrets on his behalf. Among them, the Sarutobi clan felt the most uncomfortable. The clan leader experienced a twinge of anxiety upon encountering Nara Hikaru, fully aware of his formidable prowess. Being the head of the Anbu, Nara Hikaru commanded a division capable of destabilizing Konoha. However, upon learning that Nara Hikaru held no interest in the position of Hokage, the Sarutobi leader finally exhaled in relief, his initial tension dissipating. He subsequently paid a visit to the expectant Sarutobi Bawako, as well as to Nara Hikaru's son, bringing with him a plethora of supplements and gifts before departing with his guards. Congratulations to the host Nara Hikaru on the birth of Nara Shauna. A reward of one Soundwave fruit has been granted. The long-awaited system notification chimed once more. Soundwave fruit? Extraction. A fruit materialized in Nara Hikaru's hand, its outer layer resembling rippling waves, akin to sound waves. He contemplated whom to bestow this fruit upon. It was time to think of his parents. Storing the Soundwave fruit safely, he rose to find his father, who was engrossed in a game of chess. Hikaru, come and sit. Narayu gestured to the cushion before him. Once Hikaru settled, Narayu looked up at him. Shall we have a match? Indeed, Hikaru replied, arranging the pieces. Before long, he found himself defeated. Hikaru, your skills have diminished, Narayu remarked. Perhaps it is due to the increasing number of matters at hand. Hikaru set up another game, only to lose again. I shall not play anymore. Leaning against the pavilion's pillar, he gazed at the sky, suddenly understanding why Nara Shikamaru so enjoyed watching clouds, not for strength, but for the tranquility it brought in that moment. Nara joined his son, pride swelling within him as he observed Nara Hikaru. He had never dreamt his son would rise to such heights, bestowing unprecedented strength upon their family. Father, this is for you. Nara Hikaru shifted to sit upright. Extracting the sound wave fruit from the system, Narayu examined the oddly shaped fruit before him. What is this? It is called a devil fruit. Consuming it grants one a unique ability. Narayu took the sound wave fruit, scrutinizing it for some time. Eat. Before Nara Hikaru could elaborate, his father bit into the fruit. The taste was unlike anything he had ever encountered, horribly unpalatable. Hikaru watched his father's grimace with concern. Try out the ability you've gained. Very well. Narayu opened his mouth, and as he spoke the word good, a sound wave erupted from his lips. Bang! A beam of the pavilion shattered. What? Narayu exclaimed, as yet another beam succumbed to the force of the sound wave. Oh no! Nara Hikaru rushed to grasp his father, making a hasty exit. The collapse of the pavilion drew the attention of the Nara women. What happened? Nara Yamabi hurried over, and upon seeing the wreckage, assumed they were under attack. She drew a kunai, vigilant as she scanned the surroundings, while others swiftly adopted defensive stances. Mother, you've misunderstood. Father was merely testing a new jutsu and accidentally demolished the pavilion. Nara Hikaru's explanation inadvertently shifted the atmosphere. Narayu, what are you doing? Are you intent on destroying our home? Nara Yamabi confronted her husband angrily. No, my lady. I truly did not mean to. You can ask Hikaru, Narayu implored. Yet by the time he sought his son's assistance, Nara Hikaru had already vanished. Seriously, son, you could have helped me out. At that moment, Nara Hikaru had escorted the women back to their quarters. Hikaru, is everything truly all right? It is fine, he reassured, taking a sip of water while seated on a wooden stool. Hikaru, I heard that Danzo has established an organization called Root. Nara Hikaru turned his gaze to Tintin, surprised to learn that Danzo had indeed set up such a faction. Danzo imitated the operations of the Anbu, recruiting orphans, including those from the 5 great nations. With most of Konoha's elite J-nin within the Anbu, Danzo would need many years to develop Root without the support of the village's higher-ups. The establishment of this organization is merely an attempt to counterbalance your Anbu. My brother has gone too far. Very well, Bawako, let them stir up trouble. You are with child. There is no need for you to concern yourself with such matters. I have it under control. All right then. Nara Hikaru scanned the women around him. Rest now. The group departed the courtyard. Nara Hikaru enjoyed a peaceful 6 days before the day of departure arrived. His family and the women gathered to bid him farewell. Hikaru, return early. I shall. Tintin, please take good care of my father and mother. Of course. Nara Hikaru turned away, heading towards the village's outskirts. As the women and his parents watched him fade from sight, as he journeyed, Nara Hikaru admired the breathtaking scenery of the Hokage world, making the travel seem less tedious. He refrained from utilizing any instantaneous abilities, opting instead for a leisurely pace towards the land of ancestors. In fact, the Hokage world boasted various modes of transportation, from primitive horse-drawn carriages and beast carts to bicycles and trucks that could traverse snowy terrain, steam-powered trains, and airships propelled by lightning chakra. Nara Hikaru recalled a ninja village that had advanced its technological prowess significantly, even launching an attack on Konoha during the animated series. However, for the time being, he had no choice but to walk, as such vehicles were scarce in the Land of Fire. Carriages were available, but only the nobility could afford them. Nara Hikaru contemplated acquiring a summoning beast as a mount. The road to the Land of Ancestors remained peaceful, thanks to the truce between nations. Many villages inhabited by common folk had resumed agricultural production. After 2 days of travel, Nara Hikaru found himself eager to quicken his pace, having grown weary of the scenery. 3 days later, he set foot on the soil of the Land of Ancestors, soon encountering its inhabitants, who sported distinctive hairstyles adorned with decorative bindings. Their hair styled into peculiar shapes. Though a small nation within the Hokage world, the Land of Ancestors was steeped in history. Having been established long before the Warring States period, it preserved the profession of swordsman, with no mention of ninja. The majority of practitioners in the villages were swordsmen, adept at channeling various chakra attributes into their swordsmanship, their combat prowess rivaling that of ninjas. Would you like to stay? There are beautiful maidens. Chapter 26. Black Zetsu Nara Hikari, while surveying the village streets, was taken aback. Could it be that even the fire country has its seedy underbelly? Our establishment boasts ladies with exceptional skills. Care to indulge? A man standing beside Nara Hikari persisted in his solicitation. Intrigued, Nara Hikari followed the man into the inn. Upon entering, he noticed a group of girls seated in the lobby. Do you offer services of that nature here? The man appeared bewildered by Nara Hikari's question. What kind of services are you referring to, sir? You know, that kind of service, Nara Hikari drawled suggestively. Sir, you misunderstand. This is a legitimate massage parlor. A massage parlor, you say? Well, that's what I thought too. Would you like to try our services then? Sure, why not? Hannah. Attend to our esteemed guest with utmost care. Understood, one of the girls replied, stepping forward. Please, follow me. The girl led Nara Hikari into a room. Once inside, Nara Hikari took in his surroundings. The furnishings were Spartan. A bed occupied the center, flanked by 2 tables. Atop these tables lay an array of massage implements. Sir, please disrobe from the waist up and lie down. Oh right. This marked the first time in 5 years since his transmigration that Nara Hikari would partake in such a service in another world. As Nara Hikari reclined, the girl began the massage. Nara Hikari mused inwardly, her technique is indeed remarkable, as he found himself sinking into blissful comfort. An hour later, Nara Hikari emerged from the massage parlor, grumbling under his breath. The proprietor had fleeced him of 500,000 yen. Although Nara Hikari had little grasp of monetary value in this world, 500,000 yen was enough to sustain a family for a year. Upon hearing the sum demanded by the proprietor, Nara Hikari nearly tore the place asunder. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself. Leaving the massage parlor, Nara Hikari wandered aimlessly through the streets, pondering, where should I even begin my investigation? Nara Hikari perched himself upon a roadside stone and began formulating a plan to locate the organization. Just as Nara Hikari's rusty mind began to churn, a potent surge of chakra washed over his senses. Instantly, Nara Hikari ascended to a rooftop, seeking the source of the chakra. In a secluded corner of the village, a boy with a Venus flytrap-like head covering came into view. Nara Hikari vanished into the shadows beneath his feet. The boy seemed to sense Nara Hikari's presence and began to meld into the earth, only to be seized by the scruff of his neck and yanked from the ground. The boy's face was peculiar, half black and half white, none other than Zetsu, a member of the Akatsuki. Zetsu? You know my name? With your singular appearance, it's rather difficult not to recognize you. Are you Nara Hikari of Konoha? You seem to know me as well. Release me. Zetsu attempted to break free from Nara Hikari's grasp, but found himself unable to activate his abilities. Save your strength. Do you know where Madara is? Uchiha Madara? I have no idea. You two haven't collaborated yet? I don't know what you're talking about. Zetsu, realizing the futility of his struggle, ceased his efforts. Nara Hikari gazed upon Zetsu, the embodiment of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will. While not possessing overwhelming combat prowess, his support capabilities were exceptional. His spore technique, impersonation technique, mayfly technique, and various yin-yang release-based mental assaults were all remarkable. Moreover, he was capable of employing wood release, albeit not to the extent of Hashirama, but still at a Kaga level. Nara Hikari lifted Zetsu before his gaze. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. Though lacking the signature auditory cue of the Uchiha clan, the sudden manifestation of a Mangekyo Sharingan with 4 sickle-shaped tomo caused Zetsu to falter. You're an Uchiha? Zetsu had been seeking an Uchiha to serve as a vessel for the Ten Tails to resurrect his mother, and now one had presented himself. However, Zetsu quickly realized he was no match for Nara Hikari. What to do? As Zetsu pondered his options, Nara Hikari's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin. Memory imprint. Zetsu panicked, sensing a surge of in-released chakra invading his mind. Though uncertain of its purpose, a profound sense of dread spurred him to resist with every fiber of his being, struggling incessantly. However, Zetsu's body soon went limp, his form hanging listlessly. Nara Hikari cast Zetsu to the ground and sealed off the area with shadow manipulation. Zetsu was adept at manipulating the memories of others, and though Nara Hikari wielded the Mangekyo Sharingan, he couldn't be certain of success. This was, after all, the first time Nara Hikari had employed this technique. Fortunately, the outcome proved satisfactory. Zetsu rose to his feet and approached Nara Hikari. Master. Excellent. Use the Venus flytrap on your head to kill yourself, then regenerate. Yes, master. Zetsu followed the command, the Venus flytrap appendages on his head suddenly piercing inward, splattering blood. Zetsu collapsed, only to undergo cellular regeneration and reconstitution. He stood once more. It was difficult to kill Zetsu, who possessed would release, through purely physical means. Is there a new organization here? Yes, Master. My purpose in coming here was to absorb this organization into Akatsuki. Akatsuki? Master. This is an organization I created to resurrect my mother. Zetsu divulged his entire plan. Zetsu had founded Akatsuki to seek a suitable vessel for the Ten Tails. He had set his sights on the Uchiha clan. His arrival here was to absorb the local organization before seeking out Uchiha Madara, who had survived Izanagi. Zetsu believed Madara to be the most suitable vessel. Let us go and observe this organization together. Yes, Master. Zetsu slowly melded into the earth. While Nara Hikari plunged into the shadows, the two soon located the clandestine organization in the Land of Ancestors, the same group that had cooperated with the Gold and Silver Brothers to eliminate Tobarama. Nara Hikari sensed the surrounding chakra signatures. Within an underground chamber, he detected over a dozen chakra signatures, including 8 at the mid-Kage level and 5 at the low-Kage level, totaling 13 Kage level combatants. Nara Hikari turned to Zetsu. They are all Kage level experts. Are you confident in incorporating them into the organization? Yes, Master. Then, demonstrate your methods to me. Yes, Master. Giant Venus flytraps sprouted from beneath Zetsu's feet, numbering over 30. The flytraps then opened, releasing pale, milky figures that resembled Zetsu. Each possessed Kage level strength. Is this your method? Yes, Master. Very well, proceed with your plan. Yes, Master. Zetsu melded into the earth and arrived at the entrance to the underground chamber. With a single kick, he smashed the door open. Go forth. With those words, the white Zetsu surged into the underground chamber. Chapter 27. The Twilight Mark 30 Elite Warriors. Possessing the prowess of shadows, surged towards the basement in a frenzy. An enemy assault was underway, just as one of the white figures shattered the subterranean door. Their movements were sensed by those within. Swordsmanship, shadow flow. Within the basement, a shadow-level swordsman swiftly wielded his hidden blade. A beam of chakra, forged into a sword light, shot forth from the darkened corridor. Leading the charge, one of the white figures extended his hand. Water release, water dragon technique. The mighty jutsu unleashed by the shadow level was formidable, colliding with the incoming sword light. Boom. The sound of chakra exploding resonated through the air, causing the surrounding stone walls to tremble violently as debris rained down and the ceiling began to cave in. The white figures hastily retreated from the corridor back outside. Immediately afterward, a multitude of shadow-level swordsmen followed suit, emerging from the depths. The two factions quickly became entangled in combat once more. Although the white figures employed a singular method of attack, their numerical superiority momentarily subdued the swordsmen. As time passed, some swordsmen began to inexplicably fall in battle. Collapsing to the ground, their fighting spirit extinguished. At that moment, the victorious white figures suddenly leapt toward the incapacitated swordsman. What on earth is happening? The defeated swordsmen, momentarily under mental control and stripped of their battle capabilities, gazed in terror at the approaching white figures. In their astonished and fearful gaze, the white figures penetrated their bodies. Master, it is done. Standing beside Nara Hikari, Ju spoke. Nara Hikari looked at Ju in surprise, not anticipating this capability. Meanwhile, the swordsmen continued to struggle. However, as Ju approached them, their resistance soon faded, and they bowed their heads in submission. Leader, this is our master. Master. A dozen shadow-level swordsmen regarded Nara Hikari with respect. Can he possess others indefinitely? These swordsmen practiced only physical techniques, lacking mental fortitude. Thus, if they encountered a being of strong will, the white figures could not occupy their bodies. Ju explained. Very well. Do you know the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara? Yes, Master. I intended to seek him out. Excellent. Lead me to him. Yes, Master. The following day, Ju gathered not only the 13 swordsmen but also over 20 shadow-level powerhouses from various nations. Many of these elites were unfamiliar to Nara Hikari from the original narrative. Among them were two familiar figures, the long-missing Kin and Jin, who had vanished after eliminating Tobarama. So, you had already taken control of them. Master, they betrayed their village after killing the Second Raikage. I intercepted the weakened duo and seized control of them. Was the plan to kill Tobarama yours as well? Indeed, Master. I see. Let us proceed to meet Madara. Yes. Ju led Nara Hikari to the surface. Master. Madara is directly below. All right, lead the way. Yes. As Ju's words fell, a multitude of carnivorous plants emerged, enveloping the 13 swordsmen and the 20 shadow-level warriors. Once they were secured, they descended into the depths. Ju also gradually entered the earth. Then, he glanced at Nara Hikari. Master, would you like to? No need. I will follow your lead. Nara Hikari preferred not to be ensnared by the carnivorous plants, the mere thought being unpleasant. After Ju merged with the ground, Nara Hikari entered the shadow beneath his feet. As the light brightened, he beheld a corridor carved from the mountain. Master, Madara is inside. Ju guided Nara Hikari along the dim corridor. Soon, Nara Hikari encountered a frail, elderly figure seated upon a stone bench, his body riddled with various tubes. As Nara Hikari approached, the elder raised his head. Who are you? Nara Hikari. Nara Hikari? The nearly extinguished Uchiha Madara gazed at Nara Hikari with confusion. Having never met him before, at this time, Ju had yet to collaborate with him, and the hidden Madara was not fully aware of the current state of the ninja world. Do you still wish to dance? Dance? Uchiha Madara was perplexed, unable to comprehend Nara Hikari's words. Oh, I almost forgot. You're unfamiliar with that term. Do you desire to restore your body and regain your former strength? Haha, young one. Do you truly know of my peak power? Cough, cough. Uchiha Madara chuckled heartily, though his frail body forbade such enthusiasm. Then answer, do you wish to or not? Young one, regardless of your intentions here, I, Uchiha Madara, will never bow to another. Do not waste your efforts. I will find a way to recover. Madara fell silent after his declaration. It seems you prefer to drink the bitter cup. What? Young one, do you wish to fight? Uchiha Madara looked disdainfully at Nara Hikari. Even in his weakened state, he knew that defeating him would require considerable effort. Madara squinted his eyes at Nara Hikari. Have you grown overly confident? Even in your prime, I would not regard you highly. Young one, such arrogance. Uchiha Madara glared at Nara Hikari, anger radiating from him. Never had anyone dared to insult him so. Even if it costs me my life, I shall make you taste the price of underestimating me, Madara declared, attempting to break free from the tubes. Lu Jin dog. Nara Hikari's words had scarcely left his lips when the dog-headed creature appeared by his side, exuding an overwhelming aura that spread like a tangible force around them. The moment Madara prepared to strike, he was instantly subdued by this presence. Incredible. Uchiha Madara now recognized that this young man was not merely boasting. Even at his peak, he might not triumph over this dog-headed figure. What do you intend to do? To take you as my subordinate. In your dreams, even in death. I will not submit to another. Uchiha Madara's fury escalated with every word. Yet, he was firmly restrained by Lu Jin dog, rendering him immobile. Can you control him? Master. No. The Uchiha clan also cultivates in-release chakra, possessing formidable willpower and mental strength. I can only alter a fragment of his memory, but cannot seize his entire will. Very well. Nara Hikari felt a headache coming on. His Manjiki had been used on Ju. To activate it again would take 2 years. Presently, he had no means to control Madara. However, to let such a potential ally slip away would be regrettable. Must I wait for 2 years? After much contemplation, Nara Hikari found no solution but to rely on the Manjiki. Alas, he lacked the ability to negotiate. Do not let him perish. We shall return in 2 years. Yes. Master, let us depart. Yes. Young one, do not entertain such dreams. I would rather die then. Uchiha Madara's words remained unfinished as Nara Hikari vanished. Chapter 28. The village of four beasts. Nara Hikaru was utterly surprised by the multitude of unexpected delights that had come his way. First and foremost, he had succeeded in controlling Zetsu. With this individual, every whisper of change in the Hokage world would be brought to his attention. Additionally, he had discovered Uchiha Abido. With Uchiha Abido on his side, he would have a formidable ally against the Otsutsuki clan in the future. However, this was contingent upon assisting Uchiha in becoming the Sage of Six Paths. As Nara Hikaru surveyed the 30-odd shadow-level warriors behind Zetsu, he realized that apart from Kin and Jin, he was unfamiliar with the rest, characters who had never appeared in the anime or manga. How many shadow-level white Zetsus do you possess? He inquired. Over 100, Master. So many? All created through Kaguya Otsutsuki's infinite Tsukuyomi ability. Upon hearing this, Nara Hikaru contemplated the potential recipients of the devil fruits in the future. I entrust Uchiha Abido to you. Ensure he remains alive. Continue to develop the Tongtian Shao and absorb all rogue ninjas from various nations. I aspire to wield the strongest force in this world to confront the Otsutsuki clan. Understood. Master. In an instant, Nara Hikaru vanished into the shadows beneath him. After he departed, Zetsu led all his controlled subordinates back underground, leaving the land of ancestors. Nara Hikaru soared towards Konoha. Just as he was about to enter the land of fire, an immense surge of chakra erupted beneath him, Following the source of the chakra, he discovered a colossal beast rampaging nearby. A tailless beast? Such a tremendous chakra fluctuation could only be attributed to a tailed beast. At that moment, this tailless beast was gathering energy for an attack akin to a tailed beast bomb, while a group of women faced it. These women bore some monstrous traits. Some had dragon horns and tails, others had tiger claws, some sported golden wings, and one carried a turtle shell. A girl with a turtle shell appeared completely at ease. Among these women, only the one with dragon horns and a tail exhibited shadow-level prowess. Yet, they were confronting a tailless beast that possessed chakra nearing advanced shadow level. Nara Hikaru approached. Upon closer inspection, he found that despite their monstrous features, these women were quite attractive. Being women provided him with a reason to save them. Activating his shadow power, he rescued the endangered women and transported them to safety. Clear the way. Nara Hikaru flew through the midst of the women, delivering a powerful punch to the back of the tailless beast. Immediately, he channeled the explosive fruit's energy into it, sending the tailless beast hurtling away. Retreat as far as you can, he shouted to those nearby. Upon witnessing Nara Hikaru's incredible display of strength, the women's eyes lit up, and they obediently jumped back to a safe distance. When they believed they were far enough, they halted to observe. Seeing them retreat, Nara Hikaru turned his gaze toward the gigantic beast, which seemed to be the perfect addition to his collection. In an instant, he vanished from his spot. Roar. The tailless beast opened its massive mouth and bellowed, charging towards the direction where Nara Hikaru had vanished. He raised his hand to meet its incoming claw with a forceful clash. Boom. Nara Hikaru activated the explosive fruit's ability, detonating the energy within the beast. A thunderous explosion resonated throughout the area, sending a fiery shockwave radiating from the epicenter. Not good. The woman with the dragon horn and tail immediately sensed the oncoming tempest, laden with immense energy. Realizing the danger, she attempted to lead her kin away. Unfortunately, before she could react, the shockwave was upon them. In a flurry of panic, they watched as the wave approached. Just then, Nara Hikaru appeared before them, raising his hand to compress the impending shockwave back to its source. The shockwave vanished before their eyes. Nara Hikaru dusted off his hands. The women breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped disaster. Their gazes shifted toward the enormous crater created by the explosion, where the tailless beast lay, barely clinging to life. All present stared in astonishment at Nara Hikaru. "Thank you for your timely assistance," the woman with the dragon features said as she approached him. "What transpired?" he inquired. "It is called Jin, and it appears every few decades." "Oh." Nara Hikaru observed the creature, which was only slightly weaker than a tailed beast. He then approached the beast. "Would you consider following me in the future?" The tailless beast glared at him with wide eyes. "Oh dear. It seems I may need to teach you a lesson." As Nara Hikaru raised his fist, a thought echoed in his mind. Wait, I can follow you." "Can I? You can communicate?" "Yes, I can only speak after advancing a level." "Can you shrink in size?" "Certainly." As it spoke, the beast rapidly diminished in size, transforming into a creature no larger than a mouse in the blink of an eye. At last, Nara Hikaru could clearly see its features, which amalgamated the traits of a dragon, tiger, phoenix, and turtle. Nara Hikaru pondered and glanced at the women. Just as he was about to inquire with Jin about the monstrous traits of these women, the one with the dragon features approached him again. "Thank you for your help. Why not visit our village? We would like to express our gratitude." "Certainly. One cannot refuse such a charming invitation." As Jin shrank further and leapt onto Nara Hikaru's shoulder, now resembling a small rodent, he followed the women to their village. The women warmly welcomed him, and he found himself nearly overwhelmed by their hospitality. "Please, tell me about your village," Nara Hikaru inquired, intrigued. "Why is it that the ones fighting against Jin are all women, with no men present?" After an hour of storytelling, Nara Hikaru gleaned the history of the village. It was called the Village of Four Beasts. Jin was a creature that had existed since before the Warring States period, and the village had endured for thousands of years. Influenced by the 5 great nations, the village elected a leader, and the woman with the dragon features was chosen as the Hokage of the Village of Four Beasts. Initially, when Jin first appeared, the village faced catastrophic devastation. Yet, they paid a heavy price to seal Jin once more. However, every decade, the seal required reinforcement. Otherwise, Jin would break free. By a stroke of fortune, the Village of Four Beasts discovered that Jin's blood could enhance the strength of any woman who consumed it, granting them animalistic abilities. This explained why Nara Hikaru had only seen women in combat. "Now that Jin has been subdued, what are your plans?" he asked. Our existence is solely to prevent Jean from causing chaos. Now the Hokage of the village of Four Beasts trailed off in confusion. Beside her, Jean let out a small grunt. Why not go to Konoha? Chapter 29, The First Encounter with the System Konoha. Who are you? I am Nara Hikaru. Ah, so you are the esteemed Nara Hikaru. I am finally meeting you in person. As the villagers dined, they gazed at Nara Hikaru with palpable excitement, akin to that of fans encountering a beloved idol. You know me? Hikaru looked at Shochuan, the female shadow of the Four-Beast village, with surprise. Of course, your name has long resounded throughout the shinobi world. You are the hero who single-handedly quelled the Great Shinobi War. Shochuan's admiration for Hikaru was evident, reminiscent of a young girl encountering something she adores. If it weren't for your intervention, our Four-Beast village might no longer exist, having been overrun by a Wagakure. And Kaji would have likely escaped by now. Her excitement grew with every word. Hikaru felt a bit embarrassed, as it was somewhat unsettling to be gazed upon with such reverence by a woman significantly older than him. And regarding our joining Konoha, I need to discuss this with others. Lord Beast Shadow, we are willing to join Konoha without your consultation. As soon as Shochuan spoke, a woman behind her vocally supported. Indeed, Lord Beast Shadow, I yearn to go to Konoha. The land of Earth is too chaotic, and now that the Kaji issue is resolved, I truly do not wish to endure those days any longer. A man's words rendered Shochuan momentarily silent. Over the years, the Four-Beast village had suffered greatly to seal Kaji while fending off the rampant bandits of the land of Earth, resulting in the loss of many lives. The families attending tonight's gathering had all endured the pain of losing their dearest loved ones. They yearned for a day of peace. Lord Hikaru, since everyone agrees, I too concur. Very well, I shall give everyone a few days to prepare, and then we will depart for Konoha. Cheers. The fervor of the gathering reached its zenith, with men, women, the elderly, and children all jubilantly envisioning a hopeful future. Once the gathering concluded, everyone returned home. Hikaru was assigned to stay at Shochuan's residence. Shochuan lived alone, bound by the heavy responsibilities of her role as the shadow of Four-Beast village. According to ancestral tradition, she was forbidden from marrying until the Kaji matter was resolved. In a room occupied by a solitary man and woman, the atmosphere became charged with unspoken tension, heightened by the influence of alcohol. That night, Shochuan, in her 30s and without a partner, underwent a transformation from girlhood to true womanhood. The following morning, Hikaru awoke and, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Shochuan, donned his clothes and stealthily exited the room. Just as he stepped out, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. The system is about to upgrade. Please wait. Moments later, system upgrade complete. The following functions have been added to the multiplicity system. 1. Rewards no longer require offspring to be born. Mere pregnancy will suffice to receive abundant rewards, including weapons, abilities, devil fruits, and characters. 2. The system now possesses a storage function, allowing the hosting of any items excluding living beings, in addition to characters and items rewarded by the system. Upon the system's initial upgrade, 5 devil fruits, 3 Zanpakuto, 1 psychic sentinel, and a beautiful knight named Dinessa from the anime Big Sword were granted as rewards. A series of notifications flooded Hikaru's mind, leaving him speechless with excitement. The elimination of the rigid requirement for offspring was fantastic. The storage capability meant he no longer needed to carry an array of ninja tools and pouches. The rewards were exhilarating. Summon characters. As Hikaru's thoughts formed, a man and a woman materialized before him. The man wore a metallic eagle mask, clad in black combat attire, with his hands encased in peculiar metal. The woman sported long silver hair, adorned in silver medieval knight armor, wielding a sword taller than herself. Assessing them, Hikaru detected their energy levels as low-tier super shadows, 1 tier below his own. Withdraw. The sentinel and Dinessa vanished from his sight. Now, he awaited the villagers of the Four-Beast village to finalize their preparations before journeying to Konoha. The bond between Hikaru and Shochuan rapidly intensified, drawing envious glances from the single women of the village. Congratulations, host. The beast shadow of the Four-Beast village is pregnant. This is the first instance of a shadow-level female partner's pregnancy. You are rewarded with 1 barrier fruit and 1 spring fruit. 3 days later, the system's voice echoed once more. Hikaru was taken aback by the prompt notification. He had not anticipated such precision. With 2 fruits in hand, it felt as though a new world had opened before him. Could I elevate them to shadow level first? As he pondered this, a smile crept upon his lips. The days sped by, and the villagers of the four-beast village were nearly ready. Some pushed carts while others carried burdens. Hikaru led them towards Konoha. The sight of so many arriving simultaneously piqued the interest of the Konoha security forces, who promptly informed Hizashi. Upon receiving the news, Hizashi hurried to the gate. Observing hundreds approaching, laden with various belongings, he, along with the newly formed Anbu Hokage escort, advanced to meet them. Hikaru, Advisor, who are these people? Hizashi inquired. Gazing at the unfamiliar faces, they are villagers from the Four-Beast Village, situated near the border of the Land of Fire. The Four-Beast Village? Hizashi recalled a vague memory of such a small village. Are they settling in Konoha? Indeed. Should I arrange accommodations for them? There's no need. They will reside with the Nara clan. Very well. Hizashi did not press further, recognizing Hikaru's significance. After watching Hikaru lead the villagers away, Hizashi returned to the Hokage building. Hokage-sama, please dispatch someone to monitor the situation. Understood. The Anbu Hokage escort vanished in an instant. Once they departed, Hizashi approached the window. Gazing towards the Nara clan's territory. What are you planning, Nara Hikaru? Meanwhile, Hikaru returned to the Nara residence with the newcomers and briefed the clan leader. The leader held unwavering trust in Hikaru and did not inquire about the newcomers' origins, promptly assigning Nara clan members to guide them to suitable accommodations. Shochuin was placed in Hikaru's home. It's only been a few days and you've already brought back another woman. Hikaru, what am I to say about you? As Hikaru entered the courtyard and introduced Shochuin to his mother, Nara Yoshimi, he was met with a torrent of questions. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Hikaru refrained from contradicting his mother and allowed her to vent. Once she had exhausted her tirade, she turned her attention to Shochun. What a lovely girl. Come, let me show you to a room. Yoshimi took Shochuin's hand and led her inside, casting a knowing glance back at Hikaru. Hikaru felt a mix of helplessness and amusement, knowing that as her son, his mother would always come to his aid in such matters. With Hikaru bringing home a new woman, curiosity piqued among the other women of the Nara clan, and they flocked to the Nara residence. Chapter 30. The escaped Nara. Hikari presented this troubling issue to his mother. In pursuit of preserving his auditory health, he arrived at the Anbu headquarters. Minister, Hikari said as he entered the office. Nishido and Shirabi swiftly appeared behind him using body flicker technique. Now, enlighten me on the recent occurrences, the minister inquired. Yes, minister. Several significant events transpired in Konoha during your absence. First, Sarutobi Hizashi, in the capacity of Hokage, established a new Anbu, recruiting a formidable array of shinobi. The exact numbers remain unknown, but it includes members from the Sarutobi, Mido, Uchiha, Hanyu, Oat, Marino, and Kamizuki clans, alongside numerous civilian ninjas. Unlike Hikari's Anbu, which only absorbed elite Chunin and above, Hizashi's Anbu also enlisted a great number of Chunin, ostensibly to form a Hokage guard, yet truly to diminish the influence of Hikari's Anbu. The second significant event was Hizashi's official acceptance as the third Hokage, sanctioned by the daimyo of the Fire Country. Only now does Hizashi genuinely hold the title of the third Hokage of Konoha. Recently, he also achieved a breakthrough to the level of a Kage, further legitimizing his position. The third event involves the Shimura clan collaborating with Danzo to conduct clandestine human experimentation, targeting the cells of Hashirama. Regrettably, akin to the original narrative of the Hokage world, hundreds of orphans and ninjas brought from various regions yielded no successes. However, there were slight advancements for Danzo, who, in his desperation for subjects, turned his gaze towards Konoha. Inexplicably, Konoha ninjas began to vanish, capturing the attention of the village's higher-ups, who traced the disturbances back to the Shimura clan. Before Hizashi's Anbu could act, Nishido intervened. But unfortunately, Danzo had already received word and fled. Nishido discovered that just days before his operation, Hizashi had a clandestine meeting with Danzo. Convinced that Danzo's timely defection was due to prior warning from an informant, Nishido executed the Shimura clan members associated with the missing persons. All ranks, from Jinin to Jonin, had their chakra severed, rendering them powerless and obliterating centuries of the Shimura clan's legacy. The only reason for not annihilating the clan entirely was Hizashi's timely intervention. A confrontation between Nishido and Hizashi nearly erupted, but was quelled by the Interv Chapter 31, Shimizu Siro in the days that followed. Nara Hikari found himself with an abundance of leisure time. This was due to several assignments from the Anbu being redirected to the newly established division under Sarutobi Hizashi. Consequently, Hikari's workload diminished by nearly half, leading to a significant reduction in S-rank missions. This situation left the elite Jonin under Hikari's command in an awkward position, devoid of tasks to undertake. However, there were no complaints among them. Most former Anbu members chose to temporarily return to their regular lives. During his newfound free time, Hikari either spent it with his women and parents or visited Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade. Yet, each time Mito encountered Hikari, a profound sense of guilt washed over her. Hikari, do you resent Tobarama for not passing the Hokage title to you? And, I have said this many times, I never intended to take on the Hokage role. You know my disposition. I have always preferred to avoid trouble. I understand that Uncle Tobarama acts for the sake of Konoha. Hikari, although you claim not to care, I still feel uneasy. And, let me be honest with you. The reason I initially agreed so readily to Uncle Tobarama's request to lead the charge against the Cloud Village was indeed selfish. Selfish? I have never heard you say that before. Everything I do is for my family. I didn't think too far ahead back then. I simply believed that if the Land of Fire fell, Konoha would perish, and without Konoha, my home would vanish, leading the Nara clan back into a life of turmoil. Is that true? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Hikari replied with a faint seriousness. Of course, I was joking. How could I reveal my true motives to you? In truth, his decision to confront the forces of the Cloud Village stemmed not only from a desire to protect his family, but also from a yearning for renown. In the world of Hokage, it was only the powerful shinobi who captured the affections of women. In Hikari's memory, the foremost example was Naruto. Although he failed to gain the attention of Haruno Sakura, his deeds captivated and transformed another, Hinata Hyuga. Moreover, wherever Naruto appeared in the films, his indomitable spirit and charm attracted admiration from girls, drawn largely by his prowess. There were many such instances. The fourth Hokage, Minato, garnered the affection of Kushina Uzumaki through his extraordinary talent, earning the acknowledgement of the Uzumaki clan. The examples were plentiful. Without formidable strength, one often remained single or inconspicuous. This was the true reason behind Hikari's unreserved display of power. It was also his most immediate experience of attaining fame in the shinobi world. Fame equated to admiration, which in turn yielded the blessings of a fruitful life. That's all for today, and I must take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality. I am quite full. Very well, Hikari, do visit often. Mito smiled at him. Brother, will you come to see Tsunade again tomorrow? A sweet voice chimed beside Hikari. Of course. I will visit Tsunade again tomorrow, Hikari replied, bending down to ruffle Tsunade's hair. That's wonderful, Tsunade exclaimed, planting a quick kiss on Hikari's cheek before darting away. Watching Tsunade skip off, Hikari felt a twinge of mischief. Yet, he also felt a sense of regret, for at 21, he was 16 years Tsunade's senior. But who could predict what the future held? After bidding farewell to Mito, Hikari left the courtyard. Mito gazed after him, pondering, what can I do for you, Hizashi? Are you truly intent on steering Hikari down another path? Do you even realize what you are doing? She sighed, her heart heavy with concern for Hizashi, whose ambition clouded his judgment. The following day, Hikari, along with Tisaka Koharu and Yamanaka Manami, arrived at the old Anbu headquarters as usual. Director, they greeted. Yes. Hikari seated himself beside the desk, directing his attention to the standing shirabi. Director, Mito's advisor, Hokage consultant, has taken over the root organization established by Danzo. Huh? Wasn't root destroyed? Hikari inquired, perplexed as he gazed at shirabi. It was not. When Mito went to apprehend Danzo, most of the root members were absent during his defection. Mito only eliminated the minor figures within root. Is there more? Director, Uchiha Kagami has died. What? When? Just yesterday, we discovered his body in the Valley of the End. His eyes had been removed. Upon hearing this, Hikari's mind immediately turned to the missing Danzo. Investigate immediately. Understood. Shirabi vanished using the body flicker technique. Are you suggesting that Kagami's eyes were taken by Danzo? Manami interjected. I am merely speculating. I am aware of Uchiha Kagami's strength. He had awakened 3 Tomo and was nearing the level of a Kage. Few in the shinobi world could defeat him, let alone kill him. How could a mere elite jonin like Danzo accomplish such a feat? Kagami was one of the few amiable members of the Uchiha clan. With Danzo's cunning nature, it would not be difficult for him to befriend Kagami and then strike swiftly. Tisaka and Yamanaka nodded in agreement with Hikari's reasoning. Just as Hikari was about to continue, the ground trembled. A white Zetsu emerged from the earth. Who goes there? Tisaka and Yamanaka reacted with surprise, quickly adopting a combat stance. Secret technique, Yamanaka, binding technique. Manami raised her hands, thumbs spread, channeling her clan's secret technique towards the sudden apparition. Wait, it's an ally. Just as Manami's technique was about to ensnare the white Zetsu, it evaded with a body flicker. Manami halted her technique, refraining from further action. What happened? Master. The leader has recruited a rogue ninja from Konoha. A rogue ninja from Konoha? What is their name? Hikari was taken aback that only a few days had passed since Danzo's departure, and already one had been absorbed into the Akatsuki. Master. The leader informed me that this individual's name is Shimizu Shiro. Shimizu Shiro? Hikari initially thought it was Danzo, but soon realized it was someone else. Are there any other members of the Shimizu clan who have evaded capture? Hikari was surprised to discover that besides Danzo, others had slipped through the net and joined the Akatsuki. Yet, the name felt familiar. For a moment, he couldn't place it. Shimizu Shiro? Shimizu Shiro? Ah. Hikari suddenly recalled that during his first mission, there had been a ninja who offered him soup, and it was indeed this name. It's him. Hikari remembered having urged him to survive. Is there more? There is. Chapter 32, the year 26 of Konoha to Nara Hikari's astonishment. Zetsu proved to be quite capable. In his absence, Zetsu had been quite industrious, assimilating numerous rogue ninjas from various nations. However, most of these individuals were unfamiliar to Nara Hikari, save for one, Shinmura Shiro, who sparked a faint recollection. Upon returning, he informed Zetsu that everything should proceed according to his own plans. Understood, Master, Zetsu replied before vanishing underground, obscured from sight. Who is he? And who is Zetsu? Asked the inquisitive T-Zune Koharu, glancing at Nara Hikari after Zetsu's departure. A member of the newly formed Anbu from our ancestral nation, he responded. Ah, I see. Let us return home. Very well, Koharu replied. Thus, Nara Hikari, accompanied by T-Zune Koharu and Yamanaka Manami, made their way back to the Nara household. As the years flowed by, a decade slipped past unnoticed. Now, Nara Hikari had reached the age of 31. The 10 years of peace had transformed Konoha dramatically, with prodigious young ninjas emerging like mushrooms after the rain. Among the strongest were Hatake Sakuya, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Marino Ibiki. These four, merely 15 years of age, already possessed the strength of J-Nin. Following closely were Kato Doran, Yuhi Kurenai, the second generation of Ino Shikicho, Uchiha Fugaku, and the Hyuga brothers, all of whom wielded special J-Nin abilities. Further down the ranks were the likes of Aburame Ryoma, Inazuka Kiba, and Sarutobi Shiki, who were merely elite Chunin. Yet, they collectively fortified the new generation of Konoha's strength. The contemporaries of Nara Hikari had also matured, many attaining the status of J-Nin or elite J-Nin. The combination of youthful geniuses and numerous formidable allies sent Konoha's reputation soaring, instilling fear in the surrounding small nations and rendering the four great nations impotent in their schemes. Through a decade of diligent effort, Nara Hikari had nurtured the Nara clan, particularly the branch led by Narayu. Numerous women had borne him offspring, some even welcoming their second child. T-Zune Koharu, Sarutobi Bawako, Uchiha Fumihira, and Hyuga had each given birth to 3 children. Nara Yamabi and Narayu had embraced the joys of parenthood, their days filled with the cheerful chatter of children, which they found delightful rather than burdensome, a phenomenon often referred to as the bond of generations. The Nara clan thrived as well. Upon Nara Hikari's arrival, the clan had dwindled to just over 1,000 members since the Warring States period. Yet, in the 15 years since his entrance into the world of the Hokage, the clan had burgeoned to over 1,200, with dozens of children among them. Although their growth slightly lagged behind Nara Hikari's immediate family, it was nonetheless impressive. Since his acquaintance with T-Zune Koharu, Nara Hikari's women had together birthed a staggering total of 40 offspring, a truly remarkable feat currently many of the clan's women were expecting, with several nearing their time of delivery, much to the delight of clan leader Nara Man. However, Nara Hikari's reward for his progeny was limited to just over 100 devil fruits, with most being ordinary Zoan types or standard paramecia. This left him with a tinge of regret. Nara Hikari had yet to experiment with consuming a second devil fruit. The system did not provide intelligent answers, and he hesitated to try. He wished to procure the most suitable and ideal devil fruit for his mother, Nara Yamabi. The most desirable would undoubtedly be the slippery fruit of Eurlita, followed by potent Logia types and mythical Zoan varieties. Nevertheless, his mother consistently rejected such gifts. As her aspirations did not lie in combat, her greatest desire was to support her husband and raise their children. Now, she reveled in the role of nurturing Nara Hikari's progeny. Naturally, Nara Hikari sought the best for his family, refraining from bestowing gifts upon his women. Thus far, only Tizune Koharu had consumed a devil fruit. He had allocated 10 fruits to Zetsu, another 10 to clan leader Nara Man as rewards, and distributed 10 more to the Anbu. The remainder he kept in reserve. Currently, the Anbu comprised 100 genin, 75 of whom were original members, while the others had been promoted from orphans across the nations over the past decade. Among them were several unexpected bloodline limit users. Besides Nara Hikari, the Anbu included Tizune Koharu, who wielded a healing fruit, Uchiha Fumihiro with his Sharingan, Hatake Sakumo with his swift slashing fruit, and Nishiho with his heat-generating fruit. Additionally, there were 10 elite Anbu members with ordinary Zoan abilities and several others possessing bloodline limits. All of them ranged from elite Genin to shadow-level ninjas. One member from the old Anbu, the ordinary Genin Shimura Neramaru, had advanced to elite Genin. He remained due to his resemblance to the former Uchiha Itachi. Nishiho offered him 2 choices: to accompany his clan in punishment, losing his chakra and becoming an ordinary person, or to aid the Anbu in eliminating the rogue members of the Shimura clan who had betrayed the Hokage's will. After much contemplation, Neramaru chose the latter, personally executing the high-ranking members involved in human experiments within the Shimura clan. Thus, Neramaru adopted the name Neramaru to ensure safety. Nishiho modified some of Neramaru's memories using his abilities, a method derived from the super shadow level Nishiho, rendering it permanent. Now, Neramaru had diligently served the Anbu for a decade, completing numerous A-rank missions, and had become Nishiho's trusted aide. Yet, the days of peace could not endure indefinitely. The Land of Rain, nestled among the 5 great nations, could no longer remain passive. It began to dispatch ninja teams into the borders of the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Iron. Once merely a stepping stone for the great nations, the Land of Rain now harbored grand ambitions. Spurred by the emergence of a powerful ninja capable of unifying its regime, Hanzo of the Salamander. Upon learning of Hanzo's rise, Nara Hikari promptly summoned the upper echelons of the Anbu. "Minister, everyone has assembled," he was informed. Nara Hikari surveyed the room. "It seems the Second Ninja World War may be on the horizon. Prepare yourselves." "What? Another war?" Tizune Koharu gasped in surprise. "Indeed, with Konoha's current strength. How dare anyone challenge us?" Sarutobi Bawako echoed his astonishment. They had encountered a self-proclaimed demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, a master of toxins who unified the Land of Rain with ruthless efficiency, establishing a new regime and revitalizing the nation's strength. No wonder. The Anbu members murmured in realization after Nara Hikari's explanation. "Continue to monitor the movements of the Land of Rain." "Understood. This meeting is adjourned." Chapter 33. The moment of glory as scouts from the Land of Rain infiltrated the borders to gather intelligence on the 3 nations. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had occupied the Hokage position for a decade, found himself amid a moment of exaltation. His 3 disciples, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, had ascended to the rank of Kage, a development that filled Sarutobi with immense joy and solidified his standing in Konoha. This also served to demonstrate Konoha's strength to the forces beyond the Land of Fire. Only Sarutobi, Nara Shikaku, Nara Ko, Hatake Kakashi, and several others held the esteemed title of Kage. However, the exact number of Kage-level warriors within the former Anbu remained a mystery to Sarutobi. He believed that with the emergence of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, alongside the likes of Akimichi Choza and Mito, Konoha now boasted 5 Kage-level ninjas, rendering him unperturbed by the former Anbu under Nara Ko's command. Little did he know that the true number of Kage-level warriors among the old Anbu far exceeded his expectations. While Sarutobi reveled in this triumph, Nara Ko arrived at the residence of Uzumaki Mito. Just as he reached the entrance, he encountered Tsunade returning. "Brother Ko," she exclaimed. "Yes, Tsunade," he replied. At this time, Tsunade had yet to experience the loss of her brother, Senju Rope Tree, and remained the cheerful girl she had always been. "Are you here to see Granny Mito?" she inquired. "Indeed. How wonderful. I shall accompany you," she declared. Thus, the 3 of them, Nara Ko, Uzumaki Mito, and Tsunade, set forth with an endearing yet chaotic dynamic. Nara Ko referred to Mito as auntie, given the similarities between his father, Nara Ko, and Tobarama. Conversely, Tsunade called Mito Granny, as her grandfather, Hashirama, had married Mito early on, and Tsunade, being their granddaughter, would typically address Nara Ko as uncle. However, since her first encounter with Nara Ko at the age of 3, she had affectionately called him brother, a habit that Tobarama and Mito never corrected, much to Nara Ko's delight. Upon entering the courtyard, Nara Ko was greeted by the delectable aroma of food wafting through the air. "Ah, my favorite dishes," he exclaimed, just as Mito emerged from the kitchen, bearing a platter of food. "Kay, you've arrived. Come, let us dine together." "How fortuitous," replied Nara Ko as he fetched a stool and sat down. As they settled at the table, Nara Ko gazed at the bountiful spread before him: grilled fish, roasted meats of various kinds, seafood, and vegetable salads. These were staples in the world of Hokage, and Nara Ko had grown accustomed to such fare, for even his own home served similar dishes. "I shall not hold back," he declared, and began to eat heartily. Tsunade, sitting across from him, matched his vigor, and soon they were fiercely competing for the food on the table, much to Mito's bemusement as she observed them from the side. Before long, the meal concluded amid their spirited rivalry. After helping to tidy the table, Nara Ko, Tsunade, and Mito retreated to a pavilion for tea. "Brother K, I have ascended to Kage level, and I wish to gauge how far I still am from you," Tsunade remarked. "That may be quite a distance," Nara Ko replied, sipping his tea and waving his hand dismissively. "I do not believe you. How about some post-meal exercise?" Tsunade challenged. "Very well, I am curious to see your progress." With that, Nara Ko finished his tea and vanished into the shadows, while Tsunade utilized the body flicker technique to disappear from the pavilion. This display was witnessed by Mito, who had just stepped out of the kitchen. "Are these two getting too close?" she pondered, only to be interrupted by a sudden pain in her head and abdomen. Her complexion shifted as she released chakra to mend her body. "Is my body already at its limit?" Mito hurriedly made her way indoors. Meanwhile, Nara Ko and Tsunade arrived at the training grounds where he had previously sparred with Kakashi. The area had transformed into a dedicated space for practicing ninjutsu, devoid of any vegetation. "Brother K, be cautious," Tsunade warned, as she swiftly produced a kunai and charged towards him, utilizing the body flicker technique. She appeared before him in the blink of an eye, thrusting the kunai at an awkward angle. Nara Ko sidestepped and countered by swatting at Tsunade's kunai-wielding hand. Poof! Tsunade transformed into a thick mist. "Shadow clone?" Nara Ko surmised as he raised his hand to deflect a flying kunai aimed at him. He then disappeared into the shadows, leaving Tsunade momentarily without a target. "Brother K, you're cheating," she exclaimed in frustration. "Oh, so you can use shadow clones, but I cannot slip into the shadows?" Nara Ko retorted, emerging from the darkness. At that moment, a faint gust of wind swept by, and Nara Ko ducked just in time to avoid Tsunade's sweeping kick. "That was close," he remarked, taking a step back. Tsunade also retreated, realizing that merely attacking head-on would not suffice against Nara Ko. "Brother K, allow me to demonstrate my newly developed ninjutsu," she declared. Oh, Nara Ko's interest peaked. As a medical ninja, Tsunade's ninjutsu repertoire was limited, but the techniques she had crafted were uniquely her own, not derived from the Senju clan. Shadow Sealing Technique, Release. Suddenly, a diamond-shaped symbol appeared on Tsunade's forehead. "The familiar Tsunade has returned," Nara Ko mused, recognizing that this symbol signified a considerable enhancement in her abilities. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as a unique mask composed of symbols materialized on Tsunade's face. Her speed surged, and her punches brimmed with explosive power. "Oh no, she is serious." Nara Ko dodged, but the debris of her unleashed energy shattered the ground behind him, creating a vast crater and reducing the surrounding boulders to fragments. Impressive, he couldn't help but commend. "But I'm not finished yet." Tsunade reappeared beside him. Shadow Sealing Technique. Second Release. The mask that had adorned her face now expanded to envelop her entire body, further amplifying her speed and the ferocity of her strikes. Utilizing the explosive force of his own techniques, Nara Ko deftly evaded Tsunade's relentless barrage of punches, while the surrounding boulders and dense forests suffered the consequences. Reduced to mere dust. Byakuga no Jutsu. Tsunade's velocity surged once more, her fist roaring through the air toward Nara Ko once again. Chapter 34. The prodigy offspring. Upon returning to the residence of Uzumaki Mito, Nara Ko and Tsunade found Senju Rope Tree had already arrived. The moment Rope Tree caught sight of Tsunade, who bore a noticeable dark circle under her eye, he erupted into laughter. "What are you laughing at? Do you dare to provoke me?" Tsunade threatened, shaking her fist at the chuckling Rope Tree, who promptly ceased his mirth. "Sister, did you perhaps trip and bump your eye?" "How did you know?" "I did indeed fall." Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson. Observing his sister's embarrassment, Rope Tree was aware of her habit of seeking sparring sessions with Nara Ko, always returning with a weary appearance. Tsunade's excuse was consistently that she had tripped, and gradually, Rope Tree grew accustomed to this explanation and always offered her an escape. Uzumaki Mido shook her head in resignation. I shall take my leave now, aunt. Farewell, Rope Tree. After sharing a meal at Uzumaki Mido's home, Nara Ko departed. Tsunade watched his retreating figure, clenching her fists. One day, I shall defeat you. Sister, that seems rather challenging. Rope Tree's voice chimed in from Tsunade's side. What did you say? It seems you truly wish for a scolding. Tsunade playfully kicked Rope Tree. Ouch. As most of the women were occupied with their own affairs, a few accompanied the children to sleep, while others were in their pregnancy phase. Despite Nara Ko having so many women, he returned home to an empty house that evening. Lying on the bed, the moonlight streamed through the window, and before he knew it, he had drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Nara Ko arose early, as it was time for his weekly class at the academy. Essentially, it was an opportunity to make an appearance, teaching the students the basics of shadow techniques and ninja fundamentals, along with sharing delightful anecdotes from his travels in the Naruto world. These stories, embellished by Nara Ko, were quite popular among the students. This tradition was initiated during Tobarama's lifetime, aimed at providing exemplary inspiration for newly enrolled students. For as long as he had been in Konoha, Nara Ko had maintained this practice. Naraju, Nara Nana, hurry up and finish breakfast. We must head to school. Upon entering the living room, Nara Ko noticed a breakfast spread prepared by Tuni and Kabuki, consisting of fried eggs, warm milk, and slices of bread. Before long, his second son Naraju and eldest daughter Nara Nana emerged from their rooms. His eldest son had begun school at the later age of 7 but, thanks to inheriting Nara Ko's talents, graduated in just a year and began undertaking missions under the guidance of Anbu ninjas. Now at 10 years old, he had been promoted to Jonin at the behest of Hizashi and the higher-ups. His second son and eldest daughter had only been enrolled for half a year, but exhibited remarkable talent and garnered attention at school. Father, is mother not home again? Yes. Quickly eat. We are going to school together today. Oh, right. Today is your day to teach again, father. Naraja and Nara Nana soon filled their stomachs. Let's go. Father, we are ready. Nara Nana's sweet voice chimed in Nara Ko's ear. Let us depart. The trio exited the Nara compound and made their way to the Ninja Academy. Upon arriving, Nara Ko found all the students seated, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Naraja and Nara Nana took their seats amidst envious glances from their peers. Today is my teaching day, and we shall forego theory in favor of practical lessons. Yay. The students cheered in unison. Is this all right, advisor? Absolutely. Very well then. The assisting teacher, observing Nara Ko's determination, reluctantly acquiesced. Nara Ko led everyone to the training grounds, where he would assess their recent learnings through one-on-one combat. Begin to find your opponents, he instructed. As his words settled, dozens of ninjas began to seek out their matches. When Uchiha ninja approached Naraju. Naraja, I challenge you. All right, Naraja readily agreed. Nara Ko, intrigued, settled down on the grass to observe the first battle. The two commenced with the exchange of ninja tools, transitioning to close combat with kunai. When the Uchiha found himself at a disadvantage, he resorted to ninjutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The Uchiha signature technique was deftly evaded by Naraju. Shadow style, shadow rush. This was a new technique developed by Naraju, combining his father's shadow abilities. A sphere of shadow energy materialized in Naraju's palm before he unleashed it. As the Uchiha dodged the shadow energy, Naraju suddenly appeared behind him. Kunai poised at his neck. You have lost. Wow, Naraju, you truly are formidable, even stronger than your brother. The Uchiha conceded, returning to the crowd in embarrassment. Naraju rejoined his father. Father, what do you think? Am I impressive? Indeed. You rascal, you've shown some improvement, Nara Ko replied with a smile. Haha. Naraja beamed with joy at his father's praise. After several rounds of combat, it was Nara Nana's turn to fight. Unsurprisingly, she emerged victorious in her match. 16th match, Nara Nana wins. Unlike Naraju, Nara Nana was exceptionally popular at school, with admirers cheering for her. Truly the daughter of the advisor. Stunningly beautiful and immensely strong. The crowd was filled with admiration, while her opponent sheepishly retreated among them. Nara Ko observed all of this keenly. Once the final match concluded, he noted that this cohort had remarkable prospects. Apart from Naraju and Nara Nana, two others also exhibited considerable talent. Given their combat techniques and experience, it was evident they had dedicated significant effort to their training. Once all the students settled on the ground, Nara Ko recounted the will of Hokage to them, reassuring them that losing is not to be feared. Rather, losing the confidence to grow stronger is the true fear. Under Nara Ko's encouraging example, the students previously disheartened by their defeats, rekindled their spirits. Naruto, I will not lose to you next time. Very well, I shall always accept your challenge. Today's lesson concludes here. I shall hand over to teacher Hibiki. Realizing the lesson had reached its end, Nara Ko prepared to depart. Goodbye, advisor. We shall meet again next week. Indeed, until next week. After bidding farewell to his charming students, Nara Ko returned to the Nara compound, only to be greeted by three unexpected guests. Chapter 35. A call for help. These three individuals hail from the land of the sky, seeking an audience with you. Esteemed advisor, the newly appointed secretary of the Anbu, Tachino, introduced the identities of the trio. The land of the sky? Nara Hikari gazed at them, puzzled. What brings people from the land of the sky to his vicinity? Are you the esteemed Hokage Advisor, Nara Hikari? Inquired the elder amongst them. Yes, that would be me. What brings you here? We wish to implore your assistance in liberating our homeland. What has transpired? The land of the sky was once a tranquil and harmonious realm. Yet recently, a group of ninjas claiming allegiance to the Sky Ninja Village has inexplicably declared war. Numerous villages have been ravaged, reduced to ruins, and many of our kin perished in the explosions. Our visit to Konoha is to beseech your help in vanquishing the Sky Ninjas and liberating our nation. Why not seek the aid of Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen? We did, but the Sky Ninjas soar above, and the Hokage has no effective means to counter them. He mentioned convening a meeting to deliberate on a response, yet we cannot afford to wait any longer. Hence, we have come to you. Do you come bearing compensation? Of course, we are well aware of the customs. Very well, let us depart. Nara Hikari stood up. Please convey to my lady that I shall venture to the land of the sky and return shortly. Understood, esteemed advisor. Will you be taking matters into your own hands? Indeed, I am eager to witness these aerial ninjas firsthand. That is splendid news. The elder was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, as were the expressions of excitement and gratitude from the man and woman beside him. They had heard tales of Hikari's legendary exploits in Konoha, the hero who quelled the great ninja wars. Let us talk as we journey. Certainly. The trio followed Nara Hikari outside. In which direction lies the land of the sky? Standing in the open space before the Anbu headquarters, Hikari turned to the three. In that direction, the elder pointed, perplexed. Summoning technique. Hikari raised his hand and pressed it against the ground. Boom. The earth trembled, followed by a cloud of white smoke enveloping the area. As the smoke cleared, the enormous figure of the tailless beast, Jin, emerged. Such a colossal summoning beast. The three exclaimed in astonishment. Climb aboard. Hikari leaped onto Jin's back. The three, filled with trepidation, curiosity, and disbelief, clambered up as well. Jin shook its body slightly, expressing its displeasure at the unfamiliar company. Behave, let us proceed in that direction. Hikari patted Jin's head. Although reluctant, Jin dared not defy Hikari and obediently flapped its wings, soaring into the sky. The three cried out in shock at the sudden ascent, gripping Jin's scales tightly. Hikari released shadow energy to support them, preventing their fall. He found it both amusing and exasperating. After 10 years, Jin still displayed childlike stubbornness. Thus, Jin carried the four towards the land of the sky. Along the way, the trio shared stories of their homeland and themselves. Their names were Shinsho, Gushi, and Teddy. When Hikari heard the last name, he nearly lost his composure, though he had encountered many remarkable individuals in his time. Shinsho had been a low-ranking ninja from the Sky Ninja Village, unable to advance to the rank of Chunin, eventually returning to his hometown to work as a doctor. Teddy and Gushi were his disciples, both orphans raised by Shinsho. They possessed greater talent than Shinsho and, under his careful tutelage, had attained Chunin-level strength, yet were still classified as Genin due to their failure to pass the village's Chunin exams. From Shinsho's words, Hikari discerned the depth of his love for the land of the sky. When the Sky Ninja Village sought to instigate war, he had used his savings from years of medical practice to bring his disciples to Konoha in search of aid, an act that exemplified his patriotism. Shinsho's disciples held him in high esteem, as he often treated patients without charge, especially those from less affluent families, earning him immense respect within the land of the sky. Unbeknownst to them, Jin had already entered the territory of the land of the sky. As they approached, Hikari could sense a powerful fluctuation of chakra. The ground below was littered with the ruins of numerous villages, temporary tents erected, and villagers supporting one another as they wandered, while some were digging to uncover the buried. Esteemed advisor, might you assist them? Hikari patted Jin's head. Descend. At the command, Jin dove down. The villagers below caught sight of the descending beast. Look, something is coming down. Some villagers shouted in alarm. "Oh no, they're back. Run." Others screamed, fleeing in search of cover. Observing the panic-stricken crowd, Hikari leaped from Jin's back, startling the three. "Esteemed advisor," the elder exclaimed in alarm. "Is he not afraid of the hundreds of meters above ground?" But the scene that followed quickened the elder's heartbeat. Hikari floated effortlessly above the village, surveying the frenzied masses below. Surely, these are not the sky ninjas. As if sensing his presence, a villager cautiously peered out from their hiding place. Jin landed smoothly on the ground. The three dismounted from its back. "Fear not, I am Shinsho," the elder hurriedly introduced himself to calm the frightened villagers. Upon hearing the name Shinsho, the villagers emerged from their shelters. "It truly is Master Shinsho. He has returned." Several villagers recognized him and rushed towards him, relief washing over the injured. "Allow me to attend to the wounded first," Shinsho asserted. "Splendid." The villagers eagerly parted to create a path. Shinsho, accompanied by Gushi and Teddy, made his way to the injured. After a night of healing, those in critical condition were stabilized and temporarily out of danger. Shinsho left them with medicine. As dawn broke, the villagers gathered near the ruins. "Merely treating the injured is futile. We must first address the sky ninjas. What shall we do? We cannot simply abandon these people." Shinsho sighed. "You remain here to assist the wounded. I shall confront them alone." "Esteemed advisor, it is settled." "Very well." Shinsho produced the promised compensation and handed it to Hikari. "I shall accept this." Hikari took only a single note from the sum, tucking it away. "Esteemed advisor, what is this?" "Enough of that. This will suffice." Hikari ascended into the air. "I leave this to you." With that, he leapt onto Jin's back, soaring towards the horizon, drawn by a surge of chakra resonating with Jin's own. Naramitsu concluded that this was indeed the zero tail referred to by Kamashu. After Naramitsu departed, Kamashu rose and gazed in the direction where Naramitsu had vanished. Thank you. Chapter 36. The Floating Fortress in Nara Hikari's Impression. Zero Tail resembled a worm adorned with a mask. However, unlike a mere worm, Zero Tail could extend its limbs to engage in combat. Upon locating the source of the chakra fluctuations, Nara Hikari discovered not Zero Tail, but a fortress suspended in the air, identical to the one seen in the film adaptation of Hokage. Spotting the target naturally prompted an immediate assault. Jin obliterated it. A roar, akin to a dragon's cry, reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, a sphere of concentrated chakra energy began to form before Jin's mouth, reminiscent of the tailed beast bomb, yet far more volatile and explosive. When the energy reached a size comparable to that of a meteorite, Jin unleashed it, propelling the energy sphere toward the airborne fortress. The ninjas atop the fortress had already sensed the impending danger as Jin's furious roar echoed. When they witnessed the energy sphere hurtling toward them, they were taken aback. The helmsman of the fortress swiftly maneuvered it to one side. Surprisingly, despite its seemingly cumbersome appearance, the fortress exhibited remarkable agility, narrowly evading the energy sphere's strike. However, it was still caught in the blast wave of the explosion, veering off course. At that moment, a group of ninjas equipped with flying apparatuses approached. Precisely the airborne ninjas that Nara Hikari recalled. He remembered that these individuals had instigated warfare during the period of recovery following the Second Shinobi World War, simultaneously launching assaults on the 5 great nations, arrogantly proclaiming their intent to annihilate the 5 nations' ninja villages and unify the shinobi world. Yet, such foolish antics merely served to deceive their own inflated egos. Within a few short months, they were vanquished by Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Konoha, shattering their ambitions before they could even take flight. Kill him. The airborne ninjas raised their chakra launchers, crafted through specialized methods, aiming at Nara Hikari, pulling the triggers. A barrage of bullets imbued with lightning chakra surged toward him. However, every shot was deflected by the repulsive force Nara Hikari unleashed. Some of the ricocheting chakra bullets destroyed the flying devices of the airborne ninjas, sending them plummeting to the ground, their terrified cries echoing in the air. Having breached the encirclement of the airborne ninjas, Jin and Nara Hikari collided with the fortress. A thunderous crash resounded as the fortress's walls cracked. Who goes there? A stone door to one side swung open, and several airborne ninjas emerged. Initially stunned by the sight of Nara Hikari soaring in the air, their astonishment quickly turned to rage. They drew their ninja swords, infused with lightning chakra, and swung them at Nara Hikari. He nimbly dodged the incoming strikes, intuitively sensing the power levels of the 5 ninjas, 2 at the shadow level and 3 elite genin. It was no wonder they dared to challenge the status of the 5 great nations. Observing the composition of their ranks, Nara Hikari understood the audacity of the airborne ninjas and their delusions of unifying the shinobi world. However, the two shadow-level ninjas posed no threat to Nara Hikari, who now possessed strength surpassing even that of the highest tier. As the three elite Genin realized their attacks were ineffectual against Nara Hikari, they altered their strategy, retracting their ninja swords and activating switches on their chests. Several multi-barreled cannons extended from their shoulders, unleashing a barrage of projectiles infused with lightning chakra. The energy contained within these shells far exceeded that of the bullets, and the chakra was of elite Genin caliber. The air was filled with the cacophony of explosions, flames, and lightning, obscuring the spot where Nara Hikari had stood. "We got him," one of the elite Genin exclaimed jubilantly. "Not yet," the shadow-level ninja behind them remarked, his brow furrowed and eyes fixed intently on the energy enveloping Nara Hikari. Moments later, as the energy dissipated, Nara Hikari and Jin stood unharmed. How is this possible? The two shadow-level ninjas gasped in disbelief. "Increase the energy output. We cannot let him survive. This is tailed beast energy," one of them commanded. Instantly, the elite Genin vanished from sight. The energy converter before the fortress began to gather energy anew, preparing a tremendous torrent for Jin. "This is troublesome," Nara Hikari thought as he leaped from Jin's back, soaring toward the fortress. This sight struck terror into the hearts of the airborne ninjas. "This is bad. That guy can fly." The two shadow-level ninjas were momentarily dazed. Nara Hikari arrived before the fortress in an instant, channeling his steel-like power throughout his form. Lightning release. Chakra cannon. The two airborne ninjas unleashed a flurry of lightning-infused ninjutsu in an attempt to obstruct Nara Hikari's advance, yet every attack was effortlessly deflected. Ultimately, Nara Hikari closed the distance. Boom. Activating the explosive fruit energy he had amassed within, Nara Hikari detonated it. The fortress's outer wall erupted with a deafening bang, hurling the two shadow-level ninjas away in the blast's sweltering wave. The remaining mid-level airborne ninjas, awaiting the next attack, were engulfed in the inferno of the explosion. Nara Hikari surged into the fortress's interior, marking the commencement of a chaotic onslaught. He melded into the shadows, traversing the fortress with agility, unleashing the explosive fruit energy within him. In a matter of moments, the fortress was reduced to mere rubble, interspersed with the bodies of the airborne ninjas, cascading down toward the earth. Help! The surviving airborne ninjas, stripped of their flying apparatuses, plummeted into the ocean. Unfortunately, they landed in shallow waters, and soon a layer of their corpses floated upon the surface. Nara Hikari hovered in the air, observing the debris of the fallen fortress. With a furious roar, dark chakra began to coalesce from the remnants of the fortress, and soon a colossal beast materialized, a fully transformed Zero Tail. Atop Zero Tail's head stood one of the shadow-level airborne ninjas who had been sent flying by Nara Hikari. His eyes were tightly shut, and his hands hung limply, as if in a state of unconsciousness. With another earth-shattering RO Chapter 37, Annihilation, the battle between Jin and Zero Tail did not last as long as one might have imagined. With a swift kick to Zero Tail's face, the conflict came to an abrupt conclusion. After rolling several times, Zero Tail crashed against the rocky shore, its form beginning to dissipate and gradually retracting into the body of the Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki subsequently fell unconscious. Nara Hikari approached her side, pondering how to extract Zero Tail from within him. She found herself at a loss. The system's storage capability could not accommodate living beings. If the Jinchuriki were to be killed, Zero Tail would vanish along with him. "Extract the sentinel, Dansha," Nara Hikari silently commanded. A man and a woman then materialized before her. "Is there any method to draw Zero Tail from within him?" "Master, I have a solution," replied the sentinel, clad in combat attire. As he approached the Jinchuriki, he placed a hand on the Jinchuriki's chest, and soon a swirling mass of purple chakra was drawn forth, a diminutive Zero Tail. Upon its extraction, Zero Tail rapidly expanded until it reached its original size, the same it had been during its confrontation with Jin. With a mighty roar, Zero Tail reveled in its newfound freedom, its expression transforming into a smile. However, its jubilation was short-lived, as the sentinel delivered a powerful kick to its face. In a remarkable feat, the sentinel propelled Zero Tail away with his diminutive frame. He then vanished, reappearing behind Zero Tail to land another kick upon its back. Zero Tail altered its trajectory mid-air, plummeting towards the ground with its massive form. When the sentinel approached to deliver another blow, Zero Tail had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The Jinchuriki, too, began to wither as Zero Tail was drawn from him. The sentinel grasped Zero Tail's head and brought it before Nara Hikari. "Master, well done." What is the nature of your power to extract Zero Tail from that individual? It is a spatial ability capable of instantaneously shattering spatial barriers and striking objects concealed within. The Sentinel and Dainshao had not participated in battles since receiving rewards, and thus Nara Hikari was unaware of their full capabilities. However, contemplation of such matters was no longer pertinent. Another shadow-level ninja, whom Nara Hikari had previously sent flying, now appeared within his perception. This ninja was attempting to flee, carrying Zero Tail with him. "Bring him along," Nara Hikari commanded, merging with the shadows beneath his feet. The Sentinel, still clutching Zero Tail's head, followed in the direction Nara Hikari departed, with Dainshao close behind. The surviving shadow-level ninja dashed through the dense forest, cursing his past neglected training speed-related ninjutsu. "I cannot perish here. I must survive," he muttered as he leaped onto another tree trunk, glancing back only to find no sign of Nara Hikari. A sigh of relief escaped him. He had finally escaped. That man was a veritable monster. However, just as he believed himself safe, a foot struck him squarely in the face, sending him hurtling through the air. In that fleeting moment, he felt the bones of his face collapse and shatter, excruciating pain coursing through him. Yet, Nara Hikari's assault did not cease there. Using the shadows surrounding the shadow-level ninja, he subjected him to a torturous barrage, delivering a full body spot treatment that left him in immense agony. WAPI call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 38. The gift with the defeat of those who sought to dominate the world. The S-rank mission was deemed complete. Upon locating Shinsho, Nara Hikari conveyed the news to him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Shinsho shed tears of joy, prompting the other villagers to join in his weeping. "Thanks to you, esteemed advisor. The land of the sky has been saved," Shinsho proclaimed, his excitement growing. All right, this matter is settled, and I must take my leave." Just as Nara Hikari finished speaking, he noticed Shinsho handing him a package. "You must accept this, esteemed advisor." "Well, if you insist." Nara Hikari took the package and promptly passed it to a nearby sentry. "Father." At that moment, a small boy rushed towards Nara Hikari. Curiosity piqued. Nara Hikari turned to see the boy, halting his departure. "What brings you here?" Shinsho knelt to ruffle the boy's hair. "I came with my mother. I heard from someone returning to the village that you were here, so my mother brought me along." Upon hearing this, Shinsho glanced at the woman standing behind the boy. "Do not do this again. It is too dangerous. I worry for your well-being." Tears streamed down the woman's face as she spoke. "Everything is in the past now." Shinsho consoled her, embracing her gently. "Come, meet the savior of the land of the sky." Noticing that Nara Hikari was not departing immediately, Shinsho hurriedly introduced his family. "This is my son, Shino." Nara Hikari was taken aback by the name. He barely registered the rest of Shinsho's words. As Shino was the mastermind behind the attack on Konoha in the film Kizuna, he had orchestrated a scheme that successfully activated the dark chakra within the new Jinchuriki, Yutaka, allowing the war weapon, the super air fortress of the land of the sky, to harness unlimited energy for flight and attack. Nara Hikari gazed at the small boy, unable to fathom that he could one day commit such reckless acts. Perhaps this is the tragedy of small nations, he mused, momentarily reminded of the land of rain. However, their paths diverged. Hanzo sought equal status with the great nations, while the land of the sky aimed to obliterate the 5 great nations and unify the shinobi world. After bidding farewell to Shinsho's family, Nara Hikari soared into the sky, joined by the sentry and Danisa. Shinsho watched as Nara Hikari departed before turning to his son. "Once the affairs of the land of the sky are settled, I will send you to Konoha to study ninjutsu." "Hooray!" Shino exclaimed, jumping with joy. "I hope you can become a strong warrior like the esteemed advisor one day, so the land of the sky can experience fewer calamities." "Father, I will do my best." "Indeed, you are my son," Shinsho chuckled, and the family shared a moment of laughter. In the land of fire, in the village of Konoha, Nara Hikari finally returned home. Leaning back on the sofa, he exhaled deeply. "This did not seem particularly arduous for you, did it?" Hokage, seated beside him, inquired. "That is not entirely accurate." The journey was indeed exhausting. Nara Hikari straightened, fixing his gaze on Hokage's abdomen. "Tch," Hokage pouted. "How dare you mock your husband after such a brief separation? You shall face the consequences." Just as Nara Hikari was about to discipline Hokage, his secretary, Tachibana, entered. "I hope I am not interrupting." "Not at all. Please continue your conversation," Hokage said, blowing a kiss to Nara Hikari and winking before she exited. Nara Hikari shook his head, planning to address her later that evening. Is there something you need? Normally, Tachibana would not enter the Dark Department Head's office when others were present. Tomorrow, the Konoha Council convenes. The Hokage wishes for you to attend, Minister. Very well. You may take your leave, Minister. Tachibana prepared to exit but paused. Wait a moment. Is there something else? You have attained the strength of an elite jounin. Do you wish to advance further? I do, but I fear my talent is limited. Achieving elite jounin status is already a great feat, Tachibana sighed. Are you familiar with the tailed beasts? Of course. I have heard numerous tales of the nine-tailed beasts. I seek a new Jinchuriki. Would you be interested? Huh. Minister, the nine tails is still safely within the body of Mido-sama. Tachibana looked at Nara Hikari, puzzled. Not the nine tails, but the 0 tails. 0 tails? Tachibana's confusion deepened. Is there even such a thing? Curiosity sparked within her. Indeed, it is not a part of the 10 tails, yet it is also composed of dark chakra. Its chakra quantity and strength rival that of the nine-tailed beasts, and it is known as void. Nara Hikari elucidated. The power of a tailed beast within a Jinchuriki differs greatly from that in the wild. When contained within a Jinchuriki, its strength is dependent on the host. However, in the wild, without the constraints of a host, its power is formidable. Minister, I am willing to become a Jinchuriki. Very well, since you have made your decision. Summon Sho and my wife, Uzumaki-fu. Understood, Minister. In an instant, Tachibana vanished from sight. Before long, Tachibana returned with Sho and Nara Hikari's wife, Uzumaki-fu. Entering the Dark Department Head's office. Hikari, what do you need us for? Fu spoke first as they entered. I have a matter to discuss with you. Nara Hikari looked at Fu seated beside him. What is it? Are you proficient in sealing techniques for tailed beasts? Of course. How could you underestimate me? This is the specialty of the Uzumaki clan, Fu declared, shaking her small fist. Very well, follow me. Nara Hikari led them outside the office and brought the group to the training field, the very place where he had first sparred with Kakashi. Upon encountering the immense 0 tails, the group was momentarily taken aback. What a colossal amount of chakra. Fu closed her eyes to sense the power of the 0 tails. However, as her chakra sensing brushed against the 0 tails, she was met with a wave of chakra fluctuations akin to an ocean. Incredible. It truly rivals the nine-tailed beasts. Fu was no stranger to the terrifying aura of tailed beasts. She had witnessed it firsthand when she encountered the 3 tails during a mission in the Land of Water. Thus, she was familiar with such overwhelming chakra manifestations. Seal the 0 tails within Tachibana and the no tails within Sho. The previously resting Jinshu suddenly raised its head, gazing at Nara Hikari with confusion. Roar. It let out a roar, protesting against Nara Hikari's command. However, Nara Hikari chose to ignore it. With a resigned sigh, Jinshu accepted its fate. Fu approached Jinshu and void. Sealing technique, 8 trigram seal. As soon as Fu uttered the words, 2 orbs of chakra materialized from her sides. She first pressed them against the 2 beasts, and soon, they began to shrink rapidly. Following this, Fu held the 2 miniature beasts before Tachibana and Sho. Lift your clothing. Ah, here? Sho hesitated, feeling a bit shy, especially with the Dark Department head, Nara Hikari, present. It's fine. Just pretend he doesn't exist, Nara Hikari replied, exasperated. Oh, Sho complied, lifting her clothing to reveal her flat abdomen. Seal. As soon as Fu finished her command, a special rune array appeared beneath Tachibana and Sho's feet. As the runic array expanded to a certain extent, 2 beams of light suddenly illuminated the space. Subsequently, the diminished forms of Jin and Void were observed entering the lower abdomens of Chang and Tachibana. Phew, it is done, Uzumaki Fusang uttered. Nara Hikari approached, gently wiping the fine beads of perspiration from Uzumaki Fusang's brow. You have exerted yourself. Oh, what are you saying? I'm your wife. Such a trifle is of no consequence. Nara Hikari produced recovery pills crafted by Inuzuka and offered them to Uzumaki Fusang, who accepted and ingested them, immediately taking a seat on the ground to replenish her depleted chakra reserves. Nara Hikari could discern the exhaustion etched upon Uzumaki Fusang's countenance after the execution of the sealing technique, eliciting a pang of sympathy. Turning his gaze towards Chang and Tachibana, he noted that the instant Void and Jin entered their bodies, the magnitude of their chakra began to escalate rapidly, subsequently transforming into Kaga-level chakra, signifying their successful ascension into the ranks of Kaga-level powerhouses. Chapter 39. Acting as substitute early the next morning, Nara Hikari bid farewell to Hinata and made his way alone to the Hokage building. Upon entering the Hokage conference room, he found the three high-ranking officials of Konoha already present: Sarutobi Hizashi, Akimichi Torikase, and Mito Kanzuya. "Hikari, please take a seat," Sarutobi Hizashi beckoned. Nara Hikari casually chose a spot and sat down. The three officials turned their attention toward him. "The purpose of this conference is to discuss appointing you as the acting instructor for a Genin team," Hizashi announced. "Me?" Hikari replied, perplexed. "Why the sudden change? After all, you have little on your plate at the moment," Hizashi stated, a hint of mischief in his tone. "Who said I have nothing to do? I'm quite busy," Hikari retorted. "Are you really that busy?" Hizashi inquired, amused. "Well, not exactly. I wouldn't want to take on such a troublesome task," Hikari confessed. "But my sister, Sarutobi Bawako, did come to speak with me about it." "All right, fine. I will take the class," Hikari relented. "So it's settled then tomorrow at the Hokage building." "See you tomorrow," Hizashi affirmed. Given that it was Bawako's suggestion, Hikari felt reluctant to refuse. As Hikari stood and walked toward the exit, Hizashi and the others exchanged glances. Hizashi understood that this idea was Bawako's way of mending the relationship between Hikari and Konoha, as well as between himself and Hikari. However, he did not disclose this to his companions. Mito Kanzuya had long been critical of the old Anbu's decision to eliminate the Uchiha clan without involving the Hokage. His discontent often manifested in his interactions with Hikari. Would he willingly contribute to Konoha's efforts? "Is the Ninetales acting up again?" Hikari asked Mito, noticing the latter's solemn expression. Mito fell silent for a moment. "Yes, it seems increasingly difficult to suppress it, perhaps due to age," she finally replied. "Would you like me to assist you?" Hikari offered. "No, I can manage for a few more years. Eventually, I will need to find a new Jinchuriki," Mito replied, her gaze steady. Hikari understood that once a Jinchuriki's tailed beast departed, their survival was uncertain without timely intervention. However, with proper care, they could recover, though they would face a period of weakness. Mito set down her gardening tools and looked at Hikari. "Come, let us go inside." As they entered, Tsunade returned from outside. "Grandma, Hikari is here too," she exclaimed, her face brightening. "Ah, Tsunade is back. I'll prepare a meal for you," Mito said, heading toward the kitchen. "No need to trouble yourself. I was just stopping by," Hikari insisted. "Stay for lunch, at least," Mito urged. "Very well," Hikari conceded. Tsunade settled beside Hikari. "Where have you been lately? I haven't seen you in days." "What do you want to see me for?" Hikari asked playfully. "I just wanted to spar." Tsunade replied with a grin. "Oh, I visited the Land of Sky," Hikari shared. "The Land of Sky? Tell me more." Tsunade exclaimed, intrigued. Hikari recounted his experiences in the Land of Sky. An hour passed as Tsunade listened intently. To think there was a hidden village adrift at sea, and they created floating houses, and a tailless beast I've never heard of. How I wish to see it. Tsunade's curiosity was piqued. "You may not get the chance," Hikari said, a hint of mischief in his tone. "Why not?" Tsunade asked, puzzled. "I destroyed the Sky Ninja Village and dismantled their floating fortress. The tailless beast is now in my possession," Hikari replied. Tsunade's expression fell, disappointment washing over her. Though only 15, Tsunade's commanding presence was undeniable, and Hikari, having already eaten, found himself compelled to indulge once more, leaving him uncomfortably full. Under Tsunade's suggestion, they engaged in a friendly sparring match, which ended with Tsunade storming off in frustration. Hikari then made his way to the Anbu. The new secretary in the Anbu minister's office, Tachibana, had taken over, and the usual faces Nishi, Shirabi, and Sakumo had become scarce. Their whereabouts unknown. The impending birth of Nara Ko was keeping them occupied, and the Anbu members had little reason to trouble Hikari if there were no pressing matters. "Minister," Tachibana greeted. "Just call me Hikari," he replied. "All right, Hikari. What matters are currently at hand?" she inquired. An organization called Tongtian Shao has suddenly emerged in the Land of Water, gathering rogue ninjas from various nations, Tachibana reported. "I'm aware of that. What else?" Hikari prompted. "There has been an increase in S-rank mission requests directed toward you. It seems the news of your annihilation of the Sky Ninja Village has spread," she revealed. "Such news is bound to circulate, though I didn't expect it to spread so swiftly," Hikari mused. "Hikari, Sakumo and Nishi have entered a romantic relationship and wish to apply for a temporary leave from missions," Tachibana added. "Those two have begun dating? Very well. I grant their request," Hikari replied with a chuckle. "The tension between the Uchiha clan and Konoha is escalating," Tachibana noted. "I'll go speak with Lady Uchiha Fumi to gather more information," Hikari said, preparing to depart. Then, I shall take my leave, Tachibana concluded. After finishing her words, Yuri turned to leave. I will have dinner at my house with Ryo tonight. Ah, all right. Yuri's face flushed with a hint of crimson. She realized that this moment had finally arrived. Chapter 40. The bell snatch. After a fulfilling day, Nara Hikari arrived at the Hokage building early the next morning. By then, a considerable crowd had gathered, primarily consisting of special jonin. Nara Hikari counted a total of 105 special jonin, 26 jonin, and not a single elite jonin. Most of them were unfamiliar faces, with only a small portion somewhat recognizable. Over the years, the former Anbu had ceased to be the glamorous department for Konoha's special jonin and jonin. Thus, the new members of the old Anbu were orphans brought back by Nara Hikari's subordinates. Their ages varied significantly, from newborns to around 10 years old. Among these orphans were Tachibana and Sho. The newly established Anbu had undoubtedly become the new glamorous department. However, Nara Hikari remained indifferent. Upon seeing Nara Hikari's arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a significant weight lift from his heart. To him, Nara Hikari's presence indicated that he had not completely severed ties with Konoha. As long as Nara Hikari stood as a steadfast pillar, the four great nations would think twice before challenging Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected on being caught between his longtime friend and the unwavering support of Konoha, bearing the brunt of blame for Mito's actions, which had gradually strained his relationship with Nara Hikari. His mood soured slightly. It was much easier when Danzo was still in Konoha. At least I didn't have to worry so much. Nevertheless, today marked the day when the students from the Ninja Academy would be divided into teams, and he had to compose himself. Soon, the graduates began to arrive, totaling 363 students. First, congratulations on successfully graduating from the Ninja Academy and becoming Genin. However, to truly be recognized as Genin, you must pass the assessment of your team leader. Should you fail, you will return to school for an additional year until you succeed, announced Sarutobi Hiruzen. When your name is called, step forward in groups of 3. As names were called, Nara Hikari heard familiar ones. Nara Jutsu, Akimichi Nikki, Yamanaka Kaze. Step forward. Your team leader is Special Jonin Sarutobi Nami. The list continued, and finally, a name that struck a chord with him, Nara Hikari, Akimichi Saki, Yamanaka Fu. Step forward. Your team leader is Jonin Keimeiji. Nara Hikari had expected to lead his son's team personally, but was surprised to find that the assigned teacher was not him. After calling nearly 100 names, another familiar name emerged. Yamanaka Q, Hyuga Nara Na, step forward. Your team leader is Jonin Yamanaka Wataru. After 300 students were assigned, they approached their respective teachers, exchanged brief greetings, and turned their attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Very well, the teams have been assigned. Now, follow your team leaders. Yes, Hokage-sama. As Sarutobi Hiruzen departed, the teachers led their students away one by one. Father, Nara Jutsu and Nara Na dashed over to Nara Hikari, accompanied by their teammates. Father, these must be your companions. Indeed. Greetings, I am Nara Hikari, the father of Nara Jutsu and Nara Na. Do feel free to visit my home sometime. Thank you, Advisor. Sir, no need to call me Advisor. Simply refer to me as Uncle. Now, we must take our leave. Jutsu, Na, see you this evening. Goodbye, Father. Goodbye, Uncle. After bidding farewell to his children, Nara Hikari led his 3 students out of the village. He brought them to the training ground he had once frequented. Teacher, where is this place? It looks as if it has been bombed. The only girl in the group, Enichi Maru, gazed curiously at the large craters surrounding them. This is the training area for the Anbu. Oh, since you have been assigned to my team, we shall commence the final challenge to become Genin. Teacher, what is this final challenge? The bell snatch. This was an assessment Nara Hikari introduced after becoming a teacher, having taken over the task from Hiruzen. It served as a preliminary test for the team. As he spoke, Nara Hikari produced a string of bells, pinching one end of the string between his fingers. If you can seize the bell, you will officially become Genin and accompany me on missions. Should you fail, you might find yourselves returning to the Ninja Academy for another year. The 3 students felt a wave of despondency wash over them. The person before them was a legendary figure in Konoha, a consultant who had participated in the Ninja World War. They exchanged glances. What? Are you seriously thinking of giving up already? Nara Hikari expressed disappointment. If your first instinct in the face of a formidable opponent is to retreat, then you are unworthy of being a ninja in Konoha. Naturally, he had no desire to accept cowardice. Who said we were giving up? Teacher, you can't go easy on us. Zaro retorted loudly, turning to the others. Right, if we are to go, we go together. If we are to stay, we stay together. Indeed. Teacher, be prepared. Nara Hikari nodded. Enichi Maru bit her finger, smeared the blood onto her other palm, and pressed it to the ground. Summoning technique. With a puff, a massive bear appeared before her. Secret technique, enhancement. Enichi Maru raised her hand, and the summoned bear transformed into a black light that entered her body. Roar. With a fierce shout, Enichi Maru charged toward Nara Hikari first. As she ran, her arms appeared to swell in size. Nara Hikari sidestepped to evade her punch and aimed a kick at her behind, but realizing the force was excessive, he redirected to her calf, tempering his strength to nearly 99%. The reduction in force slowed him slightly. Just then, I appeared at Nara Hikari's side. Shuriken barrage. 2 shurikens flew from IS hand, swiftly heading toward Nara Hikari. To evade the shuriken assault, Nara Hikari retracted his leg, but he realized that while he could evade, Enichi Maru might end Chapter 41, the Master of Secret Techniques, seeking book reviews. The moment Yuan Ima leaped forth, a small red-haired head emerged from the side. The secret technique, Chakra Manifestation Technique, Wild Bull. The individual appearing beside Nara Hikari was none other than Zaro, the last to strike. At that moment, a pair of horns, formed from chakra, sprouted from Zaro's head. In Hikari's peripheral vision, he noticed Zaro charging toward him. Ninjutsu, Rain of Flowers. Taking advantage of Hikari's evasion of Zaro's attack, he swiftly maneuvered to Hikari's side, launching multiple kunai and shuriken from his hands. With a swift motion, Hikari raised his hand, causing shadows beneath him to surge upward, quickly forming a shadow wall that deflected all the incoming projectiles. The thwarted weapons clattered to the ground as Hikari retracted the shadow wall. Just as Hikari searched for Yi's whereabouts, one of the fallen weapons transformed into white mist. He burst forth from beneath Hikari's feet, wielding a kunai aimed directly at Hikari's abdomen. "I've struck true," Zaro exclaimed in excitement. However, just as he believed he had succeeded, Hikari vanished from sight in an instant. Yi's pupils dilated. He had disappeared. "Be cautious, see," Zoro shouted, standing at the ready for an opportunity to strike. Ninjutsu, 1,000 years of pain. He felt a sharp pain, and his body was uncontrollably propelled away. Secret technique, enhancement. In the interval as Yi was sent flying, the recovering Yuan Ima launched another assault from the side. Yuan Ima's fist collided forcefully with Hikari's abdomen. Hikari spat out saliva and collapsed to the ground. "Teacher, this is the consequence of underestimating us," Yuan Ima proclaimed triumphantly, tilting his head back. Just as Zaro appeared beside Yuan Ima, the kneeling Nara Hikari dissipated into white mist. "Shadow clone?" Zaro remarked, impressed. Hikari's figure re-emerged behind Zaro and Yuan Ima. The two hastily turned to face Hikari. Together, they shouted simultaneously, charging toward Hikari. As their attacks missed, Hikari raised his hand. Secret technique, Shadow Binding Technique. Zoro and Yuan Ima found themselves immobilized, unable to move. This is the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. Yuan Ima observed, glancing down at the shadow beneath him. As Yuan Ima recognized Hikari's method, Hikari brought his hands together, extending a finger to the side. Yuan Ima gazed curiously at Hikari's gesture. Zaro's expression shifted drastically. He recognized it as the technique Hikari had used against Yi, who had yet to rise from the ground. Yuan Ima also grasped the implication. "No, if you do that, I'll get dirty," Yuan Ima nearly cried out. Hikari retracted his gesture, and the two regained their standing positions, exhaling in relief. "All right, the battle ends here." Hikari withdrew the shadows. The two collapsed onto the ground. "It seems you shall not obtain this bell," Hikari declared, producing a set of bells. Zoro and Yuan Ima hung their heads in disappointment and approached the prostrate Yi, assisting him to his feet. However, Hikari deliberately prolonged his tone. The three turned to him. "Tomorrow, meet at the gates of Konoha." The trio stood stunned. "What are you waiting for? Go home for dinner. You have passed." "Yay. Goodbye, teacher," Yuan Ima exclaimed with delight before suddenly recalling something. "Zaro, come to my house for dinner. My mom makes the best meatballs." "Fantastic. I'd love to have meatballs." "All right." Yuan Ima and Zoro helped Yi leave. Just as they were about to vanish from Hikari's sight, Yuan Ima turned back and shouted, "Thank you, teacher." Then the three departed. Hikari gazed at their retreating figures. Mission accomplished. Not bad. Smoother than anticipated. I didn't expect that little one to wield secret techniques, especially Yi, who possesses considerable combat talent. Hikari mused, stroking his chin as he reflected on the entire event. Glancing up, he noted the late hour. It's time to return. Hikari melded into the shadows beneath him. The following day, The news of Nara Hikari becoming the leading instructor for a team spread rapidly throughout Konoha. The villagers were astounded. Upon learning the names of the three fortunate children, envy and admiration began to brew. After Tobarama's demise, the strongest shinobi in Konoha had become Hikari. Receiving Hikari's personal guidance was deemed a tremendous fortune by all. You've arrived. As Hikari approached the village gate, his three students were already present. Teacher, you're late, Zoro remarked. A hint of exasperation in his voice. Oh, haha, let us go. Today marks the beginning of your first mission. Teacher, what is it? Is it a fight? Zoro asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. And Yuan Ima mirrored his excitement. No, it's to find a dog. Find a dog? Yes. Let us go? Hikari stepped ahead, moving toward the distance. At the headquarters of the Rain Country's Rain Shinobi Village. Who are you? Hans, seated at the head, scrutinized the man below. The man had a white bandage wrapped around half of his face. Suchikage. Suchikage? The one who became Tobarama's student? Indeed. Konoha's people dare to come here? Aren't you afraid I might kill you? Hans looked at Suchikage with disdain. I come to propose a transaction. A transaction? I can provide you with intelligence on Konoha. Haha, good, what is the cost? Kill Nara Hikari. Nara Hikari. The young Hans was taken aback, his expression uneasily hidden beneath his breathing mask. That was the existence of a Kage from a major ninja village. He had no absolute confidence in defeating him, let alone killing him. I will assist you. Why should I trust you? Because of this. Suchikage presented a small glass container, which contained a single eye. This is... Hans's eyes lit up upon seeing the eye. Inside the container was a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. Suchikage observed Hans's reaction with satisfaction. How about it? Very well. I accept your terms. Hans took the container containing the Byakugan, scrutinizing it before putting it away. Why do you seek me? Because I despise Nara Hikari. If it weren't for him, I would not have fallen to the depths of a rogue ninja. Suchikage clenched his fists. A rogue ninja? I never imagined that Tobarama's esteemed student would descend to such a fate. I will return to seek you. When? When you decide to attack Konoha. Very well. Hans watched Suchikage leave the headquarters. Go summon Sano and Narumi. Yes, Lord Y-Ray. Chapter 42. The Iceman in the Maternity Ward of Konoha Hospital. Matsuching Mai lay on the delivery bed, observing Nara Hikari, who was peeling an apple. Matsuching Mai was among the first women brought back to the Nara family by Nara Hikari, as a girl from the common folk. She was born to refugees who escaped the Warring States era. This was her second pregnancy, and the anxiety of the first was now a distant memory. I gave them a day off, Nara Hikari said, handing the apple to Matsuching Mai. Thank you, she replied, taking a bite. How is Sister Xiaochun? She well. Still at home. She'll likely be here soon. Oh, Matsuching Mai adjusted her position for comfort. Ouch. What's wrong? It feels like I'm about to give birth. I'll go call for help. Nara Hikari hurried out of the room. Soon after, Matsuching Mai was wheeled into the delivery room, while Nara Hikari stood at the door. Moments later, Matsuching Mai's parents, along with Nara Yamami and Narayu, arrived at the hospital. Has Mai been taken in? Nara Yamami inquired. Yes, Nara Hikari confirmed. That's good. Nara Yamami approached Matsuching Mai's parents, offering mutual comfort. Having been through the experience themselves, they were not overly anxious, considering it was Matsuching Mai's second child. In the Warring States era, many women died during childbirth, and countless infants were lost. However, since the establishment of the hospital under the guidance of Nara Hikari and with the assistance of Tsunade, the risks associated with childbirth had significantly diminished, nearly to zero. Both vaginal and cesarean deliveries were now highly refined, with numerous skilled ninjas available to monitor the health of mothers at all times. This was also a significant reason for the population boom in Konoha. Congratulations to the host, Nara Okatomoko, on her pregnancy. You have acquired the beast type, human fruit, six-armed Nezuform. As Nara Hikari patiently waited at the delivery room door, a long-absent system notification echoed in his mind. At last, a new beast type has appeared. Initially delighted by the prospect, Nara Hikari hesitated upon learning about the six-armed Nezuform. He had been hoping to prepare a powerful devil fruit for Nara Yamami, and the beast type was naturally his first choice. However, the thought of Nara Yamami possessing six arms made him shudder. Perhaps I should wait a little longer. Congratulations to the host, Matsuching Mai, on the birth of your child. You have acquired the ability of Marvel's Iceman. Nara Hikari nearly leaped from excitement. Although Matsuching Mai had yet to emerge from the delivery room, he suppressed his eagerness. Shortly thereafter, Matsuching Mai was escorted out by medical ninjas. Both mother and child are safe. Thank you. Nara Hikari felt a wave of relief wash over him. No need to thank us, advisor, the medical ninja replied before departing. For the next few days, Nara Hikari remained at the hospital, setting aside his own affairs. All his women, except those who were also expecting, visited Matsuching-mai. Once Matsuching-mai was discharged and returned home, Nara Hikari resumed his busy life. He first sought out his mother, Nara Yamami, and without hesitation, infused her with the power of Iceman. The process was unexpectedly painful for her. Seeing her drenched in sweat, Nara Hikari felt a pang of regret. However, the outcome was remarkable. Nara Yamami successfully ascended to the rank of elite jonin, having jumped 4 levels from a mere genin to the pinnacle of jonin. This demonstrated the potency of the Iceman's abilities, far surpassing the strength of the Steel Titan ability he had absorbed. Nara Yamami opened her eyes and took a deep breath. You little rascal, could you not give me a heads up next time you do something like this? Raising her right hand, she swiftly condensed the moisture in the air, covering it with a layer of water before striking Nara Hikari on the head. Ouch! He exclaimed, clutching his head. Mother, I was just afraid you wouldn't agree. You could at least inform me. Nara Yamami glanced down at her soaked clothes, clinging to her body. You little rascal, wait here for me. You'll regret this. In an instant, Nara Yamami transformed into water molecules and vanished. Who was waiting for you? I'll just go for a stroll. Nara Hikari turned and left his courtyard. With no task to attend to for the day, he relished the newfound leisure time. As he walked through the streets of Konoha, every ninja and villager who passed by greeted him warmly, to which he nodded in response. Advisor! A sweet voice called from behind him. Turning to see who it was, he found it was Kato Rinya, the sister of Kato Daku. Kato Daku was the beloved of the original Hokage's Tsunade. However, in this version of the Hokage world, the two were not well acquainted. Although Kato Daku had not been taken in as a student by Hiruzen and lacked the spotlight of others like Tsunade or Kakashi, he had still risen to become a formidable elite jonin, a cornerstone of Konoha's new generation, though Kato Rinya did not possess her brother's prodigious talent. She was also a special jonin and a team leader. Advisor, do you have some time? She asked. I do. What is it? Since you have some free time, why not come to my home? I'd like to express my gratitude for accepting Kato Daku into your Anbu. There is no need for such formality. Kato Daku has the capability. Since you brought into Konoha, we have enjoyed a wonderful life, and we truly wish to express our gratitude. Please, don't refuse. Very well, then. I shall trouble you, Rinya. Oh, advisor, you flatter me. Let us go, Kato Daku is home today. Hearing Nara Hikari's agreement brought joy to Kato Rinya, who then led him to the Kato residence. Upon arrival, Nara Hikari discovered a sumptuous feast had been prepared, indicating this gathering was no mere coincidence. Advisor, you've arrived. Please, come inside. Kato Daku exclaimed upon seeing Nara Hikari enter the courtyard. All right. Nara Hikari followed the Kato siblings to the dining table in the yard. Advisor, please try my cooking. Nara Hikari picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Delicious. Then please, eat more. An hour later, the three had nearly finished their meal. Now, let us get to the point. You didn't invite me here just for gratitude, did you? Nara Hikari wiped his mouth and spoke candidly. Well, speak freely. We are no strangers here. I wish to take you as my teacher. Kato Daku suddenly stood up, speaking solemnly. Chapter 43, Acceptance. Why should I acknowledge you as my teacher? Naramitsu's curiosity was piqued. I wish to become stronger, Kato Dan replied with earnest seriousness. Stronger? An elite J-nin is already considered formidable in the ninja world, Mitsu remarked. Advisor Sama, that is still insufficient. Could you elaborate? I seek a more comprehensive understanding. Very well. Advisor Sama, Kato Dan began to recount the tale of how he and his sister were brought to Konoha, both before and after their arrival. These were tales unknown to Naramitsu, who had only seen these children brought into Konoha without grasping their past. Once, Mitsu had cared solely for the outcomes of these orphans, indifferent to their journeys until they matured. Kato Dan and Kato Ryo were once scions of a modest clan. During the First Great War, the Land of Lightning launched an assault on the Land of Fire. Not only did the forces of Kumobikure mobilize, but even the bodyguards of the Land of Lightning's daimyo led samurai troops into battle. The village where Kato Dan and Kato Ryo were born was neither large nor small. The route taken by the bodyguard troops diverged from that of Kumobikure, encircling to another border between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire, to replenish their supplies. The bodyguard troops launched a surprise attack, decimating the village of Kato Dan and Kato Ryo. The entire Kato family fled in all directions. When they were discovered by former members of Naramitsu's Shadow Division and brought back to Konoha, A 13-year-old girl and her 9-year-old brother had already endured 2 years of wandering. They were ragged and starving. It was only upon arriving in Konoha that Kato Dan and Kato Ryo felt they were truly alive. Over the 5 years since their arrival, they had gradually integrated into the village. Are you saying you wish to search for your clan? Yes, Advisor-sama, but my strength is still too feeble. I aspire to become as formidable as you, so that I might have a greater chance of locating my kin. Naramitsu nodded in agreement. Recognizing that his presence had altered the landscape of the Hokage's world significantly. Once, elite J-nin could traverse the ninja realm with relative safety. Now, such freedom was fraught with peril. Very well, I can consent to your request, but I have a condition. Please, Advisor-sama, I shall accept any terms. Kato Dan's gaze was resolute as he met Mitsu's eyes, indicating his unwavering willingness to comply. Keep this matter a secret. If any of it is divulged, even if it involves my own disciple, I will go to great lengths to eliminate the breach. Kato Dan felt his heart race at the intensity of Mitsu's gaze, which was imbued with an overwhelming aura and a hint of menace. In that moment, he felt dwarfed, as if a small boat caught in a tempest before Mitsu's might. I shall uphold my promise. Good. Naramitsu relaxed his imposing presence and smiled, prompting Kato Dan and Kato Ryo to exhale in relief. The earlier intensity had been daunting. As a time traveler, Naramitsu did not possess the extraordinary intellect of the Nara clan, nor did he engage in deceitful tactics. However, years of serving in Konoha's upper echelons had cultivated an aura of authority that he rarely displayed to outsiders. Tomorrow morning, summon Tsunade and Bairuho to the Shadow Division office. Yes, Advisor-sama. Still calling me Advisor-sama? Ah, teacher. Haha. Well then, I am grateful for your hospitality. I am thoroughly satiated. Until tomorrow. Very well, I shall see you off. Teacher. After Kato Ryo and Kato Dan escorted Naramitsu to the door, they returned to the courtyard. Congratulations, little brother. All thanks to you, sister. Kato Ryo fell silent momentarily. Sister, do you have feelings for teacher? Kato Ryo's heart raced, her face flushed with embarrassment. Teacher has many women. What of it? He is worth it. Kato Dan was taken aback by his sister Kato Ryo's audacious declaration, astonished that her typically gentle demeanor could harbor such fervor. Sister, have you thought this through? There is nothing I can offer in return to Advisor-sama. All I can think of is myself. It is just a burden on you, sister. As long as you remain safe, I will do anything. Tears welled in Kato Dan's eyes as he embraced Kato Ryo, feeling the comforting warmth of their shared reliance during their time of wandering. The following day, Naramitsu arrived at the former Shadow Division office. Kato Dan and a bewildered Bairuho had already arrived. Teacher. Director. Wait a moment for Tsunade. Just as Naramitsu finished speaking, Tsunade entered the room. Brother Mitsu. What did you summon me for? You'll find out shortly. Allow me to introduce you. Tsunade regarded Naramitsu with curiosity before her gaze shifted to the two standing beside him. This is Kato Dan. Naramitsu indicated the boy with azure hair. And this is Bairuho, he continued. Tsunade did not initially react, recognizing Kato Dan as a member of Naramitsu's Shadow Division based on his attire. However, she was taken aback to see Bairuho, one of the weakest ninjas of their class, barely managing to attain the rank of Special J-nin after graduation. Why does Naramitsu seek him? Today, I wish to officially accept both of them as my personal disciples, not merely as students. Brother Mitsu, what is this about? Are you trying to emulate the Hokage's way of accepting disciples? Tsunade's astonishment was mirrored by Bairuho, who gazed at Naramitsu with surprise. Naramitsu was a renowned figure, and to become his disciple was a coveted opportunity. Yet, Bairuho wondered why Naramitsu would choose him. All right, follow me. The three, filled with confusion and curiosity, followed Naramitsu as they left the Shadow Division building and made their way to the training grounds outside the village, an area Tsunade knew well. Now that you are my disciples, I have something to bestow upon you. The trio was captivated by Naramitsu's words. Bairuho looked on with eager anticipation. The reason I have chosen you, Bairuho, is that I see great potential in you. I know you yearn to grow stronger and have put forth significant effort. I can offer you an opportunity, a chance to strengthen yourself. Is that true, Advisor-sama? To become my disciple, however, there is one condition. Please, Advisor-sama, tell me. Bairuho was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to believe Naramitsu valued him so highly. Maintain secrecy. As my disciple, you will inevitably encounter my secrets. What I ask is simple. Keep all that you learn to yourself. I do not wish to resort to extremes or impose forbidden techniques upon you. But should I discover that you have betrayed my trust, I will personally see to your demise. Can you adhere to this? I can. Very well. I hope you do not make me regret this decision. Naramitsu produced 3 devil fruits, 1 for each of them. Tsunade looked at Naramitsu with intrigue. And mine? Of course. You don't mean to say you wish to accept me as a disciple as well? Not quite, they are. Henceforth, the 3 of you shall form a team. You are not deceiving me? Of course not. Very well then. Tsunade accepted the fruit offered by Naramitsu, while Bairuho and Kato-dan reached out to take theirs as well. What is this peculiar fruit? Tsunade inquired, examining the oddly shaped item in her hand. It is known as the devil fruit. Consuming it grants one a unique ability, akin to the powers of a bloodline limit. What? The 3 were taken aback. Does such a thing truly exist in this world? They are respectively named the Machi fruit, the Soul fruit, and the fusion fruit. Chapter 44. The nourishing fruit of Machi. Katsumi gazed at the white fruit in her hand, resembling a gourd. It was only due to the presence of a fruit stem that she could recognize it as a fruit at first glance. Otherwise, she would have failed to identify it. Now, let me elaborate on the abilities of these 3 devil fruits. As Nara spoke, Katsumi, Kato, and Hiru looked up in unison. Katsumi. Your fruit is officially named the superhuman type, Machi fruit. Its ability is to create machi. What? Create machi? What use is that? Is it for eating? Katsumi nearly leapt up upon hearing the mention of machi production. Hold on, let me finish. Katsumi composed herself, awaiting a reasonable explanation from Nara. Otherwise, she would not partake. The machi fruit not only produces machi but also allows the user to alter its properties. The softness and hardness of the machi can be controlled by the user. With sufficient imagination, the machi can transform into any weapon, possessing a hardness comparable to metal. It can morph into soft machi, evading flames, water, and lightning, rendering sharp blades ineffective. Furthermore, if chakra and energy from the fruit are severely depleted after combat, the user can consume the machi to restore energy and stamina. As Nara continued, Katsumi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a remarkable ability exists. She no longer resisted and gazed at the machi fruit with delight. Do you still refuse? No, she replied, her focus unwavering as she contemplated how to take a bite. Nara then turned to Kato. Having just heard Nara's explanation of Katsumi's fruit, Kato felt a mix of excitement and anticipation, eager to hear about his own fruit. The superhuman type, Soul fruit allows you to absorb other spiritual energy for your own use, creating soldiers composed of souls. The strength of these soldiers depends on the amount of spiritual energy you provide. Given enough time and the fruit's capabilities, you could even form an army. Additionally, you can draw from your own spiritual energy to imbue objects with life, regardless of whether it is wind, lightning, earth, water, or fire. They become powerful, independent beings with their own thoughts, and their personalities are determined by you. You can abandon your S-rank spirit transformation technique, as your physical body is too fragile in close combat. Really? Thank you, Sensei. Kato's excitement grew, causing a slight tremor in his body. The Rain Country is poised to instigate another ninja world war. I hope you can stand on your own by then. Yes, Sensei, I will not disappoint you. Kato clenched his fists after speaking. Now, it is your turn. Nara directed his gaze to Hiru. Nara had high hopes for Hiru, as he possessed a unique forbidden technique. The Demon Bud, which could merge various ninjutsu. Chapter 45, Konoha, Year 27. In Nara Hikari's recollection, the Second Shinobi World War would not erupt for another 5 years. However, the Rain Village could no longer contain its impatience and took the initiative to strike against the Land of Iron. A substantial contingent of Rain Shinobi, led by the newly appointed second-in-command, Sanoyomi, marched towards the Iron Village with great fervor. The Land of Rain, perpetually shrouded in acid rain, suffered from a dire scarcity of food. Under Hanzo's leadership, conditions had improved somewhat over the years, yet the situation remained precarious. Hanzo's decision to instruct Sanoyomi to act preemptively stemmed from the urgent need for resources within the Rain Country. Upon receiving this news, Konoha convened an emergency Hokage meeting. Within the conference room, a dozen elite shinobi who had risen through the ranks of Konoha sat in attendance. Akimichi Torike supported aiding their neighboring Land of Iron, recognizing that a strengthened Rain Country could pose a threat to the Land of Fire. Conversely, Mito Menka believed it prudent to observe the conflict from a distance, as no nation currently threatened Konoha. The exchange of opinions escalated into a heated debate. Enough, everyone, quiet down, spoke Saratobi Hiruzen, who, after much discussion, found that no constructive ideas had emerged. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Marino Abiki, I need you to investigate the situation in the Land of Iron. Understood, Sensei, they replied in unison. Yamanaka Shiki, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi CHG, you three will lead a team to the borders of the Land of Fire and await further orders. Additionally, ascertain the motives behind the Rain country's military actions. Yes, Hokage-sama. All right, the meeting is adjourned. With that, everyone but Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen departed the chamber. Hiruzen approached the window, gazing out at the vast expanse of Konoha. Nara Hikari, what are you up to now? In the Nara household, Hikari sneezed, rubbing his nose. Who was calling my name? He spotted a water tank in the courtyard, currently enduring a torrential downpour. Hikari, aren't you going to the Anbu today? Inazuka Shurten, cradling a child, approached upon hearing his sneeze. I'll go in a moment. What were you just pondering so intently? I was wondering if Hiruzen would come looking for me. Looking for you? Shurten placed the child in a stroller before sitting beside Hikari. The stroller was a creation of Hikari's from his previous life, a wooden pushcart that had become quite popular among the women of the Nara clan. Reports from the Anbu indicated that the Rain country had undergone a dramatic transformation over the past year, as relayed by Shimura Taimaru. Hikari handed a scroll to Shurten, who unleashed chakra to establish an illusion barrier before unrolling the parchment. As a former veteran of S-rank missions, Shurten had developed the habit of taking such precautions when reviewing sensitive information. The scroll revealed that aside from Hanzo, 6 formidable shinobi of the Kage level had suddenly emerged in the Rain country, one of whom possessed to be a Kugen from the Hyuga clan, Sano Yomi, Hanzo's foremost subordinate. Hikari noted Shiten's astonished expression. The Hyuga clan would never allow there be a Kugen to fall into the hands of outsiders. Shurten contemplated the Hyuga's main and branch families. Indeed, the Rain country seems intent on rapidly drawing Konoha into war. 7 Kage-level shinobi challenging Konoha could spell disaster for the Rain country. Hikari, what are your plans? Let us wait for now. Whether it is war or peace, that decision rests with Hiruzen. Very well. Hikari was equally taken aback upon receiving this information. Hanzo was no longer the sole pillar of strength, as the Rain country had gained 6 additional Kage-level shinobi. In Konoha, the visible Kage-level figures included Sarutobi Hiruzen, Akimichi Torikes, Mito Minka, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Marino Ibiki, 6 in total. Hanzo believed that their numbers would overwhelm Konoha, thereby drawing them into conflict. After amusing himself with the child for a while, Shurten excused herself, citing the child's need for sleep. The following morning, Hikari arrived at the old Anbu headquarters, where the leaders had already gathered. Director. Once seated, Nishiho spoke first. Director, Iwagakure and Kumogakure have begun mobilizing their village's forces, while Sunagakure and Kirigakure appear to be quiet. It seems they can no longer remain idle, Hikari mused, glancing at his 2 disciples. Kato-dan, Biryu. Take a small team to the borders of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth. Understood, Sensei. Tsunade. You will head to the borders of the Land of Water. All right. Hikari surveyed the room before fixing his gaze on the seasoned Anbu member, Shuji, who had consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit. Shuji was one of Hikari's top-tier operatives, having achieved Kage-level strength. Shuji, you will oversee the Wind Country. Yes, Director. Prepare yourselves and depart at once. Yes. The group utilized body flicker technique to vanish from sight. Hikari turned to the remaining members, who continued their tasks, awaiting orders from the Anbu. Yes, Director. Once everyone had exited, Kato Ryoko entered the room. Following the pregnancies of Tachibana and Sho, she had been appointed as Hikari's new secretary. Hikari, here are all the mission scrolls that have arrived over the past few days. Please review this one first. Thank you. Hikari accepted the scroll and examined its contents. It was a request from the Land of Soldiers, explicitly asking for his assistance with the promise of generous rewards upon completion. Hikari had never heard of the Land of Soldiers before. Standing up, he peered at the map behind him, seeking the location of this small nation. He quickly identified it situated between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. Drawing the tiger away from the mountain, Hikari thought. Noting the distance from the Land of Fire and the explicitly urgent request for his presence, coupled with the promise of substantial rewards, this piqued his curiosity. Hikari, is something the matter? Someone appears to be deliberately trying to mislead me. Huh? Deliberately mislead you? Then perhaps you shouldn't go. Kato Ryoko looked at Hikari with concern. It's fine. I will merely observe what these individuals are up to. Ah, you still intend to go? I will take a look. When war approaches, I shall return. Very well, but please be cautious. Indeed. Hikari departed the Anbu headquarters and sought out his 3 students. I will take you on a journey. Really, Sensei? Zaro exclaimed, delight lighting up his face. We'll also assess the progress of your training. Now, let us discuss as we travel. Yes, sensei. Just a day after Hikari left Konoha. Two children who would alter the future of the original Hokage world were born, one named Namikaze Minato, and the other Uzumaki Kushina. Chapter 46. Ambush due to the absence of the tailed beast. Nara Hikari had no choice but to endure the discomfort of traveling with his three companions on the backs of four giant wolves, summoned by his ally, Yuan Ima. Fortunately, the wolves' thick fur provided a soft and comfortable seating. According to Nara Hikari's understanding, Yuan Ima indeed hailed from a small clan that had recently joined Konoha, a family that specialized in breeding summoning beasts during the Warring States period. Similar to the Inuzuka clan, Yuan Ima's family raised a wider variety of creatures, including tracking wolves, powerful bears, swift deer, and healing geckos. After their clan was decimated, the remaining members journeyed far to join Konoha. While overshadowed by the prominent Inuzuka and Aburame clans, this marked the first appearance of Yuan Ima's clan among the graduates of the Ninja Academy. Yuan Ima demonstrated considerable talent, graduating from the academy after only 3 years. Sensei, where are we headed? We've been traveling for 2 days, Zaro complained, yawning repeatedly, his lack of energy betraying his curiosity about their destination. The land of soldiers, Nara Hikari replied. The land of soldiers? I've never heard of it, Zaro mused, trying to recall any information about the place. If we calculate the time, we should arrive in 2 more days. 2 more days? Zaro's fleeting excitement dissipated, and he slumped back onto the giant wolf. The group continued their journey in silence, relying on the wolves for transport. Whenever hunger struck, they munched on military rations. And when thirst arose, they sipped Yuan Ima's homemade beverages, a concoction of fruit juice mixed with beast milk. Nara Hikari found the flavor somewhat gamey, but Zaro and I found it quite pleasant. Suddenly, as they passed a vast expanse of dirt and stone, a voice calling out a ninjutsu broke the silence. The 4 companions leaped off the wolves and landed on the ground, standing together. The wolves also jumped aside, avoiding the rolling earth, and returned to Yuan Ima's side. Upon landing, Nara Hikari shielded the 3 youngsters behind him. Summoning technique. Yuan Ima bit her finger and drew a symbol on her palm before pressing it against the ground. A cloud of white mist appeared, revealing a bear, a deer, and a gecko stepping out from it. Secret technique. Enhancement. The 3 summoned beasts, along with the giant wolf, transformed into white light and entered Yuan Ima's body. This was the culmination of her training over the past year under Nara Hikari's guidance. Initially, she could only fuse with 1 beast upon graduating from the academy. Now, she was capable of merging with 4, elevating her strength to that of an elite chunin, thanks in part to the support of Nara Hikari's wife, Inuzuka Kyuka. Nara Hikari was not well versed in the utilization of summoned beasts. Zaro and I each drew their weapons, preparing for potential confrontation, their gazes alert and focused ahead. I can't believe you managed to evade us, a sudden voice echoed from the surrounding trees, and dozens of masked ninjas appeared. One of them exuded a powerful chakra. A shadow level? Nara Hikari thought, directing his chakra sensing ability outward. To his dismay, he detected not 1, but 5 shadow level ninjas hidden in the vicinity. Haha. I've been following you for 2 days, and as expected from the dark light of Konoha, you managed to evade my instant ninjutsu, the speaker taunted. This will be your grave. Earth style, Earth prison. The leading shadow-level enemy disappeared from the tree and reappeared on the ground, bending down and pressing his hands onto the earth. Walls of soil rapidly rose within a several-kilometer radius, extending towards Nara Hikari and his companions. Earth style, groundquake. The ninjas behind the leader followed suit, pressing their hands to the ground simultaneously. Nara Hikari and the 3 youngsters felt the ground tremble violently. Earth style, crumbling tiles. The quaking earth sent debris soaring into the air, spinning rapidly toward Nara Hikari and the others. The shadow-level enemy straightened up, observing Nara Hikari intently. This ambush had taken years of planning, designed specifically to ensnare him. Stay behind me, Nara Hikari commanded, protecting the 3 youngsters. He instantly unleashed the explosive force within him, sending the incoming debris hurtling back. Earth style, earth wall. The surrounding enemies hastily activated their earth-based defensive techniques. However, they underestimated the magnitude of the force Nara Hikari had returned. The debris came back with even greater power, shattering the earth wall and knocking down several enemies in its wake. Blood sprang forth. Fortunately, the shadow-level enemy closest to the debris managed to evade injury by employing the earth-style, earth escape technique just in time. Impressive, he exclaimed, whistling sharply. Hundreds of ninjas surrounded Nara Hikari and his companions. Upon witnessing the numerous corpses strewn about, their expressions shifted to horror. Among the fallen were several jounin. Eliminated with such ease? The 5 shadow-level ninjas exchanged glances. Let us attack together. Under the leadership of the 6 shadow-level ninjas, the hundreds of enemies charged toward Nara Hikari and his group, a rain of weaponry descending upon them. Nara Hikari employed the same technique once more, deflecting the projectiles with his explosive force. Be cautious. His abilities are peculiar. We must engage him closely, cautioned one of the shadow-level ninjas, who had previously encountered Nara Hikari. Unfortunately, his warning came too late. Before he could finish, several comrades fell victim to the returning projectiles. At that moment, 2 shadow-level ninjas closed in on Nara Hikari. Secret technique: Earth Rock Blade Strike. Earth Style: Heart Decapitation. Nara Hikari felt an immense pull from the ground, attempting to draw his legs beneath it, while another sword approached him menacingly. Just as the situation became dire, he vanished from their sight in an instant. Huh, so fast. Where did he go? The 2 shadow-level enemies lost their chakra lock on Nara Hikari. The swordsman suddenly felt a twitch in his right eye and instinctively swung his weapon to the side. But he struck nothing. In that moment of confusion, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as a dark object pierced through. What is this? Dropping his sword, the swordsman grasped the sharp end of the black object, collapsing to the ground. This shocking scene horrified the remaining shadow-level ninjas. Earth Style: Mountain Earth Technique. The other shadow-level ninja, who had been among the first to approach Nara Hikari, propelled himself off the ground while swiftly unleashing a top-tier A-rank ninjutsu. Too large. Half-circular stones hurtled toward Nara Hikari. Earth Style: Swamp Domain. Just as the stones were about to crush him, Nara Hikari felt an unexpected sensation of weightlessness beneath his feet. Interesting. So we are playing with combination ninjutsu? Chapter 47. The emergence of the Four Tails as Nara Light found himself immobilized by 2 colossal stones in the mud beneath his feet. The sword-wielding shadow level, which had just been pierced through the chest by him, suddenly erupted from the ground. With a ninja sword in hand, it lunged towards Nara Light's chest. Teacher, help. Just as Nara Light prepared to break free from his restraints and counterattack, he heard Zoro's cry for help. Nara Light unleashed his steel power, swiftly transforming his body into metal. He then clapped his hands together, sending a shockwave rippling outward. The enormous semicircular stone blocks shattered in response. After repelling the sword-wielding shadow, Nara Light disregarded the mud beneath him and soared into the air. With a wave of his hand, a force field emerged around the 3 little ones, propelling any enemies attempting to approach them far away. How is it? Are you all unharmed? Nara Light inquired, casting a glance at the trio. Under his super shadow-level protection, he believed it would be quite embarrassing if they were injured. Stand behind me and shield your eyes and ears. Huh? Yes, teacher. The 3 quickly shut their eyes and tightly covered their ears. Boom. As soon as Nara Light's words fell, flames and shockwaves erupted from the center where he and the 3 little ones stood. All right, open your eyes. Nara Light's voice resonated in their ears. Yuani, and Zoro opened their eyes, instantly astonished by the scene before them. There were no traces of any figures nearby. All the vegetation and rocks had been blasted away for dozens of kilometers, stretching into the horizon. Even the rocky barrier that had enveloped them in the sky had vanished. They felt as though they were now in the mountains, with only a small patch of grass beneath their feet providing a sense of reality. Teacher, you are amazing, Zoro exclaimed, his expression exaggerated with excitement as he looked at Nara Light. And Yuan also gazed at him with admiration. How impressive indeed, but 3 have escaped. And our troubles are far from over. Zoro surveyed the surroundings, astonished that anyone could still flee after such an event. Enough staring, let us go. Where to? To the land of soldiers. Teacher, are we really going? Of course. How dare they ambush me? If I leave now, it would imply that I am afraid. Teacher is truly remarkable. Zoro gave Nara Light a thumbs up. Stop with the flattery. You'll be leading the way soon. Huh? Quickly now. Oh. And Yuan stifled their laughter from the side. Humph. Yuan executed the summoning technique once more. 4 gigantic wolves appeared in place, and the 4 of them climbed onto the wolves' backs, continuing their journey towards the land of soldiers. By the time Nara Light and his companions reached the land of soldiers, 2 days had passed. Along the way, they encountered no ambushes. Perhaps out of fear, or perhaps waiting for a grander scheme, Nara Light retrieved a scroll and followed the instructions to arrive at the client's residence. Before him stood a small building. This is the place. Knock on the door. Yes, teacher. He approached the door and knocked several times. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A woman's voice resonated from within just as he finished knocking. The door swung open, revealing an elderly woman. Who are you looking for? We come from the land of fire, Konoha. I am Nara Light, here to see the client. Ah, it's Lord Light. Please come in, the woman exclaimed, hurriedly stepping aside to let them in. Teacher, your name has reached even here? Zoro said, astonished as he looked at Nara Light. Look at you, so naive. Who do you think the teacher is? He teased Zoro's expression. Nara Light ignored the banter of his students behind him and followed the woman inside. They entered a courtyard, traversed a corridor, and arrived at a room. The woman pushed the door open and paused. Dear, Lord Light has arrived. Ah, Lord Light has come. An excited voice emerged from the dimly lit room. The woman ushered Nara Light and his companions into the room and promptly lit the lamp. An elderly man seated on a wooden cart came into view. Are you the client? Yes, Lord Light. Please, I beg you, save my granddaughter. The old man implored, attempting to rise, but was supported by the woman. Tell me what happened. The old man began his tale. His name was Hiyomaru Sora, a former master blacksmith of the land of soldiers. An unfortunate accident had left his legs destroyed in front of the forging furnace, and subsequently, his family had retreated to this place. He had once thought they would live a tranquil life here, but a few years ago, a four-tailed red gorilla had unexpectedly appeared, killing his son and daughter-in-law and abducting his granddaughter. However, 2 years later, his granddaughter suddenly returned home, filling the elderly couple with joy. Little did they know that their nightmare was only beginning. She lived at home for just a year before a mysterious group reappeared and took her away once more. The old man was gravely injured during that incident, rendering him unable to rise from the wooden cart. Over the years, he had issued numerous requests for help, but alas, no one could complete them, and none of the contractors had returned, until he heard the name of Nara Light. He quickly entrusted someone to issue an S-rank request to Konoha, offering all his savings accumulated during his time as a blacksmith as a reward. What distinguishing features does your granddaughter have? Lord Light, please wait. I will fetch her portrait. Ah, yes, please do. The woman hurriedly searched through a table and soon turned to hand a portrait to Nara Light. This is our granddaughter. Nara Light examined the portrait. She had purple hair, large eyes, and a mole at the corner of her eye. Her appearance would indeed be easy to recognize. What about the mysterious group? Do they have any distinguishing features? Distinguishing features? Let me think. Hiyomaru Sora fell into deep thought. Ah yes, their masks have a small sword engraved on the forehead. That's all I remember. Very well, I accept your request. However, since your granddaughter has been missing for so long, it is uncertain whether she is alive or dead. If I find only her remains, you will still need to pay the reward. Yes, we understand. We only wish to know where our granddaughter is. That way, even if we die, we can rest in peace. All right, wait at home. Nara Light turned to leave with the three little ones. Lord Light, please wait. The old man called out to Nara Light again. Bring out the item. Oh right. The woman began rummaging again, soon holding out a long package before Nara Light. Lord Light, please accept this. It may be of use to you. Nara Light, filled with curiosity, opened the oilcloth of the package. Inside lay a long box. Upon lifting the lid, a ninja sword rested quietly within. As Nara Light grasped the sword, it vibrated as if resisting. Only when he released his super shadow chakra did the sword calm down. A fine sword indeed. Chapter 48. The Wrath of the Four Tails. Does this sword bear a name? It is called Emojimon. Nara Mitsukatsu found the name strikingly familiar. After a moment's contemplation, a name suddenly surfaced in his memory, a sword from one man below. The magical blade appearing in the hands of the character by Hirun. This sword, much like a leech, required blood to unleash its full potential. A bold idea struck Nara Mitsukatsu. In One Piece, the devil fruits could be consumed not only by living beings but also by inanimate metals. The first thing that came to his mind was the paper shredder wielded by Admiral Sengoku, which fused with a Zoan-type devil fruit. Very well, I shall claim this sword. I entrust our granddaughter to you, Lord Mitsukatsu. With that, Nara Mitsukatsu departed the courtyard, accompanied by the three little ones. Standing amidst the dense forest, Nara Mitsukatsu surveyed his surroundings. Where should he commence his search? After a moment of deep thought, he set his sights on the shinobi village of Heijin, located in the land of soldiers. From the description provided by Baiwen Long, he deduced that the beast with four tails was likely the resurrected four-tailed Sun Wukong, a creature he had slain. The mysterious individual capturing the tailed beasts was evidently no ordinary person. Coupled with the small sword on the mask, a series of clues pointed toward the realm of ninjas. Let us inquire about the location of this Heijin village. The four of them once again mounted the colossal wolf, a spirit beast summoned by Yuan Ima, and journeyed toward the nearby village, as Nara Mitsukatsu sensed a fluctuation of chakra there. in the various nations. It was not only the ninja villages that existed. There were also small hamlets where ordinary people led simple agricultural lives. Yet, amidst such a village, Nara Mitsukatsu detected a chakra disturbance. Even the faintest fluctuation could be captured by his keen senses. He made his way into the village, heading straight for the source of the chakra. Before him stood a wooden hut, at the entrance of which sat a middle-aged man with one eye clouded. Nara Mitsukatsu sensed that the chakra emanated from this individual. "Could you please direct me to Heijin village?" he inquired, fixing his gaze on the one-eyed man. The man remained silent, his attention instead fixed lovingly on a woman working in the fields not far away. Such a romantic soul. "I wonder why you don't lend her a hand?" Nara Mitsukatsu pressed further. The man's gaze was interrupted by the question, and he finally turned to Nara Mitsukatsu with an impatient expression. "Heijin village? I advise you against going there. It is not a place for someone like you." "Why?" Nara Mitsukatsu asked. "It is a place where the living are consumed by the dead. If you value your life, you would do well to return whence you came." Nara Mitsukatsu noted the man's evident fear of that place. "How do you know that?" he probed. "I lost my eye there. Return home. Living well is of utmost importance." The more the man spoke, the more intrigued Nara Mitsukatsu became. "Thank you, but I would appreciate it if you could simply point me in the right direction. I have no intention of relinquishing my life so easily. Follow that path up the mountain, cross the marsh, and you will arrive. If you seek death, then hurry along. Do not trouble me while I gaze upon my wife." "Thank you," replied Nara Mitsukatsu, preparing to leave with the three little ones. Suddenly, he halted. "It seems you have something cooking inside. It might be burning." "Oh no, my soup." The man's expression shifted dramatically as he bolted into the house. The group had not ventured far when they heard the sound of curses emanating from within the hut. "Curse those intruders. This was a lovingly prepared soup for my wife. My soup, my love." A day later, Nara Mitsukatsu and the three little ones finally arrived at the location described by the man, Heijin village. It was enveloped in a shroud of black smoke, the cacophony of machinery mingling with the anguished cries of beasts. "Teacher, this place is terrifying," Zoro exclaimed, clinging to Nara Mitsukatsu's arm, casting wary glances around. "Stay here while I investigate," Nara Mitsukatsu instructed, and as he spoke, three shadowy figures emerged from beneath his feet. The three elite shadow warriors took their positions, encircling the three little ones protectively. As the shadows settled, Nara Mitsukatsu sensed the chakra of the tailed beast, identical to that of the four-tailed son Wukong he had slain. He melded into the shadows beneath him, reappearing within the village. After a brief survey of his surroundings, he once again merged with the shadows, arriving before a cage containing the four-tailed son Wukong, restrained by a series of tubes. The chakra of the tailed beast flowed through the tubes into a steam engine. "Who goes there?" A ninja wielding an assortment of tools appeared behind Nara Mitsukatsu. Without hesitation, Nara Mitsukatsu hurled a kunai, piercing the speaker's skull. A shadow warrior stepped forth from the darkness, dragging away the lifeless body. Nara Mitsukatsu kicked open the entrance of the iron cage, severing the tubes that bound Sun Wukong. The four tails collapsed to the ground. "It's you," the four tails exclaimed, recognizing Nara Mitsukatsu. "What is happening? I was captured by these fools and forced into a girl's body. Otherwise, this tiny cage could never hold me." In that brief moment, the four tails regained some of its chakra and rose onto its forelegs. "What brings you here?" "Just passing by." "Humph. Do not think that your rescue has earned my gratitude. I shall repay the debt for your act of killing me." "You hold a grudge quite well," Nara Mitsukatsu replied. "Return to the girl's body. I will take you away." "No, I have important matters to attend to," the four tails declared, rising to its feet. With a resounding crash, it broke through the wall and charged outside. "Not good. The four tails has escaped. Alert Lord Heiying." As Nara Mitsukatsu emerged from the breach, chaos reigned outside. The four tails rampaged, swinging its massive arms in fury, spewing torrents of molten lava that incinerated everything in sight. After unleashing its wrath for a time, a group of ninjas armed with various tools rushed in from all directions. Witnessing this scene, Nara Mitsukatsu was reminded of the Nine Tails assault on Konoha. The resemblance was striking. Under the relentless assault of the four tails, the V Chapter 49, the beast weapons in a fit of rage, the tailed beast is terrifying. Hundreds of shinobi, under the leadership of the shinobi shadow, find themselves powerless to prevent the devastation wrought by the four tails. Enormous tailed beast orbs rain down upon the village. The once intact shinobi village is now unrecognizable. Fortunately, though this is a shinobi village, it is uninhabited. Otherwise, the four tails would have decimated it. From a distance, the shinobi shadow, who continuously assaults the four tails, realizes that the beast has no intention of leaving the village and abandons the idea of luring it away. Release the items, he commands. But, Sir No Buts, hurry. A senior shinobi beside the shinobi shadow reluctantly complies and vanishes in an instant. A clattering sound of chains sliding resonates around Nara Hikari, perched atop a building. Following that, hundreds of metallic figures enveloped in the Four Tails chakra approach. The ground trembles with the rhythm of their heavy steps. Interesting. I see they have this in reserve, Nara Hikari muses, observing the metallic giants. Reminiscent of a rudimentary version of Gundam. Despite their towering height, these metal warriors are not slow and swiftly encircle the Four Tails. Clad in tailed beast chakra, they strike with their fists. The Four Tails, swinging its tail and extending its forelimbs, slams down on one of the metallic giants. The impact rebounds, forcing the Four Tails' arm back. At that moment, the other metallic figures complete their encirclement. Due to the limited space, only 6 can surround the Four Tails at once. Should it leap free, the metallic giants would regroup. However, the Four Tails cannot breach their formidable defense. Nara Hikari's curiosity is piqued. He wishes to comprehend the mechanics of these iron giants. Although the Four Tails is not the mightiest among the beasts, even a typical shadow-level shinobi would struggle against it. Yet, these metallic figures withstand the Four Tails' onslaught perfectly. Do they possess physical defenses rivaling those of a shadow-level ninja? Just as Nara Hikari contemplates the iron giant's defenses, the Four Tails, realizing its claws are ineffective, swiftly creates distance. Gouts of molten lava spew from its mouth. One iron figure, engulfed in lava, emits hissing sounds as it begins to dissolve. Eventually, a breach appears in its head. And as the molten substance seeps in, the metallic giant collapses and starts to melt away. A shinobi inside leaps out, but meets an unfortunate fate. As the Four Tails seizes him midair and tosses him into its maw. Screams echo from within the beast, fading quickly until they are swallowed by the lava. With a roar, the Four Tails, after dispatching an iron figure, strikes its forelimbs heavily against its chest before unleashing molten lava upon the remaining giants. As the Four Tails channels its nearly limitless chakra, more of the metal warriors are obliterated. However, the beast also sustains injuries. Its surface bears gashes from attacks, oozing tailed beast chakra instead of blood. Over time, the Four Tails' strength begins to wane. Finally, after several minutes, the metallic giants manage to bring the Four Tails crashing to the ground, pinning its limbs down. The beast roars and thrashes in fury. Observing the Four Tails subdued, Nara Hikari leaps from the rooftop and hovers above it. Is anyone there? Nara Hikari's arrival startles those present, including the shinobi Shadow, who, despite possessing shadow-level capabilities, had not sensed Nara Hikari's presence. Thank you for calming the Four Tails. But I must take it with me. On what grounds do you claim the Four Tails? A senior shinobi from the village hurls several weapons at Nara Hikari. With a burst of explosive energy, Nara Hikari deflects the weapons back, narrowly avoiding hitting the senior shinobi, who breaks into a sweat. He retreats behind the shinobi Shadow, as others, initially eager to engage, now stand silently behind him. The shinobi Shadow furrows his brow, having sensed the overwhelming chakra emanating from Nara Hikari. I must give it a try. He draws his ninjato. Technique, Shinobi Scorpion. In an instant, he vanishes from his position and reappears near Nara Hikari, swinging his sword. A chakra-formed scorpion lunges at Nara Hikari. Nara Hikari disperses the attack with a push of energy. Technique, Shinobi Ghost. Dozens of chakra-enveloped sword-wielding specters charge at Nara Hikari. As they draw near, a shadowy figure emerges from beneath Nara Hikari's feet, slashing with a ninjato and dispersing the advancing chakra warriors. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. In the moment the shadowy figure disrupts the warriors, the shinobi Shadow positions himself behind Nara Hikari, launching a massive fireball comprised of fire chakra toward him. The shadowy figure in front of Nara Hikari leaps into the path of the fireball, slashing with his ninjato. The fireball splits in two, veering in opposite directions. In that instant, the shinobi Shadow's sword pierces through the gap, impaling the shadowy figure in the chest. Just as he believes he has vanquished an enemy, the shadowy figure swiftly retaliates, cutting into the shinobi Shadow's chest and causing blood to spurt forth. He stumbles back, hastily channeling chakra to staunch the bleeding. Nara Hikari's gaze shifts toward him. The armor worn by the shinobi Shadow can no longer conceal his form, revealing L Chapter 50, Kaleidoscope unveiled. Fusion Nara Hikari gazed upon the black-haired Jinchuriki of the Four Tails. Her countenance differed markedly from the depiction provided by the client. Surveying his surroundings, Nara Hikari approached the gravely wounded shinobi. A shadow clone emerged from beneath his feet, materializing beside him. It advanced and removed the helmet concealing the shinobi's face, revealing violet hair, large eyes, and a beauty mark near her eye. He produced soldier pills and healing pills, handing them to the shadow clone, which pried open the shinobi's mouth and administered the medication. She instinctively swallowed. A verdant chakra emanated from her form. Moments later, she coughed violently. The shinobi struggled to sit up, glaring fiercely at Nara Hikari. He found himself in a predicament. How was he to return the client's granddaughter in this state? Nara Hikari's right eye underwent a swift transformation, shifting to crimson before the pupil morphed into the shape of a black bullseye. The pupil commenced its rotation, activating the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's memory imprint. Thud. The shinobi's eyelids fluttered shut, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Done, Nara Hikari muttered, deactivating his Mangekyo Sharingan. A minute elapsed. The shinobi's eyes fluttered open once more, her gaze towards Nara Hikari now devoid of animosity. Master, let us depart, Nara Hikari commanded. Yes, master, she replied, rising to trail behind Nara Hikari. Upon reaching the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Nara Hikari instructed, carry her. Yes, master. The shinobi hoisted the Four Tails Jinchuriki onto her shoulders. Nara Hikari led them towards the trio of Jinin, having strategically positioned them at a distance before their foray into the shinobi village. Why is Sensei not back yet? Zoro grumbled, kicking at a mound of earth until it formed a sizable crater. Yuan Ima peered into the distance. Sensei is returning. He focused his gaze in the same direction, where Nara Hikari was approaching, his shadow shinobi trailing behind with the Four Tails Jinchuriki in tow. Sensei, you have finally returned, the trio exclaimed, rushing to Nara Hikari's side. Very well. The mission is concluded. We can return now, Nara Hikari announced. Sensei, who is she? Zoro inquired. You are rather inquisitive, are you not? Nara Hikari retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the garrulous Zoro. Sensing the ominous tone in Nara Hikari's voice, Zoro promptly fell silent, but his belated discretion proved futile. On the return journey, Zoro, your training regimen will be doubled, Nara Hikari declared. Ah, please no, Sensei, Zoro lamented. Nara Hikari disregarded his plea and mounted the giant wolf summoned by Yuan Ima. The shadow shinobi placed the Four Tails Jinchuriki upon the wolf's back before mounting it herself. With the others aboard, the 5 giant wolves galloped into the distance. A day later, Nara Hikari and his entourage arrived back at the client's residence. Upon pushing open the door, a wave of putrid odor assaulted their nostrils. Zoro kicked open the door. 2 corpses lay sprawled in the center of the house. Nara Hikari stepped forward, examining the bodies. They were none other than Hyuga Ryu and his beloved. The shadow shinobi also recognized the corpses. Grandfather, grandmother, she cried, releasing the Four Tails Jinchuriki and rushing to the side of the deceased elders, overcome with grief. It is all my fault, she sobbed, consumed by self-recrimination. Nara Hikari expanded his sensory perception, scanning the surroundings. Not good, he muttered. Within his detection range, a surge of earth-style chakra was rapidly accumulating. Nara Hikari unleashed shadow energy, shielding everyone within the house. The ground began to tremble violently, then started to cave in. Shadow clones materialized beside Nara Hikari, brandishing Ninjato and tearing through the roof. The shadow clones carried the trio of Genin and the Four Tails Jinchuriki, leaping out of the collapsing structure. The shadow shinobi clutched the corpses of her 2 elders, also burrowing through the roof. Nara Hikari unleashed propulsive force, temporarily slowing the ground's descent. Once everyone had reached a safe distance, the client's house vanished into a deep pit. Earth release. Opening earth ejection, a voice intoned. Just as Nara Hikari and his group regained their footing, another tremor shook the ground. Several bursts of chakra erupted from below. Nara Hikari once more retreated dozens of meters. Earth release. Earth dragon, the voice continued. The flames that had erupted from the earth reversed direction in midair, hurtling towards Nara Hikari. The flames coalesced with surrounding rocks, transforming into 3 earth dragons composed of magma, which crashed into Nara Hikari. He unleashed propulsive force, shattering the earth dragons. Nara Hikari finally caught sight of his adversaries, a squad of Awagakure Demolition Corps shinobi, bearing the insignia of the Hidden Stone Village. As Nara Hikari prepared to engage, the shadow shinobi surged forward. Kinjutsu, spirit soldier, she cried, brandishing her ninjato. Dozens of chakra-infused samurai warriors materialized, charging at the enemy. Withdraw. The Awagakure Demolition Corps shinobi commanded, retrieving a sphere from their ninja pouches and hurling it towards the shadow shinobi. A cloud of murky green smoke rapidly expanded, engulfing the area. Nara Hikari unleashed propulsive force, dispersing the smoke. When the haze cleared, the enemy had vanished. They are quite fleet-footed, Nara Hikari remarked, surveying the ruins of the house. He had located Hyuga Ryu's granddaughter, but it seemed he would not be receiving the commission fee. Where did everyone go? Nara Hikari scanned his surroundings, noting the shadow shinobi's disappearance. She had evidently given chase. Wait here for a moment, he instructed, dispatching several shadow clones to sense the area and pursue the shadow shinobi's chakra signature. When he located her, 5 bodies lay strewn upon the ground. The shadow shinobi bore a streak of dried blood at the corner of her mouth. She was relentlessly stabbing the corpse beneath her feet with her ninjato, thrust after thrust. Even as the body became unrecognizable, he is already dead. Let us return and attend to the affairs of your kin, Nara Hikari said. Hearing Nara Hikari's voice, the shadow shinobi regained her senses. She withdrew her ninjato from the corpse and returned to Nara Hikari's side. The trio of genin assisted the shadow shinobi in burying Hyuga Ryu and his wife, erecting 2 wooden markers. I do not believe I have asked. What is your name? Nara Hikari inquired. Master, I am called Hyuga Aim, she replied. Tell me, how did you become the shadow of the shinobi village? Yes, master. Several minutes later, Nara Hikari had pieced together the entire story. Shortly after Hyuga Aim was abducted by the Four Tails, she was discovered by the shinobi village. In order to combat a Wagakure, the shinobi village sought to control Hyuga Aim and develop tailed beast weaponry. However, Hyuga Aim was rescued by a girl from the shinobi village. To evade the village's pursuit, the girl and Hyuga Aim wandered throughout the land of Earth. When they were eventually discovered, the Four Tails within Hyuga Aim went berserk, killing everyone and critically injuring the girl. In an effort to save the girl, Hyuga Aim brought her to the shinobi village. She eliminated the original shadow and concealed her identity, becoming the new shadow. To save the girl, she used a special sealing technique developed by the shinobi village to extract a portion of the tailed beast from her body and seal it within the girl. The girl was revived and became the new Jinchuriki of the Four Tails. Hyuga Aim, now lacking a portion of her tailed beast, was no longer considered a Jinchuriki. But her strength had not diminished significantly. However, Hyuga Aim had become consumed by hatred. She imprisoned the girl and resumed the shinobi village's production of war weaponry. Utilizing the Four-Tailed Son Goku's chakra, hatred can indeed bring about earth-shattering changes, Nara Hikari reflected, recalling Obito from the original Naruto world. Return to Konoha with me, Nara Hikari said. Yes, master. Although the commission fee was lost, he had at least fulfilled the client's wishes by locating his granddaughter. Take out the cursed sword, Majirwan. Within the system, he casually selected a devil fruit. The Zoan type, cat fruit, was brought forth. How does one fuse these? In the world of One Piece, bloodline elements are extracted and merged into weaponry. Suddenly, Majirwan instinctively pressed against the devil fruit, like a vampire greedily consuming the energy of the fruit. To my astonishment, it can be done this way? Chapter 51. The cat-human form Nara Mitsuharu observed as the magical leech devoured the entirety of the devil fruit. Marveling at the weapon's indiscriminate appetite, once it absorbed the fruit, the leech sought to break free from his grasp. Nara Mitsuharu released his hold, and it soared away, landing not far off where it shimmered with a radiant light, a process that was fleeting. When the brilliance faded, a cat-human figure materialized before him, clad in a suit of metallic yellow armor that concealed its vital areas, rendering its gender indiscernible. Soon after, the magical leech transformed back into the ninja's sword and returned to Nara Mitsuharu's hand. Upon releasing his perception, he discovered that this half-human form of the sword possessed the strength of a junior shadow-level ninja. Nara Mitsuharu felt a surge of delight. The fact that the leech could absorb devil fruits seemed to open a new realm of possibilities. There was now a purpose for consuming devil fruits. He retrieved a kunai and an animal-type elephant fruit, but this time, the kunai displayed no reaction regardless of his attempts. Reflecting on the leech's active absorption of the fruit, he recalled how it had vibrated in his hand upon first grasping it, attempting to escape, but was firmly held. The magical leech must possess the fabled spirit of a weapon, he mused, surveying the kunai that had accompanied him for so long. He directly inserted it into the devil fruit, and at last, the kunai began to transform. After a lengthy process, lasting several minutes, it detached from the fruit, which quickly shriveled into a massive residue. Much like the magical leech, the kunai flew into the distance, embedding itself in the ground. Following this, a familiar white light appeared, revealing a robust elephant man. Nara Mitsuharu sensed that the kunai now held the strength of a genin, which pleasantly surprised him. He then laid out all his ninja tools. An hour later, Every last one had absorbed the energy from the devil fruit, depleting all ordinary animal-type fruits. Once all the tools reverted to their weapon forms, he collected them. After resting overnight in the wilderness, Nara Mitsuhara set off towards Konoha with his companions. During the journey, he began training the three little ones. Among them, I displayed exceptional talent in weaponry, combined with the ninjutsu he learned. His overall strength had reached the elite Jonin level. Yuan Ima, utilizing his family's secret techniques, had barely attained the strength of an elite Jonin after merging with a summoning beast. Zoro's progress lagged slightly, remaining an ordinary Jonin. This was why Nara Mitsuhara had intentionally increased Zoro's training regimen on their way back. Zoro's laid-back nature led him to approach tasks with a casual demeanor. Yet he possessed remarkable learning capabilities, mastering ninjutsu after only a few demonstrations. However, once learned, he seldom practiced. His progress to this point was solely due to Nara Mitsuhara's strict oversight and rigorous training. Despite his indolent disposition, he had managed to become a Jonin within a year. Nara Mitsuharu had accepted Kato Duan and Beilu as disciples, and had indirectly taken Tsunade under his wing. Kato Duan and Beilu had become shadow-level powerhouses, while Tsunade had ascended to the pinnacle of senior shadow-level strength. The three of them formed the first generation of Nara Mitsuhara's disciples, well known throughout Konoha. Yuan Ima, and Zoro were considered his second generation. As a first-time team leader, Nara Mitsuharu put considerable effort into his role. After 5 days, he and his group returned to Konoha. Advisor. 2 Jonin stationed at the gates of Konoha hurriedly greeted Nara Mitsuharu upon his return. Oh, has the guard changed? Yes, Advisor. I am Kamizuki Shotai. And this is Ganji Kin. Very well, see you later. Goodbye, Advisor. Nara Mitsuharu walked into Konoha with the three little ones, along with Hibiya and Xiaowen. Xiaowen was the new Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, having grown up in the village of Hibi Shinobi. Due to her incompatible personality with the others in Hibi Shinobi, she faced ostracism, and her parents perished in the war between Hibi Shinobi and Iwagakure. Hibiya had been her sole friend. As they entered the streets of Konoha, members of the new Anbu swiftly surrounded Nara Mitsuharu. Advisor, who are these two? Inquired the leading Anbu member respectfully. They are both Anbu members. Is there a problem? Oh, no. Advisor, we take our leave. With a wave of his hand, the lead Anbu and his comrades vanished from sight. Teacher, what's wrong? Yuan Ima approached Nara Mitsuharu, sensing something amiss. I too have a peculiar feeling since our return. All right, you three head home for now. Enjoy a short break these next few days. Yay. Thank you. Teacher, the three little ones rejoiced at the prospect of a holiday, swiftly disappearing from Nara Mitsuharu's view. He shook his head, leading Hibiya and Xiaowen back to the Nara residence. With new company at home, Nara Yamami emerged to scold Nara Mitsuharu. Ultimately, under his soothing words, Nara Yamami reluctantly arranged rooms for the two girls. In the following days, Mitsuharu's wives were too preoccupied to visit him, leaving him with a sense of isolation, akin to that of Tang Bohu. Father, my boy, every time you return, you bring someone along. What am I to say to you? Hee. Nara Mitsuharu feigned innocence. Enough with that. Nara, you took a seat beside him. The war between the land of rain and the land of iron has erupted, dragging nearby small nations into the fray, Nara, you observed. Yes, I was informed by the Anbu upon my return. Mitsuharu, if Konoha gets embroiled in the conflict, will you intervene? Nara, you inquired, turning to his son. You're good at many things, but a bit of a lecher, he added. I will, before your return. Mito Minion proposed to replace the Konoha guard with the Nara clan. Oh? Nara Mitsuharu was taken aback by this revelation. The second Hokage, Tobarama, had used this tactic to corner the Uchiha clan. That Mito Minion would dare to employ such a strategy against him suggested recklessness. Father, convey to the clan leader that we cannot agree to this. Let Mito Minion continue his antics. Very well, I will relay your message. Any plans for now? None for the moment. That's good. Make sure to spend time with your mother. It's been a while since you had a proper conversation with her. Understood, father. Nara Mitsuharu lay back, resting his hands behind his head as he gazed at the clouds above. Suddenly, a small raindrop fell from the sky, splashing into the pond in the courtyard. Father, I'm heading back. All right. Nara Mitsuharu stood to bid farewell to his father, returning to his empty room. Chapter 52. The Nine Tails. Early the next morning, Shirabi hurried to Naraku's location. Minister, urgent news from the border of the Land of Wind. Upon seeing Naraku, Shirabi presented the scroll in his hand. Naraku channeled his chakra to open it, perusing its contents before slowly closing it again. It appeared that Sunagakure was the first to lose its composure. Minister, Hideyoshi has already clashed with Chiyo and Ebi in Sunagakure. What was the outcome? Chiyo's poison is quite troublesome. Hideyoshi's has team managed to gain the upper hand, and both sides are at a standstill along the border of the Land of Wind. Has Nichiren sent anyone there? No. Inform Hideyoshi to exercise caution and avoid falling into a trap. Understood. What about other fronts? There has been no movement from the Land of Water, although the third Mizukage has appeared at the border only to vanish swiftly. The Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning have begun to amass troops at their borders. The third Mizukage? Nara Ko recalled that among the previous Hokage, this third Mizukage was rather inconspicuous. He was a leader who yearned for tranquility, lacking ambition and top-tier strength, which led to the defection of many ninjas during his reign. Minister, it seems that the Hokage intends to avoid our people. They will circumvent our stationed areas after acquiring intelligence. Let him be. One day he will regret this. In truth, had it not been for his family ties, as well as the influence of Sarutobi Bawako and Uzumaki Mido, he would have already severed ties with Konoha and pursued his own path. It was intolerable to endure this any longer. Moreover, with the power he currently possessed, waging war against the 5 great nations would not pose a significant challenge. Nara Ko felt it was time to have a serious discussion with the clan leader. Is there anything else? None for now. Then send another person to support Hideyoshi. Minister, may I go? No, let Kataki Sakuya handle it. Yes, Minister. After Shirabi departed, Nara Ko merged into the shadow beneath him. Nara Ko sought out the clan leader, Nara Ko Man, and they engaged in a lengthy conversation that lasted an entire day. The specifics of their discussion remained unknown. The following day, the clan leader convened a family meeting attended by the senior members of the Nara Ko clan, with Nara Ko also present. After deliberation, the clan's higher-ups expressed that the current Konoha was no longer the same village led by Hashirama. The internal strife within Konoha had left the wise members of the Nara Ko clan disillusioned. They concurred with the clan leader's decision to depart from Konoha. Additionally, the Nara Ko clan was no longer comparable to its former wartime stature. Leaving Konoha would still allow them to attain the peaceful existence they desired. Of course, this was all thanks to Nara Ko's efforts. During the meeting, he showcased his full strength, both personally and in terms of the power he wielded, which left the Nara Ko clan utterly convinced. Some senior members even proposed that Nara Ko would be the indisputable choice for the next clan leader, a suggestion that he humbly declined. After the clan meeting, the clan members noticed that the clan leader had begun organizing the relocation of livestock and herbs from their estate. Some clan members started to be sent out gradually. Although the Nara Ko clan conducted their actions discreetly, the truth could not remain hidden forever. They were discovered by the surveillance set up by Mido Men near the Nara Ko territory. However, by the time they were found out, 7 days had already passed. The intelligence was reported to Mido Men, who then relayed it to Nichiren. Upon hearing the news, Nichiren felt a wave of foreboding and promptly dispatched Anbu to investigate the Nara Ko estate. They found it to be deserted. Fortunately, Nara Ko had not yet departed, which somewhat eased Nichiren's concerns. However, the reckless Mido Men was not content to let the matter rest. Under the pretense of a reason, he impeached Nara Ko's advisory authority. Nara Ko simply relinquished it. Mido Men then rallied families aligned with Nichiren to strip Nara Ko of his former position as the head of the Anbu. Nara Ko again declined. He even went so far as to dismantle the old Anbu headquarters. Thus, Nara Ko was left without purpose, spending his days visiting the Uzumaki household and then returning home to accompany his wife. Upon learning that Nara Ko had been compelled to resign from his advisory role in the position of head of the former Anbu, Uzumaki Mido felt a surge of indignation. She criticized Tobarama for having taken on such a student. Nowadays, Nichiren rarely visited her, and she was well aware that those who occupy high positions for too long often lose their original intent. Mido could only sigh in helplessness. Please do not be upset. In truth, this situation may be for the best. What is good about it? Without you, Konoha would not be in its present state. Mido sat in her chair, gazing at the distant wall adorned with 3 paintings. The first depicted the 6 members of the Senju family. The second featured Tobarama and his 6 disciples. The third illustrated Tobarama, Uzumaki Mido, Nara Ko, Tsunade, and Rope Tree with their families. All right, and I must take my leave. Mido watched as Nara Ko departed, then picked up a clean cloth to wipe down the now gleaming photographs on the wall. A heavy sigh escaped her lips. Just when Nara Ko believed he would experience a period of tranquility, an unfortunate piece of news emerged. Uzumaki Mido was unwell. Nara Ko melded into the shadows, instantly arriving at the Uzumaki residence. Pushing open the door, he found Mito drenched in sweat. "Aunt, what is wrong? I can barely contain the nine tails within me. I must quickly find the next Jinchuriki candidate," Mito struggled to articulate. At that moment, Sia Komatsu also arrived. Approaching Mito, she suddenly burst into tears, leaving Mito perplexed. "Why are you crying upon seeing me?" A single tear fell onto Mito, and to her astonishment, the raging nine tails within her suddenly calmed. Her frail body began to feel less discomfort and was gradually recovering. What is happening? It is a special ability, akin to a Kekkai Jinkai, capable of healing through tears. Such a Kekkai Jinkai exists? Mito observed her hands, noting the significant restoration of her chakra and the healing of internal injuries. "Komatsu, are you all right?" Nara Ko knelt beside Suya Komatsu. "I'm fine," she replied with a faint smile, though her pale face suggested otherwise. "Thank you, Komatsu. I feel much better now. There is no need for further treatment." Mito also recognized the fatigue in Komatsu's demeanor and understood that such a power must come at a cost. "Aunt, even though your condition has improved thanks to my treatment, years of suppressing the nine tails have taken a toll on your body. You need time to recuperate." Mito nodded in agreement. Has a candidate for the Jinchuriki been selected? Uzumaki Kushina. Among all the clan members, this child is the most suitable. Uzumaki Kushina? Indeed. Chapter 53. The passing of Uzumaki Mito the following day, under the fervent insistence of Uzumaki Mito. The members of the Uzumaki clan commenced preparations for the transfer of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. In the cave located in the back mountains of Konoha, the Uzumaki clan had meticulously arranged all necessary preparations for the sealing technique. Soon, Uzumaki Kushina was brought in by a couple. The current clan leader of the Uzumaki placed Kushina at the center of the sealing array, signaling that everything was ready to commence. Uzumaki Mito reclined upon the stone platform in the center of the cave. A dozen Uzumaki clan members formed a protective circle around her. One clan member stepped forward, chakra swirling around his body, and placed his hand upon Mito's abdomen, invoking the four-symbol seal. The sealing symbols on Mito's abdomen became visible and began to rotate counterclockwise. Gradually, the ferocious visage of the nine tails emerged from the sealing symbols, struggling violently as the cave filled with a tempestuous red chakra. Under the deft manipulation of the clan member, the chakra comprised of the nine tails was swiftly extracted from Mito's body. Once the nine tails was fully detached from Mito, the clan member immediately executed another sealing technique, pressing it onto Kushina's small belly. A sealing rune identical to Mito's rapidly appeared on Kushina's abdomen, which then began to rotate clockwise until the entirety of the enraged nine tails was completely absorbed into Kushina. The clan member finally exhaled a sigh of relief and seated himself on the ground, advising caution in observing the child's condition to prevent any potential upheaval from the nine tails during the process. He closed his eyes, commencing the recovery of his depleted chakra. Nara Light and Tsunade, who had returned to Konoha, first checked Mito's condition. Noticing her steady breathing, they felt reassured and shifted their focus to Kushina in the center of the cave. At that moment, the young Kushina was calm and quiet, peacefully asleep. Comforted by the Uzumaki clan members, "All is complete. Let us return Lord Mito to rest," commanded the clan leader. "Yes, clan leader." Two female clan members stepped forward to assist Mito as they made their way toward the cave's exit. However, just as they reached the entrance, Mito suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body going limp. This alarmed the surrounding members of the Uzumaki clan, who hurried to her side. "Lord Mito, are you all right?" the clan leader asked urgently, a look of deep concern etched upon his face. "I am fine," Mito replied with great difficulty, followed by a faint cough. Tsurugi Kamachi approached. "Let me handle this." She intended to utilize her abilities. "No need, Kamachi. I wish to go home now," Mito interjected, blocking Kamachi's outstretched hands. Then turning her gaze towards Tsunade and Shoju. "Yes, grandmother, we will take you home," Tsunade said, fighting back tears as she stepped forward to embrace Mito, vanishing from sight. Shoju quickly followed suit. Nara Light and Tsurugi Kamachi also departed the cave together. Once they left, the cave was filled with sighs and the sounds of weeping. Everyone accompanied Mito back to the place she had shared with Hashirama. Mito gazed at the photographs adorning the walls and smiled. "Tsunade, Shoju, once I am gone. If Light wishes to leave Konoha, you should accompany him." "Grandmother, you will be all right. You will be all right," Shoju wept bitterly. Tsunade too was overwhelmed with tears, while Kamachi silently shed her own. At last, "I can meet you." Mito's voice grew weaker. In the final moments, Her expression oscillated between relief and happiness, and her hand slowly fell. Grandmother. Tsunade and Shoju wept even more fiercely. Kamachi placed her hand on Mito's chest, channeling chakra as her abilities activated. But it was futile. Mito had exhausted the last vestiges of her life force. Nara Light sighed as he looked upon the lifeless Mito, tears streaming down his face. Mito's condition was markedly different from that of Hibi. Hibi had only briefly suppressed the tailed beast, thus his body had not suffered severe damage from the rampaging chakra. Therefore, after the extraction of the four tails, the likelihood of death following timely treatment remained low. But Mito's case was dire. She had forcefully contained the nine tails within her for far too long, her body ravaged by its relentless fury. Moreover, the nine tails was the most volatile of all the tailed beasts. Had it not been for the Uzumaki clan's unique constitution, she might not have withstood the onslaught of its malevolent chakra. Komaki wished to intervene, but was restrained by Nara Light. Aunt Mito has been alone for too long. Perhaps this is the best outcome for her. Indeed, Light affirmed. Tsunade, Shoju, I will take care of Aunt Mito's funeral. Thank you, Brother Light. The news of Uzumaki Mito's passing swiftly spread throughout Konoha. The elders of Konoha gathered to attend her funeral. The grave site was filled with mourners. The Uzumaki clan members bereft of tears. Nara Light observed the familiar faces of Hizashi, Minato, and Akimichi Torafu within the crowd. They too noticed Nara Light. Lord Light, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Marino Ibiki greeted him with respect. After the funeral concluded, Nara Light did not depart but lingered at the back, watching the grieving Tsunade family. Light, thank you. Shoju's parents approached him. There is no need for such formality. Aunt Mito treated me with kindness during her life. This is but a small gesture. Should the Uzumaki clan face any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek my aid. Thank you. Shoju's father glanced around. Are you truly resolved? Yes. There is nothing left in Konoha worth holding on to. Before my mother passed, she wished for the Uzumaki clan to accompany you, yet some members were reluctant to leave. No matter, those who wish to depart may join me, while those who prefer to stay need not be coerced. Understood. Nara Light noticed Shoju's mother suddenly fainting. Let us take her home. We must not compromise her health. Agreed. The Tsunade family departed first. Nara Light sat by the gravestone, waiting until twilight enveloped the land before returning to the Nara household. At that moment, all of Nara Light's wives awaited him in the hall. Prepare yourselves. We depart from Konoha tomorrow. Very well. His wives expressed no dissent, promptly turning to gather their belongings without a moment's hesitation. Nara Light looked upon his parents. Father, mother. You do not blame me, do you? Blame you for what? Nara, you looked at his son. The Nara clan has only just begun to enjoy a peaceful existence. Yet we are soon to be thrust into a life of turmoil once more. Nara, you stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Light's shoulder. Your mother and I support your choice. No matter what the future holds, you are our beloved son and source of pride. Thank you. Let us not dwell on such matters. We, too, shall gather our belongings. Once his parents departed, Nara Light wandered into the courtyard, gazing at the moon hanging in the night sky, lost in thought. Chapter 54, The Outbreak of World War II in the Hokage Office. An Anbu member hurriedly appeared before Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, it's bad news. Lord K has left. Left? Where did he go? He departed the village. What? The Anbu tasked with monitoring K reported that he had seen him leave this morning, accompanied by a group of women and several carts. Why didn't you stop him? We didn't dare. The Anbu's voice grew increasingly timid. How long has he been gone? He left just a few minutes ago. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen vanished from the spot, the Anbu member trailing behind him. Hiruzen arrived at the rooftop of the Hokage building, but K's figure was nowhere to be seen. Utilizing his shadow-level chakra sensing ability, he finally detected K's direction and pursued him with the Anbu who had followed. After a brief interval, Hiruzen confronted K's caravan. You may proceed. Understood. Tsunade merely glanced at Hiruzen before passing by the Anbu without further comment. K, are you truly leaving? Yes. Why? Konoha has enough with you all. Can you reconsider? No, I have made my decision. Do you intend to stop me? Return. I do not wish for our relationship to become too strained. K, are you really willing to forsake your teacher's will of fire? The will of fire? Rather, it is Hiruzen's will. Hiruzen fell silent. Enough talking. It serves no purpose. Do not compel me to take action against you. Your strength appears rather inadequate before me. Hiruzen clenched his fists. In an instant, K melded into the shadow beneath him. Hokage-sama, should we? Never mind, just return. Hiruzen cast a glance in the direction Kei had departed before turning back towards Konoha. Teacher, have I truly erred in my pursuit of balance? I only desire for Konoha to thrive. Is that truly a mistake? The Anbu members observed Hiruzen's despondent figure. They had long sensed the rift between the advisor and the Hokage, yet none dared to intervene. Hokage-sama, turmoil in the ninja world is imminent. What shall we do now? With Kei gone, Konoha is likely. Are you suggesting that without Kei, Konoha will fall? Hokage-sama, that is not my intention. Enough. I will decide for myself. You all may proceed with your tasks. Yes, Hokage-sama. As Kei chose to depart from Konoha, many others also opted to follow him. This left the higher-ups of Konoha utterly astonished. Firstly, 85 members of the former Anbu decided to accompany Kei. Even some members of the families behind the former Anbu had part of their clan choose to leave with Kei. This included certain members of the Uzumaki clan, the Senju clan, the Hyuga clan, the Sarutobi clan, the Inuzuka clan, the Yamanaka clan, and all members of the Kurama, Yuhi, and Haruno clans. Additionally, Kei's establishment of the old Anbu orphanage added to the exodus. With the departure of the Nara clan, the Inoshikacho trio was effectively disbanded. Among those leaving with Kei were only the Yamanaka family and the Akimichi family, along with a few members of the Yamanaka clan willing to follow Kei out of Konoha. Some members of the Akimichi clan who wished to leave were forcibly stopped by Akimichi Torafu. The remaining individuals consisted of commoners willingly departing with Kei, making up the vast majority. They were escorted to the new Nara clan territory by Kakashi, Shikaku, and Shikamaru. Most of these commoners were relatives of the former Anbu, alongside all the inhabitants of the Four Beast Village. Following Tsunade's departure, Kato-dan and Himiko also found Kei and naturally chose to accompany him. As for Inochi, and Zaro, the trio wished to leave with Kei but were restrained by their families, thus they had no choice but to return home. On the 7th day after Kei left Konoha, the Land of Rain launched an attack on the Land of Iron and subsequently directed a large army towards the borders of the Land of Fire. The restless Land of Lightning sensed an opportunity and swiftly joined the fray. The Land of Lightning, traversing through the Land of Rain, charged towards the borders of the Land of Fire. The Land of Earth took advantage of Konoha's engagement with the Land of Lightning and, alongside the Land of Wind, initiated an assault from both flanks of the Land of Fire. Upon receiving intelligence regarding the border skirmishes, Hiruzen hastily rallied all available forces in Konoha. He recalled Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who were stationed at the borders of the Land of Iron and the Land of Fire. They were deployed to the border between the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind to fend off the invading forces. Mori no Izumi remained in the Land of Iron, preparing for a potential surprise attack on the Land of Fire as the Land of Rain engaged in its offensive. Just as Hiruzen believed the war would unfold in this manner, the Land of Water, the Land of Grass, the Land of Bear, the Land of Deer, and the Land of Sound suddenly launched an assault on the borders of the Land of Fire. This left Konoha utterly encircled. While Konoha was in disarray, it became apparent that the Land of Water's intentions extended beyond merely targeting the Land of Fire. They also had their sights set on the Land of Lightning. The Land of Grass not only attacked the Land of Fire, but also diverted a portion of its forces to assault the Land of Earth. This enraged the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, who promptly dispatched a unit of shinobi to retaliate against the Land of Grass. The Land of Bear also remained active, taking advantage of Water's vulnerability to strike against both the Land of Water and the Land of Whirlpool. The ever-elusive Land of Birds launched an attack on the Land of Wind. At this juncture, the entire world of shinobi was in utter chaos. Upon receiving the news, Kei and his companions were taken aback. The Hokage's circle was indeed in turmoil. However, amidst the chaos, there was a silver lining. Konoha's pressure had notably diminished. Meanwhile, Kei had successfully brought his family to the new Nara clan territory, an uninhabited island in the sea, vast enough to rival the grand islands of the Land of Water. Kei was quite pleased with this location. Standing in his new home, he inhaled a breath of fresh air. You have not taken it too far. Tsunade approached Kei. You are about to give birth. Why have you come out? You exerted yourself too much during the last treatment of your aunt. It's fine. I'm aware of my limits. You still haven't answered my question. Answered what? Kei looked down at Tsunade's belly, crouching down to gently touch it. You did not recall Hideyoshi, and Kato-dan and Himiko, who came here with you, are also nowhere to be seen. Clearly, you are hiding something from me. After all, it is your aunt's wish. Konoha must not fall in this war. And after that, that is Hiruzen's concern. I can only do so much. And I have done my utmost. Sigh. Do not sigh. It is not good for the unborn child. The sea breeze is strong. Come back with me. Kei gently grasped Tsunade's wrist and led her back to the room. All right, I can walk on my own. Do not pull me. Chapter 55. Izumi Stone of the Forest. As Nara Hikari settled into a leisurely life on the small island, the war over resource plunder and territorial disputes abruptly fell into a stalemate. The counterattack from Konoha commenced. The leaders of the samurai from the Land of Iron united with the shadow-level powerhouse Izumi Stone from the Land of Fire to launch a massive counteroffensive against the armies of the Land of Rain and the Land of Lightning. In the Nakatsubo Valley of the Land of Iron, once more, dozens of ninjas from the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain clashed. One side donned the headbands of Konoha, while the other wore the Rain ninja insignia. It appears we meet again, Izumi. Sanu Yuning. I never expected your Land of Rain would dare to tear up the non-aggression pact with the Land of Iron and initiate war against us. This is a matter for our Land of Rain, and it seems unnecessary for an outsider like you to comment. Last time you left unscathed was mere luck. This time, you shall not escape. Is that so? Whether you live or die this time remains to be seen. Izumi Stone drew his ninja blade, with shadow-level chakra rapidly enveloping it. Chains of interrogation. At the moment Izumi Stone brandished his blade, 5 chains imbued with shadow-level chakra lashed out from his left hand, coiling through the air like a serpent towards Sanu Yuning. Sanu Yuning swiftly removed the eye patch from his right eye, revealing the transplanted Byakugan. With the Byakugan active, shadow-level chakra surged through his eyes, causing the surrounding ocular nerves and chakra pathways to swell. As the 5 chains approached, Sanu Yuning swiftly hurled his sickle to intercept them, then surged towards Izumi. The Byakugan had already mapped several optimal attack routes for him, and he chose the fastest one. Grasping the rope of the sickle with his left hand, he swung the blade towards Izumi. Izumi Stone lifted his ninja blade to parry the sickle, causing it to deflect slightly and alter its trajectory. Lowering himself, he aimed his blade upwards towards Sanu Yuning. Forest Family Blade Technique, Fire Departure. In an instant, a layer of fire chakra enveloped Izumi's blade, and as he swung it, flames leapt from the edge towards Sanu Yuning. In an astonishing display of agility, Sanu Yuning evaded the flames mid-air while sending his sickle hurtling back at Izumi. The clash of weapons resonated around them as shadow-level chakra surged, leaving long scars on the valley's stone walls. In mere minutes, their weapons had collided countless times, with neither side gaining the upper hand, although it seemed a stalemate. Sanu Yuning's chakra consumption was notably greater due to the activation of the Byakugan. If the battle continued, he felt a sense of foreboding. In a fleeting moment of contemplation regarding retreat, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Izumi Stone was distracted, surveying the ongoing battle around them, where their subordinates were also engaged in combat. Fighting me yet daring to lose focus? Sanu Yuning taunted, seizing the opportunity to retaliate. Secret technique, Slash of 10 forms. Calculating his remaining chakra, Sanu Yuning resolved to conclude the battle swiftly, resorting to the secret weapon technique of the Sanu clan. As his words fell, the sickle transformed, splitting into 2 separate blades. Grasping one in each hand, he began to spin them. Sanu Yuning hurled 2 black spheres, which, upon striking the ground, released a rapidly expanding cloud of black smoke. Izumi watched as the smoke billowed forth. It was this very smoke that had led him to underestimate his opponent last time. Fortunately, he was prepared this time, promptly consuming a green pill. However, the smoke not only carried toxicity but also obscured Izumi's vision. Yet, having previously encountered Sanu Yuning's techniques, he was somewhat familiar with his methods. Just as Izumi swallowed the pill, a gust of wind howled from within the smoke. Instinctively, he dodged to the side. A spinning sickle grazed past his face. Puff. The sickle transformed into smoke and vanished. At that moment, Sanu Yuning's other sickle hurtled towards him, spinning even faster. Izumi raised his blade to cleave the sickle and leapt upwards, producing several explosive tags. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the tags flying into the smoke. Boom. 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 A series of explosions erupted. Mom Chapter 56, Kato's Break, requesting book reviews. Boom. Just as the leader of the Iron Country and Mori no Izamishi were deliberating on how to withstand Hans, an explosion outside drew the attention of everyone in the encampment. What is happening? Let's go take a look. In an instant, Mori no Izamishi vanished from the camp, employing his instantaneous technique to arrive at the location of the explosion. In the distance, he observed 2 figures exuding a formidable chakra engaging in battle. Who are they? The elite guard of Mori no Izamishi, the leader of the Iron Country. His 2 generals and numerous samurai from the Iron Country soon gathered, curiously observing the fierce combat unfolding afar. That is Kato Dakwon. Kato Dakwon? He is the disciple of the esteemed advisor from Konoha. The esteemed advisor? Konoha's Kirikage. Hiss. As Mori no Izumishi's words fell, the leader of the Iron Country inhaled sharply. The name Kirikage had been a prominent figure in the ninja world over the past decade, and naturally, the leader had heard of him. The Konoha ninjas standing behind Mori no Izumishi displayed expressions of pride, yet they were soon reminded that their esteemed advisor had departed from the village. And their initial pride morphed into disappointment and resentment. Is that the Kirikage who quelled the last great ninja war? A voice of doubt emerged from behind the leader of the Iron Country. Mori no Izumishi glanced over. It was the newly appointed general of the Iron Country, Mitsuba. The Iron Country quickly introduced him. Mori no Izumishi memorized the name, but chose to refocus on the escalating battle. The conflict in the distance had intensified, with the surrounding environment ravaged by ninjutsu, evidencing the ferocity of the clash. Where did this little brat come from? He's remarkably strong. Hans, mounted on his summoning beast. The salamander glared at Kato Dokwan with furrowed brows. Through diligent development during this period, Kato Dokwan had reached the threshold of extraordinary strength, approaching the level of a Kage. His unique insights into the soul fruit gifted by Nara Hikari had led him to explore new realms, blending his ethereal transformation with it. Every encounter with Hans left him feeling drained, and had it not been for the support of his summoning beast, Hans might have found himself at a disadvantage. This perplexed Hans. Summoning technique. Hans bit into his left fingertip and traced his right palm, pressing it against the ground. Instantly, a purple mist began to rise. As the mist dissipated, 3 different colored summoning beasts appeared before him. This scene startled all the onlookers, as each of these beasts radiated chakra at the level of a Kage. They could hardly fathom how this newcomer from Konoha could stand against Hans, who commanded 4 Kage-level summoning beasts and possessed peak Kage strength. However, the subsequent event left them in utter shock once more. 4 figures appeared beside Kato Dokwan, each emanating chakra of similar caliber. Although the chakra fluctuations were not as overwhelming as Hans's summoning beasts, they nonetheless unsettled the observers. The ensuing battle further shattered their perceptions. The 4 homies beside Kato Dokwan charged swiftly at Hans. Ice Release Secret Technique. Ice Crystal 1000 Kill Water Surge. One of the homies, as he neared Hans, raised a hand with 2 fingers poised before his lips. Chakra of ice surged within him, and a barrage of icy projectiles shot toward Hans. Hans momentarily froze in surprise. A bloodline limit? His mind raced with confusion, yet his hands moved without hesitation. Quickly forming seals, a black salamander hovering nearby opened its mouth to unleash a toxic mist. As the toxic cloud erupted, Hans formed more seals, and a purple mist exploded from within him, mingling with the salamander's poison, transforming into a venomous serpent that lunged toward the ice using homies. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Just as Hans's poisonous mist was about to engulf the ice using homies, another homies unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing hundreds of meters around them, colliding with the toxic mist and exploding violently. Did I succeed? Hans's gaze remained fixated on the chaos. Swish. A sound of wind whipped past Hans's back. With no time to spare, he instinctively ducked. Years of battle experience allowed him to evade this imminent threat. Earth Release. Rising Earth. The 4th homies utilized the instantaneous technique to appear at Hans's other side, swiftly forming seals. Just as Hans had narrowly evaded the melee-focused homies' S attack, he felt a surge of chakra erupting beneath him, as if the ground were about to burst open. With a flicker, Hans and his 4 salamanders vanished from sight. Taijutsu. Double Sickle Slash. Hans hurled his sickle, which began to whirl around him. Poison Burial. He then activated his Kage-level chakra, unleashing a vast cloud of poisonous gas that enveloped the area, mixed with Kage-level chakra, forming a tangible shroud around the 4 homies. Realizing the impending danger of the toxic gas enveloping his homies, Kato Dokwan waved his hand, summoning several J-level homies around him. Activating his fruit ability, he infused them with power. Several homies transformed into a spiritual state, charging at Hans. Hans, witnessing this, wielded his sickle defensively against the approaching homies, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. Indeed, you are the most peculiar ninja I have encountered thus far. I hope you can endure a bit longer. Hans held a deep admiration for Kato Dokwan's abilities, igniting his competitive spirit. Poison Domain. The 4 salamander summoning beasts released 4 different colored toxic mists simultaneously, enveloping the surroundings at an alarming speed. The spectators hastily retreated, not stopping until they were several kilometers away. Is that person truly one of your Konoha? Indeed. Mori no Izumishi sensed the leader of the Iron Country's inquiry. It is quite strange that such a powerful figure remains unnoticed in your Konoha. Mitsuba was equally unsettled. Is this the true strength of Konoha? Due to the considerable distance, the battle between Hans and Kato Dakwon was no longer visible to the onlookers. However, none intended to leave, for they understood that the outcome of this battle would dictate the course of the war between the Rain Country and the Iron Country. If Konoha's formidable warrior emerged victorious, the Rain Country might be compelled to conclude its conflict with the Iron Country prematurely. The wait for the battle's conclusion was not prolonged. Kato Dakwon returned to Mori no Izumishi's side. Hans has fled. How are you? Mori no Izumishi observed Kato Dakwon's pale complexion. My chakra is significantly depleted. It is now your turn to take charge here. Hans is gravely injured. This is our best chance to eliminate him. Understood. Kato Dakwon vanished from his position. Mori no Izumishi watched as he departed. Let us pursue. Indeed. Mori no Izumishi leaped forward, leading the Konoha ninjas towards the distant ruins. Chapter 57. Crimson Eyes. The nameless island of the Nara family teacher. Hans has been repelled. Indeed. Teacher, why didn't you allow me to kill him? Cat Dan recalled the entirety of their battle. Although Hans proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated, he believed that, given his current strength, he could have dispatched Hans with some effort. However, prior to his departure, his mentor Nara Ko had repeatedly stressed that the time for Hans's death had not yet arrived, leaving Dan perplexed. There were other plans in motion. Nara Ko regarded Dan thoughtfully, recalling the time when Cat Riney had once confided their shared history to him. Do you seek vengeance? Dan did not respond immediately, only clenching his fist tightly. News from Re-SH indicated that Raikage Raishur of the Land of Lightning had re-emerged in the Land of Birds after many years of absence. You may now pursue what you wish to accomplish. Thank you, teacher. With that, Dan vanished from sight. As Nara Ko resumed perusing the returned intelligence, Saratobi Bawako entered the room. K, I wish to speak with you. Of course. Nara Ko rose from his chair and swiftly approached Bawako, gently supporting her. You should not be out and about at this stage. I told you to rest. I'm fine. I'm not that fragile, Bawako replied, though her face revealed a touch of gratitude. Thank you. My dear Bawako, you've come to express your thanks while carrying such a burden? Nara Ko glanced out the window. The sun rises in the east. As he spoke, he peered outside. Bawako playfully swatted at him. Be serious. I genuinely appreciate your help. I'm unaware of what you mean, Nara Ko said as he helped Bawako to a chair he had previously occupied. Tachibana has informed me. What did she say? You did not bring back Cat Dan, Hiruzen, Tsunade, Hideyoshi, or Hitaki Shinya. Did she tell you that? I'll have a word with her later. Dan has defeated Hans. I believe the conflict between the Rain Country and Konoha will not endure much longer, thereby alleviating Konoha's siege. I extend my gratitude on behalf of Hizashi. Let us refrain from discussing such matters. Although I have my reservations about Hizashi, this is ultimately a task entrusted to me by my aunt. Well, I'm tired. I shall take my leave now. Allow me to see you off. No need. You should attend to your own affairs. I must check on SH, as she may be giving birth. Don't forget to visit her when you can. Understood. I shall go shortly. After watching Bawako depart, Nara Ko turned his attention inward. Congratulations to the host Nara Ko for the birth of a child, resulting in the acquisition of the two-dimensional character Crimson Eyes, originating from Akame Ga Kill. Along with the Imperial tool Muramasa, Nara Ko was taken aback by yet another character reward. Extraction. No familiar white light appeared, nor were there any ripples of energy around him. Something was amiss. Had it not been for the sudden release of energy within him, he might have thought the extraction had failed. Closing his eyes, he savored the transformation within. A unique energy coursed through his veins, beginning to circulate autonomously. Soon, a girl clad in a black JK skirt, a sleeveless high-neck black shirt, and a red tie materialized before him amidst a whirlwind of energy. The swirling black and red energy propelled the surrounding furniture away. Nara Ko observed as the energy-formed girl rapidly solidified, just as she became corporeal. He halted the flow of energy, and she instantly reverted to energy, returning to his being. Can you possess a physical form? Nara Ko released the girl once more. His gaze drawn to the long blade at her waist, one of the 48 Imperial tools, Muramasa. Is this the Imperial tool Muramasa? Indeed, Master. May I see it? Crimson Eyes unsheathed the long blade and offered it to Nara Ko. He examined it closely. Each Imperial tool harbored immense power, granting a melee warrior the capacity for ranged magical abilities. When he tried to harness the newfound energy, he realized that the weapon felt no different from ordinary ones in his grasp. Reluctantly, he relinquished it. Here you go. Nara Ko returned the weapon. Crimson Eyes accepted it back, reattaching it to her waist. Nara Ko extended his perception, gauging the energy strength within her. Yet another entity approaching the threshold of the Six Paths realm. This marked the fourth character rewarded to Nara Ko, following Legendu, Sentinel, and Dinessa, who remained quietly nestled in the system's repository. You may return now. Crimson Eyes transformed into energy and vanished. Having reviewed this latest reward, Nara Ko exited the room, making his way towards the back mountain of the Nara estate. Soon, a three-story building came into view. Such a structure was easily erected by a ninja proficient in Earth-style chakra. Nara Ko named it the Light Pavilion. Former members of Konoha's Dark Division who had followed Nara Ko to this new location were all settled here. The Light Pavilion would not only serve as a hub for gathering intelligence on the ninja world, but also function as a sort of exchange center. The intricate web of relationships developed over the past decade ensured that these members kept active and engaged even after leaving Konoha. Nara Ko had his own operational methods. Thanks to the exceptional success rates of his former Dark Division members, previous clients still reached out to him. Naturally, the compensation remained unchanged. Additionally, they would accept various assassination missions, targeting individuals ranging from Genin to Kage level. Lord K, a Jainin, just exiting the mission hall after receiving a task, encountered Nara Ko. Yes, the Jainin halted. Lord K, an unusual individual has arrived, seeking to exchange a bounty. An unusual individual? Indeed, Lord K. This person wears a mask and has a pair of green eyes. Green eyes? Nara Ko pondered the characters within the Hokage world known for such traits. A familiar figure flashed in his mind. Could it be him? Where is he now? In the mission hall. Very well, you may attend to your business. Understood, Lord K. The Jainin vanished from sight. Curiosity piqued, Nara Ko made his way toward the mission hall. Upon entering, he spotted a familiar figure standing at the bar. Locking eyes with Tachibana. Are you here to exchange a bounty? The figure, turning at the sound of Nara Ko's voice, revealed a recognizable silhouette. The familiar form and eyes belonged to none other than the money-driven member of Akatsuki from the Hokage world, Kisame. Chapter 58. Kakuzu, I hear the bounty here is exceptionally high. I wonder how much it's worth. Kakuzu's opening line nearly shattered Nara Light's composure. For a shinobi of such caliber, one could indulge in a myriad of passions and pleasures. Yet, this particular individual harbors an affinity for wealth, reveling in the art of amassing riches rather than squandering them. Possessing an extensive lifespan, he could have easily relied on his formidable strength to pursue the simplest means of earning money. Instead, he opted for the most conventional approach, slaying the powerful to satiate his desires and exchanging their remains for currency. Before Nara Light, Kakuzu unfurled a scroll, infusing it with his shadow-level chakra, causing it to open automatically. Corpses began to emerge from within the scroll. Nara Light lowered his gaze, observing the bodies manifesting amid the white mist. A cursory glance revealed no familiar figures among them. Who were these individuals? The corpses of Tsuchikage from the land of bears, the shinobi from the land of birds, the shinobi from the land of water. Nara Light regarded the 5 neatly arranged corpses on the ground. The bounty may surpass others slightly, but I have one condition. Speak. Join us here. Join? Kakuzu faltered momentarily. I refuse. Huh? If I do not receive a satisfactory price, I will eliminate everyone here, including her. Do you wish for her to perish for your sake? Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, glancing at Nara Light before pointing towards the girl seated at the bar. Her? Nara Light shifted his gaze between Kakuzu and the girl. You seem quite confident. I dare to confront even the deity of the ninja world. Enough. If you can best her, not only will you receive the highest bounty for these corpses, but the value of any bodies you bring in the future will also be doubled. Is what you say true? Of course. Why would I deceive you? Provided you can defeat her. Nara Light gestured towards the smiling girl. Very well, let us proceed outside. Before Kakuzu departed, he collected the corpses from the ground. Vanishing from sight, Nara Light and the girl also disappeared from the hall, appearing in an open area. We may commence. Upon concluding his statement, Nara Light soared into the air, observing the two from above. Kakuzu stared at the soaring Nara Light, momentarily stunned before recalling his illustrious reputation, and turned his attention to the girl. Young lady, do take care. One misstep could lead to your demise. As a seasoned shadow-level warrior who has endured the ages, Kakuzu's longevity is not solely attributed to his strength, but also to his caution. He sensed the fluctuations of her chakra, determined not to waste time. Kakuzu prepared to unleash his full power. His wrists broke apart, and numerous black tendrils surged forth like appendages, swirling in the air. Wind release, pressure damage. A black figure composed of tendrils manifested beside him, a mask in the center opening its mouth as chakra rapidly coalesced, followed by a fierce gale erupting forth. The girl merely observed the wind-based jutsu tearing through the air towards her. Kakuzu squinted, unsure of the girl's intentions. Why was she standing still? Does she underestimate him? Just as the jutsu was about to collide with her, she suddenly moved. How swift! Kakuzu's pupils contracted in awe of her astonishing speed, yet she vanished from his sight. His green eyes began to search for her presence. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. His body involuntarily flew to the side. A powerful kick landing on his waist. Enveloped by chakra released from the tailless beast, the girl reappeared within his line of sight. Before he could ponder her speed, another kick struck his ribs, sending him flying in a different direction. Earth release, earth spear. Kakuzu stabilized himself mid-air, commanding the mask infused with earth chakra, first enveloping his body with it before concentrating the chakra into a spear clenched in his hand. He focused intently on the surrounding changes, quickly locking onto another chakra signature. He hurled the earth spear forward. Missed. The spear failed to strike the girl. Just as he pondered this, he was kicked once more. Kakuzu cursed inwardly. How can one fight at such a speed? Water release, water curtain. Lightning release, false darkness. Combination technique, light spear. Kakuzu resorted to his signature technique, a combination of water and lightning launching it rapidly towards her. Huh? Kakuzu's pupils contracted again, for he witnessed something remarkable. A crimson chakra cloak enveloped the girl. Tailless beast transformation? Well-versed, Kakuzu recognized the phenomenon. No tails emerged from behind her. Instead, she was shrouded in a layer of deep red chakra. Just as he prepared to express his frustration, she vanished once more from his sight. Land grudge mode. Kakuzu's body instantaneously divided, rapidly enlarging. His limbs and head connected by black tendrils, a towering, monstrous figure materialized before him. Thud. When the girl kicked him this time, Kakuzu did not budge. He stood firm. Nara Light couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. This Kakuzu was significantly stronger than his counterpart in the original Hokage world. Nara Light sensed that, despite his youth, Kakuzu now possessed mid-level shadow chakra. Observing Kakuzu's transformation, the girl's eyes swiftly shifted to a deep crimson, her pupils becoming slit-like. The outer chakra cloak intensified into a fiery red, subtly resembling flames. With a whoosh, she darted towards Kakuzu with even greater speed. Thud. The force of her kick against Kakuzu was more potent than before. Damn it. Kakuzu was sent flying again. He could no longer maintain his composure, as her relentless kicks struck him repeatedly. In desperation, he abandoned all defense, allowing his 5 tendril-like forms to surge in all directions before changing course to charge at the girl. 5 masks simultaneously gathered 5 elemental chakra in their mouths. Observing this, the girl transformed her chakra into energy blades, aiming to pierce one of the masks. Thud. With the destruction of one mask, Kakuzu staggered, a sharp pain piercing his chest. Thud. Another mask shattered. Enough, enough. No more fighting. Seeing the girl poised to destroy the last mask, Kakuzu urgently shouted. Her hand halted just before the final mask. You've fallen for it. Kakuzu smirked as tendrils rapidly lunged towards her. Thud. The tendrils entwined around her, only for her form to dissipate into white mist. Kakuzu felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, sending him hurtling away once more. Chapter 59. Narashikahi. Kakuzu fell heavily to the ground. Tachino approached Kakuzu from behind, wielding an energy blade forged from the chakra within her body, aimed at the back of Kakuzu's head. Are you still going to fight? Nara Hikari stood in front of Kakuzu, observing his disheveled state on the ground. I am no match for her. Kakuzu lay motionless, devoid of strength to rise. His chakra had all but dissipated with the shattering of his mask. Can I join now? Yes, Kakuzu replied weakly. Tachino lowered the energy blade, and Kakuzu sat up on the spot, beginning to recover his spent chakra before Nara Hikari. Kakuzu's black tendrils shot out, gathering the shattered pieces of his mask from the ground and retracting them into his body. He produced a scroll and infused it with chakra, causing 5 corpses of elite ninjas to reappear. The tendrils then lunged towards the hearts of the corpses but were intercepted by Nara Hikari. I will provide you with something better. You can discard these. Kakuzu paused, taken aback. Nara Hikari retrieved a devil fruit from his spatial pocket. This is called a devil fruit. Consuming it grants you a unique ability, akin to a bloodline limit. A devil fruit? Kakuzu was further perplexed. He accepted the fruit from Nara Hikari, inspecting it in his hand. It resembled a gummy candy. Does it have a name? Superhuman type, gummy fruit. It allows your body to transform into gummy, enabling you to rebound physical attacks. You can also convert parts of your body into gummy, controlling its hardness at will. By coating the gummy with chakra, it can become as hard as metal, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. However, the development of the fruit's powers depends on your own ingenuity. With sufficient imagination, gummy can take any shape. Once your fruit awakens, it may even alter the surrounding landscape, transforming it into a world of gummy. As Nara Hikari finished speaking, Kakuzu was left in awe. Is there truly such a thing in this world? Kakuzu turned his gaze back to the fruit in his hand and took a bite. It had little flavor and moisture. He swallowed the waxy pulp. And just as he contemplated taking another bite, a surge of energy erupted within him. The chakra he had previously expended rapidly replenished under this new energy. Kakuzu continued to devour the fruit until it was entirely consumed. Nara Hikari observed Kakuzu's voracious appetite, thinking to himself, he is quite the character. Show me your abilities. Nara Hikari urged. All right. Kakuzu first transformed his hands into gummy, swiftly morphing them into various weapon shapes. He then turned his entire body into gummy and slithered a short distance along the ground, slipping through a small crevice and emerging from another. He then leapt into the air and crashed into a nearby rock. With a loud crash, the hard rock shattered into fragments. The gummy coalesced once more, returning to Kakuzu's original form. Kakuzu examined his hands with excitement. This sensation is exhilarating. He looked at Tachino again. Come on, let's have another round. All right, Tachino consented. The two soon resumed their sparring. Kakuzu's adaptability was remarkable. In mere moments, he had mastered the use of his new abilities, even transforming surrounding objects into gummy to launch unexpected attacks against Tachino, catching her off guard several times. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Kakuzu ultimately lay on the ground once more. The fruit's abilities require gradual development. You have just acquired them and need time to adapt, Nara Hikari noted. Kakuzu rose to his feet. From now on, you will be responsible for the bounty of the Light Pavilion. Understood. Kakuzu glanced at Tachino and vanished in an instant. Tachino approached Nara Hikari. This guy is recorded as a rogue ninja from Takigakure. Why are we recruiting him into the Light Pavilion? He has great utility. No one can surpass him in terms of earning potential, and his strength is commendable. I don't find him particularly impressive, although Jigen is immortal. There is a limit to his enhancements. 5 hearts sound formidable, granting him 5 lives. But if all 5 hearts are shattered simultaneously in battle or all his chakra pathways destroyed, he would undoubtedly perish. Jigen? A forbidden technique of Takigakure. Oh, he is now far more formidable than before. I must return. There is much to attend to. I will visit you tonight. All right. Tachino departed. 5 days later, a shocking news reverberated through the ninja world. The Nara clan of Konoha had established a nation. A country named the Land of Light was founded on an uninhabited island. When this news spread, all factions turned their attention there. Upon realizing it was the family of the legendary ninja Nara Hikari, known as the Black Light of Konoha, all factions fell silent. Subsequently, various nations dispatched their secret operatives to gather intelligence about this new nation. However, upon arriving, the scouts were dismayed to discover that this new nation was situated on an island. All gazed helplessly at the vast ocean, ultimately departing with a mix of reluctance and curiosity. In the Land of Light SK and village, a family meeting convened to select a daimyo for the Land of Light. Who do you propose? It goes without saying, it must be Nara Hikari, exclaimed a clan member. No. I refuse this position. I suggest the clan leader take it. Nara Hikari, seated at the front, quickly stood to decline the nomination. He had no desire to be a daimyo. Light, I believe. Uncle, you should take it. I cannot manage a nation. But I cannot either. Then it must still be the clan leader. Fourth uncle, you should speak up. Nara Hikari glanced at Narashima, who was deep in thought with his eyes closed. Oh, Nara man is quite suitable. The clan's most esteemed figure, Narashima, spoke. And the assembly unanimously decided that Nara man would serve as the first daimyo of the Land of Light. Nara Hikari raised no objections. Thus, the selection of the daimyo was made rather casually. The next order of business was to choose the shadow of K in village. Some members attempted to nominate Nara Hikari again, but he silenced them with a glare. The individual shrank back and sat down begrudgingly. I believe Nara you is suitable. As the members surveyed the Nara clan's shadow-level powers, a voice emerged from the corner. All turned to see it was Nara Ko, the second strongest in the Nara clan after Nara Hikari. Sitting behind him, Narayu was taken aback. No, 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 I am not suitable. Please choose someone else. Narayu hastily shook his head bobbing like a rattle. What about Nara Shikahai for this role? Huh? Me? An inconspicuous Nara clan member raised his head in confusion at Narayu. Nara Hikari also looked over. He was not very familiar with Nara Shikahai, but he was well acquainted with the small boy beside him, Nara Shikaku, who would later become the leader of the Konoha Jonin. Chapter 60. The aspirations of the oil maiden Nara Shikahai scanned the hall, yet not a single person acknowledged him. Just as he contemplated evading his responsibilities, Narasima spoke once more. Today, Nara Shikahai was to be named the inaugural shadow of the Light Hidden Village. A wave of astonishment swept through the clan, and they instantly raised their heads, clapping in unison as if liberated. Narasima looked at his kin, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, the Nara clan is of a singular temperament. Nara Hikari also couldn't help but reflect on the Nara family's aversion to trouble. Whenever tasks requiring intellectual effort arose, no member of the Nara clan had any inclination to engage. Very well, Shikahai, you shall assume your position tomorrow. I will select 2 individuals to assist you, Nara man declared, casting a glance around the room. The Nara clan, who had just relaxed, immediately lowered their heads once more, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Nara man. Exuding an air of indifference, Nara Hikari observed as the Nara family arbitrarily decided on the Shadows candidates. The remaining elite of the Nara clan were appointed as elders of the Light Hidden Village, marking the establishment of its inaugural leadership. Nara Hikari took on the role of the head of the Light Pavilion, while Narayu took the position of principal at the forthcoming Ninja Academy. All upper ninjas from the Nara family would take turns serving as teachers at the academy and guiding graduating students. Thus, the Light Hidden Village was officially established. Following this, Nara Hikari made a series of arrangements, first merging the orphanage with the Ninja Academy, allowing the children of the Nara family to attend school alongside those from civilian backgrounds, facilitating their integration into the Land of Light. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Shao-One, trained alongside the boisterous, learning to control the tailed beasts, occasionally assisting with reception duties alongside Gina. Subsequently, Kiki Sakumo, Nishi, and Shirabi were appointed as vice heads of the Light Pavilion, their authority second only to Nara Hikari. Next, the former members of the Dark Division who accompanied Nara Hikari to this place were also organized. Special upper ninjas formed teams of 3, each led by a senior ninja, to undertake various commissioned tasks. For more challenging assignments, the Light Pavilion would designate 3 upper ninjas and 1 elite upper ninja to complete them. Tasks involving shadow-level assignments would be handled by the powerful figures of the Light Pavilion. Nara Hikari also made arrangements for the families that followed him to the Land of Light, including the Uzumaki, Senju, Hyuga, Uchiha, Sarutobi, Inazuka, Kurama, Oil Maiden, Kiki, Setting Sun, and others. Although some families were represented only partially, Nara Hikari still selected a representative from each to join the Council of Elders. The children from these families would also attend the Ninja Academy for their education, but Nara Hikari would not implement any form of favoritism. Special upper ninjas and stronger individuals could freely choose their paths. In addition to teaching at the academy or leading graduating students, they could also join the intelligence, living, medical, or combat departments of the Light Pavilion. However, exceptions existed. Did you just say you want to go to Kakuzu's exchange office? Nara Hikari could hardly believe his ears. Someone actually desired to go there. Currently, the only one at the exchange office was Kakuzu, and now another individual wished to join. The talented ninja of the Oil Maiden clan, Oil Maiden Jixiang, from the same generation as Tsunade, stood before him. The Oil Maiden clan, upon forming contracts with their insects, would seal the type of insect as a lifelong secret, revealing it to even their closest kin. Nara Hikari was unaware of which insect Oil Maiden Jixiang had contracted. However, he had witnessed her in action. It was a type of poisonous insect, resembling the destructive capabilities of the phosphorescent insect, albeit the latter was purple while Jixiang's insect was a dark green. Yes, Brother Guang, tell me why you wish to go there. I've cultivated a new type of insect, but the cost of raising them is exorbitant. I'm struggling to keep up. The savings I amassed during my years in your Dark Division are nearly depleted, and I seek a quick way to earn. How much do you require? I can help. Brother Guang, I do not wish to rely on charity. Charity? Do you not know how to speak? Nara Hikari lightly thumped Oil Maiden Jixiang on the head. Ouch. Brother Guang, be gentle. Should I inform Tian Wei? Please don't. I fear she might worry. Very well then. Thank you, Brother Guang. Oil Maiden Jixiang turned to leave. Wait a moment. What is it now, Brother Guang? Jixiang turned back helplessly. Nara Hikari rummaged through the space and soon produced a devil fruit. Oil Maiden Jixiang gazed curiously at the item in his hand. What is this, a fruit? It is known as the devil fruit. Devil fruit? Consuming it grants one a power akin to a bloodline limit. What? Oil Maiden Jixiang gasped in shock. Bloodline limit. The Oil Maiden clan spent their lives dealing with insects, which served as their ninjutsu. However, since they were merely insects, if their abilities were restricted, the Oil Maiden clan would be in peril if they could not release them in time. The prospect of gaining a bloodline limit upon consumption left Oil Maiden Jixiang astounded. Its full name is the Zoan type, insect fruit, butterfly form. Nara Hikari had acquired many devil fruits, yet the insect fruit was quite rare, with only 2 in his possession. The other, the Zoan type, insect fruit, B form, had been gifted to Madame Oil Maiden Tian Wei. Butterfly? Oil Maiden Jixiang appeared bewildered, not fully grasping its significance. Upon consuming it, you can sprout a pair of butterfly wings, which can retract into your body and extend when needed, granting you the ability to fly. It possesses numerous characteristics, and unlocking them requires your own development. As long as your imagination is rich enough, you can unleash its full potential. Having spoken, Nara Hikari extended the fruit toward her. Oil Maiden Jixiang accepted the fruit and pondered for a moment. Butterflies are quite common, and you should understand them better than I. Of course. Go on, eat it. As soon as Nara Hikari's words fell, Oil Maiden Jixiang took a decisive bite. It tastes terrible, she remarked, shaking her head. There are many developmental directions for the fruit. Do not limit yourself to just flying. Understood, Brother Guang. Now, go find Kakazu and adapt to your new abilities as soon as possible. Yes. With that, Oil Maiden Jixiang turned and departed. Be careful. Understood, Brother Guang. In an instant, Oil Maiden Jixiang vanished from sight. After her departure, Nara Hikari's gaze shifted to the documents on the table. He sifted through them until he unearthed a report from the borders of the Wind Country. It detailed how Hideyoshi had encountered an ambush from Sunagakure. However, Hideyoshi emerged unscathed, defeating a team composed of Chiyo and Ebi Zong, both formidable warriors. Yet, this incident had incited the wrath of the third Kazekage, who vowed to eliminate Hideyoshi. Chapter 61. Hideyoshi. The border camp of the Land of Rivers. Lord Hideyoshi, a Konoha Chunin, approached Hideyoshi, who was seated upon a large stone. What is it? Hideyoshi inquired, his tone indifferent. Lord Orochimaru asks for your presence. Understood, Hideyoshi acknowledged before vanishing from the stone. Upon arriving at Orochimaru's tent, Hideyoshi found it crowded with people. As he entered, everyone swiftly rose to their feet, having witnessed the formidable power he possessed. He had single-handedly thwarted an elite sand ninja force of 500, led by the likes of Chiyo, Ebizo, and Aoi, and had slain several sand jonin. He stood like an unyielding pillar along the critical route from the Land of Wind to Konoha. Multiple assaults organized by the Sand Village had been repelled by his sheer strength. In the camp, those who encountered Hideyoshi addressed him with utmost respect, referring to him as my lord. Hideyoshi has arrived. Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed within the tent, eliciting discomfort in those present. What is it? Hideyoshi asked, familiar with Orochimaru's demeanor, and not particularly concerned, given their long-standing acquaintance. The third Kazekage had entrusted the battlefield of the Land of Birds to the one-tailed Jinchuriki and was now en route to the Land of Rivers. Hideyoshi simply responded. Orochimaru felt a twinge of helplessness. Since Nara Shikaku's departure from the village, relations had become quite delicate. Orochimaru had grown accustomed to Hideyoshi's indifferent expression. At this moment, Orochimaru had not yet entered a true state of rebellion. He still felt regret for missing out on so many powerful individuals from Konoha. Just as Orochimaru was about to discuss battle strategies, Hideyoshi vanished from the tent using the body flicker technique. So cool, Orochimaru mused, licking his lips. Intrigued by Hideyoshi's transformation abilities. Should we follow him, Lord Orochimaru? One of the jonin suggested. No need. He can handle it alone, Orochimaru replied confidently. However, as the jonin hesitated to speak further, Orochimaru turned, his displeasure evident. The jonin, meeting Orochimaru's cold gaze, swallowed his words, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just focus on your duties, refrain from prying into other matters. Yes, the jonin complied as Orochimaru disappeared from the tent. The jonin let out a sigh of relief. At the border between the land of rivers and the land of wind, Hideyoshi's crimson eyes gazed upon the advancing enemies. With a mere flick of his hand, a formidable gust of energy surged forth. The sand ninjas were propelled back at a velocity exceeding that of their approach. Thud, thud, thud. They collided with the surrounding stone walls, instantly rendered incapable of combat. Hideyoshi cast a sweeping glance around, then reached out to extract the lifeless body of the third wind shadow from the wall, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Chapter 62, Land of the Sea. Konoha camp on the border of the land of rivers. Lord Orochimaru, there's a corpse outside. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru, who was reviewing intelligence, looked up. A corpse? Outside. Orochimaru rose and vanished from his chair. A mangled corpse lay silently at the entrance of the Konoha camp. Orochimaru crouched down to examine it. Every bone is shattered, and the chakra has dissipated. A brutal method. It must be Lord Hideyoshi, an elite jonin standing beside Orochimaru remarked. Still as violent as ever. But I admire such power. Lord Orochimaru, with the hidden sand leaderless, shouldn't we press our advantage? Indeed. Let us depart. We must not allow them to return to the land of wind. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The surrounding Konoha ninja disappeared. Orochimaru stood up. With a wave of his hand, a white snake emerged from his sleeve. It approached the Kazekage's corpse, opened its massive maw, and swallowed the body whole. After consuming the corpse, the white snake retreated into Orochimaru's sleeve. Summoning jutsu, Orochimaru bit his finger, swiped it across his palm, and pressed it to the ground. A cloud of white mist appeared beneath his feet, and Orochimaru ascended rapidly. As the mist dissipated, a colossal purple serpent materialized. Orochimaru, if you don't have a good explanation, I'll devour you. I was just entertaining my ladies. Manda, it's your time to shine. Sacrifices will be plentiful. Very well, I forgive you. Manda carried Orochimaru swiftly into the distance. Land of Light, Hidden Light Village, Light Pavilion. Lord Pavilion Master. Yes? What is it? Nara Hikari inquired, gazing at the jonin standing before him. A request from the land of the sea. The land of the sea? Let me see. The jonin presented a scroll. Nara Hikari received it, channeling chakra into it. The scroll unfurled. Nara Hikari began to peruse it. After a few minutes, he closed the scroll. The holy maiden of the land of the sea? Nara Hikari mused. He searched his memory, but found no information regarding this land of the sea. Lord Pavilion Master. This request was originally intended for Konoha, but it was later redirected here. The land of the sea ship is already docked at the shore. Understood. The jonin departed. Nara Hikari rose and stretched languidly. Subsequently, he melded into the shadows. He reappeared at his home. After informing his family, he arrived at the shore. Observing the ship anchored in the distance, he used body flicker technique and boarded the ship. The working crew were startled. An enemy attack. A crew member shouted, drawing his ninja blade, preparing to charge at Nara Hikari. Hold. Just as the surrounding crew members were about to swarm him, a voice stopped them. All the armed crew members turned, looking toward the source of the voice. A middle-aged man wearing a peculiar hat approached. This is Lord Hikari. Put down your weapons. All the crew members were shocked, hastily sheathing their weapons, fearing they might offend this important figure. They then respectfully watched Nara Hikari. Lord Hikari, it's nothing. Nara Hikari waved his hand dismissively. Lord Hikari, the holy maiden is waiting for you inside. Please, follow me. Very well, lead the way. Nara Hikari followed the men into the ship's cabin. Soon, they arrived before a young girl. Lord Hikari, this is our holy maiden, Princess Momoka. The middle-aged man introduced her deferentially. Lord Hikari. The girl also spoke respectfully. The request didn't specify the details. You can tell me now, correct? Nara Hikari inquired. Looking at the girl. Lord Hikari, I apologize. I wasn't sure if you would accept, so. The girl's voice trailed off. Speak. The girl began to narrate her story. The girl, named Momoka, was born in the land of the sea, surrounded by dolphins. Momoka was the youngest daughter of the land of the sea's daimyo. However, when Momoka was 9, the land of the sea's minister staged a rebellion, hiring ninja from the land of water to seize control of the land of the sea's government. The minister, after becoming the daimyo, made a deal with the land of water and executed Momoka's clan. With the guards' desperate protection, Momoka successfully escaped the land of the sea and drifted to the land of snow. She gathered a group of samurai who had escaped the land of the sea. These samurai revered Momoka, the only bloodline of the daimyo, as their holy maiden. The samurai launched several battles against the land of the sea, but they were all thwarted by the ninja from the land of water, resulting in countless casualties. However, They never abandoned their ideal of reclaiming their country. They had hired ninja from other countries, but they were all killed by the new daimyo's guards. The new daimyo of the Land of the Sea, the rebellious minister, established the Hidden Sea Village 2 years ago. They knew they couldn't wait any longer, or they would never have a chance to reclaim their country. Unfortunately, they had scouted many strong individuals over the years, but the fees were too high for them to afford. When they had enough money, the Second Shinobi World War broke out. After much deliberation, they decided to target Nara Hikari. Although the reward was also high, he was powerful enough. Very well. I accept this task. When do we depart? Ah, really, Lord Hikari? Of course. Any time is fine. That's wonderful. Momoka excitedly stood up, about to cheer, but realized Nara Hikari was still there, and hastily sat down, suppressing her childish expression. Nara Hikari observed her contrasting reactions. It's all right. I don't mind. Lord Hikari, you and the Holy Maiden can chat. I'll go prepare the ship. The middle-aged man also ran out excitedly, then thought of something and ran back, placing a package in front of Nara Hikari. Payment first, service later. This is my rule. I appreciate your gesture, so I'll accept the money. Nara Hikari opened it, checked it, and put it away. The middle-aged man then left reassured. Soon, Nara Hikari and Momoka began to converse. Of course, Momoka shared her experiences and encounters in the Land of Snow over the past decade. Like opening a floodgate, Nara Hikari didn't feel bored along the way. 2 days later, the ship docked at the shore. Lord Hikari, are you really going directly like this? Aren't you going to prepare? The middle-aged man looked at Nara Hikari with concern. Although he knew Nara Hikari was very powerful, he still felt uneasy. Yes, let's go like this. Follow behind me. Yes, Lord Hikari. The middle-aged man and the others protected Momoka in the middle, following Nara Hikari toward the inner island. Who goes there? 2 ninja wearing fish-shaped forehead protectors appeared before Nara Hikari. Nara Hikari sensed them. 2 Chunin. Not bad. To think the Hidden Sea Village in the small Land of the Sea even has Chunin patrolling. The 2 ninja facing Nara Hikari were shocked. They didn't expect the person in front of them to so easily discern their strength. Capture him and bring him back to see the Mizukage. All right. The 2 quickly charged at Nara Hikari from the left and right. Chapter 63. The Elusive One, Lord Hikari. Just as the blades in the hands of 2 adversaries were about to pierce Nara Hikari's body, a startled cry from Momoka echoed in the air. Nara Hikari merely cast a fleeting glance at his foes before vanishing from sight. Where had he gone? The 2 enemies' kunai clashed against each other, yielding no sensation of flesh being pierced as they had anticipated. They exchanged anxious glances, a sense of foreboding creeping upon them. Reacting swiftly, they leapt apart in opposite directions, only for Nara Hikari to reappear in the same spot. Their pupils dilated in shock. This signature evasion technique had long been recorded in the intelligence reports of various ninja villages. The legendary Konoha's dark light? One of the foes thought in astonishment. Retreat. The other urgently warned, but he paid no heed to his companion's response, hastily fleeing into the distance. To think even Ch Nin were aware of my notorious name. Nara Hikari mused, shaking his head. In his hand, a fishing rod-like weapon materialized, crafted specifically for him by a skilled ninja adept in fire techniques after his arrival on the island. This tool could be used for fishing in peaceful times and transformed into a long weapon for battle. Nara Hikari deemed it exceedingly practical. Furthermore, this weapon had been imbued with the powers of a devil fruit, that of a formidable mythical beast type, the fish fruit, azure dragon form. Nara Hikari hurled the fishing rod into the air, which swiftly morphed into a youth with dragon horns and emerald skin, hovering gracefully. He then surged towards the 2 Ch Nin. With a swift thud, the sound of weapons embedding in flesh echoed. The 2 Ch Nin were dispatched in an instant, leaving Momoka and her companions dumbfounded. The guards trailing behind her, wielding katana, shared a similar sentiment of disbelief. They had not anticipated that a mere fishing rod could transform into a humanoid form. Azure Dragon, eliminate all enemies that surround us, Nara Hikari commanded. The Azure Dragon nodded and vanished in an instant. As Nara Hikari continued his journey towards the inner island, he inquired, "Where to next, Lord Hikari?" "We will annihilate the hidden village of the sea and then seek out that daimyo." "Understood, Lord Hikari." Thus, they advanced towards the hidden village of the sea, which, due to the island's modest size, was fully visible within a mere 10 minutes. Just as Nara Hikari surveyed the distant village, a surge of chakra rippled from its side. He turned to locate the source of the chakra disturbance, where two water dragons, composed of water chakra, swiftly approached him. With a swift flash of his sword, the two water dragons dissipated, revealing a blade in the spot they had just occupied. The azure dragon, wielding a long sword, stood before Nara Ko. Kill. Seeing their ambush thwarted, the enemies immediately shifted tactics. Group attack. Nara Ko merely observed the oncoming foes, while the azure dragon took action. With a wave of his hand, dark green water spread outward, forming a semicircular water barrier that enveloped an area of several kilometers, ensnaring all incoming ninjas within. The azure dragon then leaped into the air, raising his sword to strike down one of the assailants, piercing through his heart. 3 enemies attacked the azure dragon from 3 directions, only to be met with 3 water arrows that shot forth from the azure dragon's hand, impaling them and leaving their lifeless forms on the ground. Just then, more enemies surrounded them. The azure dragon raised his hand, summoning bolts of lightning from the water barrier, which struck down several adversaries, reducing them to charred remains. Water release. Multiple water bullets. An elite ninja appeared beside the azure dragon, unleashing a rapid volley of transparent water arrows formed from water chakra. The azure dragon conjured a water wall to block the assault and then hurled his sword. Water release. Water barrier. The elite ninja hastily formed hand seals to cast a water-based defensive technique. Thud. The elite ninja felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and looked down to find his lower torso missing. A scream escaped his lips as the azure dragon descended, reclaiming his sword and driving it through the elite ninja's forehead, ending his life with a swift motion. The azure dragon continued to eliminate those ensnared within the water barrier, the air filled with their anguished cries. This spectacle left Momoka's guards in utter shock. Am I seeing this correctly? Is this person truly a weapon of Lord Hikari? One guard questioned. It appears so, another replied, as they struggled to articulate their astonishment. Momoka gazed at Nara Hikari's back with admiration, contemplating, Lord Hikari is so powerful. The restoration of our nation truly holds promise. Just then, a voice of derision echoed from outside the water barrier. A ninja clad in sky blue combat attire emerged into the clearing. Water release. Super waterfall technique. He formed 3 seals, unleashing a colossal torrent of water that crashed down upon the azure dragon's barrier, creating a breach. A swarm of enemies scrambled through this opening, regrouping by their allies' side. Nara Hikari sensed the chakra of the newcomer and recognized him as a shadow-level ninja. The elusive one, he exclaimed. You all retreat. He is not someone you can face. He admonished. The surviving enemies, relieved to hear this, quickly vacated the battlefield. The elusive one regarded the fleeing ninjas before redirecting his focus towards the azure dragon. Shadow level? The elusive one contemplated, his heart racing with an amalgamation of shock and trepidation. Water release. Dolphin technique. He unleashed a water-based shockwave from his mouth. An evolved version of the water cannon he had developed, its might far surpassing the original. The environment shifted dramatically under the influence of his technique, amplified by the coastal proximity. The azure dragon, observing the approaching shockwave, raised his hand to summon another bolt of lightning from above, instantly dispelling the assault. It seemed the time had come to fight with all his might. The elusive one removed his eye patch, revealing a single eye with a U-shaped pupil and blue sclera. Water release. Black water, he declared, as a torrent of black water surged forth towards the azure dragon, emanating a powerful gravitational pull that threatened to ensnare him. Yet, the azure dragon merely trembled, dissipating the force with ease. At that moment, the elusive one, wielding a kunai, closed the distance to the azure dragon, raising his weapon to strike at the creature's neck. The azure dragon too lifted his sword to parry, swiftly thrusting it forward. The elusive one evaded to the side. Nara Hikari, observing the azure dragon's prowess, felt an unexpected thrill. It was his first encounter witnessing a weapon transformed into a humanoid combatant, providing him with an exhilarating surprise. Meanwhile, the battle in the distance approached its conclusion. Chapter 64. Ninja tools. As far as the eye could see, the battlefield lay in ruins. Zangbilu lay motionless on the ground. Although he had narrowly evaded Songlong's final strike aimed at his vital points, he was now gravely injured and unable to continue the fight. His chakra was completely depleted, rendering him exceptionally weak, and he could only lie there awaiting his fate. Nara Hikari approached him, the sunlight casting a shadow over his face. Who are you? Zangbilu managed to utter with great difficulty, his heart filled with confusion. However, upon seeing Tauka behind Nara Hikari, all became clear to him. He never imagined they had found such a formidable ally. Coughing violently, Zangbilu spat out a mouthful of blood. Songlong swiftly transformed back into a fishing rod, returning to Hikari's grasp. How absurd. I just fought with a fishing rod for so long and lost, he exclaimed. Another fit of coughing ensued, and he again expelled a significant amount of blood. The weapon in Nara Hikari's hand was all too familiar, a fishing rod, albeit one with a blade attached to the other end. Zangbulu slowly closed his eyes, adopting a posture of complete resignation. Before you die, tell me the number of ninjas in the Sea Hidden Village. Zangbulu struggled to catch his breath, his eyes wide open, head tilting to one side. Nara Hikari was taken aback. This was his first encounter with a dead shadow-level ninja. Tauka and the others were equally stunned. Dead? It appears so, Hikari remarked, speechless. Zangbulu was a ninja recruited by the trader from the Land of Water, and it was he who had led the attack that claimed many of their comrades. A middle-aged man explained the identity of the corpse. Let us go. With the man now deceased and unable to divulge any further information, Nara Hikari turned on his heel and began walking toward the Sea Hidden Village, followed closely by Tauka and the others. As they traversed the streets of the Sea Hidden Village, they were met with the sight of bodies strewn about like ragged cloth. The wounds all bore the mark of Songlong's lethal touch. The group continued unimpeded until they reached the Sea Shadow Building. Nara Hikari gazed at the dolphin emblem engraved on the building, mirroring the insignia of the ninjas. However, what struck Hikari as odd was the eerie silence that enveloped the entire village. Where is everyone? Nara Hikari leaped onto the rooftop of the Sea Shadow Building, scanning the village below. Corpses lay sprawled in various positions, yet Songlong was unable to speak, leaving Nara Hikari's questions unanswered. Nara Hikari retrieved 10 kunai, tossing them to the ground. The kunai swiftly morphed into a half-beast, half-human form, returning to Hikari's side. Search for any survivors. The transformed kunai vanished in an instant. Shortly after, a shadow soldier emerged from the rooftop, handing Hikari a scroll before melding back into the shadows. Upon opening the scroll, Hikari discovered a single message. The new daimyo of the Land of Water, in alliance with the Sea Hidden Village, was preparing to sever ties with the Land of Water's control. They were currently deliberating strategies at the daimyo's residence, leaving the majority of their forces occupied. No wonder they couldn't locate that wretched sea shadow. Hikari folded the scroll and leaped down from the Sea Shadow Building, approaching Tauka and the others. Let us head to the daimyo's residence. The daimyo's residence? Tauka questioned, glancing around before looking back at Hikari. The Sea Shadow is at the daimyo's residence. That saves us some trouble. Just as Hikari was about to leap into action, he suddenly remembered Tauka was merely an ordinary person. He swiftly approached her, lifting her into his arms amidst her startled protests, and soared through the trees toward the daimyo's residence. Throughout the journey, Tauka's cheeks remained flushed, unable to meet Hikari's gaze, burying her face in his embrace. By the time Hikari gently set her down on the ground, Tauka was still disoriented. Nara Hikari extended his senses, surveying the surroundings. He detected thousands of chakra fluctuations emanating from the relatively small daimyo's residence. Let us go inside. Nara Hikari took a few steps, only to notice Tauka had not moved. The surrounding samurai remained still as well. Hey, let us go. Oh, right. Nara Hikari observed the innocence of Tauka, perplexed at how she would lead these individuals. The group entered the daimyo's residence, where they found it filled with ninjas and samurai, all fixated on Nara Hikari and his companions as they entered the courtyard. It's you. A white-bearded elder at the forefront of the crowd recognized Tauka immediately. She was the one he most desired to eliminate. Haha. I never expected you would come to me willingly. Seize her and kill her. Then the Land of Water will be entirely mine. The elder commanded with a booming laugh. Yes, Lord Sea Shadow. The ninjas adorned with the Sea Hidden Village headbands quickly brandished their weapons. Just then, massive figures descended from the sky. Landing atop the surrounding rooftops, it was the 10 kunai returning to deal with the enemies. HM? The Sea Shadow looked up at the kunai radiating immense energy. Before he could comprehend the situation, a shadow soldier emerged nearby, clutching a corpse. Upon recognizing the body as Zangbulu, another shadow-level ninja from the Sea Hidden Village, his pupils constricted. The shadow soldier tossed the corpse at the Sea Shadow's feet before sinking back into the ground. Kill him. The Sea Shadow barked, retreating a step instinctively. The ninjas of the Sea Hidden Village, receiving their orders, brandished various ninja tools and hurled them at the shadow soldier, who had already vanished. The 10 kunai leaped down from the rooftops. The sound of clattering echoed as one kunai stood before Nara Hikari, intercepting all incoming projectiles. Get out. Hikari instructed Tauka and the others who were watching. Without waiting for Tauka's response, Hikari lifted her once more and soared to the highest point. Tauka's expression froze. The other samurai retreated from the daimyo's residence. Nara Hikari set Tauka down on a rooftop platform, turning his gaze toward the interior of the daimyo's residence. Tauka's face was as red as an apple, yet she noted that Hikari was not looking at her. Instead, focusing on the unfolding scene within Chapter 65, Ghost Lantern Qinghue, as the Eagle Man Kunwa dispatched a ninja and a warrior from the Hidden Sea village. Dozens of water chakra-infused water bullets surged towards him. With a swift motion of his wings, Kunwa deflected these watery projectiles, which were imbued with the energy of fruits. His keen eyes locked onto the source of the attack. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot and reappeared behind the ninja, launching metallic feathers toward him. Just as the feathers were about to pierce their target, the ninja transformed into a puddle of water, evading the strike. The feathers sailed past, embedding themselves in a distant wall. The puddle then slid away, reforming into a humanoid shape. With skin of pale blue and shark-like teeth, the figure wielded a towering blade. Nara Guang recognized this weapon immediately. It was the famed execution sword of the Mist Village, known for its self-repairing capabilities. Nara Guang was taken aback by the swift demise of the sword's previous master, Shishou Shin. The succession of the 7 ninja blades of the Mist Village dictated that upon the death of the former wielder, anyone who claimed the blade would be recognized as one of the 7. The presence of this individual with the sword signified that the previous owner had indeed perished. As Kunwa faced this new opponent, another Kunwa charged towards the remaining ninjas and warriors of the Hidden Sea village. Konoha Hei Guang, dare you engage in combat yourself? You hide in the shadows. Unworthy of the legendary ninja title, the figure taunted. He did not attack, but instead directed his gaze towards Nara Guang, who was amused by the bravado. You are not worthy to face me. Anyone can boast. Are you perhaps afraid? If you can defeat him, I might grant you a dignified death. Huh. Then I shall claim his head. After his laughter, Ghost Lantern Qinghue turned his attention to the Eagle Man Kunwa. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Ghost Lantern Qinghue formed hand seals with one hand, rapidly releasing chakra within him. A waterfall erupted beneath him, propelling him skyward. Gripping the execution blade in an unusual manner, he executed his secret technique, Ghost Lantern Water Transformation. Instantly, he transformed into a stream of water, surging towards the Eagle Man Kunwa alongside the waterfall. The Eagle Man ascended, flapping his wings vigorously. Blades of wind erupted from his wings, but such attacks were ineffective against the water-transformed Ghost Lantern Qinghue. The water transformation technique was a family secret of the Ghost Lantern clan, allowing one to evade all physical attacks by assuming a liquid form. However, it had its weaknesses, lightning being one, but the Eagle Man Kunwa lacked the ability to wield lightning. As such, he struggled to land a hit on Ghost Lantern Qinghue. Yet, despite this, Qinghue's water-based ninjutsu and the execution blade strikes could not reach Kunwa either. Thus, their battle reached a stalemate. Nara Guang remained unperturbed, knowing that the fruit energy within Kunwa was not stored through meridians, but rather manifested as a fruit-shaped heart. Differing from the method of utilizing physical strength to activate devil fruits in the pirate world. Breathless, Ghost Lantern Qinghue pondered, does this fellow possess infinite chakra? His own chakra now dwindled, unable to support another transformation. Observing Qinghue's pause, the Eagle Man seized 8 feathers, enhancing them with wind chakra. The feathers spiraled towards Ghost Lantern Qinghue. This is bad. Qinghue summoned the last reserves of his chakra. Water release, water barrier. After deploying this defensive ninjutsu, he positioned the execution blade before him to shield his vital points. Clang! The water barrier shattered instantly, and the remaining feathers struck the blade. Qinghue felt his hands grow numb, followed by a loss of sensation. Ultimately, after the final feather collided with his sword, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against a wall. Before he could raise his head to seek vengeance, several feathers pierced his body. Cough! He spat out blood. So powerful Ghost Lantern Qinghue muttered before his eyelids grew unbearably heavy. Lord Shuiying, I can no longer complete the mission. Cough. Another spurt of blood escaped him as his body slumped to the side. However, the Eagle Man Kunwa was not one to show mercy. He did not relent at the sight of his Chapter 66. Kunai vanished? As the sea shadow's blood trickled into his eyes, causing an involuntary blink, the Goat Man Kunai vanished from sight. Thud! The sea shadow felt another tremendous force slam into his back. His body was sent hurtling forward. Crash! He landed heavily in a pile of rubble. After a moment of silence, he forced himself up, enduring the searing pain in his back, and crawled out from under the debris. The sea shadow was now drenched in blood. Even Nara Light had to admire his tenacious life force. As the sea shadow emerged from the rubble, gasping for breath, a fleeting shadow reappeared before him, eclipsing the sun. The sea shadow wanted to beg for mercy, but before he could utter a word, a volley of woolly steel needles pierced his skull. His words were abruptly cut short. He slumped forward, his head hanging in defeat. The goatman Kanai reached down, grabbed the sea shadow's corpse from the rubble, and leaped back into the daimyo's mansion, returning to Nara Light's side after dropping the body. With the sea shadow's demise, the battle drew to a close. Kanai, having dealt with all the hidden sea village ninjas and the daimyo samurai, returned to stand behind Nara Light. Nara Light surveyed the battlefield, littered with corpses. The daimyo's mansion was now a ruin, testament to the intensity of the battle. Nara Light grasped Momoko's delicate shoulders and leaped from the rooftop, eliciting a startled cry from her. As Momoko recovered from her shock, her gaze fell upon the unmasked face of the sea shadow's corpse. It was the traitor. Momoko immediately recognized the hidden sea village's sea shadow as the minister who had betrayed the land of the sea's daimyo. The samurai entering the daimyo's mansion also recognized the sea shadow's true identity. Is he the one you were after? Yes, that's him. Then the mission is complete. Nara Light stretched languidly. The Tenkanai reverted to their original forms as ninja tools, flying back to Nara Light and being stowed away. The rest is up to you. I'll be waiting on the ship. Nara Light instructed the approaching middle-aged man before vanishing from sight. Once Nara Light was gone, the middle-aged man could no longer contain his elation. The land of the sea is ours once more, he exclaimed, raising his katana. Huzzah! The other samurai echoed, their voices filled with fervor. Momoko watched the jubilant crowd, tears streaming down her face. She clenched her fists tightly as she gazed at the spot where Nara Light had disappeared, a mixture of gratitude and complexity swirling within her. 3 days later, news of the land of the seas returned to Momoko's control spread throughout the nation. The resistance forces were swiftly suppressed, and many chose to surrender. Momoko first dispatched samurai to pacify the land of the sea's populace. Then, as the new daimyo of the land of the sea, she hired civilians to rebuild the nation. The civilians, eager for free food and wages, worked with unparalleled zeal. In just 2 days, with the assistance of Nara Light's earth-manipulating Kanai, the collapsed buildings were reconstructed. The entire land of the sea was immersed in an atmosphere of joy and laughter. They had endured too much oppression under the previous daimyo. A new daimyo's mansion was erected in a single day. With the support of her samurai, Momoko gradually restored order to the land of the sea. Inside a ship near the coast, we are grateful, Light-sama, for reclaiming the land of the sea for us, the middle-aged man said respectfully. Don't mention it. I was simply fulfilling my obligations, Nara Light replied, taking a sip of tea. This is awful, Nara Light grimaced. Despite having drunk it countless times, he still couldn't acquire a taste for the tea of the fire shadow world. Light-sama, please stay for another day. We have been preoccupied with rebuilding the land of the sea and have neglected you. Tomorrow, we must express our gratitude for your assistance. Afterward, we will send someone to escort you back. What do you say? All right. Nara Light saw no harm in it. That's wonderful. The middle-aged man glanced at Momoko, then back at Nara Light. Light-sama, daimyo, please continue your conversation. I'll go prepare the evening banquet. The middle-aged man rose and quickly departed. Nara Light watched him leave. The man's name was Nakano Tamichi. He was said to be a member of a prominent clan in the land of the sea, the Nakano clan, a family of samurai. However, the clan was wiped out during the land of the sea's rebellion, leaving only Nakano Tamichi. He was now middle-aged and without any children. For years, he had treated Momoko as his own daughter. Nara Light was deeply moved by his loyalty. Do you have any plans for the future? The Hidden Mist Village lost people in the land of the sea, and they won't let it go easily. I don't know how the land of the sea will withstand their retaliation, Momoko sighed. Her samurai lacked strong individuals, and she didn't know what to do if the Hidden Mist Village attacked again. She suddenly thought of something and looked up at Nara Light. Light-sama, I may need to trouble you again. Of course, I will prepare the reward as soon as possible. Understood. Nara Light placed 2 kunai on the tea table. If the Hidden Mist Village attacks again, you can channel your chakra into these 2 kunai, and they will transform into humanoids to resolve the issue for you. Momoko stared at the kunai on the table. She still vividly remembered these magical ninja tools. Their powerful figures in battle were a constant source of awe. Light-sama, I'll go prepare the commission fee. Having these 2 magical ninja tools had finally put Momoko's worries to rest. Her expression was filled with excitement. As soon as Nara Light finished speaking, Momoka stood up and quickly left the ship's cabin. After Momoka left, Nara Light also rose from his chair and walked out of the cabin, reaching the ship's deck. He gazed at the boundless sea, took out a fishing rod, and sat down in a suitable spot. Fishing was about the mood, but Nara Light had forgotten the bait. The next day, Momoka found Nara Light with a commission fee. After handing over the reward, she took him to experience the land of the sea's customs and culture. She also treated Nara Light to the land of the sea's cuisine. There wasn't anything particularly special, just an abundance of fresh seafood. Nara Light indulged in a hearty meal. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Momoka invited Nara Light to stroll around the land of the sea. Nara Light agreed. Light-sama, could you tell me about your story? What's so interesting about my story? I want to hear it. All right. Nara Light recounted some of the interesting things he had experienced over the years. Momoka listened intently, eager not to miss any details about the man before her. She was filled with curiosity and longing. Unknowingly, night fell. It's time to go back, Nara Light reminded Momoka, who was still lost in thought. Are we going back already? Momoka snapped out of her reverie and looked up at the sky. It was indeed getting late. It's time to go back. Momoka followed Nara Light back to the ship. She returned to the daimyo's mansion with reluctance. Lying in bed, Nara Light's lips curled into a smile. What? Daimyo, you're leaving? Did I hear correctly? The next day, a cry of surprise rang out from the newly built daimyo's mansion. Yes, but you've only just become the daimyo. I've made up my mind. Uncle Tamichi will be the daimyo. Me? That won't do. There is nothing that cannot be done. Uncle Daiming is far more suitable than I. Just as Nakano Tamikazu was about to say something, now Takara interrupted. Uncle, this is a token left to me by Lord Hikaru, and I now entrust it to you. I have always regarded you as a father figure. I leave the kingdom of the sea in your capable hands. Nakano Tamikazu gazed at the kunai handed to him by Takara, tears streaming silently down his cheeks. Chapter 67. Kagaya Kamada K. As Nara Hikari prepared to depart, a rogue ninja from the Mist Village approached him. This individual was a member of the rebellious faction during the reign of the third Mizukage. Lord Hikari, the newcomer. A young girl with white hair styled into peculiar braids and adorned with 2 red dots on her forehead, greeted him with utmost respect. Nara Hikari activated his perception, noting the abundant chakra within her, which flowed in an unusual manner. An elite Jainin? He pondered, filled with intrigue upon encountering such a formidable presence. Who are you? Hikari inquired, observing the girl's familiar attire, though he could not recall where he had seen it before. I am Kagaya Kamadake, here to challenge you, Lord Hikari. She introduced herself, and suddenly, Hikari recognized the distinct attire from the Kagaya clan of the Mist Village, known for their unique bloodline limit, the Shikatsumiyaku. Does Lord Hikari know of my family? She asked eagerly. I have heard of them, he replied, bemused by her excitement. Why do you wish to challenge me? Because I admire you, Lord Hikari, she confessed. You admire me, yet seek to battle? Yes, indeed. I greatly wish to fight you. How did you know I was here? I traveled to the land of light and encountered Lord Kakuzu, who informed me you had left. I then sought out Lord Kage from the Light Village, who also mentioned your departure. And finally, I consulted Lord Shirabi, who directed me to the land of water. Thus, I arrived here. Impressive tenacity, Hikari thought. Yet he couldn't help but question her capability. However, your strength does not qualify you to challenge me. He found it hard to fathom why a girl would desire to confront powerful adversaries. I understand, but I implore you to fight me, she insisted. Do you have a penchant for challenging the strong? Yes, to grow stronger, I must engage with the formidable. May I inquire why you desire to become stronger? Kagaya Kamada nodded, slowly revealing the true reason behind her ambition. Born into a warrior clan, the Kagaya of the Mist Village, she was an anomaly, disliking conflict. Yet, fate had played a cruel jest. Despite her aversion to battle, she possessed extraordinary talent, her bones being the hardest in her clan. By the age of 5 or 6, she had defeated her peers and graduated from the Ninja Academy in just a year. After graduation, she withdrew to her home, occasionally accepting missions for meager rewards. Years passed after the First Shinobi World War, during which her parents were dispatched on a mission and perished at the hands of ninjas from the land of birds. From that moment, she became an orphan. In the subsequent period, she isolated herself until the clan leaders sought her out once more. The loss of her parents transformed her demeanor drastically, igniting a fervor for battle. Emerging back into the light, she showcased her remarkable talent and within 2 years became a leading figure among her generation. Her thirst for combat did not cease. She began challenging the elders of her clan. Years later, only the clan leader remained who could best her. Eventually, Kagaya Kamada left the Mist Village, embarking on a journey throughout the ninja world until she heard of Nara Hikari's reputation. Driven by a desire to confront him, she traversed great distances to reach the land of water. Now, standing before Hikari, this girl with an insatiable craving for strength, he recognized that the Kagaya clan were simple-minded individuals. Once they set their sights on a goal, they pursued it relentlessly. I can grant your request, but you must agree to one condition. Of course, she responded, excitement illuminating her features. Follow me. Very well. Together, they made their way to an open area outside. Lord Hikari, let us commence. Hikari nodded. Suki no mai. In an instant, Kagaya Kamada vanished from his sight, only to reappear at his side, wielding a bone and aiming for his neck. Hikari deftly sidestepped the attack. Timatsu no mai. At that moment, she resembled a whirling dancer, unleashing a barrage of sharp bones from her body, cascading like a torrential downpour around them. Hikari summoned his steel power, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught. Isen no mai. Kagaya halted her spinning, conjuring another bone, which she hurled toward Hikari. He evaded once again. In the instant Hikari dodged, she pulled her fingers, causing the bone to soften and ensnare him. Sensing an opportunity, she unleashed her second Isen no mai, ensnaring him with two pliable bones. Lord Hikari, you have been defeated, she proclaimed, as she lunged forward with another bone aimed at his vital points. Such ferocity from a young girl, Hikari mused. He unleashed his fruit powers, shattering the bones binding him and sending Kagaya flying away. She crashed against a rock, blood trickling from her lips, yet she harbored no intention of conceding. Her eyes gleamed with fervor. Shuriken no mai. Kagaya unleashed her chakra with all her might. Hikari sensed something burrowing beneath his feet, recognizing it as the distinctive attack of the Shikatsumiyaku. As anticipated, a multitude of bones erupted from the ground, piercing toward the sky. For an ordinary individual, such erratic trajectories would pose a significant challenge, particularly for a shadow-level ninja. However, Hikari possessed the ability to fly. Ascending into the air, he evaded the bone assault. Yet, the projectiles continued their relentless pursuit, shifting from soft whips to bone spears. Chapter 68, Uchiha and Nara Hikari approached Kagaya Kamada, who was unable to suppress a spurt of blood upon seeing him. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with a dismissive gesture. Have you conceded? I can still continue. With her hands pressed against the ground, she attempted to rise once more, but alas, she failed and collapsed back down, gasping for breath. What a stubborn girl, Nara Hikari remarked. Enough, you have lost. Sit down and rest for a while. Just as he finished speaking, Kamada rolled her eyes back and fainted. Did I strike a bit too hard? She won't die, will she? Nara Hikari checked her condition and found that she had merely exhausted her chakra and fainted. It would be a pity to inadvertently take the life of this little admirer, especially considering her talent. When Nara Hikari decided to take her under his wing, it was partly as a reward, which went without saying. But he was also curious to see if the bone bloodline could be developed to the level of the Shikatsumiyaku. As Nara Hikari pondered, Momoko approached. Lord Hikari, are you just going to leave her lying there? She looked at the unconscious Kamada with sympathy. Having heard her story, Momoko felt a deep sense of shared sorrow, understanding the pain of losing one's parents all too well. It's fine, she won't die. Momoko almost rolled her eyes but restrained herself. Nara Hikari lifted Kamada and made his way toward the ship. Momoko, trailing behind, nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. After settling Kamada, the ship set sail toward the land of light. Take good care of her. Understood, Lord Hikari. At sea, Kamada awoke, confused by her unfamiliar surroundings. Where am I? She asked. You're awake. We are still at sea. She turned to see Momoko resting her chin on her hand. How long have I been out? Not long. Just a day? A day? Kamada checked her body. Your illness has been cured by Lord Hikari. Cured? Yes. The bone disease caused by your mutation has been healed by him. How did he do that? I don't know. You should ask Lord Hikari. All right. Kamada got out of bed and noticed her clothes had been changed. Thank you. You're welcome. Exiting the cabin, she spotted Nara Hikari fishing on the deck. Lord Hikari, you're awake. Thank you for curing my illness. It was a mere trifle. Besides, you are now with me. As Kamada was about to speak, Nara Hikari felt the fishing rod dip. A big fish is on the line. He stood up, bent the rod, and stepped back. Then, after a few moments of struggle, pulled a fish over a meter long from the water. Quick, get the net. Which one? That one, hurry. Kamada scrambled to grab the net. By the time she had it ready, Nara Hikari had reeled the fish closer. Catch it. Oh, got it. She extended the net and secured the fish. Nara Hikari moved forward to unhook it. We'll have a big meal today. As Kamada observed Nara Hikari's expression, she found it difficult to fathom that this was the same man who had quelled the First Shinobi World War, now so joyously content over a mere fish. Like a child. Stop staring. We're having a feast tonight. Watching Nara Hikari reset his fishing rod, she felt a sudden desire to learn more about this extraordinary man. 2 days later, the ship docked at the coast of the Land of Light. Lord Momoka, we will miss you. You must come back to the Land of Water to see us. Yes, I will miss you too. Take care of yourselves. Goodbye, Lord Hikari, Lord Momoka. Safe travels. The trio, Nara Hikari, Momoka, and Kamada had just disembarked when the shrill sound of a ship's horn pierced the air, signaling the ship's return. Even from a distance, they could hear the crew's farewells and tearful cries until the vessel vanished from sight. Momoka wiped her tears. Let's go home. With that, Nara Hikari turned and headed toward Kei and village. All right. Once Momoka had composed herself, she blushed and followed him. Upon returning home, they could not escape Nara Yamami's inquiries. Nara Hikari had no choice but to explain the circumstances surrounding Momoka and Kamada-Kei's backgrounds. Yamami quickly became absorbed in their tragic tales. Nara Hikari finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Nara had no choice but to shake his head in resignation as he held his grandchild, glancing around the house. It seems we need to find a larger place. This one is no longer sufficient. The next morning, Uchiha Fumi arrived at the office of Lord Hikari. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be resting at home after giving birth? Nara Hikari looked up at the increasingly mature Uchiha Fumi, though she had borne 3 children. Her figure remained striking, curvaceous, and vibrant. I'm fine. We have guests at home. Uchiha? Yes. They've been here for 2 days, waiting for you. They wanted to see you and learned you had returned, so they found me. Why not come directly to me? Perhaps they felt a bit shy? Well, let's meet them. All right. But please be courteous. After all, they took the initiative to find us, so let us not make them feel too awkward. Oh dear. I know how to handle this. Where are they? They should be on their way. Just as Uchiha Fumi finished speaking, footsteps echoed. And 3 figures entered the office, a middle-aged man accompanied by 2 teenagers. Lord Hikari. The newcomers appeared somewhat uneasy upon seeing Nara Hikari. It's Uncle Sandu. No need for titles. Just call me nephew. Uchiha Sandu stood there, momentarily at a loss. What brings you here, Uncle Sandu? Just speak freely. Indeed, I have a favor to ask of you. Lord, nephew. What is it? The Uchiha clan wishes to send these 2 children to you. Oh, to me? Nara Hikari's gaze shifted to the youth standing behind Uchiha Sandu. When he left Konoha, apart from Uchiha Fumi and a handful of others, the majority of the Uchiha clan had chosen to remain, perhaps weary of war, preferring the temporary peace, even in the face of unfair treatment. Uchiha Fumi had attempted to persuade many to leave, but they remained steadfast. Eventually, she had given up. Nara Hikari understood their perspective, but now they suddenly sought him out. He was perplexed. Yes, they are. Uchiha Shion and Uchiha Kei. It is not out of the question to host them here. But I would like to know what prompted the Uchiha to make this decision. Uchiha Sandu let out a sigh and began to recount the events. After Nara Light departed from Konoha, the plight of the Uchiha clan worsened significantly. Mito Gate Inn, wary of the Uchiha's formidable power, proposed during a meeting that the Uchiha clan should also participate in the Second Shinobi World War. They were to face a separate enemy force, allowing the other ninja squads from Konoha to gain precious time. Uchiha Yamayuki, the current clan leader, was well aware that this was merely a tactic employed by Konoha's higher-ups to diminish their strength. Yet, the Uchiha had no choice. To preserve the legacy of their family, they had no option but to send forth their prodigious talents. After much deliberation among the Uchiha leadership, it was decided that their brightest spark would be entrusted to Nara Light. Nara Light observed Uchiha Sandu, who seemed hesitant to speak further. Chapter 69. The Genius of Uchiha. With a sigh, Uchiha Sandu spoke. Let them stay. Nara Hikari cast a glance at the 2 young men before him. One had short hair that barely brushed his ears and carried a signature ninja blade on his back, reminiscent of Uchiha Kagami. The other had long hair tied into a ponytail, with a scar crossing his face and donned violet gloves emblazoned with the symbol of a fan. Nara Hikari extended his perception, assessing their chakra levels, and was taken aback to find that both possessed the chakra of a Jonin, signifying their recent promotion. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was not lacking in prodigies. Hikari, we will be comfortable here. If you require anything, You may speak to your sister, said Uchiha Fumiya, nodding appreciatively. Uncle Sandu, shall we share a meal? He inquired. Ah, certainly, Sandu replied. To welcome the distant Uchiha Sandu, Nara Yasumi and Uchiha Fumiya had meticulously prepared a lavish seafood feast. At the dining table, the 3 Uchiha members appeared quite reserved. None dared to touch their chopsticks until Nara Hikari began. Sandu, it seems we have not met in many years. Nara Yu looked at Uchiha Sandu, his emotions tangled. Although both clans were part of Konoha, their interactions had been sparse, and Nara clan members had primarily collaborated with the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans on missions. After the Uchiha clan took charge of Konoha's police force, the ties between the clans had further frayed. It was only when Nara Hikari and Uchiha Fumiya united that relations began to thaw after a decade of estrangement. Many Uchiha had once joined Nara Hikari's former covert organization, but following Hikari's departure from Konoha, most returned to the police force. Nara Yu, being astute, was aware of the Uchiha's current plight. Without change, they were destined for ruin. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Uchiha Sandu reminisced. The last time we met was at the memorial service for Hashirama. Bring the clan to the land of light. Nara Yu suggested after a moment's thought. After all, Nara Hikari and Uchiha Fumiya now had 3 children, making the Uchiha clan not entirely strangers. However, Uchiha Sandu found himself unable to voice his agreement. When Uchiha Madara called for the clan's exodus, every member had declined. He could not make decisions for all, especially knowing some still coveted the Hokage position and would never leave. Consider it carefully. Konoha is no longer the same place it was in Hashirama's time, Nara Yu cautioned. I will think it over, Uchiha Sandu nodded. Grandfather, I am hungry, Nara Maruko urged, perched on Nara Yu's lap. All right, let us eat, he replied. Father. Hand Maruko to me, Fumiya interjected, lifting their second child. The little one protested, No, I want grandfather. All right, come back to grandfather, Nara Yu said, returning Maruko to him. As someone finally began to eat, the others followed suit. Uchiha Sandu watched the Nara family with a mixture of envy and melancholy. This scene of warmth was a rarity among the Uchiha, who lived under stringent rules that stifled emotional expression. Most clan members maintained a detached demeanor, making such familial gatherings uncommon. After the meal, Uchiha Sandu bid farewell and returned to Konoha. Once he departed, Nara Hikari led Uchiha Shion and Uchiha Kei to the light pavilion. Hikari began introducing them to the facility. What are your intentions? He inquired. I wish to grow stronger. Uchiha Kei responded after a moment's silence. We understand why we have been brought here, but I refuse to accept cowardice. Only by becoming stronger can I save the Uchiha clan. Since you both comprehend the situation, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Nara Hikari pondered their future arrangements. Why not join the light pavilion? He suggested. Indeed, which department do you wish to join? The dispatch department, they replied in unison. That can be quite perilous, he warned. I am not afraid, they replied resolutely. Let me see your Sharingan. All right, they agreed, channeling chakra into their eyes. Sharingan, activate. Their pupils transformed into the iconic 3-comma pattern. Nara Hikari was pleasantly surprised. While they might not rival the later Uchiha like Shursui, Itachi, or Sasuke, possessing a 3-tomo Sharingan at such a young age was indeed remarkable. Due to their innate talent, not every Uchiha could evolve their Sharingan to the 3-tomo stage, and the conditions for awakening the Manjiki were even more stringent. It typically required the death of a close family member or dearest friend. Nara Hikari's wife, Uchiha Fumiya, had awakened her Manjiki by chance during childbirth, but the reasons remained unclear to him. Excellent. You are truly remarkable talents of the Uchiha clan, Hikari praised. However, we have heard that Sister Fumiya has awakened an even higher grade eye, the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Shion interjected. The Manjiki comes with drawbacks. While it is powerful, excessive use can lead to blindness, Hikari explained. Oh, they responded, intrigued. But as long as one monitors their usage, it should be manageable. How does one awaken the Manjiki? Uchiha Kei asked with anticipation. Nara Hikari hesitated, recalling that the higher-ups had not passed down the method of awakening the Manjiki, fearing the emergence of figures like Uchiha Madara within the clan. Nonetheless, he decided to enlighten them. It requires the death of a loved one or a dear friend to have a chance of awakening. Death of a close family member? Uchiha Shion and Uchiha Kei pondered who their closest relatives were, realizing it was only their parents and each other. They hesitated, suppressing any reckless thoughts. Very well, starting today. You will join the light pavilion and undertake dispatch missions, Hikari instructed. Yes, Hikari, they responded in unison. The pavilion has training facilities if you wish to practice ninjutsu. Seek out Tachibana. She will guide you. Understood. Chapter 70. Uchiha Akihiko at the border of the land of fire and the land of deer. Within the Uchiha camp of Konoha, Uchiha Akihiko was informed that his clansmen who had ventured out for reconnaissance had lost contact. A ninja clad in the attire of the Konoha police hurriedly entered the tent. What? When did this happen? Let us go investigate, Akihiko, who had been examining the information brought back at great risk by his clansmen, rose in fury upon hearing the news. Very well. In an instant, the two vanished from the tent. As they, accompanied by over 100 clansmen, followed the fluctuations of chakra to the battlefield, they were met with a scene of carnage. Strewn with corpses. Among them lay the bodies of Uchiha clansmen and those of the enemies from the hidden deer village, all of whom had lost their lives. Gazing at the lifeless forms of his kin, a surge of rage erupted from Akihiko's core. Why? What is the reason for this? What wrongs have the Uchiha committed? He bellowed in anger. Akihiko, we must prioritize gathering the bodies of our fallen kin, a companion reminded him, breaking through his haze of grief and fury. Using the body flicker technique, Akihiko was soon beside one of the deceased, gently closing the unseeing eyes of his clansmen. There are still survivors. Someone shouted. In an instant, Akihiko was at the side of the injured. We must take him back. Time is of the essence. Realizing that the condition of this surviving clansman was grave, he called to those around him. Quickly, 2 Uchiha clansmen approached, one lifting the wounded onto the other's back, and they vanished in a flash. Once they had departed, Akihiko stood and extended his chakra-sensing ability to survey the battlefield, confirming that no enemies were present. He signaled for the remaining clansmen to retrieve the bodies of their fallen. Thus, they returned to the Uchiha camp, bearing the corpses. Upon their arrival, Akihiko slammed his fist onto a table with such force that it shattered into splinters, scattering debris across the floor. The other Uchiha present bore expressions of wrath. This is murder at the hands of Konoha. One Uchiha finally erupted in indignation. It had been over 10 days since the promised reinforcements had failed to arrive, and more than 100 Uchiha clansmen had perished, over 100 lives extinguished. The anger and despair displayed by those within the tent tightened Akihiko's fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Brother Yamada has already taken Uchiha Shien and Uchiha Kei to Uchiha Fumi's location. A more composed Uchiha spoke. Chief, we should leave. I can no longer endure this existence. Akihiko lifted his gaze to the speaker, Uchiha Tannen, a formidable member of their clan and a wielder of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, possessing strength on par with Hokage. Sigh. Akihiko hesitated. He too wished to depart. Yet, there were still those among the Uchiha upper echelons who continued to dream of the Hokage's legacy. Suddenly, an explosion erupted outside, startling everyone in the tent as they rushed out. Huh, I never expected you little mice to hide here. I finally found you. Upon emerging, Akihiko was met with an audacious voice. Following this proclamation, thousands of enemies materialized in the clearing outside the camp. Akihiko recognized that a great battle was inevitable. This marked the 3rd time the enemy had located their encampment. Sharingan, activate. Akihiko focused his chakra into his eyes, and the Sharingan awakened instantaneously. He locked his gaze on the source of the taunting voice. It was the leader of the hidden deer village, Deer Shadow. Having battled him several times, Akihiko was well acquainted with his formidable presence. The overwhelming chakra emanating from Deer Shadow surged like a tempest within him, stirring a tempest of emotions. Though he perceived the land of deer as a mere small nation, it had suddenly birthed numerous powerful figures, nearly breaching the borders of the land of fire. Fortunately, a contingent from Konoha had managed to staunch the advance of the deer ninja forces. However, Akihiko's fury was stoked further by the fact that when the Uchiha were ordered to defend against the hidden deer village, the previously stationed Konoha troops had inexplicably vanished. There was no time for contemplation as the enemy charged forth. Akihiko surveyed his remaining clansmen, of the 600 who had arrived after arduous battles. Over 100 had already perished, leaving the rest, most of whom were injured, at his side. Resolute in his determination to demand retribution upon their return, Akihiko unleashed a barrage of fireballs, fire release, great fireball technique, as the flames surged towards the oncoming foes. A hidden deer ninja adeptly evaded the attack and continued his advance. Wind technique, wind shield. The evading ninja raised his blade, conjuring a gust that deflected the projectiles. After sacrificing several of their own, the hidden deer forces engaged in close combat with the Uchiha. Even though the Uchiha clan hailed from a lineage forged in the Warring States period, their battle prowess remained formidable, gradually turning the tide in their favor. Yuanming, Pinghua. Hold back, dear Shadow. I will deal with these lesser foes first. Just as Akihiko believed that their positional advantage, combined with the presence of 3 Uchiha of Kage caliber, would allow them to repel the enemy, a distant cry, filled with despair, caused his heart to seize. Pinghua. He heard Uchiha Yuanming's voice, followed by the sound of an explosive fire technique reverberating across the battlefield. Akihiko dispatched his immediate foe and vanished from sight, reappearing within striking distance of Dear Shadow. As he beheld the fallen bodies, a torrent of rage surged forth, flooding his mind and driving his chakra toward his eyes. An extraordinary power radiated from his eyes, invigorating his activated 3-tomo Sharingan. Suddenly, the patterns within his pupils began to morph rapidly, culminating in a complex floral design at the center of his vision. Brother. Akihiko knelt beside the body, whose abdomen had been cleaved open, blood pooling around it. Recognizing the familiar face, he gently closed the unseeing eyes before turning his gaze toward Dear Shadow, who was still engaged in battle with Uchiha Yuanming. Kaleidoscope activate. The unique sound of the kaleidoscope Sharingan resonated. Dear Shadow, sensing an ominous shift, turned to face the source of his unease. The subsequent event caused his pupils to widen in shock, as a towering warrior clad in crimson armor rose from Akihiko's form, standing 100 meters tall. A wave of foreboding washed over Dear Shadow, as he gazed upon the colossal figure looming before him. Chapter 71. The 3 Colossi. The astonishment of Lu Ying was far from over. At this moment, 2 more towering warriors, each exceeding 100 meters in height, rose from the ground. One was clad in deep purple skeletal armor, while the other donned dark brown skeletal armor. The sense of impending crisis intensified within him. Summoning technique. Lu Ying bit his finger, drawing blood, and swiftly pressed his palm against the ground. A summoning formation materialized beneath him. Wisps of white mist emerged, and soon, deer-like summoning beasts adorned with magnificent horns appeared around him. Secret technique. Deer symbol formation. Upon their arrival, the deer-like summoning beasts transformed into beams of chakra, converging towards the heavens. A pair of antlers made of energy sprouted from Lu Ying's head, his form subtly enveloped by a standing, ethereal deer. Seek. Lu Ying rapidly formed hand seals, and the ninjas from the deer-hidden village surrounding him were similarly enveloped by the phantom of a deer. The ninjas engaged in combat with the Uchiha suddenly found their speed augmented dramatically. Swift resolution. Lu Ying bellowed, urging the ninjas of his village to escalate their assault, unleashing a barrage of ninja tools and techniques towards the Uchiha. Fire release. Great Fire Dragon technique. Fire release. Dragon Fire technique. Fire release. Great Fire extinguishment. A series of fire release techniques erupted from the mouths of the Uchiha, forming a defensive circle of flames. Nevertheless, some ninjas from the deer-hidden village, leveraging their newfound speed and the unique techniques of their land, managed to breach the Uchiha's fiery defenses. However, what awaited them was not the Uchiha, but a 100-meter warrior wielding a long blade. Upon activating the Mangeki Sharingan, the Uchiha clan unleashed another ocular technique, Susanoo. Uchiha Minghua and 2 other clan members summoned their Susanoo, sending numerous swiftly advancing ninjas from the deer-hidden village flying through the air. A shadow-level ninja from the deer-hidden village charged towards the dark brown Susanoo, aiming his ninja blade at it, intent on shattering its defenses. Clang. Instead of the imagined shattering sound, the metallic reverberation echoed. The deer-hidden village ninja froze momentarily, staring incredulously at his broken blade. The Uchiha standing atop the Susanoo regarded the dazed ninja from the deer-hidden village, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Mangeki, activate. The unique floral pupils of his eyes began to whirl. Ah! A scream erupted from the shadow-level ninja of the deer-hidden village, his body plummeting to the ground as excruciating pain surged through him. Thud! The shadow-level ninja crashed heavily to the earth. The Susanoo raised its long blade, poised to strike down upon the fallen ninja. Ah! A scream echoed through the surroundings as the shadow-level ninja was pierced by the long blade of the Susanoo. Lu Ying, witnessing the dire fate of his comrade, prepared to rush to his aid, only to be obstructed by the frenzied Uchiha Minghua. Gazing upon the familiar yet foreign blue energy giant, a legend surfaced in Lu Ying's mind. The most formidable eye of the Uchiha, the power of the Mangeki Sharingan. Withdraw. As Lu Ying observed the numerous fallen ninjas from his own village, he realized that with the emergence of this legendary Uchiha, the hope for victory was utterly extinguished. He had no choice but to order a temporary retreat. Upon receiving the command, the ninjas of the Deer Hidden Village aided their comrades in repelling the Uchiha and prepared to turn away. Just then, 5 ninjas radiating potent chakra from the Deer Hidden Village arrived on the battlefield. Shortly thereafter, nearly 10,000 ninjas adorned with deer emblems surged forth. Lord Lu Ying. Upon seeing the reinforcements, Lu Ying exhaled with relief. The ninjas of the Deer Hidden Village who were about to retreat halted their steps. The timing was impeccable. Lu Ying turned his gaze back to the Uchiha. Annihilate them. With the arrival of the 10,000 reinforcements, the confidence that Lu Ying had recently lost was rekindled. He commanded an assault once more. Under the leadership of the 5 newly arrived shadow-level ninjas from the Deer Hidden Village, the forces surged towards the Uchiha. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 Susanoo descended from the sky, landing directly in front. Chapter 72. By Luhu, 5 colossal dragons, cloaked in black lightning, descended from the heavens. They plummeted to the earth with astonishing speed, erupting in a dazzling display of dark luminescence amidst the forces of the hidden deer village. The sound of their arrival echoed ominously. Upon touching the ground, these 5 dragons instantly transformed into countless smaller serpents of lightning, weaving through the ranks of the Deer Village ninjas. Those caught at the epicenter, the ninjas of Deer Village, were reduced to charred remnants. Even those who stood at a distance were not spared. They too fell victim to the onslaught of black lightning, facing either death or grievous injury. Yet, the most tragic fate befell the 5 elite leaders of the Deer Village, who found themselves at the heart of the storm. Despite their formidable vitality and regenerative prowess, they were instantly torn asunder, the scent of singed flesh wafting through the air as they collapsed, unconscious. Who is this person? Truly formidable, thought Uchiha Minghua, who had regained some strength and struggled to rise, gazing at the silhouette of the youth before him. The power emanating from the boy left him awestruck. Ah, I remember now. He is Bailu. Bailu, the disciple of Lord Guang, had long since departed from the Hidden Leaf Village. Uchiha Minghua's realization dawned upon him. The Deer Village is retreating, exclaimed Uchiha in alarm. Should we pursue? The captain inquired. Forget it. Let us tend to the wounded first, Uchiha Minghua responded, making his way towards Bailuhu. However, Bailuhu vanished from sight in an instant. How swift, Uchiha Minghua thought, realizing that Bailuhu seemed disinterested in his presence. He turned back to assist his fellow clansmen. Meanwhile, the leader of the Deer Village, recalling the prelude to battle, felt a surge of anger. How could such a terrifying individual emerge from the Leaf Village? That scoundrel Danzo misled me. The Deer Village leader remembered how, prior to the conflict, a man claiming to be Danzo had approached him, insisting that the Leaf Village's strength was depleted and that it was the perfect moment to seize resources and territory in the Land of Fire. After much deliberation, he had accepted Danzo's counsel. Yet now, the reality before him contradicted the information provided. As he fled, he seethed with the intention of returning to exact vengeance upon Danzo. Releasing his sensory abilities to assess his surroundings, he found no chakra fluctuations and breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally escaped. A surge of frustration welled within him. But just then, a voice like that of a hellish reaper pierced the air. Melting release, lava skyfall. The Deer Village leader felt his heart seize as he turned to gaze skyward. The sight that met his eyes sent a chill down his spine. A colossal hand composed of molten rock was descending upon him. In a panic, he accelerated, channeling chakra to amplify the ethereal deer figure enveloping him. Yet, despite his efforts, a profound sense of impending doom loomed large within him. Am I truly to perish here? In his flight, the Deer Village leader found himself devoid of the bravado he had possessed while attacking the Land of Fire, replaced instead by sheer terror of the Leaf Village. Secret technique, Deer Elephant Barrier Technique. He quickly formed seals, and a hexagonal formation emerged beneath his feet, summoning hundreds of deer elephant spirit beasts to coalesce above him. The resulting silhouette clashed violently with the descending lava hand. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath him quaked violently. In that moment of distraction, the Deer Village leader managed to gain some distance. Boiling release, 1,000 boiling water slaughter. Bailuhu raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of steam that enveloped the area with blinding speed. The Deer Village leader's fear intensified. In a mere instant, this pursuer had unleashed 4 distinct elemental attacks, each akin to a bloodline limit. I cannot die here. Desperately focused on escape, the Deer Village leader had lost the heart of a warrior. resembling a frightened fawn consumed by fear. He forgot to employ defenses against the encroaching steam, fixated solely on fleeing faster and faster. Alas, his speed could not match the rapid spread of the steam, which soon enveloped him entirely. He felt the temperature around him soar dramatically. With explosive force, the gathered steam detonated, leaving him momentarily breathless. A scorching sensation gripped his chest as the heat continued to rise, sapping him of strength and engulfing him in searing pain. At last, filled with a mixture of rage and fear, he succumbed, crashing heavily to the ground. His body lay broken, every inch marred. With great effort, he lifted his head to behold the shadow looming before him. Please, do not kill me. Dark release, absorption technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Bailuhu conjured a diamond-shaped sigil that rapidly expanded to envelop the Deer Village leader's form. The leader felt the last vestiges of chakra within him dissipate rapidly. No. His eyes widened in disbelief as he drew his final breath, his head thudding heavily against the earth, his body swiftly withering into a desiccated husk. Bailuhu withdrew his hand, casting one last glance at the fallen leader before vanishing from sight. Hours later, when the Uchiha Dish Chapter 73, the 10 Prodigies of Konoha, as the news of the slaughter of thousands from the land of Deer by Bairuhu reached Konoha and subsequently reverberated throughout the entire shinobi world. The Second Shinobi World War, which had engulfed the entire realm of Hokage, unexpectedly came to an end. The ninjas from the Land of Grass, the Land of Sound, and the Land of Bear, who were engaged in combat with Konoha, hastily retreated to their respective hidden villages under the cover of night. The defeat of Hanzo from the Land of Rain also hastily concluded the war against the Land of Iron, with all Rain ninjas withdrawing back to their homeland for passive defense against foreign aggression. Following the death of the third Kazekage, the Land of Wind urgently recalled its forces, redirecting their offensive towards the Land of Birds. The forces of the Land of Lightning, having withdrawn from the borders of the Land of Fire, proceeded directly towards the Land of Water. The village of Kumogakure, however, was not inclined to relent. Fueled by rage over the betrayal from the Land of Water, the Third Raikage was incensed. The Land of Earth also turned its ire towards the Land of Grass, which had launched a surprise attack. Nonetheless, the war did not persist for long and ended rather anticlimactically. Each nation, having engaged in this conflict, found themselves in a state of solitude, with none achieving the desired resources or territory. Some nations even suffered the loss of a village leader and several formidable warriors cultivated over many years. With the conclusion of the Second War, nations retreated into a state of dormancy, temporarily retracting their ambitions and biding their time for the next opportunity, slowly tending to the wounds left by the war. Konoha, after mourning deeply, saw the lives of its inhabitants return to a semblance of normalcy. However, some individuals found it impossible to return to their former lives, such as the Uchiha clan, convened by the current clan leader, Uchiha Yamayuki. The Uchiha held a clan meeting to discuss the challenges they faced. As Uchiha Akira had anticipated, some were still reluctant to leave Konoha, with elders who had experienced the era of Madara clinging to fantasies of the Hokage position. Conversely, others were utterly disillusioned with Konoha. The following day, a faction of Uchiha clan members, defying opposition from the clan's higher echelons, secretly departed from Konoha, including Uchiha Akira and 2 other clan members who had recently awakened their Manjiki Sharingan. However, this exodus did not significantly impact Konoha. The village's discussions predominantly revolved around the formidable warriors who had emerged during the recent Shinobi World War. After the war, a tally was made of Konoha's strongest, who had made significant contributions. The first was Uchiha Sakumo, a prodigy of the Hitaki clan, whose unique swordsmanship was unrivaled in the shinobi world. The second was Kato Dan, a disciple of Nara Ko, who single-handedly vanquished the demigod Hanzo and many strong warriors from the Land of Rain, possessing an extraordinary bloodline ability to control souls. The third was Burhu, another disciple of Nara Ko, who executed the leader of the Deer Village and 5 other shadow-level warriors, astonishing the entire shinobi world with his possession of 5 distinct bloodline abilities. The fourth was Hideyoshi, who eliminated the third Kazekage and held his ground against numerous formidable Sand Village warriors, possessing a unique ability to transform into a monstrous form. The fifth was Tsunade, who significantly influenced the battlefield dynamics between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, overpowering the third Tsuchikage and several other strong individuals, endowed with a special ability distinct from the Senju clan. The 6th, 7th, and 8th were Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Marino Ibiki. These 3 encountered Hanzo once more during the subsequent war within the Land of Rain, where Hanzo, wary of Konoha's strength, defeated them without resorting to lethal measures, bestowing upon them the legendary title of Three Ninjas, thus granting Konoha a semblance of respect. The ninth was Shimura Nara, the sole member of the Shimura clan remaining in Konoha, whose wind techniques proved formidable, successfully repelling multiple large-scale assaults from the land of Bear and stalemating against the Bear village's Kage. The 10th, surprisingly to all, was Nara Ko, a member of the Nara clan who had been assigned by Nara Ko as a strategist upon his ascension to Hokage. Before the war erupted, he was dispatched alongside his old partners, Yamanaka Shiki and Akimichi Chg, to monitor the situation in the Land of Rain. Subsequently, when the war broke out, the trio was tasked with countering the forces from the Land of Sound. To everyone's astonishment, Nara Ko did not remain in the rear, but led a surprise attack on the Sound village's encampment, achieving significant victories. Throughout the ensuing conflict with the Land of Sound, Nara Ko demonstrated exceptional prowess, executing the enemy leader during their second engagement, thereby bringing the hostilities between the Land of Sound and the Land of Fire to a standstill. These 10 individuals quickly earned the moniker the 10 Prodigies of Konoha, gaining immense notoriety. However, an even more shocking event unfolded shortly thereafter. 7 of the 10 prodigies, Hatake Suru, Kato Dan, Baruhu, Hideyoshi, Tsunade, Shimura Nara, and Nara Ko, departed Konoha post-war to join the newly established Land of Light. The revelation of this news elicited mixed reactions, with some factions reveling in the diminished threat posed by Konoha, while others, particularly the village's upper echelons, Nara Ko, Mizukage, and Akimichi Torikes, were deeply troubled. Among them, Akimichi Torikes felt the most conflicted. The inseparable trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi had now been irrevocably fragmented, with the Nara clan completely vacating Konoha and the majority of the Yamanaka clan following suit. Nonetheless, the Akimichi clan remained firmly anchored in Konoha, leaving the trio's legacy, once vibrant, now a mere remnant. Of course, these developments had no bearing on Nara Ko's daily life. Each day, he devoted his time to his wife and children while managing intelligence for the Land of Light. As Nara Ko perused the scrolls before him, a familiar voice resonated in his presence. He looked up to find one of his wives, Waigir Tanvi. "Is everything finished?" "Almost done," Nara Ko replied, returning to the scrolls. "My brother came to see you." You mean Shik?" "Yes, that's him. He did come to see me. He requested to join the bounty department himself." "That was indeed his own request," Nara Ko confirmed, inciting a wave of anger in Waigir Tanvi. "That rascal. Why didn't he come to find me? How is he faring?" "That little brat has accomplished something significant." "What is it?" "He eliminated the shadow of the grass village." When did that happen?" "Just a few days ago." "Indeed, he has not squandered my financial support." "Ah, so it was your funds that supported him," Nara Ko said, guiding Waigir Tanvi to a nearby chair. "Yes, it was I who provided the funds. Tell me, how is he faring?" "All right." Waigir Tanvi resolved to share news about Waigir Shik with Nara Ko. However, just as she was about to speak, a member of the Land of Light's intelligence division entered the office. "Lord Hokage, we have an urgent matter." "What is it?" "A group of civilians has suddenly surged into the Land of Light." Let us investigate." Chapter 74. The Floating Fruit. Nara Hikari, accompanied by Aburam Tambai, made their way outside. Upon reaching the seaside, Hikari observed numerous vessels of varying sizes anchored along the shore. As they approached, a patrolling member of the Hikari clan from Kagaya village promptly greeted them. "What is happening here?" Hikari inquired. "This morning, while on patrol, we heard noises in this area. By the time we arrived, they were already here," the clan member explained. "Have we identified who they are?" "Yes, they claim to be refugees seeking asylum. They wish to join our Land of Light. After investigation, it appears they are merely ordinary individuals devoid of chakra." Hikari stepped forward, surveying the crowd that numbered in the tens of thousands, the majority of whom were men, with women comprising only a small fraction. "Allow them to disembark." With a swift motion, the newly arrived individuals assisted in maintaining order. The throng cooperated well, standing obediently upon reaching the shore. Before long, Takanai also arrived with her entourage. "Who are these people?" she asked. "They wish to join the Light Pavilion." "Oh, let us arrange for them to settle on the western side of the island. There is ample space there." "Understood," Takanai responded before departing. Hikari gazed at the assembly. When establishing the Land of Light, he had never anticipated that individuals would seek to join willingly. The island was not particularly vast, and considering the members of the Nara clan and the accompanying members of the Konoha clan, They had already occupied a significant portion of the territory. With the addition of these tens of thousands, they were likely at capacity. Yet, as Hikari observed the women moving within the crowd, he perceived them as rewards in motion. How could he refuse? Meanwhile, Tanbai rolled her eyes in exasperation, fully aware of Hikari's intentions. This fickle-minded individual, she sighed. My lady, we should return. It is rather chilly by the sea, and I fear you may catch a cold. Tanbai glanced at Hikari's mischievous grin, rolling her eyes once more. She caught him in the act of mischief. Very well, they returned to the Nara residence, where a night of tumultuous exchanges awaited them. Congratulations, host, you have successfully conceived. Reward, 1 floating fruit from the superhuman series. The following morning, as Hikari awoke, he was greeted by the system's melodious notification. Floating fruit? He retrieved the fruit from his spatial storage. It appeared rather unremarkable, yet Hikari knew it was anything but ordinary. Should he consume it? He hesitated, having long contemplated whether he could safely ingest multiple devil fruits. His initial reluctance stemmed from uncertainty regarding the consequences of such an action, and the system provided no answers beyond notifications, offering little explanation for various phenomena. The thought of adverse effects from consumption was daunting. However, having acquired many coveted devil fruits, such as the mythical beast and nature types, he felt compelled to take the risk. System? He silently called out, yet received no reply. Damn it. I will take the plunge. What do you mean, take the plunge? Just then, Tanbai awoke beside him, looking perplexed by Hikari's muttering. Nothing, go back to sleep. Are you hiding something from me? As she spoke, several insects emerged from her body. Ah, it's nothing, truly. Please, retract them. Hikari exclaimed, startled, as he hurriedly reassured her to recall the insects. With a huff, the insects re-entered her body. Hikari felt a shiver run down his spine, recalling how he had once braved such matters for the sake of rewards. Devil fruit? Tanbai noticed the fruit in Hikari's hand, instantly recognizing it due to her previous experience. Yes, I want to see if I can consume a second one. Weren't you warned that consuming 2 could result in death? I wish to take a gamble. No. You must stop. Tanbai exclaimed, alarmed by Hikari's audacity. Yet, her speed was no match for his. In an instant, a substantial piece of the floating fruit was gone as Hikari swallowed the flesh whole. Boom. The fruit's unique energy exploded within him. Hikari's consciousness was once again drawn into his heart chamber. Huh? Hikari marveled at the transformation within his heart, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. The heart, shaped like the fruit, extended a fleshy sphere that rapidly morphed into the form of the floating fruit. 2 pulsating hearts were now present in his chamber. Just as he attempted to scrutinize further, a repelling force expelled his awareness. As he assessed his changes, he felt a slight surge of energy within him, with a minor alteration in chakra levels. Yet, he had not transcended the limits of the super shadow level to reach the fabled 6 paths level. As if some barrier obstructed his ascension. Hikari, are you all right? Tanbai rushed forward, concerned upon seeing Hikari's eyes open. Seeing her worried expression warmed his heart. I'm fine. It turns out one can consume a second devil fruit. Relief washes over me. Would you like to try it? No, I feel perfectly fine now. I don't wish to gamble. Very well, she said, rising to dress. Why are you up so early? Today is Nara Ko's graduation from the Ninja Academy. I wish to prepare a feast to celebrate our eldest son. All right, I will assist shortly. No need. I can manage on my own. Tanbai blew him a kiss before departing. Nara Ko was the firstborn of Hikari and Tanbai, inheriting Hikari's lineage and displaying considerable talent at the age of 10, marking his early graduation day. Once Tanbai left, Hikari could no longer contain his excitement. He had indeed succeeded. He could consume a second devil fruit. But what would happen with a third? Dressed and ready, Hikari left the room. Chapter 75, joining the following day. Nara Hikari had yet to test the capabilities of the float fruit. A group of individuals, both expected and unexpected, arrived in the land of light. Uchiha Yamato, it's truly wonderful to see you here. Nara Hikari exclaimed warmly, gazing at Uchiha Yamato. Yamato was a venerable elder of the Uchiha clan. Having traversed the ages since the Warring States period, a witness to history, and currently a figure of great esteem within the Uchiha. However, standing beside Uchiha Yamato were over 2,000 Uchiha clansmen, most of whom Nara Hikari did not recognize, having never seen them before. Who are they? Hikari inquired. Let me introduce you. Yamato began to present the individuals. An hour later, Nara Hikari felt as if his CPU was about to overheat. As 2,000 Uchiha names were introduced to him in rapid succession, akin to a long list being recited. Yet, The sight of the dozen or so individuals at the forefront left Nara Hikari astounded. He realized that the clans of Konoha were far more complex than they appeared. After Uchiha Ibito had left Konoha, the power demonstrated by the Uchiha clan to the outside world had been represented by the elite shinobi Yamato. Yet now, before Nara Hikari stood over 20 elite shinobi, including no fewer than 5 who had attained the rank of Kage. For an Uchiha to ascend to the rank of Kage, they must possess the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Otherwise, their chakra reserves would only them as elite shinobi. This was true for Nara Hikari's spouse, Uchiha Fumaheim, as well. Now, with 5 Uchiha wielding the Mangeki Sharingan appearing simultaneously before him, it was impossible for him not to be astonished. Each pair of Mangeki possessed 2 unique abilities, in addition to a formidable entity known as Susanoo, rendering them powerful both offensively and defensively. Uchiha, you truly have concealed yourselves well. To the point of deceiving even Senju Tobarama, Nara Hikari mused, suddenly questioning whether the night of the massacre would still transpire in this world of shinobi. At this moment, not all of the Uchiha clan had arrived in the Land of Light. A portion of Konoha had yet to decide to leave. Nara Hikari speculated that there must still be Uchiha with Mangeki present. Would Ataki be outmatched in such a scenario? Since you are here, we are now one family. I shall prepare a plot of land for you, to serve as the new territory for the Uchiha. Very well, we shall heed your guidance, they replied. Nara Hikari's gaze shifted to the other side, where 3 familiar little ones appeared in his line of sight. Teacher, Yuan E and Ma exclaimed as they hurriedly approached. Nara Hikari smiled, observing the excited expression on Yuan Yi's face. You've grown taller since we last met, quite impressive. Teacher, your words are as succinct as ever. Indeed. It is wonderful to finally see you again, Zoro said, tears streaming down his face as he rushed to hug Nara Hikari's leg. Zoro, let go at once. Your snot is on my clothes. Teacher, you cannot fathom how much I have missed you during our time apart. Speak properly and release me first. Oh. Zoro wiped his tears and snot away. Zoro, look who has come. Nara Hikari pointed behind him. Huh. Zoro slowly turned his head. Go. Nara Hikari playfully kicked Zoro's backside, sending him flying. This scene startled a couple standing among the crowd. Teacher, they are Zoro's parents, Yuan E observed, noting the expressions on Zoro's parents' faces and quickly introduced them. Lord Hikari. Yes, please feel at ease living here, he replied. Thank you, Lord Hikari. Yuan E then introduced the father of E, along with other members of the Yuan family who had come to the Land of Light. Nara Hikari exchanged greetings with each of them. He sensed the current levels of his 3 students. All had ascended to the rank of J-Nin. Nara Hikari nodded in satisfaction. His gaze then fell upon the woman standing behind the trio. And who might this be? Lord Hikari, I am the new instructor for your disciples, named Yakumo Murasaki. Nara Hikari once again extended his sensory perception. An elite J-Nin. This was a name he had not heard before. It must be quite challenging to lead them. Not at all. Their talents are exceptional, and I have not contributed much. Their ascent to J-Nin is entirely due to their own efforts. There is no need for such humility, Yakumo-sensei. Are you also here to join the Land of Light? Yes. Yakumo's voice was soft. Nara Hikari wished to inquire further, but a sudden pain at his waist interrupted him. He turned to find the menacing gaze of Wyan Tai. Nara Hikari swallowed his words. Let us proceed to my residence. After we dine, I will arrange accommodations for you. Very well. The group followed Nara Hikari as they made their way to the Nara household. Zoro jumped down from the roof, limping and trailing behind, his eyes filled with sorrow. Nara Hikari's union with Uchiha Fumaheim had been based on the Uchiha clan's recognition of his strength, leading them to not oppose their women marrying outside the clan. However, at that time, the Uchiha merely utilized Nara Hikari's presence. With Nara Hikari as a son-in-law, the Uchiha gained a degree of influence in Konoha. While Nara Hikari resided in Konoha, the Uchiha circumstances improved as planned. Yet, after Nara Hikari's departure, their fortunes plummeted. Now, the Uchiha's attitude towards Nara Hikari had undergone a profound transformation. Even the once arrogant Uchiha had to concede that Nara Hikari's strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. Nara Hikari did not neglect the Uchiha and their entourage. He allocated a space in the clan's territory and made proper arrangements for them, as well as for the trio of students. In that moment, the Uchiha finally laid down their guard and set aside past grievances. During the meal, everyone engaged in cheerful conversation. Uchiha Yamato looked at Nara Hikari with gratitude, preparing to express his thanks, but Nara Hikari waved it off. I have already stated that you are now family. There is no need for such formality. Indeed, family, Yamato echoed, raising his cup in a toast to Nara Hikari. Tomorrow, I will arrange accommodations for you all. Once everyone is settled, we can discuss your future endeavors in the Land of Light. Understood, we shall follow your lead. Another round of toasts ensued, and gradually everyone began to disperse. The Nara family had prepared temporary lodgings for them, constructed overnight by shinobi with earth-style chakra. In reality, it took only minutes to complete. The next morning, Nara Hikari stepped out of his door and took to the skies, searching for an uninhabited island over the sea. After several days of searching, he finally locked onto a target, an uninhabited island larger than the Land of Light itself. Nara Hikari raised his hand and released the energy of the float fruit. Not moving, he increased the output of the fruit's energy. Boom. The ground trembled as the entire island began to shake, and the rocks connecting it to the seabed began to fracture and crumble. Soon, an island rose from the depths, and Nara Hikari guided it toward the Land of Light. Chapter 76. Can it fly? Look at that. The citizens of the Land of Light, engaged in their daily labor, lifted their gazes towards the vast shadow looming in the sky. It was not until the brilliance of the sun was obscured that they discerned the true nature of the phenomenon above. A colossal stone? How immense! As the small island, manipulated by Nara Hikari, drew nearer to the Land of Light, an increasing number of onlookers began to take notice of the floating anomaly. When the true form of the island became apparent, astonishment swept over the crowd. This spectacle not only shocked the common folk, but also summoned every ninja still on the island to the rooftops, where they too gazed at the approaching mass. Stay vigilant. Quickly notify everyone on the island to evacuate, commanded a seasoned shinobi from the Hidden Light Village, as he began allocating evacuation tasks. He could scarcely fathom the devastation should this island descend upon their homeland. Just as preparations commenced, a voice resonated from the sky. All right, everyone, carry on with your tasks. There is no need for alarm. The voice of Nara Hikari echoed down. Look, it's Lord Hikari, someone exclaimed. A collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd upon recognizing him. The island was now teeming with people. What had Hikari done? It seemed he possessed the ability to elevate an island into the air. The women surrounding Nara Hikari began to speculate, aware of the peculiar origins of his extraordinary powers. Enlightened, they found the spectacle less bewildering. Yet, some remained in a state of shock. The newly arrived Uchiha clan members and the common folk were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the notion of someone capable of levitating an island, let alone maintaining its flight for such an extended period. Nara Hikari paid no heed to the astonished masses or his family as he guided the island to the opposite side of the Land of Light. He then carefully lowered it until it settled upon the ocean's surface. As the island touched the water, he released a force to shield against the splashing waves threatening to inundate the Land of Light. Subsequently, he commanded the enormous rock beneath the island to swiftly coalesce, anchoring the island firmly in place. Thus, the two land masses were seamlessly joined. This remarkable sight left everyone in awe. Hikari swiftly vanished from sight, replicating the process with 4 additional islands, ultimately merging 6 islands into one cohesive landmass. He surveyed his creation with great satisfaction, noting that the Land of Light had expanded over 6-fold. Upon landing, he turned to Uncle Yama and said, "You may choose a section as the Uchiha clan's territory." "Very well," Uchiha Yama replied, his excitement palpable, particularly in light of Hikari's astonishing display of power, which had redefined his understanding of possibility. The remaining clans were also allocated parcels of land to establish their own territories, and with joyous hearts, everyone departed. However, amidst the jubilation enveloping the Land of Light, others found themselves displeased. Hidden Mist Village ninjas lurking nearby swiftly reported the astonishing event to the third Mizukage. Initially skeptical, the Mizukage was rendered speechless upon witnessing the marvel with his own eyes. As he turned to leave, he departed without uttering a single word. As the Mizukage's guards pondered their leader's sudden silence, the third Mizukage took an action that would astound the Hidden Mist Village. He prepared an array of Hidden Mist specialties and brought with him 2 exceptionally attractive women to the Land of Light. "Lord Hikari, the third Mizukage has arrived," someone announced. What brings him here?" Hikari inquired. "Shall we meet him?" "Yes, let us see what he is up to," Hikari replied, accompanied by a woman named Orin to the seaside. "Lord," the third Mizukage greeted Nara Hikari warmly as he approached, his demeanor friendly. "I have come bearing gifts," he stated. "Gifts?" Hikari responded, intrigued. "Let us speak elsewhere. the Mizukage suggested. Very well, follow me. Hikari led him to the reception hall of the Light Pavilion. Once seated, the third Mizukage instructed his attendants to place several large boxes upon the table. These are various specialties from the Hidden Mist Village. Gifts for you, Lord Hikari. I hope you will not find them lacking. Thank you, third Mizukage, Hikari replied graciously. Moreover, I come bearing an even greater gift. Oh, what more could you offer? Hikari inquired. The Mizukage gestured towards the two women beside him. These two are renowned beauties from the Hidden Mist Village, and I present them to you as well. Hikari gazed at the offerings in surprise. Are you dissatisfied, Lord? The Mizukage asked. Not at all. This gift is simply too extravagant, Hikari replied, surveying the two women with approval. One possessed striking purple hair styled in unique buns, clad in a brown traditional outfit, exuding an air of elegance. The other presented a stark contrast with her short, sleek yellow hair, dressed in a tight red combat uniform topped with a black trench coat. Her large eyes and fiery red lips radiated a blend of maturity and allure. Activating his sensory perception, Hikari remarked, two elite shinobi. He marveled at the Mizukage's generous offerings. I must express my gratitude once more. The Mizukage, having delivered such splendid gifts, seemed to have ulterior motives. The Land of Water wishes to maintain a harmonious relationship with the Land of Light for generations to come and shall never betray it. Why not approach the feudal lord of the Land of Light, instead of seeking me out? Hikari queried. The feudal lord? Isn't he just a puppet of the Nara clan? I know full well who holds the true power here, the Mizukage thought inwardly. I recognize you as the strongest in the Land of Light, he conceded. Very well, I accept your terms, but I have a condition. What is it? Hikari inquired. Should any commissions arise from the Land of Water, the Hidden Mist Village must not interfere. The Mizukage paused momentarily. Are you trying to monopolize the work? Am I to stand by idly? Does the Hidden Mist Village not deserve to thrive? Agreed. The Mizukage relented, albeit begrudgingly. Let it be settled then. The Mizukage produced a scroll. This is a contract scroll. Should either party violate its terms, they will incur the wrath of the deity of contracts. Hikari, intrigued, leaned in, realizing there were more than just the Shinigami governing souls in the world of the Hokage. All right, he said nonchalantly, pricking his finger to sign. The Mizukage did likewise, and a radiant light enveloped them, splitting into two beams that entered their bodies. Hikari felt a binding force settle within him. Now that our agreement is finalized, I shall take my leave, the Mizukage announced, rising to depart. Understood, Hikari replied, watching the Mizukage exit. Then turning his attention back to the two elegant women standing beside him. Chapter 77, Is Ban dead? You may reside at the Nara household. Yes, Lord Hikaru. The two displayed utmost respect towards Nara Hikaru. May I inquire your names? I am Linjin Yuri. I am Kurohiro Wanlan. Upon hearing the first name, Nara Hikaru momentarily paused, taking a while to remember who Linjin Yuri was. In the original Naruto universe, she was the second-generation inheritor of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, wielding the thunder blade, Raiga. However, the other girl, Nara Hikaru, had no knowledge of. The first-generation user of the Raiga was named Kurohiro Raiga. It remains uncertain what connection they might share. Let us proceed. I shall escort you home. Nara Hikaru rose from her seat. Yes, Lord Hikaru. Enough of that. From now on, we are family. Just call me Hikaru. Yes, Hikaru. The two girls elongated the name, leaving Nara Hikaru somewhat speechless. After departing from the Light Pavilion, Nara Hikaru led them back to the Nara residence. Naturally, an explanation to her mother was inevitable. Yet, for some reason, her mother, Nara Yasumi, seemed to have grown accustomed to such occurrences. She did not inquire further, merely casting a glance at Nara Hikaru before guiding the two girls to their respective rooms. As the territory of the Land of Light expanded, so too did the land of the Nara clan, multiplying several times over. Not only was Nara Hikaru's household insufficient, but the entire Nara clan found themselves in need of more space. Over time, the Nara clan prospered, bustling with children's laughter. The infants born shortly after Nara Hikaru's arrival had grown, since Nara man took on the title of daimyo of the Land of Light. The Nara clan's population surged exponentially. Nara Shikahira effectively managed the operations of Konoha village, which was largely thanks to the astute mind of Nara Shikaku, who was far more intelligent than Nara Shikahira. Many within the clan had begun to subtly position Nara Shikaku as the next leader of the Nara family and the Hokage of Konoha village. Naturally, other clansmen wholeheartedly supported this notion. Children ought to inherit their parents' legacies and must never relinquish them to others. Nara Hikaru sat in her room, retrieving the beheading sword she had acquired. From her space, she produced a Zoan-type devil fruit, specifically a mythical Zoan. This time, Nara Hikaru did not summon an ordinary Zoan, but rather the mythical Kai by form of the fox fruit. Raising the beheading sword, she lightly struck the devil fruit. The energy from the fruit began to converge upon the sword, and it quickly withered into fragments scattered across the table. The beheading sword began to transform. It slipped from her grasp, spinning gracefully in the air before plunging into the ground, creating a significant rupture in the newly laid floor. Nara Hikaru frowned. However, she had no time to dwell on other matters. The beheading sword morphed into a sphere of golden light, and as the radiance dissipated, a girl with 9 tails stood before her. Do weapons possess gender? The girl approached Nara Hikaru. Master. Wow, you can actually speak? Nara Hikaru was astounded. This was the first weapon she had encountered that could converse. She speculated that perhaps the sword's quality played a role in this phenomenon. Nara Hikaru sensed the energy within her, elated. The energy from the fruit surged within her, undoubtedly granting her power surpassing that of a Kage. Transform back. Yes, master. Nara Hikaru observed the transformation process of the beheading sword. It was unremarkable for a weapon to take on a humanoid form. However, the thought of reverting from human to weapon sparked a hint of mischief within her. She stored the beheading sword back within her system and exited her room, seeking someone to repair the floor before checking on her children. The following day, a long-absent visitor arrived at Nara Hikaru's office in the Light Pavilion. White Zetsu. Lord Hikaru. What brings you here? Black Zetsu requests your presence. Oh, very well, lead the way. Yes, Lord Hikaru. White Zetsu gradually melded into the ground beneath him, and Nara Hikaru followed suit, merging into the shadows. They re-emerged in the hidden village of the Land of Weapons. Under White Zetsu's guidance, Nara Hikaru entered the familiar cave, where he found Uchiha Madara, his body riddled with tubes. What has happened to him? Master, his life force has been rapidly depleting. He may not last much longer. We cannot allow him to die. I wish to see what Otsutsuki Kagaya looks like. My mother? Yes. Master, I will do my utmost. Black Zetsu felt a surge of joy at the prospect of resurrecting his master's mother, promptly vowing to revive Uchiha Madara with all his strength. This task is entrusted to you. Commence capturing the 9-tailed beasts. I will handle the 4 tails myself. Yes, master. Since Obito did not succumb to darkness, no one was left to execute the Eye of the Moon plan, necessitating Nara Hikaru to find an alternative. How is the Akatsuki's development progressing? Everything is proceeding as planned. We have recruited several rogue ninjas from various nations, but I have my sights set on a member from the Rain Village's Akatsuki. You mean Nagato? Yes. Uchiha Madara's eyes are in his possession. Very well, do as you see fit. I will return to you when Otsutsuki Kagaya is revived. Yes, master. Upon concluding his words, Nara Hikaru melded into the shadows beneath him. After his departure, Black Zetsu approached the dying Uchiha Madara, extracting a syringe filled with additional Hashirama cells, which he injected into Madara's neck. However, Uchiha Madara did not regain vitality. Instead, his head slumped to the side. He was dead. Black Zetsu was left dumbfounded. He had aimed to accelerate Madara's cellular regeneration, allowing him to survive a bit longer, but inadvertently caused his demise. How could he explain this to his master? Black Zetsu felt despondent. Black Zetsu, what have you done? How did you let him die? What now? Black Zetsu fell silent at White Zetsu's words. Gather the Akatsuki members and meet with Nagato. Perhaps only his Rinnegan can save Uchiha Madara. It seems that is the only course of action. I shall proceed at once. White Zetsu descended underground. Black Zetsu gazed at Uchiha Madara's lifeless body. Ensure his body is properly preserved. Yes. Another White Zetsu placed his hands on the ground. Summoning technique. A coffin crafted from ice crystals swiftly emerged from the earth. This White Zetsu carefully removed the tubes from Uchiha Madara's body and gently placed him inside the crystal coffin, subsequently dispelling the summoning technique. The crystal coffin transformed into mist and disappeared. Do not inform the master just yet. Understood. This White Zetsu observed the troubled Black Zetsu, hoping that Uchiha Madara would be revived soon. He rubbed his chin contemplatively. Chapter 78. In a cave in a certain mountainous region of the land of Shinobi, a shadowy figure armed with a large sword inquired, Leader, have we gathered for a specific mission? The shadow's expression bore a hint of excitement, having been part of the organization for quite some time without receiving any assignments. Shut your mouth, ugly. If you wish to remain idle for a few more months, I won't hesitate to grant your wish, replied the shadow at the forefront, his tone icy. The figure referred to as ugly promptly fell silent. Another shadow extended a long tongue to lick his lips, his voice dripping with intrigue. Leader, are we planning to take action against Konoha? No. Now I will assign tasks. And you should keep quiet. Yes. Team Zetsu, proceed to the Land of Lightning to capture the 8 tails and 2 tails. Understood, leader. Team Inmao, head to the Land of Waterfalls to capture the 7 tails. Team Shinsu, journey to the Land of Water to capture the 3 tails and 6 tails. Team Wuwei, go to the Land of Wind to capture the 1 tail. Team Shinyu, venture to the Land of Earth to capture the 5 tails. Team Shuhai, you will depart for Konoha to capture the 9 tails. Leader, what about the 4 tails? As soon as the leader's words fell, a bow-backed shadow interjected with a question. That is not your concern. Just follow orders. Understood. All right, disperse. With that command, all shadows vanished in an instant. In the Land of Hot Springs, within the cave, a man slowly opened his eyes. Going to Konoha sounds intriguing. He looked at his hands, contemplating the nature of his newly acquired abilities. Rising, he walked toward the cave's exit. Just as he reached the entrance, a young boy approached him. Lord Shimura-saru, the master wishes to see you. Very well, I shall go. This individual was indeed Shimura-saru, who had left Konoha ahead of Shimura Danzo, and was one of the last 3 members of the Shimura clan. You called for me, master? Congratulations on achieving immortality. This is all thanks to your master's guidance. Haha, splendid. Now, I require you to attend to a task. Please. Master, command me. The number of children available for experimentation within the organization is dwindling. Go and bring some back. Understood. Shimura-saru readily accepted. This was an excellent opportunity to leave the confines of this place. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape directly, but rather that he was surrounded by individuals of considerably greater strength. He had witnessed someone recently attain immortality and ascend to the level of a Hokage. Dissatisfied with the unreasonable arrangements here, he had contemplated eliminating the higher-ups to escape from the Land of Hot Springs, but unfortunately, he was swiftly overpowered. Thus, he sought another chance to leave. And now, the opportunity had presented itself. Go now? Yes, master. Shimura-saru turned and departed. Upon exiting the Master-S building in the Land of Hot Springs, he leaped into the distance, heading toward the dense forest. Konoha, here I come. In the Land of Light, within the Light Pavilion, the Pavilion Master was approached. Master, there is yet another commission specifically for you. Let me see. Nara Hikari took the scroll that was offered. You may leave now. Yes, master. Once the members of the Light Pavilion exited, Nara Hikari unfurled the scroll, examining its contents. Land of Hot Springs? Disappearances of the populace? Just as he was finishing the reading, Tachibana entered. You arrived just in time. I must go out for a while. Ah, you're going out again? You just returned a few days ago. I shall return shortly. Nara Hikari handed the scroll to Tachibana, who lowered her gaze to examine it. Land of Hot Springs? Disappearances of the populace? After reading the contents, Tachibana returned the scroll. Thousands of children have gone missing over the course of a year, and those investigating the matter have all vanished. Clearly, a powerful force is at play. Who would be so audacious? Well, since I have been sought out, I cannot refuse. Are you truly unwilling to refuse? Or do you wish to go out and sow discord? What do you take me for? Exactly that. Ah, fine. Nara Hikari shrugged. When are you leaving? Shortly. Please inform the others that I shall return swiftly. Humph. Tachibana huffed, turning to leave. Ah, you're quite something. Nara Hikari remarked, pulling her back. In the evening, Nara Hikari bid farewell to the Land of Light and set forth towards the Land of Hot Springs. With the ability of the float fruit, traveling had become significantly more convenient. He could use his shadow abilities to traverse places he had previously visited, and fly directly to those he had not. The energy consumption of the float fruit's flight was considerably less than that of the explosive fruit's propulsion. The float fruit could enable the control of an entire island to soar, something propulsion could not achieve. Before long, Nara Hikari arrived in the Land of Hot Springs. Upon landing, he prepared to seek out individuals to inquire about the way to the Land of Hot Springs. Unfortunately, no matter how many civilians he asked, none knew of its whereabouts. However, when he inquired about the disappearances of children, many expressed sorrow, with some even shedding silent tears. Clearly, those shedding tears had experienced the loss of their own children. Given that this line of inquiry proved futile, Nara Hikari resorted to other methods. Finding a secluded area, he released his shadow energy. Hundreds of shadow soldiers emerged from the surrounding shadows, then knelt before him. Nara Hikari proceeded to toss all his shuiken and kunai onto the ground. A group of half-human, half-beast entities materialized from the ninja tools, numbering over 50. Search the entire land of hot springs for a village with ninjas. With the command given, the shadow soldiers and ninja tool hybrids vanished from sight. Big brother? Just as the shadow soldiers and ninjas departed, a girl's voice called out from behind. Nara Hikari turned to face her. What is it? Are you investigating the reason for the disappearances in the land of hot springs? Yes, do you know something? No, I don't know. My sister has also gone missing. If you're looking into this matter, could you take me along? Your sister? When did this happen? 2 years ago. Such a long time. The hope of finding her may be slim. That's all right, I want to try. Please. The girl bent slightly, revealing her fair skin. Very well. I agree. Nara Hikari hurriedly consented. What is your name? I am Yoshizawa Akino. What did you say your name was? Yoshizawa Akino, big brother. Is there something wrong with my name? No. Oh. Yoshizawa Akino appeared somewhat puzzled. Let us go. We must find someone first. Nara Hikari led Yoshizawa Akino away into the distance. Along the way, he sensed that she was merely an ordinary person, devoid of any chakra. Soon, Nara Hikari brought Yoshizawa Akino to the tasks commissioner, a woman. Chapter 79. The widow Nara Hikari gazed at the waterfall behind the house. Who are you? A woman peeked her head out from the yard. I am Nara Hikari, the one you entrusted. Lord Hikari has arrived. Please, come in. Just look at my expression. Upon hearing Hikari introduce himself, the woman was instantly elated, hastily making her way to the fence gate and opening it. Nara Hikari and Yoshizawa Akihara stepped into the yard. At last, you have come, Lord Hikari. It has been a few days since I sent the request, and I have eagerly awaited your arrival. I have been rather busy lately, Hikari assessed the woman before him, although her face bore signs of age. Her steps were steady and vigorous, not at all conveying a sense of frailty. Nara Hikari extended his perception. An elite shinobi. He was taken aback to discover that the woman before him was an elite shinobi. Lord Hikari, the reward is ready. I will fetch it for you. Please, have a seat. The woman stood and entered the house. She soon emerged, carrying a package. Approaching Nara Hikari, she opened it to reveal stacks of banknotes. Lord Hikari, this is the reward prepared for you. Hikari glanced at it and accepted it. Now, tell me, what is the situation? What do you require my assistance with? Lord Hikari, it is like this. The woman spoke for a full 2 hours, during which she broke down several times, tears streaming down her face. At one point choking on her words. Nara Hikari remained patient until she finished. The woman's name was Asuka. She was the wife of Raikage from the Hidden Hot Springs village, a village founded by a group weary of war. Originally, the land of hot springs was a peaceful little nation, named for its abundance of hot springs. However, shortly after the First Shinobi World War ended, a group suddenly invaded. From that moment on, children aged 2 to over a dozen began to mysteriously disappear in the land of hot springs. The people reported this to the daimyo, who then commissioned Raikage to investigate the matter. 2 years ago, Asuka received the heartbreaking news that Raikage had perished in battle somewhere within the country. In a rush, Asuka, accompanied by the ninjas of Hidden Hot Springs Village, went to the place where Raikage had fallen. However, they found not only Raikage's corpse, but also a multitude of mysterious ninjas. They had fallen into an ambush meticulously set up by these enigmatic individuals. A trap specifically designed for the people of Hidden Hot Springs Village. Without a word, both sides engaged in combat. To the astonishment of the ninjas from Hidden Hot Springs Village, their opponents exhibited an unnaturally tenacious vitality. Even when decapitated, the headless bodies continued to move. Only by completely destroying the head would the enemy truly perish. These mysterious individuals not only possessed this peculiar ability, but also exhibited formidable physical prowess. The ninjas of Hidden Hot Springs Village quickly found themselves overpowered and subsequently faced a merciless slaughter. The remaining ninjas sacrificed their lives to ensure Asuka's escape from that hellish battlefield. Fueled by vengeance, Asuka returned to her original village. Having experienced several mental breakdowns, she contemplated suicide multiple times, but was ultimately saved by her overwhelming hatred and unwillingness to yield. Over the past 2 years, Asuka sought out various bounty hunters, but none were willing to take on the job, not even the infamous Kakuzu. Until 2 years later, when Asuka heard of Nara Hikari's reputation. As long as the reward was sufficient, she could secure Hikari's personal involvement. With a sense of cautious hope, she crafted a commission scroll and sent it to the Land of Light. She did not expect Hikari to truly come. Even if someone from the former Konoha 10 came, she would feel a glimmer of hope for revenge. To her astonishment, Nara Hikari actually arrived. The commission involved destroying the new hidden hot springs village and restoring the peace that once existed in the land of hot springs. I implore you, Lord Hikari. It is only right to take payment for services rendered. May I inquire where the hidden hot springs village is located? I regret not providing clearer information. The mysterious individuals have abandoned the original hidden hot springs village. I do not know where their newly established village lies. Very well, we shall await their news. Nara Hikari's words left Asuka, filled with confusion. Them? Who are they? Before long, Asuka's confusion was resolved. A sound of something slicing through the air echoed outside, followed by the appearance of a figure in the yard. There is news. Nara Hikari pushed open the door and stepped into the yard. Asuka and Yoshizawa Akahara followed. A half-human, half-beast entity, transformed from ninjutsu, approached Nara Hikari, handing him a scroll. Hikari received the scroll and opened it, finding only 3 words written within. Found. Let us go. We have located them. Lead the way, Nara Hikari declared, stepping out of the yard. Asuka and Yoshizawa Akahara followed closely behind. Upon exiting the yard, Nara Hikari unleashed the energy of the float fruit, lifting everyone into the air, ascending to a great height. He flew in the direction indicated by ninjutsu. I cannot believe you can fly, Lord Hikari. Indeed. Asuka was increasingly astonished. She only knew that the third Tsuchikage from Iwagakure in the land of Earth could fly due to his bloodline limit, and had heard of the famed Nin from Kakure, who could also soar through the skies. She never imagined that the legendary Nara Hikari could also take to the skies. Meanwhile, Yoshizawa Akaharu was terrified, his eyes tightly shut, clutching Hikari's garment, fearful of falling. Soon, a valley came into view. Beyond the valley lay a peculiar building resembling a donut, nestled on the opposite side. No wonder it was so elusive. It is situated here. Nara Hikari brought Asuka and Yoshizawa Akaharu down to the ground and approached the oddly shaped structure. Who goes there? As they set foot in the area, a group of flamboyantly dressed ninjas wielding massive scythes converged from all directions. Nara Hikari refrained from striking. The ninjutsu being had already taken flight toward the enemies. In the air, the ninjutsu transformed its hands into claws and swiped at the approaching foes. A violent whirlwind erupted, rapidly hurtling toward the enemy. The adversaries seemed unconcerned about evading the tempest and charged recklessly at the attack. Unfortunately for them, they underestimated the force of the whirlwind. Upon contact, it sent them careening away. The swirling sand and stones pierced their bodies like razor blades, just as Asuka had described. These now riddled bodies did not fall lifelessly to the ground but stood upright, faces twisted in manic laughter, continuing their charge toward ninjutsu. Truly, they were undying? The sight of these adversaries reminded Nara Hikari of one person, Haiden. Hikari raised his finger, pointing at these seemingly immortal foes. Explode. As soon as Hikari finished speaking, the heads of these unyielding enemies burst apart. No matter how resilient their vitality, they now lay as headless corpses. Chapter 80. No Blood? Nara Hikari, harnessing the energy of the devil fruit, ventured deeper into the newly established Yuin village alongside Asuka and Yoshizawa Akira. The number of adversaries surrounding them increased significantly, most of whom were youths, some barely having reached adulthood. Yet, their mental state was strikingly uniform, eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, exuding madness, utterly deranged. Despite the horrifying fates of those at the forefront, the others surged forth relentlessly towards Nara Hikari and his companions. Nara Hikari sensed something amiss. Upon traversing a long corridor and reaching the center of a circular structure, his shadow soldiers and ninja soldiers had returned, emerging atop the surrounding rooftops. At that moment, Asuka was rendered speechless, her perception of the ninja world altered by Nara Hikari's formidable methods. With a mere flick, he could dispatch an enemy. The ability to unleash ninjutsu without hand seals was a rarity in her recollection. What transpired next plunged Asuka into self-doubt, questioning whether she had been isolated from the world for too long. The ninja tools could transform into human forms. This was no ordinary ninja tool. It was a divine artifact. While Asuka remained in shock, hundreds of shadow soldiers and dozens of ninja soldiers joined the fray. Their presence swiftly decimated the foes surrounding them, clearing the central courtyard of all enemies in an instant. Upon receiving Nara Hikari's command, the shadow soldiers and ninja soldiers vanished at astonishing speed. Time passed, and the bodies of the fallen were dragged from various corners by the shadow soldiers, accumulating in the courtyard at a visible pace. Just as everything unfolded methodically, a nearby building suddenly erupted. Wooden planks and debris scattered in all directions, and a ninja soldier was hurled backward. A figure clad in a red cloak, wielding a crimson scythe, emerged from the ruins. Nara Hikari's gaze shifted towards the commotion, his perceptive abilities activated. An elite shadow level? The figure that emerged possessed advanced shadow level power, radiating an overwhelming aura. The shadow soldiers, poised to charge into the building, were pushed back by the force of this presence. The figure emitted a red energy, reminiscent of the 8 gates released by the esteemed Guy, but this crimson energy was not blood vapor. It was a chakra devoid of attributes. Upon witnessing the carnage of the fallen, the figure mused about utilizing the numerous test subjects for further experimentation. It swung the crimson scythe, unleashing an energy blade composed of red chakra towards Nara Hikari. Such trivial banter, he remarked, without raising a finger. Nara Hikari unleashed the fruit's energy. The figure suddenly felt a disconcerting shift in the scythe, and as he contemplated casting it away, it detonated with explosive force. Akin to a bomb, right before him. The resulting flames propelled the fragmented scythe's remnants outward. Though the figure attempted to evade, he managed to escape the flames, but not the shards, which pierced through him, leaving him riddled with wounds. Blood seeped from the numerous punctures, staining the ground beneath him. He collapsed, a lifeless form. After eliminating this adversary, Nara Hikari turned his gaze toward the direction from which the figure had emerged. A staircase leading underground drew his attention. "Let us investigate," he commanded, as 3 ninja soldiers advanced first toward the staircase, with Nara Hikari, Asuka, and Yoshizawa Akira following closely. Upon descent, they discovered the staircase spiraled deeper into the earth. As they ventured further, occasional foes emerged, though significantly fewer than those outside. These seemed to be children they had captured. Asuka observed the crimson-eyed children rushing towards Nara Hikari and speculated, while Yoshizawa Akira clenched her fists tightly. The ninja soldiers showed no mercy to these unfortunate children. Any that charged at them were ruthlessly eradicated. These children had devolved into frenzied beasts. After several minutes of combat, Nara Hikari and the 2 women reached the bottom, a spacious hall where a group sat encircled at its center. Clad in red robes and hoods, they chanted in an unfamiliar language, seemingly engaged in a peculiar ritual. Nara Hikari's ninja soldiers surged toward this group, unleashing various abilities, secret techniques, blood barriers. One Figure Chapter 81. Getting things done. Although these adversaries possessed formidable martial arts skills, they ultimately could not withstand the unique assault techniques of the ninja soldiers. One by one, they fell, lifeless, transforming into headless corpses. Soon, Akira Yoshizawa's sister was also subdued, pinned to the ground by a ninja soldier. Nara Hikaru watched her struggle in a frenzy, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Am I truly going to waste a precious Meijiki Sharingan on this woman? The only means to extricate her from this madness lay within Nara Hikaru's Meijiki mental imprint. Observing her visage, he glanced at Akira Yoshizawa in the distance. A 2-for-1 deal. Not a loss at all. Meijiki, activate. The familiar sound effect did not resonate, yet Nara Hikaru's pupils swiftly transformed and began to spin. The girl gradually calmed down, soon becoming tranquil. The ninja soldier released its grip, reverting to its weapon form, returning to Nara Hikaru's hand. He sheathed the weapon and looked at the woman on the ground. She slowly lifted her head. "Master? Master?" Akira Yoshizawa questioned, perplexed. "Master?" Akira Asuka gasped, having just witnessed the change in one of Nara Hikaru's eyes. That eye was unmistakable, the Meijiki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. She had witnessed the power of the Uchiha Sharingan during the Warring States period. "Step aside." "Yes." The woman moved behind Nara Hikaru. Akira Yoshizawa swiftly embraced her. "Sister, I am so relieved you're alive." Tears streamed down her face. "Who are you?" the woman inquired, bewildered. "Huh." Akira Yoshizawa froze. Realizing her memories were fragmented, she would address it later. Just as Nara Hikaru's words fell, the battle in the hall reached its conclusion. Sensing that all foes had perished, not a single soul remained alive, he declared, "Let's retreat." Nara Hikaru retracted the shadow soldiers and then stored the ninja soldiers. Akira Yoshizawa's hands never left the woman's arms. The woman did not resist either. Thus, the group returned outside. Nara Hikaru withdrew the energy of the float fruit. A deafening roar erupted as the staircase behind him began to collapse, reducing the area to ruins. "Let us go? We must leave this place." However, just as Nara Hikaru prepared to turn away, The ground trembled beneath him, followed by the sound of an earthquake emanating from below. The earth began to crack. Nara Hikaru unleashed the energy of the float fruit, lifting everyone swiftly into the air. Roar! Just as Nara Hikaru ascended, a colossal head burst forth from the ground, followed by its forelimbs pushing through the debris. Soon, a massive creature emerged, roaring at Nara Hikaru in the sky. Nara Hikaru activated his sensory abilities to assess the beast. The chakra within this creature was equivalent to that of a half-tailed beast. Its form resembled an oversized centipede, yet its face reminded Nara Hikaru of the centipede elder from One Punch Man, a grotesque visage with a human face in the center. After its roar, the creature faced Nara Hikaru, opening its enormous maw as an orb of energy began to coalesce before it. Is that a tailed beast bomb? No. The shape of the energy sphere resembled a tailed beast bomb, yet it was not. When the energy orb reached the size of a two-story building, it was unleashed by the creature. Nara Hikaru released the explosive energy of the bomb fruit, rapidly filling the incoming sphere. Boom! The orb detonated as it left the sea. Chapter 82. The 38th year of the Land of Light. In the 38th year of the Land of Light, the nation underwent profound transformations over the past decade. Firstly, the feudal lord of the Land of Light changed 3 times. This rate of change is akin to the modern-day presidencies of various nations, with each leader serving only 3 years before stepping down, showing no lingering attachment to power. Since the expansion of its territory, the Land of Light has attracted an increasing influx of people from all corners of the world, including not only commoners, but also various ninja clans, many of which were unfamiliar to Nara Hikaru from the original narrative. Among these clans were several formidable families, boasting multiple individuals of the esteemed shadow rank. Initially, Nara Hikaru harbored doubts about their intentions. However, after years of interaction, it became evident that his concerns were unfounded. These families had completely integrated into the Land of Light. Some even sent their members to work in the feudal lord's administration or to join the Hidden Light Village, becoming part of the Light Pavilion. The Light Pavilion established orphanages that built small shelters across all nations in the ninja world, providing refuge for homeless war orphans. Some parents, unable to sustain their families, entrusted their children to these shelters, which subsequently sent them to the orphanages of the Light Pavilion. Over the years, a significant number of orphans were brought back from various regions. The youngest were mere infants, while the oldest were on the brink of adulthood. Those of age were sent to the Ninja Academy in the Hidden Light Village, while younger children remained in the orphanages. With years of development, the population of the Land of Light had grown substantially, surpassing that of the 5 great nations. This capacity to accommodate so many people was largely due to Nara Hikaru's abilities, which allowed for multiple expansions of the Land of Light, bringing it ever closer to connecting with the mainland. The Nara clan was thriving like never before, with their territory expanding continuously and children playing joyfully throughout. Homes were constructed in abundance, with 3-story buildings appearing every 2 meters, densely populating the Nara clan's lands. This was the peace and stability that all members of the Nara clan had longed for, and they never anticipated achieving it under Nara Hikaru's guidance. In the years since the founding of the Land of Light, there were initial attempts by other nations to challenge its sovereignty. However, these threats were swiftly quashed by the members of the Hidden Light Village, deterring any further ambitions from other nations. Each year, a summit of shadows convened to discuss strategies for addressing the rising power of the Land of Light. Some nations, having been intimidated, sought to maintain cordial relations and dared not provoke it, well aware that Nara Hikaru was known for avenging grievances. During these 10 years, as the Nara clan flourished, Nara Hikaru received a plethora of rewards of various kinds: characters, weapons, summoning beasts, and abilities akin to those found in Marvel and DC universes. However, it was a source of frustration for him that, despite returning from the Land of Water and achieving the 6 paths level, he remained stagnant at that level for the past decade, regardless of the abilities he integrated. He was uncertain whether the limit of this world was indeed the 6 paths level or if he himself could only ascend to that point. The current state of his shadow abilities allowed him to traverse any corner of the ninja world in an instant. With the full activation of the float fruit, Nara Hikaru pondered where the limits might lie. His other abilities had also seen qualitative advancements. Yet he had yet to encounter anyone in the ninja world who could truly engage him in battle. The shadow rank had become trivial before him. A bodyguard unit was established around the feudal lord of the Land of Light, consisting entirely of individuals of the shadow rank. totaling 36 members. Known as the 36 Guardians of the Feudal Lord, each member was an exceptionally powerful presence in any other nation. The Light Pavilion had also experienced rapid growth in recent years, with the elder members all rising to the shadow rank, numbering over 100. The completion rate for tasks commissioned from various regions was remarkably high. Other nations would grant passage to members of the Light Pavilion without hesitation. Of course, there were those who dared to oppose, but they were swiftly defeated, often with fatal consequences. The younger generation of geniuses from the Hidden Light Village emerged in droves, with each clan represented. Initially, some clans were merely branches of Nara Hikari's wife, numbering from dozens to hundreds. Now, they flourished abundantly, with certain families experiencing such high fertility rates that even Nara Hikari was astonished. Over the years, some clans had surpassed the population of the main family, such as the Uzumaki clan. They had relocated to Konoha after the Land of Grass. An alliance with several smaller nations waged war against the Land of Waves. This led them to become a family within Konoha, a stark contrast to the original narrative of the ninja world. The Senju clan, once renowned for their valor, had suffered immense losses due to repeated wars, nearly leading to their extinction. Although some Senju members were reluctant to move to the Land of Light with Tsunade, those who did had seen their numbers flourish over the past decade, far exceeding their wartime population. The Hyuga clan also steadily surpassed the main family in numbers. The Uchiha clan, having moved to the Land of Light, finally enjoyed the peace they had long sought. Despite the dismal chances of awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, the Uchiha had grown weary of conflict. Nevertheless, many clan members sought to retain their combat skills, with some joining the feudal lord's bodyguard and others enlisting in the Hidden Light Village's defense forces. Jonin members joined the Light Pavilion, while their children were sent to the Ninja Academy for training, eventually entering the Shadow Department in the Hidden Light Village. The most talented would join the Light Pavilion, and other families experienced similarly favorable developments. As for Nara Hikari's own household, the most pressing concern remained Nara Yoshimi. With Nara Ushi serving as the headmaster of the Ninja Academy, he was seldom home, leaving Nara Yoshimi to manage the household affairs, causing her considerable worry. Over the past 10 years, Nara Hikari had gradually brought back numerous women from other clans. At the age of 41, he was still as vigorous as ever. Each of Nara Hikari's wives bore at least one child, with some giving birth to as many as 19. Among them, the remarkable Yaihai Ka had been with him for 21 years, delivering 6 times. Her first pregnancy yielded quadruplets, followed by another set of quadruplets, a set of triplets, twins, and finally a single child. This was made possible thanks to the abilities of Tsunade, who had consumed 2 devil fruits, one for healing and one for surgical precision, allowing for the safe separation of mother and child without harm. Nara Hikari had not anticipated such an application of the surgical fruit, which brought great fortune to his wives. At this moment, Nara Hikari sat in the office of the Light Pavilion. At 41 years of age, he retained the appearance of a man in his 20s. He picked up several photographs from his desk, featuring the latest group photo of new students, showcasing thousands of children, including the third son of Hitaki Sakumo, Kakashi Hitaki. Chapter 83. Nara Ryukin. Nara Hikari scanned the photographs, yet found no sign of Uchiha Bido. Instead, he spotted no Rin. He pondered how Kakashi's life would have unfolded without his companion, Abido, should Shikaku have chosen not to take his own life. Hikari, what are you mumbling about? Just then, Uchiha Fumihiko entered the room. It's nothing. What brings you here instead of staying at home? How can you even ask? You Haven T returned home for days. Think about it. I can't quite explain. Have you been trying to woo some girl? Of course not. I've been reviewing the new students. Wow, my lord is actually concerned about this. This morning, these photographs were the first thing placed on my desk. So I took a good look. Oh, did you notice anything? My children, Hikari and Hikari, are simply exquisite. Nara Hikari produced a photo featuring his offspring, his eyes brimming with tenderness as he praised them. All right, enough of your boasting. Tomorrow is the day our son, Nara Ryukin, brings his girlfriend home. Have you prepared? Oh, I almost forgot. That rascal has a girlfriend. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely overlooked it. Nara Hikari scratched his head. It seems I cannot rely on you. Uchiha Fumihiko sighed. I will definitely be there tomorrow, don't worry. Carry on with your tasks. I'll take my leave now. Uchiha Fumihiko turned and departed. Nara Hikari watched his wife's retreating figure until she exited the office. He then turned his chair to gaze out the window. The Light Pavilion towered high, allowing him to see the entirety of Hikari Hidden Village. The streets bustled with activity, food vendors lining both sides, creating a lively atmosphere. The vibrant state of Hikari Hidden Village was largely due to an accidental commercial model Hikari had discussed with Takenami. Street stalls encouraged economic development throughout the Land of Light, enabling landless commoners to acquire skills and sustain themselves. The low-cost nature of street stalls allowed for efficient use of village space, with each stall occupying a designated spot. The village also boasted morning and night markets, with the Light Pavilion dispatching members to maintain order and enforce penalties against disorderly conduct. Serious offenders would be expelled from the Land of Light, and those who committed murder would meet a grim fate. No one dared to challenge this order, but it was prudent to prepare for any eventuality. After the establishment of the Land of Light, Nara Hikari and Nara Man had discussed the necessity of rules, concluding that laws were essential to maintain order. Consequently, a plethora of regulations were enacted, conceived by Nara Man and several clan members. The foremost law mandated the execution of unjust killers. The Land of Light did not possess prisons. Any wrongdoing would lead to expulsion after punishment. The following morning, with Uchiha Fumihiko's assistance, Nara Hikari meticulously prepared himself. Is it truly necessary to dress so formally just to meet my son's girlfriend? This is a significant affair in our household. Please be courteous and do not frighten the girl. Understood. Nara Hikari adjusted his hairstyle. Darling, why am I feeling a bit anxious? What are you nervous about? You weren't nervous when you sweet-talked me. That's different. Well, just let me do the talking then. All right. As the two conversed, there was a knock on the door. I'll get it. Nara Hikari hurried to the entrance. Quite eager, aren't we? Uchiha Fumihiko shook his head and followed. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a handsome young man and a lovely girl. The girl, slightly bashful, hid behind the boy upon seeing the door open. Dad. Dad, let me introduce my girlfriend, Jelua. This is my father, Nara Hikari. Jelua. Nara Hikari momentarily froze, then glanced between the girl behind his son and his son himself. Hello, uncle. Hello. She isn't from the Land of Light, is she? Nara Hikari inquired, voicing his curiosity. No, Dad. She hails from the Land of Wind. Very well, son, come inside. Your mother has prepared a grand feast. All right, Jelua, please come in. Okay. As Nara Ryukin led Jelua across the threshold, they settled at the table. Nara Hikari observed his first child, Nara Ryukin, and wondered from whom he inherited his gifts, suspecting it might be from Uchiha Fumihiko, as this body had shown little promise prior to his arrival. Nara Ryukin entered the ninja academy at the age of 3, graduated at 5, and completed numerous missions thereafter. By 13, he had attained the rank of Jonin. Subsequently, he accompanied Nara Hikari to the Land of Light and executed S-rank missions for the following decade. After years away, he had suddenly returned to the Land of Light the previous day, accompanied not only by his girlfriend, but also a figure of formidable strength. Nara Hikari refrained from questioning Nara Ryukin about his whereabouts during those years, yet upon seeing the scar on his forehead, he understood that his son had undoubtedly faced considerable peril. However, his return brought Nara Hikari great joy. This meal was an intimate affair, with only Nara Hikari, Uchiha Fumihiko, Nara Ryukin, and Jelua present. As time passed, Jelua appeared less tense than at the beginning, occasionally contributing to the conversation. Nara Hikari was thoroughly pleased with his son's girlfriend, recognizing that his offspring was embarking on a new chapter in life. The meal continued until sunset. Both of you should settle low, it was never mentioned. Nonetheless, it is unacceptable to bully my son. Leave it to me. Nara Hikaru felt a moment of embarrassment. Father, I wish to seek vengeance on my own. It has been many years since I last acted. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow, I will accompany you. Nara Hikaru completely ignored his son's words. Very well, Nara Ryu conceded, unable to resist his father's authority. However, to his surprise, the next day, Nara Ryu stealthily departed with Kajiro. Damn, that little rascal. Chapter 84, The Predicament of Konoha, How the Children Have Grown. Nara Hikaru realized that his son had matured and developed his own thoughts. He felt it was not his place to comment further. What relieved him was that when Nara Ryusei departed, he had taken with him the 3 ninja tools that Hikaru had gifted him. With those 3 ninja tools at his side, Hikaru felt a little less anxious. Upon entering the office of the Light Pavilion, just as he settled into his chair, a basket of scrolls was presented to him by Tachino. Hikaru casually selected one, upon which the characters Konoha were inscribed. Channeling chakra into the scroll, it unfurled gradually. As he perused the contents, a wave of concern washed over him for Konoha. Once again, dark currents stirred beneath the surface. The frequency of skirmishes along the borders of the Land of Fire had escalated, accompanied by increasing casualties. Other nations began probing Konoha's military deployments along the frontier, clearly preparing for another invasion. Hikaru understood that this turmoil stemmed from his absence. Without his presence, the nations felt emboldened. In pursuit of Uzumaki Mito's final wishes during the Second Shinobi World War, Hikaru had orchestrated the involvement of his disciples, Kat Dan and Hirako, alongside members of the Light Pavilion, Hyuji and Hitaki Sakuya, as well as Konoha's own elite. This was a farewell battle that hastened the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War in just a few months, a stark contrast to the original timeline, where the war raged for a full decade. Ultimately, it was the support of formidable figures like Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Shursui that led to the war's cessation. However, Konoha had suffered considerable losses, with countless Nin and Nin perishing and many clans dwindling in the aftermath. Now, while the Second Shinobi World War erupted several years earlier, Hikaru's intervention had once again safeguarded Konoha from devastation, mirroring the outcomes of the First Shinobi World War, where Konoha had endured with minimal casualties, save for the battlefield occupied by the Uchiha. Yet, the current circumstances were far from fortuitous. The accumulation of power over the years had elevated the strength of all nations' ninja villages to unprecedented heights, giving rise to a plethora of renowned shinobi. The pressure on Konoha had intensified exponentially. At this juncture, Konoha had not succumbed to weakness despite Hikaru's departure, though a significant portion of its populace had dwindled. The village still boasted formidable figures from the previous generation, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito's son, and Akimichi Torif, all of whom were of elite caliber. Hiruzen's 3 students, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Senju Tsunade, were also seasoned elite shinobi. The current Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Akihiro, and the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga and Hei, stood alongside various clan leaders, supplemented by over 20 elite shinobi who had emerged from the ranks of the common folk in recent years. This was a force magnitudes greater than that of the original world. At present, Orochimaru remained within the village, and Jiraiya had not yet embarked on his journeys. The weight of the Third Shinobi World War had relied heavily on figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Shursui, and the Hyuga brothers, among others, to uphold the battlefield of the Land of Fire. An unexpected intervention by Might Guy, transforming the 7 ninja swordsmen into a symbol of fortune, had also been pivotal in concluding the war. However, the elite shinobi present were limited to the 3rd Hokage, Minato, who was a student of Jiraiya, and Shursui, who had unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan. Others possessed only the strength of elite Nin, while the common Might Guy was but a Genin, only achieving elite Nin status upon unlocking the 8th gate. Now, Konoha's strength had multiplied several times over. Yet the enemies they faced also boasted a greater number of powerful shinobi. Fortunately, Konoha retained a considerable roster of elite Nin, nearing 200 in total. This was the essence of the information inscribed in the scroll regarding Konoha. In this world, Minato was born 2 years later than in the original timeline, rendering the 11-year-old Minato and his contemporaries still in their formative years potentially inadequate to contribute significantly to the impending conflict. Hikaru continued reading. Not only had the other 4 great nations dispatched their ninja armies to the borders of the Land of Fire, but several smaller nations had also mobilized their forces, all with a singular aim directed at Konoha. The pressure from the entirety of the shinobi world upon Konoha was palpable. After absorbing all the information contained within the scroll, Hikaru couldn't help but lament that it seemed every major conflict resulted in the 4 great nations targeting Konoha. Having spent considerable time in the Land of Fire, Hikaru believed that its resources paled in comparison to those of the Land of Earth. Its only advantage lay in its geographical position. Hikaru surmised that the reason the Land of Fire was persistently targeted might be due to its resources and territory, as well as the accumulated grievances of the 4 great nations against Konoha. Setting the scroll aside, Hikaru reached for another scroll, this one inscribed with the words Hidden Mist Village. Upon channeling chakra, it unfurled. After reviewing it thoroughly, 2 matters piqued Hikaru's interest. The first was the sudden transformation in the 3rd Mizukage's demeanor. He no longer sought mere equilibrium and a comfortable existence for the Hidden Mist Village, akin to Hiruzen. Consequently, the number of rogue ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village had significantly decreased in recent years. The 3rd Mizukage, much like the 2nd Kazekage, had begun to vigorously support the village's internal factions in a bid to expedite its strengthening. He recognized the vital importance of true strength to a village and cherished every ounce of combat power within the hidden mist. The second matter was the disbandment of the 7 ninja swordsmen, which had been rebranded as the 72 ninja swords. The scroll documented the third Mizukage's sudden summons to all the master blacksmiths within the village, offering substantial sums to craft an array of weapons endowed with unique abilities. This decision arose from the third Mizukage's awareness of Hikaru's shapeshifting weaponry. Uncertain of how Hikaru achieved such feats, he opted to pursue a different path in weapon creation, aiming for an abundance of options. Through collective brainstorming within the hidden mist, a total of 72 weapons with varying abilities were forged. Upon learning of this, the third Mizukage was elated and immediately rallied the village's efforts to select candidates worthy of wielding these weapons. Over the course of several years, he successfully identified enough users to match the 72 weapons. Henceforth, they were dubbed the 72 ninja swords, with the first 12 wielders being elite shinobi, while the remainder consisted of elite genin, resulting in an unprecedented level of combat prowess. Hikaru set this scroll aside and picked up yet another, this one labeled Sound Ninja Village. Upon opening it, he furrowed his brow. Although Orochimaru had not betrayed Konoha, the Sound Village had nevertheless been established. The leader of this Sound Village, a member of the Light Pavilion, had evaded any useful intelligence from the members of the Light Pavilion. This elusive figure had only revealed a fleeting glimpse of his true visage during one of his rare appearances. The scroll described a face wrapped in bandages, with a scar crossing his chin. Danzo? Chapter 85, Super Speed Naturally. The formidable strength of Nara Hikaru not only impacted the Land of Water, but also influenced the major nations such as the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Lightning, as well as all the small and medium-sized countries within the world of Hokage. In response to the potential threat posed by Nara Hikaru, these nations undertook a series of precautions, ensuring that situations akin to those in the original world, where personal interests led to the oppression of other factions within villages, would not arise again. Internal strife, which could weaken a village's strength, was also averted. Nara Hikaru meticulously examined the current developmental trends across various nations. In the Land of Lightning, the Third Raikage, vigorously reformed the power structure within the village of Kumogakure. This led to a surge of formidable ninjas possessing bloodline limits, elevating their overall strength beyond that of Konoha. With as many as 40 shadow-level ninjas and countless elite genin, under the leadership of the Third Raikage, a plethora of tailed beast weapons was created by harnessing the power of the tailed beasts. Kumogakure now stood as a formidable force. In the Land of Earth, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, had assumed his position significantly earlier than in the original world. Anoki was known for his amicable disposition, adopting a policy of conciliation towards the residents of Iwagakure. At present, Iwagakure boasted a powerful explosive force comprising hundreds of members, alongside a newly established assault team. This assault team was composed not only of shadow-level ninjas, but also a substantial number of elite genin. The Iwagakure currently housed 24 shadow-level ninjas, alongside numerous powerful genin and elite genin. The loss of the Four Tails had little impact on the current state of Iwagakure. In the Land of Wind, the fourth Kazekage, or Kai, placed great emphasis not only on the village's elite but also on ordinary ninjas. Unlike the fourth Kazekage of the original world, who focused solely on cultivating elites due to a smaller population, Kai's new policies resulted in a dramatic increase in the village's population, giving rise to many strong individuals. He prioritized the application of puppet techniques and the development of the One Tail, alongside various technological advancements, significantly enhancing the village's overall power. Though Sunagakure only possessed 19 shadow-level ninjas, the tailed beast weapons developed from the One Tail were equally formidable. Meanwhile, shadow-level ninjas were emerging from various smaller nations as well. Nara Hikaru placed the final scroll into the basket labeled Konoha. He murmured the name, pondering if there was anything else. Lifting his gaze, he noticed that Takanai had not yet departed. Typically, after delivering the daily intelligence scrolls to the office, Takanai would engage in brief conversation with Nara Hikaru before hastily leaving to attend to her duties. Today, her prolonged presence suggested she had something important to discuss. Light, I've come up with something, she said. Something? Nara Hikaru paused, recalling the tailless tailed beast named Jean he had brought back from the Four-Beast Village. Have you agreed to it? He inquired. Yes, I no longer require it, she affirmed. Indeed, having consumed the devil fruit, your strength is such that no one can threaten you even without it. That's precisely my thought, she replied, observing Nara Hikaru, who was now a father of 6. In addition to serving as his secretary, she devoted herself to raising their children at home. Very well, go seek Fusa or Kyushin, they will assist you. All right, I shall take my leave. Takanai turned and exited. Nara Hikaru then reclined fully into his chair, stretching luxuriously. Congratulations, host. Yoshizawa Ayaka is pregnant, granting you the superpower of super speed. The system's voice echoed suddenly in his mind. Extraction, Nara Hikaru commanded, and as the words left his lips, a surge of power coursed through his body, instantly making him feel lighter. He stood up, opened the window, and leaped out, soaring rapidly into the sky until he found himself beneath the clouds. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, not relying on the explosive fruit's propulsion or the floating ability of the float fruit, but solely on his physical prowess, accelerating into the distance. In an instant, he vanished from his original location. As he stabilized his form, he found himself hovering above Konoha, gazing down at the village below. He then altered his course and continued to accelerate, arriving above the land of wind. Nara Hikaru calculated that this entire journey had taken merely a few seconds. Is this what super speed feels like? He mused, a thrill coursing through him. He vanished in an instant and reappeared in the office of the Light Pavilion, closing his eyes to sense the changes within his body post-acquisition of super speed. He remained at the 6 paths level, experiencing no significant alterations. Just as he pondered this, a member of the Light Pavilion entered. Lord Pavilion Master, the 3rd Mizukage has arrived. Where is he now? He has already entered the village. Very well. After waiting for a brief period, a familiar face appeared at the door, his long-absent acquaintance, the 3rd Mizukage. Lord Pavilion Master, the 3rd Mizukage greeted, appearing much more mature than before. The 3rd Mizukage has arrived. Please, take a seat. Nara Hikaru gestured to the 3 women accompanying him. Are you here to deliver? Nara Hikaru began, only to be interrupted. Lord Pavilion Master, with the recent multinational assault on the Land of Fire, will you still extend your assistance to Konoha as you did in the past? The 3rd Mizukage inquired thoughtfully. Not necessarily, Nara Hikaru replied. Not necessarily? The 3rd Mizukage raised an eyebrow in confusion. What does not necessarily mean? Either you help or you don't. There's no middle ground, he thought, though maintaining a calm exterior while turmoil raged within. Whether to assist or not, I require a valid reason. The 3rd Mizukage quickly understood. Lord Pavilion Master, allow me to introduce the 3 individuals behind me. They are Ayane, Sachiko, and Yumiko, all renowned beauties from the land of Water's Kirigakure. The 3rd Mizukage subtly shifted the conversation. Ah, you truly understand me. Nara Hikaru chuckled heartily. You may stay here for the time being, he instructed. Yes, Mizukage-sama. They replied in unison. The 3rd Mizukage stood from the sofa. Then I shall not impose further, Lord Pavilion Master. Very well. Satisfied with the response, the 3rd Mizukage departed alongside his 2 attendants. After watching them leave, Nara Hikaru turned his attention to the 3 young women. The 3rd Mizukage is quite considerate, he remarked. Takanai. Nara Hikaru called out, and Takanai promptly entered the office. Upon seeing the 3 girls, her expression shifted to one of concern. Did you summon me? Please make arrangements for these 3, he instructed. Where should I arrange for them? Takanai's demeanor darkened. Perhaps at home? Nara Hikaru suggested, reconsidering his initial thought of placing them in the Light Pavilion building, sensing Takanai's sudden change in expression. Very well. The 3 girls stifled their laughter, quickly covering their mouths. Follow me, Takanai instructed, and the trio complied. Nara Hikaru rubbed his hands together, contemplating the unfolding events. Chapter 86 traces the very next day after the departure of the 3rd Mizukage. Nara Hikaru's wife, Akidu Yin, sought him out. Although she belonged to the Akidu clan, Yin was not like others of her kin. She possessed a well-proportioned, voluptuous figure with a slender waist, ample hips, and a generous bosom. Recently, she had consumed the superhuman-type bubble fruit, which granted her the ability to wash away anything, including the power of her opponents, even their chakra. However, Yin was not yet powerful enough to instantly wash away an opponent's chakra. Instead, she could gradually cleanse it, leading her enemies to mistakenly believe it was merely chakra depletion. By the time they realized the truth, it would be too late, as their chakra would already be exhausted. Since acquiring this fruit, Yin had not immediately focused on developing combat skills, but rather on enhancing her physique. Now, no matter how much food she consumed, she could effortlessly absorb any excess calories. Even if she gained a little weight, she could wash away the surplus fat. This fruit had become the envy of many women. Hikari, something is wrong. What is it? Nara Hikari, noticing Yan's urgency, quickly rose from his chair and took her hand. Akidu Kaze has gone missing in the Land of Flowers. Our daughter sent word that she could not find him there. The Land of Flowers? Hikari pondered. The Land of Flowers was a newly established nation in the past decade. Members of the Light Pavilion had received commissions from this country, and the records noted that it was built upon a sea of blossoms. However, one must not be deceived by the beauty of the flowers. Inhaling their pollen could ensnare a person in an inescapable illusion. Only those with formidable willpower could escape. Coincidentally, the member from the Light Pavilion who had fallen into such an illusion was from the Kurama clan and managed to extricate himself almost instantaneously. Then I shall go there. I want to accompany you. Stay at home, Hikari replied, before vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he found himself above the Land of Flowers. From his aerial vantage point, he beheld the nation, surrounded by a sea of blossoms. A thin veil of pollen enveloped the country, and he sensed the presence of unusual energy within it. He released his force, parting the pollen to reveal a pathway ahead, then flew onward. Upon entering the skies above the Land of Flowers, he discovered that the architecture was utterly unique, constructed in the form of mushrooms. Hikari expanded his perception, searching for any sign of Akidu Kaze. He understood that for years, Kaze had been striving to mend the relationship between herself and Konoha. Kaze was the one who most wished for his return to Konoha. Throughout the past decade, she had maintained contact with Yen, hoping to spark even the slightest chance of Hikari's return. Even if not to Konoha, at least ease the tension between them. Yet, Kaze was acutely aware of the difficulties posed by the inaction of the third Hokage, which had led to severe internal strife within Konoha. As Hikari reminisced, he noticed a crowd gathering beneath him. Among them stood a figure wearing a straw hat, adorned with a prominent character for flower. Hikari descended. Lord Hikari, you recognize me? Your name has long been renowned. The figure, identified as Hanayuki, stepped forward respectfully. Have you seen a person named Akidu Kaze? Akidu Kaze? Hanayuki pondered, shaking her head. Hikari scrutinized her for a moment. You had best speak the truth. As soon as the words left his lips, Hanayuki broke into a cold sweat, aware that any village that had encountered Hikari had suffered grave consequences. Lord Hikari, we truly have not seen anyone named Akidu Kaze. We would not dare deceive you. Hanayuki hurriedly explained, fearing any wrath that might befall them. You had better not be lying. Otherwise, I shall return to seek you out again. With that, Hikari ascended into the air, continuing his search for Akidu Kaze. Once Hikari departed, Hanayuki removed her hat, revealing a forehead glistening with sweat. How terrifying, she gasped. Even having attained the status of a Kage, she felt as though Hikari was an insurmountable mountain, pressing down upon her until he vanished. Is he truly that formidable? A fellow ninja inquired. Those who have not lived through his era will never comprehend the extent of his power. Hanayuki's words piqued the curiosity of those around her. Though it was merely curiosity, for nearly a decade had passed since Hikari had last taken action. The new generation of ninjas had almost forgotten his existence. Dispatch news of his appearance to every nation, Hanayuki commanded. Yes, Lady Hanayuki. The nearby ninja vanished in an instant. Do you remember me? Hanayuki murmured, gazing in the direction Hikari had departed. Having spent an entire day in the Land of Flowers, Hikari had yet to sense Akidu Kaze. Could it be that she was no longer here? Just as doubts began to cloud his mind, a shadowy figure emerged from the distance, presenting him with a scroll. Hikari opened the scroll. What? Orochimaru, you seek death. The scroll detailed that the shadowy figure had spotted Orochimaru in the Land of Flowers, along with Akidu Kaze. Lead the way, Hikari commanded, merging with the shadowy figure. When they re-emerged, they found themselves in a cavern. The ground was littered with the skins of strange creatures. Following the shadowy figure deeper into the cave, Hikari soon beheld Akidu Kaze bound to a chair, her body wrapped in bandages. Although her physical appearance unmistakably indicated it was Kaze, Hikari sensed something was amiss. As he prepared to reveal himself, a figure resembling Orochimaru turned around, eyes widening. Hikari, I didn't expect you to find your way here. You are not Orochimaru. Hikari had encountered Orochimaru before, and though this figure bore a striking resemblance, the chakra betrayed the truth. The figure's form began to shift rapidly in response to Hikari's words, transforming into a familiar visage. Danzo, it has been nearly 20 years since we last met. Indeed, it seems so, Hikari mused, recalling their long absence from one another. I hope you will pretend you have seen nothing here today. What say you? Danzo stated, beginning to unwrap the bandages from his face, revealing a Sharingan nestled within his eye socket. The death of Uchiha Kagami is indeed connected to you. Chapter 87. Reverse summoning perhaps as a means of concealment. Danzo had not replaced both of his eyes with Sharingan. However, judging by the shape of this particular Sharingan's pupil, it was a kaleidoscope that had already awakened. Is this your confidence? Nara Ko looked at him with disdain. Each type of kaleidoscope possesses unique abilities. Until one makes a move, one can never ascertain what kind of ocular techniques these eyes can unleash. Nara Ko was unaware of the capabilities of Danzo's kaleidoscope, and Danzo was equally ignorant of his strength. Yet, Nara Ko did not care, as he possessed a similar ability. However, he would not waste it on Danzo. Hokage, you remain as arrogant as ever. Arrogant? Where am I being arrogant? Nara Ko attempted to argue, but Danzo had already taken action. He bit his finger, drew a line across his palm, and pressed it against the ground in one swift motion. Summoning technique, Danzo shouted, and a cloud of white mist appeared beneath him. Once the mist dissipated, a massive creature emerged before Nara Ko's eyes, Danzo's summoning beast, the Dream Taper. The Dream Taper not only could unleash wind release techniques but also absorb the opponent's illusions, providing resistance against ordinary genjutsu attacks. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo unleashed several spheres of wind towards Nara Ko in an instant. The spheres sliced through the air like blades. Nara Ko retaliated by propelling the vacuum spheres away. At that moment, Danzo, wielding a kunai, had already closed the distance between them. The kunai lunged toward Nara Ko's face. Nara Ko sidestepped, delivering a powerful punch to Danzo's abdomen, sending him crashing into the wall. Danzo struggled to lift his head, gazing at Nara Ko. This was his first encounter with Nara Ko, and he was acutely aware of the latter's terrifying strength. Had it not been for the transplanted Hashirama cells granting him a modicum of yang chakra, that punch might have cost him his life. It was astonishing that despite the Sharingan having already captured the trajectory of his movements, he could not evade the attack. Determined, Danzo resolved to utilize the kaleidoscope's power. He extricated himself from the wall and commanded the Dream Taper to charge at Nara Ko while he followed closely behind. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated within the cave as the Dream Taper transformed into white mist and vanished. Danzo was taken aback. Yet he had already committed to the course of action. He hastily threw a handful of shuriken, but Nara Ko easily deflected them. Danzo, having traversed through the mist, once again found himself face to face with Nara Ko. Just as he prepared to employ the kaleidoscope's ability, a sharp pain struck his abdomen. Damn it! His body was involuntarily propelled away, and he crashed back into the wall. What was happening? Why was his speed so overwhelming? Danzo broke free from the wall, charging at Nara Ko once more. He firmly believed that as long as he continued to close the distance, he would find an opportunity to activate the kaleidoscope's ability. Alas, though his thoughts were noble, reality was cruel. Time and again, his body was sent flying. The wall behind him was now completely shattered, marked by his imprints and blood. Coughing up blood, Danzo gasped for air. If he could not close the distance, the kaleidoscope would be futile. As he contemplated his next move, Nara Ko's figure vanished before his eyes. You can die now. Impossible. Wind release, super vacuum sphere barrage. Danzo stubbornly refused to surrender, continuously releasing wind release jutsu in an attempt to impede Nara Ko's advance. Explosions echoed as dozens of vacuum spheres detonated in the air. Wind release, gale strike. Wind release, vacuum wave. Wind release, vacuum blade. Danzo unleashed a series of 3 wind release techniques while sprinting towards the cave's exit. I cannot die. There is still much to accomplish. I aspire to be Hokage. As he muttered this, he dashed towards the exit. Boom. The incoming jutsu were all obliterated. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. As a dignified sage of 6 paths, if I allow you to flee, it would be a disgrace. Nara Ko appeared before him, unleashing the energy of the explosive fruit. Danzo felt a surge of energy threatening to burst from within him. Soul's departure. Izanagi, finally succumbing to his inner fear. Danzo activated the life-saving technique of the Sharingan. It allowed him to reset time, reverting events to a moment prior to calamity and proceeding as he wished. Nara Ko had not anticipated that Danzo would abandon the kaleidoscope's ability in favor of Izanagi. This decision might render his Sharingan useless. I wonder how long you can endure. Nara Ko had no effective countermeasure either. Izanagi truly was a skill akin to a bug in the system. Boom. Danzo, much like the cultist from before, was soon caught in the explosive energy unleashed by Nara Ko, only to reappear at his original position. Boom. Aggregate. Boom. Aggregate. Nara Ko decided to match him blow for blow. Boom. 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 Aggregate. 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 5 minutes passed, and Danzo's body was reduced to ashes. This time, he did not reappear unscathed. The remnants on the ground did not vanish instantaneously. Nara Ko was uncertain whether Izanagi had expired or if the invincibility period had come to an end. This technique was indeed somewhat troublesome, and he could not help but admire its strength. Even with immense offensive power, it could not harm a target using Izanagi. Nara Ko turned to leave, but the remnants suddenly disappeared. Quite resourceful, but you cannot escape. Nara Ko scoffed, sensing that Danzo had not fled. Instead, he approached a pale and bandaged Akimichi Torikase, whose eyes were vacant and expression bewildered. Just as Nara Ko was about to assist him, a white figure suddenly appeared behind him. Reverse summoning technique. A loud shout echoed in Nara Ko's ear, followed by a sensation of weightlessness. Damn, that's insidious. As he prepared to unleash his super speed to evade this pull, it was too late. Nara Ko transformed into white mist, vanishing from the spot. Haha, Nara Ko, this is the consequence of your arrogance. Danzo emerged from the side, laughing heartily as he gazed at where Nara Ko had disappeared. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a kunai shot forth from the dissipating mist, striking him squarely in the forehead. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief as he knelt on the ground, unable to comprehend that even in such a state, Nara Ko could still reach him. Overwhelmed with resentment, Danzo collapsed to the ground, his final thoughts echoing, "Even in death, you shall not return." Unbeknownst to him, Nara Ko merely wished to visit the realm of the summoning beasts. Otherwise, considering the pull, how could he have been ensnared? With his super speed, evading was merely a matter of the blink of an eye. Nara Ko felt his body plummeting until he landed in a world composed of rock. Is this the realm of summoning beasts? He mused, observing the ground teeming with dream tapers, all blissfully asleep. Chapter 88. Blinding light as Nara Hikari vanished into the cave. 3 shadowy figures emerged from the surrounding darkness. One of the shadow warriors approached the lifeless body of Danzo, retrieving it with a scroll. Hikari could not overlook the allure of the Sharingan. Meanwhile, the other 2 shadow warriors assisted Akimichi Torufu, helping him towards the cave's exit. On the other side, Nara Hikari floated in midair, observing the vast expanse of slumbering dream beasts below. He glanced up at the sky, which resembled the mucus lining of intestines. Is this truly the realm of summoned beasts? Just as Hikari pondered the discrepancy between this and his expectations, blobs of goo began to descend from above. How revolting! It dawned on Hikari that he must be within the belly of some creature. This interior resembled a unique ecosystem, replete with rocks and living beings. Without hesitation, Hikari unleashed the explosive power of his fruit, exerting it to its fullest extent. A tremendous shockwave, accompanied by searing flames, surged outward, rapidly expanding to the edges and shattering barriers in its wake. A piercing scream echoed, followed by the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground, shaking the surroundings violently. As the flames converged, Hikari emerged from the inferno, gazing at the enormous dream beast, now mortally wounded with a gaping hole in its abdomen. Surveying his surroundings, Hikari found himself in the world he had always envisioned. A cerulean sky, crystal-clear rivers, undulating mountains, and lush primordial forests. He inhaled deeply. What is this? It was an energy different from chakra. Hikari greedily drew in several breaths. Is this the energy of nature? He could feel a subtle transformation within his body, all his energy converging toward a pinnacle. A warm current coursed through his limbs, culminating in a resounding explosion within his being. After 20 years, his power had finally taken a significant leap. Although he had yet to transcend the 6 paths level, he unmistakably sensed an enhancement in his strength. Had he known, he would have come sooner. Previously indifferent to summoned beasts, Hikari had perceived them merely as external entities. Thus, when he acquired the Zero Tails and the Beast of Ash, he initially gifted them to his beloved rather than using them himself. Now, having derived such immense benefits, Hikari felt a sudden curiosity to explore the 3 sacred lands of summoned beasts. Just as he prepared to depart, a figure appeared in the sky, descending towards him. As the figure approached, Hikari recognized it as Hanako, the flower shadow of the Land of Flowers, now clad in a female combat outfit. "Lord Hikari, are you unharmed?" she inquired. "I'm fine. How did you come to be here?" I followed the sound of the explosion into the cave, and, upon seeing the reverse summoning array on the ground, I ventured in. "You also possess a dream beast?" "Indeed, it was a gift from Danzo." "Oh, are you here for revenge?" "And no, Lord Hikari, please don't misunderstand. My rise to the position of Flower Shadow is entirely due to Danzo's assistance, and I promised to help him secure the position of Hokage in return. Hanako hastily clarified, fearful of Hikari's misinterpretation. It was astonishing that Danzo was still clinging to his dream of becoming Hokage, seeking assistance from outsiders. Although the girl before him possessed shadow-level strength, she paled in comparison to the current Konoha. Lord Hikari, shall we exit? She asked. Not yet. Since I've come this far, I wish to explore a bit. You may return first. Lord Hikari, may I accompany you? Hikari regarded her with curiosity. Do you truly not remember me? She pressed. I genuinely cannot recall. Hikari admitted after a moment of reflection. You were merely passing through. During the First Shinobi World War, you passed through my village while heading to the land of Earth. Hikari was at a loss for words. It was merely a passage. How could I possibly recall? He sensed that the way she gazed at him was rather peculiar. Ah, so that is how it is. Lord Hikari, I had hoped that once I became Flower Shadow, I could meet you on equal footing. I never anticipated you would arrive in the land of flowers. It brings me immense joy. I am curious, how did you end up here? Did you not mention that your village was en route to the land of Earth? That is a long story, she began. Her name was Arii, originally a ninja from the land of grass. After the death of the shadow of the grass village at the hands of the oil woman's brother, many ninjas left the village, Arii among them. Eventually, she arrived here just as the land of flowers was being established. A decade had swiftly passed. The former Flower Shadow had perished in battle while protecting the village. With her shadow-level prowess and Danzo's aid, Arii ascended to the position of Flower Shadow, only to encounter Hikari. As Hikari observed Arii's gaze, he discerned that it was not mere admiration. There seemed to be something deeper. Affection? Throughout her narration, her eyes remained fixed on him. Even Hikari, who had weathered countless storms, felt somewhat uncomfortable. Could it be that she harbors feelings for me? Or am I merely being self-indulgent? After flying through the skies for a considerable time, dream beasts were still visible in abundance. Wait for me, he instructed. Hikari vanished in an instant, returning moments later to Arii's side. Let us return. Hikari had just confirmed his suspicion that this was an independent space, as the world of summoned beasts remained isolated. Yet, just as Hikari prepared to depart, a colossal, aged dream beast emerged from a cave, capable of walking upright. Sporting a long beard and leaning on a cane, its unique appearance reminded Hikari of the Toad Sage. Behind it followed a procession of upright dream beasts. Lord Hikari, do you recognize me? The elder dream beast inquired. The name of Lord Hikari is known beyond mere mortals. Even in our realm of summoned beasts, it is widely recognized. Are you not the sage of dream beasts? Lord Hikari greatly flatters me. I am unworthy of such a title, merely having lived longer than most. Can one learn sage arts here? We do not possess that ability. Only the 3 sacred lands can teach such arts. Very well, farewell then. Arii, we shall return. Arii performed the reverse summoning technique, leading Hikari away. Why the rush, Lord Hikari? We possess knowledge that is nearly as valuable as sage arts. The old upright dream beast shook its head. Chapter 89. Chiyo and Ibiz. In the fleeting moment of departure, Nara Hikaru felt as though he had heard something. However, he had already returned to the land of flowers with Arii. Just as Nara Hikaru's feet touched the ground, a white figure appeared before him. It was the decapitating blade in its 9-tailed form. Master, allow me to guide you to a Kimichi Torikase, the decapitating blade said, turning to lead the way. Nara Hikaru followed suit, only to discover that Arii was still trailing behind him. Aren't you returning to Hanin village? He inquired. I have decided not to return, she replied. Nara Hikaru chose not to press further and leaped with the decapitating blade toward the other side of the mountain. Arii quickly kept pace. Upon reaching a Kimichi Torikase, Nara Hikaru found him awake, his eyes no longer vacant. Light? What has happened to you? Torikase asked. As if emerging from a long dream, Nara Hikaru settled beside him. It seems Danzo still wishes to bring you back to Konoha, Torikase sighed, recalling his feelings upon encountering Danzo. And then, Nara Hikaru prompted. To think that a longtime friend would resort to summoning beasts to ambush me. Can you still escape? I can't, Torikase asserted, pushing himself off the ground. Master Light, we have visitors approaching. Just as Nara Hikaru prepared to leave with the others, Arii interjected. Who might that be? Torikase looked at her, puzzled. This is? Arii, the Hanin of the Land of Flowers, she introduced. Hanin, Torikase exclaimed, casting a more thorough glance at Arii. He was well aware of Nara Hikaru's capabilities, immensely powerful and nearly flawless, save for an insatiable penchant for beauty, which had continually exceeded Torike's expectations. The fact that a leader of a nation accompanied Nara Hikaru felt entirely appropriate to him. As Torike's marveled at Aries' identity, thousands of figures surrounded them, encircling Nara Hikaru and his companions. To think Danzo's words were true. You are indeed here. If we can eliminate you, we shall advance on the land of fire without hesitation, declared a middle-aged man with a bandaged head. This was Chiyo from Sunagakure, accompanied by Ibiz. Torike's introduced the two. Nara Hikaru mused, sizing them up. It was his first encounter with them. Chiyo, in her 40s, did not appear much older than Nara Hikaru himself and had yet to show signs of aging. She exuded a captivating charm. Truly, the Hokage harbors no unattractive women. Chiyo must have had a splendid foundation in her youth. At that moment, Chiyo scanned the surroundings. Puppet technique, manipulating blade, she exclaimed, placing her hand on the ground, summoning a white mist before her. Immediately, a puppet burst forth from the mist, charging swiftly at Nara Hikaru. Nara Hikaru unleashed his power, sending the shuriken expelled from the puppet flying. The puppet raised its arms, and 10 threads ensnared him from every direction. Boom! Nara Hikaru erupted with fruit energy, causing the threads to detonate in midair. The severed threads, propelled by the explosive energy, sliced through the puppet's form, reducing it to mere fragments. Seeing Chiyo's actions, the surrounding shinobi from Sunagakure began summoning their own mechanical puppets. Soon, a swarm of puppets surged towards Nara Hikaru. Boom! Crash! In the midst of their astonishment, the puppets exploded before their very eyes. The fragments of the puppets ricocheted into the crowd. Watch out, scatter! Chiyo had sensed the terrifying force of the backlash. Yet it was too late to warn the others. The puppet shards had already flown into the masses. The air filled with screams of agony among the Sunagakure shinobi. Within mere moments of engagement, dozens had fallen, including 2 Nin, now lifeless. The remaining shinobi quickly formed a puppet formation. Only then did Chiyo realize that Nara Hikaru was far more formidable than the legend suggested. For those below the level of a leader, confronting him was akin to seeking death. With wariness, she regarded Nara Hikaru. 8 shadow-level ninjas had come to encircle him this time, including herself and Ibiz, alongside 6 newly appointed shadow-level ninjas. Let us give it our all. Agreed. Chiyo and the others exchanged glances, silently preparing to unleash their full strength. They understood that holding back would only lead to their demise. White secret technique, the 10-man squat. Chiyo tossed a scroll into the air, from which 10 puppets swiftly emerged. Extending 10 chakra threads from her hands, she connected them to the backs of the puppets, which now stood around her. Puppet technique, the 8-man guard. Ibiz similarly produced 8 uniquely designed puppets. The other shadow-level warriors also retrieved their specialized puppets from their scrolls, ranging from 4 to 6 in number. Each puppet donned white battle attire and cloaks. Puppet fire release, 1,000 layers of flames. A puppet to Chiyo's right opened its mouth, unleashing an enormous fireball that shot forth. Oil. Another puppet spewed forth oil from its mouth, which rapidly fused with the fireball, causing the flames to surge and transform into a raging inferno. Nara Hikaru observed the wall of flames approaching, reminiscent of a combination jutsu he had seen from Jiraiya. Boom. With the infusion of explosive energy, the inferno intensified, rebounding towards the puppets. Puppet water release, great waterfall technique. A torrent of water cascaded from the heavens, dousing the flames. To Chiyo's astonishment, the water showed no signs of extinguishing the fire. No, this is not ordinary fire, she realized, her finger gesturing for a puppet to step forward. Puppet wind release. Gale blade. The puppet released a tempest of wind-infused chakra, transforming into countless blades that collided with the flames. The wind blades shattered instantly. Chiyo was taken aback. She commanded her 10 puppets to ascend into the air, leaping over the fire. However, a stray ember caught the hem of her garment, igniting it in an instant. In haste, Chiyo severed 5 chakra threads, discarding her burning clothing. At over 40 years of age, her waist bore no excess flesh, her skin fair and taut, leaving Nara Hikaru silently astonished. As Chiyo's brother, Ibiz, had just wiped sweat from his brow, he realized that their earlier attacks had all been detonated by Nara Hikaru's enigmatic abilities. He began contemplating how to counter the impending situation, feeling an immense pressure weighing upon him. Indeed, legends are deserving of their renown. Chapter 90. Chiyo cast a fleeting glance at the garments reduced to ashes, then at her own exposed form. What an odd bloodline limit. A tempest of emotions swirled within her, unable to find tranquility. His abilities were indeed peculiar. Time was not a luxury to afford him. With a determined declaration, Chiyo commanded her puppets to charge swiftly towards Nara Light. The others, manipulating their own puppets, followed closely behind. Nara Light observed the approaching puppets and the sand shinobi trailing behind. He had just unsheathed 10 weapons. Meanwhile, Akimichi Torikase and Hanayuki Eri had already departed from their position to confront the adversary. Utilizing a secret technique, the partial amplification technique, Akimichi Torikase leaped into the air, his fist enlarging instantaneously. He directed a powerful punch towards an oncoming puppet. The puppet raised its right hand, a kunai appearing within, and struck at Torikase's fist. Bang! The amplified punch was far beyond mere enlargement. Both strength and defense were magnified several-fold. The metallic kunai posed no threat to Akimichi Torikase's fist. As anticipated, the kunai left no mark, instead being forcefully repelled. Secret technique, the flesh cannon. Torikase produced 2 chains of shuriken connected by metal wire, whipping them into the air, his body expanding until the shuriken enveloped him. Subsequently, he spun towards the enemy. A puppet unleashed a fire technique, summoning a fiery dragon that surged toward Akimichi Torikase. Boom! An explosion erupted, sending smoke billowing into the surroundings. The shadow-level sand shinobi fixed their gaze intently on the emerging smoke, when suddenly, a fierce wind erupted from within. It was Akimichi Torikase, still spinning. Several shadow-level sand shinobi maneuvered their puppets to flank the sides. Secret technique, Sea of Flowers. A melodious female voice resonated from within the smoke. Eri swiftly formed 2 hand seals, and her right hand assumed an unusual shape. A multitude of budding flowers materialized around the shadow-level sand shinobi, blooming and releasing a torrent of pollen. This spectacle bore resemblance to the descent of the Forest of the Thousand Hands. A puppet unleashed a wind technique, a powerful gust sweeping forth to scatter the pollen, which then barreled towards Eri. Secret technique, Floral Vines. Eri formed another set of seals, summoning a green vine from the earth to intercept the wind technique. Eri engaged in combat with the shadow-level sand shinobi. Not only did she possess a technique for rapid floral growth, but her physical prowess was also formidable. Using pollen to ensnare her opponent in an illusion while delivering physical strikes, she managed to entangle one of the shadow-level sand shinobi puppeteers. Meanwhile, Akimichi Torikase was fiercely holding his ground, confronting 2 shadow-level sand shinobi puppeteers. After ascending to the shadow level, the Akimichi clan's amplification technique had become even more potent, elevating both strength and defense to unprecedented heights. Nara Light had witnessed the might of the amplification technique through Lady Akimichi Yen, albeit utilized in less noble pursuits at Nara Light's behest. Eri's secret techniques were equally impressive. Ultimately, Nara Light discarded the weapons in his grasp. The 10 weapons swiftly morphed into semi-humanoid forms, darting in various directions. Some sought the shadow-level sand shinobi, while others charged directly towards the puppeteers behind. Seeing the dire situation, Ebizong hastily maneuvered 8 puppets to intercept. Bang! In a moment of shock, Ebizong watched as 2 of his puppets were obliterated in an instant. This is bad. Secret technique, puppet formation. The remaining puppets returned to his side under his control. With a surge of chakra, columns of chakra light ascended, merging with a formation crafted by the other shadow-level sand shinobi in the sky. One of the weapons unleashed an attack that was intercepted by suddenly appearing chakra beams. Nara Light gazed upward. Boom. The energy from the explosive fruit surged into the chakra barrier above. Crash. The formation was shattered. Ebizong and his companions were left dumbfounded. This was a sealing technique that the Sand Village had studied for ages, capable of withstanding all assaults within the formation. Yet, it was obliterated before their eyes. How formidable! Ebizong could not help but marvel at Nara Light's overwhelming strength. Possessing a unique bloodline limit, along with an array of weapons capable of transforming into humanoid forms, Nara Light's prowess was unparalleled. At this moment, Ebizong's spirits plummeted, and the morale of his companions dwindled. The confidence they had arrived with was now entirely diminished. As the formation fell, shadow-level sand shinobi were swiftly vanquished by the combined might of the weapons and Akimichi Torikase. Ebizong found himself obstructed by the decapitation great sword in its 9-tailed fox form. Chiyo was ensnared by Eri and could only watch helplessly as her comrades fell one by one, meeting their demise at the hands of their adversaries. We must retreat. Chiyo realized they could not triumph over Nara Light. Withdrawing was now their best course of action. To avoid witnessing the slaughter of her companions, she commanded them to flee. Yet, all were ensnared, and even the remaining puppets they had brought suffered severe losses. It was not as simple as coming and going at will, and their opponents clearly intended to deny them the chance to escape. A puppet under Chiyo's control suddenly opened its mouth, releasing a plume of purple mist. This was a toxic fog of her own concoction, derived from a highly poisonous plant unique to the Land of Wind. Even Nin would succumb to its effects. To her astonishment, however, the suddenly appearing adversary seemed unaffected by the toxic mist. Chiyo watched as her foes moved effortlessly through the fog. In desperation, she threw several small jars to the ground, unleashing a green mist that engulfed all surrounding visibility. "Hurry!" Chiyo shouted. Yet, just as they prepared to take advantage of the obscured vision to escape, a voice, reminiscent of a grim reaper, resonated from beyond the smoke. Boom! The explosion reverberated among the sand shinobi, followed by flames and shockwaves rippling through their ranks. All puppets were obliterated. The shadow-level sand shinobi could only watch as the shockwave propelled their bodies away, engulfed by the approaching flames. Nara Light harnessed the abilities of the float fruit, pulling back the 10 weapons along with Eri and Torike's. Upon their return to Nara Light's side, the shockwave and flames dissipated. Revealing the aftermath of Chiyo and her companion's struggle, a vast crater had formed. At that moment, Ebi Zong and the other shadow-level shinobi lay lifeless. Chiyo, heavily wounded, would have perished in the explosion were it not for her formidable regenerative abilities. Yet, she was now on the brink of collapse. Nara Light approached her. Chiyo struggled to open her eyes, casting a glance around, spotting the deceased Ebi Zong and the fallen sand shinobi. A mix of regret and unwillingness filled her heart. She closed her eyes once more, her face betraying an acceptance of her impending demise, tears streaming down her cheeks. This was not fear, but rather regret. They had been too arrogant, believing that gathering thousands could vanquish Nara Light, only to realize they had barely grazed the hem of his garment. Thousands of elite sand shinobi puppet troops have perished, leaving only her to struggle for survival. Nara Hikari gazes at her, pondering, should I utilize this kaleidoscope or not? He observes Cho's mature figure, her attire failing to conceal her impressive physique. Very well, considering your beauty, I shall allow you to bear me several children. After all, it would not be in vain for you to have traveled so far to attempt my demise. Let this be your atonement. Meanwhile, Chiyo, who had been awaiting her demise, has managed to regain some strength through her formidable medical skills while Nara Hikari hesitated. She is biding her time for an opportunity, a moment when Nara Hikari might lower his guard. Yet, after a prolonged wait, he remains unmovable. Chiyo opens her eyes, bewildered as she gazes at Nara Hikari. Her mouth agape in disbelief, she is struck by the sight of an eye that should not belong to the Nara clan. The Sharingan of the Uchiha? How could you possess the Uchiha Sharingan? Chiyo exclaims in astonishment, but her words cease there, for Nara Hikari's kaleidoscope has already unleashed its power. Chapter 91. Appeasing Desires, a Kaleidoscope? The revelation stunned not only Chiyo, but also Akimichi Torafu, who stood nearby, his mind reeling. He couldn't comprehend how Nara's secret technique, traditionally shadow-based, could manifest as a Sharingan in Nara Hikari's eye. He wondered if it was Hikari's own or a transplant. Master, Chiyo uttered, struggling to her feet and bowing respectfully. Rest and recuperate. We'll depart shortly, Nara Hikari instructed. Yes, master. Chiyo raised her slender hand, channeling green chakra onto her abdomen, initiating a restorative process. Nara Hikari observed, intrigued. So, medical ninjutsu can be utilized in such a manner. Torafu, what are your plans? I shall return to Konoha and inform Hiruzen of Danzo's transgressions, Akimichi Torafu replied, snapping out of his stupor. Very well, we shall part ways here. Nara Hikari stated before soaring into the sky with Chiyo and Irii. As he prepared to accelerate, a shout echoed from the ground. Hikari, thank you for saving me. Visit Konoha sometime, and I'll treat you to drinks. Perhaps another time, Nara Hikari responded, his form disappearing into the sky with his companions. Akimichi Torafu shook his head ruefully before leaping towards Konoha. Kazekage office, Sunagakure what? Ebizo is dead? Chiyo is missing? The fourth Kazekage, Raza, exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the reporting Sunagakure shinobi. Kazekage-sama, we have searched extensively in the vicinity, but have been unable to locate Chiyo-sama's body. The remains of the others have been returned to the village. Let us proceed to examine them, Raza commanded. Soon, Kazekage Raza arrived at the village entrance. Surveying the rows of corpses, He knelt beside the 7 bodies arranged at the forefront, his gaze settling upon the familiar face of Ebizo. He examined the other 6 elite puppet masters, all of whom had perished in the battle against Nara Hikari. Immediately order all Sunagakure shinobi to withdraw from the border with the Land of Fire, Raza commanded, rising to his feet. Yes, Kazekage-sama, several jonin responded, vanishing instantly. Land of Fire border. Upon receiving the order to retreat, the Sunagakure shinobi swiftly organized their encampment, sealing everything they could carry into scrolls and destroying what they could not. Tens of thousands of Sunagakure shinobi rapidly evacuated the Land of Fire border, heading towards the Land of Wind. This maneuver aroused suspicion among other nations, who speculated about the reasons for the withdrawal. When news of Chiyo, Ebizo, and other powerful figures disappearing in the Land of Flowers reached them, they realized a crisis had befallen the Land of Wind. However, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, determined to minimize the village's losses, suppressed all information. Other nations could only speculate about the situation, continuing their preparations to invade the Land of Fire. When news of Sunagakure's retreat reached Nara Hikari, who had returned home, he chuckled. "Hikari, what amuses you?" Nara Masami inquired, handing the scroll to Tachibana Nai. Tachibana Nai read the scroll and smiled. "Raza is quite intriguing. Let them squabble amongst themselves. Has anything of note occurred recently?" "All is tranquil." "Excellent." Nara Hikari rose and approached Tachibana Nai, taking her hand. "Let us return home." "Yes." Tachibana Nai replied, aware of his intentions, feeling both shy and expectant. The following day, an unexpected visitor arrived by ship in the Land of Light. The Keikaku members immediately reported the news to Nara Hikari. "You say the 4th Kazekage has arrived?" "Yes, Keikaku-sama. Having just slain thousands of their shinobi. Shouldn't he harbor animosity towards me? Why would he come to the Land of Light at such a time? There must be something afoot." "Keikaku-sama, I doubt it. You know nothing. Where are they?" "They are approaching Keikaku village." "Then we shall await their arrival. I am curious to discover Raza's intentions." 15 minutes later, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, led by Tachibana Nai, entered Nara Hikari's office. Keikaku, Raza greeted Nara Hikari, pausing momentarily. This was their first encounter, and he was struck by Nara Hikari's youth. "Raza, what brings you to the Land of Light?" "I represent the Land of Wind and wish to establish eternal amity with the Land of Light," Raza declared, exhaling in relief. He lacked the courage to antagonize Nara Hikari, whose mere presence weighed heavily upon Sunagakure. Nara Hikari felt like a mountain weighing on everyone's head. The pressure makes him feel a little out of breath. The 2nd Kazekage, 3rd Kazekage, 2nd Mizukage, 2nd Raikage, and the Kage of some smaller villages had all died directly or indirectly at the hands of Nara Hikari. Even though he had parted ways with Konoha, he still managed to appear everywhere. And whether by coincidence or design, he always managed to disrupt their plans. Before coming to the Land of Light, Raza had held an important meeting with the high-ranking officials. The final decision of the meeting was that as long as Nara Hikari was still alive, the Sunagakure of the Land of Wind would never participate in any war concerning the Land of Fire. They would wait until Nara Hikari died of old age. "Eternal amity?" "Yes, Keikaku," Raza affirmed, clapping his hands. 10 young women entered the room. Nara Hikari scanned them and fixed his gaze on Raza, unnerving him. "Raza, what is the meaning of this?" "Keikaku, do not misunderstand. I heard the 3rd Mizukage had arrived with several beauties, and I, not knowing what to offer, decided to emulate him. Very well, I shall accept these women. Your request is granted. As long as you do not provoke me, I may consider refraining from hostilities." "That is excellent news," Raza exclaimed in relief. "Is there anything else?" "Ah, nothing more." Raza rose from the sofa, bid farewell to Nara Hikari, and departed swiftly. Nara Hikari watched Raza's receding figure until it vanished from sight before turning his attention to the 10 women. "Tachibana Nai," Nara Hikari called out. Tachibana Nai entered, pouting. "Take them back to the Nara estate." "Understood," Tachibana Nai replied, glaring at Nara Hikari before leading the women away. One must admit, despite the harsh climate of the Land of Wind, it is not devoid of beauty. Nara Hikari reopened a scroll on his desk and resumed reading. "Konoha, Land of Fire Hiruzen, we have been friends for years. How can you still entertain the idea of allowing Danzo to return to the village? He nearly took my life." Akimichi Torafu's furious voice echoed within the Hokage's office. "Torafu, I understand your anger, but might there be a misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding? Hiruzen, it seems you have changed." "The position of Hokage has clouded your judgment," Akimichi Torafu retorted, striding towards the door. He paused at the threshold. Danzo is dead. As Chiyo Daochi Feng finished speaking, he departed. Sigh. Rijan let out a breath of exasperation. Chapter 92, Otsutsuki, the Land of Storage. Suddenly, a portal to another dimension opened in the sky, and a figure emerged from within. With a resounding thud, the figure landed heavily on the ground, creating a shockwave that flattened the surrounding area. Is this the planet where the Otsutsuki cultivate their divine trees? He surveyed his surroundings and closed his eyes to sense the energy. Indeed, the energy of the divine fruit permeated the atmosphere, having absorbed all the vitality of this world. My strength is poised to advance further, haha. After taking a deep breath, he burst into laughter and soared into the air, swiftly heading towards the ninja village of this nation. The following day, the news of the massacre of thousands of ninjas in the hidden storage village spread throughout the ninja world. The death of thousands is not a rare occurrence in the world of Naruto, yet it was insufficient to catch the attention of other nations. However, another event forced the impending outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War to be halted once more. The brutal slaughter of hundreds of thousands of civilians in the land of storage shocked the spies from various nations. When the spies arrived, they were confronted with a scene reminiscent of hell. After searching the land of storage for half a month, they found not a single survivor, only countless corpses. Once this news spread, all nations ordered their ninjas to return to their villages and prepare for defense. An unprecedented level of cooperation emerged among all countries. Upon receiving this news, the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village promptly made arrangements. All Leaf ninjas were summoned back, and efforts were made to concentrate as many civilians as possible in the central region of the Land of Fire. Additionally, spies were dispatched to monitor the Land of Fire. Amidst this tension, Nara Light also received the troubling news. What? Is Killer Bee injured? Yes. I must see for myself. Nara Light melded into the shadows beneath his feet and appeared in the hospital of the Hidden Light Village. He gazed at Killer Bee, who was wrapped in bandages on the bed. This was the first time in over 20 years that he had sustained such severe injuries. Lord, Killer Bee attempted to sit up, but was gently stopped by Nara Light. Who injured you? The assailant had a peculiar appearance, with a long face and a blue vertical mark on his forehead. He wielded a staff. A long face with a vertical mark on the forehead? How grotesque. Killer Bee seemed puzzled. Even if the opponent looked strange, it shouldn't be possible for someone who had ascended to the Six Paths level to be injured so badly, right? He was formidable. Even in my Six Paths mode, we fought for 4 days, and I ultimately lost due to my carelessness. Killer Bee clenched his fists in anger. To inflict such injuries upon you has piqued my interest. Do you know who he is? After a moment of recollection, Killer Bee replied. I believe his name is Otsutsuki Sakuri. Otsutsuki? Nara Light had heard of the Otsutsuki clan, but had never heard of Otsutsuki Sakuri. Rest and recover. I shall confront him. Lord, be cautious. This individual's abilities are quite strange. That black staff he wields, upon contact, halts the flow of chakra and divine fruit energy within you. A black staff? Nara Light recalled only one person who wielded such a staff, that brat Nagato. But that was one of the powers of the Rinnegan. Nara Light's interest was further piqued. You rest here. Nara Light vanished from the hospital room, not returning to his village but first heading to the Light Pavilion. After issuing some instructions, he disappeared from the office. He expanded his sensory perception, extending it over several kilometers. Initially, he searched the Land of Light, and upon finding nothing, he flew towards other locations. Just as Nara Light reached the ocean's surface, a powerful energy fluctuation appeared within his perception range. Found you. Nara Light altered his course and flew toward the target. In an instant, he arrived above the individual. The figure also looked up, sensing Nara Light's arrival. Intriguing. He felt the boundless energy within Nara Light, excitement bubbling within him. Observing Nara Light in the sky, he quickly ascended to confront him. Absorbing you will surely elevate my strength considerably. Nara Light regarded the audacious figure before him, whose face matched Killer Bee's description perfectly. Are you Otsutsuki Sakuri? If you wish to know my name, you must first see if you can pique my interest. Arrogance. It had been a long time since Nara Light encountered someone so brazenly defiant. Haha. Otsutsuki Sakuri laughed heartily. Suddenly, a black staff appeared in his hand, measuring over a person's height. If not for its bizarre coloration, it could easily be mistaken for an ordinary stick. Boom. Nara Light, uninterested in idle chatter, unleashed his explosive fruit abilities. Sakuri felt the staff in his hand tremble slightly and quickly hurled it away. The staff detonated midair. What a peculiar ability. Sakuri's curiosity was piqued, and he simultaneously gauged Nara Light's strength, very powerful, far superior to that fleeing individual. As he contemplated this, another black staff materialized in his hand. Second form. The vertical mark on Sakuri's forehead rapidly spread across his entire face. 2 sharp horns emerged from his shoulders, followed by 12 black dots appearing behind him. His pupils morphed into vertical slits, reminiscent of a serpent's eyes. Nara Light watched as the transformation unfolded, noting the resemblance to the forms of 6 Paths Obito and Madara. He could sense that the opponent's power had multiplied severalfold upon changing forms. You have successfully piqued my interest, young one. You are now worthy of knowing my name. I am Otsutsuki Sakuri. Prepare yourself. You may meet your end, but rest assured, I shall be gentle. Annihilation. With that, Otsutsuki Sakuri swung the black staff. Nara Light sensed imminent danger and swiftly dodged to the side. A formless power swept past Nara Light, crashing into the ocean's surface, causing a massive explosion and towering waves. Boom. Nara Light continued to unleash his explosive fruit abilities. Kaboom. The tidal wave erupted, spraying water everywhere. Obliteration. Otsutsuki Sakuri hurled the black staff once more. It spiraled through the air toward Nara Light. As it neared, the staff abruptly ceased its rotation, and a black hole appeared at its center. Nara Light unleashed his explosive fruit abilities again, only to discover that the black hole absorbed the energy instead of detonating. Spatial temporal abilities? Nara Light recognized this power as one with spatial attributes. His body rapidly transformed, taking on a metallic form. He closed his right eye while his left eye glowed red, emitting a crimson beam that collided with the black hole. Although the beam shattered the black hole, it diverted its gravitational pull. Nara Light charged toward Otsutsuki Sakuri. 3 metallic claws extending from his fingertips as he activated his super speed, racing toward his adversary. Chapter 93. The 6 Paths Model. A resounding clash erupted as claws met the dark rod, reverberating through the air. This was exhilarating for Nara Hikari, for it marked his first encounter with an opponent worthy of his full strength. At last, he could unleash all the abilities he had acquired over the years. First, he activated the adamantium metal, a power he had assimilated from Wolverine, transforming his entire skeletal structure into this formidable substance. He wielded the strength of steel to envelop his body in adamantium. Additionally, he possessed Wolverine's extraordinary regenerative abilities, allowing him to reconstitute even after being shattered, including the grotesque possibility of a decimated head. Hikari unleashed his super speed, his form appearing like a fleeting apparition around Cherry Blossom. The diminutive eyes of the robust Cherry Blossom resembled dynamic cameras, tracking Hikari's every move, yet they could not capture his fleeting silhouette. Instead, he resorted to deploying the 6 Paths power, surrounding himself with the seeking orbs for passive defense against Hikari's relentless assault. With a sudden explosion, Hikari unleashed the energy of the bomb fruit, directly infusing it into Cherry Blossom's seeking orb. A tremendous blast ensued, propelling Cherry Blossom's body away. Hikari vanished from sight, raising a hand to release a pillar of flame, a transformation of the bomb fruit's fiery essence. In response, Cherry Blossom discarded the dark rod, which morphed into a black hole mid-air, attempting to siphon the flames into another dimension. However, Hikari swiftly countered with a forceful push, diverting the nascent black hole. The flames altered their trajectory, hurtling towards Cherry Blossom. Cherry Blossom hurled several dark rods in rapid succession, darting to the side. Suspended in midair, he commanded the seeking orbs to launch towards Hikari. In a blink, Hikari reappeared, kicking away the seeking orbs and striking Cherry Blossom's face with his steel-imbued hand. Cherry Blossom flew off, disbelief etched on his features, crashing into the sea. Hikari raised his hand towards the ocean. A sudden explosion erupted as Cherry Blossom, newly submerged, began to recover from the disorientation in his head, only to sense something amiss. The surrounding waters began to churn violently, pressing against one another. Alarmed, Cherry Blossom swam desperately towards the surface. With a series of explosive detonations, the sea erupted, tossing Cherry Blossom's body around like a small vessel amidst tumultuous waves. Under the relentless barrage of explosive energy, he was forced to merge several seeking orbs into one, enveloping himself for protection. When the explosion subsided, he emerged, disheveled and missing an arm, having lost all semblance of his former arrogance. He had come to grasp the immense power of his adversary. In a brief span, Hikari had tested over 20 of his acquired abilities against Cherry Blossom, Wolverine's powers, the strength of steel, and more. Now behold my new technique, Hikari declared as he unleashed the energy of the float fruit. The ocean bubbled violently, and as the waters parted, a landmass emerged. Hikari manipulated the land, forcing it to compress toward the center where Cherry Blossom stood. Frantically, Cherry Blossom released the seeking orbs, striving to shatter the approaching land. Yet, despite his impressive destructive speed, it was insufficient against the land's relentless approach. Soon, the two land masses collided with a resounding crash, engulfing Cherry Blossom within. Hikari did not relent, continuing to manipulate the land as it pressed together. Suddenly, a colossal hand erupted from one of the land masses, shattering it, and Cherry Blossom was flung from the debris. His form changed yet again, revealing a new, imposing visage. To think you could force my third form, you have earned your pride. Now, I shall swiftly eliminate you and absorb your essence, making you a part of me. His body transformed to a verdant hue, elongated and slender, with a spectral figure above him wielding two dark rods. Akatsuki emerged, joining Hikari as a spectral presence, brandishing the imperial tool Muramasa. Eliminate them, commanded the specter, and Cherry Blossom's phantom surged toward Hikari. As Akatsuki met the charge, the two engaged in fierce combat. Cherry Blossom redirected his focus back to Hikari. In an instant, he vanished, his speed now surpassing anything previously witnessed. Hikari observed the approaching Cherry Blossom, noting the transformation of his form for the first time. A white garment composed of energy enveloped him, bearing 20 black bean-shaped insignias on the back. An adamantium staff materialized in his grasp, surrounded by a swirling mass of seeking orbs. This marked Nara's inaugural entry into the Six Paths model. Even as Cherry Blossom approached at breakneck speed, he appeared as sluggish as a snail within Hikari's perception. Hikari raised his staff, striking Cherry Blossom with tremendous force, sending him careening away. Cherry Blossom plummeted once more into the depths of the ocean, this time unhindered by water resistance, crashing heavily against the seabed. Just as he prepared to ascend, the waters began to boil anew, provoking an inner alarm. In a panic, Cherry Blossom expelled all the dark rods, forming a black hole that absorbed some of the impending explosive sea. The tumultuous sounds of explosions filled his ears as he was soon engulfed by the blast of the ocean's fury. Hikari continued to unleash the fruit's energy, orchestrating a relentless series of detonations from the ocean floor, maintaining this onslaught for several minutes. Only then did he retract his abilities, maximizing his perception to locate Cherry Blossom's presence beneath the water's surface. Soon, a figure emerged, battered and clad in tattered garments, Cherry Blossom, gravely injured and incapable of sustaining his Six Paths model. He had reverted to his ordinary form, gasping for breath. Hikari hovered above him. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Though you may vanquish me, you cannot extinguish my existence, nor can you extract anything from me," Cherry Blossom replied, wiping the blood from his lips. "You will soon understand." As Hikari prepared to activate his kaleidoscope abilities, he noticed Cherry Blossom's eyes widen. "I concede your strength, but you still pale in comparison to the other members of the Cherry Blossom clan. Allow me to unveil my ultimate ability." With a thunderous laugh, Cherry Blossom extended his arms, summoning two black holes at the edges of his hands. "Annihilation," he bellowed, his laughter echoing as the black holes expanded, merging into one. Chapter 94. The White Absolute. Nara Hikaru swiftly executed his super speed, instantly vanishing from his original location. In his wake, the site where Ataru Sakura once stood transformed into a colossal black hole. Ataru Sakura had already been consumed by the black hole, reduced to mere particles. Yet, the black hole showed no signs of abating, continuing to expand rapidly. Its immense gravitational pull drew in the surrounding seawater along with the seabed's rocks, all succumbing to the abyss within. This scene unfolded not far from the Land of Light, where Hikaru gazed at the seemingly endless black void. Harnessing the power of the float fruit, he propelled the black hole skyward. Upon reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters, he was suddenly beset by a headache, pondering where to dispose of this anomaly. However, he felt that any location would be inappropriate. Drawing upon his shadow energy, he approached the black hole, only to witness his dark energy being devoured and vanishing in an instant. Clearly, the shadow abilities were insufficient to halt the black hole's veracity. With a resounding blast, Hikaru unleashed the full might of his fruit powers. The black hole erupted into a multitude of smaller black holes, leaving Hikaru momentarily dumbfounded. How was he to manage this? Just as despair began to set in, these smaller black holes absorbed some air before dissipating entirely. Hikaru exhaled with relief, observing that the ocean, previously drained of its water, was rapidly replenishing. In an instant, he vanished from the scene, reappearing in the Land of Light. The unexpected appearance of Ataru Sakura served as a wake-up call for Hikaru. He promptly relayed the news of this unforeseen adversary to his allies. In the course of his confrontation with Ataru Sakura, it became evident that among the denizens of the Land of Light, only he and Sakumo could reliably outmatch Ataru. The capabilities of others were uncertain. The intelligence division of the Light Pavilion was tasked with monitoring the entire shinobi world. Should a figure akin to Ataru Sakura emerge, the protocol was to inform Hikaru first and foremost, followed by notifying Sakumo. If both were unavailable, messages would be directed to Nishido, Kato-dan, Haruhi, and Hikaru's uncle, Nara Yashiharu. Among Hikaru's women, several had already ascended to the 6th path level, including Tsurun Karu, Tsunade, Uchiha Fumiko, Hugake, and the female shadow of the four-beast village, Shojuin. Each had also developed their unique 6th path modes. The day after Hikaru's return to the Land of Light, a new mission appeared on his desk, and its sender took him by surprise. Seeing the name Jiraiya, he was perplexed as to why Jiraiya would issue a request to him, especially considering the high cost of his involvement. Hikaru infused chakra into the scroll before him. Lord Light, please take care of the 3 children, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. The scroll contained a mere 20-some words. Hikaru was well aware of Nagato, whose full name was Uzumaki Nagato. He was a member of the Uzumaki clan, originally from the Land of Whirlpools, who had lost his parents at the hands of Leaf Village shinobi. Due to the clan's unique physique, Uchiha Madara had implanted the Rinnegan into him during his childhood, leading Jiraiya to believe that Nagato was the prophesied child destined to save the future. Unfortunately, he was mistaken and ultimately perished at Nagato's hands. Accompanying Jiraiya's scroll was a substantial payment for the mission. Hikaru entrusted the funds to Tachinoko for distribution before vanishing from his chair. He reappeared outside the Rain Village, just as hundreds of shinobi surrounded him. Several Rain shinobi with shadow-level abilities regarded Hikaru with vigilance. A middle-aged man emerged from the rain, the downpour parting around him due to his chakra. Lord Light, the middle-aged man addressed him respectfully. I am here to find someone. You may leave, Hikaru declared. At these words, the shinobi exchanged glances, fully aware of Hikaru's formidable reputation. They swiftly vanished, relaying the news of his presence in the Land of Rain to their new leader. Nonetheless, Hikaru could still sense a chakra signature lurking nearby. Raising his hand, he conjured rings of fire that fell upon the hidden Rain shinobi, who fled in terror. After detecting the disappearance of the chakra signatures, Hikaru proceeded toward the location indicated in the scroll. Inside a structure resembling concrete, he discovered 3 young children. At this time, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan were already 8 years old. Thanks to Jiraiya's presence, they had been well cared for. Although Nagato appeared somewhat frail, he still exuded a certain vitality and possessed a remarkably cheerful disposition. As Hikaru approached, he witnessed the 3 children playing joyfully together. However, upon seeing Hikaru, the children visibly recoiled in fear. Nagato and Yahiko positioned themselves protectively in front of Konan, kunai in hand, regarding Hikaru with suspicion. Do not fear. I come at the behest of your teacher, Jiraiya. My name is Nara Hikaru, he spoke gently. Hearing Jiraiya's name allowed the children to relax somewhat. Nara Hikaru? The name had not yet reached their generation, so the children regarded him with confusion. I hail from the Land of Light. Upon hearing this, the children's expressions shifted to one of wonder, gazing at Hikaru with admiration. The Land of Light. I have heard it is a realm of peace, Yahiko remarked, his eyes glimmering with envy. Would you like to accompany me to the Land of Light? Yes. Can we truly trust you? The timid Konan voiced her concern. Of course. Very well, we shall follow you. Among the trio, Yahiko, being the eldest, assumed the role of their leader. Nagato and Konan typically heeded his guidance. After Jiraiya's departure, it was Yahiko's strength that had allowed them to survive in the tumultuous Land of Rain. Then let us depart. Hikaru approached the 3 children, releasing the energy of the float fruit and lifting them toward the Land of Light. Just as they took flight, a head emerged from the ground. It was White Absolute. Could it be? Nagato has been taken by Lord Light. How can we resurrect Madara now? White Absolute was taken aback. The plan had been to wait until Nagato fully mastered the Rinnegan before retrieving him to the Akatsuki, using the Rinne rebirth technique to revive Madara. This would enable them to attain the perfect Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki. However, with Nagato now in Hikaru's care, where could they find the Rinnegan? White Absolute returned to the Akatsuki headquarters in the Land of Iron with this troubling news. What did you say? The master has taken Nagato? Indeed. What shall we do? Aside from the Rinnegan's natural technique, Is there any other way to resurrect Madara? In the depths of despair, Black Absolute suddenly had a thought. Of course, there is also the impure world reincarnation. White Absolute, too, had an epiphany. We must infiltrate the Leaf Village and steal the impure world reincarnation technique. Black Absolute. The Leaf Village is not so easily accessed. Well, it seems we must devise a new plan. Black Absolute gazed at the frozen crystal coffin placed above, within which lay the deceased Uchiha Madara. Regret washed over him for having injected so many Hashirama cells into Madara. Has Shimura Danzo already gone to the Leaf Village? I wonder how the capture of the Nine Tails is progressing. Let us investigate. Very well. Chapter 95, Shimizu Zero. As Shimizu Zero stepped into the dense forest outside of Konoha, dozens of ninjas emerged, surrounding him. However, Zero did not exhibit any signs of panic. He leisurely unfastened the long package from his back, revealing a gleaming scythe in his hand. Let me test the strength of this new body, he declared, swinging the scythe as he charged towards the Konoha ninjas. He effortlessly sent countless shurikens and kunai flying, and deflected an enormous spiked ball. At that moment, two Konoha Nin had already positioned themselves in front of Zero. Earth Release, Earth Spear, one of them exclaimed, raising his hand as a solid spear of earth thrust towards Zero. With a mere flick of his scythe, Zero sent the earth spear hurtling away. The other Nin then unleashed his ninja sword, employing a unique technique known as Konoha sword technique, dance. The sword lunged at Zero in a distinctive manner. After deflecting the earth spear, Zero swiftly retracted his weapon to block the incoming sword. Once the sword was parried, he rapidly swung the scythe again, using the back of the blade to strike the Nin's back. The Nin was sent flying. In quick succession, he targeted the other Nin. Mere seconds passed before both Nin were incapacitated. Zero then plunged into the throng of opponents, delivering strikes that were not lethal but effectively rendered the Konoha ninjas unable to fight. Soon, a large number of Nin lay defeated on the ground, with only two Nin remaining to withstand the onslaught. Fire Release, Ash Cloud. A ninja wielding a chakra surgical knife appeared before Zero, exhaling a massive cloud of black ash that enveloped him. The newcomer was none other than Asuma Sarutobi, the son of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Finally, a worthy adversary. Zero's eyes gleamed with madness. Stop. Everyone, cease. Just as Zero prepared to charge at Asuma, a voice halted him. Father. Asuma rushed to Hiruzen's side upon seeing him arrive. Zero was taken aback by Hiruzen's return. Hiruzen glanced at Zero and then surveyed the surroundings, discerning that the opponents had not employed lethal force. Otherwise, many would have perished by now. With the village under pressure from neighboring countries, most of their combat forces had been dispatched to the borders, leaving their defenses thin. Hiruzen needed to ascertain the true intentions behind Zero's return before making a decision. I have returned to assist Konoha, Zero stated earnestly. Is that truly the case? Hiruzen inquired. Certainly. I have not forgotten the enmity between my clan and Nara Shikaku, but Konoha is my home, and it is in dire need of my strength at this moment. Zero spoke with solemnity. Initially skeptical, Hiruzen found himself unable to act against Zero after witnessing his earnest demeanor. It was evident from the recent battle that Zero possessed power on par with the Kage. Currently, Hiruzen was the only one capable of engaging Zero, as other Kage were absent from the village. It is indeed true, Hiruzen conceded. Konoha is in need of reinforcements. You may head to the battlefield in the Land of Water. Zero paused momentarily. However, in order to fulfill the mission assigned by the leader of the Celestial Dawn and to swiftly integrate into Konoha for the purpose of confronting the Nine Tails, he had no choice but to acquiesce to Hiruzen's directive. What do you say? Hiruzen assumed Zero would decline. Very well, Zero replied, surprising Hiruzen with his agreement. With a swift leap, Zero vanished into the forest. After distancing himself from Konoha, he sensed that no one was following him. He extended his right hand, and an ancient-looking ring appeared upon his finger. Speaking a few words to the ring, he quickly disappeared from the spot. Continue to follow him. I will return to inform the Hokage, one of the Konoha ninjas instructed. Understood. With a series of whooshing sounds, several Konoha ninjas vanished from the area. One ninja made his way back to the Hokage office. Third Hokage, what news? He inquired. He lingered outside the village for just a few seconds before vanishing into the forest, heading towards the Land of Iron. Very well. Go and attend to your duties. The elite Nin exited the office. Hiruzen stood and approached the window, pondering. The Shimizu clan is never to be underestimated. What could be Zero's true purpose for returning to Konoha at such a time? He sighed deeply. Days later, as Siro made his way towards the borders of the land of iron and the land of water, a team of ninjas from the hidden cloud village suddenly appeared at the border of the land of fire. Captain, do you think our sudden appearance in Konoha will raise suspicions? One of the team members asked. Our objective is to acquire the Sharingan and Byakugan. Until we receive the signal, no one is to act recklessly, the captain responded, gazing at the elite J-Nin from the hidden cloud village. Understood, the J-Nin nodded, though the madness in his eyes was hard to conceal. Samuni, we have completed our reconnaissance in this direction. 3 Kage-level ninjas are nearby. Once we ascertain Konoha's deployment, we can launch a full-scale attack. Indeed, Chasai, a newly promoted Kage-level ninja from the hidden cloud village, was renowned for his formidable self-created lightning release techniques and held in high esteem by the Third Raikage. He was one of the captains for this mission to Konoha, as well as a reconnaissance task. Samuni, once a bodyguard for the Second Raikage, had naturally continued in that capacity for the Third Raikage after the former's death. His immense strength was rare, even among the elite of the hidden cloud village, known for his mastery of lightning release and cloud-style swordsmanship. Soon, news of a small team from the hidden cloud village entering the land of fire reached Hiruzen. Just as Hiruzen speculated on the purpose of their visit, the team had already arrived outside Konoha. Accompanying them was a Kage-level ninja from Konoha, who had reached the Hokage's office ahead of the rest. Third Hokage, have they arrived? Yes, they are already outside the village. Hiruzen pondered. These individuals are stationed at the border while simultaneously visiting Konoha. What could their intentions be? Are they seeking a justification for war, or perhaps trying to gather intelligence on Konoha? Both are possibilities. Hozuka Reo, since you have returned to the village, the task of monitoring them falls to you. Understood. Hozuka Reo, a newly appointed Kage-level ninja in Konoha, was a trusted confidant of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Aside from the legendary Sannin, Hiruzen had nurtured numerous exceptional ninjas over the years, Reo being one of them, with established Kage-level prowess. As Reo departed, Hiruzen sensed the ninjas from the hidden cloud village approaching Konoha's gates. In an instant, he arrived at the entrance. Third Hokage, the hidden cloud ninjas greeted Hiruzen respectfully, despite 2 of them also being Kage-level ninjas. Welcome, please enter the village, Hiruzen said with a smile, demonstrating his customary hospitality. Regardless of the tense relations, he bore no animosity towards them. All followed Hiruzen into the village of Konoha. Chapter 96. Kidnapping in the initial days. Yunrin indeed behaved obediently while wandering through Konoha. The village had expanded significantly through 3 different phases of construction, far surpassing its original size by 10-fold or more compared to the Konoha hidden village of the original Hokage world. The barriers of Konoha had also been continuously reinforced, thanks to the assistance of the Uzumaki clan. Without them, no one could have established such an extensive defensive barrier. A dozen Yunrin had roamed for several days, yet had not traversed the entirety of Konoha. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, entered his office along with Raikage, and they inquired if there were any unusual developments. Recently, some among them had frequently been spotted around the Hyuga and Uchiha clans' territories. Were they after the eyes? It seemed as though Raikage had an inkling. Should we wait a bit longer? We need time to fortify our defenses and keep them away from certain confidential areas. With that, Raikage departed. Just as Raikage was about to settle back into his chair, a jonin appeared in the office. Third Hokage, the intelligence division requests your presence. Very well, replied Hiruzen, utilizing the body flicker technique to leave the office. Reappearing at the Konoha intelligence division. This department had been preserved since the era of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and was distinct from Hiruzen's new Anbu intelligence team. Third Hokage, a man bound in bandages, approached him. Is there something you need me for? Please follow me. The bandaged man led Hiruzen into the interrogation hall, where a variety of torture devices were displayed. In a corner of the hall, a short-haired youth with closed eyes was forming a peculiar seal while facing a bound man. Hiruzen recognized the man before him. Rather than a man, he resembled a corpse that had suffered brain death. He was the sole survivor brought back from the land of water's destruction by the formidable Sakurashi. Hiruzen and the others were eager to uncover what had transpired there, as a nation of hundreds of thousands had been eradicated in mere days. They were compelled to employ the secret technique of the Aoki clan to delve into the memories within the brain. This technique had previously forced Kisame to take his own life. As long as the subject had not been deceased for long, fragments of memory could be retrieved. Just as Hiruzen was about to speak, the short-haired youth opened his eyes. Third Hokage, have you made any discoveries? I have reconstructed his memories from before his severe injuries and derived an unusually shaped face, he replied, stepping aside to produce a drawing, which he handed to Hiruzen. Upon receiving it, Hiruzen scrutinized the image, recognizing the figure depicted therein. The familiar features stirred memories within him. Suddenly, a photograph surfaced in his mind, a picture preserved in Hashirama's album. The individual in the photograph bore a striking resemblance to the drawing presented by the youth, though not identical. They were quite similar. Any further findings? None. This person was nearly killed upon first contact. This was the last image he saw before brain death. Understood. Hiruzen recalled Tobarama's commentary on the photograph. Tobarama had stated that the individual was exceptionally powerful, possessing the combined might of Hashirama and himself, which allowed them to suppress their opponent, yet it took days to slay him. They had fought tirelessly for 4 days, only for the adversary to escape in the end. Tobarama's remarks had been sparse, and Hiruzen's knowledge was limited, compelling him to continue his search for useful information. Yes, Hokage-sama. The short-haired youth resumed his secret technique to probe the corpse. Meanwhile, 3 individuals approached Hiruzen, one of whom was the bandaged man who had received him. Third Hokage, have there been any messages from the borders recently? Typically, these reports were procured by the intelligence division and transcribed onto scrolls for Hiruzen. Now that he was present, he directly inquired. All nations are merely dispatching troops to the borders without any indication of war preparation, responded a mature woman standing across from him. She was clad in a form-fitting combat outfit, her arms and collar adorned with mesh fabric, wearing hot pants and wooden sandals. Although not an Uchiha, she possessed striking red eyes. This woman, named Takeo Akane, along with the bandaged man, Mori Takashi, constituted the highest echelons of the Konoha Intelligence Division. Known as the 3 Pillars of Intelligence, they were ninjas who had survived since the Warring States period. The Intelligence Division was established under Tobarama's suggestion during Konoha's founding, and they were responsible for delivering vital information about Nara Shikaku to Tobarama, which garnered his sudden attention towards Shikaku. However, neither Akane nor Takashi had ever met Shikaku, as their duties differed, and they seldom communicated while in Konoha. Shikaku had previously established his own Anbu intelligence division. Continue monitoring. Report to me immediately if anything arises. Although Hiruzen remained stationed in the rear, he took the situation at the borders very seriously. Should war break out, any oversight would prompt him to dispatch troops for support. Just as Hiruzen returned to his office from the intelligence division, a jonin entered, urgency evident in his demeanor. Third Hokage, it's bad. A group of Yunrin has kidnapped a member of the Hyuga clan and abducted a child from the Uchiha clan. They are preparing to leave Konoha and are nearly beyond our reach. The jonin spoke anxiously. What? Those individuals are indeed up to no good. How long have they been gone? 1 minute. There is still time. Hiruzen regretted allowing them into the village, but he had no choice at the time to avoid conflict. Now, their true intentions had finally been revealed. In an instant, Hiruzen vanished from the office, appearing outside the village, pursuing the chakra fluctuations. As he maneuvered through the dense forest, he removed his Hokage cloak, revealing the armor beneath. Earth release, subterranean voyage. Hiruzen landed and immediately burrowed into the ground, his speed surpassing that of the body flicker technique amidst the trees. Lacking the ability for long-distance teleportation, he could only utilize the body flicker technique to traverse swiftly, significantly enhancing his speed. Now, with the earth release technique, he moved even faster. Before long, Hiruzen caught up with Raikage, who was entangled with 2 shadow-level Yunrin, while the others had vanished without a trace. Third Hokage, don't mind me. I can handle this. Hurry and pursue. Raikage shouted urgently as Hiruzen adjusted his course to continue the chase. Chapter 97, the trump card on that day, as the day/pursued the fleeing Cloud Ninja. He found them already intercepted by 2 individuals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. One of them brought their thumb and index finger together, placing it momentarily to their lips before unleashing a torrent of flames. The vibrant orange flames surged towards the Cloud Ninjas. Lightning release, chakra mode. One Cloud Ninja's hair stood on end as the lightning-affiliated chakra surged forth, enveloping his body and forming a protective chakra cloak. The flames collided with them, but did not ignite. Instead, they were repelled by the electric barrier, dissipating gradually. Byakugan, activate. The other individual exhibited bulging veins around his eyes, glaring furiously at the Cloud Ninjas with his milky white gaze. 8 trigrams, empty palm. The Byakugan user raised his hand and swiftly pushed forward, unleashing a barrage of invisible attacks. marked by white palm prints directed at the Cloud Ninjas. Yet, these two were thwarted by the Cloud Ninja's lightning chakra cloak. The Day-Slash recognized this as a defensive ninjutsu developed by the Second Raikage, which not only augmented defense but also enhanced speed. He was astonished to discover that these ill-intentioned Cloud Ninjas were all proficient in such techniques. Instead of rushing in to assist, the Day-Slash chose to observe from a distance, scrutinizing the two ninjas who had intercepted the Cloud forces. These two were unfamiliar to him. Yet their identities soon became apparent amidst the fray. One, with short brown hair wielding a short blade, was a member of the Uchiha clan. The Great Fire Annihilation was a formidable fire technique crafted by the Uchiha. The other's lineage was unmistakable. The Byakugan was a powerful bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, and the 8 trigrams palm was a unique martial art style pioneered by them. The Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palm could restrain an enemy's chakra in close quarters, while the long-range empty palm possessed considerable destructive power. However, mastering the empty palm was exceedingly challenging and required a robust foundation in martial arts to unleash its full potential. This Hyuga ninja radiated a strong chakra, intensifying with every ninjutsu he executed. Are they all at the level of shadows? The Day-Slash felt a surge of confusion. He could not fathom the emergence of such shadow-level power. The intelligence department of Konoha had already compiled extensive profiles on all ninjas from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Before he could resolve his doubts, the battle between the two and several Cloud Ninjas escalated to a fever pitch. Kaleidoscope, activate. The Uchiha closed one eye, while the other began to transform, blood tears streaming down his face. The previously chaotic battlefield underwent a dramatic shift. The Cloud Ninjas suddenly stood motionless, their eyes vacant and bodies swaying slightly. They had clearly been ensnared in a genjutsu. Meanwhile, the Hyuga ninja swiftly approached the entranced foes. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. The Hyuga ninja assumed a Tai Chi stance, a pattern of chakra threads forming an 8 trigrams diagram beneath him. With each strike, his palms impacted the Cloud Ninjas, sending them flying. However, just as his palm was about to make contact with the last of the group, that individual suddenly glared defiantly. Lightning release, lightning dragon double strike. This Cloud Ninja raised his hand, and 2 colossal dragons of lightning erupted from his palm. They deflected the Hyuga's strike and continued their assault towards the Hyuga ninja. The crackling electricity shattered the ground around them, propelled by a ferocious force. At the moment of impending collision, 8 trigrams, whirlwind. The Hyuga ninja spun in place, sending the lightning dragons careening away. Susanoo. The Uchiha's attack arrived concurrently, utilizing a unique ability granted by the activation of his kaleidoscope. Susanoo possessed formidable melee capabilities, and the weapon in his grasp could unleash slashing energy. The Cloud Ninja soared into the air, executing a 180-degree turn to evade Susanoo's lethal strike. Below him, a lightning dragon emerged, lifting him skyward. To the Day-Slash's astonishment, another shadow-level ninja was present among the Cloud Ninjas. His pupils constricted. With this addition, the Cloud had dispatched 3 shadow-level warriors. Were they truly only after the eyes of the two clans? This formidable opponent, engaged against the fully powered Uchiha and Hyuga, was holding his ground. The confrontation soon reached a stalemate once more. Just as the Day-Slash prepared to intervene, a familiar figure appeared in the sky. 8 trigrams, empty palm barrage. The newcomer was none other than Hinata's branch family leader, Hinata 1, the younger brother of the main family leader, Hinata T. Ironically, their relationship, as indicated in the records, was far from harmonious. At this moment, Hinata 1 exuded chakra fluctuations that clearly indicated he was at the shadow level. The Day-Slash's astonishment continued to mount. According to the intelligence department, Hinata 1 was classified as an elite Genin, yet he now stood as a formidable shadow-level warrior. With his arrival, the balance of the battle began to tip. Alongside another Hyuga ninja and the newly awakened shadow-level Uchiha, they commenced an overwhelming assault on the shadow-level Cloud Ninja. After several minutes of intense combat, the Cloud Ninja, momentarily careless, was struck by Susanoo's weapon. The shadow-level Cloud Ninja, along with the ground beneath him, was obliterated. Dust and debris rapidly ascended, enveloping the battlefield. The Day-Slash observed the cloud of dust, realizing that Konoha indeed concealed dragons among the tigers. A figure burst forth from the haze, wielding 2 ninja blades crackling with dazzling lightning. Blood trickled from the corner of the Cloud Ninja's mouth, indicating he had sustained severe injuries. 8 trigrams, 256 palms. Just as the shadow-level Cloud Ninja prepared to unleash his most potent attack, Hinata One appeared at his side, assuming the Tai Chi starting pose. Glaring furiously at the Cloud Ninja, he swiftly unleashed his palms. The shadow-level Cloud Ninja's pupils contracted, dread surging within him. Instantly, his body was tossed about like a puppet swaying in the wind, battered by Hinata One's strikes. Blood gushed from his mouth as he struggled against the onslaught. This cannot be. Why is this happening? I will not be defeated. The shadow-level Cloud Ninja roared defiantly, but soon his voice grew fainter and weaker, his eyelids becoming heavy. With the final palm strike from Hinata One, the Cloud Ninja was sent hurtling away, crashing heavily against a massive boulder. The Uchiha activated body flicker technique, appearing beside the fallen Cloud Ninja. Dead, the Uchiha turned to Hinata One and the other Hyuga Ninja. I will report this to Lord Third. Afterward, Hinata One dashed towards the unconscious Hinata child, cradling her in his arms as he swiftly departed from the scene. The other shadow-level Hyuga followed suit. The Uchiha approached his own child, lifting her gently before making his exit. The Day/watched as everyone departed, employing the body flicker technique to return to the battlefield where Ryo was situated. By now, the two shadow-level Cloud Ninjas had vanished, leaving only the panting Ryo behind. How are things? Ryo inquired. Lord Third, I am fine. They have left. Were you able to pursue them? Yes, they have been rescued. Ryo let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 98. The Third War. The two young scions of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were rescued, thwarting a nefarious plunder orchestrated by the hidden Cloud Village. However, Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions had evidently underestimated the gravity of the situation. The Land of Lightning seized upon the pretext of a shadow-level ninja and a dozen Cloud shinobi perishing in Konoha, launching a formidable army of tens of thousands into the borders of the Land of Fire. Within merely a day, they obliterated several reconnaissance outposts established by the Fire Nation, catching it unawares. Yet, under the valiant leadership of several shadow-level Konoha ninjas, the relentless advance of the Land of Lightning was narrowly repelled. Nevertheless, the battlefield's circumstances remained dire. The number of ninjas dispatched by the Land of Lightning vastly outnumbered those in the previous two wars, rendering the Konoha defenders' task exceedingly arduous. Simultaneously, other regions of the Land of Fire faced assaults from various nations. The Land of Earth amassed an even greater number of ninja for a resurgence, launching a surprise attack under the command of the third Tsuchikage, Onoki, the third Mizukage of the Land of Water. Accompanied by the 7 ninja swordsmen and tens of thousands of mist shinobi, also initiated a fierce onslaught. Smaller nations seized this opportunity to strike as well, all with a singular aim directed at the Land of Fire. Remarkably, this war did not devolve into chaos. A rare consensus among the nations was evident. Amidst the fervent attacks on the Land of Fire, one major nation remained conspicuously aloof, the Land of Wind. Today, the Land of Wind was exponentially more powerful than in the era of the original Hokage, yet it remained silent. The hidden Cloud, Rock, and Mist villages had dispatched envoys to beseech the Land of Wind to strike the Land of Fire and thereby dilute Konoha's military strength. However, upon meeting the 4th Kazekage, Arkai, the first words he uttered were a firm refusal to deploy troops. The other 3 major nations were taken aback. Despite their fervent entreaties, the Land of Wind remained steadfast in its decision. The 3 nations had no choice but to return to their respective homelands. As the Third Great Ninja War erupted in earnest, Konoha witnessed yet another tragedy. In a desperate attempt to quell the wrath of the Land of Lightning, Sarutobi Hizashi naively believed that surrendering the perpetrator who had slain the Cloud Shinobi would suffice to placate them. He proceeded to the Hyuga estate, accompanied by his elite guards, to demand an explanation from Hyuga Niji regarding why, after incapacitating the Cloud Shinobi, they still chose to eliminate them. This inquiry nearly provoked laughter from Niji. What took the Hyuga clan by surprise was that Hyuga Hanabi chose to remain silent instead of standing with his kin. Niji's initial confusion rapidly morphed into profound anger. He could not fathom why Hanabi would not defend his family but instead opted for silence. This attitude left Niji feeling utterly disheartened. How surprising, Hanabi. I never anticipated your stance to be this way. It seems that Hizashi's assessment was indeed correct. Some of Konoha's higher-ups are truly foolish, Niji remarked, stepping back. Think carefully. Hanabi, your life alone could save numerous branch family members. At last, Hanabi spoke. Ridiculous. You must wish for my demise. For then no one would threaten your position as clan leader. Niji scoffed at Hanabi. It appears it is time for me to depart. You dare. Do you wish to lead the entire Hyuga clan to their doom? Niji retorted. This time, I truly cannot heed your counsel. The Hyuga clan should be referred to as the Hanabi clan henceforth. With that, Niji turned to leave. Hanabi glared furiously at Niji's retreating figure. Then do not blame me. With raised hands, Hanabi formed a peculiar hand sign. Caged bird, activate, he exclaimed. However, after an agonizing wait, there was no sight of Niji collapsing in pain. He stood there, unharmed. How can this be? Hanabi was taken aback. The caged bird was intended not only to prevent the Byakugan from falling into enemy hands, but also to restrain the ambitions of branch family members. Yet now, it appeared ineffective. Do not waste your effort. The caged bird no longer intimidates us branch family members, Niji declared, waving his hand. A palm of 8 trigrams surged into the sky, exploding to reveal hundreds of ninjas surrounding them. Each bore a unified insignia on their foreheads, the mark of the caged bird, binding them to the main family. Many shadow-level ninjas. Hizashi and the Konoha ninjas gasped in astonishment. From this day forth, we shall go our separate ways, Hanabi, Niji declared, preparing to depart. Niji, do you truly wish to plunge the Hyuga clan into an abyss of no return? Hanabi questioned. What happens to the Hyuga clan now seems irrelevant to me. I have heard it said, those who commit wrongful acts will perish by their own hand. Take heed, Niji replied, vanishing with hundreds of branch family ninjas in an instant. Niji, Hanabi's voice echoed in the hall. Hizashi, observing Niji's departure, was about to signal the Anbu to intercept him when he reconsidered, realizing that such a confrontation would result in mutual destruction. He glanced at the furious Hanabi. Recognizing that this visit had not been entirely fruitless, at the very least, he had thoroughly bound Hanabi's faction to Konoha. Since Hizashi assumed the role of Hokage, Hanabi's dismissive attitude towards the main family had long irked him. The Hyuga clan, much like the Uchiha clan, had never prioritized Konoha's interests, only caring for their own familial gain. This arrangement was, perhaps, for the best. The main family led by Hanabi could now contribute earnestly to Konoha, or else they would find themselves unable to stand within the ninja world, with too many eyes coveting the Hyuga clan. Hyuga clan leader, we shall take our leave, Hizashi remarked, casting a final glance at Hanabi before departing with the Anbu and Mido Minyan. Very well, third Hokage, take care, Hanabi replied. After Hizashi's departure, Hanabi seethed at his retreating form. That old fox, it is all because of you. He knew that were it not for Hizashi, he would not have had such a rift with his brother so soon. With Niji now departing with a portion of their kin, the overall strength of the Hyuga clan would undoubtedly diminish, further reducing their influence within Konoha. Sighing, Hanabi resigned himself to the situation. However, he found little joy in having lost an internal rival. Days later, the Land of Light welcomed a new group of visitors. As Niji and his entourage entered the coastal waters of the Land of Light, the Light Pavilion had already received word of their arrival. Upon learning that they were from the Hyuga clan, the news was promptly relayed to Lady Nara Hikari, the matriarch of the Hyuga family. Without delay, she set aside her affairs and, accompanied by her eldest son, went to greet Niji and his party at the outskirts of the Hidden Light village. Hikari, it has been years. You have grown more beautiful, and my nephew has matured as well, Niji remarked, struck by the maternal radiance of Hikari. Niji, your flattery remains as charming as ever, she replied. Which woman does not relish the praise of another? I am no exception, Hikari added, her smile radiant. But this time, you shall not take your leave so soon, will you? Hikari inquired, her gaze fixed on Niji. Indeed, it is wonderful to be here. Chapter 99. The gathering of the Sharingan. Nara Hikari observed the enthusiastic Hinata K. He understood the profound longing his wife, Hinata K, harbored for the Hinata clan to unite in the Land of Light, to truly experience the essence of peace under the sun. He had listened to her recount how the Hinata family had been united before the onset of the Warring States period, only to later develop the curse mark known as the caged bird. The primary purpose of the caged bird was to enable the main family to exert greater control over the branch families, while its secondary function was to restrict the abilities of the branch family's Byakugan. Consequently, it became exceedingly difficult for members of the branch family to attain the rank of shadow. Nevertheless, each successive head of the main family maintained an inexplicable confidence in the caged bird seal, showing little concern for the strength of the branch family over the years. This led to a profound transformation in the internal dynamics of the family, as harmony between the main and branch families deteriorated, resembling a master-servant relationship. The branch family was expected to serve the main family unconditionally. In the current generation, the relationship between Hinata High and Hinata So had reached a freezing point. The presence of the branch family in the Land of Light was primarily due to the relentless efforts of Hinata K. She had covertly visited Hinata High's branch family on several occasions without the knowledge of the current clan leader, Hinata South. At this moment, Hinata High was no longer bound by the caged bird, thanks to Hinata K's unwavering determination. Nara Hikari felt a sense of joy for Hinata K. Although she was initially expected to be confined by the caged bird, the Hinata family had refrained from imposing such constraints given Nara Hikari's formidable strength. This matter was one that no one in the Hinata family dared to broach. Hi, you may inquire about the opinions of others. Whether you prefer to reside with the other members of the Hinata family in the Land of Light or wish to designate a separate area for yourselves, suggested Hikari. Upon hearing his words, Hinata High turned to the other senior members of the branch family. Leader, we heed your counsel. One of the high-ranking members of the branch family spoke up. Let us reside together, Hinata K interjected. Very well, Hinata High nodded in agreement. Hikari, I shall escort them back to the Hinata clan's territory. Indeed, we shall welcome Hinata High and the others later, Hikari responded. Hinata K looked towards Hinata High. Let us go, High? Hinata High cast a grateful glance at Nara Hikari. After bidding farewell to Hikari, Hinata K led nearly 1,000 members of the Hinata clan away. Once everyone had departed, Nara Hikari rose from his seat and approached the window, retrieving a homemade telescope to admire the scenery of the Land of Light, which, in truth, consisted of a gathering of women. The women congregated there because it was the outdoor hot spring bathing center developed by the Hidden Light Village. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the office door. Nara Hikari quickly tucked away his telescope. Come in. As soon as his words fell, the office door swung open, revealing a girl clad in a gray coat, embellished with lace at the chest, accentuating her alluring form. The newcomer was none other than Samui, renowned as the Little Tsunade of the Hidden Cloud Village. She earned this moniker due to her stunning physique that rivaled that of Tsunade herself. Samui, Hikari, please take a seat. Hikari invited, taken aback by the unexpected arrival of one of the Hidden Cloud Village's most exquisite beauties. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise from the Third Raikage. Samui had once been a disciple of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, and had honed her swordsmanship under his tutelage. Before arriving in the Land of Light, she had already attained the rank of Jonin, and with Hikari's assistance, had now become a shadow-level powerhouse. Hikari, I wish to return home to bring my parents here, she expressed. Of course, Hikari recalled that a group of 10 women from the Hidden Cloud Village had been in the Land of Light for several months. Is that true? She inquired eagerly. Absolutely, he confirmed. That's wonderful. I shall go at once. Samui turned to leave, but Hikari called out to her. Wait. What is it, Hikari? She asked, turning back with a puzzled expression. I will accompany you. Huh. Let us go. The Land of Lightning is currently at war with the Land of Fire, and I am concerned for your safety. It would be best if I accompanied you. Very well. Samui expressed her gratitude with a warm gaze at Hikari. Let us depart. Hikari approached Samui, releasing the energy of the float fruit, lifting both of them into the sky as they soared towards the Land of Lightning. Samui's demeanor was cold on the outside yet warm on the inside. She appeared aloof with outsiders, but was exceedingly cordial with Hikari. Along the way, she regaled him with tales of her homeland. I have never visited the Hidden Cloud Village, Hikari mused, having traversed this world for 27 years without setting foot in it until now. After a brief flight, they entered the territory of the Land of Lightning. Hikari enveloped himself and Samui in shadow energy to evade detection by the surrounding ninjas, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. After a short while, they arrived at the Hidden Cloud Village. The relentless assault by the Land of Lightning on the Land of Fire had left the Hidden Cloud Village with scant defensive forces. The Third Raikage and many powerful ninjas were absent. Hikari expanded his sensory perception to encompass the entire Hidden Cloud Village. The village was nestled within the Cloud Thunder Gorge, a region historically inhabited by the Yazuki clan of the Land of Lightning, surrounded by towering mountains that reached the clouds. During certain seasons, the gorge would be shrouded in mist. Only one shadow-level ninja? Hikari repeated his sensory sweep several times, confirming that only one shadow-level warrior was stationed at the Hidden Cloud Village. In which direction is your home? Hikari inquired of Samui. In that direction, she replied, pointing towards a distant peak. Hikari soared towards it, and Samui was soon reunited with her family. Her parents, possessing sun-kissed skin, appeared remarkably youthful, a testament to the advantages of their complexion. Upon learning of Hikari's true identity, Samui's parents greeted him with immense warmth. Hikari sensed that they were also ninjas, albeit only chunin in rank. After enjoying a sumptuous meal of local cuisine unique to the hidden cloud village, Hikari was offered accommodations. As Samui's parents wished to tidy up before departing from the place they had called home for over 20 years, a location imbued with sentimental value. Were it not for Samui's persistent pleas, they would not have considered leaving. That night, Hikari stealthily entered Samui's room. The following morning, he exited his own quarters, only to be greeted by the system's notification. Congratulations to the host, Samui, for successfully conceiving. Reward: 1 eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Hikari's heart leapt with joy at the reward. At last, I have gathered a pair of Mangeki. After more than 20 years, you have finally arrived. Although the Mangeki might not significantly enhance Hikari's current abilities, he was eager to experiment with Susanoo, longing to combine it with the tailed beasts in the Great Buddha. After hastily preparing to leave his room, he found Samui gazing at him with tenderness. Hikari, my parents have finished packing. We can depart now. Very well, he replied, glancing at her parents. He began to gather their belongings and prepared to use the float fruit to carry them away. Just then, Hikari sensed someone approaching the vicinity. It seems I've been discovered. Someone is coming, he said, directing his gaze towards the door. Chapter 100. Konoha. 40 years later, Nara Hikari had sensed that the visitor was indeed the shadow-level ninja who remained in the hidden cloud village. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Samui's father, filled with curiosity, stepped forward and opened the door. A man with dark skin, clad in a white coat, stood outside. Lord Daiman. Recognizing the visitor, Samui's father greeted him with respect. Uncle, I sensed a powerful chakra disturbance in your home. May I come in to take a look? Daiman smiled at Samui's father. Darui recognized him as the father of his friend Samui and maintained a courteous demeanor. Samui's father glanced back at Nara Hikari, who nodded in affirmation. Please, come in, my lord. Samui's father felt a surge of anxiety. After all, the land of lightning was embroiled in war. The presence of a stranger in their home could raise suspicions. If they were deemed traitors harboring a spy, their family would be doomed. He was merely a nin. Daiman entered the room, puzzled by Samui's father's nervousness. Upon entering, he first saw Samui. Oh, Samui, weren't you sent to the land of light by the Third Raikage? Daiman inquired, bewildered. I'm here to take my parents away. Leave. Daiman was perplexed at how Samui had managed to enter the village unnoticed. Just then, he caught sight of Nara Hikari standing to one side. Daiman's pupils constricted. He was all too familiar with Hikari's visage. He had accompanied the Third Raikage when Samui and others were sent to the land of light. Hikari's face was unforgettable. Now, the strongest ninja in the ninja world. Lord Hikari. Although Daiman was also a shadow-level ninja, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Hikari had effortlessly defeated the Second Raikage over 20 years ago. Now, after 2 decades, that level of power was beyond his imagination. The mere presence of Hikari exuded an oppressive aura, causing Daiman to break into a cold sweat. Can we leave now? Of course. Daiman dared not obstruct Hikari. Hikari cast a deep glance at him before swiftly taking Samui and her parents skyward. As Daiman watched Hikari and the others depart, he let out a sigh of relief and quickly left the premises. He immediately reported Hikari's appearance in the hidden cloud village to the Third Raikage. Before long, Hikari had returned to the land of light with Samui and her parents. As they arrived above the land of light, Samui's parents beheld an incredible sight. Every corner of the land of light was bustling with life, filled with laughter and joy. Though Samui's father was merely a nin, he had traveled to many ninja nations in his youth, the land of wind, the land of earth, and the land of water. Yet none had ever bestowed upon him a sense of tranquility like this. Witnessing the state of the common people in the land of light, he felt an unprecedented sense of security. Indeed, as my daughter said, the land of light is the true haven of peace. Samui's parents, still in shock, arrived at the Nara residence. Nara welcomed Samui's parents warmly. Upon seeing that Samui had brought her parents, Hikari's other wives eagerly requested him to assist in bringing back their own relatives. Hikari readily agreed. In the following month, Hikari traveled with his wives, bringing their families back to the land of light one by one. During this period, Hikari lived a life of abundance, indulging in both family and travel. As time passed, the Third Great Ninja War had raged for 3 years. Despite the passage of time, the Land of Fire had steadfastly withstood the assaults from numerous ninja nations. Unbeknownst to many, the war had reached a stalemate. Clearly, all nations had underestimated the Hidden Leaf Village. Even without the formidable Nara Hikari, Konoha was never short of emerging talents. War served as a catalyst for ninjas to gain recognition swiftly. The Hidden Leaf Village once again witnessed the rise of powerful figures. Namake's Minato, akin to the original tale, had spent 3 years perfecting the Rasengan and soon emerged in the ninja world. After studying the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique from the Konoha Vault, his name, the Yellow Flash, spread across battlefields of various nations, quickly elevating his reputation to that of Konoha's other shadow-level ninjas, including the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Senju Tsunade. Uchiha Fugaku, a prodigy who participated in the Third Great Ninja War, gained recognition due to the Hinata clan's division. The remaining Uchiha clan in Konoha experienced a treatment unprecedented in the original narrative. Hizashi agreed to cultivate Uchiha Fugaku as an assistant to the Hokage alongside Namake's Minato. Much to the delight of the Uchiha, Fugaku did not disappoint. Having awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, he wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Yet, the Uchiha's fame did not rest solely on him. Another Uchiha, Itachi, although lacking Minato's Flying Thunder God, combined illusion techniques, shadow clones, and body flicker to carve out his own fame in the ninja world. At this time, he was not yet 8 years old, matching Fugaku's brilliance. Hyuga Hayashi and Hinata were powerful ninjas who gained fame for the Hyuga clan during the Third War. With their Byakugan and 8 trigrams techniques, their strength rivaled that of the previous generation, Hayashi and Hizashi. Of course, there were many others who rose to prominence during the Third War across various nations. Yet, the brilliance of Konoha overshadowed them all, exerting pressure on the smaller nations of the ninja world. In the original narrative, the Third Great Ninja War took place in the years 44 to 45 of Konoha. Although the war did not last long, it spanned 3 years. However, in Hikari's timeline, the war had begun 4 to 5 years earlier. Now, 3 years in, it showed no signs of abating. During the conflict, nations had evidently prepared to persist until they secured their gains. Reinforcements for the border continued to flow in. In the original story, the Fourth Great Ninja War barely managed to assemble a coalition of 100,000 ninjas. However, Hikari learned that the Land of Earth alone had gathered an astonishing 400,000 ninja troops. When Hikari received this news, he was astounded at the magnitude of his influence, realizing the ripples caused by the flutter of a butterfly's wings. While chaos reigned outside, Hikari indulged in the comforts of his home, savoring the peace. Until his father arrived. Hikari, a large influx of refugees has once again entered the Land of Light. And our lands are becoming insufficient. Nara's voice echoed from outside the door. Understood. I will be right there. Hikari responded, shaking his head as his father departed. The sound of rustling clothes filled the room. Hikari, please bring me my tank top. Chapter 101. Izumi Saratobi in the Grand Game of Nations. Some small countries that yearn for peace find themselves suffering. Not every nation possesses the ability to establish a hidden village for the protection of its sovereignty. While some smaller nations claim the title of a country, they lack ninjas, samurai, or any forces to safeguard their territory. Consequently, they resort to seeking assistance through commissions, which is the origin of various entrusted tasks among nations. The absence of defensive capabilities has rendered the civilian populace of many countries vulnerable during times of war, forcing entire families to uproot and migrate in search of safety. Ultimately, their eyes are set on the Land of Light. Due to its expanding territory, the Land of Light has now connected with the mainland. Reaching this haven no longer necessitates maritime travel. One can simply traverse the Land of Water to arrive at its borders. As a multitude of refugees flood into the Land of Light, numerous patrol teams begin to converge towards this influx. The new Lord of the Land of Light has graciously accepted Nara Hikari's counsel, welcoming all refugees with open arms. The more, the better. If space runs short, Nara Hikari continues to expand the territory. It is through his actions that the refugees entering the Land of Light witness miracles time and again, showcasing the formidable strength of Nara Hikari. The ability to manipulate a small island to soar through the skies is nothing short of divine in the eyes of the citizens of the Land of Light. For the elder generation of ninjas who once beheld Hashirama, this prowess is on par, if not superior, to that of Hashirama himself. Nara Hikari's household has recently undergone yet another expansion, as the need for space has become pressing. He now boasts hundreds of offspring, a testament to over 2 decades of diligent effort, thanks in part to his remarkable vitality. Although he may not possess the infallible prowess of certain legendary figures, his success in procreation is unparalleled. Even women such as Tsurugi Koharu, now in their 40s, still bear children, much to their chagrin. A saying rings true: a woman at 30 is as fierce as a wolf, at 40 as a tiger, and at 50 can draw the earth to her. Despite having been together for over 20 years, the many women in Nara Hikari's life remain joyous in their pursuits, reveling in the continuous festivities. In the face of Nara Hikari's extraordinary abilities, his companions find happiness. Yet, while he is rewarded for his diligence by the system, his mother, Nara Yoshimi, endures her own trials. Each morning, she awakens to the chorus of children calling out to her, "Grandma, Grandma." Her patience has been stretched thin, leading her son, Narayu, to avoid returning home unless necessary, for he must ensure that his mother is well cared for. As for Nara Hikari, aside from customary greetings, he dares not linger in the presence of Nara Yoshimi. Now, she has consumed a devil fruit and, with the assistance of Tsurugi Koharu's surgical fruit, shows no signs of aging. Nara Hikari suspects that his mother has acquired an unconventional form of longevity, no longer subject to the slow decline of bodily functions that comes with age. Approaching 60, Nara Yoshimi's appearance rivals that of a woman in her 30s. Nara Hikari is untroubled by the thought of spending less time with his parents. Narayu shares a similar fate, steadily advancing his mastery of the sound wave fruit, nearing the brink of awakening its true potential. With the strength of the Land of Light, it would be effortless for Nara Hikari to unify the ninja world should he so desire. However, he harbors no intentions of doing so at present. As he sits in contemplation, his wife enters the room. Hearing the footsteps, Nara Hikari turns to see Izumi Saratobi, one of the 10 exquisite women selected from the Land of Lightning, who shares the same ideals as the Third Raikage. Though she does not appear in the original narrative, Nara Hikari is unsure whether the Third Raikage acted with intent or by chance in sending these women to the Land of Light, all of whom rival Tsunade in beauty, some even surpassing her. Izumi Saratobi greets him with a sweet smile that melts Nara Hikari's heart. Now a mother of 3, she settles onto the sofa as he gently places the food box she carries onto the table. "You needn't bring meals every day when you could focus on your own well-being," he remarks, bewildered. "But I enjoy it," she replies with a smile. As she opens the box, several exquisite dishes are revealed, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Nara Hikari, unable to resist, picks up his chopsticks and begins to eat. While Izumi watches him with tenderness, Nara Hikari treats all the women in his life equally, as well as their families, without exception. Even the women from the Hidden Cloud Village, whose parents once participated in the First Ninja World War against him, are treated with the same respect. Izumi Saratobi's father was among those who once attacked Nara Hikari, leading to initial hesitation when he was invited to the Land of Light. However, upon witnessing Nara Hikari's sincerity, he felt at ease to accompany him. The guards stationed in the Hidden Cloud Village dare not utter a word as they watch Nara Hikari visit the village time and again. The Third Raikage even dispatched a shadow-level ninja to monitor the situation, yet they remain powerless to prevent Nara Hikari from moving freely as if it were his own home. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch, Nara Hikari takes Izumi Saratobi for a stroll through the streets of the Hidden Light Village. "I've heard from Tachibana that the number of envoys arriving in the Land of Light is increasing, seemingly to establish diplomatic relations," he muses. "Indeed. As long as the proper tribute is offered, protection from the Land of Light can be secured, though not everyone can afford such tribute. What if both the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire send envoys simultaneously? The Third Raikage sent you here with the intention of keeping me out of this conflict, and I had no plans to assist anyone," he continues. Izumi falls silent, her thoughts heavy. "What troubles you?" he inquires. "I merely hope for the swift conclusion of the war. In due time, they will tire of fighting," he reassures her. "Let us hope for that." With that, the topic dissipates, as Izumi chooses to silently support him. The two wander until the sun sets before returning home, only to be greeted by Tsunade's arrival. "Tsunade, I need to accompany Uzumaki Fusa to the Land of Grass," she announces. "The Land of Grass? Have you discovered members of the Uzumaki clan there? Do you require my assistance?" Nara Hikari asks. "No, it's not necessary," she replies. "Then do take care." "Understood." As soon as Tsunade departs, Nara Hikari stealthily follows her. Chapter 102. The vortex loving Nara Hikaru soared through the air, enveloped in shadowy energy as she trailed behind Tsunade and Uzumaki Fusang, arriving in the Land of Grass. "Tsunade, are you truly certain that a member of the Uzumaki clan has been discovered here?" "Yes, There have been sightings of a red-haired female ninja. Red-haired? Uzumaki Fusang felt a twinge of confusion. Is it not a bit presumptuous to conclude that merely based on hair color? If they are not from the Uzumaki clan, then our journey here would have been in vain. I have heard from Hikaru that red hair is a distinctive trait of the Uzumaki clan, which is why it is deduced that there may be remnants of our kin here, Tsunade explained. Uzumaki Fusang found herself somewhat speechless at Tsunade's assertion. Is it really that arbitrary to judge by hair? She lowered her gaze and examined a strand of her own hair. In that moment, she recalled that all Uzumaki clan members she could remember indeed had crimson locks. Let us investigate further. Those who have undertaken this mission have reported that the situation of these red-haired ninjas is dire. With that, Tsunade swiftly advanced towards the hidden village. Fusang, still puzzled, followed closely behind. Concealed in the shadows, Nara Hikaru, having overheard Tsunade's words, recalled that Uzumaki Karen had resided in the land of grass before being discovered by Orochimaru. Moreover, Tsunade's mention of their precarious situation reinforced her suspicions, compelling her to follow. Throughout their journey, Hikaru sensed several groups of individuals had already detected the presence of Tsunade and Fusang. Yet, they maintained a certain distance, merely trailing behind without confronting the two women directly. Hikaru approached these ninjas for a closer look. Their headbands revealed they were not from the hidden grass village. Suddenly, Hikaru understood why these individuals had not approached Tsunade and Uzumaki Fusang. They were utilizing the two to locate the hidden grass village. Thus, she followed them to the outskirts of a village. From the markings on the houses, it was unmistakably the hidden grass village. Let us proceed inside, Tsunade said, unleashing the powers of the mochi fruit to envelop both of their feet. They stealthily crept along the rooftops into the village. The mochi-like substance muffled their footsteps completely, and the cover of night further concealed their presence. As they surveyed their surroundings, they soon discovered a spacious room housing a dozen or so red-haired women. Tsunade ambushed two guards from the hidden grass, and, after rendering them unconscious, Uzumaki Fusang employed a sealing technique to bind their senses. Approaching the cage that held the women, Tsunade was startled as one was about to scream. Acting quickly, she sealed the woman's mouth with a mochi ball, fearing they would alert other grass ninjas. Tsunade swiftly silenced all the women. Enough. Do not cry out. We are not from the hidden grass village, Tsunade explained. Upon seeing that the intruders were women and claimed not to belong to the village, the women's initial fear began to subside, although they remained wary, retreating to the corners of the cage for safety. Uzumaki Fusang observed the visible wounds on the women, some freshly scabbed, while others bore scars shaped like teeth. Understanding dawned upon her. The women of the Uzumaki clan possessed a unique ability. If an injured individual inhaled the awakened chakra of an Uzumaki woman, their wounds could be healed. Fusang felt a surge of anger. Tsunade, release their mouths, she urged. Tsunade complied, and the mochi balls fell to the ground. They entered the cage to face the women. Speak quietly. I will ask questions, and you shall answer, Tsunade instructed. The women, having endured inhumane torment, were frightened but subdued, refraining from outbursts. Are you of the Uzumaki clan? Fusang inquired. The women hesitated, exchanging glances of confusion, reluctant to respond quickly for fear of falling into another abyss of despair. Do not be afraid. My name is Uzumaki Fusang, and I too am of the Uzumaki clan. To alleviate their apprehension, Fusang introduced herself first. Upon hearing the name Uzumaki, tears welled in the women's eyes. I am Uzumaki Aiying. I am Uzumaki Xin. One by one, the women introduced themselves, their tears flowing freely. How did you end up here? Fusang asked, her curiosity piqued. Uzumaki Aiying began to recount their tale. After the death of Hashirama, the land of the vortex was invaded by other nations. Some sought refuge in Konoha under Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mido, while others became separated from their kin during their flight. They scattered far and wide. We are among those Uzumaki who found themselves in the land of grass. After all the men were slain, we were captured by the hidden grass village and became their bloodbags. Over the years, far too many Uzumaki women have perished. We are the last remaining. However, they were already battered and bruised. Consume these mochi balls, and then we shall leave this place, Tsunade urged. The women, starving and eager, reached for the mochi on the ground. Those are no longer needed. I shall provide you with fresh ones, Tsunade quickly interjected, offering them newly prepared mochi. The women accepted, devouring them hungrily. Before long, a mochi ball the size of a man's fist was consumed. Tsunade produced a water flask and handed it over. Uzumaki Aiying took a sip before passing it to the others. They quickly drained the flask and returned it to Tsunade. Thank you. Let us depart. Stay close. Tsunade instructed as she led the way outside. You go ahead, Fusang said to the women before approaching the two unconscious grass ninjas. Drawing a kunai, she struck at their throats, ensuring they would not follow, then proceeded outside. However, upon stepping into the open air, they were met with flames lighting up the night sky. Tsunade and Uzumaki Fusang exchanged puzzled glances. Tsunade leaped onto the rooftop to survey the chaos below. Observing two factions clashing, one bearing the insignia of the hidden grass village, and the other displaying an unknown emblem. Even Tsunade, with her extensive experience, could not discern the origins of these ninjas. The land of sheep, the hidden sheep village. Just as Tsunade prepared to return to the ground, Nara Hikaru's voice echoed in her ear, startling her. Turning swiftly to strike, she relaxed upon realizing it was Hikaru. You scared me. Why did you follow us? Were you not told to stay behind? I could not bear to leave you. What are the ninjas from the hidden sheep village doing here? Tsunade resumed her gaze towards the battlefield. I do not know. Chapter 103, Annihilation of the Village. As Nara Hikari appeared beside Tsunade, gazing into the distance at the battlefield. A striking figure swiftly streaked past him, hurtling towards the distant conflict. It was Uzumaki Fuseo, consumed by rage. Nara Hikari could sense the uncontrollable fury simmering within her delicate frame. The devil fruit consumed by Uzumaki Fuseo was of the Paramecia type. The gravity fruit, an ability she had selected herself, as it granted her the power of flight, the very capability she yearned for the most. Under Nara Hikari's guidance, Uzumaki Fuseo had developed numerous formidable abilities, with flight being merely one among them. Gravity, meteor strikes. These powers surged within her as she approached the foreign ninjas. With a roar of fury, a massive shadow descended through the clouds, looming over the land of grass. All battling ninjas looked skyward in astonishment. What is that? A sphere? A meteor? Ignorance was bliss until they beheld it, their hearts racing with terror. Yet, as they contemplated fleeing, Uzumaki Fuseo pointed a fist towards them. Regardless of whether they were grass ninjas or sheep ninjas, an immense force suddenly pressed down upon their backs, as if an invisible power had anchored them to the ground. Why can't we move? Gravity bound them in place, rendering them immobile, while searing pain coursed through their bodies. With great effort, the ninjas raised their eyes, helplessly watching the meteor plummet from the heavens. Cold sweat drenched their garments. No, please. Many ninjas cried out in despair, but their voices dissipated almost instantly under the weight of gravity. Boom. They gazed wide-eyed, filled with dread, as the meteor struck overhead, yet they could not react. Boom. The meteor collided with the ground, followed by a deafening roar that erupted, accompanied by a violent shockwave that rapidly spread outward. Even those who were not directly struck by the meteor would be flung aside by the force of the blast. Weaker individuals would find themselves pierced by debris, becoming lifeless corpses before they even hit the ground. Only those with a modicum of strength could hope to survive amidst the chaos. As the shockwave gradually receded, only ninjas of J-nin rank and above remained standing among the grass and sheep ninjas, all bearing injuries. The lower-ranked ninjas, situated further from the meteor's impact, still had their bodies intact, while those unfortunate enough to be directly beneath it. Chapter 104. Wu-Wei, the fury of the female whirlpool is indeed terrifying. Yet, the shadows of the six realms appear as fragile as paper before the whirlpool of Fusang. Despite their remarkable ninjutsu and secret techniques within their respective domains, the 5 shadow-level ninjas found their powers utterly suppressed under the overwhelming gravity of the fruit. One by one, they fell to the hands of Fusang. Nara Hikari shuddered at the sight of their grim fate. As he reminisced about his past encounters with Fusang, he realized this was the first time he had witnessed his wife in such a state of rage. Once Fusang reverted from her 6-realm mode to her original self, she returned to Nara Hikari's side. Have you calmed down? He inquired gently, patting her hand before surveying their surroundings. The entire grass-hidden village had been claimed by a meteorite, leaving behind only a vast crater where the village once stood. Not a single ninja from either the grass-hidden village or the sheep-hidden village had survived. All had become mere vessels for Fusang's wrath. Let us depart from this place, Hikari suggested. Very well, Fusang replied. Hikari, Tsunade, and Fusang approached a group of whirlpool women, preparing to lead them away, when they suddenly sensed a surge of chakra approaching. More are coming, Hikari remarked, glancing into the distance. Tsunade and Fusang followed his gaze, and sure enough, as his words fell, a group of ninjas adorned with the grass-hidden village headbands entered their line of sight. As these ninjas neared the village, their expressions shifted to sheer bewilderment. What has transpired here? The first ninja questioned, confusion etched across his face. One by one, more ninjas appeared atop the meteorite fragments. A collective gasp escaped their lips upon seeing the scattered corpses. The Kazekage is dead, someone cried out. All the ninjas converged, and there, they beheld the headless figure of the Kazekage from the grass-hidden village. While they pondered the events that had unfolded, a few sensed the presence of Hikari and his companions. There are people over there, one shouted. In an instant, they surrounded Hikari and his group. Just as Fusang prepared to strike again, Hikari raised a hand to halt her. Wait, he whispered. His reluctance stemmed not from compassion but from recognizing a familiar figure among the crowd, the warden Wu Wei. Still youthful and not yet a core figure in the land of grass. Hikari sensed the presence of 4 shadow-level ninjas among them, including Wu Wei. He marveled at how the land of grass had produced such a number of shadow-level warriors over the past 2 decades. The atmosphere grew tense. Yet neither side rushed to action. As Hikari scrutinized them, the grass ninjas examined Hikari, Tsunade, and Fusang while casting glances at the bloodied remnants of their fallen comrades. It was evident that their revered Kazekage had met his demise at the hands of these 3. May I inquire as to who you are? Why did you slay our Kazekage? The foremost shadow-level grass ninja spoke up. Must I inform you of whom I choose to slay? Hikari replied. That is not what I meant, the newcomer stammered. I am Nara Hikari. Ah? The inquirer gasped in recognition. It is Lord Hikari. My name is Takeuchi Ran. The middle-aged man sighed inwardly, relieved he had refrained from attacking, for had he done so, they might all have perished. Hikari's fearsome reputation was well known. Others inhaled sharply upon hearing his name, even though they had never laid eyes on him. A new legend had spread through the ninja world, recounting the slayer of Kage from various nations, with countless shadows falling at his hands. I have heard there exists a place in the land of grass, known as the Ghost Lamp City? Hikari inquired. Ah, yes, such a place does exist, Takeuchi Ran replied, momentarily taken aback. Let me there. Of course, Lord Hikari, but please allow us to deal with the bodies first, he added, casting a glance at the scattered remains. Noticing Hikari's lack of objection, he instructed his men to gather the corpses. Yes, a shadow-level grass ninja stepped forward, rallying a group to collect the fallen. The bodies of the sheep-hidden village ninjas were likewise gathered. Soon, a fire was set to incinerate the remnants. The grass ninjas stifled their grief, fearful of incurring Hikari's wrath. Once the bodies were reduced to ashes, they collected a portion of the remains and set forth towards Ghost Lamp City. Takeuchi Dano, we began another, but was swiftly silenced by a senior ninja beside him, gripping the hilt of his sword. The latter's discontent was palpable. Yet Takeuchi quickly intervened to quell any unrest. Hikari observed their dynamics, noting Takeuchi's restraint. He had anticipated an immediate onslaught of vengeance. Yet the grass ninjas chose to exercise restraint. This prompted Hikari to regard Takeuchi with renewed interest. Thus, under Takeuchi's guidance, Hikari and his companions arrived at Ghost Lamp City. Ghost Lamp City served as a peculiar prison, housing the forsaken ninjas from various countries, as well as the most heinous criminals. The reason these individuals were not executed was due to a pact among nations. The Bliss Box required a multitude of living sacrifices to maintain its stability. Even the formidable Hashirama Senju had once attempted to destroy it, only to find himself unable to do so, relegated to slaying the creatures that emerged from it. The origins of this box were shrouded in mystery. During the first 5 Kage Summit, the task of guarding the Bliss Box was entrusted to the Land of Grass. Should a creature escape, the consequences would inevitably fall upon the Land of Grass. Such was the plight of the weaker nations. While Hashirama was alive, he would provide assistance. After his passing, the burden rested solely on the Land of Grass. Consequently, the Land of Grass splintered into 2 factions. One faction, the Grasshawk faction, resided within Grass Hidden Village, advocating for war and aspiring to use the Bliss Box to dominate the world. They were thwarted by the Grass Duff faction, who dwelled in Ghost Lamp City. Takeuchi Ran was a member of this Duff faction. Their presence in Grass Hidden Village had been prompted by a plea from the Kazekage to thwart the Sheep Country's nefarious plot to seize the Bliss Box. However, with the Kazekage's demise, Takeuchi endeavored to avoid provoking Hikari's wrath. I have heard that Ghost Lamp City houses something called the Bliss Box. Take me to see it. Hikari commanded. Lord Hikari, is that request not somewhat excessive? A shadow-level grass ninja could no longer contain himself. Are you addressing me? Hikari's expression darkened. Lord Hikari, I respect you as a senior, but that does not imply I fear you, the shadow-level ninja retorted, disregarding Teuchi's attempts to intervene. You are quite amusing, Hikari remarked with a scoff directed at the shadow-level ninja. It has been many years since anyone has dared to speak to him in such a manner. Chapter 105. The Box of Ultimate Bliss. Nara Hikaru retrieved a kunai from the system. Lord Hikaru, please do not be angry. He is not in his right mind. So do not hold it against him. Takemura Arashur hastily restrained his eager companion. Matsumoto Fujin, be quiet and step aside. Takemura glared at him. Meanwhile, Muei stepped forward, pulling Matsumoto away. Nara Hikaru had already harbored murderous intent. Lead the way. His patience had waned. Takemura sensed Hikaru's unsettling demeanor and, in a bid for survival, complied. Soon, a massive square object came into view. Nara Hikaru scrutinized the box. How does one open this? Takemura was momentarily taken aback by Hikaru's inquiry. Lord Hikaru, did you just say you wished to open it? He believed he had misheard. He was acutely aware that once opened, it would be nearly impossible to close again, as it would absorb all life in the vicinity. To seal it, one would have to vanquish the formidable creatures released from the Box of Ultimate Bliss, monsters of immense power, their dark chakra rivaling even the Nine Tails, and their strength comparable to that of tailed beasts. Nara Hikaru turned to him. Is there a problem? Lord Hikaru, if this is opened, many will perish. Given our current strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to close it again. If we cannot defeat the monsters it unleashes, this world could be in grave danger. Open it. Lord Hikaru, please. Takemura's breath hitched, his senses brushing against Hikaru's frigid killing intent. Yet he remained still. Should this box open, all present would be doomed. As he hesitated, he suddenly felt his body lighten and was lifted into the air, following Nara Hikaru above the Box of Ultimate Bliss. Hikaru knew that only the warden, the prison chief, possessed the means to unlock it, and only he could make wishes. Open it. I say this for the last time. Lord Hikaru, he had entirely lost his patience. He had no desire to casually employ the powers of the Mangeki Sharingan, which could only be used once every 2 years. Mangeki, activate. Takemura was momentarily stunned upon hearing Hikaru's command, only to witness a shocking sight. Hikaru's right pupil rapidly transformed into a crimson flower pattern, and an overwhelming energy surged into his mind. Moments later, Master, open it. Yes. Takemura swiftly approached the Box of Ultimate Bliss, extending his hands toward it. Let the Box of Ultimate Bliss open. He quickly formed a special hand seal, then raised his hands again toward the box. A violet light radiated from around the box, and beams of purple energy shot from its 4 faces. Above, a similar beam pierced the sky, breaking through the gathering storm clouds, creating a shaft of light that illuminated the Box of Ultimate Bliss. All inmates in the city of Ghost Lantern turned their gazes toward this phenomenon, filled with an unsettling sensation. Takemura looked at Nara Hikaru. Master, what wish do you desire? Hikaru fell into contemplation. What wish should he make? He was uncertain if the success rate of wishes here could rival that of the Dragon Balls. Let all my wives and loved ones regain their youthful state. Takemura was taken aback by Hikaru's choice of wish. To restore all of Hikaru's wives and relatives to their youthful forms. Tsunade and Uzumaki Fuseo, standing nearby, were surprised by Hikaru's wish, feeling a tinge of sweetness in their hearts. However, after Takemura spoke, the Box of Ultimate Bliss remained unresponsive. Damn, I told you this thing was unreliable. Hikaru pondered again. Let all women fall in love with me. He declared another wish to Takemura. Tsunade's fists clenched, her teeth grinding audibly upon hearing Hikaru's words. Hikaru sensed her murderous intent and glanced at her and Uzumaki Fuseo, then urged Takemura to speak quickly. Unfortunately, the Box of Ultimate Bliss still showed no reaction. Hikaru found himself at a loss for what to wish for. Revive Uzumaki Mido? He settled for a wish of similar magnitude to those in the original narrative. This time, upon Takemura's utterance, the Box of Ultimate Bliss finally responded. One of its faces opened wide, emitting a beam of violet energy. Subsequently, a figure slowly emerged from within. As it appeared, Tsunade soared to catch the figure. Tsunade paused, gazing at the figure's face, before tears streamed down her cheeks. For cradled in her arms was the youthful form of Uzumaki Mido. Uzumaki Fuseo, standing beside her, was also moved to tears. Tsunade cast a grateful glance at Nara Hikaru, who smiled and nodded in return. Aunt Mido. Uzumaki Mido opened her eyes, initially bewildered by her surroundings. Is that little Tsunade? Where am I? She recognized Tsunade. But the environment was utterly foreign to her. Ever since the Nine Tails had been sealed within her, she had not stepped out of Konoha. Now, finding herself in an unfamiliar place left her perplexed. Aunt Mito, it is wonderful to have you back. Tsunade cried even harder. Just as Tsunade, Uzumaki Fuseo, and Uzumaki Mito exchanged heartfelt words, a furious roar erupted from within the box of ultimate bliss. The previously agape mouth swiftly closed. Nara Hikaru had braced himself for battle, but the anticipated monsters did not emerge. Instead, the box of ultimate bliss simply sealed itself. Since Aunt Mito has been revived, we can depart now, Nara Hikaru reminded Tsunade and the others. Indeed, let us return to the Land of Light. The Land of Light. Uzumaki Mito pondered. Is there such a nation? The Land of Light was a realm established by Nara Hikaru. Oh, is that so? Uzumaki Mito had suspected as much, but had not lived to see its founding. Now, hearing of Hikaru's nation, she was unsure whether to congratulate him or... Never mind. As Nara Hikaru prepared to retract the box of ultimate bliss, countless ninjas suddenly surged from all directions. Again with them, Tsunade recognized their identities. They bore the headbands of the Hidden Sheep Village. Nara Hikaru drew forth 20 kunai, hurling them into the fray. Chapter 106. The City of Ghost Lanterns. The Bliss Box belongs to our Yangin village. Haha. A tall and robust man laughed maniacally upon seeing the Bliss Box. He then turned his gaze to the crowd. This man was the shadow of Yangin village and the Nation of Sheep. Eliminate them all. But spare the women of the Whirlpool clan. They are quite valuable. With that, thousands of Yangin ninjas surged forth. Some charged towards Nara Hikari and his companions, while others rushed to confront the prisoners confined within Ghost Lantern City. As the young ninjas stormed into the city, they unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu and weapons. The prisoners, sealed of their chakra by the fire prison technique, were utterly incapable of resistance. In an instant, numerous prisoners fell to the blades of the young ninjas. Though the prisoners could not use chakra, many were skilled in taijutsu, and they recklessly charged at the young ninjas. Before their confinement in Ghost Lantern City, they were ruthless killers from various lands, and they had not neglected their physical training even while imprisoned. Once the initial chaos settled, some prisoners managed to take down a few young ninjas and seize their weapons. A tumultuous melee erupted throughout the prison of Ghost Lantern City. However, the inability to harness chakra ultimately worked against the prisoners. Realizing this, the young ninjas began employing a kite strategy. The prisoners found themselves at a loss, and casualties continued to mount. Yet, this did not instill fear in them. They were determined not to succumb without a fight, howling as they charged towards the young ninjas. Meanwhile, the segment of young ninjas confronting Nara Hikari encountered an entirely different situation. Their first challenge was not Nara Hikari himself, but rather his 20 kunai. Upon hitting the ground, the kunai transformed into humanoid forms and surged towards the young ninjas. Among the 20 shadow-level humanoid kunai, 5 were intercepted by shadow-level young ninjas, while the others plunged into the ranks of the young ninjas. A cacophony of abilities erupted in the air, overwhelming the young ninjas. Do not scatter, stay together. The young shadow, who had just been laughing wildly, now appeared utterly stunned. He had never witnessed such tactics before. A legend surfaced in his mind. Impossible. How could he be here? Absolutely impossible. Shaking his head, the young shadow repelled the ninjutsu before him and dashed towards the bliss box. A small bag appearing in his hand. Nara Hikari was perplexed by the young shadow's actions. How could such a small bag possibly contain the massive bliss box? His confusion was soon dispelled as the bag rapidly expanded in midair, creating a powerful suction that drew the bliss box towards its opening. This scene reminded Nara Hikari of the 6 paths ninjutsu wielded by the golden and silver horns. The image of the red gourd absorbing objects was almost identical. With the bliss box secured in the bag, the young shadow felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. However, just as he was about to make his swift exit, he was struck by an immense force from behind. His body was sent flying away, and the bag slipped from his grasp. Boom! The young shadow crashed into a wall, which crumbled and buried him beneath the debris. With a thunderous noise, he emerged from the rubble, furious at the ambush. So, you dare to attack me? Very well. He invoked the secret technique, sheep transformation. His body began to morph, and a colossal sheep materialized in his stead. This unique secret technique of Yangin village bore some resemblance to the spiritual beast enhancement of the Yuani clan, yet it lacked the comprehensive nature of their methods. The massive sheep lowered its head, brandishing its formidable horns, and charged at the ambusher, Yuzua Fuseo. seeing the enormous sheep barreling towards her. Yuzua Fuseo did not enter Six Paths mode, but instead took a step back and raised her fist to strike the sheep's head. Boom. The Yang Shadow was once again sent crashing into the wall. Soon, he staggered out. Acknowledging that the animal form had indeed increased his defensive capabilities compared to the previous battles. Once more, the Yang Shadow charged at Yuzua Fuseo. No matter how many times he was knocked back, he always managed to rise and continue his assault. Nara Hikari marveled at the resilience of his physical defense. The battle raged on as Nara Hikari approached the bag, examining it closely before grasping it tightly. He discovered that this bag could not be stored in the system's inventory space. A thunderous crash echoed from one side as the tallest structure in Ghost Lantern City was shattered by a ninjutsu. Debris and corpses rained down, transforming the city into a desolate battlefield. Numerous buildings lay in ruins, and the once proud Ghost Lantern City had been reduced to a wasteland. The number of young ninjas attacking Nara Hikari dwindled rapidly under the might of the 5 Kanai and the formidable powers of Tsunade and Yuzua Fuseo. In no time, over half had perished. The Yang Shadow, fighting against Yuzua Fuseo, grew increasingly alarmed. As he was once again hurled into the rubble, he caught a glimpse of the prisoners. The sight chilled him to the bone. The young ninjas were suffering severe casualties. For masked ninjas and one with slick-back hair were wreaking havoc among the young ninjas. The Yang Shadow found himself filled with regret. He had been too eager to seize the bliss box, resulting in the loss of so many forces he had prepared for years. Even if he managed to retreat safely, the strength of the young ninjas would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Just as the Yang Shadow contemplated how to escape, he felt an immense force strike his abdomen. Puff! Blood erupted from his mouth as he stared in disbelief at his own wound. He had absolute confidence in his defensive prowess. Yet he had not anticipated that the defense provided by his sheep transformation technique could be breached. But when he lifted his gaze, a scene of utter shock unfolded before him. The woman stood before him, exuding an aura of power he had never witnessed before, surrounded by ominous black spheres that instilled terror. Impossible. My defenses were breached? Despite the shock, the Yang Shadow struggled to comprehend the situation. He felt a warm trickle of blood at the back of his throat and coughed it out. Why has your power increased? With great difficulty, he opened his eyes. Noticing his blood-soaked chest, Yuzua Fuseo did not waste words with him. She acknowledged that his defenses were indeed formidable, capable of withstanding her usual strength. With a swift motion, she raised her knee and charged forward, delivering a crushing blow to the Yang Shadow's chest. He felt as though he had been crushed beneath a boulder, his ribs shattering under the impact. He pointed a trembling finger at Yuzua Fuseo, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yet no sound. ES Chapter 107. Longlan, Request for Book Reviews. Just as Nara Mitsuki believed that the invasion of Yangin Village might conclude with its failure, an unexpected twist unfolded. The quartet from Ghost Lantern City, previously positioned within the criminal zone, swiftly moved to the area where the Box of Bliss was originally placed. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention had shifted, they formed a circle, pressing their hands into the formation etched into the ground. Spirit Summoning Technique, Box of Bliss. They shouted in unison. Mitsuki, who had ascended to the rooftop to observe, was momentarily taken aback by their actions and glanced down at the bag in his hand. ISNT the Box of Bliss with me? What are they summoning? Confusion clouded his mind. Then, he was struck dumb as a beam of purple light burst forth from the formation, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. A box slowly ascended from where the formation had been. What the hell? Are there 2 boxes of bliss? He thought, shaking the bag in his hand, which indeed felt lighter. One of the 4 from Ghost Lantern City removed his mask, revealing a girl's face. Mitsuki did not recognize her, but Takun Aaron, who stood nearby, immediately identified the girl. Master, that is the daughter of the former warden, Longlan. Longlan. Mitsuki pondered for a moment. She was a character absent from the original narrative. He was aware of Longjia, who had once assisted Naruto in thwarting the schemes of the Land of Grass and had used the bloodline limit, Dragon Rebirth, to resurrect the deceased Naruto, though she had ultimately perished from her injuries. Mitsuki wondered if there was a connection between them. Meanwhile, Longlan had approached the Box of Bliss, mimicking the gestures that Aaron had previously employed to activate it. After forming a hand seal, she pointed her hand towards the Box of Bliss. Box of Bliss, please resurrect my father, Longban. A surge of purple light erupted from the box, resembling the scene when Uzumaki Mito was revived. Mitsuki observed Longlan's actions. Puzzled, wasn't it only the gatekeepers who could activate it? Just then, A beam of purple light descended upon the box, and a figure gradually emerged from a mask on the box of bliss. However, the visage that materialized was not the smiling face of Uzumaki Mido, but one filled with rage. As the purple light dissipated, a youth landed on the ground, though his condition was far from normal. His eyes were crimson, and he threw his head back, laughing maniacally. Haha, I'm finally free. Father, you have returned. Longlon joyfully approached the youth, but instead of a heartwarming reunion, she was met with a monstrous claw imbued with chakra. Ah, father, you. Longlon gazed at the youth in disbelief, unable to grasp why her father would attempt to kill her, wondering if he failed to recognize her. At that moment, her thoughts were interrupted as she felt her eyelids grow heavy, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud. Her eyes remained wide open, unblinking. The other three from the quartet quickly retreated, but it was too late. The youth's hands elongated rapidly, piercing through the bodies of the three. Despite their initial shadow-level strength, they could not withstand the sudden assault. Their lifeless forms quickly transformed into desiccated corpses before Mitsuki's eyes. Haha, splendid. Mitsuki observed the seemingly deranged youth. The boy appeared to sense something. His gaze swift. Chapter 108. Acquisition. A monstrous entity emerged in the skies, a creature imprisoned within the Elysium box, known as Wu. This creature is fundamentally indestructible, existing long before the descent of the Sage of Six Paths. Unable to be vanquished, it was ultimately sealed away by powerful beings, with the seal itself named the Elysium box. Some claim that the Sage of Six Paths created this box, but Nara Hikaru holds a different perspective. During the Warring States period, someone had unleashed such a creature, resulting in extensive devastation in the world of shinobi. Once vanquished, these monsters would automatically return to their confinement, awaiting the next opportunity to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. The allure of wishes entices many in this world, oblivious to the fact that it is a grand deception. As Nara Hikaru has experienced, the Elysium box cannot fulfill desires of excessive magnitude. Ultimately, the box is mostly used by individuals to resurrect deceased loved ones. However, resurrection carries its own odds, akin to a gamble. If a loved one emerges from the smiling visage, it signifies success. If they emerge from another face, it remains uncertain whether it is indeed the intended individual. Long Lon was among the unfortunate, as her father, Long Ban, emerged possessed by the monster. Although Long Ban was slain by Nara Hikaru, the Elysium box remained unsealed. Yet, despite the creature's might, it faced the formidable Tsunade, empowered by the strength of the Sage of Six Paths, wielding the Do of Enlightenment. The number of projectiles increased significantly. Additionally, the Do, augmented by the Sage's power, remained overwhelmingly potent in any form. Hundreds of Wu, each possessing strength rivaling that of a Kage, plummeted from the sky like dumplings. Their hardened feathers proved utterly ineffective against the blades forged from Do. Even the smallest sphere could not withstand the assault, as they were instantaneously pierced. Some Wu, sensing impending doom, attempted to escape amidst the chaos but were abruptly intercepted by the Do enveloping the sky. Mirrored Do 100 heroes. Tsunade amplified the release of her fruit energy. Soft, billowing Do rose from the ground, converging towards the heavens, completely enveloping the entirety of Ghost Lantern City. Wu unleashed energy spheres akin to tailed beast balls from their gaping maws. The sky-shrouding Do trembled incessantly. Yet, regardless of how fiercely Wu bombarded, these creatures remained unable to find an escape route. Numerous Wu were struck by the Do-derived fists, crashing heavily back to the ground. The cacophony of impact echoed as Wu made contact with the earth. Some of the Wu that had not been knocked down, realizing their inability to flee, redirected their charge towards Tsunade. A torrential onslaught of black feathers surged toward her. Tsunade raised her right hand, transforming the Do into a formidable shield, successfully blocking the entirety of the feather barrage. Subsequently, her right hand morphed into an expanding mass of Do, reaching the size of a 3-story building. With the power of the Sage augmenting her colossal fist, Tsunade swung her immense fist towards the airborne Wu, sending many of them hurtling away. Her feet transformed into resilient Do, propelling her skyward like a spring. In midair, Tsunade's forehead bore the 100 Heroes mark, enveloping her body. Sage Art, Do 100 Heroes Technique. The mark on her body radiated a dark luminescence, rendering her form into Do. Utilizing the adhesive and malleable properties of the Do in the air, she transformed into various shapes. At this moment, Tsunade had acquired the ability to soar. Each punch she unleashed could obliterate a Wu into a pulp, converting them back into energy to return to the Elysium box. Under the relentless assault from Tsunade, and Uzumaki Fuseo, the sky-dwelling Wu were swiftly dispatched back to the Elysium box. In the original storyline, it required Naruto to enter Sage mode to defeat a single Wu, ultimately aided by Zetsu and Mi. Clearly, the strength of these monsters had reached a level surpassing that of the Kage. Yet, the hundreds of Wu Nara Hikaru witnessed were effortlessly eradicated by the combined might of Tsunade and Uzumaki Fuseo. Even Takeuchi Erasure, marked by the Mangeky's imprint of submission, gazed in astonishment at Tsunade and Uzumaki Fuseo. Impressive, Takeuchi Erasure mused, realizing that just Uzumaki Fuseo alone could eliminate all the Konoha and Awagakure shinobi present. Once the last Wu was returned to the Elysium box, Tsunade and Uzumaki Fuseo approached Nara Hikaru. "Are you injured?" "No, just a bit drained." "That is good. Please rest for a moment. The next phase is mine." "Understood." Tsunade and Uzumaki Fuseo settled onto the ground to recuperate. Nara Hikaru stepped towards the Elysium box once more. It seemed he would need to employ another Mangeky. Nara Hikaru closed his right eye and opened his left. Mangeky, activate. The distinct sound of the Mangeky resonated. His left eye's pupil transformed into a flower shape, differing from the right eye's Mangeky. Recognize master. The eternal Mangeky Sharingan in his left eye began to whirl as a vortex formed, drawing the Elysium box within. Nara Hikaru established a connection with the Elysium box. Haha, splendid. Now I possess a permanently accessible Elysium box. Nara Hikaru confirmed the bond with the Elysium box, bursting into joyous laughter. The new eternal Mangeky he acquired possessed a singular ability to recognize a master for objects. Naturally, the eternal Mangeky Sharingan could only bond with entities possessing a form of spiritual essence. Inanimate objects were beyond its capability. Tools of sage level possess a self-awareness, varying in strength. This explains why some sage tools consume differing amounts of chakra during use. The Elysium box, with its weak self-awareness, required minimal chakra to activate, albeit under specific conditions. Now, the Elysium box belonged entirely to Nara Hikaru. This granted him a 50% chance of resurrecting deceased individuals. The fortunate would return retaining their consciousness, while the unfortunate would emerge as monsters akin to Longlan's father, Longban. In the world of shinobi, only a few techniques can revive the dead: the outer path, the rebirth of the heavenly life technique, the reincarnation of the living technique, and the dragon's rebirth technique. All three demand the life of the caster as a sacrifice. The impure world reincarnation technique requires a body swap every 3 years, causing the original body's techniques to fade. The cursed seal reincarnation technique follows a similar pattern. The impure world reincarnation technique lacks a physical form, rendering it undesirable to Nara Hikaru. The Elysium box was therefore perfectly suited to his needs. Having secured the Elysium box, Nara Hikaru concluded his journey in Ghost Lantern City. Just as he prepared to depart, he noticed Long Lan seated on the ground. "Tsunade, take her with us. We are leaving." I knew this would happen." Tsunade, though frustrated, felt powerless. She resorted to using Do to lift Long Lan and bring her to Nara Hikaru's side. Nara Hikaru, adhering to a philosophy of resourcefulness, recognized that aside from Long Lan, the rest of Ghost Lantern City was inhabited solely by men. Women, naturally, would serve as his instruments for rewards. It was fortunate that Long Lan possessed notable beauty. Otherwise, Nara Hikaru would not have made this decision. However, just as he was about to leave, he was intercepted by an individual, Mi, a character from the original film. Chapter 109, A Request, Lord Nara. "I beseech you for a favor. I am willing to pay any price." Wu Wei stood before Nara, looking at him with earnest eyes. Nara regarded him with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" "If you can assist me in resurrecting my son, Wugu, I shall agree to any demand you make." Nara was taken aback by Wu Wei's request. He recalled that Wu Wei's son had perished only after he assumed the role of warden. To resurrect him now? "Are you aware that there is a certain risk he may return as a monster, as we just witnessed? Do you still wish to proceed?" Wu Wei hesitated momentarily, but then his resolve solidified, for this was the sole opportunity to bring his son back to life. "I am willing. First, tell me how your son met his demise." Nara inquired, curiosity piqued. Wu Wei began to recount his tale. In this world, his experiences diverged significantly from those depicted in the original narrative. After becoming the Lord of Ghost Lantern City, his greatest desire as a hawkish figure of the grass country was to revitalize it. He had personally entrusted his son, Wugu, to the Paradise Box. In the end, he regretted his decision and wished for his son's resurrection, leading to their mutual demise. In this reality, however, Wugu had been sacrificed to control the loyal ninjas of Ghost Lantern City. Under the oppressive influence of the Grass Country's elite, these ninjas' families were often sent to the Paradise Box. Although Wu Wei outwardly feigned loyalty to the Hawks, he had secretly aligned himself with the Doves, promising to resurrect his son while seeking opportunities to access the Paradise Box. With the box on the verge of being taken away, he felt compelled to approach Nara without delay. Nara comprehended the situation. This was merely a tactic to restrain formidable ninjas within the Grass Country. Those who were absorbed by the Paradise Box could indeed wish for resurrection, but the outcomes varied significantly. Nara speculated that Wugu might have already been possessed by a monster upon his death. Very well, I shall grant your request, but you must bear the consequences. And regardless of how your son returns, you must pledge your allegiance to me and accompany me back to the Land of Light. Yes, Lord. Wu Wei, still oblivious to the true nature of the Paradise Box, felt a surge of excitement. Let us depart from here. No sooner had Nara spoken than those prisoners buried beneath the rubble, now free from the constraints of chakra, began to emerge. Chakra is back. This is splendid. Some prisoners, once of J-Nin caliber, laughed heartily as they seized weapons from the fallen and turned them against their companions, killing them before racing toward the outskirts of Ghost Lantern City. Master, these are mere murderers who indiscriminately slay the innocent. We cannot allow their escape, for it would plunge the ninja world into chaos. Takeuchi ran, witnessing the exodus of hundreds of Ch-Nin and J-Nin, urgently alerted Nara. Upon hearing Takeuchi's words and observing the prisoner's actions, Nara concluded, then let them perish here. He ascended into the air above them. Boom. This time, Nara refrained from unleashing a widespread nuclear explosion. Instead, he precisely directed the energy of the fruit into each fleeing prisoner. Those escaping suddenly felt an intense heat surging within them. What is happening? It's so hot. Alarmed, the fleeing prisoners transformed into human bombs, detonating as they fled. In Me Chapter 110, the hormone fruit. After connecting with Takamura Arashi's relatives, Nara Hikaru soared back to the Land of Light, accompanied by a group of people. Due to the size of his entourage, he refrained from unleashing his super speed, opting instead for a gradual ascent towards their destination. The women of the Uzumaki clan, flying through the skies, were in a continuous state of delighted exclamations, not from fear, but from awe at the breathtaking scenery. Under the guidance of Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Fusa, they had begun to forget their past traumas, now filled with a sense of hope. Through Fusa's explanations, they learned that the Land of Light was a realm most yearned for, subtly shifting their emotions towards anticipation. Even Mito found herself brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Nara Hikaru observed in silence, finding this reaction quite normal, as flight was a feat beyond the reach of most in the world of shinobi. In his experience, few ninjas possessed the ability to fly. By the time they returned to the Land of Light, night had fallen. Mito gazed at the vibrant activity of the Land of Light under the moonlit sky, unable to suppress her admiration. She turned to Hikaru, momentarily at a loss for words. Before her gaze shifted to Tsunade, who had already become a mother of three. This was the very dreamland Mito had longed to create. Regrettably, Hashirama would never witness it. With a sigh, Mito's expression caught Hikaru's attention. "Aunt, what troubles you?" he inquired. "Nothing. It's just that I never expected you to accomplish what Hashirama could not," she replied, a hint of disbelief in her tone. Hikaru instinctively rubbed the back of his head, a gesture he hadn't made in over 2 decades. Who would have thought that the little brat I first met has grown up? Mito reminisced, recalling their initial encounter when Hikaru was merely a 14-year-old boy, albeit one of immense strength. "Aunt, I will resurrect Lord Hashirama." "Thank you," Mito responded, her eyes scanning the lively corners of the Land of Light, filled with laughter and joy. As Hikaru observed Mito, now restored to her youthful appearance, he couldn't help but acknowledge her beauty. The signs of aging had vanished, replaced by a vibrant youthfulness. Yet, Hikaru hesitated to dwell on the implications of her youthful radiance, for she was Tsunade's grandmother and thus his elder. Memories of Mito being significantly older than her daughter, Nara Ayam, lingered in his mind. Upon entering the Hidden Light Village, Mito declined to accompany Hikaru back to the Nara household, expressing a desire to visit the current Uzumaki clan territory instead. Fusa and Tsunade led Mito, along with the several Uzumaki women rescued in the Land of Grass, away. The Takemura family and the Mu family were entrusted to Shikimi Yuru, who had just returned to the Hidden Light Village. Ryurin followed Hikaru back to the Nara residence, where he entrusted her to his mother, Nara. Goodness, Hikaru, are you ever going to stop? How many women do you intend to bring home? Ayam scolded, hands on her hips, pointing at him with indignation. For years, Hikaru had refrained from explaining his circumstances to his mother, and he had no intention of doing so now. He resolved to embrace his new identity wholeheartedly. Caught between the roles of husband and father, and a wanderer who had finally found familial bonds. This connection was precious to him, and he did not wish to squander it. However, due to his silence, Ayam had branded him as a heartbreaker. As Hikaru remained reticent, Ayam eventually fell silent, whether from boredom or exhaustion from her tirade. What can I say? You already have hundreds of children. She lamented, her frustration mounting. In contrast, Hikaru maintained an unbothered demeanor, impervious to her admonishments. Please, just stay out of my sight, she finally declared. All right, mother. I'll leave Ryurin in your capable hands. Hikaru relished those words. As they were a familiar refrain, he eagerly awaited after each return with new companions. Ayam, though not genuinely angry, felt concern for her son's well-being, especially considering he was now 43 years old, while she had reached 64. She pondered how many more years she might accompany him, unaware that, as long as her body remained intact, she could easily live for another 1,000 or 1,800 years. These were truths Hikaru had never shared with her. As Hikaru departed, he stealthily approached his wife under the cover of night. The following day, as Hikaru awoke, the system delivered an astonishing surprise. Congratulations, host. Yuki is pregnant, and you have acquired the demon fruit, hormone fruit. Wow. Upon hearing the name of this fruit, Hikaru momentarily paused, then his thoughts spiraled into numerous unsettling possibilities. The hormone fruit was capable of controlling various internal and external changes within individuals. He recalled its abilities to heal, influence emotions, and even alter gender characteristics, among others. Yet, it was the transformative capacity concerning gender that left a profound impression on him, an extraordinarily potent ability to permanently alter one's gender, including physiological structures. What a remarkable fruit, Hikaru mused. This fruit was ideally suited to complement his current system of abundance. However, he was at a loss when it came to utilizing it on men. Transforming men into women or vice versa seemed utterly impossible. Nevertheless, he had no intention of sharing this fruit with anyone else. Extracting the hormone fruit. A pink demon fruit materialized before him. Without hesitation, Hikaru took a bite, though even he, having consumed multiple demon fruits before, found it slightly disconcerting. After chewing a few times, he swallowed it. Boom. The energy of the hormone fruit exploded within him, surging through his limbs and body. Lacking a suitable target, Hikaru chose to suppress his curiosity for the moment. However, he firmly believed that this fruit would prove useful in due time. As he assessed his own strength, it had indeed increased, albeit marginally. Hikaru turned his gaze towards the entrance, where a woman approached him, swaying gracefully. It was one of his wives, Inuzuka Kyuka. Is there something you need? He asked. The representatives from the Yura family have arrived. You should go and see them. All right, let us go. Chapter 111. The Yuan-e clan in the reception hall of the Guang Pavilion. Inuzuka Q accompanied Nara Hikari, where a dozen individuals were already seated. As soon as they laid eyes on Nara Hikari, they all stood up in excitement. Lord Hikari, please take a seat. Nara Hikari, upon encountering the kin of his student Yuan-e Ma, displayed no airs of superiority. Rather, he wore a warm smile upon entering. The more composed Nara Hikari appeared, the less anxious the individuals seemed. The members of the Yuan-e clan gazed at Nara Hikari with reverence, none of them taking a seat. Meanwhile, Nara Hikari observed their faces, sensing their heavy hearts. Are you members of the Yuan family? Indeed, Lord Hikari, one individual replied hastily upon hearing the question. Have you come to seek my assistance? Lord Hikari, please save the Yuan-e clan. The respondent knelt, attempting to bow. But Nara Hikari swiftly harnessed the energy of the floating fruit and supported him. What is the matter? There is no need to kneel. Speak of your concerns first. Nara Hikari was somewhat puzzled. These individuals appeared genuinely anxious. Orochimaru has taken our kin, yet half a year has passed without a single word from them. We approached the Hokage for answers, but he simply told us to await news. And yet, another 6 months have gone by without Yuan-e Ma's return. What did you say? Yuan Ima has been taken by Orochimaru? Yes, Lord Hikari. It has been so long. Why have you only now come to inform me? Nara Hikari's heart sank slightly at their words. There was surely no good fortune in being taken by Orochimaru. Where is Orochimaru? Orochimaru has not been seen in Konoha for quite some time. Wait here for a few days. I will bring Yuan Ima back, Nara Hikari declared. Then turned his gaze to Inuzuka Q. Madam, I entrust them to your care for the time being. Understood, rest assured. I shall make a trip to Konoha now. Lord Hikari, we are counting on you to bring them back. Nara Hikari nodded and melded into the shadows beneath his feet. Upon reappearing, he found himself outside the gates of Konoha. Just as he materialized, two figures appeared before him. Lord Hikari, they greeted, their demeanor still exceedingly respectful. Nara Hikari regarded the unfamiliar duo. Has Konoha changed its gatekeepers? Yes, Lord Hikari, they replied, exchanging glances, aware that the term gatekeeper was rather unrefined. Yet they dared not show any displeasure given the man before them. Where is Orochimaru? Orochimaru-sama? The two exchanged puzzled looks. Did you not hear what I said? Nara Hikari's voice was tinged with irritation. No, Lord Hikari, please do not misunderstand. It has been quite a while since we last saw Orochimaru-sama. Just as Nara Hikari suspected deception from the two, several figure chapter 112. Difficult to kill after a brief interval of several minutes. Nara Hikaru finally located his target. The village of sound was not constructed under the sun, but rather several meters beneath the ground. This subterranean space had been excavated into a vast area, partitioned into numerous compartments, resembling an underground prison. The corridors within twisted and turned in a labyrinthine fashion. A group of ninjas adorned with headbands inscribed with sound symbols patrolled the areas outside the compartments. Nara Hikaru stealthily slipped into the shadows, searching for Ryuichi. A few minutes later, he sensed her presence. However, his heart burned with fury upon seeing Ryuichi in her current state. Her body punctured with tubes and her forehead covered with a cloth inscribed with ominous symbols. Orochimaru, you seek death, he declared, stepping out from his concealment. The patrolling sound ninjas noticed Nara Hikaru immediately and rushed towards him. How did someone get out? One of them shouted. Capture him. They quickly surrounded him, unleashing an array of ninjutsu and weapons in his direction. In that moment, Nara Hikaru's sole intent was to rescue Ryuichi and avenge her torment, having no desire to squander time with these minor adversaries. Explode. Any sound ninja caught in his gaze would instantly swell, transforming into a human bomb that detonated violently, showering the vicinity with flesh and blood. Those within the compartments cowered in fear, trembling in the corners. Soon, Nara Hikaru reached the compartment where Ryuichi was held. Ryuichi, I will take you back. Teacher, is that you? She replied weakly. It is I. Teacher, I thought I would never see you again, she murmured, her breath growing fainter with each word. As he gazed upon Ryuichi lying on the bed, Nara Hikaru's rage erupted like a volcano. The condition she was in revealed the horrific experiments to which she had been subjected. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, and any nearby sound ninja instantly erupted into a shower of gore. Thinking of escaping? Nara Hikaru charged toward a figure attempting to flee. It was none other than Orochimaru, who had made it onto Nara Hikaru's list of targets. If Orochimaru had been aware, he would have deemed himself fortunate. Die. Nara Hikaru appeared behind Orochimaru, hurling a kunai toward his back. The kunai struck Orochimaru, who dissipated into white mist, leaving behind a small white snake on the ground. Nara Hikaru glanced at the serpent. Explode. The small serpent detonated instantly. A shadow clone. He recognized, realizing it was Orochimaru's unique snake substitution technique. In the moment Nara Hikaru was distracted by the small snake, a figure suddenly materialized behind him, releasing a swarm of serpents from its sleeve. Explode. Nara Hikaru executed a simple yet effective strike, causing the snake heads to burst apart. At that moment, he found himself once again behind Orochimaru, ready to throw another weapon. Puff. Another substitution. Nara Hikaru melded into the shadows, causing the long-prepared ninjutsu of Orochimaru to lose its target. Truly troublesome, Lord Hikaru's abilities, Orochimaru lamented, hastening toward the surface while releasing a multitude of venomous snakes in the corridor to delay Nara Hikaru's pursuit. In a mountainous forest of the land of rice, the ground split open, and Orochimaru emerged from the soil. Upon reaching the surface, he bit his finger. Summoning technique. Blood traced across his palm before he pressed it against the ground. Boom. 3 clouds of white mist materialized, summoning a serpentine beast of considerable length. Orochimaru swiftly leapt atop one of the colossal snakes. Manda, I shall provide ample sacrifices. For now, deal with the enemy. He is rather formidable. Manda, initially poised to unleash his wrath, calmed upon hearing the mention of sacrifices, shifting his enormous eyes toward the ground where a young man stood. Upon recognizing his visage, Manda's spirit faltered. Damn it, Orochimaru, are you serious? Is this the adversary we face? Manda's alarm stemmed from the realization that he was confronting the most feared figure in the ninja world. Nara Hikaru's reputation extended beyond the realm of the hidden leaf. It echoed even within the intelligent world of summoned beasts, including the 3 great sanctuaries. However, the other 2 serpents displayed no such trepidation. Elder, what is there to fear from a mere human? Watch me slay him. One of the azure serpents narrowed its eyes and charged at Nara Hikaru. Fool, Manda scolded, preparing to dispel the summoning technique. Manda, if I perish, you may never set foot in the human realm again. The human flesh you covet may vanish forever. So what? I would rather abstain from flesh than lose my life, Manda declared, dissipating into mist. I never expected an elder to become so timid after all this time. I've been craving human flesh for ages. I find humans quite delectable. The green serpent mocked Manda, then joined the azure serpent in rushing toward Nara Hikaru. Explode. Nara Hikaru, uninterested in idle banter, unleashed the energy of an explosive fruit. Boom. Roar. The 2 once menacing serpents, before they could unleash their signature attacks, were reduced to mere fragments in a cacophony of screams. Snake blood splattered across Orochimaru, realizing he could not contend with Nara Hikaru without Manda's assistance. Orochimaru began reevaluating his API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 113. The escaped Naramitsu floated in the air, gazing down at the ravaged surface below, littered with bottomless black pits. The presence of Orochimaru had vanished without a trace. To his astonishment, at the very last moment, the wretched creature had managed to employ reverse summoning jutsu, transporting himself back to the Dragon Cave. This cave existed as an independent realm, inaccessible to Naramitsu's abilities. He could only watch helplessly as Orochimaru fled. Thankfully, in that fleeting moment, Naramitsu had unleashed the explosive fruit's energy at Orochimaru's true form, leaving him uncertain of the villain's fate, yet assured it could not be favorable. Such an escape tactic rivaled that of the Sage of 6 Paths, he mused. With the target for his anger gone, Naramitsu's emotions gradually stabilized as he traversed the shadow space beneath him. He soon returned to the underground lair where Orochimaru had concealed himself. Observing the imprisoned individuals, it became clear that many had been captured due to their unique abilities, including some with rare bloodline limits and others possessing special secret techniques. Orochimaru's ambition was to master every ninjutsu in existence and attain eternal life. Surrounded by hundreds of shadow soldiers, Naramitsu prepared to escort those willing to leave back to the land of light, entrusting them to Sarabi. The shadow soldiers nodded and approached each cell. Perhaps due to prolonged confinement, some had descended into madness. The moment a cell door was opened, a deranged individual charged at the shadow soldiers with wild eyes, only to be swiftly dispatched. Those wishing to escape were advised against resistance, and upon hearing Naramitsu's warning, a few hesitated. However, the majority, tormented to the brink of insanity, rushed forward, their eyes filled with madness rather than fear. The shadow soldiers showed no mercy, raising their shadow blades and eliminating the irrational foes in mere moments. Out of the hundreds of captives, only a handful remained, those who still retained their humanity and reason. Among them were both men and women, who followed the shadow soldiers toward the exit. Naramitsu, having entered the shadow space first, soon appeared beside Yuan Yima. At that moment, Yuan Yima, weakened from excessive blood extraction, lay in a frail state. Lacking healing abilities, Naramitsu could only escort the girl back. Yuan Yima, cried one of the young women among the group, rushing to Yuan Yima's side, her eyes streaming with tears upon witnessing her sister's condition. Who are you? I am Yuan Yiting, Yuan Yima's sister. Are you also of the Yuan clan? Naramitsu inquired. Indeed, responded Yuan Yiting, her gaze fixed on the injured Yuan Yima. That fiend, Orochimaru, has tortured many of our kin in pursuit of our clan's secrets, particularly the enhancement techniques involving summoning beasts. Only Yuan Yima and I remain of our clan. She wept as she explained. The enhancement techniques? Naramitsu suddenly recalled Orochimaru's 2 lines of research. 1. the sage mode of the dragon cave, which he could not master. The other, his alternative curse seal abilities. It appeared that Orochimaru had indeed begun exploring the sage body, which also explained the transformation of Kabuto during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Let us depart from this place, Nara declared, releasing the energy of the floating fruit, causing the ground beneath to rapidly detach and ascend into the sky. He deftly maneuvered the land toward the direction of the Land of Light, ensuring a stable and swift journey for his companions. Moments later, they arrived back in the Land of Light. Naramitsu sought out Tsunari Koharu. "Madam, please save Yuan Yima." Upon hearing Naramitsu's plea, Tsunari Koharu rushed to his side. The sight of the frail Yuan Yima ignited a fierce anger within her. She raised her hand, channeling healing fruit energy, tears cascading down her cheeks. As the tears touched Yuan Yima's body, her vitality began to restore, though her eyes remained closed, clearly suffering from severe depletion. What on earth happened? Who did this? Tsunari Koharu demanded, her gaze aflame with fury. Orochimaru, in his quest to uncover the secrets of the Yuan clan, captured our kin for experimentation. Yuan Yima was taken, and the excessive blood extraction led to her current state. Naramitsu explained. Orochimaru, Tsunari Koharu repeated, her voice laced with rage. She had grown fond of Yuan Yima, who, despite being one of Naramitsu's few disciples, was sweet and endearing, akin to a younger sister. During Yuan Yima's previous arrival in the Land of Light with the Konoha ninjas, both Naramitsu and Tsunari Koharu had attempted to persuade her to stay, but she ultimately left for the sake of her family. Now, years later, she had faced such peril. Observing Yuan Yima's recovery, Tsunari Koharu breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied, the pallor of her face dissipating as the energy from the fruit began to rejuvenate her. The awakening of her abilities had significantly extended her lifespan while reducing the toll taken each time she used them. Had she delayed even a moment longer, she might not have survived. That accursed Orochimaru. If I encounter him, I will ensure he pays for this, she vowed through gritted teeth. "I will leave her in your care," Naramitsu said. "Yes, entrust her to me," Tsunari Koharu replied, gently holding Yuan Yima's small hand. "Teacher," just as Naramitsu was about to depart, Yuan Yima suddenly opened her eyes, calling for him. "I am here," he responded, instantly at her side. "Please, do not leave me," she implored. Naramitsu hesitated, casting an awkward glance at Tsunari Koharu, who shot him a knowing look. It was evident to her that Yuan Yima's feelings for Naramitsu transcended mere student-teacher affection. "Yuan Yima, rest and recover. I will return soon. There are matters I must attend to," he reassured, avoiding Tsunari Koharu's reproachful gaze. "Please, return swiftly," she urged. "Indeed," Naramitsu affirmed, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 114 Reunion. Sister Yuan Yima and Yuan Yiting were left under the care of Nara Hikaru, while the others were entrusted to Shirabi for arrangements. As Nara Hikaru exited the hospital room, the Yuan E clan members, who had been waiting anxiously, rushed in. "Lord Hikaru, you only brought back 2 people. You may enter." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the clan members shifted, and many silently shed tears. "Thank you, Lord Hikaru." They expressed their gratitude before stepping into the room. Nara Hikaru, upon hearing the muffled sobs from within, shook his head and walked down the corridor. He first returned to the Nara household, where he found his parents, Nara Yoshimi and Narayu, harnessing the energy of the hormone fruit. He restored their bodily functions to their youthful state. Narayu was left speechless as he gazed at the rejuvenated Nara Yoshimi. Not only was Narayu stunned, but so was Nara Hikaru. He had not anticipated how beautiful his mother had been in her youth. Nara Yoshimi's cheeks flushed under the gaze of her 2 dearest. "Am I not ugly anymore?" she asked, touching her face. "Mother, you were so beautiful when you were young. It's no wonder father is so enamored with you." "Stop flattering me. If you dare to make me angry, I will still knock you out," Nara Yoshimi retorted, shaking her fist. Narayu shrank back. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Nara Hikaru vanished from sight, leaving his parents to share a smile. After bidding farewell to his parents, Nara Hikaru sought out the women and performed the same rejuvenation process on each of them, restoring their bodies to their youthful states. The room erupted with joyous exclamations as they eagerly searched for mirrors. Throughout the day, the Nara household was filled with the sounds of delighted women. By the time Nara Hikaru took his leave, his face bore numerous marks. In the evening, Nara Hikaru finally had time to visit the Light Pavilion. Just as he sat down, the rejuvenated Tachino placed a stack of scrolls on the table before him. Nara Hikaru casually picked one up, noticing the words Konoha inscribed upon it. Opening it revealed details about Konoha's performance in the ongoing Ninja World War. Soon, Nara Hikaru perused all the scrolls. This year marked the 4th year of the Third Ninja World War. Each nation had suffered significant losses during this conflict, including a substantial reduction in mid-level forces, namely the Chunin. Even the elite Jonin suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, many powerful figures among the Kage from each nation had also perished in this war. The Hidden Leaf Village of the Land of Fire, the Hidden Stone Village of the Land of Earth, the Hidden Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning, and the Hidden Mist Village of the Land of Water, along with numerous smaller nations, had all seen many Kage-level warriors fall in battle. With the loss of top-tier powers in the ninja villages, these smaller nations withdrew from the stage of war. In the 4th year of the Ninja World War, the battlefield of the Hokage world bore no trace of the smaller nations. Only the 3 major countries continued their siege upon Konoha. Setting down the final scroll, Nara Hikaru inquired, "Madam, how is Kankaro's exchange office faring?" He looked towards the radiant Tachino, who blushed at his gaze. However, as they had been together for so long, she no longer felt shy and elegantly tossed her hair, showcasing her feminine charm. "Quite well. With the addition of oil woman Shikamaru, the exchange office has expanded its scale. Indeed, you have worked hard during this period. It's not too arduous. If I were to stay at home, I would go mad," Tachino replied with a smile. Nara Hikaru stood to embrace Tachino, but she deftly evaded him. "I must return to check on our daughter. You can continue with your work. Farewell." With a gentle smile, she turned and departed. Nara Hikaru gazed longingly at her enchanting figure, feeling a surge of desire. "No, I must relieve this tension." In an instant, he vanished from his spot. In the following days, Yuan Ima remained in the Land of Light. After several days, her health was fully restored, and she rejoined her comrades. Upon their reunion, Ai and Zoro were filled with excitement, fervently promising Nara Hikaru that they would oversee Yuan Ima's rehabilitation training. 1 month later, the Yuan I clan departed from Konoha, officially joining the Land of Light. They were not alone. The entire Akimichi clan, led by Akimichi Torikase, also arrived, as did the entire Yamanaka clan, led by Yamanaka Tereichi, one of the 3 heads of the Konoha Intelligence Department. The joy of Yamanaka Mankin and Akimichi Yin was palpable as they saw their clansmen gathered. Nara Hikaru warmly welcomed them all. After more than a decade, the Inoshikacho trio had finally reunited. The members of this trio, already present in the Light Pavilion, rushed to join in the gathering upon hearing the news. Nara Hikaru held a grand welcoming ceremony for all the newcomers. The next day, he allocated territories for the 3 clans. Filled with hope for the future, the 3 clans departed from the Nara household, guided by Yamanaka Mankin, Akimichi Yin, and Tachino towards the lands prepared for them. As Nara Hikaru returned to a tranquil life, he embarked once more on his journey of procreation. Gradually, he began to recognize the myriad benefits of the hormone fruit. Not only did all his wives regain their optimal physical condition, but their physiological states also returned to normal, hinting at the possibility of a new wave of pregnancies. When Nara Hikaru was with his wives, it felt as if they had rekindled the emotions of their initial encounters. Furthermore, Nara Hikaru discovered a new application for the hormone fruit, the ability to alter a woman's appearance and physique. By releasing the fruit's energy, he could transform any woman he encountered into his ideal type. In truth, Nara Hikaru had no singular ideal. His wives encompassed every type of woman imaginable. From the innocent to the mature, from slender to pleasantly plump, from those with petite heights to those with long legs, his household had a representation of all. However, the numbers continued to grow. Thus, another month passed quietly. Sitting in the Light Pavilion office, Nara Hikaru perused the latest intelligence reports for a considerable time. They detailed several peculiar events. During the First Ninja World War, the Second Mizukage and Tsuchikage perished, while the Raikage sustained severe injuries and soon passed away. The Second Kazekage vanished after his abdication. In the Second Ninja World War, the Third Kazekage fell, along with the Second Hokage after the war. The recent intelligence left Nara Hikaru feeling regretful. The capable Third Mizukage perished alongside the Third Raikage, while the Fourth Kazekage, or Ka, went missing. The Third Tsuchikage, Noki, did not remain in power for as long as in the original narrative. He was gravely injured during the Third War and had to conclude his tenure prematurely. As the Third Ninja World War had not yet concluded, Each nation swiftly appointed a new Kage. The Wind Country's Sunagakure was led by the young magnet release user, Rasha, who became the 5th Kazekage. The Water Country's Kirigakure appointed someone unknown to Nara Hikaru as the 4th Mizukage, named Yuya, with undisclosed abilities. The Lightning Country's Kimogakure was led by the 3rd Raikage disciple, forming a new AB combination with the famed 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Karabi, while retaining A's title. The Earth Country's Awagakure was led by the 3rd Tsuchikage son, Keidu. Although Keidu did not inherit his father's dust release, he mastered earth release techniques to a remarkable degree, developing his own style and leaving behind a wealth of original earth release techniques for Awagakure. This year, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen, also stepped down, with Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze, assuming the role of the 4th Hokage. Nara Hikaru closed the scroll. Naruto should be arriving soon, shouldn't he? Chapter 115. The trio as Nara Hikari nestled comfortably at home, engrossed in the scheming of rewards. The members of Akatsuki dispatched 3 elite shadow-level warriors into the land of Waterfall to capture the 7 Tails. Takigakure, established post the founding of Konoha, ranks among the more prominent of the smaller nations. Unfortunately, during Senju Hashirama's reign, the leadership of this small nation succumbed to a bout of madness, engaging in assassinations. This led to a massacre orchestrated by Kakuzu, with only a handful of survivors. After decades of development, Takigakure was compelled to relocate all its villagers behind the Great Waterfall for safety. The truth of whether they had once resided behind the waterfall or were forced there by Kakuzu remains uncertain. Thanks to the deterrent power of the tailed beast, the 7 Tails, Takigakure enjoyed relative peace over the years. However, they now face their most perilous visitors yet. Are we truly so brazen as to enter without raising suspicion? Inquired a ninja, his face obscured by a triangular hat and a forehead protector marked with scratches. Flanking him were 2 others, similarly adorned with damaged forehead protectors. This trio represented Akatsuki's attempt to seize the tailed beast from Takigakure. Though Akatsuki shares a name with the organization founded by Yahiko, it boasts a significantly larger membership. This is not merely a gathering of shadow-level combatants. Even among the lower ranks, there exists a plethora of ninjas. Each member has distinct roles. Yet the common thread uniting them is their status as rogue ninjas from various nations. Due to the abundance of shadow-level warriors, Akatsuki typically organizes missions in teams of 3, reserving pairings for the 12 most formidable individuals. Presently, while these 3 possess shadow-level prowess, they are merely initial shadows. Quiet down, Fu, admonished the member known as Chion, who had just spoken. Do you dare insult me? Fu retorted. You 2 should keep your voices down. This is not the time for quarrels. If we fail this mission, we will return in disgrace, subject to mockery from countless others. Finally, the silent member, Jian, interjected, unable to contain his frustration. Understood, understood. Enough with the nagging, Fu replied, obediently falling silent as he gazed towards the distant, flowing waterfall. Let us go? In an instant, the trio vanished from sight, reappearing before the waterfall. Ninjutsu, silent technique. Water release, wave cutter. Chion and Fu simultaneously unleashed their jutsu. Having worked together for years, they had developed an unspoken synergy. As the water parted, a path emerged before them. The trio employed their body flicker technique to enter behind the waterfall. On the other side lay an arched passageway, leading them to their destination, Takigakure. Their leader had informed them that the 7 Tails, Shomei, was sealed within the body of a young girl, and 4 prior attempts to capture her had all ended in failure. Let us enter the village and search, Chiong suggested, raising his hand to form seals. With a puff, a cloud of white mist enveloped Chiong, and a middle-aged man wearing a Takigakure forehead protector emerged from the fog. Seeing this, Fu and Jian also performed transformation jutsu, disguising themselves as 2 Takigakure ninjas. The trio confidently walked into the village, splitting up to locate the girl. Chiong produced an image of the Jinchuriki, Matsumoto Kaori, a green-haired maiden exuding youthful vitality. In an instant, they dispersed in different directions to search the village. As they encountered familiar faces, they exchanged greetings with practiced ease, raising no suspicion among the villagers. However, upon Fu's discovery of the girl, an unexpected event unfolded. Takage, Matsumoto Kaori's loud exclamation shattered years of tranquility in Takigakure. Figures surged toward them from all directions. Mere seconds later, a middle-aged man arrived at Matsumoto Kaori's home, flanked by a dozen individuals. Observing the trio encircling the girl, He demanded, "Who are you? Why have you invaded our village?" Taikage scrutinized the three, recognizing a familiar face, yet the chakra fluctuations emanating from them felt entirely foreign. The immense chakra presence made Taikage's eyes narrow with concern. It was evident that the three were shadow-level ninjas. Their sudden incursion into Takigakure suggested ulterior motives. As Taikage's gaze fell upon Matsumoto Kaori, realization dawned. Subdue them. They seek the tailed beast. Following his command, the Takigakure ninjas raised their weapons and charged at Xiong, Fu, and Jian. Though Taikage brought only a handful of elite ninjas, their coordinated efforts momentarily hindered Fu and Jian. Xiong charged directly toward Taikage. Ninjutsu, silent killing technique. With a single hand forming three seals, he drew forth an oddly shaped weapon from his waist, the renowned ninja blade, 12 ninja stars. Despite his disguise, Taikage immediately recognized the weapon. One of the 12 ninja blades, Ninja Blade of Alarm. Originally forged for a robust mist ninja, this weapon was notorious for its thunderous attacks. Yet, Xiong's mastery lay in his self-created silent killing techniques. Initially reluctant to wield such a weapon, the profound compatibility it offered transformed him from a special jounin to an elite jounin, subsequently elevating him to shadow-level status. As Taikage identified Xiong, the latter was already upon him, the blade slicing through the air. Taikage produced a long, peculiar weapon from his person. Upon grasping it, his shadow-level chakra surged forth, forcing Xiong back several meters. Impressive, as expected of a village leader, Xiong noted, tightening his grip on the blade and charging again. In an instant, he vanished from Taikage's view. With heightened vigilance, Taikage scanned his surroundings. This attack, devoid of scent, fluctuation, or sound, filled him with trepidation. Within the confines of the village, he felt restrained, aware that unleashing a wide-scale jutsu could result in significant civilian casualties. Ninjutsu, Adamantine Spiral Technique. Chapter 116. Matsumoto Kaori. As the fierce battle unfolded between Xiong and Takigage, Fu turned to charge towards the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. Jian intervened, blocking their path. Upon hearing Fu's words, Jian swiftly appeared before all the Tekinen. Secret technique, Black Rock Forest. Jian raised his hand, gathering chakra in his palm, then pressed it quickly against the ground. The earth began to undulate like waves. Soon, sharp stone pillars formed from black rock erupted from the ground, piercing towards the Tekinen. Among the dozen or so, only those above the J-nin rank managed to evade the assault, while the Chunin were crushed into a pulp by the intertwining pillars. As Jian successfully halted the encroaching Tekinen, Fu had already reached the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. Water release, water prison technique. Fu raised his hand towards Matsumoto Kaori, intending to seize control of her and take her away. However, he was utterly unprepared for the Jinchuriki's immediate response. Matsumoto Kaori transformed into her tailed beast form, unleashing the power of 5 tails. A black chakra cloak enveloped her body, forming an energy entity resembling a beetle. Secret art, insect pollen domain. In her tailed beast form, Matsumoto Kaori retained her rationality and cognitive abilities. She raised her right hand and formed a special seal, causing a pink mist to rise and envelop the area. While still battling Xiong, Takigage glanced at Xiong with a faint smile before vanishing from sight. Xiong, bewildered by Takigage's expression, watched as the Tekinen, blocked by Jian, rushed towards the black rock pillars. They used brute force to shatter the black rock, retrieving their fallen comrades' bodies before hastily retreating. Everyone stopped several hundred meters away, observing the scene with a sense of detachment. Xiong, Fu, and Jian gathered together, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. What are they up to? Fu questioned, glancing at the rising pink mist. I don't know. We must capture the 7 tails and leave quickly, Xiong responded, charging into the mist. Jian cast a lingering gaze at the distant Tekinen before following Fu and Xiong into the fog. Secret technique, Black Rock Mountain Technique. As they approached Matsumoto Kaori, Jian concentrated chakra and waved his hand towards the ground. 2 colossal stones, akin to mountains, closed in on the tailed beast form of Matsumoto Kaori. The beetle-shaped energy entity opened its mouth, gathering chakra in front of it. Tailed beast bomb. A massive sphere of chakra surged towards the encroaching mountains. Boom. A tremendous explosion ensued as the tailed beast bomb collided with the giant stones. The roar echoed through the air as the converging rocks shattered, sending countless fragments scattering in all directions. In the instant the ninjutsu was disrupted, Matsumoto Kaori surged forth from the pink mist at an incredible speed, charging towards Jien. Her claws, formed from condensed chakra, struck at him. Jien hastily deployed a multitude of explosive tags while retreating rapidly. Secret technique, Black Rock Domain. Retreating, Jien unleashed a widespread attack, combining it with the explosive tags, aiming to hinder the approach of the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, Matsumoto Kaori. Yet, he underestimated her speed and strength. A pair of gigantic beetle wings, formed from black chakra, appeared behind Matsumoto Kaori, enhancing her speed and the force of her charge. Every Black Rock Pie Chapter 117. A nest of crows Matsumoto Q, whose back transformed into 6 chakra tails, moved with remarkable swiftness. The impoverished and determinately resilient Fu gradually found it increasingly difficult to withstand Q's relentless assault. In a desperate bid to halt the spread of toxins from their wounds, both were compelled to expend a significant amount of chakra to seal their injuries. At that moment, their chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Glancing at Fu, Q noticed his companion's deteriorating condition. Fu's lips had begun to change color. Together, Q shouted to Fu. The dazed Fu, hearing Q's words, realized that their only hope of escape lay in joining forces. Water release, hidden mist technique. Fu raised his hands to form several seals, subsequently releasing the scant chakra remaining within him. A thick vapor began to envelop the surroundings, swiftly transforming into a dense fog. Just as the mist was about to shroud the entire area, Fu beheld a scene that filled him with despair and fury. Q had turned to flee. "You bastard!" Fu shouted in anger, but felt a sharp pain in his chest, causing his body to be propelled backward. Throughout his flight, Fu's gaze remained fixed on Q's retreating figure. "Bastard!" he uttered before plunging headfirst into a pile of debris. A sharp protrusion pierced Fu's chest, and blood gushed forth. He succumbed to his injuries, filled with resentment and rage. Meanwhile, Kan, unable to withstand the encroaching toxins, was now on the brink of death. Q approached Kan, simultaneously releasing her tailed beast transformation, causing the surrounding pink mist to return to her. Takakage and several Takinen gathered beside Q. "Q, are you all right?" "I'm fine." "You all lack loyalty, not coming to my aid," Q huffed. It's good if you're okay. You do realize how troublesome that pink mist is, right?" This shadow-level Takinen refrained from voicing his true thoughts and quickly shifted the topic. Takakage observed the lifeless body of Fu on the ground and the nearly unconscious Kansas. "Lord Takakage, how should we handle this severely injured individual? We must not allow him to die before we ascertain who he is and the motives behind his attack on Q," Takakage instructed. "Understood, Lord Takakage." The shadow-level Takinen turned to Q. "Miss Q, please neutralize the poison. Otherwise, this man will truly perish." "Humph." Q shot him a glare and knelt to place her hand on Kan's abdomen. The pink mist was absorbed back into her palm. The once dark and foul-smelling blood rapidly transformed into a vibrant red. A medical Takinen stepped forward and employed healing ninjutsu, first staunching Kan's bleeding before he was taken away. Takakage noticed a scratched forehead protector on the ground and bent down to retrieve it. "Iwa Shinobi?" he murmured, contemplating the symbol etched upon the protector, which depicted 2 stacked stones, the insignia of a Wagakure. The scratch indicated that the assailant was a rogue ninja from the Stone Village. How did a rogue ninja from a Wagakure end up attacking Takigakure, especially targeting the tailed beasts? Takakage pondered, unable to arrive at a conclusion. Attend to the injured and scout the area for any remaining threats. Yes, the Takinen standing behind Takakage vanished in an instant. Before long, a shadow-level Takinen returned. "Lord Takakage, we are a bit farther from the village. There are no injuries among our people, though many crops have been destroyed." "Understood. Kiryu, reassure the villagers." "Yes, Lord Takakage." The shadow-level Takinen departed once more. As Takakage contemplated the motives behind the rogue ninjas capturing tailed beasts, another Takinen approached, holding another forehead protector. "Lord Takakage, please take a look at this." The Takinen handed over the forehead protector, which he had taken from Fu. Takakage accepted it. "Another rogue from Kirigakure?" The protector bore 4 flowing water curves, with a scratch running through the center. "Dismissed." "Yes." The Takinen turned and left. What could their intentions be? This war had not yet concluded. Was it related to the ongoing shinobi world conflict? Takakage understood the sheer terror of the tailed beast's unrestrained power. Their involvement in the war would render them devastating weapons for any village. He glanced toward the distant figure of Matsumoto Q, the host of the Seven Tails. "Bastard, bastard, bastard. My newly built house. Lord Takakage, you must compensate me." All my beloved belongings were inside, Hugh exclaimed, glaring at the collapsed structure. She quickly turned to Takakage with a pitiful expression. All right, go find Hiryu. He will arrange for you to have a new house built. Takakage smiled at Hugh, viewing the village's youth as if they were his own children, having no offspring of his own. Thank you, Lord Takakage. I can extort another sum. That is not what I meant. Hugh realized her words had been poorly chosen, casting an awkward glance at Takakage. I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, Takakage vanished. Hugh exhaled in relief. I really want to go for a walk. After Takakage's departure, Hugh found a stone to sit upon, staring blankly at the waterfall at the village entrance. Though becoming a village's Jinchuriki bestowed immense power, it came at the cost of sacrificing one's freedom for life. Unless one could escape with the tailed beast, the absence of defection among Jinchuriki was understandable. On one hand, the village's leadership generally treated Jinchuriki well. On the other villages long coveted such nuclear-level power. Should a Jinchuriki defect, the other villages would pursue them relentlessly until death. Moreover, Jinchuriki were typically nurtured from a young age, ingrained with the village's ideology, leaving very few that would consider defection. However, many Jinchuriki yearned for freedom. Some might leave the village to live independently, yet when danger threatened, they would invariably return to assist their village. Meanwhile, the impoverished Q returned directly to the base of the land of soldiers, Tongxiangxiu. Failed. Kurohibi observed Q's disheveled state. Failed. He will take you down to rest. You should go tend to your wounds, Kurohibi instructed, as Shirohibi approached Q with a smile. Thank you, leader. Q expressed gratitude with a glance at Kurohibi. However, he soon sensed something amiss when Shirohibi did not offer him support, but instead moved behind him. Just as Q attempted to act, he felt a searing pain in his back. A hand pierced his chest. You worthless fool do not deserve to waste medicine. I shall take over your body. Shirohibi's ominous voice echoed from behind Q. Q felt his strength drain away, his body collapsing limply. With his eyes filled with resentment, he gazed at Kurohibi in the distance. Why? The organization has no need for failures. Those who fail their missions are replaceable. As Kurohibi's words fell, Q, filled with regret, stared wide-eyed as he breathed his last. Shirohibi swiftly infiltrated Q's body, covering the wound with white cells, restoring it to pristine condition. Q's visage initially morphed into Shirohibi's before reverting back. This body is truly subpar. Shirohibi, now inhabiting Q's form, disdainfully examined his hands. Gather a few individuals. We shall return chapter 118. The 48th year of Konoha. Nara Hikari was astonished to learn that the Third Great Ninja War had persisted for an entire decade. Except for the Wind Country, which did not participate in the conflict, the other four great nations and numerous smaller countries engaged in fierce battles, resulting in devastating losses. Even the newly emerged Kaga-level warriors suffered tremendous casualties during this war. Konoha was not spared either, enduring equally severe losses. Among the fallen was one of the legendary three, Senju Izuna, who perished in this conflict. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, held a grand memorial service in his honor. 5 years into the war, another of the legendary three, Jiraiya, departed from Konoha, weary of the incessant strife and the cycle of life and death, embarking on a quest to find the prophesied child destined to change the world of Hokage. In the 5 years following the war, Jiraiya did not reveal himself again, leaving his whereabouts shrouded in mystery. Nara Hikari later heard that Jiraiya had been spotted at the largest hot spring resort in the land of hot water while completing a mission with members of the Light Pavilion. And notably, he was in the company of a woman. The news of Orochimaru's defection from Konoha leaked, causing a significant stir in the ninja world. Moreover, many Kaga-level warriors who had risen during Hikari's absence from Konoha fell in the Third Great Ninja War. According to the intelligence Nara Hikari acquired, the number of strong warriors in the ninja villages of the four great nations had regressed to the state observed during the First Ninja War. Currently, aside from the retired Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konoha's remaining Kaga-level warriors included the Fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui from the Uchiha clan. The two brothers of the Hyuga clan, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Inoichi, and the advisor, Mito Gaidon. These Kaga-level figures were the backbone of Konoha. As the war progressed, it became apparent that it could not continue much longer. The losses suffered by each nation were too severe. Resources and manpower could no longer support further combat. In the Iwagakure and Kumogakure, there was a notable generational gap in the ranks. Other nations followed suit in withdrawing their forces, yet Kumogakure and Iwagakure persisted. During these years, Nara Hikari visited these two ninja villages as though they were his own living room, coming and going freely. They dared not vent their frustrations on him, instead unleashing their ire upon Konoha, which found itself in a state of silent suffering. The legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, initially created by the third Mizukage, had suffered losses, with many either dead or having defected. Only a scant few remained in Kirigakure. Ultimately, Kirigakure had no choice but to cease hostilities first, gathering its forces to return to the land of water. Observing that one of the 5 great countries had ceased fighting, other smaller nations also followed suit, withdrawing their troops. Throughout the decade of the Third Great Ninja War, the Wind Country emerged as an unexpected victor. Although they suffered the loss of 2 peak warriors, Chiyo and Ero Sennin, Sunagakure had nurtured many Kaga-level fighters during these years, allowing the Wind Country to shed its status as the weakest great nation and ascend to become the foremost military power, surpassing the Fire Country. The 5th Kazekage, Raza, was a masterful diplomat. Over the years, he had sent hundreds of beautiful women from the Wind Country to gain the support of the Light Country. Both agriculture and military strength experienced significant advancement, allowing the Wind Country to escape the shackles of resource scarcity. Nara Hikari's wife, Senju Onmi, consumed the natural fruit, the Mori Mori no Mi, which astonished the Senju clan with her remarkable wood-release techniques. The 5th Kazekage obtained special fruit tree seeds from Nara Hikari, which could thrive in any environment. Though merely seeds for fruit and not staple crops, this discovery filled Sunagakure with jubilation. Upon receiving the seeds, the Kazekage designated vast tracts of land for cultivation. Initially, apprehension loomed over the Wind Country, as food and water shortages remained their greatest challenges. However, they soon faced a delightful surprise. The fruit trees flourished remarkably, bearing fruit within a year. Upon tasting the fruit, the Kazekage quickly became enamored with its juicy and refreshing qualities. As word spread, anyone who tasted the fruit developed an insatiable craving for it. Consequently, the Kazekage visited the Light Country numerous times, all in pursuit of these fruit tree seeds. In exchange, he offered the beauty of the Wind Country. Under the scrutiny of Senju Onmi's Byakugan, Nara Hikari, having expended considerable energy that evening, received a substantial number of fruit tree seeds. Thus, he engaged in a series of exchanges with the Kazekage, who left in high spirits, having secured a mutually beneficial arrangement. What are you looking at? As Nara Hikari perused a scroll, he glanced up at the voice's owner, a renowned fire-release ninja from Sunagakure, Yakura. Upon receiving the latest intelligence, Nara Hikari smiled at Yakura. He had been pleasantly surprised when Yakura was sent by the 5th Kazekage. Yakura was one of Nara Hikari's favored ninjas, her silhouette captivating enough to inspire the imagination of any man. What delighted him most was embracing Yakura from behind. Nara Hikari handed the intelligence report to Yakura, his gaze fixed upon her. Yakura, now a mother of 2, radiated a more mature beauty. Her long, dark green hair was elegantly tied up, while her thick orange bangs framed her face, exuding a unique charm. After reviewing the scroll's contents, Yakura returned it, only to find that Nara Hikari had not yet reached out to take it. She looked up to see him lost in thought. What are you staring at? You still look as beautiful as ever. Despite having 2 children with Nara Hikari, Yakura felt a rush of shyness upon receiving his compliment, her cheeks flushing. Nara Hikari placed the scroll on the table. Take your time to read it. I must attend to other matters. Yakura hastily made her way to the door. I'll come find you tonight. All right, came Yakura's voice from beyond the door. Nara Hikari suppressed the urge to rush after her, instead focusing on the other scrolls sent by Kurojitsu. Over the years, Akatsuki had successfully captured the 2 tails, Nibi, the 4 tails, Son Goku, the 6 tails, Rokubi, and the 7 tails, Chomei. However, their attempts to capture the 1 tail, Shikaku, the 3 tails, Isabu, the 8 tails, Gyuki, and the 9 tails, Kurama, had all ended in failure, raising the alert levels in all ninja villages. This issue was promptly raised in the new 5 Kage Summit, leading to increased protective measures for the tailed beasts. Upon learning this, Akatsuki decided to postpone their plans for capturing tailed beasts. Kurojitsu also prepared to devise a meticulous strategy for the upcoming arrangements. While Kurojitsu contemplated his plans, Baijitsu returned with a severely injured Uchiha clan member who had lost an eye and suffered extensive bodily injuries. Tobi. Upon seeing the scroll, Nara Hikari's first thought was of Obito Uchiha, who had darkened in the original Hokage world. However, the subsequent name provided in the scroll left him astounded. The name was not Obito Uchiha, but rather Uchiha Nezen, Obito's half-brother. Without the guiding light of his beloved, Obito had not succumbed to darkness. His brother, Uchiha Nezen, had been rescued by Jitsu and brought back to Kuro Jitsu's stronghold. Chapter 119. The Eye of the Moon. Heibai immediately implanted Hashirama's cells into Uchiha Naquan. With the formidable regenerative capabilities of these cells, Naquan's external and internal injuries swiftly healed, and the half of his body crushed by the boulder merged with the flesh of white Zetsu, restoring him to a complete form. As the third son of Kaguya, Heibai was well aware that the eyes of the Uchiha clan, descendants of Ashura, were the most potent weapons for controlling tailed beasts. Now that Madara had been eliminated by Heibai, Uchiha Naquan stood as the perfect heir. With the fusion of Hashirama's cells, Naquan, in Heibai's view, possessed the qualifications to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. However, the plan required a pivotal moment. Heibai promptly arranged for White Zetsu to use transformation techniques, staging a melodramatic scene of a lover dying at the hands of a close brother. This led to Naquan's Tutomo Sharingan evolving into a Meijiki Sharingan. The infusion of Hashirama's cells ensured that Naquan's Meijiki Sharingan, akin to Tsukuyami, effectively became an eternal Meijiki, alleviating concerns of blindness. Upon returning to the base, Heibai felt the time was ripe and revealed the entirety of the Eye of the Moon plan to Uchiha Naquan. It was a ninjutsu capable of bringing true peace to the ninja world and could even resurrect the person Naquan cherished most. Blinded by hatred, Naquan could no longer absorb anything else. His primary concern was the resurrection of his beloved. He promptly agreed to Heibai's scheme and expressed his desire to personally execute the Eye of the Moon plan. Elated by this, Heibai readily accepted. However, intelligence indicated that Naquan did not immediately utilize his Meijiki to capture tailed beasts. Instead, he ventured first to the land of water. Heibai could only speculate about Naquan's intentions. Naquan's fate seemed to intertwine with Tsukuyami's. His initial plan was to isolate the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, thereby effortlessly acquiring the beast. The strength of the Hidden Mist village had significantly evolved since the past. Naquan understood that relying solely on brute force would make obtaining the Three Tails exceedingly difficult, likely resulting in mutual destruction and forfeiting opportunities to capture other tailed beasts. Under Heibai's manipulation, Tsukuyami had failed for nearly a decade, and Naquan recognized that mere might was insufficient. He swiftly resolved to employ a strategy of deception. Nara Hikari activated the scroll in his possession. To his astonishment, the narrative inertia was so profound that everything remained on its original trajectory. Although the main characters had shifted due to his presence, the story ultimately progressed in its intended direction. Nara Hikari's initial goal was to meet the great Tsutsuki Kaguya and make her one of his women, hoping to bear a child with her. Naturally, he would not interfere with the implementation of the Eye of the Moon plan. Unaware of the capabilities of Naquan's Meijiki, he observed the last two scrolls in the basket. He picked one up, infused it with chakra, and opened it. All troops had retreated. This scroll contained only one piece of information. Awagakure and Kumobikure had also withdrawn. However, as the two nations returned home, a grand battle ensued, concluding with a Pyrrhic victory for Kumobikure. Awagakure departed in disgrace. Thus, the Third Great Ninja War reached its definitive end, with all nations suffering losses, leaving no clear victor. The four great nations found themselves unable to gain the upper hand over one another, though territorial expansions occurred as they annexed several smaller nations during the conflict. What followed was a prolonged period of recuperation. Nara Hikari picked up the final scroll, which recorded but one detail. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze's wife, Kushina Uzumaki, was several months pregnant. Indeed, little Naruto was on the way. Nara Hikari sealed the last scroll back into the basket and stood, stretching widely. His prowess had now reached the pinnacle of the Six Paths level, and with but a single opportunity, he could ascend to a realm beyond Six Paths, a dimension undocumented in Hokage chronicles. Nara Hikari pondered how formidable he would become, questioning whether he might traverse the cosmos like the Tsutsuki clan in the original tale. Currently, Nara Hikari had nearly 5,000 women, and his progeny were countless. Even counting children, including Nara Yusumi, who was now pregnant again, was a challenge. The rejuvenated women had fully regained their initial bodily functions, making conception a simple matter. Among them was Tsukuyami Kosun, who had been by Nara Hikari's side for decades. now expecting once more, much to her exasperation and resignation. As a mother of 7, the prospect of another pregnancy was overwhelming. Tsukuyomi Koshin's eldest son had already established a family, and grandchildren were imminent. The irony of a grandmother expecting again was not lost on her. Her daughter-in-law regarded her with peculiar eyes, yet upon noticing her mother-in-law appeared younger than herself, the strangeness dissipated. In these 10 years, the Nara clan had undergone a transformation of monumental proportions. With the abundant devil fruits provided by Nara Hikari, it was now common to find clan members boasting Jonin-level prowess. And even those of Kaga level were no longer a rarity. When Nara Hikari first arrived in this world, the Nara family had only 3 Kaga level members, all burdened by the accumulated injuries of time. Presently, according to Nara Hikari's estimates, over 800 individuals possessed Kaga level strength. During this time of true peace, the Nara clan's population surged rapidly, now numbering close to 400,000. This included women married into the Nara family and sons-in-law who had joined the clan, as well as the offspring resulting from the family's expansion after the establishment of the Land of Light. Nara Hikari's rewards in his storage space had amassed to astonishing heights, with countless individuals of 6 paths caliber. The number of devil fruits was unfathomable. Even Nara Hikari could not ascertain the total. Nowadays, every member of the Nara clan, regardless of age or gender, possessed a devil fruit, as did all of Nara Hikari's relatives, including members of the Light Pavilion. Moreover, some had even become dual or triple fruit users. Even more astonishing was the fact that all furnishings and appliances within Nara Hikari's home had integrated devil fruits. Despite such consumption, the supply of devil fruits in his storage showed no signs of dwindling. In a remarkable turn of events, Nara Hikari made a significant discovery. Characters rewarded by the system could also bear children for him. This revelation appeared to open the door to a new realm of possibilities. Following a series of hormonal fruit-driven exploits, the characters he had acquired over the years transformed into exquisite beauties of varying allure, some of whom had already borne him children. Nara Hikari approached the window, gazing out at the boundless expanse of Keigakur. The rapid population growth had led to the village's expansion beyond measure. Once, standing at the office window of the Light Pavilion, he could view the entirety of Keigakur. Now, the village's boundaries had become indiscernible. Today, Keigakur had erected over 10 statues of human figures, representing the changing faces of leadership over the years since the founding of the Land of Light. Each had only served for a year before stepping down. The leadership of Keigakur was no longer solely inherited by the Nara clan, but had shifted to a system of election. This year, the mantle of leadership had fallen to Inuzuka Y. Light. Tomorrow marks the establishment of Keigakur's 30th ninja school. Father has requested your presence, said Tachibana, stepping into the office and approaching Nara Hikari. Very well. Chapter 120. The Chaos of the Nine Tails, Part 1. As Nara Light attended the establishment of the 30th Ninja Academy in Keian Village, the ninja world had returned to a state of respite. Ninjas from various nations returned to their respective villages after the battlefield, resuming their previous lives. Among the CH some returned to schools to continue their roles as teachers, while others took on missions to earn a living and enhance their skills. Many CH were promoted to Special J or J upon returning to their villages. The lives of the J also remained unchanged. Some retired to live ordinary lives. Others returned to the village's Anbu to undertake A to S rank missions, and some became mentors for graduating genin. Months later, in the Land of Fire's Hidden Leaf Village, Uzumaki Kushina was about to give birth. The Uzumaki clan members remaining in Konoha hurried to her home, prepared to seal the Nine Tails at a moment's notice. However, to prevent any collateral damage, Namikaze Minato had to relocate the delivery room to a cave outside the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Gatika were stationed at the cave's entrance. Lord Hiruzen, Lord Gatika, Minato greeted them. Do not worry about us. Go take care of Kushina, they replied. Understood, Minato nodded and entered the cave. As he did, Hiruzen looked up at the sky, now shrouded in dark clouds, feeling an unsettling premonition in his heart. Boom. Just as he shifted his gaze from the ominous clouds, a bolt of lightning struck the ground in the distance, followed by a torrential downpour. A shadow emerged from the darkness, braving the rain, Shinobi Shizun, who had returned to the village a few years prior. Lord Hiruzen, Lord Gatika, everything is arranged, Shizun reported, glancing at them before focusing on the cave entrance, his expression contemplative. Very well, Hiruzen replied with a smile. However, he sensed something peculiar about Shizun that he could not quite articulate. Boom. Suddenly, A tremendous noise echoed from another direction in the village. Huh. Hiruzen's attention was instantly drawn to the sound. Swish. A leaf ninja appeared beside him. Lord Hiruzen, the village is under attack. What? Hiruzen exclaimed, confused as to why an attack would occur at such a precarious moment, especially with the recent influx of unfamiliar faces surrounding the village. Shizun, you take charge here. Gatika, let us go, Hiruzen declared, utilizing the body flicker technique to leave. Gatika shot a glance at Shizun before following Hiruzen. Once they had departed, Shizun turned his gaze toward the cave. The 9 tails shall be mine. With no one around, he prepared to enter the cave when another figure appeared before him. Shizun, what are you planning? It was Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan and a comrade of Namake's Minato. Oh, nothing, Shizun replied, forcing a smile. You should go assist Lord Hiruzen. That is out of the question. Lord Hiruzen instructed me to guard this place. That is unnecessary. I can handle it. Shizun glanced at the 2 Uchiha clan members who had accompanied Fugaku. Just wait and see. Fine, fine. Shizun vanished in an instant. Fugaku watched Shizun leave. Leader, this is a perfect opportunity to seize the 9 tails. Silence. Minato and I are friends. The 2 Uchiha clan members fell silent. Suddenly, a baby's cry echoed from within the cave. Fugaku smiled. Minato, you have finally achieved your wish. Just then, Minato emerged from the cave. How is it? Fugaku stepped forward. Concerned. Mother and child are safe. That is good. I shall leave this to you. I will assist Lord Hiruzen. But, Kushina, with you here, I am at ease. Minato vanished after speaking. Fugaku, feeling a swell of emotion, gazed ahead. No one in Konoha had ever shown such trust in the Uchiha clan. Except for Minato. Suddenly, a familiar figure approached from afar. Fugaku was taken aback. Did they drive off the intruders so quickly? Minato, you returned so soon? The figure was indeed Minato, but his expression seemed strange. As Minato drew closer, an ominous feeling swelled within Fugaku. Before Fugaku could finish, he witnessed a shocking sight. The newcomer's eyes transformed into the red-patterned Sharingan. Sharingan. As Fugaku wondered about this, he felt his mind clouding over. Do not struggle, Fugaku. Just sleep for a while. Everything will be fine. The newcomer spoke, their words seemingly enchanting. Fugaku felt his eyelids growing heavier. Thud. Fugaku collapsed. Thud, thud. The 2 Uchiha clan members beside him fell as well. The assailant approached Fugaku. This burden shall be yours. With that, they drew a kunai and pierced the heads of the other 2 Uchiha clan members before walking toward the cave. Inside, they found a weary Kushina and the infant in the basket. Minato, you returned. No, you are not Minato. Who are you? Kushina, frail, exclaimed in surprise before sensing something was amiss. Though the figure resembled Minato, their aura was entirely different. To think he would be so perceptive. The intruder vanished in an instant. Kushina's heart raced as she glanced at her child. The intruder had underestimated the power a mother could summon to protect her child. With her remaining strength, Kushina charged at the figure. Sealing technique, adamant sealing. Desperate to conclude the confrontation swiftly, she channeled her dwindling chakra to execute the sealing technique. However, she underestimated her opponent's strength. With a single kick, the assailant sent her flying. Bang! Kushina crashed into the wall, coughing up blood. The intruder swiftly approached her. Sharingan, activate. The words echoed ominously as several swift sounds cut through the air from all directions. Chapter 121, The Chaos of the 9 Tails, Part 2, The Kaleidoscope opened. The newcomer's gaze swept over the nearby shadows. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of bodies colliding with the ground echoed around. To his surprise, there were so many members of the Uzumaki clan hidden here. He assessed those who had fallen under his influence. Indeed, there were several members of the Uzumaki tribe. He sighed with relief. Fortunately, his abilities had been activated in time. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble. The Uzumaki clan was proficient in sealing techniques. And that was no idle boast. If their sealing techniques were employed, even with his kaleidoscope Sharingan, he would have faced grave consequences. He stepped past these individuals and approached the struggling Kushina Uzumaki. I'm sorry, but I must borrow the 9 tails from within you. He lifted his hand and pressed it against Kushina's abdomen. A stream of red chakra was drawn from her body. Kushina let out a pained scream. It's all right. It will stop hurting soon. He continued the extraction of the red chakra. Soon, a fierce-looking fox manifested outside of Kushina's body. Damn it! You disturbed my dreams. I will kill you. This fox was none other than the tailed beast, Kurama. The forced extraction from Kushina had incited its wrath. In an instant, it broke free from the mysterious person's restraints and struck at the figure that had transformed into Minato Namikaze. Realizing that the confined space would hinder his ability to fight effectively against the now smaller Kurama, the mysterious figure decided to relocate the battlefield outside. This, in fact, was his true objective. However, what puzzled the newcomer was that Kurama did not harm Kushina. In his understanding, tailed beasts tended to become exceptionally violent once they were released from their Jinchuriki. Yet, Kurama seemed rather composed, deliberately avoiding every strike aimed at the weakened Kushina. The mysterious figure, masquerading as Minato, exited the cave first, with Kurama following closely behind, leaving the frail Kushina behind. Gritting her teeth, Kushina crawled towards her child. Knowing her time was limited, the extraction of the tailed beast from her body meant certain death. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before Kushina. Kushina, what is going on? It was none other than Minato Namikaze. Sensing the Ninetales chakra, he had hurried back. Wait, Kushina called out, seeing him approach. Minato, you're back. Tears of joy streamed down her face. Minato knelt and embraced Kushina. What happened? Someone disguised as you attacked me and extracted the Ninetales from my body. My time is short. You must check on our child. What? Minato was taken aback by Kushina's words, quickly followed by a surge of anger. How dare someone ambush his beloved? Looking at the weakened Kushina, he felt utterly helpless, and tears fell from his eyes. It's my fault. It's my fault. Minato, you need not blame yourself. Perhaps everything was already destined. As the Hokage, it is your duty to protect the village. To hell with the village. Without you, what meaning does being Hokage hold? Minato, take care of our child. With that, Kushina spat out a mouthful of blood. The earlier impact against the wall had caused internal injuries, and now her chakra was nearly depleted. No, it can't end like this. Minato wept, holding Kushina tightly. Suddenly, a rushing sound filled the air. Minato looked up to see another figure. It's you. He recognized the face from a previous encounter. Now is not the time for this. Lay your wife down. I have a way to save her. Upon hearing that there was a chance to save Kushina, Minato hurriedly complied, laying her down flat on the ground. The newcomer raised a hand. Secret technique, healing wheel life technique. Minato watched as the stranger's hands glowed blue. Drawing closer to Kushina's abdomen, a powerful surge of chakra flowed into her body. In no time, the previously weak Kushina began to regain her strength. Minato felt a surge of excitement and gratitude towards the stranger who was saving his wife. Soon, Kushina stirred awake. Our son, quickly, our son. Her first concern was not her own condition, but that of her child. Minato used the body flicker technique to bring their child to her. Placing the infant in Kushina's arms, she carefully cradled the sleeping child, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Minato, what is happening? Kushina finally realized she hadn't died. It was this benefactor who saved you, Minato began, ready to introduce the savior to Kushina, only to find that the person had vanished. Where did he go? Kushina asked, noticing the empty space before her. Minato recalled their brief encounter during the Third Great Ninja War in the Land of Grass. Suddenly, he remembered something. The person who had just healed Kushina had been wearing a headband with 4 vertical lines, resembling the symbol of the Rain Country. The Rain Country? Minato was taken aback upon realizing the significance of the headband. The relationship between the Rain and Fire countries had always been strained. Why would a ninja from the Rain Country suddenly come to their aid? He recalled that this same individual had helped him during their last encounter in the Land of Grass, albeit without the headband. I'll investigate this matter later, he thought. How are you feeling now, Kushina? I'm fine. I feel my chakra is replenished, and I have no discomfort. That's wonderful. Can you stand? I can. Minato extended his hand, assisting Kushina as she prepared to rise. Now that I'm all right, let us check on the others. All right. Minato examined the fallen Uzumaki clan members and discovered they had merely fainted. They're fine. They've just lost consciousness. That's a relief, Kushina sighed. Where is everyone? Just then, Fugaku Uchiha rushed into the cave, holding a ninja sword and looking around furiously. Upon spotting Kushina, his expression softened. Kushina, are you all right? I'm fine, Fugaku. That is good to hear. Someone just barged in here. Where did he go? He led the Ninetales away. I'll go check. Fugaku turned to leave. Be careful. That person also possesses the Sharingan. Understood. Fugaku vanished from the cave. You mean the person who attacked you also has the Sharingan? Minato was momentarily stunned by Kushina's mention of the Sharingan, soon filling with confusion. Yes, and it's the Manjiki Sharingan. What? The Manjiki Sharingan? Minato's heart raced as he suddenly thought of the Ninetales. I must go see what is happening. How about you? I'm fine. My chakra has recovered. So don't worry about me. All right, find a safe place for our son to hide. Understood. With that, Minato departed. Chapter 122. The Land of Snow. By the time Minato Namikaze found Fugaku Uchiha, the battle had already concluded. Where is the individual? Escaped, Fugaku replied, panting heavily. Clearly exhausted from the recent confrontation, he sank down onto the ground, striving to regain his chakra and visual prowess. That individual is extraordinarily powerful. We are too close to the village to fight at full strength, yet it seems he too had his reservations. Truly troublesome. Minato's expression grew serious. However, one thing was confirmed. That person undoubtedly possessed the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Hearing Fugaku's words, Minato cast a concerned glance in his direction. Thus far, the Uchiha of Konoha had not produced any rogue ninjas. Besides the Uchiha residing in Konoha, there were also members living in the Land of Light. Yet, Minato believed that with Nara Hikari's strength, he would have no interest in attacking Konoha. If he had intended to strike, no one in Konoha could have thwarted him. There would be no need for a covert assault. Who could it possibly be? Fugaku, I fear that some in Konoha might lay the blame for this incident at your feet. That is precisely my concern. Fugaku sighed lightly upon hearing Minato's words. If trouble arises, seek me out. Understood. Minato turned his gaze toward the now smaller form of Kurama. How is Kushina faring now? Kurama, noticing Minato's attention, lazily responded. She's fine now. A ninja from the Land of Rain rescued her. The Land of Rain? Fugaku grew increasingly perplexed. The enemy, possessing the Sharingan, had just departed, and now a ninja from the Land of Rain appeared on the scene. Fugaku found it difficult to believe that the timing was mere coincidence. Minato, these individuals must have some ulterior motives. I share the same sentiment. Minato regarded Fugaku thoughtfully. Deploy more personnel to monitor the periphery of Konoha. Understood. In an instant, Fugaku vanished. After Fugaku's departure, Kurama turned to Minato. Take me back. Very well. Minato approached Kurama and placed his hand upon him. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he instantly returned to the cave. Quickly, return me to Kushina's body, or she will perish. She is already safe. The ninja from the Land of Rain has treated her. Is that so? Kurama paused momentarily before bursting into joyous laughter. Haha, does that mean I am free now? Minato chose to ignore Kurama's exuberance and focused on sensing Kushina's location. He soon arrived at the place where Kushina was hiding. Have you found them? Kushina, cradling her child, inquired upon seeing Minato appear before her. They escaped. Let us return home. And what of him? Kushina glanced at Kurama with concern, worried that ill-intentioned individuals might exploit Kurama's existence. Do not worry. This matter will be handled. For now, you need to rest. Very well. Kushina's primary concern remained her child. Hearing Minato's reassurances, she decided not to press further. Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God to bring Kurama and Kushina back to their home. Afterward, he returned to the cave to escort the members of the Uzumaki clan back to their homeland before heading to the Hokage building. In the Land of Light. At the light-hidden village, Hikari Nara picked up a recently delivered scroll. The Land of Rain's Akatsuki? The scroll detailed the members of the Akatsuki from the Land of Rain, who had traveled to Konoha to revive the Uzumaki Kushina, who had been deprived of her tailed beast. Hikari reflected on the timeline. In Konoha, it was the year 48, a time when, in the original narrative, Yahiko had already perished. After Nagato's fall, he had restructured the Akatsuki within that year, creating the 6 paths of pain. However, in this timeline, Hanzo had sustained severe injuries during his battle with Kato Dan and soon met his demise. Moreover, Danzo, who orchestrated Yahiko's death, had also fallen at Hikari's hands. The reports from the light-hidden members indicated that Yahiko had not died in this world, and the Akatsuki was growing increasingly powerful. However, Yahiko continued to uphold his greatest aspiration of achieving peace in the ninja world without resorting to violence. The members of the Light Hidden had sensed that Yahiko's strength was only at the Jonin level, while Nagato and Konin had already attained the strength of Kage. Not only that, but the Akatsuki boasted numerous powerful individuals of Kage rank, willingly following a leader with only Jonin-level strength. Hikari mused that perhaps this was the allure of charisma. Continuing to peruse the scroll, he noted that in this world, the Ninetales, Kurama, did not immediately attack Konoha upon being released by the corrupted Uchiha Obito. Instead, he aided Konoha in confronting Obito, allowing them to weather the crisis. Minato and Kushina did not meet their demise, as depicted in the original tale. While Tsunade survived as well, It remained uncertain how the narrative would unfold from here. The opportunity for Sarutobi Hiruzen to reclaim the Hokage position had vanished. After finishing the scroll, Hikari set it aside and picked up another one. The Land of Snow? Hikari stared at the 3 characters inscribed on the scroll, slightly taken aback. Channeling chakra, he slowly unfurled the scroll. The contents revealed that it was a commissioned scroll with Hikari Nara as the client, tasked with protecting the film star, Fujikaze Yuki, during her return to her homeland. Hikari recalled the entire plot, feeling an overwhelming familiarity with this segment of the story. In the original narrative, this event would not transpire for many years. Contemplating, Hikari realized he hadn't ventured out in quite some time. He set the scroll aside for the moment, then finished reviewing the remaining scrolls before putting this one away in his storage space. Exiting the office, he first sought out Tachibana. Tachibana, I will be making a trip to the Land of Snow, but shall return shortly. Understood, Tachibana replied, casting a meaningful glance at Hikari before resuming her work. Hikari shook his head in resignation. Upon stepping out of the light tower, he vanished from his location, reappearing at the designated meeting point, an inn in the Land of Light. Lord Hikari. The innkeeper immediately recognized Hikari as he entered the lobby. Where are the people from the Land of Snow? In the backyard. Very well, lead me there. Certainly. Lord Hikari. The innkeeper instructed his assistant briefly before departing the counter to guide Hikari toward the backyard. Soon, Hikari met the group of clients. This is Lord Hikari. The innkeeper introduced him to the party from the Land of Snow. Greetings, Lord Hikari. I am the agent Isama Santayu. It is a pleasure to meet you. A middle-aged man wearing sunglasses stepped forward from the group, enthusiastically approaching Hikari with utmost respect. Chapter 123. Rebellion. Where is that movie star? Nara Hikaru scanned the backyard, but found no sign of the girl named Fuka Koyuki. Are you referring to Fuji Fuyuki? Upon hearing the name, Nara Hikaru momentarily hesitated before recalling it was Fuka Koyuki's stage name. My lord, have you not seen any of Fuyuki-san's films? No. Oh. Isama Santai glanced around. Where's Fuyuki-san? His words sparked confusion among everyone in the backyard, who began to search frantically. ISNT Fuyuki-san right here. Where is she? She was just here. Everyone was astonished and began to look around. Quickly, find Fuyuki-san. Yes. They split into groups, some searching the yard while others rushed into the street. Nara Hikaru leaped into the air, swiftly soaring above the town. A glance revealed a girl sprinting down the street, heading towards the seaside vessel. The ship's horn blared, signaling its imminent departure. Just as the girl approached the ship, a burly man descended from above, landing in front of her. Fuyuki-san, return with me. If you leave, Santayu-san will be worried. Get out of my way. This is none of your business. Fuyuki attempted to sidestep the large man, but he blocked her path. I command you to step aside. Otherwise, I will instruct the manager to dismiss you. Seeing the ship about to leave, Fuyuki grew anxious. Please, don't cause a scene. Come back with me. As Fuyuki pondered how to evade the man, Isama Santayu and the filming crew approached. No, I will not return to the Land of Snow, no matter what, Fuyuki declared, attempting to turn away when a somewhat mature woman grasped her hand. Do you have any idea how much effort Santai-san has put into this return to the Land of Snow? What does that have to do with me? Fuyuki retorted, trying to break free from the woman's grip. Angered, the woman punched Fuyuki in the stomach. Fuyuki gasped, then collapsed to the ground, quickly losing consciousness. Nara Hikaru noticed and remarked, take her away. The mature woman began walking toward the town's inn. Isama Santayu sighed while the burly man hoisted Fuyuki onto his shoulder and followed the woman. At sea, Fuyuki slowly opened her eyes, observing her surroundings before stepping onto the deck. It appeared the filming location was prepared. Fuyuki-san, you're awake. Rest for a moment. You have your scenes tomorrow, and you can familiarize yourself with the setting. Fuyuki ignored him, continuing to gaze at the horizon. The man, feeling awkward, turned and left. Sitting at a corner of the deck, Nara Hikaru gazed at the girl reluctant to confront her past. Objectively, he understood that after witnessing the destructive power of formidable ninjas, it was entirely natural to shy away from reality. Nara Hikaru could not fathom such feelings. For now, his strength was such that even if Otsutsuki Kagaya were resurrected, he would stand no chance. He turned his gaze toward the sea, recalling how his understanding of the Naruto world had shifted since encountering a certain Otsutsuki Sakura. Future adversaries might not only include the Otsutsuki capable of traversing between planets, but potentially even greater threats. His current invincibility was not the end of his journey. Soon, Nara Hikaru followed the ship as it approached the borders of the land of snow. This was a realm perpetually blanketed in ice and snow. Is this really the land of snow? It's absolutely beautiful. Filming here will surely lead to great success for the sequel, the director exclaimed, rising excitedly upon seeing the icy mountains. The crew members also stood in awe, gazing at the distant ice formations. The next scene will be filmed here. Quickly maneuver the ship to shore. Script adaptations will be your responsibility, the director said exuberantly. Understood. The screenwriter, equally thrilled, was not captivated by the scenery, but rather by the prospect of considerable financial gain. As he sprinted toward the cabin, he envisioned a torrent of money filling his pockets. The ship's horn sounded once more, and it changed course toward the shore. Once docked, everyone disembarked as swiftly as possible. Nara Hikaru was the last to step off, observing Fuyuki hesitating at the edge of the ice. Some things must be faced. You can trust me to be here, Nara Hikaru said, stepping past her. Fuyuki glanced at his retreating figure, uncertain of his confidence. I hope your assurance remains steadfast. With that, she gritted her teeth and fought against her fear as she stepped onto the ground. Nara Hikaru merely smiled at her whispered words. As Nara Hikaru and Fuyuki reached the icy mountains, the crew had completed their preparations for filming. Fuyuki-san, we are about to begin shooting. Please prepare yourself and touch up your makeup, a staff member said. Fuyuki remained silent, allowing the crew to guide her, akin to a marionette devoid of spirit. The filming proceeded smoothly, devoid of any interruptions from the land of snow's ninjas, as depicted in the original story. After completing the segment, the director reluctantly instructed the crew to pack up the equipment and prepare for the next location. Everyone returned to the ship, unloading their gear, which included several steam-powered vehicles. After fitting them with snow tires, the crew set off toward a nearby town. As dusk approached, the convoy entered a small town. Following the director's instructions, they checked into the finest hot spring available. Nara Hikaru was astonished to find a hot spring even in such frigid conditions. After indulging in a soothing bath, he returned to his assigned room. Just as he was on the verge of drifting into a long-awaited slumber, a frantic knocking at the door interrupted him. My lord, something terrible has happened. Fuyuki-san is missing. An anxious voice called from outside. Understood, give me a moment. Nara Hikaru sat up and swiftly opened the door. My lord, something is wrong. You must come with me. All right, let us go. Nara Hikaru followed closely behind, observing the boy who had appeared beside Asima-sen, detecting a fluctuation of chakra emanating from the small dagger on the boy's waist. As Nara Hikaru assessed the boy, they arrived at the inn's lobby. Chapter 124, Arrival Lord Nara Ko, I beseech you for assistance. Miss Fuyuki is missing again. Asajima Santayu approached in a state of urgency upon seeing Nara's arrival. Fear not. She hasn't strayed far. Follow me. Naraku waved his hand, summoning a shadow soldier from the depths of his shadow. Lead the way. The shadow soldier complied and proceeded toward the entrance, with Naraku trailing behind. The onlookers promptly followed suit. After traversing the street, they arrived at the front of an inn. Asajima Santayu rushed inside. Once all had entered, Naraku turned his gaze towards the dimly lit shadows of the street. As his sight focused, the fluctuations of chakra in that area dissipated. It appeared someone could no longer wait. Naraku stepped into the inn. Do not mind me. Continue your filming without me. I am no longer part of this production. The moment he entered, Naraku was met with a woman's furious outburst. The voice belonged to the intoxicated Fuyuki. Miss Fuyuki, if we do not proceed with the shoot now, we will incur a substantial penalty for breach of contract. And why should I care? Fuyuki retorted, raising her glass and downing its contents. Her cheeks flushed, she looked adorably captivating. The side-parted bangs gave Naraku an urge to delve deeper into her character. Miss Fuyuki, you have had too much to drink. I am not drunk. You all should leave. With a hiccup, she slumped onto the table. Just as Asajima Santayu attempted to assist Fuyuki, a series of piercing sounds echoed around the inn, followed by a cacophony of footsteps. Naraku sensed that they were surrounded. Stay here and do not move, Naraku instructed before stepping outside. Upon his exit, several snow ninjas clad in specially crafted armor approached him. Lord Naraku, you know me? Your name is well known to us. Our leader wishes to invite you to a banquet prepared in your honor. Who is Kazuhana Noto? Regrettably, Lord Naraku, the leader is not present. However, he awaits you in the capital of the land of snow. Such pretense. Return and tell your leader to come see me in person. But, Lord Naraku, one of the snow ninjas hesitated, but his companion pressed down on his shoulder. The snow ninja turned to his comrade, who who shook his head. Lord Naraku, we shall convey your message to the leader. May you enjoy your time in the land of snow. With that, all the snow ninjas vanished in an instant. Naraku observed their swift departure before returning to the inn. He was taken aback by the contrast between the land of snow and the original narrative. In the original text, Kazahana Nudo had only 3 elite ninjas at his disposal, yet the inn was surrounded by 10 formidable shadow-level warriors. The world of the original Hokage had indeed transformed. Lord Naraku, are you unharmed? Asajima Santayu inquired. I am fine, merely a pack of insignificant fish. They have departed now. Please take Fuyuki back. Naraku stated as he strode towards the exit. Asajima Santayu exhaled in relief and hurriedly commanded his companions to take Fuyuki away, the capital of the land of snow. The following day, as Naraku and his companions returned to their inn, the snow ninjas had already arrived at the capital. Leader, with Naraku by Kazahana Fuyuki's side. We are unable to retrieve her. A dozen snow ninjas reported to a middle-aged man. Understood. Dismissed. We shall deliberate this matter further. The man, Kazahana Nudo, regarded his subordinates. 10 of you remain. The rest may leave. With that, everyone except for 10 shadow-level ninjas departed. Release him. We will need his strength to deal with Naraku. Yes, leader. The 10 turned to leave. Kazahana Nudo, alone now, approached the window and gazed out at the land of snow. Once I obtain the secret treasure, this world shall belong to me. Kazahana Fuyuki, I wonder how long you can evade me. With that, he vanished. Outside a small town in the land of snow. Yes, just like that. This shot is perfect. The director praised as he oversaw the filming preparations. All is ready. Let us commence shooting. The crew swiftly mobilized. Naraku observed the filming from a distance. Fuyuki demonstrated commendable professionalism as an actress. Despite her recent emotional turmoil, she was earnest in her performance. Her emotional transitions and dialogue delivery were impressive, though, like in the original text, she required eye drops for her crying scenes. The scene concluded shortly. Just as the director prepared to instruct the crew to pack up the props, a long line of steam locomotives, crafted from special materials, sped towards them across the snowy landscape. Naraku was intrigued by the train, which moved effortlessly over the snow without tracks. Boom, boom, boom. As the train halted, a barrage of cannonballs soared through the air. Take cover, someone shouted, prompting everyone to scatter. The deafening explosions echoed, yet Naraku shielded them all with his shadow energy. Snow Pigeon. Kazahana Nudo shouted from atop the train as a burly snow ninja raced towards them. Leaping into the air, his hands transformed into ice blades. Ice release. Ice blade. The snow ninja swung the ice blades at Naraku's shadow energy barrier. Clang. The blades struck the barrier, creating ripples and a resonating sound. Simultaneously, the snow ninja was forcefully repelled, sliding across the snow for a considerable distance before halting. Is it unbreakable? The snow ninja regarded Naraku's defense with a grave expression. Ice release. Ice barrier. He gathered chakra and slammed his hand onto the ground, summoning a unique symbol-formed array beneath Naraku and all present. Boom. Naraku had no intention of allowing the formation to complete. He unleashed explosive energy, obliterating the nascent barrier into shards of ice. With a swift motion, he protected everyone behind him. At that moment, hundreds of logs tumbled down from the snowy slope. Before the snow ninjas on the train could react, the logs collided with the locomotive, yet a thick sheet of ice intercepted the impact. Attack. As Naraku disrupted the snow ninja's technique, a furious roar erupted from the snowy slope. He then beheld a horde of samurai, armed with katanas, surging down the slope towards the train, shouting, "Take back the land of snow." Chapter 125. The snow country train. The figure that approached was Asama Santayu, clad in antiquated samurai armor. Accompanying him in the charge towards the train were members of the Wind and Snow Painting Agency, alongside unfamiliar faces that Nara Hikari had never encountered before. Hikari understood that these individuals were loyal warriors of the fallen leader of the snow country, summoned in advance for this vendetta. Their objective was to reclaim the snow country and vanquish Fubuki Nuda. Thousands of samurai wielding variously styled swords roared as they surged towards the direction of the snow ninjas. Leading the charge was Asama Santayu, accompanied by the woman who had previously knocked out Fubuki Nuda. As they neared the train, Santayu swung his sword forward, unleashing a brilliant blue arc of energy. Hikari observed this scene with astonishment. In the original tale, Asama Santayu was merely an ordinary samurai devoid of chakra, who had swiftly met his demise during the initial assault. Yet here, he transformed into a formidable warrior, his blade radiating immense chakra. At this moment, he bore a striking resemblance to Miura from the Iron Country. Though Santayu's attack was dazzling, it was effortlessly repelled by the train's external defenses. Within the train, Fubuki Nuda glared furiously at the approaching adversaries. "Eliminate them all," she commanded. No sooner had her words echoed than the side of the train rapidly elevated. A row of launchers, composed of hundreds of tubes, extended outward, and countless crossbow bolts erupted forth. Swish, swish, swish. A dense barrage of bolts, glowing with a brilliant blue hue and infused with ice chakra, hurtled towards Santayu and his comrades. Realizing the impending danger, Santayu raised his sword once more and swung it with great force, generating a larger blue arc that shattered a small cluster of bolts. However, this was but a mere fraction of the countless projectiles that were soon to follow. Glancing at the arrows in despair, Santayu felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. Would this truly be the end? Yet, just as despair threatened to engulf him, Nara Hikari materialized before Santu, raising his hand to deflect all the chakra-infused arrows. Hikari could not allow his client to perish. After all, where would he claim his reward? Moreover, he could not afford to lose face in the presence of death before him. After successfully blocking the arrows, Hikari unleashed the energy of his explosive fruit. Being mindful of the potential collateral damage to his client, he meticulously controlled the explosion's power and radius, confining it within the train. In the instant of the train's disintegration, a flurry of blue figures darted from the wreckage, swiftly converging towards Hikari. Ice Release, White Whale, a shadow-level snow ninja, swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a colossal whale composed of chakra from the depths below, launching it towards Hikari. The ninjas of the Snow Country almost universally possess the unique Ice Release Kekiai Genkai, enhanced further by their specially crafted chakra armor, allowing them to maximize their ice technique's destructive power while augmenting their chakra reserves. This granted their C-rank ninjutsu the destructive capability of D-rank. "Step back," Hikari commanded, shattering the whale with his explosive energy. He then summoned his shadow abilities, and hundreds of shadow soldiers emerged from the shadows before him, filling the space around him. This spectacle left Santayu and his companions in awe, prompting them to instinctively retreat. Hikari turned to Fuji Fubuki, also known as Fubuki Koyuki, who had yet to leave. "As I have previously assured you, I will ensure your safety. Depart to a secure location. The ensuing events may be quite bloody, and I fear they may frighten you." His tone was gentle. Fubuki gazed at Hikari's confident visage, her eyes sweeping across the multitude of peculiar shadows before him. In that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. "Santayu, my reward cannot be diminished by even a fraction. Do you hear me?" As Hikari's words fell, a snow ninja materialized before the shadow soldiers. A shadow soldier raised its sword, emanating black energy, and plunged it into the enemy's abdomen before swiftly retracting it. A swift kick sent the lifeless body sprawling backward. Santayu, witnessing this, nodded mechanically. "Good, good." Hikari resumed his focus on the adversaries. "Leave none alive." The shadow soldiers, receiving their orders, rapidly vanished from sight. It was now Hikari's moment to shine. As Santayu retreated, he observed the unfolding chaos from a distance, curious if the legendary ninjas truly possessed the strength of their fabled reputation. Indeed, this was a question on everyone's mind. Thus, they did not venture far from the battlefield, instead taking refuge atop a slightly elevated ice mound to witness the events below. Among the onlookers, Fubuki fixed her gaze intently on the battlefield, unwilling to miss a single detail. As she recalled Hikari's confident smile, a flicker of hope began to blossom within her heart, the hope for vengeance. What transpired next was undeniably gruesome. Despite the formidable ice ninjutsu wielded by the snow ninjas, the elusive nature of the shadow soldiers rendered them nearly untouchable. Even widespread techniques failed to harm them. Some shadow soldiers had already attained shadow-level prowess. Though lacking chakra, they commanded shadow energy, enabling them to perform various dark techniques. Concentrating this energy into a single point allowed for a form of ranged attack, with the element of surprise being a significant advantage. Ice Release, Ice Blades, a shadow-level snow ninja, upon reaching a shadow soldier, formed hand seals. An icy blade extended from his right hand, which he then hurled at the shadow soldier. Simultaneously, he launched metallic claws connected by chakra threads from his left hand. The targeted shadow soldier raised its sword, deflecting the claws before vanishing from sight, reappearing beside the shadow-level ninja. With no time to retract his claws, the ninja raised his right hand, using his armored forearm to block the incoming sword strike. He then swung his right hand, sending the claws spiraling through the air towards the shadow soldier's back. Just as the claws were about to make contact, the shadow soldier dissipated into shadow energy. As the claws passed through harmlessly, the shadow soldier reformed, momentarily halting the ninja's actions. He had never encountered such a bizarre ability before. Ice release, raining ice. Chapter 126, The Massacre. The shadow-level snow ninja leaped into the air, raising a hand to point at the shadow-level shadow soldier. Before the snow ninja, a blade of ice materialized. Die, commanded the shadow-level snow ninja, directing the ice blade down upon the shadow soldier. The shadow soldier brandished a crimson katana, unleashing waves of shadow energy that shattered the descending ice blades. Let us see how many you can deflect, taunted the shadow-level snow ninja, as he relentlessly controlled the ice blades to rain down. Utilizing his shadow stealth ability, the shadow soldier deftly shattered the incoming ice blades while evading those that came too close. The shadow-level snow ninja, possessing the ability to fly, initially held a slight advantage. However, this advantage quickly evaporated. Suddenly, a pair of wings composed of shadow energy unfurled behind the shadow soldier. With a gentle flap, the shadow soldier soared into the sky, rushing toward the shadow-level snow ninja at an astonishing speed. So fast, the snow ninja exclaimed in alarm, hastily maneuvering his chakra armor to retreat. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not evade the shadow soldier's approach. As the katana was poised to strike, a layer of solid ice rapidly encased half of his body. An ice blade formed in his right hand, slashing toward the approaching shadow soldier. Ah! A cry of agony escaped the lips of the shadow-level snow ninja. He gritted his teeth against the pain, glancing at his left side where the ice had shattered, revealing torn flesh and gushing blood. In disbelief, he stared at the katana in the shadow soldier's grasp, astonished that his formidable ice defense had been so easily breached. As the shock settled, the power within him dissipated rapidly, and his body involuntarily plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily. The armor shattered under the impact, and his bones fractured simultaneously. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he breathed his last. The shadow soldier swiftly turned to confront other foes, and the battlefield transformed into a feast of death following the fall of the shadow-level snow ninja. Soon, the sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed across the scene. Fenghua Nuteo, having repelled the shadow soldier before him, surveyed the battlefield with disbelief. How could this happen? He muttered, dodging another attack from the shadow soldier while casting his gaze toward Nara Hikari in the distance. A tumult of unwillingness and despair. Chapter 127, The Hidden Treasure. Nara Hikari gazed at the cheering crowd in the distance. The director and crew had long since vanished from sight. Hikari recalled that audacious director, who did not flee due to the chaos, but instead took refuge on a snowy slope to continue filming. Extending his perception, he discerned that the director and screenwriter, accompanied by a few others, were indeed capturing footage from afar on the snowy incline. Meanwhile, Fujike's Yukisue remained fixated on Hikari's profile. Hikari felt the intensity of her gaze and turned to meet her eyes. Noticing her unwavering attention, he raised a hand to touch his face. Is there something on my face? No. Yukisue quickly averted her gaze. What are your plans now, Fujike's Yukisue? My lord, you may call me Fuka Koyuki. My vengeance has been fulfilled, and I can now use my true name. Oh no. You should now be called Fuka Koyuki. After avenging her grievances, she no longer wished to conceal her identity. I don't know, Fuka Koyuki admitted, a hint of confusion in her voice. She had long been evading the reality of her past, having witnessed the formidable power of Fuka Naruto, which left an indelible mark on her young soul. To her astonishment, the seemingly invincible Fuka Naruto had been vanquished with such ease before Nara Hikari. With Fuka Naruto gone, the weight of safeguarding this nation now falls upon your shoulders. I believe Senteiyu would be more than willing. Yet, I have no desire to become a ruler. Fuka Koyuki's gaze drifted towards the jubilant crowd. Lacking formidable strength herself, she felt incapable of protecting those most dear to her. I wish I were stronger, she murmured, her thoughts evidently leading her elsewhere, causing her cheeks to flush suddenly. A moment of silence enveloped them. My lord, why not stay in the land of snow for a few days? I would like to express my gratitude to you, if that is acceptable. Upon hearing Fuka Koyuki's suggestion, Hikari contemplated for a moment and found no objections. Certainly. Wonderful. Fuka Koyuki's face lit up with a radiant smile, a sweet expression that brought a sense of healing. Perhaps due to her extensive experience as an actress, she exuded a captivating charm akin to that of certain stars from a previous life. Just as she was about to speak again, a soft cough interrupted from the side. Fuka Koyuki, startled like a frightened rabbit, quickly lowered her head. Taiyu chuckled. Am I interrupting? Oh no, Fuka Koyuki replied softly. Uncle Taiyu, I have invited my lord to be a guest in the land of snow. I may require your assistance in making preparations. Is that so? How delightful. I shall begin preparations at once. After saying this, Taiyu prepared to depart, but paused mid-step. The princess will chat with my lord for a while. Once I am ready, I shall come to fetch you. With a meaningful glance exchanged between the two, he swiftly exited. Fuka Koyuki's cheeks reddened further. She had never been alone with a man, especially one as exceptional as Hikari. Rumors circulated about him having numerous women. She was uncertain of their veracity. They did not wait long before a snow vehicle appeared not far from them. The door swung open, revealing Taiyu smiling at them. My lord, princess, please enter. We are heading to the capital. Fuka Koyuki and Nara Hikari climbed into the vehicle. My lord, please hold on tight, Taiyu instructed. And the massive snow vehicle set off into the distance. Through the window, Hikari observed the director and crew approaching the wreckage of a destroyed train. My lord, that train was once an essential means of transportation in the land of snow. Everyone would ride it to return to their hometown. But it has now been transformed into a war machine by Fuka Taiyu explained. Shortly, the snow vehicle departed from that location. As they passed an open area, a beam of colorful light descended from the heavens, enveloping a protruding rock. Everyone in the snow vehicle turned their gaze towards the radiant light. Recalling a legend of the land of snow, where the light appeared, there lay a powerful hidden treasure. Yet, Nara Hikari knew that this was precisely the treasure Fuka had tirelessly sought for years, a mere heater. Hikari felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't a key hanging from Fuka Koyuki's neck required to unlock it? Let us go take a look. Taiyu exclaimed excitedly. The occupants of the vehicle mirrored his enthusiasm. The driver quickly turned the vehicle towards the radiant light. After halting, Taiyu beckoned the others to shift the massive stone aside. Indeed, a box emerged before them. Taiyu examined the box. How do we open this? Princess, your necklace's key. He suddenly recalled the key pendant bestowed upon her by her late father. Fuka Koyuki promptly removed the key and approached the box, inserting it into the lock. It fit perfectly. She was about to turn it when Taiyu interjected. Wait. Let me handle it. Concerned that opening the box might lead to unforeseen consequences, he knelt down and twisted the key. After a full rotation, the box slowly opened of its own accord. The onlookers were taken aback by the contents within. What is this? A warrior inquired. Staring at the various devices inside the box, Taiyu quickly recognized the items. To his astonishment, the treasure that had been safeguarded by the land of snow for generations turned out to be nothing more than a heater. With a wry smile, he shook his head. If Fuka were to discover that the treasure she had slain her brother to obtain and had searched for over a decade was merely a heater, he was certain it would infuriate her to the point of death. My lord, what about this? Forget it. Let's just close it. Let this secret remain perpetually shrouded in mystery. Though the so-called treasure might bring tragedy to this nation, it would also instill a modicum of trepidation in other lands. After restoring the area to its original state, they returned to the snow vehicle. An hour later, they arrived in the capital of the land of snow. This was a city crafted from blocks of ice. In preparation for dealing with Fuka Koyuki and her companions, Fuka had summoned all the snow shinobi from the city. As the snow vehicle entered the capital, no one came forth to obstruct their passage. To their surprise, despite the passage of years, the place remained unchanged. As they walked along the street leading to the Lord's palace, Taiyu marveled at the architecture on either side. The original work had never depicted the entirety of the land of snow. The battles involving Kakashi's team had taken place either on icebergs or in snowy fields, with not a single glimpse of a village throughout the narrative. At last, Nara Hikari beheld the true visage of the land of snow. Suddenly, he found himself intrigued by the chakra armor developed by Fuka, capable of bestowing elite J-Nin with power rivaling that of Hokage. It was indeed a remarkable creation. Chapter 128, Paid C. Naramitsu, maintaining an impassive demeanor, discreetly unleashed the energy of shadows. Hundreds of shadow soldiers began to scour the Lord's manor. Lord Mitsu, the meal is prepared. Please follow me. A samurai approached respectfully. Very well, lead the way, Mitsu replied. Following the samurai to the dining hall of the manor, where an array of food awaited. Although not extravagant, the variety was commendable, and Lord Mitsu appreciated the lack of ostentation. Lord Mitsu, please take a seat here. The samurai gestured towards the head of the table. Mitsu complied without hesitation, taking his place. Once he was seated, the others followed suit. Thank you, Lord Mitsu, for your assistance. We raise a toast to you. The samurai, along with Fuka, Koike, and the rest, lifted their glasses. Cheers, Mitsu echoed, raising his glass as well. At that moment, a shadow soldier emerged from the darkness at the entrance. The once vibrant dining hall fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated on the soldier. These soldiers were clad in form-fitting black attire, their heads hooded, revealing only their crimson eyes exuding an aura of menace. Though it was their second encounter with the shadow soldiers, the first had been from a distance, leaving them with only an impression of their strength. However, this close proximity instilled a palpable fear within them, causing the timid to tremble slightly. The shadow soldier approached Mitsu and presented a scroll. This had become the standard method for shadow soldiers to report. Mitsu opened the scroll before the assembled guests, revealing only 3 words. Found it. He closed it, noticing the surrounding silence. Looking up, he saw everyone staring at him. Why aren't you eating? Mitsu inquired. We. The samurai hesitated, the thought racing through his mind. Why have we stopped eating? Don't you have any inkling? Of course, he could not voice his true thoughts. The shadow soldier swiftly dissolved back into the shadows beneath Mitsu's feet. The pace of the meal quickened considerably thereafter. After the samurai led another toast to Mitsu, everyone began to clear the table. Once the gathering dispersed, Mitsu promptly made his way to the location indicated by the shadow soldier. Emerging from the shadow realm, he found himself in a spacious, independently carved chamber deep underground. The walls were adorned with chakra armor similar to that worn by the snow ninja. He examined one closely, a sleek, fitted suit of armor. 3 blue crystals, bearing the Tai Chi Bagua pattern, were embedded in the chest and shoulders, storing vast amounts of chakra. This was indeed a device designed to enhance the strength of snow ninjas. The principle behind these blue crystals bore resemblance to Tsunade's Baika no Jutsu, one storing chakra in a device and the other within a sealing technique. However, the material of these blue crystals remained a mystery. Aside from the pseudo-ice techniques of the Snow Country ninjas, only the bloodline clan of the Mist Village excelled in ice techniques. The Land of Light had few skilled in this art. Nevertheless, Mitsu planned to take them, considering that if water-style ninjas could utilize them, it would significantly bolster the military prowess of the Land of Light. With a wave of his hand, he stored all the chakra armor into his dimensional space and returned to the surface with the shadow soldiers. Upon entering the room arranged for him, he found it was already deep into the night. A soft sound startled Mitsu from his slumber. Lord Mitsu, a woman-esque silhouette, appeared in the living room. He turned on the light and recognized her immediately as Kuryu Fubuki, one of the top 3 shadow ranks under Fuka. In the original story, she was merely a flying elite ninja who was ultimately defeated by Kakashi's team. Yet in this world, she had transformed into a formidable mid-level shadow. At that moment, Fubuki was not clad in her ostentatious chakra armor but was dressed in plain attire, her orange hair tied into a high ponytail. To be frank, her previous armor's headpiece was quite unappealing, but now she appeared quite lovely. Indeed, there were no truly unattractive women in the world of Hokage, though many female ninjas wore excessively gaudy outfits. You dare return to seek me after fleeing the snow country? Aren't you afraid I might kill you? Mitsu teased, observing Fubuki. Lord Mitsu, joining Fuka was a last resort. Now that I am at my wit's end, I wish to align myself with you. I will do whatever you ask. Fubuki spoke cautiously, the overwhelming presence of the man before her sending shivers down her spine. Mitsu scrutinized Fubuki from head to toe. You would truly do anything? Understanding his implication, Fubuki raised her hands towards her buttons. Enough, Mitsu quickly interjected, halting her actions. Is this something to be viewed for free? Then I shall accompany you. She replied gratefully. Thank you, Lord Mitsu. Please, do not leave tonight. What? She stammered. Fubuki paused, then, understanding Mitsu's intent, summoned a small shard of ice from her palm, which struck the light switch, plunging the room into darkness. She slowly approached Mitsu. I will leave the subsequent scenes for the readers to envision. 3 days swiftly passed. It was the day of Mitsu's departure. Fuka, Koike, and Isama, along with a host of samurai, gathered to see him off. Lord Mitsu, you must visit the snow country again, Fuka implored. Indeed, I shall, Mitsu replied. Fuka cast a complex glance at Fubuki, recalling the day she witnessed this woman slay many of her father's warriors. Though Fubuki had not directly harmed her father, she was nonetheless considered one of the indirect perpetrators. However, since Fubuki had allied with Mitsu, Fuka felt it was inappropriate to press further. Just as Mitsu was about to leave, someone called out, "Lord Mitsu, please wait." Turning back, he saw Fuka struggling to articulate her thoughts. I. She had prepared a speech for the entire night, but found herself speechless. "Princess, if you wish to say something, now is the time. You may not have another opportunity." Asama encouraged from the side. "Lord Mitsu, I wish to become your apprentice and learn ninjutsu from you." Fuka finally mustered the courage to speak after a long silence. "Have you truly thought this through? Are you ready to forsake everything you currently possess?" Mitsu inquired. "I have made my decision." In truth, Fuka had discussed this with Asama multiple times over the past few days. When Asama learned of her intention to leave, he had initially resisted, but ultimately understood her heart and consented. He respected her choice. "Very well, I accept you as my disciple." "Thank you so much, Lord Mitsu," Fuka exclaimed, excitement radiating from her. Turning to Asama, she said, "Uncle, I leave the snow country in your hands. I shall return to see you." "Indeed," Asama responded. Fuka swiftly ran to Mitsu's side, while those gathered to bid farewell began to weep profusely. "Princess, you must return to us. I will miss you all dearly." Fuka waved her hand. Mitsu released the energy of the floating fruit, carrying Fuka and Kuryu Fubuki into the distance. Chapter 129. Isdeath having departed from the land of snow. Nara Hikari returned to the land of light accompanied by Kazahana Koiki and Tsuruya Fubuki. Upon arriving home, Nara Hikari entrusted Tsuruya Fubuki to his mother, Nara Masami, for further arrangements. In the courtyard, Nara Masami's loud voice resonated, while Nara Hikari had already made his way to the light pavilion office. At that moment, Tachibana entered. She spotted Kazahana Koyuki standing to the side. "Who might this be?" Tachibana inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Nara Hikari. "Ah, a newly accepted disciple. Is that truly all she is?" Tachibana retorted, rolling her eyes. "You must be Sister Tachibana, right? You are even more beautiful than I imagined." "I am Kazahana Koyuki, a new disciple of Lord Hikari." Kazahana Koyuki chuckled softly at Nara Hikari's flustered expression, then approached Tachibana with a smile. "You speak so well, little sister. You are quite lovely yourself." Tachibana's face lit up with joy at the compliment. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike her. "Are you the star, Fubuki Koyuki? I can't believe you know me. I watched your movie. It was truly remarkable, especially your acting. It was simply superb. Thank you for your kind words, Sister Tachibana. But it wasn't that great." Nara Hikari observed as the two women engaged in their conversation, completely disregarding his presence, treating him as if he were invisible. He shook his head in resignation and lowered his gaze to pick up a scroll. Inputting chakra, he opened it. It contained only 3 records. The first noted that Shimura Danzo had, through the machinations of Orochimaru, resurrected Shimura Toryun and several strong members of the Shimura clan, all of whom joined the organization led by Kurizetsu, the Akatsuki. However, they were secretly plotting something, meeting frequently with the new leader of the Rain Country. Was Nagato still unable to escape the fate of his corruption? Nara Hikari murmured, continuing to read. The second entry detailed how the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sought to strengthen the village's power by incorporating Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui into the upper echelons of Konoha, appointing them as advisors to the Hokage. This decision faced vehement opposition from Mito Menma, but garnered support from the retiring Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku's eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, had begun to shine, emerging as the most formidable talent of his generation. The third entry recounted that under the leadership of Minato and Kushina, half of the Nine Tails chakra was sealed within Naruto, officially making him the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Although the Nine Tails regained its freedom, Minato and Kushina advised it not to stray too far from the village. Initially, the Nine Tails protested, but was soundly beaten by Minato in Sage Mode, forcing it to comply. As Nara Hikari closed the scroll, he prepared to examine the next one when a long-awaited system notification chimed in. "Congratulations, host Tsuruya Fubuki has successfully conceived. Acquiring the character Isdeath from the anime, Akame ga Kill. Host has successfully gathered 100 beauties, meeting the criteria for system upgrade. Would the host like to activate it? Why wait? Upgrade. System upgrading, please hold. I can't believe I've obtained Isdeath." During the system upgrade, Nara Hikari's attention shifted to the newly acquired reward. This prize was astonishing. His death, the epitome of charm and allure, donned in military attire, was undeniably captivating. She was the wielder of the imperial tool, Demon God, and possessed formidable freezing abilities. Though a villain in the anime, it mattered little to Nara Hikari. The characters rewarded by the system could also become a part of his family, which filled him with excitement. System upgrade complete. A new function has been unlocked. Rewards for giving birth have been doubled. System upgrade rewards are as follows. Acquired 50 devil fruits, the abilities of Marvel's Hulk, disciple replication ability. Character Kryna from the anime Claymore, character Erika from the anime God Eater, and character Niliel 2 Odelschwank from the anime Bleach. Wow! Nara Hikari was left speechless by the rewards from the system's second upgrade. Hikari, what's wrong? Tachibana asked, her brow furrowed in concern at his sudden excitement. Nothing. Nara Hikari realized his lapse in composure and sat back down, striving to regain his tranquility. You're quite the odd one, Tachibana remarked, before resuming her conversation with Kazahana Koyuki. By the way, let me interrupt for a moment. Nara Hikari remembered something and interrupted their chatter. He retrieved the chakra armor he had brought back from the land of snow, instantly filling half the room with it. Tachibana and Kazahana Koyuki stood dumbfounded. What is this? Tachibana picked up a piece of the chakra armor, examining it closely. This is a type of armor found in the land of snow that stores chakra. But it seems to only be able to store chakra unique to snow ninjas, Nara Hikari explained. It can store chakra? Is it similar to Tsunade's abilities? Well, it bears some resemblance, but this armor has its limitations. Even so, it's quite impressive. Although Tachibana was now a fruit user and no longer relied on chakra for combat, she understood the significance of such an item for ninjas. It's just a bit ugly. Tachibana made a face of disdain. You should show this to Tsunade and see if she can improve it. All right, Nara Hikari agreed, elaborating on the principles of the armor. However, Tachibana did not leave immediately. Instead, she stood transfixed by the pile of armor. What's the matter? I'm just pondering how to take this all away. Nara Hikari then recalled that the light pavilion was usually deserted. He released shadow energy, summoning a dozen shadow soldiers into the office. They will help you carry it. Sounds good. Tachibana took a set of armor and turned to leave, while the shadow soldiers each took several pieces. After they departed, Nara Hikari summoned 3 waves of shadow soldiers to transport the remaining armor from the office. Lord Hikari, when do we begin? When do we start? Learning ninjutsu, of course. Oh, I nearly forgot. Nara Hikari rose to his feet. Come, I'll take you to a place. Teaching an ordinary person to refine chakra was akin to scaling the heavens, but Nara Hikari had another method for rapidly cultivating strength. He led Kazahana Koyuki to the location where he practiced with his 3 companions. Kazahana Koyuki surveyed the surroundings with confusion. There wasn't a single tree. Only a vast pit. Teacher, what is this place? You'll find out shortly. Nara Hikari focused on the system, searching for a suitable devil fruit for Kazahana Koyuki. After scanning through thousands, a phantom beast fruit caught his eye. He retrieved it from his storage space and handed it to Kazahana Koyuki. Teacher, what is this? Chapter 130. The ancestor level, it is known as the devil fruit. The devil fruit? Indeed, its name is the phantom beast type, cat fruit, cat god form. This fruit is a divine beast of ancient feline origin. Consuming it will grant you 2 forms, 1 human and 1 cat. Additionally, it bestows abilities akin to a unique bloodline limit, but the specifics of these powers will only be revealed upon consumption. After Nara Hikaru's explanation, he observed the stunned expression of Kazahana Koyuki, who had never heard of such a thing existing in this world. Go ahead and eat it. Kazahana Koyuki took the devil fruit, mirroring the astonishment Nara Hikaru had when he first encountered the explosive fruit. Do I need to peel it? No need. With that, Kazahana Koyuki brought it to her mouth and took a bite. Teacher, this tastes terrible. Indeed. As she attempted to speak further, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through her body, causing her heart to tighten. Teacher, fear not. The fruit is altering your cardiac structure, Nara Hikaru reassured her, allowing Kazahana Koyuki to breathe a sigh of relief. Moments later, she opened her eyes. Teacher, my heart has taken the shape of a cat. Yes, after consuming the fruit. Your energy source is now your heart. However, do not worry. Your weakness is not your heart. Now, let me see how much your strength has increased. Yes, teacher. Kazahana Koyuki then demonstrated her newfound abilities to Nara Hikaru. First, she transformed into a cat, exhibiting remarkable speed and razor-sharp claws. She unleashed a pink gas that could morph into various shapes, with the resulting blades being incredibly hard, capable of piercing rock. Moreover, this gas could influence the mental fortitude of others. Nara Hikaru perceived this as a unique form of illusion. Not only that, but her cat form could also wield wind-based abilities, creating powerful gusts with her claws. Soon after, Kazahana Koyuki reverted to her human form, retaining all her new powers. Teacher. She approached Nara Hikaru. Excellent, quite impressive. You have attained the strength of a Jonin. Harness your imagination and continue to develop your abilities. And your power will only grow stronger. Yes, teacher. Kazahana Koyuki was exhilarated. She had never imagined she would one day battle like a ninja. This was a dream she held since the passing of her parents. Let us return. In an instant, Nara Hikaru vanished, and Kazahana Koyuki followed suit. Nara Hikaru glanced back at the shimmering Kazahana Koyuki trailing behind him, her speed rivaling that of the body flicker technique. They arrived at the light pavilion by evening. Nara Hikaru then entrusted Kazahana Koyuki to her mother, Nara Yasumi, before eagerly retreating to his room to examine the rewards from the second system upgrade. First, there were 50 devil fruits. Nara Hikaru had become somewhat desensitized to these items. The space was filled with thousands of them, including phantom beast types, nature types, ancient animal types, rare superhuman types, ordinary superhuman types, and ordinary animal types. He reserved the ordinary superhuman types as rewards for his subordinates and intended to merge the ordinary animal types into weapons. Naturally, he favored the finer fruits for his women. Next, he assessed the two newly acquired abilities. The Hulk ability had a remarkable upper limit. The angrier one became, the more power could be amassed, easily capable of destroying a planet and potentially an entire galaxy. However, Nara Hikaru was uncertain if he would retain his sanity after transforming into the Hulk. Losing control could lead to disaster. He decided to hold on to this capability for now. The next ability was the Disciple's Replication ability, which allowed one to gain another's powers merely through touch. This ability also had a very high ceiling, not only granting the other person's power, but doing so without time limits. The most terrifying aspect was that abilities could stack. The strongest disciple could potentially counter the Life Tribunal, only to be defeated by what seemed to be the OA's avatar. This was the ability Nara Hikaru most desired and required at that moment. While he had acquired several superpowers before, most were either ordinary or peculiar. He had already merged those with high potential into his closest companions, while the lesser ones were rewards for his subordinates. The existence of superpowers and devil fruits did not conflict with one another. After reviewing the superpowers, Nara Hikaru did not rush to merge. Instead, he turned his attention to the 3 character rewards he had just received. Character rewards were among Nara Hikaru's favorites, as they not only added to his combat strength, but also enriched his family. So far, he had not encountered an opportunity that required characters with extreme 6 paths level rewards. Since acquiring character rewards, only Sentinel and Denisha had intervened once. After exiting the storage space, he initiated the fusion of the disciple's abilities. Please wait, host. Abilities are being fused. Minutes later, Nara Hikaru opened his eyes, finding himself back home. He checked his body and returned to his residence. His purpose for returning was not merely for mundane affairs, but to replicate the abilities of others. Nara Hikaru spent the entire night, replicating everyone's powers. At dawn, he headed to his family, ultimately returning to the Light Pavilion office. On the 3rd day, Tachibana Akane entered the office radiating enthusiasm. Tachibana. Summon all members of the Light Pavilion to see me in batches. Is something about to happen? Nara Hikaru rarely inquired about what all members were doing. The sudden summons indicated that something significant was imminent. No, I have acquired a new ability that I need to test. Very well. Tachibana departed the office. After her exit, Nara Hikaru closed his eyes and sensed the changes within his body. We're so close, yet it always feels just out of reach. This slight gap was causing Nara Hikaru to grow increasingly impatient. Over the next few days, all members of the Light Pavilion returned in batches to meet with Nara Hikaru, who replicated each of their abilities. This tedious phase persisted until he replicated the powers of Nishihara, at which point a shift finally occurred within him. First, the power of the 6 paths began to transform slowly, replaced by an entirely unfamiliar energy. The energy from the fruit also underwent a metamorphosis. Boom! A resonating sound echoed within him as the energy from the fruit surged forth, morphing into various shapes in the air, all resembling the forms of the devil fruits Nara Hikaru had consumed. Soon, a brand new realm emerged, the ancestor level. Utilizing his super speed, Nara Hikaru instantly arrived outside the Naruto World-S planet, gazing at the blue sphere before him, reminiscent of Earth. Is this the entire Naruto planet? This scene had indeed been depicted within the Naruto series when Otsutsuki first descended, showcasing a close-up of the planet's surface. Turning to gaze into the depths of space behind him, Nara Hikaru suddenly found himself with a new objective. Chapter 131. The breaking of restrictions. As Nara Hikari ascended to the primordial level, a profound transformation swept through the entirety of the Naruto world. As if some unseen barrier had been shattered, the most significant changes were experienced by all those who had consumed the devil fruit. Individuals who had been stagnating at the pinnacle of the super shadow level found themselves propelled into the six paths level as the constraints fell away. Furthermore, those who had been stuck at the peak of the six paths level for several years, even decades, surged into realms previously accessible only to the Tsutsuki clan. Notable figures such as Hatake Sakumo, Nishiho, Karabi, Tsunade, and Ketsukaharu transcended their limitations, transforming the power of the six paths within them into the formidable primordial power, granting them the cataclysmic strength to obliterate worlds. Just as Nara Hikari prepared to return to the light pavilion, Hatake Sakumo and others instantaneously materialized by his side. This sensation is truly wondrous, remarked Nishiho, gazing at his own hands before soaring towards a distant floating meteorite. With a gentle wave, he unleashed the energy of the heat-hot fruit, reducing a meteorite the size of a multi-story building to mere dust in an instant. He then returned to Nara Hikari's side. Since consuming the devil fruit, these individuals had largely abandoned the use of chakra-based ninjutsu, having realized that the potency of their newfound powers far surpassed that of traditional techniques. For instance, after his elevation to the six paths level, Hatake Sakumo had effortlessly cleaved through a towering iceberg during a mission using his swift cutting ability. Uchiha Madara had once asserted in the anime that the source of chakra was the chakra tree, a notion Nara Hikari vehemently disagreed with. "Let us depart," he declared, vanishing from his original location, with the others hastily following suit. Upon their return to the hidden light village, Nara Hikari sought out the current leader of the village. "Nariko, Uncle Hikari," she greeted him. "Please inform all members of the Nara clan to return home within 5 days. I have an important announcement to make." "Understood, Uncle Hikari," she replied. Though Riko held the title of village leader, she had always been obedient to Nara Hikari, driven not by fear, but by respect. She promptly returned to the Nara clan's ancestral grounds. News was dispatched to clan members abroad, prompting some seasoned individuals to gradually make their way back to the Land of Light, while others hastened their tasks, taking advantage of the 5-day grace period. 5 days later, all members of the Nara clan had returned to their ancestral grounds. Nara Hikari surveyed the gathered clan members seated before him. "The reason I have called you all here today is to announce a significant matter," he began. Upon hearing his words, everyone looked up at him, their previous languor replaced with attentive focus. "The first order of business is my intention to unify the ninja world and put an end to this conflict." As soon as his declaration echoed through the air, a stunned silence enveloped the assembly. Uncle Hikari interjected his second grandfather, Narasima, unable to contain himself. "Why the sudden desire to unify the ninja world?" "Grandfather, I sense countless powerful energies converging upon us," Hikari replied. "Powerful energies?" Narasima's confusion deepened. "Indeed. The only path forward is unity. Thus, I have resolved to end this discord." "Very well, as long as you are confident," Sima conceded. "Yes, grandfather." The exchange between Nara Hikari and Narasima did not go unnoticed by the clan members, who absorbed the implications of the approaching formidable energies with a mix of trepidation and intrigue. "Will we be required to engage in battle?" Nara Yu inquired, gazing at Nara Hikari. "No, remain here. I will handle the matters below." "Understood. Grandfather, uncle, and second uncle, I leave this in your capable hands." "Very well, Hikari. Pursue your course of action without hesitation." The following day, Nara Hikari employed diplomacy before resorting to force. Shadow soldiers bearing a surrender scroll departed the Land of Light, traversing to every corner of the Naruto world to deliver the scrolls to all nations, great and small. The reactions varied. Some were filled with sorrow, others with anger, and many with resignation. However, the unification of the ninja world did not unfold as smoothly as Nara Hikari had envisioned. Nations dispatched envoys bearing their own scrolls in response, stating they required a few days to deliberate. Nara Hikari, undeterred, sent out additional scrolls, granting them merely 3 days to respond. Should they fail to provide an answer, he would resort to military conquest. Initially, the highest leaders of the 4 great nations dismissed the surrender message, clinging to their power. Yet, upon learning that Nara Hikari was prepared to employ force, all leaders, lords, and chiefs were left in shock. They immediately summoned the village leaders for a national conference. Besides the 4 great nations, other nations with ninja villages also received invitations to the assembly. All village leaders made their way to the Wind Country, the strongest among them, naturally deferring to the decisions of Sunagakure. "Excuse me?" The 4th Raikage inquired. "Is my meaning not clear? Our village has chosen to ally with the Land of Light. Are you saying Sunagakure is afraid? Or is it the 5th Kazekage who fears?" The 4th Raikage, narrowed his eyes at the 5th Kazekage, Raza. "Regardless of your thoughts, our decision to join the Land of Light stands firm." The 5th Kazekage stated resolutely, taking his seat and ignoring the furious expression of the 4th Raikage. The 4th Tsuchikage and 4th Mizukage exchanged glances, while the leaders of smaller nations regarded each other, many of them uncertain. "Esteemed colleagues, I trust you have witnessed Nara Hikari's formidable power. Do you believe we still have a choice?" The 5th Kazekage addressed the assembly, noticing their hesitation. "Alas," sighed both the 4th Tsuchikage and 4th Mizukage in unison. "By the way, why has the Fire Nation not yet arrived?" The 4th Mizukage observed the door, realizing that the 4th Hokage had yet to make an appearance despite the meeting's duration. "The National Assembly has been notified, yet the 4th Hokage has not responded," remarked the newly appointed leader of the Iron Country, Mifune. "I am quite curious to see how the Fire Nation will choose." This comment came from the shadow leader of Takigakure. "Everyone, proceed with caution," cautioned the 5th Kazekage, recognizing that the assembly had lost significance as many clung to false hopes. The 5th Kazekage turned to depart, and others followed suit, shaking their heads in resignation. Upon returning to the Kazekage's office, Raza sensed that all the leaders had left. "You have no idea how powerful Lord Hikari has become," he sighed. "Raza, are you truly resolved?" inquired Karura, observing the exasperation etched on Raza's face. "Yes. The daimyo of the Wind Country has made the decision to surrender. Furthermore, take the children to the Land of Light. And what of you? I will join you shortly." "Very well." Chapter 132. Kishi and Hushur as the shadows of various nations convened in the Land of Wind to deliberate their potential alliance with the Land of Light. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had already made his presence known in the office of Nara Hikari. "Lord Hikari, Minato Namikaze has arrived." He approached the desk, adopting a humble demeanor that belied his status as a village leader. "Have you made a decision?" "Yes. From this day forth, the Land of Fire shall cease to exist, and we shall henceforth be known as the Land of Light. All citizens of Konoha will be integrated into the hidden village of light." "Understood. Prepare for the transition." With a nod, Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. Shortly after his exit, a figure materialized on the surface of the Hokage planet. The moment he appeared, Nara Hikari was acutely aware of his presence. This figure exuded an overwhelming aura. Hikari vanished from his location, reappearing before the newcomer, and they scrutinized one another. Hikari noted the figure's attire, reminiscent of the fallen Otsutsuki Sakura. "Are you allied with that Otsutsuki?" "Otsutsuki? Have you encountered him? Where is he? Tell me at once." Before Hikari could utter another word, a figure swiftly approached. "Lord, leave this one to me," declared Kakashi Hitaki. "Very well." Hikari was intrigued to witness the extent of Kakashi's prowess, as it had been quite some time since he had seen him in action. "How arrogant," the shadow scoffed. You cannot sense Otsutsuki's presence? It seems he has already met his demise." At that moment, Kakashi unleashed a swift kick towards the figure's head. The adversary raised a hand to block the attack, resulting in a metallic clash. Following this, the figure retaliated, aiming a strike at Kakashi's face. Kakashi released energy from the quick-slash-fruit, transforming the air around him into blades that lunged towards the opponent. The figure extended a palm, and a diamond-shaped insignia rapidly expanded within his hand. An explosive sound followed as the blades were deflected, and the diamond energy surged toward Kakashi, mimicking his opponent. Kakashi raised his hand and clenched it lightly, causing the diamond energy to dissipate instantly. Unexpected. How could my secret technique be so easily undone? With a tremor in the air, Kakashi stepped into the quick-slash-space and reappeared before the figure, launching a powerful strike. The figure glanced down in horror at his attire. "Impossible!" he exclaimed, shattering his own garments. He had just witnessed the attire that had shielded him for millennia transform into blades aimed at his body. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was forced to obliterate his clothing. As the fabric disintegrated, the figure's true form was revealed, two slender lines of pupils fixated on Kakashi. Kishi, you appear quite disheveled. Just then, another figure emerged from the temporal space, standing before Kakashi. This newcomer was similarly clad in a white attire. Husher, this opponent is formidable. We shall confront him together. Agreed. The two exchanged glances. Kishi, it seems you are indeed aligned with that Otsutsuki, Hikari mused, realizing his suspicions were correct. They hailed from the same lineage, the Otsutsuki clan from the cosmic galaxy, akin to the Tsutsuki, an extraterrestrial race. Kakashi, there is no need for assistance. It has been many years since I fought with full strength. Kakashi regarded the two figures, unwavering in his resolve despite sensing their immense energy. His eyes burned with the thirst for battle. The power of the progenitor surged forth as energy erupted from his heart. All visible objects in the vicinity morphed into blades. Suspended behind him, crackling with lightning. What once appeared as ordinary blades now shimmered with azure lightning energy, a testament to the progenitor's might. Impressive, Kishi remarked, his expression grave. He had not anticipated such formidable existence on this planet. Husher, standing beside him, mirrored his concern. Prepare yourselves, they announced simultaneously, summoning diamond energy in their hands. A cacophony of clashes erupted as the blades descended, yet Kakashi vanished from sight. Kishi sensed a twinge of danger beneath him and hastily warned his companion. Just as his warning left his lips, numerous blades erupted from the ground. Kishi and Husher ascended into the sky, only to find the blades relentlessly pursuing them. While Kishi remained focused on the blades, a ripple in space emerged beside him. Kakashi stepped forth from the void, delivering a sudden, powerful kick to Kishi's abdomen, leaving him no chance to evade. Kishi felt a searing pain as he plummeted towards the earth. With a thunderous impact, Kishi collided with the ground, a shockwave radiating outward, raising clouds of dust and debris. Kakashi immediately returned to the spatial passage created by the quick-slash-fruit. Husher glanced at his beleaguered companion before scanning the surroundings for Kakashi's silhouette. He still wielded space abilities, Husher pondered, contemplating his next move. Years of battle instinct warned him of an impending threat from behind. He swiftly raised his hand, releasing the progenitor's power in the form of blades directed at the rear. However, the anticipated sound of blades piercing flesh was absent. Instead, a forceful rebound sent him flying. With incredible speed, Husher crashed into the rocks, vanishing amidst the debris. Kakashi's legs transformed into whirling blades as he hovered in the air, observing his adversaries. Two furious roars erupted from the ground as Kishi and Husher re-emerged into the sky, their appearances altered. Patterns reminiscent of Boruto's possession by Momoshiki adorned their forms, signifying the second transformation of the Tsutsuki. A potent energy radiated from them, warping the surrounding space. They possessed the ability to convert all objects into blades and wielded spatial capabilities, truly formidable. Husher's demeanor grew increasingly serious. Even in their most powerful forms, they no longer held unwavering confidence. However, the subsequent scene revealed a looming sense of death. Hovering at a distance, Kakashi's body too underwent transformation, enveloped in the energy of the devil fruit. As the energy dissipated, Kakashi stood transformed into blades. This was a manifestation of the devil fruit form that Kakashi had developed, embodying the very essence of blades. Chapter 133, Fruit Mode, Wedge Mode. As the Kishi and Tiger Warriors entered their second form, their speed significantly increased, along with notable enhancements to their defense and strength. The robust Kishi, having transformed into this mode, found that the wounds inflicted by Hokage Sakumo had healed completely. After enduring prolonged combat, Hokage Sakumo discerned the enemy's vulnerabilities, primarily their singular attack capability. Their main offensive weapon was a rhombus-shaped energy entity, which, despite its formidable power, had its attacks thwarted by Sakumo's deft maneuvers. Sakumo had clearly observed the trajectory of the energy attacks, making it relatively simple for him to evade. Additionally, the opponent's unrefined physical techniques, despite the overwhelming ancestral power they wielded, were rendered ineffective against Sakumo's mastery of swordplay. Thus, he began to contemplate strategies to exploit these weaknesses in order to mount an offensive. However, the enemy's spatial abilities posed a significant challenge. Without a decisive strike, it would be arduous to eliminate them entirely. Sakumo resolved to gauge the full extent of their current form's power. transforming into a blade of light. He swiftly vanished into the realm of rapid strikes, launching a flurry of attacks around the Kishi and Tiger warriors. The Kishi and Tiger similarly utilized their spatial capabilities to engage Sakumo in combat. As time ticked by, an hour passed unnoticed. The intense clash among the three had utterly altered the surrounding landscape, leaving the ground riddled with deep craters from energy blasts. Despite the Kishi and Tiger's newfound confidence in their second form, they remained unable to gain the upper hand over Sakumo. Their speed and attack power had improved, but it proved insufficient. Sakumo had thoroughly analyzed their capabilities and suddenly vanished from sight. The Kishi, startled, scanned the area with focused intensity, his pupils darting. For Sakumo's speed was astonishingly rapid. In a flurry of blades, Sakumo materialized beside the Kishi, raising his hand to strike at the Kishi's position. Just as the Tiger prepared to launch a surprise attack against Sakumo, a sphere formed from fruit energy enveloped both Sakumo and the Kishi. The Kishi and Tiger gasped, their hands manifesting the rhombus energy as they relentlessly battered the surface of the sphere. Despite dozens of strikes that breached the surface, the openings were swiftly sealed by the blades within. Inside the sphere, the Kishi faced an unprecedented life-threatening crisis. Even with his robust self-healing abilities granted by the second form, he could do nothing but watch in agony as his body was dismembered by the relentless spinning blades. Why? How can I possibly lose? We are the mighty Kishi clan of the universe. He roared, enduring excruciating pain while expressing his inner turmoil, yet fate remained unaltered. The Kishi had come to this planet to seize the chakra fruit to augment his power, only to meet his demise here. With a flourish, Sakumo transformed the Kishi's spilled blood into blades, thrusting them back into the Kishi's body. After this grim maneuver, the Kishi succumbed, filled with regret and resentment, until his body was utterly dismantled. Even the splattered blood evaporated under the intense heat. However, the Kishi possessed a unique ability akin to the Tsutsuki clan. Their consciousness could merge with any organic entity, seeking opportunities to seize control and resurrect. Yet, he had underestimated Sakumo's lethal resolve. Just as the Kishi's consciousness was about to transition into the spatial realm, Sakumo's blade pierced through the Kishi's essence. A piercing scream echoed, even reaching the Tiger, who continued his assault on the sphere. Kishi! The Tiger bellowed in rage, intensifying his attacks. Suddenly, the sphere burst open, and Sakumo emerged, declaring, having dealt with one. Now it is your turn. The sphere reformed, enveloping the Tiger. With no further attempts to test his opponent, Sakumo swiftly concluded the battle. The Tiger met a fate identical to that of the Kishi. After confirming the demise of both foes, Sakumo returned to Nara Hikari's side. Let us depart. However, shortly after their exit, a faint ripple in space appeared at the site of the Tiger's death, quickly vanishing. The Tiger's consciousness, now in a fragmented state, emerged from the spatial realm, but it was incomplete. Struggling to maintain control over his energy, he pondered the nature of Sakumo's immense power with astonishment. What kind of ability is this? Why is it so formidable? The Tiger's fragmented consciousness was captivated by the strength he had never encountered before. Despite having traversed the cosmos for millennia, if I could obtain such power, would I not ascend to a higher tier? He mused with a glimmer of hope. Fearing detection by his adversary, the Tiger opted not to open the spatial realm, preparing instead to burrow underground. Yet, just as he made his move, a shadow emerged before him. In alarm, the Tiger's consciousness attempted to invoke the spatial realm, only to feel an immense grip restraining him. Struggling violently, the Tiger's essence gradually weakened. No, he cried inwardly. With a final thrust, the Tiger's consciousness dissipated entirely. This time, he had lost all chance of resurrection. The shadowy figure slithered back into the realm of darkness, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Nara Hikari and Sakumo parted ways upon returning to the land of light, each heading home. Sakumo's focus had shifted towards his family, dedicating himself to nurturing his children. As a result, he had taken on fewer missions, especially with the impending unification of the ninja world reducing the volume of assignments. Many found themselves idling at home. Nara Hikari, too, prepared to embark on a quest to explore the Naruto universe once the ninja world was fully unified, allocating ample time to accompany his family and monitor the growth of his offspring. Several of his children had already proven capable of standing on their own. While Nara Hikari spent quality time with his wife and children, the fifth Kazekage, accompanied by the entirety of Sunagakure, made their way towards the land of light. Lord Kazekage. Ahead lies the village hidden in light. Indeed, understood. The fifth Kazekage, Raza, nodded as he perched upon the back of a summoning beast. Thousands of summoning beasts galloped ahead, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The entourage comprised civilians and ninjas from Sunagakure, led by Raza, who had accepted the terms of surrender and pledged allegiance to the Land of Light. Chapter 134. The Onslaught of Love Lord Hikari. Upon encountering Nara Hikari, Luosha displayed an exceedingly respectful demeanor. I shall arrange for a designated area for you, where you may establish your clan. Yes, Lord Hikari. From now on, refer to me as the Pavilion Master. Yes, Pavilion Master. Tachibana, please assist Luosha. Certainly. Tachibana approached Luosha. Come, Luosha, follow me. Luosha complied and departed alongside Tachibana. During this period, all the hidden villages gradually integrated into Hikari village. Nara Hikari's decision to allow them to settle in Hikari country, rather than merely abolishing their village titles, was undoubtedly influenced by the prospect of system rewards. Was it for the sake of women? Not all hidden villages acquiesced to joining Hikari country. Several rebellious villages chose to reject the offer. Nara Hikari, unyielding, dispatched shadow soldiers to pay them a visit. Before long, these rebellious villages capitulated and chose to join Hikari village for the following morning. They discovered a row of corpses at their village entrance, those of the rebellious village's higher-ups. Upon the remaining members' arrival in Hikari country, Nara Hikari did not impose hardships upon them. He opted for acceptance. This was not due to Hikari's magnanimity, but rather a calculated move to secure rewards. Thus, all hidden villages were completely amalgamated. The primary advantage of this amalgamation was that Nara Hikari no longer needed to traverse vast distances, thereby conserving considerable time. However, his subsequent schedule became exceedingly hectic. With little to occupy his time, he began to wander around the village, not aimlessly, but with the intent of scouting new prospects. During this time, Nara Hikari encountered numerous breathtaking beauties, broadening his horizons. He initiated his love campaign, leveraging his unique appearance and formidable prowess, achieving remarkable success in his romantic endeavors. In summary, this period saw the Nara family welcoming new members, ushering in a fresh arena of competition. Months later, in the Hikari Pavilion office, Nara Hikari stood by the window, observing the bustling central street. As Hikari village continued to flourish, it had become increasingly lively. Following the incorporation of these ninja villages, Hikari village once again experienced expansion. Over the past 2 decades since the establishment of Hikari country, technological advancement had surged, and it had long since shed its erstwhile backwardness. It could no longer be merely termed a village. Several months prior, it had officially been renamed Hikari City. The once wooden structures had been replaced by steel edifices, creating a skyline reminiscent of a grand metropolis. The streets were dotted with small vehicles powered by chakra, inspired by the chakra armor Nara Hikari had brought back. Situated by the sea, Hikari City enjoyed a pleasant sea breeze, rendering the summer heat bearable. Several familiar figures materialized at the entrance of Hikari City. Nara Hikari vanished from his office and arrived at the rooftop near the city gate. Nichiren, are you truly leaving? Sarutobi Pibahu gazed at Nichiren, who was preparing to depart. Yes, I suddenly felt the urge to venture out. I have received numerous letters from Jiraiya. Nichiren reminisced about the years since Jiraiya had left the village, sending back photographs from the places he had visited. Ever since the conclusion of the Third Ninja World War, Nichiren had yearned to explore. However, his plans were thwarted by Uzumaki Kushina's childbirth. Not long after, Shimura Danzo was resurrected by Orochimaru through the reanimation jutsu, further derailing his original intentions. Now, with the dissolution of Konoha village, Nichiren recognized that the opportunity had finally arrived. Will you return? Sarutobi Pibahu inquired, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Perhaps not. If this body falters and I can no longer move, I will seek a secluded place to reside, Nichiren replied, envisioning a serene life. Very well. Be cautious on your journey. Yes, I shall. Farewell. Sarutobi Nichiren waved and turned towards the city exit. Mito gate and cast a glance at Sarutobi Pibahu. Do not worry. Pibahu. Nichiren has me. It is you who makes me worry, Sarutobi Pibahu retorted. Recalling how this individual had once driven Nara Hikari out of the village due to fears of his overwhelming power. Mito Gate-in smiled awkwardly before using the body flicker technique to depart. Sarutobi Pibahu, gazing outside the city, felt tears streaming down her cheeks. Nara Hikari appeared beside her, enveloping her in an embrace. Nichiren possesses a strong sense of pride. This may be the best choice. Otherwise, he would not know how to face me. Yes, I understand. Sarutobi Pibahu wiped her tears away. All right, let us return. Indeed, Nara Hikari led Sarutobi Pibahu back home. Orochimaru's whereabouts remained elusive. Each time the members of the Hikari Pavilion were on the verge of locating him, he would vanish without a trace. Nara Hikari had already learned of the news regarding Black Zetsu inadvertently killing Obito. He understood that Black Zetsu had contacted Nagato, who was concealed in the Land of Rain. However, he was uncertain how to persuade Nagato to activate the rebirth of the Outer Path technique to further the plan of resurrecting Kagaya Otsutsuki. To facilitate the revival of Kagaya Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu had designated the Ten Tails Jinchuriki as Uchiha Nezen, who was already undercover within the Akatsuki organization founded by Yahiko. Black Zetsu awaited the moment to corrupt Nagato, utilizing his abilities to gather the Ten Tails. Nara Hikari, naturally, had no intention of obstructing the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki. What traveler would not desire to embrace her and cherish her tenderly throughout life? Nara Hikari harbored similar aspirations. The revival of Kagaya Otsutsuki necessitated several conditions: gathering the scattered nine-tailed beasts into the God Tree and absorbing them, employing the Rinnegan to unleash infinite Tsukuyomi to absorb all chakra, and awakening Kagaya Otsutsuki through Black Zetsu's consciousness. These were merely the prerequisites for Kagaya's revival. To restore her to her peak power, the powers of Ashura and Indra were also essential. None of these conditions could be overlooked. Thus, to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki, it was imperative to allow Black Zetsu's plan to progress. In alignment with Black Zetsu's scheme, the Akatsuki had been causing upheaval over the years, which Nara Hikari chose to overlook. It was reported that Uchiha Nezen's body was the most suitable to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, following Uchiha Madara. All of Akatsuki's plans revolved around Uchiha Nezen. Nara Hikari took further action, extracting 8 of the 9-tailed beasts from their Jinchuriki bodies, directly dispersing them throughout the world of the Hokage. This way, Akatsuki could continue their pursuit of the tailed beasts. However, plans often change more swiftly than anticipated. While attempting to capture the 8 tails, Akatsuki suffered losses. One of their warriors and a member perished at the hands of the 8 tails. The 8 tails, Gyuki, was formidable, second only to the 9 tails in strength, and should not be underestimated. Chapter 135. The Tiger Without the Restraint of the Jinchuriki. The power of the tailed beasts can be deemed catastrophic. The mere ability to unleash the tailed beast bomb at will is beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to withstand. However, the Black Zetsu have their own methods of resolution. As Nara Shikamaru shattered the restrictions of the ninja world, it is no longer an unattainable dream for ninjas to possess greater strength. Among the members of Akatsuki, dozens have already attained power nearing or even stepping into the 6 paths level. Is the 3 tails here? 3 figures materialized at the ruins of the Land of Earth. Gazing at the desolate Awagakure, one hoped this time would not be in vain. The newcomers were a 3-man squad from Akatsuki, tasked with capturing the 3 tails, Tora, Deidara, and Sasori. Tora, I heard many fell during the last attempt to capture the 3 tails. The slender, golden-haired youth among them regarded the man leading at the forefront. None other than the traitorous Awagakure ninja, Deidara. Tora, the captain, remained silent, his vigilance directed towards the surroundings. Someone's coming. Just as Tora's voice faded, a figure abruptly appeared on a nearby branch, adorned with a white mask that revealed a single eye shimmering in the darkness. Uchiha? Tora quickly recognized the eye. The 3 tails belongs to me. You may return now, the masked figure declared, turning to depart. Wait, on what grounds should we heed you? Deidara stepped forward defiantly. Clay spider. With a flick of his hand, countless clay spiders surged forth from his palm. As the words of the masked man echoed, the approaching clay spiders detonated violently. Did we succeed? Deidara exclaimed with excitement. Not so easily. The final member of the trio advanced, the genius puppet master from Sunagakure, Sasori. In that moment, the 4th Kazekage transformed into a puppet, soared out from the scroll behind him. Secret technique, sand attack. He formed a series of hand signs, unleashing a torrent of sand that morphed into a giant hand, striking towards the site of the recent explosion. Crack. A tree splintered under the force. Child's play. As the energies from the 2 attacks dispersed, the masked man stood unscathed, now holding a fan. With a gentle flick, a gale erupted. The trio hastily released chakra, forming a protective barrier to shield against the tempest. Clang. The sound of impacts resonated against their defense. Deidara, Sasori, you pursue the 3 tails. I will handle this one. Tora commanded, his tone firm. Captain, you mustn't perish. I still wish to discuss art with you. Deidara replied. leaping into the air as a colossal clay bird manifested beneath him. Tora's eyelids twitched in irritation. If you cannot refrain from chatter, then silence your mouth. Otherwise, I shall tear it apart and fill it with your clay. Tora glared at Deidara, who simply chuckled in response. Understood, Captain. Deidara ascended into the sky, while Sasori took flight on a swirling mass of sand, swiftly vanishing from sight. Once the two departed, Tora turned his gaze back to the masked man. You certainly possess confidence. The masked man vanished from sight. Space ninjutsu. Tora sensed a ripple in the air. Raising his hands, he invoked, Earth-style, reverse flow sand river. A deluge of mud erupted around him, spreading like a river to envelop all nearby points of contact. Let us see how you respond to this. With a second incantation, Tora commanded, Earth-style, reverse flow stab. A multitude of spikes surged from the mud, piercing towards the approaching masked figure. The space before the masked man distorted, absorbing the incoming mud spikes, which were subsequently severed as the space closed. Space ninjutsu is indeed troublesome. Tora shed his upper garments, revealing intricate symbols etched across his torso. He directed the symbols to spread towards his heart. In an instant, his power surged. For truth-seeking balls rotated around him. Sage Art, Mudline. Entering the Six Paths mode, Tora opened his mouth, releasing a thin line of mud. In front of the masked man, a distorted vortex reappeared. The mud line penetrated the warped space. And just as the masked figure anticipated that it would be broken, the line abruptly expanded, resembling a burgeoning mass. Once it grew to the size of a 5-story building, it swiftly surged towards the masked man. Unfazed, the masked figure activated his space ability, evading the encroaching assault. The mud sphere, as if possessing sentience, darted through the air in pursuit of the masked man. Following closely behind, the 4 truth-seeking balls flew after him. Tora raised his hand to the sky. Awakened Domain, Mud Kingdom. A torrent of mud cascaded from above, plummeting towards the ground. Such a unique ability. The masked man assessed the encroaching mud domain. With style, Deep Forest Emergence. The masked man thrust his hand towards an incoming mud spike. The once solid spike softened, and branches erupted from the mud, followed by trees that simultaneously broke through the surface. Within moments, the area was enveloped in a dense forest. This was not the end, as the branches, akin to arms, ensnared the assaulting mud. In the instant of stasis, they thrust towards Tora, who had consumed the lesser fruit of the natural swamp fruit. The superhuman mud fruit granted him the ability to transform all surrounding objects into mud and conjure mud at will, shaping it into any form. Observing the branch-like tendrils, Tora recalled the bloodline limit of the Sage of the Six Paths, Hashirama Senju. With style, though you wield the abilities of the Sage of the Six Paths, my fruit has reached the awakening stage. As Tora finished speaking, mud emerged from all directions, intertwining with the branches, creating a chaotic blend. The entire area was affected, with deep pits forming in the ground and moss-covered structures collapsing instantaneously, only to be torn apart by the entwined mud and branches. Tora controlled the truth-seeking balls to launch a surprise attack on the unprepared masked man. Initially, it seemed to pose a slight challenge for the masked figure. Crash! A multitude of mud spikes shattered, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. As the energy dissipated, the masked man, clad in a cloak of chakra, came into view. 9 truth-seeking balls floated before him. At that moment, the masked man also entered the Six Paths mode. Where does this ability stem from? The masked man regarded Tora with a grave expression. Chapter 136, Battle. As Ian confronted the darkened Uchiha, Deidara and Sasori ventured deep into the village. Why is the Three Tails, usually confined to water, found on land? Deidara glanced at Sasori, who remained silent, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Noticing Sasori's indifference, Deidara smirked but persisted in his chatter. Sasori-senpai, I've heard that Captain Ian possesses a unique bloodline limit ability. Indeed, Sasori replied curtly. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed from outside the village. It seemed the captain had encountered a formidable foe. We must locate the Three Tails and assist the captain promptly. All right, may the captain hold on a little longer. Before long, the duo discovered the Three Tails, who was languishing in a small pond barely large enough to accommodate its body. Half submerged, the Three Tails appeared irritable, emitting incoherent sounds. Sasori-senpai, allow me to demonstrate the magnificence of my art. Eternity is true art, Deidara murmured to himself. With a competitive spirit, Deidara soared into the air, riding a giant clay bird towards the Three Tails. Clay C1. Surprise attack, spider clay. Raising his right hand, he conjured a mouth from his palm, from which a chunk of clay was expelled. The clay transformed in midair into countless spiders, scuttling towards the three tails. As the swarm of clay spiders approached, Deidara formed a hand seal. Art is an explosion, he declared. The chakra infused within the clay spiders began to expand, resulting in a series of explosive detonations surrounding the three tails. The creature, growing impatient, opened its mouth, rapidly condensing chakra into a blue sphere. Perfect timing for a tailed beast bomb, Deidara exclaimed excitedly, maneuvering the clay bird closer to the beast. Clay, C3, number 18. He produced a larger mass of clay from his palm, which quickly morphed into a colossal puppet, racing towards the tailed beast bomb. As the puppet neared the bomb, it unleashed clay explosives that detonated upon contact, yet the tailed beast bomb showed no signs of damage. Haha, this is true art. Deidara reveled in his creation. Clay, C4 Garuda. Another mass of clay erupted from his palm, transforming into a gigantic spider that unleashed a powerful suction, drawing surrounding objects towards its mouth, including the three tails and the tailed beast bomb itself. Art is an explosion, Deidara shouted, as a blinding light emanated from the ground, rapidly expanding outward. A mushroom cloud formed as Sakuri utilized his puppets to shield himself. When the energy dissipated, Deidara gazed down to find the three tails unconscious, its eyes rolled back, lying on its back in a now evaporated pond. Mission accomplished. Deidara landed beside the injured three tails, proudly observing his handiwork. Sasori-senpai, this is my art. Isn't it magnificent? Sasori, however, ignored him and produced a container, a small vial entrusted to them by Black Zetsu, designed specifically for capturing tailed beasts, akin to the Six Paths tools. Just as the three tails was about to be contained, a figure emerged nearby, clad in a cloud-patterned coat and a wind chime hat. Hand over the three tails. Arrogant. Sasori scoffed at the intruder. Deidara retorted, allow me to show you that eternal art is the most powerful. Sasori unfurled a scroll, placing his hand upon it to channel chakra. Puff, puff, puff. 10 humanoid puppets materialized in the sky, connected by threads of chakra to their backs. As they surged forward, the intruder leisurely removed his hat, revealing a shark-like face. Water style, great waterfall technique. The intruder rapidly formed hand seals, albeit slowly, but completed them just as the puppets were about to engage. A torrent of water cascaded down like a waterfall, crashing into the puppets. Splash. The force of the water obliterated 2 of the puppets instantly. Your puppet techniques pale in comparison to Kakuzu's, Sasori remarked, shaken by the mention of Kakuzu's name. A master who could control puppets without chakra threads, an ultimate art Sasori aspired to master. Who are you? Haha, I am the rogue ninja from the land of water. Kisame Hoshigaki. Kisame, a notorious figure in the ninja world, had been exiled from the Mist Village after being suspected of assassinating the land of water's daimyo. He had also slain the former wielder of the sword Samahata, thus claiming it as his own, earning the title of the Tailless Tailed Beast. Let me witness your true strength. Sasori remained undaunted by Kisame's reputation, feeling a surge of excitement. I am intrigued by you. Who are you? I am Sasori of the Red Sand, a rogue ninja from the Sand Village. Ah, the prodigious puppet master, Sasori of the Red Sand. I eagerly anticipate this battle. Kisame grinned, drawing out Samahata. Water style, great water shark bomb. A shark composed of water chakra lunged towards Sasori. In response, Sasori unfurled another scroll. Summoning technique. 5 more puppets appeared before him. As the strings connected, they charged towards the water shark. Upon nearing the shark, the 5 puppets simultaneously opened their mouths, releasing 5 different chakra attributes that collided with the shark, dispersing it. However, this mixed chakra attack did not dissipate. Instead, it surged towards Kisame. Water style, exploding water colliding wave. Kisame ascended swiftly, summoning a colossal wave that surged outward, obliterating everything in its path. Buildings were swept away in the torrent as the waves crashed around them. 5 shark bombs. Kisame struck the water's surface with his hand. Chapter 137. The year 55 of Konoha. Uchiha Nakwon gazed down at the 3 unconscious figures on the ground. Madara, should we eliminate them? Asked Kisame Hoshigaki, raising his sword. Samahata, while casting a glance at the somewhat disheveled Uchiha Nakwon. The recent battle had proven to be far more perilous than his own circumstances suggested. Wait, Kisame paused, looking at Nakwon with curiosity. Nakwon recognized that these 3 were from the same origin as himself, Akatsuki. Their strength would be required for the future implementation of the Moon Eye plan. This illusory world still needed their contributions. With that, Nakwon turned and walked away into the distance. Kisame, after a last look at the three, lowered Samahata and followed suit. Once Nakwon and Kisame departed, Yura rose from the ground, shaking off the remnants of unconsciousness. He lifted a hand to touch the half of his face that Nakwon had shattered. That nearly ruined my newly acquired body. This face was my favorite, that bastard, he muttered. Yura unleashed his white Zetsu cells, swiftly mending the wounds on his face, restoring his appearance. He glanced at the unconscious Deidara and Sasori nearby. If only I could occupy your bodies, he mused. Approaching them, he kicked their bodies lightly. Hey, wake up. Stop sleeping. They've already left. As soon as Yura's words left his lips, Deidara and Sasori opened their eyes and sat up abruptly. I wonder what the leader was thinking, making us put on an act. Well, the mission is complete. We can go back now. With that, Yuru vanished from sight, and Deidara and Sasori followed suit. In the year 55 of Konoha, Nara Light had entered the world of Hokage for 44 years. This body was now celebrating its 58th birthday. In his previous life, 58 would have marked him as an elderly man, yet in this realm, endowed with various abilities. Nara Light appeared to be a young man in his 20s. Thanks to the system's gift of a robust physique, he remained vibrant and energetic, showing no signs of fatigue in the face of love's advances. This vitality was also attributed to his consumption of the hormone fruit. In the years of unification within the ninja world, barriers among ninjas had dissolved, fostering genuine understanding. Initially, the amalgamation of ninja villages led to numerous cultural misunderstandings. But under Nara Light's guidance, they set aside their minor grievances. With the unification of the ninja world, warfare ceased, and the number of ninjas gradually dwindled. Enrollment at the Konoha Ninja Academy continued to decline, as fewer aspired to become ninjas. With advancements in technology, new aspirations emerged. Some sought to become scholars. Others yearned to be merchants or scientists. Even in a world that had truly attained peace, some ambitions remained unquenchable. Consequently, various organizations surfaced across the globe. The Akatsuki, led by Black Zetsu, and the Akatsuki helmed by Yahiko and Nagato, clashed frequently over the tailed beasts. Additionally, four major organizations rose during these years. The first was the Shell Organization, shrouded in mystery regarding its leader and strength. The second, the Everlasting Organization, was enigmatic, with only one member revealed, who was formidable but ultimately defeated by Killer Bee. The third organization was founded by the reincarnated Tsutsuki Kinshiki. Nara Light was astonished upon learning this, as he had previously dispatched shadow clones to destroy Kinshiki's vessel, yet the latter still managed to resurrect. This intrigued Nara Light regarding the vessel. The fourth organization was the Immortality Organization, established by Orochimaru, who relentlessly pursued the dream of eternal life. He had indeed achieved a form of it. As long as the soul endured, he could merely switch to a new body every 3 years, thus attaining a semblance of immortality. However, Orochimaru had not abandoned his quest for true immortality, spurred on by Nara Light's formidable power. In his pursuit of vengeance, Orochimaru delved deeper into biotechnology, leading to the establishment of the Immortality Organization. His research yielded some remarkable findings, such as curse seals and body modifications. The focus of the curse seal research remained on the uncontrollable Rei-Jin, who absorbed natural energy. The commonality among these organizations was their clandestine bases. The Konoha Alliance had deployed numerous members to seek them out, yet to no avail, even with some members possessing strong sensory abilities. Ultimately, Nara Light had to concede defeat. Currently, Nara Light's objective was to enhance his own strength. The resurgence of the Tsutsuki clan served as a stark reminder of the enemies he might face in the future. Their method of resurrection posed a significant challenge, and he questioned whether Kato-dan could completely eradicate this vessel. Contemplating this, he promptly sought out Tsunade and Konohamaru, sharing his concerns with them. To prevent his offspring from being possessed by the vessel, Nara Light summoned all his traveling children back to the Land of Light, deeming it necessary to examine them. In the days that followed, Nara Light busied himself once more. After thoroughly checking his children and confirming their well-being, he allowed them to return. Through decades of development, many of Nara Light's offspring had established families and welcomed children of their own, leading to a true generational household. However, those who had married moved out, and the adults sought their own lifestyles, unimpeded by Nara Light. The Nara family was never short on resources. Those who left home did not need to struggle for a living. This comfortable existence did not deter the children from pursuing their dreams. Some, inspired by Nara Light's formidable prowess, chose to become ninjas, while others ventured into different fields, even attending Nara Wu's Ninja Academy to shine in their own right. Now, the Konoha Ninja Academy not only taught the ways of becoming a ninja but also encompassed various other disciplines. The Land of Light was stepping into a new era. As was the world of Hokage, breaking free from the shackles of primitive civilization and entering the age of technology. This transition brought immense convenience to the citizens of the Land of Light, elevating their living standards. Tasks once reliant on ninja assistance could now be resolved through technological advancements, leading to a decreasing scope of requests. The shadows of the Hokage world gradually faded away. Chapter 138, The Reversal of the Heavenly Gang Teacher. I never anticipated you would find this place. Within the damp and dim cave, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the transformed figure before him, Orochimaru, a grotesque blend of human and serpent. Orochimaru, equally perplexed, returned Hiruzen's gaze. Despite the arrival of Nara Shikaku, which had altered the course of this world significantly, fate had once again drawn this master and disciple into conflict. Abandon your dreams and return with me, Hiruzen urged. Teacher, have you grown so old that your mind has withered as well? Return? What a jest! Orochimaru sneered, his eyes narrowing as he extended his tongue in a revolting manner. He could not fathom how his former mentor had tracked him here. With a sigh, Hiruzen performed a summoning technique, biting his finger and pressing it to the ground. A plume of white mist enveloped the space, and as it dissipated, the king of the monkey appeared before him. I shall take you back, Hiruzen declared, forming hand seals. Yet, Orochimaru retaliated, biting his finger and summoning 3 bizarrely shaped stone doors that thwarted Hiruzen's 5 elemental barrage. The two then charged at each other, their battle spilling from the cave into the forest beyond. Although Hiruzen had receded into the shadows of retirement, his movements belied his age. He danced with agility, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, transformed from the Monkey King, matching Orochimaru in their fierce exchange. However, age had its toll on him. His stamina waned, and fatigue set in, his breath coming in labored gasps. Orochimaru, undeterred, bit his finger again, summoning 3 coffins from the earth. Sensing the impending danger, Hiruzen hurled the Rui Bang, sending one of the rising coffins back into the summoning array. But the other 2 could not be stopped. As the coffins opened, 2 familiar figures emerged. Teacher, this is a gift prepared for you. I hope you find it satisfactory, Orochimaru taunted. Hashirama? Tobarama? Hiruzen's expression darkened as he recognized the figures within the coffins. Orochimaru, how dare you desecrate their remains? Ha ha ha, did Lord Hashirama not create this technique for such purposes? Orochimaru retorted, forming seals to control the first and second Hokage, sending them towards Hiruzen. Feeling a sense of dread, Hiruzen realized the chakra emanating from the reanimated forms was formidable. This time, I fear for my life, he thought. Leave this to me. You must escape, the Monkey King urged, but Hiruzen protested. No, you shall perish. I am old. Rather than linger in misery, I would prefer to go out in a blaze of glory. You shall not leave today. Orochimaru interrupted, as the reanimated Hashirama and Tobarama closed in on Hiruzen. Would release. Advent of the trees. Hashirama declared, summoning massive trees that erupted from the ground, their branches thick and rapidly growing. Hiruzen could only evade clumsily, while Tobarama seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful water release technique, injuring Hiruzen's leg despite his efforts to dodge. Gasping for breath, Hiruzen knew he had to resort to a desperate measure. He had sought out Orochimaru in hopes of redemption for the sins of his past, but his former disciple had grown far too powerful. Just as he prepared to use the Reaper Death Seal, a sharp pain struck his back, turning with great difficulty. His eyes widened in horror upon recognizing the assailant, Shimura Danzo, also reanimated. Foolish Hiruzen, Danzo mocked, drawing his kunai. With a pained gasp, Hiruzen collapsed, strength draining rapidly. Danzo circled him, raising his weapon for a final strike. Old friend, allow me to grant you a swift end. Yet just as Danzo was about to withdraw his blade, Hiruzen invoked the Reaper Death Seal. The spectral figure of the Shinigami emerged behind him, exuding a chilling aura. Orochimaru, save me. Danzo gasped, witnessing the specter. Hiruzen, coldly unyielding, observed as the Shinigami seized Danzo. Orochimaru, those who commit grievous acts will meet their end. Consider your path wisely. I shall await you below. With a bitter expression, Hiruzen was pierced through the chest by the Shinigami, pulling both his and Danzo's souls into its depths. Beside them, Shimura Kaizashi stared in shock. Useless, he muttered. unfazed by Danzo's demise. Orochimaru, reflecting on the unexpected confrontation with his teacher, sealed the first and second Hokage back into their coffins, returning them to the summoning space. "Do not forget our promise," Hizashi said, glancing at the dissipating form of Danzo before vanishing from sight. Orochimaru gathered Hiruzen's body into a scroll. It seemed a change of location was in order. With a flick of his serpentine tail, he slithered away from the cave. Not far from where Orochimaru had departed, White Zetsu emerged from the ground, surveying the area. "I had no idea Orochimaru had transformed to this extent. I must inform Black Zetsu swiftly." With that, he disappeared back underground. Chapter 139. Nagato's descent into darkness. Hiruzen Sarutobi could not elude his predetermined fate, succumbing to Orochimaru's machinations. What was intended as a battle for redemption became, tragically, his final act. Rain Country, the stage is set for a pivotal battle that will irrevocably alter Nagato's destiny. "It was no easy feat locating you," a man with a singular Byakugan declared, perched upon a precipice, his gaze fixed upon the Akatsuki leaders, Yahiko and Nagato, below. This individual, formerly known as Sano Yamato, the newly appointed leader of Amigakure, now serves as a member of Tenti Akatsuki. His mission, to retrieve Nagato and bring him back to their fold. "Release Konan," Nagato demanded. "I will consider it, provided Nagato agrees to accompany me willingly." Yahiko, upon hearing Sano Yamato's proposition, turned his attention to Nagato. "I shall go with you, but only if you release Konan immediately," Nagato asserted, stepping forward. "Nay, you must not go with him," Yahiko interjected, attempting to dissuade Nagato. "I cannot bear the thought of Konan suffering on my account," Nagato replied, his eyes meeting Yahiko's. Yahiko wrestled with his inner turmoil, torn between the two individuals he held most dear. "Cease your deliberations, or I shall end Konan's life," Sano Yamato threatened. "Sano Yamato, I implore you to honor your word," Nagato implored as he leaped towards the precipice where Sano Yamato stood. Upon Nagato's arrival at the cliff's edge, 4 figures emerged from behind Sano Yamato, restraining him and initiating a sealing jutsu to suppress his 6 paths power. "Now, release Konan," Nagato urged. "Huh, you are truly naive," Sano Yamato retorted, his laughter echoing through the air. A sense of foreboding washed over Nagato. "Having slaughtered so many of our comrades, did you truly believe we would release her so easily?" Sano Yamato unsheathed his Kuzurigama, aiming it at the bound Konan. "Dare you?" Nagato warred. "Such a beautiful woman. A pity to waste her. Alas, she must meet her end." Konan, stripped of her powers, could only watch helplessly as the weapon hurtled towards her. Nagato, his powers sealed and his body restrained, could only look on in fury as Sano Yamato's weapon descended. "No. Please, no," Nagato bellowed. Thud. Just as Konan braced herself for the inevitable, and Nagato continued to roar in anguish, the sound of a blade piercing flesh filled the air. Konan, feeling no pain, cautiously opened her eyes. The sight that greeted her shattered her heart. Yahiko stood before her, his chest gushing with blood, impaled by Sano Yamato's Kuzurigama. Thud. Yahiko coughed up another mouthful of blood. "Yahiko!" Konan cried out in despair, tears streaming down her face. Nagato stood frozen, then erupted with unbridled rage. "Sano Yamato, I shall obliterate you," Nagato bellowed, his voice shaking the very air around them. The sealing jutsu that bound him shattered effortlessly. He swiftly reached Konan, tearing away her bonds and dissolving the seal that suppressed her power. "Konan, take Yahiko and flee," Nagato instructed. "Very well, but be cautious," Konan replied, summoning her paper ninjutsu, forming wings and a paper platform to support Yahiko's weight. She then carried the gravely wounded Yahiko away with haste. Seeing Konan safely away, Nagato turned his wrath upon Sano Yamato. "For daring to harm Yahiko, you shall meet your doom," Nagato declared, brandishing 2 black rods. "Huh? You truly believe you can defeat me? We are both of the 6 paths level. What makes you think you can prevail?" Sano Yamato scoffed. "We came prepared, having thoroughly analyzed the Akatsuki's vulnerabilities. It is precisely because of your organization's weakened state that we dared to seize Nagato." "Then prepare to meet your maker," Nagato retorted, charging towards Sano Yamato. "Arrogant fool," Sano Yamato sneered, leaping into the air. The Byakugan in his right eye socket underwent a rapid transformation, morphing from a standard Byakugan into one that emitted a cerulean glow. A truth-seeking ball materialized behind him, orbiting his body. Simultaneously, a 6 paths chakra cloak enveloped him. Nagato's transformation mirrored Sano Yamato's. 5 truth-seeking balls appeared around him, and a 6 paths chakra cloak adorned his form. However, Nagato's aura was palpably more powerful. Though we both wield the power of the Six Paths, you are but a mere insect compared to me. Six Paths, Almighty Push. As he neared Sano Yamato, Nagato unleashed his Rinnegan ability, amplified by Sage Mode Chakra. Sano Yamato, anticipating the attack, enlarged his truth-seeking ball, using it as a shield to temporarily deflect Nagato's Almighty Push. Six Paths Secret Technique, Decapitating Cross. Sano Yamato's Six Paths Shikujo rapidly transformed into the shape of a Kusarigama. Wielding two Kusarigama, he slashed at Nagato, the blades forming a cross, imbued with an invisible cutting force. The sound of air being torn apart accompanied the attack. Six Paths, Super Almighty Push. To counter Sano Yamato's formidable assault, Nagato unleashed the Rinnegan ability, amplified by the power of the Six Paths. An overwhelming repelling force erupted from Nagato's body. Sano Yamato first felt the surrounding space distort, followed by the sensation of being struck by an invisible wall. Six Paths Secret Technique, Decapitating Method. Sano Yamato swung his Kusarigama, tearing a rift in space, which he then entered. He reappeared behind Nagato. Six Paths Secret Technique, Double Decapitation. Sano Yamato unleashed a Kusarigama imbued with immense power. Nagato raised his Shikujo to block the attack. Boom. A deafening collision reverberated through the air, unleashing a shockwave that pulverized everything in its path. Sano Yamato's left-hand Kusarigama struck Nagato's Shikujo. Boom. Nagato was blasted backward by the force of the impact, barely managing to regain his footing in midair. Presumptuous fool. Sano Yamato exclaimed, emboldened by Nagato's momentary stumble. He tore through space once more, closing in on Nagato. How naive, Nagato muttered, biting his finger and pressing it against his Shikujo. A summoning circle materialized on the Shikujo. Roar. Another devastating shockwave ripped through the area. The already crumbling cliff face began to shed massive boulders. The members of both factions who had retreated from the battlefield watched with bated breath. The battle had transcended their ability to intervene. Capture her. She may prove useful to the captain, a Tenti Akatsuki member suggested, spotting Konan. The other members turned their gaze towards Konan. But just as they were about to act, the tide of the battle shifted dramatically. Nagato had summoned the demonic statue of the Outer Path, now inextricably linked to his very being. An even more intense aura radiated from him, washing over the battlefield. Nagato, Yahiko is fading, Konan cried out, her voice laced with anguish. Chapter 140, Stagnation, Itachi in the office of the Light Pavilion in the Land of Light. The leader received intelligence scrolls from a member of the pavilion. Upon taking the scrolls, the member departed. Nara Hikari opened the first scroll, which chronicled the entire battle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, culminating in Hiruzen's tragic demise. Is Hiruzen dead? Nara Hikari found himself taken aback as he absorbed the scroll's contents. He learned that Hiruzen had indeed fallen to Orochimaru. The scroll's recorder was White Zetsu, who had witnessed the entire confrontation. At the critical moment, Hiruzen employed the Shiki F gene technique, but unfortunately, he failed to seal Orochimaru's hands and instead sealed the recently resurrected Shimura Danzo. What a misfortunate fellow, Nara Hikari mused. Feeling pity for Danzo, he chose that moment to engage, only to find himself consumed by the Grim Reaper. Yet, Nara Hikari sensed something amiss. Hiruzen had departed Kagakure with Mito Gate Inn, who had promised Hiruzen's safety. Curiously, and had not participated in the battle at all. He then turned to the second scroll, which detailed Yahiko's sacrifice for Konan at the hands of Zeno Yamura, ultimately leading to Nagato's complete descent into darkness. It was a cruel twist of fate. Initially, Nara Hikari's intervention had spared Yahiko from the hands of Hanzo and Danzo, allowing him to live for several more years. Yet, the force of narrative correction proved overwhelming, and Yahiko could not escape his tragic destiny. After perusing both scrolls, Nara Hikari carefully closed them and placed them on his desk. He found himself puzzled over Black Zetsu's intricate plans. Why not simply seize Nagato's Rinnegan? Why necessitate his fall into darkness? Was it a fear of being overpowered by Nagato? Reflecting on Black Zetsu's lack of combat prowess, he concluded that it was merely a collector of intelligence. However, this world had granted Nara Hikari the powers of a devil fruit, elevating his strength to the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Over the years, under his guidance, the organization had successfully captured 8-tailed beasts, with only the 9 tails remaining for the completion of the 10 tails fusion. The prospect of inserting a Rinnegan-wielding Jinchuriki into the equation to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi and summon the God Tree for the final fusion loomed large. Yet, Certain details eluded his understanding. Though Black Zetsu was bound by the kaleidoscopic power of memory imprint, his true intentions remained inscrutable to Nara Hikari. The resurrection of Kaguya Otsutsuki was merely to satiate Nara Hikari's curiosity regarding the world of Naruto's beautiful women, with the added hope of making her his partner and bearing numerous children. Nara Hikari imposed no time constraints on this resurrection. Let it unfold naturally. Good things come to those who wait. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the corridor. Nara Hikari turned towards the entrance as a middle-aged man accompanied by two young boys entered. Lord Leader, it was Uchiha Fugaku. Please, have a seat. Thank you, Leader. The Uchiha clan had split into two factions, led by Uchiha Akahono and Uchiha Fugaku. Upon joining the Land of Light, Fugaku's faction opted against merging with Akahono's group, instead establishing a separate territory. This division over the years had resulted in little interaction, leaving both factions emotionally distant. When Fugaku's faction joined the Land of Light, Akahono had not welcomed them. What brings you here? Nara Hikari inquired. Glancing at the two boys accompanying Fugaku, who were Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, both prodigies of Konoha's Uchiha clan. They wished to become your disciples. Nara Hikari was surprised by their intentions. Previously, Uchiha Beidou had sent the clan's most talented youths to him to strengthen ties, and now, these two promising boys had followed suit. Shursui and Itachi were not strangers to Nara Hikari. With Danzo deceased, and Konoha merged into the Land of Light, Shursui's fate had shifted, and he no longer had to choose between his clan and village. As for Itachi, the sweet-toothed boy from the original tale had endured a lifetime of hardship, yet his life trajectory was subtly changing now. Nara Hikari noted the absence of the troubled youth's shadow on Itachi's face. Instead, he appeared more cheerful, exuding excitement since entering the office. Nara Hikari was curious about the source of his enthusiasm. Very well, I accept them. Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, having prepared numerous arguments to persuade Nara Hikari. Yet he had not anticipated such a casual acquiescence. Come see me tomorrow morning. Yes, Leader. Fugaku departed with Shursui and the exhilarated Itachi. The following day, while Fugaku did not arrive, Shursui and Itachi appeared punctually at the office. Teacher, they greeted obediently upon entering. Let us go. I shall take you somewhere. Nara Hikari placed his hands on their shoulders, and, using his super speed, they vanished in an instant. Upon arrival, Nara Hikari released them, and the two began to survey their surroundings. They found themselves in the first training ground of the Light Pavilion. Due to extensive experimentation with large-scale attack capabilities, the area was in disarray, pockmarked with deep craters, with not a single intact boulder in sight. Nara Hikari had reinforced the area multiple times to prevent seawater from flooding in. This is where the members of the Light Pavilion train. These craters are the result of various experiments. Now, let me see the extent of your abilities. Unleash your strongest techniques. Nara Hikari was genuinely intrigued by the two youths. Shursui, in the original tale, had evolved into the strongest of the Uchiha clan, achieving the one-eyed Susanoo, a feat not all Uchiha could attain. Besides Madara, he was among the most gifted of the clan in recent years. Yes, teacher. Shursui stepped forward first. His abilities included the Susanoo and the unique fire release techniques of the Uchiha clan, alongside some single-target techniques paired with body flicker technique. He swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shursui exhaled a massive fireball, its impact radius immense. Chapter 141, Lost Me? The intense fire unleashed by Uchiha Shursui rivaled the scale once exhibited by Uchiha Madara against the Ninja Alliance. Indeed, quite impressive, Nara Ko thought to himself. Subsequently, Shursui summoned his unique green Susanoo, towering several dozen meters high, exuding an immense pressure that even Itachi admired. Excellent, Nara Ko generously praised. I do not comprehend. You possess such formidable strength. Why then do you seek me as your mentor? It's all because of this lad, Uchiha Shursui replied, casting a resigned glance at Uchiha Itachi. Because of him? Nara Ko questioned, perplexed. This boy has always revered you as a teacher. It is said that everyone who learns from you becomes a legendary figure. He insisted that I join him in seeking your tutelage. Oh, I see. Nara Ko turned his gaze to Uchiha Itachi. Master, I wish to be as formidable as Brother Shursui. However, I understand the conditions for awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, and I do not wish to lose my dearest ones. Thus, I thought of you. As Itachi spoke, he grew somewhat bashful. Do you wish to lose me? Nara Ko responded, speechless. Not at all, Master. You misunderstand my intentions. What do you mean then? Master, I desire to consume one of your devil fruits. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Itachi finally mustered the courage to speak. Ah, so your pursuit of mentorship is merely a fade for that. Itachi lowered his head, unable to meet Nara Ko's eyes. Nara Ko extended his sensing ability. Remarkably, Itachi already possessed the chakra of an elite genin. He then sensed Shursui, who was infinitely close to the six paths level. Awakening the Manjiki Sharingan would enable one to attain the power of the six paths. I can grant you a devil fruit, but what benefit do I receive in return? Nara Ko fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Itachi. I can introduce Uchiha Izumi to you. Itachi recalled a legend about Nara Ko after much contemplation. Uchiha Izumi. Yes, she is quite beautiful. Nara Ko regarded Itachi with a knowing look. In the original narrative, Uchiha Izumi was Itachi's first love, although Itachi ultimately chose to protect his brother. Sacrificing the entire Uchiha clan, he had helplessly watched Izumi perish at the hands of Tobi. Now, he was introducing her to Nara Ko, which suggested that their relationship in this world was not particularly intimate. Very well, you must hold to your word. Indeed. Uchiha Shursui looked on, astonished. Master is indeed as lascivious as rumored, Shursui thought, shaking his head with a wry smile. What are you mumbling about, Shursui? Nara Ko inquired. Ah, Master, it's nothing. Please wait a moment. Nara Ko immersed himself in the system's storage space, searching for a suitable devil fruit for Uchiha Itachi. He recalled that Itachi excelled in the Manjiki's Amaterasu and Infinite Tsukuyomi, in addition to the Uchiha clan's fire release techniques. Given the diminished opportunity for awakening the Manjiki, only the fire release remained. Ultimately, Nara Ko's gaze settled upon the nature-type Flame fruit. He retrieved the Flame fruit from the storage space and presented it to Uchiha Itachi. Master, this is your devil fruit? Itachi felt a surge of excitement, while Shursui watched with curiosity. Yes. Master, does it have a name? Although Itachi had never seen a devil fruit before, he had heard numerous tales upon arriving in Keigai City. It is called the nature-type Flame fruit. Upon consuming it, you will acquire the ability to create flames with limitless temperatures. This requires personal development, allowing you to transform into a flaming state, evading all physical attacks without harm, as well as the ability to heal rapidly and fly in flame form. There are many powerful abilities that you must develop yourself, as long as your imagination is boundless. Nothing is beyond your reach. Nara Ko elaborated on the capabilities of the fruit. Itachi's eyes sparkled with wonder. Nara Ko handed the devil fruit to Itachi, who eagerly took a bite. He then, like others before him, introspected to visualize his heart transforming into the fruit. This process concluded swiftly. Show me your abilities. Nara Ko prompted as Itachi opened his eyes. Certainly, Master. Itachi demonstrated numerous flame-related abilities, leaving Nara Ko in awe of his prodigious talent. Itachi grasped so many advanced abilities on his first attempt. The flame fruit could not only develop the flames themselves, but also their properties, such as the wind produced when ignited, the extreme temperatures, and the light generated from combustion, all potential avenues for exploration. Ah, so it can work like that, Itachi exclaimed, filled with delight. Now, the rest depends on you. The distance you can travel henceforth will depend on your own level of development. Yes, Master. Let us return home. Yes, Master. Uchiha Shursui led Itachi away, while Nara Ko returned to his own residence. News of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death spread quickly. Namake's Minato held a memorial service, attended by the complexly emotional Uzumaki Mido. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's passing, past grievances seemed to dissipate like smoke. During the memorial, a familiar figure lingered for quite some time. Raza, the former 5th Kazekage. He spotted Chiyo, who had vanished for several years. As he approached to confirm, Mido slipped from his view, leaving him to wonder if he was seeing an illusion. As the memorial drew to a close, a familiar silhouette appeared in Keigai City. It was Jiraiya, who had rushed back. Lord K. Upon seeing Nara Ko, Jiraiya approached. It has been a while, little Jiraiya. Nara Ko smiled warmly at Jiraiya. Their encounters had been infrequent, and in the original story, Jiraiya's demise remained one of Nara Ko's greatest sorrows. With the nations now unified, he pondered whether Jiraiya still held such fervor for the prophecy of the Sage of Toads. Jiraiya paused momentarily upon hearing Nara Ko's address. Little Jiraiya? In truth, given Nara Ko's age now, he was considered an elder to Jiraiya. Very well, let us go pay our respects to Hiruzen. Yes, Lord K. Jiraiya made his way toward the gravestone. In the crowd, Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikamaru, Tsunade, and others all turned to look at Jiraiya. As Jiraiya reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's gravestone, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Chapter 142, The Child of Prophecy? Nonsense. Gradually, all had dispersed, yet Jiraiya lingered before the gravestone, reluctant to depart. The ground before the large man was damp, revealing the depth of Jiraiya's bond with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nara Ko approached him from behind. Lord K. Jiraiya wiped away a tear. Everyone must confront this day. There is no need for excessive sorrow. Thank you for attending the memorial for our teacher, Lord K. Although Nara Ko's words offered little comfort to Jiraiya, he remained grateful. He understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen had suppressed Nara Ko to consolidate his position as Hokage, ultimately forcing K out of Konoha. It's all right. You stay a while. I shall take my leave. Nara Ko replied as he prepared to depart. Lord K. Do you believe in the existence of a child of prophecy? Jiraiya suddenly turned to look at Nara Ko. A child of prophecy? Nonsense. Nara Ko scoffed at such an unfounded notion. A child of prophecy? The one with the strongest fist is the true child of prophecy. Jiraiya fell silent. In this world, there is no child of prophecy, merely a tool for producing offspring as a reward. With that, Nara Ko departed, leaving Jiraiya in stunned contemplation. What did he say? I cannot comprehend. Could someone translate it for me? Jiraiya remained bewildered before the gravestone of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon returning home, Nara Ko slumped in the pavilion of his villa, lost in thought. He then touched his legs and gazed towards the distant skyline of towering buildings. At that moment, his father, Narayu, approached. K, father. Nara Ko looked up at his approaching father. What troubles you? You appear somewhat glum. I'm fine. Your demeanor suggests otherwise. Father, I may have to leave this place. Leave here? Yes. Where to? Nara Ko pointed at the sky. Narayu looked upwards. Do not play games with me. Narayu lightly tapped K on the head. Ouch. Nara Ko straightened himself, holding his head. I plan to venture beyond the planet. Beyond the planet? Narayu expressed confusion. Nara Ko shared all his discoveries with him. When do you intend to depart? After bidding farewell to them, I shall leave. Very well. Go find your mother. Perhaps you should spend some quality time with her. Yes. I shall do so. In an instant, Nara Ko vanished from his spot. Narayu shook his head and left the pavilion as well. In the following days, Nara Ko devoted time to his mother, Narayami, enjoying a few leisurely days together and engaging in numerous conversations. Narayami recounted many tales from K's childhood. Although K had scant memories of the original body's early years, he found them quite enlightening. The original owner of this body bore a striking resemblance to Jiraiya, often sneaking off to play near the women's bathhouse. However, due to his remarkable intellect, no one ever discovered him. So there is a reason I have taken over this body, Nara Ko mused to himself. After leaving the small courtyard where Narayami resided, Nara Ko proceeded to the dwelling of the ladies. He initially intended to bid farewell to them before exploring the moon. Yet he soon realized that the ladies would not allow him to leave so easily. A series of monumental battles ensued, lasting over 3 months. However, for the resilient Nara Ko, this battle was nothing of great consequence. During this time spent with the ladies, Nara Ko found himself utterly enchanted. With over 100 wives, it was a veritable bloom of beauty. Each one alone would be considered a breathtaking beauty in his past life. The allure of this paradise was intoxicating. Yet Nara Ko resolutely set his plan to resolve all lingering concerns within 2 years and then journey to the Hokage universe. The next morning, Nara Ko seized a rare moment of leisure to wander through the streets of K Hidden City. A familiar sign caught his eye. Ichiraku Ramen. This establishment had relocated here with others from Konoha. It had been many years since he last tasted its flavor. Reflecting on this, Nara Ko stepped inside. The bustling figure was not the familiar one he remembered, but rather a middle-aged man, accompanied by 2 young girls and another child. 1 bowl of ramen, please. Certainly, the middle-aged man replied as he continued his work. The girl approached with a cup of tea. Welcome, guest. Ah, you are Lord K. Indeed. Father, Lord K has arrived. The girl exclaimed with excitement upon recognizing Nara Ko, calling out to her busy father. The man turned, and upon confirming Nara Ko's identity, he hurriedly ceased his work. It is truly Lord K. Welcome to our humble establishment. Come, taste the familiar flavor once more. Please, take your time. I am in no rush. The middle-aged man glanced around, noting the surrounding quietness. None dared to complain, for they too recognized Nara Ko. Then please wait a moment. SHBU will attend to Lord K. Of course, father. The man returned to his kitchen with haste, and the two young boys quickly assisted. 1 hour later, all the patrons were served steaming bowls of ramen. The middle-aged man placed a bowl before Nara Ko, watching as his daughter SHBU engaged in cheerful conversation with him. An inexplicable feeling stirred within him. Lord K, enjoy your meal. After setting down the ramen, the middle-aged man did not leave, but instead stood nearby. Finished with your tasks? Yes. Then sit down. There is no need to be so formal. Nara Ko said as he picked up his chopsticks, lifting a piece of noodle to his mouth. Slurp. Delicious, indeed. Nara Ko could not help but commend the dish. If you enjoy it, I will prepare another bowl. 1 bowl is sufficient. Please take a moment to rest. Nara Ko observed the noticeably larger bowl before him, much larger than those on other tables. Very well. The middle-aged man took a seat. As Nara Ko finished half the bowl, he looked up at the middle-aged man. What is your name? Ah, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I am SH Dai, and this is my daughter SH Bu. Those busy inside are my 2 apprentices, Nishi and Matsu. So you are SH Dai. Lord K, you know of me? I am familiar with your father. Ah, my father spoke of you. He mentioned you often savored his culinary creations. Indeed, your father is quite skilled, and your own talents have surpassed his. It has been far too long since I have tasted such exquisite ramen. Nara Ko continued to eat. In no time, the bowl was emptied. Father, please converse with Lord K while I prepare another bowl for him. SHBU eagerly volunteered, not allowing Nara Ko to refuse. Already rushing back to the kitchen area. Chapter 143, SHBU, Kamiyama Keiru, absurd. Soon, SHBU brought a bowl of noodles to the table. Nara Hikaru observed the girl. Her face glistening with fine beads of sweat yet adorned with an expression of sheer joy, and found her quite intriguing. In their previous conversation, he learned that Ichiraka ramen had been in operation for over 60 years, a detail not mentioned in the original narrative. From the familiar youth he once knew to the current handmade noodles, they enjoyed considerable popularity in both Konoha and this place. Handcrafted noodles had also inspired SHBU to explore various unique ingredients. Having already satisfied his appetite, Nara Hikaru glanced at SHBU, who appeared eager, and reluctantly picked up his chopsticks for another bite. The flavor was delightful, surpassing even that of his father's cooking. Nara Hikaru complimented her, causing SHBU to beam with even greater happiness. However, the expression on Handcrafted's face was peculiar and somewhat unnatural as he alternated his gaze between Nara Hikaru and SHBU. He recalled a legend about Nara Hikaru, one that claimed he had over 100 wives. He wouldn't. Handcrafted hesitated to think further. He held great confidence in his daughter's appearance, but the notion of her marrying Nara Hikaru had never crossed his mind. Nara Hikaru, utilizing the explosive fruit's energy, managed to obliterate the food in his stomach, managing to consume yet another bowl. Upon seeing SHBU preparing another, Nara Yasumi quickly declined. Just kidding. Although the noodles are indeed delicious, I truly cannot eat another bite. Dejected, SHBU returned to her chair. Handcrafted entrusted the business to his 2 skilled apprentices and then engaged in conversation with SHBU for quite some time, until Nara Hikaru rose to take his leave. After his departure, Handcrafted observed his daughter SHBU standing at the entrance. Lord Hikaru is truly gentle. Indeed. SHBU seemed oblivious to her father's embarrassment. It was said that marrying Lord Hikaru was the epitome of happiness. She wondered if there was any truth to it. SHBU, do you know how old Lord Hikaru truly is this year? Of course, SHBU replied nonchalantly. Lord Hikaru is about the same age as your grandfather. What are you talking about? Lord Hikaru doesn't resemble a nearly 60-year-old at all. Rather, he resembles an older brother. A gentle one at that. Oh no, this is bad. Handcrafted panicked. He certainly did not want his daughter to marry an old man, even if this old man was incredibly powerful and a youthful beauty at heart. Father, what are you thinking? Wanting to marry Lord Hikaru is entirely different from preparing to marry him. Is it really? Of course. SHBU shot her father a glare before turning back toward the ramen shop. Upon hearing this, Handcrafted sighed in relief. SHBU, please don't be foolish. I still plan to have you inherit the ramen shop. Handcrafted muttered as he returned inside to continue his work. Night had quietly descended, yet customers continued to flock to Ichiraku Ramen. Perhaps it is time to take on a few more apprentices. Meanwhile, Nara Hikaru returned to the Keigaku office. Just as he was about to leave, Tachibana, who was preparing to depart, noticed him returning so late and hurried over. Hikaru, it's so late. Why are you back? I hadn't reviewed today's scrolls, so I came to check. Oh, then I'll take my leave. Tachibana was about to exit when Nara Hikaru called her back. Shall we chat for a while? Sure. Is this how you converse after a battle? All right. You should rest early. I'll head back. Tachibana stood up, adjusted her attire, and left. Nara Hikaru reclined on the bed, gazing at the ceiling. Congratulations, host Chio is pregnant. And you have obtained the two-dimensional character Kamiyama Keru from Rurouni Kenshin. Oh, Nara Hikaru sat up straight. Kamiyama Keru? Rurouni Kenshin? He struggled to recall details and eventually remembered some. Kamiyama Keru was renowned as the beautiful girl with a bamboo sword, the heir to the Kamiyama Dojo, and the future wife of Kenshin, the protagonist of Rurouni Kenshin. She possessed a cheerful and kind disposition, well-liked among her peers. I never expected it to be you. Nara Hikaru felt a flicker of joy. However, recalling her ultimate sword technique, the most powerful among her skills, known as the Forbidden Technique, severing the lineage, sent a chill down his spine. Yet, Nara Hikaru was resolute. If he too could become a companion to the stunning reward bestowed by the system, how could he possibly decline such a splendid opportunity? Extract Kamiyama Keru. Upon uttering these words, a wave of energy rippled through the space, and a blue-haired girl in a flowing gown emerged. Master. Good. Nara Hikaru nodded, truly captivated by her beauty. No wonder Kenshin could set aside his murderous intent and awaken himself each time before his darkness consumed him. That night, Kamiyama Keru did not refuse. The following morning, Nara Hikaru gazed at the sleeping Kamiyama Keru, finally having the chance to assess her strength. The world of Rurouni Kenshin was merely that of ordinary swordsmen, where some might employ minor illusions, yet it remained a realm of common mortals. The strongest individuals merely reached the pinnacle of human limits. However, the slumbering Kamiyama Keru before him was entirely different. Initial God level. Initial God level? Nara Hikaru was taken aback and repeatedly examined the strength level indicated by his perception. This world, by all accounts, reached merely the ancestor level at its peak. Within the ancestor level, the hierarchy of strength depended solely on the quality of techniques and the potency and quantity of one's inner energy. He never anticipated that there existed a level beyond that. Nara Hikaru swiftly rose, transforming his body into metal to conceal its characteristics before stepping outside the room. He hurriedly released all the character rewards he had previously obtained. The Lujin dog remained hidden beside his father for the time being. Marvelous characters like Marvel's Sentinel, Dynaza, Akame, Isteth, Krina, Erika, and Ailu all manifested before Nara Hikaru. A single glance filled him with overwhelming delight. Indeed, all had broken free from the power restrictions of the Naruto world. The Sentinel from Marvel possessed the highest strength, reaching the zenith of the high god level. Now worthy of being called a deity, Nara Hikaru believed the Sentinel could shatter stars, just as that pseudo-deity, Otsutsuki. The other women, including Dynaza, had reached the peak of the medium god level, representing an entirely different realm of power, a brand new world. Yet, he himself remained merely at the ancestor level. Nara Hikaru reigned in his excitement, and just then, Kamiyama Keru emerged from the room, fully dressed, and came to stand beside him. Master. Nara Hikaru felt a sense of satisfaction. Let us return to the space. Yes. Nara Hikaru collected her, prepared everything, and was ready to head home. Just as he stepped out of the K-Gakka building, a familiar girl approached him. It was SHBU, whom he had just parted with the day before. What is she here for? SHBU approached Nara Hikaru and presented him with a food container. Lord Hikaru, this is specially made for you. I hope you will enjoy it. After delivering her message, SHBU hurriedly left. Nara Hikaru was puzzled. How did she know I was here? Chapter 144, Love Ramen? Nara Hikaru returned home with the bento box. Sitting in the villa's pavilion, he opened the box to reveal a bowl of ramen, artfully arranged with garnishes that unmistakably bore the hallmark of Iam's craftsmanship, notably the heart-shaped fried egg. Hikari chuckled ruefully, shaking his head. However, in the following days, he was taken aback as Iam delivered a portion of ramen to Hikari Pavilion each day, with a new bento box every time. The flavors of the garnishes and ingredients varied with each serving, which earned Hikari numerous exasperated glances from Ticino. Nevertheless, Iam's beauty was striking, and Hikari found himself smiling as he ate. Ticino, unable to tolerate Hikari's expression any longer, excused herself under the pretext of returning home to care for the children. After finishing his ramen, Hikari placed the bento box in a stack that had accumulated behind him. Once he completed his tasks, he returned home. The next morning, Ayam arrived again with another bento box. Hikari observed her from a distance as she looked around anxiously. "What are you searching for?" he inquired as he approached her from behind. Ayam, startled by his voice, nervously placed a hand on her chest. "Lord Hikari, you mustn't sneak up on me like that. Shall we go inside and sit for a while?" he suggested. "All right," Ayam replied, her cheeks flushed. Hikari smiled and walked toward the entrance of Hikari Pavilion, with Ayam obediently following behind. Inside the office, Hikari gestured toward a sofa, saying, "Please, take a seat." He settled into a chair and opened the bento box, which contained not only a heart-shaped ramen but also a ticket. "A ticket?" he mused, examining it. "What is this for?" "It's for a stage play," Ayam replied. "Whose?" "Fuka Shiyuki's." Hikari recalled that upon returning to Kageyami City, Fuka Shiryuki had not abandoned her passion. After giving birth, she established a theater for stage performances and occasionally attended shows even during her pregnancy. Hikari had no objections and sometimes accompanied her. After reminiscing for a moment, he acknowledged that Fuka Shiryuki possessed a unique charm on stage. "I heard you enjoy these performances, so I bought 2 tickets, Ayam explained. "When shall we go?" Hikari asked. "This afternoon," she replied. "Very well, I shall see you then." "Goodbye, Lord Hikari," Ayam said cheerfully as she left, watching him eat his noodles. Before long, afternoon arrived, and Hikari met Ayam at the theater entrance. Given the limited entertainment options in the world of Hokage, watching movies or plays was among the few ways to pass the time. Fuka Shiryuki was quite popular, and when Hikari and Ayam arrived, they found themselves amidst a bustling crowd. The line for tickets was lengthy, and unlike their last visit when they had special access, this time they faced a considerable wait. "I apologize, Lord Hikari, I didn't anticipate such a turnout," Ayam said hurriedly. "No matter," Hikari replied, surveying the line and the surrounding area. "Let us wait for a while." As they chatted, it seemed that many in the crowd recognized Fuka Shiryuki as one of Hikari's wives. Despite the throng, no one dared to cause a disturbance. They all displayed commendable decorum while waiting. "It's Lord Hikari. Clear a path," someone shouted upon spotting Hikari at the end of the line, prompting all heads to turn. Upon recognizing him, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. While Hikari was not the lord of the Light Country or the leader of a ninja village, his influence was undeniable. "There's no need. Please continue lining up," he stated, yet the crowd remained unmoving. Reluctantly, he maneuvered through the throng, followed by a flurry of footsteps behind him. Hikari Chapter 145. The performance commences in the following days. Numerous white Zetsu arrived to convey the latest developments to Nara Light. He began to anticipate the moment when Kagaya Otsutsuki would truly descend. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki organization, led by Nagato, successfully captured 9-tailed beasts. However, during the interval in which they were transferring the chakra from the 9 beasts to the 10 Tails Outer Path statue, the formidable enemy known as the Heavenly Akatsuki launched a surprise attack. The core strength of the Heavenly Akatsuki, corresponding to the 12 hours, surged forth with countless powerful allies and a multitude of expendable white Zetsu, overwhelming the Akatsuki's base. Nonetheless, the Akatsuki was not entirely unprepared. Following Nagato's ascension to the 6 paths level, he not only crafted the 6 paths of pain using black rods, but also controlled numerous corpses as auxiliary forces. Although these auxiliary figures lacked the formidable powers of the 6 paths of hell, they retained many combat techniques from their previous lives, such as ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Coupled with the unique genjutsu of Uchiha no Zomi, which could ensnare an opponent in an infinite illusionary space and manipulate their body, the Akatsuki possessed formidable capabilities. In addition to Nagato and Uchiha no Zomi, there were many other powerful individuals within the Akatsuki. For instance, the 10 Commandments selected by Nagato after his dark transformation. The two factions began to clash, with the Heavenly Akatsuki targeting the 10 Commandments of the Akatsuki. Thus, a grand battle unfolded. The first representative to emerge was the strongest fighter of the Heavenly Akatsuki, codenamed Z. His strength reached the 6 paths level, and his mastery of wind and fire techniques was nothing short of divine. Upon appearing, he instantly entered the 6 paths mode, with 4 truth-seeking balls manifesting around him. In opposition stood the newly appointed member of the Akatsuki's 3 greats, Philion, a remnant of the evil god sect from the land of original soup. Having originated from the same place as Haydn, he too was one blessed by the malevolent deity to survive. With Kakuza taken in by Nara Light, Philion and Haydn formed a duo, becoming the new immortal pair. Unlike Haydn, who possessed exceptional taijutsu, Falian's physical capabilities were lacking. However, he bore a peculiar parasitic insect that could seamlessly mend severed skin, somewhat akin to Kakuzu's black threads. Additionally, he could launch mid to long-range attacks. Though he could not employ the 5 elements ninjutsu, like Kakuzu, Falian also entered the 6 paths mode, but due to limited chakra, he could barely condense a single truth-seeking ball. Nevertheless, when paired with the black threads, his strength should not be underestimated. Senjutsu, Great Mighty Celestial Dragon. Z raised his hand, summoning a colossal dragon of blue flames that soared into the sky. Surrounding the blue flame dragon was a swirling blade of wind, which aimed to engulf and shred Falian. In response, Falian hurriedly cast forth the truth-seeking ball that hovered before him. The truth-seeking ball transformed in midair into several elongated insects, attempting to ensnare the blue flame dragon. The several dozen-meter-long blue flame dragon effortlessly swayed its body, evading the grasp of the insects. Seeing this, Falian swiftly retreated. Senjutsu, Death Entwined. His body rapidly cracked, releasing a swarm of insects that flew skyward, weaving together to form a vast net aimed at the blue flame dragon. With a furious roar, the blue flame dragon unleashed a torrent of flames and wind blades, obliterating the net of insects that dared to approach. Falian, alarmed, retreated rapidly, continuously sending out insects to attack the blue flame dragon, while simultaneously directing another swarm of insects towards Z in an attempt to procure his blood for the forbidden technique. Death by blood. However, the swarm was systematically eliminated by the truth-seeking balls that surrounded Z. Realizing that his opponent's truth-seeking balls outnumbered his own, and knowing that maintaining them required immense 6 paths power, Falian endeavored to exhaust his opponent. Utilizing the flight capability of his 6 paths robe, he began to maneuver, sending wave after wave of insects towards Z. Gradually, Falian sensed something amiss. His opponent had consistently employed this one tactic while pursuing him. Was Z not expending any energy? Falian was oblivious to the truth. Z was a fruit user. The 6 paths energy within him was derived from fruit powers, and as long as his heart continued to beat and his stamina did not deplete, the fruit abilities could be released indefinitely. Prior to becoming a fruit user, Z was a master of physical combat. Unfortunately, aside from controlling insects with 6 paths power and employing various insect-based techniques, Falian had learned the forbidden technique only after obtaining his immortal form, which required his opponent's blood. The difficulty now lay in the inability to obtain it, and he was not proficient in the other 5 elements ninjutsu. Ultimately, Falian gritted his teeth and pressed on, continuing to launch insect attacks against his opponent. As his 6 paths power began to dwindle, he prepared to exit the 6 paths mode while observing that Z remained in robust condition. What's the matter, little one? Are you ready to give up? I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Show me more of your prowess. Z taunted from above Falian. Enraged, Falian's eyes bulged in fury. Are you angry? Good. Show me your true abilities. Z continued to provoke him. You seek death. Falian raised both hands, fingers splayed wide, and then clapped them together. Secret technique. Brother, save me. He shouted towards the battlefield where Haiden was engaged. This cry resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the area. Not now, came the reply. Bastard. Falian bellowed, glaring at Z, who wore a mocking expression. I haven't displayed this technique yet. It seems it's time. Suddenly, Falian suppressed his rage, adopting a serious demeanor while gazing at Z, who floated in the sky. Z also abandoned his earlier playful demeanor, his expression turning solemn. Come on, I'm ready. Very well, since you are prepared, then I shall come. Are you truly ready? Little one, you talk too much. Bring it on. All right, just wait. I shall unleash my most powerful technique. Falian raised his hands once more, extending his palms. Stripes suddenly appeared across his face. Upon witnessing this, Z unleashed his fruit ability, transforming into a massive leopard clad in a 6 paths robe that hovered in the sky. Falian's pupils contracted in shock, though he did not reveal his fear, continuing to press his palms together. Secret technique. Go to hell, I'm done playing. Falian shouted angrily, hurling his signature weapon, the blood giant scythe, towards Z before promptly turning to flee without hesitation. In the sky, Z, now in his most formidable form, hesitated momentarily before deflecting the thrown weapon and gazing at the fleeing opponent. An intense rage erupted within him. Bastard. Chapter 146. Falian is Falian and Zetsu engaged in their relentless chase. A far more intense battle unfolded elsewhere, a captivating clash of illusions and secret arts. The representative from the Tongxiangxiu organization, Yu, also possessed the ability of a fruit user, having already ascended to the 6th level of power. However, his devil fruit was rather unique. The Zoan type, weasel fruit, stink weasel form. By consuming this fruit, you gain the ability to emit a foul stench that, while lacking physical assault capabilities, could ensnare any opponent within a nightmarish illusion. Within this illusion, adversaries witnessed the most despairing and infuriating visions. The permeating odor proved exceptionally potent. Throughout his battles, you had yet to encounter anyone capable of instantaneously dispelling the stench. Thus, his battlefield became a desolate expanse, with fellow Tongxiangxiu members maintaining a safe distance. Fearful of becoming entangled in the noxious cloud, it was not merely the strength of the illusion that deterred them, but rather the unbearable stench that lingered long after contact. However, this time, you faced a formidable opponent who was unperturbed by the foulness. The new representative of the Akatsuki, Shukei, was in. A member of the Bloodline clan from the Land of Lightning's blood pool. He possessed the clan's unique bloodline limit, Dragon Eye, akin to the powers of blood manipulation. Yet, unlike the latter, Dragon Eye did not require fresh blood. It merely demanded that the adversary sustain injuries to use their blood for illusionary control, drawing them into his inner world for manipulation. As the battle commenced, you inadvertently sustained an injury from On. Despite being a master of illusions, you was not adept in physical combat, while An excelled in both fields. It was precisely An's formidable physical prowess that forced you into a disadvantageous position from the outset. You cannot escape. In cackled maniacally, transforming into his 6th path mode, donning a robe of 6 paths and soaring above you. Yet, he did not gather the orb of seeking path. He mocked you as he struggled against the onslaught of illusions. The more you struggle, the more exhilarated I become. Beads of sweat appeared on Yu's brow as he desperately summoned the energy of his fruit to fend off the illusions, leaving him with no surplus power to shift into other forms. He recalled the moment he acquired this extraordinary devil fruit. He had never experienced such disarray before. With a furious roar, Yu's eyes ignited with a crimson hue, overtaken by rage. Following his outburst, his body exuded an even more potent stench, which spread like a tempest around him. As In attempted to withdraw his abilities to resist the foul air, Yu finally broke free from his control. His form swelled instantaneously, ripping through his garments, and a massive stinking weasel emerged, towering at several meters high. It roared once more at In, unleashing a torrent of dark green foul air that rapidly engulfed their vicinity. Damn control, Yu muttered, shaking his head. Now it's my turn. He began to merge the power of the 6 paths with the energy emanating from his heart, transformed into the 6-path stinking weasel mode. He channeled energy into the foul air, coalescing it into a dark green poisonous dragon. Senin art, poison dragon. The dragon opened its colossal maw and surged towards In with remarkable speed. Oh no, In could no longer maintain his mirth. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a pool of blood, causing a flicker of hope within him. He hastily activated his Dragon Eye abilities. Blood Dragon Technique. Countless red blood dragons emerged from the blood pool, illustrating the astonishing capacity to conjure dozens of blood dragons from a mere splatter of blood. Do not underestimate me. In unleashed his second persona, entering a frenzied state, embodying the Mad Laughter Quartet. The blood dragons entwined in midair, charging toward the poisonous dragon. Senin Technique, Poison Domain. Yu's eyes turned icy as he regarded the maniacal N, activating his awakened powers. In an instant, all objects within the vicinity erupted, transforming into foul air. This noxious cloud swiftly expanded outward from beneath Yu's feet. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwave from the exploding objects forced In to squint his eyes as he propelled upward into the sky. The range of the foul air spread omnidirectionally, leaving In with no escape. He raised his hands, invoking Senin art, water release, transforming water barrier. Swiftly forming 2 seals, he lifted his hands, conjuring a water wall reminiscent of a cascading waterfall. This barrier, fashioned from the power of the 6 paths, possessed a defensive quality far exceeding the B-grade level. The foul air collided with the water barrier, but was merely halted, not dispelled. In infused the barrier with the power of the 6 paths to maintain its defense. Senin art, water release, hailstorm barrage. In retracted one hand and rapidly formed a seal with the other. A multitude of water droplets enveloped in blood manifested around him. Upon contact with the foul air, they exploded, creating a relentless barrage. Yet, just as In believed he had withstood the enemy's assault, a sound of ruptured air pierced through the pervasive stench. Before In could respond, a claw belonging to a mustelid creature appeared within his line of sight. Instinctively, He raised his hands. Boom. A tremendous force struck his arms, sending a wave of agony through them as his body was propelled away. In his attempt to stabilize himself, he realized his limbs lacked strength. Oh no, it's broken. As he hurtled through the air and finally panicked, disregarding the conservation of his six-path energy, and began to gather the orb of seeking path. 2 orbs materialized before him, yet unexpectedly, before they could fully form, a claw struck them aside, sending them flying. Un's body was struck again, propelling him away with increasing speed, this time towards the ground. Boom. In crashed heavily to the ground, inhaling the foul air through his nose and mouth. Suddenly, his surroundings shifted, transporting him back to the site of the massacre of his clan in the village hidden in the clouds, within the land of lightning. Help! A boy, bloodied, ran towards the illusionary inn, pursued by cloud ninjas unleashing lightning chakra. In dashed forward, raising his hand to unleash the blood dragon technique. Blood dragons soared from the ground's blood, but upon reaching midair, they dissipated inexplicably. Why? In gasped in shock, attempting the technique again with no success. Realization dawned upon him. Despite his repeated attempts to wield his bloodline limit, the fleeing boy had yet to reach him. Oh no, an illusion. In that instant, he comprehended that he had fallen victim to the very trap he sought to evade. A searing pain radiated from his abdomen, engulfing his entire being, wrenching his consciousness back to reality. He glanced down, noticing that he had unwittingly exited the six-path mode, blood gushing from his abdomen. Chapter 147. The flames of Yuhua Castle. As time progressed, the scope of battle expanded relentlessly. The cacophony of clashing forces resonated across the battlefield, sending shivers through the hearts of all who drew near. Amidst the grand displays of ninjutsu, secret arts, and celestial techniques, there were also primal confrontations of sheer physical might. On one side stood the pinnacle of martial prowess from the Akatsuki, known as Dog. His true name, Shino, echoed the legend of the very individual who had commissioned Nara Ko to thwart the malevolent schemes of the Kingdom of Void. The Dragon Slayer had ultimately morphed into a malevolent beast himself. Now, driven by even grander ambitions, he had immersed himself in the dark abyss of the Akatsuki organization. His formidable personal strength had earned him a place among the 12 zodiac, complemented by a devil fruit, the ordinary Zoan type, mammoth fruit. This remarkable fruit augmented Dog's strength to unprecedented heights, particularly when combined with his family's secret technique, the Activation Fist, propelling his power to an even higher echelon. His comprehensive might reached a level akin to that of the Six Paths, albeit Dog was a Six Paths powerhouse and capable of condensing the Dao Gem. At this moment, Dog was engaged in combat, fully embodying his ultimate form. He had entered the awakened state of the fruit while simultaneously activating the Activation Fist. In this state, his martial arts reached their zenith, capable of tearing through the very fabric of space. Opposing him was the Akatsuki's Jinbu, originally known as Dikon. He too was a formidable martial artist, having developed a unique technique called Earth Explosion. This technique allowed him to rapidly enhance his own strength, akin to the 8 gates of Dungia, unlocking the latent potential within his body and drawing upon the Earth's natural energies. However, such power came at a significant cost. The more energy he absorbed, the greater the risk of bodily collapse. Nagato had devised a temporary solution, allowing Dikon to elevate his body to the limits of what the Six Paths could endure. As the battle raged on, Dikon swiftly absorbed the energies of the earth. With each surge of power, Dog began to concentrate, sensing the sharp pangs of bone-cracking pain. Yet, he was undeterred. To falter now would mean abandoning the dreams that fueled his heart. He unleashed the Activation Fist to its fullest extent, a formidable aura enveloping the surroundings. With a fierce roar, Dog charged toward Dikon, sending rocks flying in his wake, reducing them to mere dust. Dikon narrowed his eyes, invoking his technique to its utmost. A torrent of energy surged into his being. Good. This feels invigorating, he exclaimed, having withstood one of Dog's powerful strikes. However, he too felt the agonizing strain of his arm as the pain ignited his body's sensory systems. Realizing the peril of his crumbling form, Dikon understood that he must conclude the battle swiftly. Lingering too long could lead to his demise. With newfound speed, Dikon propelled himself forward, the air splitting with a sharp sound as the space around him began to warp. He retaliated with a forceful kick that sent Dog hurtling backward. Dog steadied himself, feeling the pressure of an opponent whose abilities were nearly on par with his own. With a deep breath, Dog closed his eyes, embracing the thrill of battle. Upon reopening them, he let out a wild laugh. This was the essence of true combat. As if responding to his exhilaration, his form began to shift once more, transitioning from a half-man, half-beast appearance into that of a colossal mammoth. A massive creature now hovered in the air, its presence commanding attention. With a thunderous trumpet, Dog's eyes glowed crimson as he charged headlong toward Dekong. Confusion clouded Dekong's mind. He realized that confronting Dog directly was no longer an option. Instead, he resorted to his speed, darting around Dog in search of a vulnerability. Yet, as minutes passed, the reverberations of his own strikes began to ache in his hands, while Dog's speed showed no signs of abating. What manner of beast is this? Dekong thought in shock, a wave of despair washing over him. I refuse to lose, he shouted defiantly. Ignoring the imminent collapse of his body, Dekong absorbed a vast amount of natural energy once more. At that moment, his hair bristled like steel needles, and his skin darkened to a deep brown akin to rock. Consumed by rage, Dog cared not for Dekong's transformation. He lowered his head and charged fiercely, his tusks aimed directly at his foe. As he rushed forward, an energy surged forth, reshaping the very terrain around him. The air trembled with the force of his charge, drawing the attention of powerful entities nearby, though they merely glanced before returning to their own battles. Dekong squinted at the rampaging opponent before him, pondering how to quell this monstrous force. Having absorbed a plethora of energy, he now found himself devoid of the confidence he once held. In the midst of conflict, losing one's certainty is perilous. Yet, with a wealth of combat experience, he was not willing to yield easily. Fixating on the approaching adversary, Dekong concentrated all natural energy into his right hand, forming a fist as he stepped back with his right leg. He readied himself, delivering a powerful strike. The force of his punch met Dog's tusk with a resounding crash, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Dust erupted, enveloping both combatants. As the dust settled, one stood panting heavily while the other lay unconscious on the ground. Dog remained upright, though on the brink of exhaustion, while Dekong had succumbed to the toll of his techniques. With cracks forming in Dekong's skin and blood oozing forth, it was evident that his time was short. Dog took a deep breath, approaching Dekong's fallen form. You are formidable, but this is where your journey ends. Restoring his human form, Dog ruthlessly stomped on Dekong's head, causing it to burst like a ripe melon. After dispatching Dekong, Dog surveyed his surroundings, inhaling deeply to regain some strength before activating the energy of the fruit once more, transforming into a half-man, half-beast state as he propelled himself toward another battlefield. As Dog of the Akatsuki triumphed over the Jinbu, the intensity of another confrontation surged to its peak. Chapter 148, Zabuza Momochi the Speaker, with short black hair and a bandage wrapped around his forehead, has a face and neck obscured by white cloth, revealing only one eye, reminiscent of Kakashi's classic appearance. He gazes intently at his opponent shimmering on the battlefield. This individual is Zabuza Momochi, a rogue ninja from the hidden mist village in the Land of Water, defeated and captured by Nagato's 6 Paths of Pain. He is the first antagonist of the Shippuden series and one of the 7 legendary swordsmen, known as the Demon of the Hidden Mist. Zabuza has inherited the newly forged sword, Chidori, which, while lacking the ability to absorb iron molecules from blood for recovery, can independently unleash lightning-based attacks. Now, Zabuza is a member of the Akatsuki organization, bearing the Ring of Darkness. On the opposing side stands a member of the Akatsuki's 12 heavenly stars named Mei. He, too, possesses powers derived from a devil fruit and was once employed by Orochimaru before departing from his immortality-seeking organization. He was recruited by Black Zetsu into the Akatsuki. Mei wields the ordinary animal-type pig fruit, taking on a porcupine form, with a powerful family technique that rivals the body flicker technique. He significantly enhances his abilities after consuming the fruit, achieving the capacity to tear through space, which bestows upon him formidable assassination skills. Over the years, he has eliminated numerous targets for the organization. At this moment, Mei employs his spatial abilities to launch quills as a ranged attack against Zabuza, eliciting both anger and helplessness from him. No matter what water release technique Zabuza attempts, Mei evades by slipping into another dimension. Even when Zabuza employs his silent assassination technique, Mei cleverly uses his spatial prowess to maintain distance, refusing to allow Zabuza to engage him in close combat. This predicament frustrates Zabuza, reminiscent of his encounters with the Akatsuki's Suzaku, Uchiha Itachi. Do you think you can control me? Mei sneers, channeling 6 Paths energy into the quills extending from his body. The quills, imbued with this power, become incredibly hard and destructive. Zabuza, having been careless before, has sustained a superficial injury. No matter how Zabuza taunts Mei, the latter remains unfazed and focused. Even when Zabuza unleashes a combination technique, Mei calmly utilizes his spatial abilities to evade. However, one cannot walk by the river without getting wet. Just as Mei prepares to slip into his spatial realm again, a bolt of lightning strikes from behind with incredible speed, closing in within an instant. If Mei chooses to enter the space forcibly, he risks being struck by the lightning. Conversely, should he remain, he might expose a vulnerability. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Zabuza seizes the opportunity. Employing his silent assassination technique, he appears beside Mei before he can react, swinging his sword, Chidori, towards Mei's head. Lightning and Zabuza converge upon him. Realizing that entering the space is no longer viable, Mei quickly turns and raises his hands. Sage Art, Quill Rain. In that electrifying instant, a multitude of quills materializes before him, some intertwining to counter the lightning strike, while others circumvent the lightning, hurtling towards Zabuza's descending blade. Zabuza, seeing this, hastily swings his weapon, unleashing a wave of cutting energy from Chidori, deflecting the incoming quills. In that moment, Mei seizes the chance to distance himself. However, Zabuza is caught off guard as the deflected quills reverse direction and return to him. What a nuisance, he mutters, closing his eyes. When he opens them again, the six paths energy within him erupts, creating shockwaves that sweep outward like a bulldozer, dispersing the returning quills. 5 truth-seeking balls orbit around his body, and his six paths robe flutters as if caught in an invisible wind. As the quill rain descends once more, Zabuza, now able to defend himself, retaliates with Sage Art. Water Dragon Water Blast. He raises his hands to his mouth, launching a barrage of water arrows without the need for hand seals. The arrows, empowered by six paths energy, shatter the quills, marking Zabuza's first successful counter against Mei's assault. With renewed vigor, Zabuza employs the mist body flicker technique, transforming into a cloud of mist that vanishes from sight. When he reappears, it is behind Mei. So swift, Mei gasps, astonished by Zabuza's remarkable speed upon entering Six Paths mode. Do not presume you alone can attain Six Paths mode. As Mei speaks, his form begins to morph. His human visage distorts into that of a pig, his physique expanding into a half-beast form. 2 truth-seeking balls materialize around him, and a staff made of quills appears in his grasp, emanating a far more potent aura than before. Is this their unique beast transformation ability? Zabuza ponders, recalling that the elite members of the Akatsuki possess such transformations, a phenomenon he has encountered before. Sage Art, Soul Needle Domain. Mei raises his hand, releasing six paths energy into the sky, forming an invisible barrier that extends outward, soon enveloping the battlefield shared by him and Zabuza. Mei then raises his staff, summoning spear-like quills from the barrier above. Die, he shouts, and once again, the quill rain descends mercilessly. Zabuza refuses to remain passive. He unleashes his own six paths energy, summoning dozens of gray water dragons from his surroundings to confront the quill barrage. This time, bolstered by six paths energy, Mei's arrows lack the overwhelming force they previously exhibited, shattering upon impact with the water dragons and dissipating into energy. Still, the quills continue to rain down relentlessly. Zabuza balances his water-release ninjutsu while controlling the truth-seeking balls for defense. Minutes pass, maintaining a stalemate until Zabuza discreetly hurls Chidori, which collides with a cluster of quills, shattering them before reaching Mei. In a rush, Mei swings his staff to counter. The sound of a thunderous collision reverberates through the sky. It is over. A sound like a death knell from the depths of hell echoes behind Mei, instilling an unprecedented sense of danger. Desperately, he channels his heart to generate a surge of devil fruit energy, attempting to tear open a spatial rift for escape. Yet, Zabuza offers no reprieve. Mei feels a sharp pain in his chest, interrupting his ability to access spatial powers. He looks down to find a blade protruding from his body. Roar, Mei bellows, striving to transform into his third form to shed the weapon. However, Zabuza swiftly pivots his weapon. Chapter 149. Black Zetsu's water release excruciating pain coursed through Wei's entire being, causing him to revert from his bestial form back to his human shape. Now, let's see you transform again, Zabuza sneered as he thrusted his crimson lightning star upward. Arg! Wei cried out in agony as the searing pain tore through him. His body was instantly cleaved in two, the severed halves and crimson blood splattering upon the ground. Due to the devil fruit's power, his heart remained intact, preventing immediate death. Seeing this, Zabuza raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers. Water release, water bullet. Zabuza inhaled deeply, amassing 6 paths power in his mouth, and then unleashed a barrage of small water projectiles. Wei's eyes widened in horror as the water bullets pierced his vital organs, including his heart. His scream was abruptly cut short. At that moment, a surge of energy erupted from Wei's dying body, soaring toward the land of light. Before Zabuza could react, the energy vanished from sight. Zabuza withdrew his gaze and dispersed into the mist. Meanwhile, in the land of light, Nara Hikari grasped the reassembled devil fruit in his hand and stored it within his inventory. Outside the Akatsuki base, the battlefield buzzed with the drone of countless insects. Swarms of venomous bees and myriad poisonous insects tore at each other. Controlling the insects was Shibi Aburame, formerly of the Leaf Village's root organization. He was a prodigy of the Aburame clan, possessing nano-sized poisonous insects. He also harbored an exceptionally rare insect within his body. After Danzo's defection from the Leaf Village, Shibi had followed suit. Now, he was a member of the all-seeing Akatsuki's 12 Hours, codenamed High Boar. On the other side, controlling the venomous bees was an old rival of the Aburame clan, from the Kamizuru clan of the Hidden Stone Village. Her name was Kurobachi, codenamed Akatsuki's Jade Beauty. The Kamizuru clan was once a renowned and powerful clan in the ninja world. Like the Aburame clan, they employed insect-based combat techniques. However, due to the loss of records regarding powerful secret techniques, their development took a different turn. During the Warring States period, the Kamizuru clan relied on their unique secret techniques to rival the Aburame clan's jar poison technique. In the original timeline's First Shinobi World War, they were defeated by the Aburame clan, solidifying the Aburame clan's position in the Leaf Village and leading to the Kamizuru clan's decline. They had been absent from the ninja world for a long time. Kurobaki was one of the few remaining members of the Kamizuru clan from the original timeline. However, in this parallel Naruto world, the Kamizuru clan had not been annihilated. Instead, they had joined the Hidden Light City of the Land of Light alongside other clans from the Hidden Stone Village. Kurobachi's reason for becoming a rogue ninja was unfortunate. During a mission in this world's First Shinobi World War, she had fought against a powerful member of the Aburame clan. After being defeated, she was forced out of the village by the Kamizuru clan leader on trumped-up charges. In the years since leaving the village, Kurobachi had been researching venomous bee evolution techniques. Fortunately, she had found a new path. She had pioneered a new breeding method, which led to the cultivation of many powerful venomous bees. Many of these were comparable to the Aburame clan's rare nano-sized insects. After Kurobachi's strength reached the 6 paths level, the venomous bees she fed with 6 paths power experienced a significant boost in both attack power and speed. Kurobachi gazed at Shibi Aburame before her. Shibi Aburame, I didn't expect you to be the same as ever. Your insects are useless, and so are you. Kurobachi, the victor is not yet decided, Shibi retorted, finally breaking his silence after Kurobachi's constant taunts. Ha ha ha, let me show you my new creations. They'll be an eye-opener for you. Kurobachi removed her protective suit and tossed it aside. On either side of her body were 2 canisters connected to her flesh. Kurobachi removed the stoppers from the canisters. A swarm of venomous bees flew out. She channeled 6 paths power into the bees. The bees were covered by a layer of pink armor. Then, they flew towards Shibi Aburame at an incredible speed. Seeing this, Shibi raised his hand. A cluster of flame-like poisonous insects emerged from his sleeve. Kurobachi's expression changed upon seeing these red insects. Kurobachi had fought Shibi Aburame many times. She knew most, if not all, of his techniques. They had fought to a draw many times. But when these red insects appeared, Kurobachi finally sensed a hint of danger. Kurobachi released 6 paths power to awaken more venomous bees from the canisters. More varieties of venomous bees flew out. Kurobachi, to gain power. You've turned yourself into this inhuman monster, Shibi said, controlling his poisonous insects to attack Kurobachi's swarm while mocking her. Kurobachi was enraged. After releasing several more swarms of venomous bees, she formed hand seals. Sage Art, Poison Hail Technique. As Kurobachi spoke, the pink venomous bees engaged in combat detached from the swarm and flew into the sky. More and more pink venomous bees filled the sky, forming a giant net that enveloped the area. The sky turned dark instantly. The pink venomous bees turned their tails toward the insect swarm and Shibi Aburame. Faint, fart-like sounds echoed from the bees' tails. Then, a massive wave of poisonous needles rained down from the sky. These 6 paths-infused needles fell upon the insect swarm. Many insects were struck down, falling to the ground as corpses. However, Shibi Aburame's red insects were completely unaffected. The falling needles were blocked by the red insect's exoskeletons. Shibi Aburame did not use any flashy ninjutsu. He simply controlled the red insects with 6 paths power, launching a counterattack against Kurobuchi's venomous bee swarm. Time passed. Kurobuchi gasped for breath, her eyes fixed on Shibi Aburame. Her venomous bees had suffered heavy losses. She knew that if she couldn't find a way to deal with Shibi Aburame's powerful insects, this battle would be her first defeat against him. She might even lose her life. Kurobuchi gritted her teeth and channeled 6 paths power into her stomach. Then, she opened her mouth. A swarm of venomous bees flew out. The dense, black bees flew toward Shibi Aburame's red insects. After the last bee emerged from her mouth, Kurobuchi's face quickly caved in. She looked even weaker. But what followed filled her with despair. This was her last resort. These bees had been nurtured in her modified stomach for over a decade. She had never expected that all her efforts would end in such a crushing defeat. Shibi Aburame's red insects had already defeated the venomous bees and were now swarming toward Kurobuchi. Chapter 150. The divine tree as Blackblade was consumed by a multitude of venomous insects, leaving not a trace behind. The sky abruptly darkened. Oil Woman Zhihui retracted all the insects and gazed upward at the moon, now obscured by an unknown entity. All those engaged in battle in the distance paused, lifting their heads in unison to observe. What is that? One individual pointed at the moon, which was slowly turning crimson. Suddenly, the ground began to crack, fissures splitting open. Many, caught off guard, fell into the crevices. In rapid succession, thick tree trunks emerged from the earth, spinning as they ascended. Once again. Several were swept into the sky by the robust trunks. Others desperately tried to destroy the extending branches, seeking an escape, yet those emerging trunks seemed inexhaustible. As more and more trunks erupted from the ground, a colossal tree, twisted and spiraled, reached skyward, halting only when it was several thousand meters above the ground. At this moment, the moon had fully transformed into a deep red hue. A tremor rippled through the space of the Naruto world. The moon, resembling an eye, suddenly opened. A symbol of the Rinnegan materialized upon its surface. A maniacal laugh echoed from the heavens. Those who survived the tree's emergence turned their gaze toward the source of the laughter, where a masked figure stood, cackling wildly. "Suzaku, why do you stand so high?" The other members of Akatsuki questioned, bewildered. The laughter ceased as he looked down upon the gathered crowd. "I shall create the most perfect world within everyone's hearts." The speaker was none other than the long-planned Uchiha Nezen. At this moment, he felt a surge of excitement mixed with pain, recalling the death of his most cherished girl before his very eyes. Once freed from his memories, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, the shockwave rendering those nearby unable to open their eyes. Even the 6 paths level beings were taken aback by his might. "So powerful!" came the exclamations. "Everything is in the past. I can finally come for you." Uchiha Nezen slowly closed his eyes, and the mask he wore swiftly opened. An ugly visage emerged from beneath the mask. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Nezen suddenly opened his eyes. A sound effect echoed as a pair of Rinnegan manifested within his eye sockets. Immediately, the moon adorned with the Rinnegan began to spin rapidly. All eyes were drawn to this spectacle, their gazes fixed upon the moon suspended high above. Unbeknownst to them, the scene before their eyes had subtly shifted. As they stood rooted in place, countless branches suddenly extended from the giant tree, wrapping around the dazed individuals like serpents, swiftly ensnaring them. They were then dragged toward the divine tree. Only a few, relying on their strength, managed to break free from the moon's illusionary control. Once their consciousness returned to their bodies, they immediately perceived the changes around them, employing their abilities to fend off the branch's assault before soaring skyward. Upon reaching the heights, they finally turned their attention to the colossal tree, now laden with people, entangled by the branches, their heads the only parts visible, eyes closed, faces adorned with smiles. "What is this?" came the uncertain queries. In that moment, both the Heavenly Path and Akatsuki cast aside their grievances, gazing in confusion at the giant tree. Just as one individual intended to rescue their ensnared comrade, Uchiha Nezen descended from above, hovering over them. "Since you do not wish to enter my ideal world, you shall become nourishment for the divine tree." Upon declaring this, Uchiha Nezen prepared to unleash the powers of his Rinnegan. Konan suddenly appeared in front of him. "Suzaku, what do you intend to do? Why act this way?" she questioned. Among those recently taken by the divine tree, There are also members of Akatsuki. Once I send you all there, you will surely thank me. Uchiha Nezen laughed once more. I believe you have lost your mind, Conan retorted, preparing to unleash her unique paper jutsu, only to be intercepted by the looming figure of the Six Paths Pain. Nagato, allow me to handle this. It was I who invited him into Akatsuki. It is only right that I resolve this matter. Conan ceased her advance upon hearing this. Pain then stepped forward. With a whoosh, a sound of air being cut through echoed as the animal path materialized beside Pain. Raising his hands, he pressed them against the ground, summoning a thick white mist from the summoning array. For more figures emerged beside Pain, representing the other six paths, the Hell Path, Hungry Ghost Path, Human Path, and Azura Path. Once the six puppets were assembled, they surged toward Uchiha Nezen in the sky. The first to strike was the Azura Path, extending his arms mid-flight, opening numerous apertures along his arms. Rockets trailing flames erupted from his limbs, hurtling toward Uchiha Nezen at astonishing speed. Just as the rockets approached Nezen, spatial ripples emerged before him, causing all the rockets to vanish instantaneously. At that moment, Nezen felt a disturbance in the space to his sides. Catching a glimpse of two colossal summoned beasts barreling toward him, Nezen vanished from his position. The two beasts collided, transforming into a cloud of white mist. Nezen emerged from another spatial anomaly, but before he could stabilize his form, a black rod swung toward him. In a desperate maneuver, Nezen ducked to evade the strike, raising his hand to target the human path nearby. Senjutsu, 10,000 rebirths, he declared, as the human path, still extending its arm, sensed a disintegrating force manifest in its abdomen. The expressionless human path twisted and deformed, dissipating into nothingness in midair. The heavenly path Pain's expression grew grave. He was astonished by the immense power Uchiha Nezen now wielded. He reflected on how Nezen had concealed his identity within Akatsuki for so many years, presenting a facade of foolishness. During their first encounter, Pain had tested Nezen's strength, believing him to be merely a super shadow level. Even after Nezen ascended to the six paths, Pain had dismissed him. Yet now, he realized how deeply Nezen had concealed his true strength. Senjutsu, Universal Pull. Pain raised his hand, directing it at Uchiha Nezen. Nezen suddenly felt an overwhelming force drawing him toward Pain. Senjutsu, Will of Rebirth. Nezen closed his right eye, and the Rinnegan in his left eye unleashed the primordial power of the Rinnegan. This is bad. Pain sensed the impending danger, soaring into the air to evade the unbounded attack. The earlier strike had heightened his sense of crisis, compelling him to interrupt his abilities in order to dodge. Nagato. Conan attempted to intervene. No, just watch from there, Pain commanded, halting Conan's assistance. Chapter 151. What? The six paths puppets coalesced once more. The Deva path pressed his hand upon the earth, and a summoning formation materialized, from which arose a statue of Aching of Hell Head, Samsara of Rebirth. The Deva path formed a hand seal. As his words echoed, the King of Hell opened its maw and regurgitated the human path, whom Uchiha Naoya had decimated. With the human path restored, the King of Hell receded into the depths. It ends here. Uchiha Naoya instantly appeared before the six paths puppets. Sage Art, Heaven Burial will rebirth. Uchiha Naoya's Rinnegan once again unleashed the ancestral ocular power. The surrounding space was sealed off, and an invisible force hurtled towards the six paths puppets. The Preda Path puppet stepped forward, extending its hands, and a vortex manifested within its palms. This was the Preda Path puppet's signature ability, the Absorption Jutsu. Augmented by the power of the six paths, the suction was even more immense. However, after the absorption, the Preda Path's body underwent a slight inflation. The Preda Path raised a hand impaled with a black receiver and pressed it against the ground, channeling the sage art released by Uchiha Naoya into the earth. The Preda Path puppet's inflation subsided. Progenitor Susanoo. Seeing his sage art being absorbed, Uchiha Naoya abandoned his intention of unleashing ranged attacks. For the sake of a swift resolution, he directly unleashed his Susanoo, empowered by the progenitor's power. As the Azure Susanoo materialized, it tilted its head back and roared silently. Waves of concussive force emanated from the Susanoo's maw, scattering the weaker six paths combatants. The more formidable ones unleashed the full extent of their six paths power to resist, albeit with great difficulty. Pain, I once believed you harbored the same aspirations as I, but now you appear utterly ludicrous. Henceforth, you shall become a component in my construction of an ideal world. Uchiha Naoya stood atop the Susanoo's head, surveying all with disdain. Subsequently, he directed the Susanoo to charge towards the Deva Path Pain. Chibaku Tensei. The Deva Path Pain raised his right hand, channeling all the six paths power within him, and unleashed a repulsive force amplified by the six paths power. An overwhelming surge of power radiated outwards. Fall back. Conan vociferously warned the remaining Akatsuki members. Upon hearing the warning, the members employed various means to rapidly evacuate the area. However, as they were on the verge of departing, a bestial roar erupted from the ground. A colossal beast, adorned with 10 tails, materialized on the battlefield. Threads of energy ensnared all those retreating. What is this? Zabuza attempted to break free, only to realize it was futile. The threads were incredibly resilient. Damn it, it's absorbing our chakra. Another individual ensnared realized the dire situation. He had attempted to activate Six Paths Sage mode to break free, only to find his chakra incessantly draining. A sensation of enervation pervaded his entire being. The remaining Six Paths power within him was insufficient to allow him to switch modes, leaving him to helplessly witness his chakra being depleted. Master, the moment to resurrect our mother is finally nigh. Hidden in the distance, Black Zetsu witnessed everything. It was all proceeding according to his plan, bringing him one step closer to fulfilling Nara Hikari's objective. This filled Black Zetsu with elation. He was immensely gratified to both reunite with his long-lost mother and fulfill Nara Hikari's request. Beside him, White Zetsu cast a peculiar glance at Black Zetsu. You seem rather excited. Is there something joyous about to transpire? Silence. The garrulous White Zetsu pouted. After Uchiha Naoya unleashed the Susanoo, the Six Paths pain began to falter. However, the fact that the Six Paths puppets, at the pinnacle of Six Paths power, could withstand the progenitor-level Uchiha Naoya for so long was a testament to Nagato's formidable strength. Taking advantage of the other 5 paths puppets temporarily stalling the Susanoo with their infinite regeneration, the Deva Path Pain ascended to the skies. Shibaku Tensei, the Deva Path puppet Pain unleashed all the 6 paths power within him. The ground began to fissure, and chunks of earth, both large and small, rose from the ground, rapidly hurtling towards the Susanoo, intending to encase it. Seeing this, Uchiha Naoya directed the Susanoo to incessantly swing the Susanoo sword in its hands, shattering the approaching boulders. However, this was not the end, as a deluge of boulders continued to fly towards them. Soon, the Susanoo was enveloped by countless boulders, forming a sphere. But just as the Deva Path puppet Pain was about to proceed with the next step, a sword's edge pierced through the sphere. In the wake of this attack, the sphere began to rapidly disintegrate. While the Chibaku Tensei was an exceptionally potent ability, amplified by the power of the 6 paths, once the core was breached, the sphere, devoid of 6 paths power, was merely a slightly larger rock. In the distance, Nagato, who was controlling the 6 paths, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Concurrently, he felt a sharp pain coursing through his body. Nagato gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood that welled up in his mouth once more. Standing beside him, the paper clone Conan anxiously watched Nagato. Nagato seemed to sense Conan's gaze. I'm fine. Soon, Nagato acclimated to the sudden onset of pain. Uchiha Naoya is too powerful. I may not be his match. Take the others and leave. Then what about you? Conan, I will buy you as much time as I can. Take Yahiko's body and get as far away as possible. I won't leave. If we are to die, we will die together. Conan stubbornly stared at the increasingly frail Nagato. There is no stopping him now. Nagato finished speaking and slowly closed his eyes, because at this moment, only the Deva Path puppet Pain remained of the 6 paths puppets. He was prepared to descend and face the final battle. All right, leave it to me. Just as Nagato was about to sever the black receivers connecting him to the ghetto statue's husk, a figure suddenly appeared in the cave. Hikari. Lord Hikari. Nagato and the paper clone Conan simultaneously recognized the identity of the newcomer. Conan, do not forget what you promised me. Nara Hikari glanced at Conan. Subsequently, he approached Nagato. Before the latter could react, an energy from the Haki no Mi was injected into his body. After the fruit energy entered Nagato's body, the latter's frail body rapidly improved. The previously depleted 6 paths power was rapidly regenerating on its own. Yes, Lord Hikari. Excellent. Nara Hikari instantly vanished from his spot. After Nara Hikari departed, Nagato turned to Conan. What did you promise, Lord Hikari? Nagato looked at Conan with a puzzled expression. This. Conan hesitated, contemplating whether to tell Nagato. Speak. With our power alone, I fear we may not be able to retrieve the 9-tailed beasts from Akatsuki. I issued a request to Lord Hikari. And the price? To become Lord Hikari's woman. What? Chapter 152. Resurrection. Nagato remained profoundly unsettled upon hearing Conan's words. His demeanor faltered, and he hesitated midway through his sentence. Have you truly considered this? Yes. Very well. He sighed, aware of Conan's stubborn nature. Once her mind was set, it was unlikely to change. His focus shifted back to the battlefield, observing Nara Light through the perspective of the Six Paths puppets. Upon Nara Light's sudden arrival at the battlefield, he was met with chaos. Lord Light, just as he prepared to decisively eliminate Nagato's final Six Paths puppet, he caught sight of Nara Light hovering nearby, startling him. What is he doing here? Uchiha Obito had not anticipated the appearance of someone he least wanted to confront at this critical moment. However, Nara Light paid no heed to his intentions, first surveying the fully formed eye of the moon. Kaguya. Nara Light called out to the black Zetsu, who was hiding in the shadows. Realizing he could no longer remain concealed, black Zetsu reluctantly emerged, floating beside Nara Light. Are you ready? Master, Uchiha Obito has absorbed the God Tree. Only one final step remains. Very well, let us commence. Yes, Master. Black Zetsu nodded and glanced at Uchiha Obito, who was suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. Rage surged within him. Do these two completely disregard my presence? He was furious. Just as his anger rose from being overlooked by Nara Light and Black Zetsu, he suddenly felt an unusual sensation coursing through his body. Black Zetsu's head appeared on his right shoulder, intensifying his sense of crisis. What is happening? Uchiha Obito gazed in disbelief at Black Zetsu. You have performed admirably. Reviving you was indeed the right choice, Black Zetsu remarked approvingly, then manipulated Obito's body upwards into the sky. Mother, at last, I can see you. With a mighty shout, Black Zetsu entered Uchiha Obito's body, and a hand emerged from his heart, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. What is happening? This is not how it should be. Uchiha Obito roared in struggle, but soon he lost the strength to resist, his head drooping. The energy erupting from within him created a powerful pull, instantly drawing the rampaging Ten-Tails into his body. As the Ten-Tails entered Uchiha Obito, his form began to transform. His hair grew rapidly until it matched his height, and his face morphed into that of a woman, eyes tightly shut. Mother, Black Zetsu softly called. The woman gradually opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings. Have I been resurrected? Yes. Mother. What of Hagoromo and Hagoromo? They have perished. Humph. Kaguya Otsutsuki scoffed, suddenly noticing Nara Light, who was also observing her. Who are you? Kaguya inquired, her expression revealing confusion as she sensed a formidable aura emanating from him, coupled with an energy distinct from the God Tree's fruit. Come home with me. Nara Light spoke directly, abandoning a gradual approach. Initially taken aback, Kaguya squinted her cataract-like eyes, remaining outwardly calm yet revealing her inner turmoil through the Rinne's Sharingan that abruptly opened on her forehead. It seems a battle is unavoidable, Nara Light declared, unleashing the full extent of his primordial power. Yet Kaguya merely closed her forehead's eye again. What did you say? This time, it was Nara Light who was momentarily stunned. I will take you back. In an instant, Kaguya appeared beside Nara Light, obediently remaining at his side like a dutiful spouse. Black Zetsu emerged once more from Kaguya's sleeve. Gazing at his mother with confusion, he remembered her as a woman of fiery temperament, now exhibiting the demeanor of a gentle spirit. While pondering Kaguya's transformation, Nara Light seized Black Zetsu by the neck, pulling him from the sleeve. How much longer will you hide in there? Faced with Nara Light's stern expression, Black Zetsu recoiled and transformed into a physical form, standing behind him. By the way, dispel the infinite Tsukuyomi on these individuals, Nara Light instructed Kaguya. Very well. Kaguya released her primordial power, causing the Rinne's Sharingan embossed moon to slowly close. Those ensnared by the God Tree's threads opened their eyes, the shells around them cracking as they sat up, appearing somewhat weakened. Confused murmurs filled the air as people looked around, some still grappling with the remnants of their recent illusions. Mother, children, Anya. Calls for loved ones resonated through the crowd as Nagato revived everyone. Ah, it is Lord Light, came Nara Light's voice, clearly reaching Nagato, who was far away in the cave. Nagato nodded in a daze, surprised that Nara Light's voice could travel such a distance. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to obey. Close your eyes. Outer path, Samsara technique. Nagato suddenly opened his eyes wide, releasing a torrent of Six Paths power. On the battlefield, the King of Hell emerged once more from the earth, opening its maw to expel countless green orbs. These orbs entered the bodies of the deceased, causing them to rise slowly. Bewildered as they looked around. Wasn't I dead? I just saw my great uncle. Questions of confusion echoed among the resurrected. Nagato gradually lowered his hands. Nagato, are you all right? Conan, in her paper clone form, observed Nagato's renewed frailty. I am fine, Nagato sighed with relief, marveling at the wondrous energy Nara Light had bestowed upon him. Had he attempted the samsara technique in his prior state, he might have perished. Now, he merely felt weak, without any danger to his life. His gaze returned to the battlefield, where Uchiha Obito's soul had attached itself to a white Zetsu, which swiftly transformed into his form and sat up, perplexed. Have I been resurrected? Nara Light glanced at the bewildered Uchiha Obito. Let us go. It's time to return. Very well. With Kagaya's agreement. Nara Light instantly vanished from the scene, reappearing in the cave where Nagato awaited. Following their return to the cavern, Nara Hikari, observing Nagato's renewed frailty, administered another dose of the hormone fruit. However, this time, the quantity may have been excessive. While Nagato's vigor was restored, his physique underwent a subtle metamorphosis. Initially, the burns on his legs, inflicted by Sasuke and Naruto's fire ninjutsu, vanished, replaced by pristine skin. Subsequently, his facial features softened, losing their masculine edge, and his figure blossomed into feminine contours. This spectacle dumbfounded not only Nara Hikari but also Konan, who had accompanied them back to the cavern. TR transformed into a woman? She stammered, bewildered by the transformation. Nagato, too, sensed the anomaly within his own body. Touching his face and then his chest, he exclaimed, I've become a woman? His voice, once masculine, now resonated with feminine timbre. Oops, perhaps I overdid it, Nara Hikari admitted sheepishly, realizing this was the first instance of him transmuting a man into a woman. Lord Hikari, what's happening? Konan inquired, perplexed. Nothing. Just a side effect of my ability, Nara Hikari replied. A side effect? Lord Hikari, how long will this side effect last? I'm uncertain, Nara Hikari confessed, genuinely unsure. Nagato and Konan were rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, Konan seemed to accept the situation, gazing at Nagato's countenance. Nagato. Yes. Nagato responded, anticipating solace. Nagato. You're now more womanly than a woman, Konan remarked. Nagato was further dismayed. All right, our business here is concluded. Let's return to the land of light. Nagato. You shall accompany us as well, Nara Hikari declared. Why yes, Lord Hikari, Nagato assented, still reeling from the shock, nodding listlessly. Nara Hikari then turned his gaze to Black Zetsu. I entrust this place to you. Yes, master, Black Zetsu replied, casting a lingering glance at Kagaya Otsutsuki before burrowing into the earth and vanishing. Once Black Zetsu had departed, Nara Hikari summoned dark energy, opening a shadowy portal. Let's depart, Nara Hikari announced, stepping through first. Kagaya Otsutsuki, Konan, and Nagato followed closely behind. As the last of them passed through, the shadowy portal closed. Upon their return to the land of light, Nara Hikari escorted the trio to the Light Pavilion's office. Nara Hikari, gazing at Kagaya Otsutsuki, voiced his long-held question. Kagaya Otsutsuki elucidated that her prompt agreement to return to the land of light with Nara Hikari stemmed from reasons aligned with his understanding. As Nara Hikari was aware, Kagaya Otsutsuki and Ishiki Otsutsuki had descended upon the world of Naruto to cultivate the divine tree. However, Kagaya Otsutsuki, through her interactions with humanity, had gradually undergone a transformation, betraying Ishiki and offering him as sustenance to the Ten-Tails, to safeguard against the potential arrival of other members of the Otsutsuki clan. Kagaya Otsutsuki initiated the creation of the White Zetsu army. Kagaya Otsutsuki's betrayal by her own sons made her realize her strength was insufficient. Her imprisonment afforded her the opportunity for contemplation. Upon her revival, she observed the formidable Nara Hikari. Initially intending to forcibly depart, she altered her decision in that instant. Rest assured, with me here, no one shall harm you, Nara Hikari vowed to Kagaya Otsutsuki. Kagaya Otsutsuki acknowledged with a nod. Konan and Nagato, standing nearby, struggled to reconcile the information they had just received. The founder of Nishu, the sage of six paths, was the son of the woman before them? This woman hailed from another planet? Chakra fruit, Otsutsuki, imprisoned for millennia, and yet still alive? Konan and Nagato found the information overwhelming, shattering their comprehension. Just then, Tachibana Nai and Tsunade entered the office. Tachibana Nai, your timing is impeccable. I leave them in your care, Nara Hikari stated. Understood, Tachibana Nai replied, rolling her eyes at Nara Hikari. When her gaze fell upon Kagaya Otsutsuki, she was immediately captivated by her unique beauty. This young lady bears a striking resemblance to Kameda K. Tsunade, observing Kagaya Otsutsuki's features, was instantly reminded of Nara Hikari's wife, Kagaya Kameda K. Meanwhile, Konan and Nagato exchanged peculiar glances. What is it? Why do you wear such expressions? Tsunade inquired, puzzled. Lady Tsunade, this woman is over 1,000 years old, Conan revealed. Ah. Tsunade's face flushed with embarrassment. Recovering, she turned to Nara Hikari. Good heavens, you spare no one, even those over 1,000 years old, she thought. Well aware of Nara Hikari's predilections, anyone brought back by him, regardless of gender or age, would inevitably become one of his consorts. Nara Hikari merely smiled, offering no explanation, knowing that his words would be futile. Tsunade shifted her attention to Conan and Nagato. And you are? Tsunade, in this world, had not engaged in combat with Hanzo, nor had she earned the title of one of the legendary Sannin. She had heard Nara Hikari mention an organization called Akatsuki, but she had never encountered them. Thus, she did not recognize Conan and Nagato. Lady Tsunade, I'm Conan. And, she is Nagato, Conan introduced herself. Tsunade simply nodded, then seemed to recall something. Did you say Conan? Yes, Lady Tsunade. Conan of Akatsuki, Conan confirmed. Indeed, Lady Tsunade. What is it? Conan inquired, perplexed. Tsunade then turned her gaze to Nagato. Did you say her name is Nagato? Yes, Lady Tsunade, Conan replied, realizing what was coming. Tsunade's next words confirmed her suspicions. The leader of Akatsuki is also named Nagato. Is he not? Ah, that would be her, Conan clarified. But I thought Nagato was a man, Tsunade remarked. Ah, you would have to ask Lord Hikari about that, Conan replied. Hearing this, Tsunade's gaze returned to Nara Hikari. When using the hormone fruit, I lost control. And this is the result, Nara Hikari explained with a shrug. Nagato sighed in resignation. Tsunade was rendered speechless. Is that even possible? She wondered, aghast. She had been unaware that Nara Hikari's hormone fruit possessed such capabilities. The thought of future members of their sisterhood potentially including men, indistinguishable from women, sent a shiver down her spine. Hikari, I demand an explanation later, Tsunade declared. Be very well, Nara Hikari acquiesced. Tachibana and I, having recovered from her initial shock, had also been enlightened. Well then, Kaguya, Conan, Nagato, let's go, she said, gesturing for them to follow. At that moment, Nagato longed to flee, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Chapter 154. Kaguya Otsutsuki. After the resurrection of Kaguya Otsutsuki, the significance of the 10 tails had faded. Under the assistance of the resurrected Uchiha Obito, Black Zetsu dismantled the 10 tails through the outer path and reformed it into 9-tailed beasts. Subsequently, these 9-tailed beasts were transported to the Land of Light. With the formidable powers of Nara Hikari, the tailed beasts were subdued and obediently remained in the Land of Light. In the ensuing days, Nara Hikari found himself with ample leisure time, allowing him to finally embark on preparations for his departure. He first initiated a series of enhancements for his offspring, bestowing each child with a devil fruit, the timing of which would be determined by their mothers. Furthermore, he extended this enhancement to all members of the Nara clan, ensuring that every clan member received a devil fruit. This resulted in a qualitative leap in the overall strength of the Nara clan, with all of Nara Hikari's wives becoming capable of wielding multiple fruits, including those of the phantom beast type, nature type, and the powerful superhuman types, as well as food types within the superhuman category. This was the standard configuration. Nara Hikari also granted his wives the Marvel and DC abilities he had acquired over the years, merging ordinary animal-type fruits into ninja tools for them to use as weapons. With these arrangements in place, the countdown to his departure officially began. One fine morning, Nara Hikari left home and soared towards the Light Pavilion, gazing down at the ever-expanding Land of Light below him. It had been divided into a mosaic of territories by countless families, and as the population grew, the land had expanded to an astonishing extent. With the increasing numbers within major families, their territories had also proliferated, effectively becoming nations within a nation. As long as they did not betray the Land of Light, Nara Hikari refrained from overly intervening in their development, although some necessary admonishments were still in order. To regulate the rapidly growing families, Nara Hikari established a few rules. First, Nara clan women were not permitted to marry outside. Any man who caught their eye must join the Nara clan as a son-in-law. Similarly, women marrying into the Nara clan were required to adopt the Nara surname, and their offspring must also carry that name. Second, each family was mandated to provide 100 women annually for Nara Hikari's selection. This rule faced vehement opposition from Nara Hikari's mother, Nara Yoshimi, who deemed her son excessively domineering. However, Nara Hikari remained unfazed, claiming this was a crucial step towards bridging the world's divides. He considered himself a vanguard of the times, much to Yoshimi's skepticism. who dismissed it as merely an excuse for her son's insatiable desires. This sentiment spread, and the expressions of the other wives grew increasingly peculiar upon encountering Nara Hikari. The major families did not oppose this rule, as the women who became Nara Hikari's wives would be treated well, leading to a rush from all families. Third, all family profits were to be submitted to the Land of Light at a rate of 10%. Initially, the rate was set at 20%, but Nara Hikari's grandfather, Narashima, objected, arguing that oppression would eventually backfire. Thus, the rate was settled at 10%, much to the relief of all families. The development of the Land of Light had enhanced the earnings of all families, making them indifferent to this 10%, which merely provided them with peace of mind. Fourth, no family was permitted to administer private punishments or indiscriminately harm civilians. Any violators of the laws of the Land of Light must be handed over to the responsible officer, Sarabi, who would determine the appropriate punishment after interrogation. Those who executed private judgments on lawbreakers would find no leniency from Sarabi, not even if they were related to Nara Hikari's wives. Ninjas were forbidden from harming civilians without cause, and civilians were equally prohibited from taking advantage of the situation. The role of the ninja was preserved solely for the protection of civilians, who were expected to show a certain degree of respect. Civilians who disparaged ninjas would face severe penalties, with the most egregious offenses resulting in capital punishment for the ninjas who harmed innocents as well. This legislation received the support of all citizens of the Land of Light. The first two rules fostered a grand integration, while the latter two ensured steady progress. On this particular day, upon returning home after attending to his affairs, Nara Hikari found Tsunade and Samui accompanying a mysterious woman in the courtyard. Recognizing the woman's alluring attire and unique aura, Nara Hikari instantly identified her as Terumi Mei, a striking beauty from the Land of Water's hidden mist village. Renowned as one of its few gems. Upon Nara Hikari's entrance, Tsunade and Samui noticed him and prepared to depart. "Where are you going?" Nara Hikari inquired. "She is here to see you. You can entertain her yourself," Tsunade replied, casting Nara Hikari a knowing glance before linking arms with Samui and leaving. Watching them depart until they vanished beyond the courtyard, Nara Hikari turned his attention back to Terumi Mei. "Lord Hikari," she greeted, her cheeks flushing as she stood. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Nara Hikari asked, scrutinizing Terumi Mei while simultaneously unleashing his perceptive powers to sense the six paths chakra swirling within her. To his astonishment, she had attained the six paths level. "Actually, I merely wish to make your acquaintance, Lord Hikari." Nara Hikari paused, recalling Terumi Mei's character. Though her appearance embodied the archetypal cool older sister trope within the Naruto universe, her heart yearned for love and companionship, revealing a more vulnerable side. Nara Hikari was taken aback by her boldness in approaching him so directly. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. "I have been selected this year. Hence my early visit to meet you, Lord Hikari." Nara Hikari found himself increasingly drawn to Terumi Mei's audacious demeanor. "Interesting," he chuckled. "Are you not afraid that, upon presenting yourself, you might find it impossible to leave?" He regarded her with a significant gaze, causing her to smile. "I am quite curious about what Lord Hikari might wish to do with me." "Excellent. Then do not leave tonight." Nara Hikari had not encountered such a bold beauty in quite some time, and he found himself looking forward to the evening. "Indeed, Lord Hikari." Terumi Mei replied with a subtle smile. Just as Nara Hikari intended to engage Terumi Mei further, a shadowy figure emerged from the distance, delivering a scroll into his hands before swiftly vanishing. Upon opening the scroll, a name both familiar and foreign appeared, Otsutsuki Ishiki. Chapter 155. The Shell Organization. The fierce battle for the Nine Tails stirred the long-hidden Otsutsuki Ishiki, who had spent millennia plotting his resurrection. The revival of Otsutsuki Kagaya ignited a fervent desire for vengeance within him. Initially, Kagaya was merely Ishiki's subordinate, occupying a far lesser position. Ishiki had intended to sacrifice Kagaya to the Ten Tails, consume the chakra fruit from the divine tree, and depart from the world of the Hokage. However, upon discovering the truth of her fate, Kagaya decisively chose to ambush Ishiki. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Ishiki utilized a divine technique, the shrinking technique, evading the lethal blow by diminishing his form and subsequently hiding within the body of a passing monk, lying dormant for a millennium. The shadowy operatives uncovered that the enigmatic leader behind the Shell Organization was none other than Otsutsuki Ishiki, who had now made his presence known. Clearly, his emergence signified his readiness to exact revenge on Kagaya. Nara Light closed the scroll, contemplating, It seems that Tsunade's body has reached the brink of collapse. He glanced at Koharu, who wore an expression of confusion. It appeared that a journey was imminent. Nara Light rose, addressing Lord Light. I shall seek you upon my return. With that, he vanished from the spot. Once Nara Light disappeared from the courtyard, Koharu gradually retracted her alluring demeanor and instantly vanished as well. She ascended to the rooftop of a tall building, her gaze fixed upon the expanse beyond the city. The wind swept through, lifting her garments and revealing the dagger at her waist. Almost immediately, her right eye transformed into a gray, spoke-like pattern, while her left eye morphed into a swastika shape. Sutsuki Ishiki, you dare thwart my designs, she seethed, her anger palpable. Nara Light, your body shall ultimately belong to me. With a disdainful scoff, she vanished from the rooftop. Not long after her departure, Hatake Sakuya appeared at her previous location. He extended 2 fingers to touch the rooftop, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. There was a peculiar energy fluctuation here just now, he mused, opening his eyes to survey the area. It seemed that formidable individuals had infiltrated the city. Following the energy trail, he set off in pursuit. Meanwhile, Nara Light arrived at the designated location where the shadow operatives had reported. Before him stood a door leading underground. It was undoubtedly the right place. As he prepared to breach the entrance, hundreds of shadowy figures converged from all directions. Nara Light lifted his gaze to meet them. Among them were both men and women, members of the shell organization's Inner Circle, Amato, and other intelligent puppets crafted through advanced biotechnology. These constructs served as the protective force of the organization's headquarters. However, to Nara Light, these artificial beings were no different from mere fodder. With a decisive gesture, he unleashed explosive fruit energy into the ranks of the intelligent puppets. A spectacular display of metal fragments erupted into the air, obliterating hundreds of them in mere seconds. Following this, Nara Light shattered the door and stepped inside, traversing a dimly lit corridor that led to a hollowed-out hall filled with various instruments and cultivation pods. Within these pods lay children yet to open their eyes. The sight evoked memories of Danzo's root base. As Nara Light scrutinized the experimental subjects, footsteps echoed from behind him. He swiftly unleashed a torrent of explosive energy. A cacophony of blasts ensued, reducing any approaching foes to mere blood mist. The enemies in proximity were swiftly eradicated. As he continued deeper, a massive door loomed before him. With a powerful shove, he sent the door crashing into the wall, splattering blood and metal in the process. Nara Light stepped through the opening. A cadre of cloaked Inner Circle members stood before him, swiftly encircling him upon his arrival. Nara Light surveyed the peculiar-looking cyborgs. Creations of Ishiki intended to be nurtured into new Tsutsuki once the divine tree's fruit matured, serving as sustenance for future tree plantings on other planets. While some were women, they were predominantly metallic, with only their hearts remaining organic. Nara Light had no appetite for such grotesqueries. He unleashed another wave of explosive energy. One cloaked figure stepped forward, revealing a woman's face with glowing blue eyes. A vortex appeared before her, absorbing the explosive energy he released. Interesting, Nara Light remarked, detonating the fruit energy directly. The blonde-haired woman, caught off guard by the sudden explosion, was hurled away by the shockwave, igniting midair and engulfing her in flames. The surrounding Inner Circle members were momentarily stunned, taken aback by the ease with which the formidable Deluta had been dispatched. Amato, Guaishin, Victor, Burrow, and others stood frozen. Before they entered combat mode, Nara Light merely waved his hand, sending the newly activated members crashing against the walls, rendering them incapacitated. Is this truly the strongest of humanity? Nara Light. Amato, lying on the ground, struggled to sit up, gazing gravely at Nara Light. All together now, Yuhua shouted, attempting to charge forward once more. Enough. Nara Light continued to unleash explosive energy. Yuhua, who had just risen, was engulfed in flames, exploding in midair and dissolving into fiery ashes. The standing members, Amato, Guaishin, Burrow, and Victor, hesitated, no longer daring to act recklessly, fearing they would meet a similar fate. Burrow barely managed to utter a word before following Yuhua's path to demise, leaving the remaining 3 in a state of dread. Nara Light cast a glance at them. Where is Tsunade? Bring him forth. I prefer not to seek him myself. Hearing this, Amato, in a bid to save his life, approached a control panel and pressed a button. A door opened, revealing Tsunade, whose chin bore a diamond pattern. There is no need for anger, my lord. Let us sit and converse, Tsunade smiled, extending an invitation to Nara Light. I find little worth discussing with you. Nara Light replied curtly, unwilling to squander time on him. He had unfinished business with Koharu. Perhaps we could collaborate, Tsunade suggested. Collaboration? Yes. I can take you to a certain location. Tsunade reiterated his invitation. Come, but know that should I find your offerings unsatisfactory, you may not live to tell the tale. Understood. Please follow me. Tsunade stepped toward the door he had just emerged from, with Nara Light following closely behind. Chapter 156, Annihilation. Nara Mitsuki unleashed the power of steel, his body instantly transforming into a metallic state. Suiyuin, Otsutsuki Ishiki, cast a glance at Nara Mitsuki, perplexed by the myriad of extraordinary abilities he possessed, many of which surpassed the divine arts of the Otsutsuki clan. For years, he had lurked in the shadows, observing the evolution of the shinobi world, and had come to understand it well. Yet now, it felt strangely alien to him. As Tsuyuin's curiosity about Nara Mitsuki grew, they entered another subterranean chamber. Before Nara Mitsuki stood a one-eyed monstrosity. This was a new Ten Tails clone from the cells of the Ten Tails. Nara Mitsuki reminisced about the Ten Tails formed from the fusion of the nine-tailed beasts, resembling a sentient root. However, the creature before him appeared somewhat innocuous. Those outside would eventually become sustenance for this Ten Tails. Once the god tree was cultivated, I could take half of the chakra fruit. What do you think? Tsuyuin smiled, attempting to coax Nara Mitsuki. Not much. Nara Mitsuki flatly rejected the proposal. It was a jest. He possessed the limitless replication ability of his disciples, rendering the notion of destroying a universe trivial. Who would covet such chakra fruit? Suiyuin was taken aback by Nara Mitsuki's words. Is this all you have to offer me? He stammered, suddenly at a loss for words. It seems your Otsutsuki clan has become rather stale. Upon hearing this, Suiyuin's surprise turned to shock. You know of our Otsutsuki clan? I know much more than you can imagine, Nara Mitsuki replied, dropping all pretense. He entered combat mode immediately. Then you shall perish, Tsuyuin declared, raising his hand to unleash his strongest divine technique, Stage 10. Apologies, but you may be lacking. Nara Mitsuki vanished from his position, reappearing before Tsuyuin. The black cubes descending from the ceiling were sent flying by Nara Mitsuki's forceful push. Space manipulation? Suiyuin marveled at Nara Mitsuki's abilities, sensing the spatial fluctuations. He did not remain idle and employed his own spatial powers to escape the impending proximity of Nara Mitsuki. Just as he was about to enter his alternate dimension, he felt a leg firmly ensnared. Turning to look, he discovered a colossal hand gripping his leg. Release me, Suiyuin demanded, struggling to break free. Come forth, Nara Mitsuki declared. As his Otsutsuki clan members possessed their own space, much like his shadow realm, existing independently. Should his opponent retreat into an alternate dimension, matters could become complicated. The illusory hand yanked Suiyuin's leg with force, pulling him out of the spatial portal and slamming him onto the ground. Subsequently, Nara Mitsuki injected explosive fruit energy into Suiyuin's body and released the illusory hand. Suiyuin sprang up from the ground, frantically examining his body. What have you done to me? What entered my body just now? Tsuyuin gazed at Nara Mitsuki in terror. After a millennium, this was the first time he felt such fear. Calm down. There's no need for alarm, Nara Mitsuki reassured him, extending his hands in a soothing manner. Suiyuin attempted to expel the energy within him using various abilities. But after several attempts, he found himself unable to do so. He sought to utilize his spatial technique to flee once more but was once again seized by Nara Mitsuki's illusory hand. The once elegant Otsutsuki Ishiki now resembled a panicked rabbit. Farewell, Nara Mitsuki waved at Suiyuin. No, you cannot do this. I can become your slave, Suiyuin shouted desperately. Explode. Boom. As soon as Nara Mitsuki's words fell, Tsuyuin felt something within him striving to burst forth. He lifted his head, seemingly surrendering to the inevitable, glaring fiercely at Nara Mitsuki. I will not perish so easily. We shall meet again, and when we do, I will personally end your life. Tsuyuin's roar faded into the flames as his body was reduced to ashes. Nara Mitsuki marveled at how this fellow had so much to say even at the brink of death. Boom. As Tsuyuin's form vanished into the flames, the entire chamber began to collapse. Stones from the ceiling began to plummet. Nara Mitsuki instantly reached the entrance, then returned to the first hall. There, he found the severely injured Amato, Kei-kin, and Victor staring at him in astonishment, having witnessed him emerge alone, without Suiyuin. This revelation startled the three. It indicated that even the formidable leader of the Shell organization was no match for Nara Mitsuki. While they were still in shock, Nara Mitsuki waved at them, releasing the explosive fruit energy. Their pupils dilated as they looked down at their cracked bodies. How could this happen? Despite having entered combat and sage modes, They were unable to prevent the imminent explosion of the fruit energy within them. Soon, they too transformed into flames, illuminating the collapsing hall. Nara Mitsuki's reasoning for this action was clear. He did not wish for Tsuiyuin to resurrect through their bodies. To eradicate the root, one must eliminate the stem. Nara Mitsuki was aware that outside lingered a loyal subordinate of Tsuiyuin, Kaido, who harbored the intent to inherit Ishiki's will and was still executing the resurrection plan. He had yet to ascertain Kaido's whereabouts and would wait until he revealed himself to strike him down as well. As Nara Mitsuki returned to the surface, he obliterated the experimental subjects before departing. He swiftly returned to the land of light. Upon his arrival in the hidden light city, Hatake Sakuya approached him. "Lord, we have captured someone extraordinary." Nara Mitsuki inquired, puzzled. "They are currently in the interrogation room." Nara Mitsuki followed Hatake Sakuya to the interrogation chamber. Upon entering, he beheld Kaguya Otsutsuki sealed within a cage. "Kaguya?" Nara Mitsuki stepped closer to confirm her identity. Indeed, it was Kaguya. "What has happened to her?" "Someone has implanted a seal within her," Sakuya informed him. Nara Mitsuki examined her closely. "Lord, it's on her waist." At this, Nara Mitsuki glanced at Kaguya's alluring waist, discovering a seal mark on her fair skin. Regret washed over him. He lamented having killed Amato, the only one adept at removing such seals. However, he soon recalled another individual. "Fetch my wife, T-Rin-K Haru." "Yes, my lord." Hatake Sakuya vanished in an instant. After an undetermined amount of time, Sakuya returned with T-Rin-K Haru to the interrogation room. "You arrived just in time. See if you can remove the seal from her." "You summoned me just for this?" T-Rin-K Haru assessed the curvaceous Kaguya before rolling her eyes at Nara Mitsuki. "I will explain later," he replied. "Humph. I hope your explanation satisfies me." Chapter 157. Liberation with the assistance of the skilled Tsunozuki Koharu. Unraveling the intricate seal-binding Kirame became a considerably simpler task. Koharu unleashed the awakening energy of her surgical fruit, establishing a realm of stillness. She first detached the seal from Mei and then meticulously reassembled it. However, mere separation of the seal was insufficient. Sorabi had observed traces of invasive presence in Mei's mind. Thus, Koharu once again harnessed her abilities to extract the memories that had infiltrated Mei's consciousness. Having completed the task, Koharu presented the encapsulated memories and the seal to Nara Hikari. The insignia of the seal differed from that of the Tsutsuki and the Dage-mu. Hikari unleashed the explosive energy of his fruit, obliterating the seal entirely. As he gazed at the memories now in his possession, a sudden thought struck him. He then passed the memories to Sorabi. "Let us cast this individual's memories into the realm of nightmares to discern the identity of the seal's master." Upon hearing Hikari's words, Sorabi contemplated something amusing. "Indeed, my lord." She accepted the memories and casually disposed of them into the nightmare realm. "Now, may I receive an explanation?" Once the seal-binding Kirame was completely lifted, Tsunozuki Koharu regarded Nara Hikari with an unfriendly expression. "Sorabi, Sakuya, I entrust this matter to you. Inform me upon her awakening." "Understood, my lord. Come, let us return home, and I shall elucidate everything." Hikari turned to Koharu. "You little rascal, just wait until we reach home for my explanation." Koharu, noticing Hikari's fervent gaze, instinctively recognized his mischievous intentions and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to depart, Kirame slowly opened her eyes. "What happened to me? Where am I?" She looked around to find herself confined within a cage, her expression one of confusion. "This is the interrogation room of K and City." "Ah?" Kirame gasped in surprise, but her mood lightened considerably upon seeing Nara Hikari. "How did I end up here?" "You were possessed by a peculiar entity, but fear not, it has been resolved. Come, let us return home." "Home?" Kirame's face flushed. "What do you mean by going home with you? You did promise me something." Hikari gently reminded her. "Promise you something? I have no recollection of such a thing." "Do not heed his nonsense, Kirame. It has been far too long since we last met. Why not visit my home?" Koharu interjected, casting a disapproving glance at Hikari. "Very well, Sister Koharu." Kirame sighed in relief upon seeing Koharu's reassuring demeanor. Sorabi opened the cage door, and Kirame stepped out, following Koharu as they exited. "My dear assistant, you truly are invaluable," Hikari thought, feeling a surge of joy as he admired Koharu's understanding nature. He then joined them in leaving. Kikuki Sakuya and Sorabi exchanged glances and shook their heads. "The Lord remains as charismatic as ever," Sorabi marveled. "Indeed," Sakuya concurred. "I am quite curious to uncover the secrets concealed within those memories." Sarabi's expression grew increasingly malevolent. Noticing this, Sakuya took a step aside, proceeding to exit. Sakuya, do you not wish to see with me? Not at the moment. I have other matters to attend to. Sakuya left without glancing back, leaving Sarabi alone in the interrogation room. Very well, I shall indulge in the treasures myself. Sarabi found a seat and entered the realm of nightmares. Upon returning home, Nara Hikari recounted Kira Mei's ordeal. Subsequently, Kira Mei shared the peculiar occurrences she had experienced. So you mean to say you suddenly fainted and then found yourself in the interrogation room? Yes, Lord Hikari. Hikari pondered for a moment. It appears something has infiltrated Kain City. I shall investigate further. Lord Hikari, may I leave now? Leave? To where? Home, of course. This shall be your home from now on. Lord Hikari, this what do you mean? After your possession, you promised me something. What promise? Kira Mei inquired, bewildered. To become mine. To become yours? Kira Mei was taken aback, shaking her head vigorously. Are you having second thoughts? But, Lord Hikari, that was a promise made under duress. I cannot take it seriously. You still promised. Kira Mei felt utterly defeated. Enough, Hikari, do not tease Kira Mei any longer. Koharu intervened, unable to bear the exchange any longer. Kira Mei, you shall reside here from now on. Sister, this fellow will not allow you to leave. Kira Mei, upon hearing Koharu's words, glanced at her sister's resigned expression and then at Hikari's serious demeanor. She recalled how she had already been chosen prior to her possession, destined to join the ranks of women sent to Hikari. Defeated, she shook her head, accepting her fate. For every woman sent to Hikari's abode each year, none had ever returned. It seems the rumors hold true. Very well, Kira Mei acquiesced, reasoning that it was time to familiarize herself with her new surroundings. Moreover, there were whispers that Hikari treated his own very well, and thus she resigned herself to her destiny. Seeing Kira Mei's acceptance, Hikari felt elated, secretly giving Koharu a thumbs up. Koharu smiled and playfully nudged Hikari's thigh, twisting it with all her might. Ouch! A resounding cry echoed throughout the Nara residence. Kira Mei, witnessing the interaction between Koharu and Hikari, felt the earlier awkwardness dissipate, and she smiled. Hikari inwardly rejoiced at having secured yet another enchanting beauty within the world of Naruto, one whose beauty rivaled that of Tsunade. In the days that followed, Kira Mei quickly adapted to the environment of the Nara household. After Nara Hikari's mother, Nara Yusumi, arranged her accommodations, she was visited daily by other sisters. Gradually, Kira Mei found herself integrating into this astonishingly vibrant family. Congratulations, host Kira Mei, on successfully becoming pregnant and acquiring a devil fruit, the natural type, snow fruit. Nara Hikari, reclining in bed, was abruptly roused by the long-dormant system notification. Fully awake, he sat up. Beside him, Yoshizawa Akihito turned over in his sleep. Hikari gently patted him, then rose and exited the room. Just as he stepped outside, a member of the Kain organization approached him. My lord. The member handed Hikari a scroll before departing. Hikari took it, channeling energy to open it. Animal riot on Moon Island? He closed the scroll and returned to his room to change before vanishing into thin air. Chapter 158. Mount Mayaboku. Nara Hikaru appeared above the island of the moon, observing the animals below frantically scurrying about. Rather than a rebellion, it seemed they were simply frightened. Nara Hikaru extended his perception to investigate the cause of their panic. Soon, a spatial rift emerged within his sensory range. Approaching the rift, he beheld a swirling vortex barely wide enough for a single person to pass through, emanating continuous spatial fluctuations. After traversing the world of Naruto for many years, this was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Leaving behind a shadowy spatial passage, Nara Hikaru entered the vortex. As the blinding white light faded, a breathtakingly beautiful scene reminiscent of a paradise unfolded before him. Where was this? Nara Hikaru surveyed his surroundings, noting the frog statues that populated the area, some merely a few meters tall, while others towered into the clouds. No. Frog statues? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he found the statues strikingly familiar. He gazed further into the distance, and indeed, as he had suspected, the ground was littered with frog statues and enormous leaves. Alongside a small river winding around the valley, teeming with tadpoles. On the banks, frogs of various shapes and colors were ubiquitous. No wonder this place was Mount Mayaboku? To substantiate his growing suspicions, Nara Hikaru recognized the scenery all too well, compelling him to associate it with one of the 3 sacred grounds of summoning beasts. A revered training locale, the extraordinary realm of the frogs, Mount Mayaboku. Just as he prepared to meet the oldest of the frog sages, Fukasaku, several frogs, each several dozen meters in size, leaped in front of him. "Lord Hikaru, what brings you here?" One inquired. "You know me?" He replied, intrigued. "Of course." The lead red frog responded warmly, holding a pipe and adorned with a distinctive red striped mark on its belly, dressed in a black coat. Nara Hikaru instantly recognized this as the highly charismatic frog, Fukasaku. Besides the ancient frog sage Fukasaku, who had lived for thousands of years, and the hundreds-year-old sages Shima and Shinsuke, Fukasaku was the most formidable among them. Despite his gang-like appearance, Fukasaku was exceptionally intelligent and astute in matters of social etiquette. Upon encountering Nara Hikaru, he displayed utmost respect. "Come, let me take you to see Fukasaku." "Oh, certainly." Fukasaku then hopped towards the abode of Fukasaku, with Nara Hikaru following closely behind. Before long, they arrived at a majestic waterfall. "Ah, Lord Hikaru has arrived." As Nara Hikaru approached, an elderly frog, supported by a cane, ambled over. This frog wore a necklace emblazoned with the character for oil, a representation of the ancestral frog sage, Fukasaku, an ancient being who had lived for millennia, contemporaneous with Kagaya Otsutsuki. "What is the nature of that spatial rift?" Nara Hikaru inquired, voicing his curiosity. "Lord Hikaru, that rift was torn open by a being known as Gokinshi. It was stable until recently, when the energy adhering to it mysteriously vanished, leading to the unexpected return of the steam frog who had long departed." Fukasaku's words prompted Nara Hikaru to ponder. A few days ago, the energy linked to the rift had dissipated. The steam frog. Considering these three elements, it pointed to Gokinshi, a member of the Shell organization. The vanishing energy from the rift might indeed be the result of his demise at Nara Hikaru's hands. Fukasaku observed Nara Hikaru's expression. "Lord Hikaru, are you contemplating something unfavorable? Why the grim countenance?" "Now that I comprehend the cause, I suggest you seal that rift," Nara Hikaru declared. As soon as he finished speaking, Fukasaku appeared momentarily taken aback, his wrinkled face contorting into an awkward smile. "Lord Hikaru, we cannot do that." "Cannot? Indeed. Have you not lived for millennia?" "Lord Hikaru, the ability to perform spatial techniques does not necessarily correlate with longevity." "That is true." Nara Hikaru gazed at the enormous frogs in the distance. "Then, I must entrust you to assist in mending that rift." Fukasaku smiled in agreement. "What benefit do I gain from this?" Mount Miyaboku can forge a summoning contract with you. My strength does not necessitate your assistance." We have delectable worms here that surpass those found elsewhere." "I do not consume worms." There are beautiful frog maidens in Mount Miyaboku." Nara Hikaru paused momentarily before shaking his head. "No, thank you." After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "Why not establish a summoning contract with my child instead?" "Certainly," Fukasaku readily accepted. Nara Hikaru and Fukasaku returned to the spatial rift. Nara Hikaru unleashed his shadow energy, enveloping the rift and obscuring it with the shadow passage. "There, now I can visit whenever I wish." "That works well. Mount Miyaboku will always welcome you, Lord Hikaru. I shall bring the children here again." "Very well, Fukasaku." With a wave, Nara Hikaru stepped into the shadow passage. Fukasaku and the gathered frogs watched as he vanished from Mount Miyaboku. "Let us return," Fukasaku said, leaning on his cane as they slowly made their way back to their dwelling. Not long after they departed, the steam frog materialized at the spot where Nara Hikaru had vanished. Its eyes turned a striking gold, and a distinctive mark appeared on its neck. After standing still for a considerable time, the steam frog finally departed. Upon returning to the world of Naruto, Nara Hikaru arrived home. After a night of delight, dawn broke. Today, Nara Hikaru set aside all matters, for it was the day when various clans presented their offerings. He felt a tinge of anticipation. Early in the morning, he left his house and arrived at the light pavilion. Before long, the leaders of the clans arrived, accompanied by a diverse array of women of varying beauty. Congregating in the plaza. Rather than a beauty contest, it appeared more like a grand collection. Over the years, Nara Hikaru had not overlooked a single individual. Once the clans had concluded their presentations, they departed. Nara Hikaru escorted the women back to the Nara residence, entrusting them to Akino for arrangements. In the days that followed, Nara Hikaru found himself once again consumed by a flurry of activity. "Congratulations, host. Summer Star is successfully pregnant, granting you Kruger from the Marvel Universe." "By the heavens!" Nara Hikaru exclaimed in surprise, sitting upright in bed upon hearing the reward. Kruger, a magical genius from the Marvel world, and one of the later disciples of the supreme sorcerer Doctor Strange, possessed talents far surpassing those of Strange, with the ability to wield various time magic without incantation. Excellent. With him, Nara Hikaru could traverse the cosmos with ease. Chapter 159. Kruger. Nara Hikaru gently rose from his bed, casting a glance at the still slumbering Cheyenne before stepping outside into the courtyard. He settled himself in the gazebo. Summon Kruger. The familiar spatial projection method manifested before Nara Hikaru, and the crimson-skinned Kruger emerged. With a gesture of his right hand against his chest, he performed a mage's salute. Show me your abilities. Kruger, lacking vocal organs, could not speak in the conventional manner. However, prolonged exposure to humans had enabled him to comprehend their language. He nodded in acknowledgement. With a subtle wave of his hand, a golden time portal materialized. Through this portal, Nara Hikaru glimpsed Old Wong, diligently occupied in the library. His heart leaped with joy. He had not anticipated Kruger's formidable teleportation prowess, capable of opening gateways to parallel worlds. Does this mean I can venture into other realms? The thought exhilarated Nara Hikaru. Close it. Upon hearing Hikaru's command, Kruger waved his hand, and the time portal shut. Let us return. Nara Hikaru stored him in his dimensional space. Just as Kruger vanished, Hikaru suddenly conceived a more intriguing notion. Could he perhaps bring back the grown Hinata and others? This was a regret he was unwilling to overlook. With this thought in mind, action was imperative. The following morning, Nara Hikaru sought out his mother, Nara Yoshimi, and his father, Nara Yu. He shared the news of his intention to depart earlier than planned. The couple was taken aback. What? You're leaving? Weren't you supposed to stay for 2 more years? Well, I have a new plan and wish to leave sooner. How long will you be gone? That, I cannot say. All right, remember to return quickly. After all, they are all waiting for you. Nara Yoshimi recognized that once her son made a decision, it was futile to dissuade him. Much like the girls in their home, she had tried to persuade him, but to no avail. This stubborn boy remained resolute. I understand, mother. Rest assured, I will return promptly to see you all. Nara Hikaru then turned his gaze to his father, Nara Yu. His father's strength had significantly increased, and his lifespan now mirrored that of Nara Yoshimi, achieving a different kind of immortality. Even after Hikaru's departure, he need not worry about not seeing his parents upon his return. Take care of yourself, father. Understood, you rascal. No need to fret about us. Just be safe. Nara Yu patted Hikaru on the shoulder. I will. A mother's concern for her child is ever present. Nara Yoshimi could not resist embracing Hikaru. Mother, I will come back. There's no need for tears. Hikaru comforted her. Since his arrival in this world, he had never been away for an extended period. Don't try to pacify me with your tricks, Nara Yoshimi retorted with a roll of her eyes. Approaching 80, she still exuded charm. All right. Say your goodbyes to your wives. Don't leave them worried. Wiping her tears, she urged him on. Yes, of course. As soon as Hikaru's words fell, he vanished from sight. Nara Yu stepped forward to embrace Nara Yoshimi. Children grow up. They inevitably leave our sides. Indeed, but enough. We have our chance now. It is time for us to enjoy our own world together. Nara Yoshimi, having been married for years, felt a tinge of shyness at his words, fully aware of what he implied. Meanwhile, Nara Hikaru genuinely bid farewell to each of his wives. However, he could not have anticipated that this farewell would consume a full 6 months, leaving him utterly exhausted. Congratulations, host Uchiha Fumi has successfully conceived, acquiring a devil fruit. The natural type, swamp fruit. Congratulations, host Hinata K has successfully conceived, receiving a character from the 2-dimensional realm, Blossom, from the Powerpuff Girls. Congratulations. Host Tsunade has successfully conceived, acquiring a devil fruit, the Phantom Beast type, Cat fruit, heroic form. Congratulations, host Arima Saiton has successfully conceived, receiving. Congratulations, host Momoka has successfully conceived, receiving. Congratulations, host Otsutsuki Kagaya has successfully conceived, acquiring a character from the 2-dimensional realm, Jeremiah, from Mahou Shoujo Lyrical Manoha. Congratulations, host Conan has successfully conceived, receiving the character reward Deadpool, from the Marvel Universe. Congratulations, host Yui has successfully conceived, receiving the character reward Red Tank, from the Marvel Universe. Congratulations, host Koizumi Maria has successfully conceived, receiving the character reward Wonder Woman, from the DC Universe. During these 6 months, the system notification was incessant, ringing daily like the incessant ping of a messaging app. Alas, The system was not intelligent and lacked the ability to mute notifications. Oftentimes, the sudden alerts disrupted his concentration, yet he could do nothing about it. By the riverside, Nara Hikaru sat with his fishing rod, immersed in angling. In the distance, herds of cattle and sheep roamed freely on the grass. In that moment, Hikaru felt as though he had returned to the early days of his arrival in this world. Just then, his uncle Naraki appeared beside him. "Hikaru, I hear you're leaving?" Naraki inquired as he settled down. "Yes. Remember to come back and visit us." "I will return. I'm off. A few young ladies have arrived at the massage parlor today, and I must oversee things." Nara Hikaru shook his head in resignation as Naraki chuckled and vanished in an instant. After Naraki's departure, Hikaru lingered a while longer before heading home. A night passed in silence. Today marked the day of Nara Hikaru's departure. All the women gathered in the courtyard of the Nara residence. "I will return as soon as I can." Hikaru waved his hand. "Sister Xiaochun, why do I feel like Hikaru seems entirely unbothered, almost excited?" Tsunade remarked, observing Hikaru's expression. "I feel the same," Kurumi replied, gritting her teeth, wishing to kick Hikaru. "I will miss you all," Hikaru assured them before signaling to Kruger. Understanding his cue, Kruger opened a time portal. With all the women watching, Nara Hikaru stepped eagerly into the portal with Kruger. With a snap, the time portal vanished. The women lingered, reluctant to leave. "I wonder how many more girls will fall under his spell," Akimichi inside, resonating with the sentiments of the others. Who can say otherwise? Chapter 160. What a mess. As Kruger opened the time portal, Nara Light felt a sense of familiarity emanating from the other side. The moment he stepped through the portal, the surroundings appeared even more recognizable. Observing the vast craters around him, he noted that all the buildings had been pushed to the edges. Only the distant Hokage rock remained, confirming that he had indeed arrived at the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire. By piecing together the scene around him, Nara Light deduced that this moment coincided with the invasion of the leaf village by the Six Paths of Pain, controlled by Nagato. A sudden, desperate cry further solidified Nara Light's assumption. Sakura Haruno was kneeling in the ruins, calling out for Naruto. At that moment, Sakura summoned the strongest summoning technique, the summoning jutsu of Naruto. Just as Sakura's words faded, a great cloud of white mist erupted from the center of the crater. When the mist cleared, one of the iconic scenes from the series unfolded. Naruto Uzumaki arrived on the battlefield, accompanied by 4 toads. However, there was no sound. Only the stunned expression on Naruto's face as he questioned, "Where am I?" The leaf. Sage Fukasaku, perched on Naruto's shoulder, gestured towards the Hokage rock in the distance. Naruto's gaze followed, and he then realized he had returned to the leaf village. Anger surged within him as he surveyed the devastation. He swiftly approached the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, who was being suppressed by Pain's 6 Paths. "Lady Tsunade, you should rest and watch from the sidelines. Let me handle this foe," Naruto declared, turning his back to her. "He is formidable. Be cautious, Naruto," Tsunade warned, observing his unwavering confidence. "Understood, Lady Tsunade," he replied, prompting her to leave with the Anbu. Naruto then focused on the distant Deva Path of Pain, who regarded him with disdain. The animal path descended before the Deva Path. Summoning technique. The animal path pressed its hands against the ground, summoning the other 4 Six Paths of Pain to its side. The 6 Paths united. The Deva Path, looking at Naruto, remarked, "I didn't expect to find you so quickly. You've saved me quite a bit of time." The Azura Path stepped forward, its arms and back erupting with countless missiles, which were then launched towards Naruto, igniting a monumental battle. Nara Light stood amidst the ruins, observing the unfolding chaos. Initially, Naruto in Sage Mode engaged the 6 Paths of Pain in a fierce back and forth, but he was soon overwhelmed and restrained by black rods. Hinata Hyuga appeared, gravely injured. Naruto went into a rage, transforming into his tailed beast mode. In the original story, Naruto in this form began to dominate the 6 Paths of Pain, cornering them to the brink of defeat. Ultimately, he triumphed over them and used his Talk no Jutsu to persuade Nagato. However, at this moment, it was uncertain whether Naruto would have the opportunity to approach Nagato, even in his fully transformed tailed beast state, with 9 tails manifested and in a complete rampage. Naruto was still no match for the 6 Paths of Pain. The ensuing battle gradually veered away from the original narrative. Naruto continued to suffer severe beatings, losing the protagonist's aura in front of Nara Light. Nara Light sensed that the comprehensive strength of the 6 Paths of Pain had reached the threshold of the 6 Paths themselves, far surpassing their original strength. now rivaling that of Hashirama Senju. He understood why even a fully transformed Naruto was being so thoroughly defeated. At that moment, Naruto was pierced by hundreds of black rods, pinning him against the rock. With each struggle, the Deva path would condense the rods deeper into Naruto's body. Soon, the excruciating pain forced Naruto to revert from tailed beast mode. In his current weakened state, with his limbs impaled, he appeared frail. Tsunade, watching from a distance, felt a pang of anxiety. Was Naruto, even after his training, truly unable to contend with this adversary? Despair washed over her. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. She knew she was the village's leader. If she succumbed to despair, what hope remained for the leaf? Closing her eyes to steady her breath, she opened them again with renewed determination. All Anbu members, the leaf needs you to stand up this time. Are you afraid of death? The surviving Anbu members, silent, expressed their resolve through action, gathering behind Tsunade. All right, let's move together. Tsunade shouted, charging towards the Deva path. The Deva path regarded the approaching Tsunade and her comrades with contempt. Get lost. A powerful repelling force emanated from his body, crashing towards Tsunade and her team. Tsunade felt an overwhelming sense of pressure even before approaching, having witnessed the devastation of this technique before. Defense. All Anbu members halted their charge, swiftly regrouping. Earth style, Earth wall. The members with Earth chakra collectively unleashed a defensive jutsu. The defensive wall, composed of dozens of earth barriers, shattered instantly. This is bad. Tsunade realized that even with such a prepared defense, they were unable to withstand the opponent's technique. In that moment, despair consumed her. Faced with such a powerful enemy, she had no idea how to overcome them. With two elite Jonin missing, one absent, and the other already fallen, despair gripped not only her heart but also extinguished the flicker of courage that had recently ignited within the others. Tsunade and everyone else closed their eyes in hopelessness. After a long moment, the overwhelming force had not yet subsided. Tsunade opened her eyes to see a figure standing with its back to her. It was Nara Light. Had the Deva Path's technique been unleashed upon Tsunade, it would have undoubtedly resulted in her demise. Nara Light was uncertain if the death of this parallel world Tsunade would affect the Tsunade of his own world, which compelled him to intervene. Moreover, this was his wife's counterpart in another parallel universe, a reason compelling enough to take action. Who are you? Tsunade inquired, gazing at the stranger before her. Your future husband. Future husband? Tsunade thought he was jesting, preparing to press for his identity when she noticed he had already vanished from sight. Her gaze shifted towards the distance, where this mysterious figure had approached the Deva Path. Who are you? The Deva Path searched its memories, unable to find any information regarding the individual before it. Dare to harm my wife? You must be tired of living. Nara Light's expression turned increasingly frigid. Such arrogance, the Deva Path retorted, raising its right hand towards Nara Light. Gravity. The Deva Path unleashed its pulling force, but to its astonishment, the stranger remained utterly still. The Deva Path was perplexed. Is this all you've got? Chapter 161. Reincarnation. Naramitsu had no intention of wasting time. He promptly unleashed the explosive energy of the fruit of explosions. The Deva Path Pain's body severed its connection with the black rods, and the motionless Deva Path Pain puppet swiftly swelled and distorted before erupting with a tremendous explosion. To avoid harming Tsunade, Naramitsu directed the flames generated from the explosion skyward. Subsequently, he systematically obliterated the remaining 5 puppets of the 6 paths. Before the primordial level Naramitsu, these 6 pains were as fragile as paper. Wait for me. I shall return shortly. Naramitsu approached Tsunade, exchanged a brief word, and, under her astonished gaze, melded into the shadow beneath his feet. Tsunade attempted to speak, but found Naramitsu had vanished. She was left with a head full of questions, urging the Anbu members to rescue the injured and unearth those buried beneath the rubble. Meanwhile, Naramitsu arrived at the location where Nagato and Konan were concealed, a hollowed-out tree. His sudden appearance startled both Konan and the weakened Nagato, leading to a moment of silence. As Nagato prepared to speak, Naramitsu approached him, his eyes shifting to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The power of his right eye activated, captivating Nagato's attention due to the distinct patterns of Naramitsu's Sharingan. Just as Nagato pondered how this individual possessed the Sharingan, he was ensnared within an illusion. Seizing the opportunity, Naramitsu implanted a memory seal within Nagato. This series of actions transpired with remarkable swiftness, appearing to Konan as mere seconds. Upon returning to his original position, Nagato had relinquished all defenses. Master, he bowed his head. Master? Konan was perplexed. What just happened? Furious, Konan glared at Naramitsu. What have you done to Nagato? As she spoke, she activated a paper technique, manifesting a pair of paper wings behind her. Konan, wait. Nagato hastily intervened, shaking his head at Konan, prompting her to dispel the technique, causing the wings to vanish, though her gaze remained fixed on Naramitsu. Naramitsu initially intended to utilize the powers of his left Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, but reconsidered. Instead, he infused Nagato with energy from the Fruit of Hormones, gradually restoring his condition. Revive those who perished in this attack. Yes, Master. Nagato slowly closed his eyes and raised his hand to commence the rebirth technique. A minute later, he coughed lightly. Master, it is done. His complexion grew weak once again. Naramitsu provided him with another dose of hormone fruit energy. This time, the process proceeded without incident. Nagato's legs regained strength without transforming, while the black rods detached simultaneously, liberating him from the Outer Path's vessel. Nagato, how are you? Konan rushed to Nagato's side, attempting to support him but was gently halted by Nagato. I'm fine. I feel remarkably well now. He took a deep breath, and indeed, he had returned to his former state. He looked up at Naramitsu with gratitude. All right, I shall return to find you both. With that, Naramitsu melded into the shadows and vanished. Nagato and Konan exchanged glances. Let us depart. We must leave this place, Nagato stated, moving towards the tree hollow. With Konan following, her mind swirling with questions about Nagato's sudden transformation. Back amidst the ruins of Konoha, Naramitsu witnessed those who had once perished now rising from the wooden planks, their faces adorned with joy at their revival, tears echoing around them. Naramitsu approached Tsunade, releasing the energy of the float fruit, causing all debris to levitate into the air. Save them, he instructed Tsunade, who was still in a daze. Huh? Right. Tsunade snapped back to reality, urgently directing the Anbu members to rescue those trapped beneath the rubble. Several hours later, everyone had been rescued. The revived Shizune approached Tsunade, exchanged a few words, and then departed. Tsunade exhaled in relief and turned to Naramitsu. Thank you for your assistance. You have saved Konoha from crisis. Do not mention it. You are my wife, and it is my duty to assist. Besides, it is a trivial matter for me. My lord, do not jest like this. I am not jesting. Given past circumstances, if someone spoke to her this way, Tsunade would have already erupted in fury. However, she now understood that she could not possibly contend with him. Even expressing anger would be futile. Rather than risk offending him over a jest, Tsunade chose to endure it. She turned her gaze to the surrounding ruins, momentarily troubled. How do we accommodate so many people? At that moment, Kakashi arrived, carrying the severely injured Naruto. After setting Naruto down, Tsunade knelt to assess his condition, then raised her hand to employ medical ninjutsu, infusing a significant amount of chakra into Naruto's body. Kakashi turned his gaze towards Naramitsu, who reciprocated with a slight smile. Kakashi nodded, then redirected his attention back to Naruto. Meanwhile, Haruno Sakura rushed over. Upon seeing Naruto in critical condition, tears streamed down her face. She knelt and began to perform medical ninjutsu, but Tsunade halted her. Wait, let us alternate in treating Naruto. Understood, Sakura nodded, clasping her hands together in prayer for Naruto's recovery. Allow me to give it a try, Naramitsu suggested, observing Tsunade's anxious demeanor. You. Naramitsu, under Tsunade's puzzled gaze, knelt beside Naruto and placed his hand on his abdomen, infusing him with the energy of the Fruit of Hormones. 3 seconds later, Naruto sat up straight. Hey, Granny Tsunade, get back. I've got this. Upon recovering, Naruto attempted to rise. Sakura, seeing Naruto's eagerness, delivered a punch to his head. Come down, she shouted. Naruto clutched his head, looking at Sakura with a wounded expression. Naramitsu chuckled softly. Regardless of the intensity of the battle or the fervor of the battlefield, the atmosphere would invariably shift whenever Naruto and Sakura were present. Naruto, this gentleman saved you. Be sure to express your gratitude, Tsunade urged. Only then did Naruto notice Naramitsu. He quickly stood up. Thank you for saving me. No need. I did it out of respect for your wife. Wife? Naruto glanced between Sakura and Tsunade. When did Granny Tsunade get married? Idiot. Tsunade suppressed her ire towards Naramitsu, but that did not mean Naruto could speak freely. Thus, another lump appeared on Naruto's head. Chapter 162. Hinata Hyuga, seeking book reviews. All right, everyone disperse. Let Yamato rebuild a section of the village. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Kakashi swiftly led Naruto and Sakura away. Tsunade turned her gaze to Nara Light, who stood awkwardly to the side, and a moment of tension enveloped them. Shall we find a place to talk? Certainly. Tsunade guided Nara Light to the base of Hokage Rock, a location that had fortunately remained intact amidst the destruction. They settled down in a random spot, and Tsunade regarded Nara Light. I'm not yet familiar with your name. My name is Nara Light. Nara? Yes. Tsunade contemplated, recalling that she had never heard of anyone in the Nara clan bearing that name, nor had she heard of any clan member leaving the village in recent years. I am not from Konoha's Nara clan. Oh, Tsunade's realization dawned. What are your plans moving forward? Nara Light gazed into the remnants of the village as he asked. Rebuilding Konoha. I cannot allow it to perish on my watch. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Thank you. There's no need for such formality. Tsunade's eyes drifted toward the bustling crowd in the distance. It seems I shall be stepping down as Hokage. I truly am not suited for the role. With a sigh, she reflected on the immense crisis that had befallen the village, feeling powerless and reliant on others. The more she pondered, the heavier the weight of her helplessness became. Nara Light placed a comforting arm around Tsunade's shoulders. At that moment, she could no longer contain her emotions. It was not anger from being inappropriately touched, but rather tears of despair that streamed down her face. In that moment, she comprehended the burdens that came with the title of Hokage. Do not worry. Everything will be all right. You are my lady, and I will support you. Upon hearing the term my lady, Tsunade suddenly felt a sense of unease. She instinctively pulled away from Nara Light's grasp. My lord, you keep referring to me as your lady. What is the meaning of this? Are you jesting? Or is there some truth to your words? In that fleeting moment, Nara Light had indeed bestowed upon her a profound sense of security. However, her heart remained tethered to Kato Dan, and reason admonished her against this newfound connection. In another timeline, you truly are my lady. Another timeline? Tsunade's confusion deepened. What are you talking about? Do you even comprehend your own words? Just then, Nara Light spoke again. I am not of this world. I hail from another timeline. My presence here is purely coincidental. Do you understand now? Oh, Tsunade grasped part of the explanation, yet the entirety eluded her. In any case, you are indeed my lady. In my world, we have been together for decades and have 8 children. Eight children. Tsunade stared at Nara Light in astonishment, glancing at her own abdomen in disbelief at the thought of bearing so many offspring in another world. Nara Light observed her reaction. Do you know Kato Dan? Kato Dan. Upon hearing that name, Tsunade's demeanor shifted, her expression betraying a hint of discomfort as memories of sorrow resurfaced, causing her mood to plummet. I am acquainted with him. After a brief silence, Tsunade finally responded. Upon hearing her acknowledgement, Nara Light understood. Tsunade still harbored feelings for Kato Dan, and his presence in this world posed a challenge. However, he was determined to seize the opportunity, as he had no plans to leave this world just yet. The young beauties among the 12 ninja had now reached maturity, and Nara Light smiled at the thought. My lord, what are your plans moving forward? Tsunade lifted her gaze to Nara Light, her expression shifting. I shall remain in Konoha for a while. That is splendid news. Tsunade clapped her hands, startling Nara Light. What is the matter with her? Ignoring Nara Light's puzzled expression, Tsunade appeared to have thought of something delightful, her lips curling into a smile. Nara Light shook his head at her exuberance. Suddenly, a slug clone climbed onto Tsunade's shoulder. Shizun, come here. In a flash, Shizun utilized her body flicker technique to appear beside Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, you called for me? Shizun, arrange accommodations for Light. Of course, Lady Tsunade. Shizun turned to Nara Light, preparing to speak when Tsunade stepped closer. Use your feminine charm, Tsunade whispered, then winked at Shizun. Shizun looked utterly bewildered. What does that mean? Feminine charm? Her cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at Nara Light, struggling to comprehend Tsunade's intention. Yet, she recalled that it was her responsibility to arrange lodging for the Nara clan member. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Lord Light, please follow me. Very well. Having heard Tsunade's earlier comments, Nara Light began to understand the shift in her gaze towards him. This was indeed her plan. Truly remarkable. Tsunade understands my heart. Nara Light followed Shizun away from Hokage Rock. As they walked, Shizun occasionally stole glances at him. During the encounter with Pain, she had perished in the chaos, having not witnessed Nara Light vanquish the formidable 6 paths of pain that had threatened Konoha. Thus, she found herself perplexed as to why Tsunade was treating him with such courtesy. Soon, Shizun led Nara Light to his new residence, a house constructed by Yamato using wood-release techniques. Lord Light, you shall reside here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Thank you. Nara Light surveyed the sparse surroundings, Aside from a bed, there was nothing else. Then, please rest for now. I will return shortly. Very well, go ahead. Nara Light sat on the edge of the bed, contemplating how to approach others. Just then, a small head peeked through the door. Nara Light glanced over and immediately recognized the visitor. It was Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan and the future wife of Naruto. Come in. Upon realizing she had been spotted, Hinata tiptoed into the room. Is there something you need? Nara Light regarded the shy girl before him. Are you Lord Light? Yes. Thank you for saving me. Hinata had learned from others after regaining consciousness that the one who had thwarted the crisis in Konoha was standing before her, having eliminated the enemy. It was but a trivial matter. But you, are you feeling well now? Ah, I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern. Hinata's cheeks flushed as her eyes darted nervously, revealing her bashfulness. Is there anything else? Ah, no, that is all. Farewell, Lord Light. With that, Hinata hastily exited the room. How intriguing. Chapter 163. Kato Shizen. Ever since Nara Hikaru settled in the Hidden Leaf Village, he has been visited daily by numerous individuals, all eager to express their gratitude and catch a glimpse of his true self. However, most were intercepted by Shizen, who feared that some reckless souls might inadvertently offend Hikaru, which would lead to complications. Tsunade had already recounted the details of Hikaru's battle against formidable foes before her resurrection, leaving Shizen utterly astonished. The enemies that the entire village could not defeat were effortlessly vanquished by this young man, who reportedly dispatched 6 oddly shaped adversaries with just 6 strikes. This revelation piqued Shizen's curiosity about Hikaru's enigmatic nature. During this time, Shizen found herself increasingly captivated by Hikaru's charm, as he could elicit hearty laughter from her with just a few words, completely shattering her poised demeanor. She bore a secret mission to ensure that Hikaru remained in the village. She understood the true implications of this task and knew the means to accomplish what appeared to be an impossible endeavor. Fortunately, her interactions with Hikaru were devoid of awkwardness. Instead, she often found herself being cared for by his sweet words. This gradual acceptance of the process was new for Shizen, who had no prior experience in romance. Is this what love feels like? She pondered, blushing at the thought. As their relationship deepened, they stood on the precipice of becoming true lovers. Strolling down the street, Shizen obediently walked beside Hikaru, taking in the revitalized scenery of the Hidden Leaf Village. Be my woman. Hikaru suddenly halted, turning to Shizen with a serious expression. Huh. Shizen momentarily froze, but upon seeing Hikaru's earnest demeanor, she gently nodded in agreement. Let's go. I'll treat you to barbecue. Okay. Hikaru took Shizen's delicate hand and led her to a barbecue restaurant in the village. To commemorate this delightful occasion, Hikaru ordered an abundance of food. Just the 2 of us? Isn't this a bit excessive? Shizen remarked, gazing at the table laden with dishes. Don't worry, we'll finish it. Right, Tsunade? Hikaru called out toward the entrance. A moment later, Tsunade awkwardly entered, followed by Mitarashi Anko and Haruno Sakura. Come sit. We can't let this go to waste, Hikaru invited. Tsunade casually took a seat and beckoned Anko and Sakura to join her. All right, everyone come in. Don't hide, Hikaru continued, keeping his chopsticks still as he looked toward the entrance once more. Tsunade, Anko, Sakura, and Shizen exchanged puzzled glances toward the door. Is there more? Soon after, the bashful Yamanaka Ino, the shy Hinata Hyuga, the cheerful Tenten, and the boisterous Inuzuka Kiba entered, amplifying the awkward atmosphere in the restaurant. Let us sit and eat together, Hikaru proposed once more, and they finally took their seats. What was meant to be a private moment for Shizen and Hikaru had transformed into a small gathering of lovely women. Hikaru observed the girls, noting that aside from the pregnant Yuhi Kurenai and the absent Uzumaki Yuya, the most notable beauties of the Hidden Leaf Village had gathered. Sakura, Ino, Tenten, and Hinata had all come of age. Tsunade suggested they have a little drink, and everyone eagerly agreed. As the evening wore on, only Hinata and Shizen remained somewhat sober. Hinata was bound by family rules, while Shizen, as Tsunade's personal secretary, had only indulged slightly. The others were already thoroughly inebriated. With Hikaru's assistance, Shizen managed to escort Tsunade, Sakura, Ino, Tenten, and Anko back to their homes. Finally, Hikaru accompanied Hinata back to her family. When Hinata's father learned she was with Hikaru, he refrained from reprimanding her, as the Hyuga clan had tacitly approved of her association with him, though Hinata was unaware of this. Through this small gathering, Hikaru gained a better understanding of these remarkable women. In this world, Anko remained a disciple of Orochimaru. During her absence from the village, Orochimaru had taken her parents to his laboratory and injected them with Hashirama's cells, which ultimately led to their demise. Upon learning the truth, Anko's admiration for Orochimaru was replaced with boundless hatred. Her interactions with Hikaru stemmed from a desire for strength to defeat Orochimaru, a sentiment she expressed in her drunken state. Hinata, in this world, did not harbor a secret crush on Naruto Uzumaki. When pain invaded the hidden leaf, her decision to step forward was purely out of gratitude. Naruto had saved her in her childhood. Her actions were simultaneously motivated by a desire for revenge, as her father and sister had perished beneath Pain's devastating attack. Upon learning these truths, Hikaru felt a surge of excitement, as they provided him an opportunity to take action. After returning Hinata home, Hikaru finally had some private time with Shizune. They walked together on an empty street, where the ever-gentle Shizune began to open up. She shared her experiences of living alone after her brother, Kato Duin, fell in battle, until one day Tsunade unexpectedly found her. They then lived a life of mutual dependence. Tsunade had fallen into the bottle, and Shizune had worried incessantly until Tsunade became Hokage, stabilizing Shizune's life. "Have you ever considered leaving the hidden leaf?" Hikaru asked, leading Shizune to a nearby bench. "Never," she replied, looking up at him. "Initially, Tsunade-sama brought me to you with the intent of keeping you in the village. It seems her plan may be in jeopardy." After spending so much time together, Shizune could see that Hikaru was not someone easily bound. "I know. But that is precisely what I look forward to," Hikaru smiled. "So you." He chuckled heartily. "Let us go home," he said, taking Shizune's hand. She did not resist, following him back home. Everything felt so natural, so effortless, so overwhelming that Shizune found herself uttering pleas for mercy. After a night of profound yet tender exchanges, Shizune's heart was entirely surrendered to Hikaru. The next morning, Shizune awoke to find Hikaru gazing at her. "What are you looking at?" she asked, touching her face. "So beautiful," he replied. Hearing Hikaru's compliment and recalling the events of the previous night, Shizune's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Following that pivotal night, a rapid deepening of affection blossomed between Shizune and Nara Hikari. However, the reconstruction of Konoha was still in its nascent stages, and Shizune, as Tsunade's secretary, found herself burdened with numerous responsibilities. After bidding farewell to Nara Hikari, Shizune departed towards the Hokage Tower. Shortly after Shizune's departure, Mitarashi Anko arrived, inquiring if Hikari-sama required anything. Nara Hikari gazed upon Anko, who stood just outside his door, adorned in a captivating and alluring fishnet ensemble, paired with a tantalizingly short skirt and a flimsy, almost superfluous jacket. Even after having witnessed this attire countless times, it still managed to evoke a sense of astonishment. Anko alluded to a matter previously discussed during a drinking session. Nara Hikari, after a moment of contemplation, realized that he had been so engrossed in his burgeoning romance with Shizune that other matters had completely slipped his mind. Hikari, about to suggest a location to assess Anko's current capabilities, paused, a thought striking him. Mitarashi Anko's expertise largely stemmed from snake-based ninjutsu, acquired under the tutelage of Orochimaru. This presented a quandary for Nara Hikari. Hikari proposed finding a suitable venue to evaluate her prowess. Anko, initially believing that Hikari had abandoned the idea of instructing her, was pleasantly surprised by his renewed interest, and a flicker of excitement ignited within her. Anko guided Nara Hikari to a secluded area within the forest outside Konoha. Nara Hikari, observing the towering trees, inquired about a more open space. Anko led him to a spacious meadow. Hikari instructed her to unleash her full power upon him, so he could assess her capabilities. Anko, initially taken aback, acquiesced, considering Nara Hikari's formidable strength. Anko initiated a fire-style, great fireball technique, rapidly forming several hand seals, concentrating fire-natured chakra within her oral cavity, and expelling a massive fireball towards Nara Hikari. Hikari casually deflected the projectile with a wave of his hand, urging her to exhibit her most formidable abilities. Anko, her expression turning grave, complied, executing the snake body flicker technique, instantly vanishing from her position and reappearing at Nara Hikari's flank. She then unleashed hidden shadow snake hands, extending her right arm as a multitude of venomous snakes erupted from her sleeves, lunging towards Nara Hikari. Despite Anko's utilization of the body flicker technique, Nara Hikari perceived her movements as if in slow motion. With a swift gesture, 3 adamantium claws extended from his hand, slicing through the attacking snakes, decapitating them with a single strike. Anko retreated several steps, creating distance, and initiated ninja art, twin snakes' mutual killing technique. Weaving hand seals and simultaneously pressing her hands upon the ground. 2 plumes of smoke billowed forth, and 2 colossal serpents, each several meters in length, emerged from the summoning circle, lunging towards Nara Hikari, their elongated tongues exuding a chilling aura. Nara Hikari continued to brandish his metallic claws, dispatching the 2 massive snakes with a single blow. As the serpents dissipated into a cloud of vapor, a figure emerged from the mist, Anko, launching a surprise assault. She hurled a barrage of shuriken and kunai, followed by unsheathing her ninja sword and raising her left hand towards Nara Hikari. To Nara Hikari's astonishment, Anko demonstrated the ability to form hand seals with a single hand. After executing 3 hand seals, a rustling sound permeated the surroundings as a dense swarm of venomous snakes of varying sizes surged towards Nara Hikari from all directions. Nara Hikari, observing the spectacle, nodded in approval, acknowledging that she had attained the strength of a jonin. He then unleashed the repelling force of his explosion fruit, obliterating the approaching snake swarm and sending Anko reeling backward. Nara Hikari deliberately tempered his power, ensuring that Anko was not propelled too far. Anko, however, was stunned. The force that had propelled her body was eerily familiar, reminiscent of an enemy who had infiltrated Konoha some time ago and nearly brought the village to ruin. Anko ceased her assault, harboring suspicions about Nara Hikari. She wondered if he might be a spy embedded within Konoha, possessing the same abilities as the enemy. However, she quickly dismissed this notion, reasoning that someone of such immense power would have no need to infiltrate Konoha through such a subtle means. Anko relinquished her unfounded suspicions. Hikari commended her efforts and called for a cessation of hostilities. Anko sheathed her ninja sword and retrieved her scattered ninja tools. Hikari inquired whether her ninjutsu had been acquired under Orochimaru's tutelage, to which Anko confirmed. Hikari pointed out that while she had attained the strength of a jonin, her ninjutsu would be largely ineffective against Orochimaru. Anko expressed confusion at the term. Hikari clarified that it meant throwing one's life away. Anko's mood became somber, as she realized the truth in Nara Hikari's words. Her ninjutsu would indeed be futile against Orochimaru. Hikari paused to contemplate, as his abilities were derived from the system's rewards, and he possessed no knowledge of traditional ninjutsu. Furthermore, he was uncertain how to instruct her in the art of snake-based ninjutsu. Orochimaru, in addition to his own snake-based techniques, possessed a vast repertoire of secret arts, as well as formidable summons and an imposing aura cultivated through years of combat, which had elevated him to the level of a chunin. Mitarashi Anko, on the other hand, seemed to possess only a few fire-based techniques and snake-based ninjutsu, lacking in other areas. Hikari proposed an accelerated method of enhancing her strength, upon which Anko responded with excitement. He stated that it would come at a price, causing her to hesitate, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. However, her resolve quickly returned, and she declared her willingness to pay any price to become stronger. Hikari then stated that the price was to become his woman, causing Anko to pause in surprise and confusion. He confirmed that this was his requirement, causing her to fall silent. Hikari offered her time to consider the proposition, turning to leave. Anko, in a moment of desperation, quickly agreed to his terms. Hikari, surprised, confirmed her decision, and she affirmed her choice. Hikari, satisfied, retrieved a devil fruit from his inventory. Chapter 165. Rescue. What is this? Akane Mitashi gazed at the devil fruit that Nara Ko had handed her. Its shape was exceedingly peculiar. Devil fruit? It was the snake fruit, cobra form. Akane felt even more bewildered upon hearing Nara Ko's words. What on earth is this? Consuming it will enhance your physical strength and speed, allowing you to unleash the venom of a cobra and transform into a giant serpent. The fangs and skin can serve as weapons in combat. Nara Ko presented Akane with merely an ordinary Zoan-type fruit, lacking the extraordinary attributes found in mythical beasts. However, should she manage to awaken its powers, the situation would be entirely different. Is it really like that? Akane took the devil fruit from Nara Ko and turned it over in her hands for a moment. How does one eat this? She observed the fruit, which resembled a coiled serpent, and felt utterly perplexed about how to proceed. Just eat it directly. Oh. After a moment of hesitation, Akane brought it to her mouth and took a bite. She chewed a few times but realized she couldn't break it down. It's truly dreadful, she thought, while she nevertheless swallowed it hastily. Just as she prepared to take a second bite, Nara Ko intervened. One bite is sufficient. Akane sighed in relief, watching the fruit in her hand wither instantly. Following that, a transformation began within her body. An invisible force drew her consciousness into her core. she observed as her heart slowly morphed into the shape of the fruit. Once the transformation was complete, her consciousness was expelled once more. Lord Naraku, my heart has taken on the appearance of this devil fruit. The moment she opened her eyes, Akane was eager to comprehend her body's condition. The power of the devil fruit is derived from your heart. You merely need to activate it to harness the energy of the devil fruit and exhibit its abilities. Now, demonstrate what you can do. Subsequently, Akane showcased all her newfound abilities to Naraku, just as Naraku had surmised. Akane not only possessed the ability to shift between two forms, but also wielded various toxic capabilities. Her fangs could be employed as a projectile weapon, akin to the Senbon technique. Following her demonstration, Akane was left in a state of astonishment, acutely aware of her significantly enhanced strength. Naraku perceived the change. Where once Akane had been merely a special jonin, she had now crossed the threshold into the realm of shadows. Quite impressive, she now possesses shadow-level power. Thank you, Lord Naraku. Akane expressed her gratitude with palpable excitement. Mere thanks will not suffice, Naraku teased. Suddenly, Akane recalled her earlier promise to Naraku, her cheeks flushing. The thought of being by his side in the future filled her with anticipation. Let us return, Naraku said, approaching Akane and utilizing the power of the float fruit. The two soared into the sky, heading back to Konoha. As Akane gazed at the receding scenery below, she profoundly comprehended Naraku's formidable strength. Upon their return to the temporary residence, Naraku gestured, "There are 2 rooms. Choose one." "Oh, very well." Just as Akane was about to make her choice, a door from one of the rooms suddenly swung open. Shizune, clad only in her pajamas, emerged. Naraku. Upon seeing him, Shizune hurried to his side, excitedly looping her arm through his. However, as she prepared to proceed further, she noticed Akane standing nearby, swiftly releasing her hold on Naraku's arm, her face turning crimson. Seemingly struck by a realization, she turned and dashed back into her room. A minute later, Shizune reappeared, now dressed in her regular attire. Yet the blush on her cheeks had yet to fade. "Akane's here," she announced, attempting to divert the awkwardness by enthusiastically approaching Akane. Akane glanced at Naraku, uncertain of how to respond, and the atmosphere grew even more uncomfortable. Akane will be living here from now on. Shizune will assist her in settling in. Huh? Shizune looked at Naraku in confusion. Akane will also be residing here? Yes, indeed. Naraku, I require an explanation. I'll provide one. First, help Akane with her room. Shizune examined Akane, who was blushing, then glanced at Naraku, suddenly comprehending something. I trust you will give me a reasonable explanation soon, she said, rolling her eyes at him before leading Akane away. Naraku shrugged. With Shizune's assistance, Akane managed to settle in. That night, after the 3 had dined, Shizune remarked, "Now, can I expect an explanation?" Sitting on the bed with her arms crossed, she pouted at Naraku, awaiting his words. Naraku settled beside her, and the explanation unfolded until dawn. Shizune's hair, damp with sweat, clung to her forehead, prompting Naraku to help tidy it. Congratulations, host Shizune Kato, you are successfully pregnant. Reward, 1 devil fruit, natural type. Flame fruit. At noon, Shizune awoke languidly. Is this how you choose to explain things to me? Never mind. Shizune shot Naraku a glare. She dressed and sought out Akane. The two ventured outside for a shopping excursion, as they had not been able to procure all their daily necessities the previous day. To Naraku's surprise, the two did not return until evening. Just as Shizune entered the house, a member of the Anbu arrived. The Hokage requests your presence. All right. Shizune followed the Anbu, leaving Akane behind. I'll prepare dinner. Akane smiled faintly as she headed to the kitchen. The dinner they prepared was lavish, featuring Akane's specialty, a variety of dumplings. Naraku thought the meal reminiscent of Odin, sustenance that stirs desires. Congratulations, host Akane Mitashi, you are successfully pregnant. Reward, 1 weapon. The Soul Cutter, Wraith Blade. The following morning, Shizune approached Naraku. It seems you have something to discuss with me. Naraku regarded her, puzzled by her hesitance. There is indeed a matter. Go ahead. Do you require my assistance? Sand Village has sent a plea for help. The 5th Kazekage, Gaara, has been captured. They seek Konoha's aid in rescuing him. Shizune paused. The village lacks the manpower to undertake this task, and Lady Tsunade wishes for you to assist. Her voice diminished as she spoke. That's no problem. Let's go. I am about to leave Konoha anyway. This presents an ideal opportunity. Thank you, Naraku, Shizune said quietly. Her eyes fixed on him. Oh, don't mention it. Shall we depart now? Yes, let's. Chapter 166, The artisan village on the journey, Nara Hikaru presented the natural type flame fruit, acquired from Shizune, to her, returning a favor. What is this? Shizune inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she examined the fruit in her hand, resembling a flickering flame. It was reminiscent of Nara Hikaru's first encounter with the devil fruit. Were it not for the stem protruding from its center, one might not discern it as a fruit at all. This particular fruit was known as the devil fruit, specifically the natural type flame fruit. Consuming it would grant the ability to manipulate fire, akin to a fire element bloodline limit, allowing one to transform into flames, rendering them immune to all physical attacks. As one's strength increased, the range and intensity of the flames released would also expand. Nara Hikaru succinctly explained the wonders of the devil fruit. Such a marvelous thing. Shizune's intrigue deepened as she listened to Hikaru's explanation about the fruit. Go ahead, take a bite, he encouraged, holding the flame-shaped devil fruit to her lips. Shizune took a bite. It's so tough, and the taste is rather peculiar, she remarked, chewing while expressing her distaste. Ugh, I almost feel nauseous. Don't spit it out. Swallow it, Hikaru urged. Okay, ugh. Just like the experience with Mitarashi Anko, after much chewing without making any headway, she ultimately had to swallow it whole. After what felt like an eternity, Shizune finally opened her eyes. Let me see your abilities, she requested eagerly. Without hesitation, Shizune showcased her newfound powers to Nara Hikaru, who observed her animated display with delight. Using his sensing abilities, Hikaru gauged Shizune's current strength and was pleasantly surprised to find that she had advanced from a J-nin to the level of a CH-nin. Ecstatic. Shizune clutched Hikaru's arm, shedding her former gentle demeanor. Hikaru, thank you, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. All right, if you keep shaking me like that, I might fall apart. He joked, imagining how Uchiha Obito would react if he unleashed the overwhelming flames of the great fire destruction. Hikaru found the thought amusing. As they continued their light-hearted conversation, they soon arrived at their destination, the Land of Mountains. Reflecting on the storyline, Hikaru recalled that Gaara had been kidnapped in the series only twice, one of which involved the artisan village located in the Land of Earth. The village aimed to surpass the 5 great nations by capturing the One Tail and harnessing its chakra as a weapon of war. This incident was supposed to occur well before Pain's invasion of the village, yet in this parallel world, it seemed to have transpired much later than anticipated, hinting at some underlying mystery. Upon arrival, Shizune halted by a tree, gazing toward the distant village. Following her line of sight, Hikaru observed that the village appeared eerily quiet, with only a few houses dimly lit as the inhabitants rested. However, many chakra signatures pulsated within Hikaru's perception. Let's go in and take a look, he suggested. Are we just going to walk in like that? Shizune questioned. Indeed, Hikaru replied as he landed gracefully on the ground and strode directly toward the village. At this time, Gaara had already been extracted from his body, having had his life saved by Chiyo. His strength had significantly increased since then, undoubtedly placing him at the level of a Kage. In the shattered parallel world of Naruto, Nara Hikaru had already achieved invincibility, making this situation even less daunting. There was no need for stealth in their rescue mission. Such subterfuge was not Hikaru's style. He preferred a direct confrontation. As they walked into the village, Hikaru released his shadow energy, summoning shadow soldiers from the surrounding shadows. Shizune was taken aback by this display. Locate Gaara, Hikaru commanded, and hundreds of shadow soldiers vanished in an instant. Upon arriving at the village entrance, they were met with numerous figures wielding various weapons, each adorned with a forehead protector inscribed with the character for artisan. These were the artisan ninja, familiar to Hikaru. He mused, recalling that the entire village should have been non-existent. The artisan ninjas were not only engaging in battle with Hikaru's shadow soldiers, but were also clashing with 4 other figures. 2 of those figures, Hikaru recognized as Temari and Kankuro. The other 2 remained unfamiliar to him. We haven't even located Gaara, and we've already been discovered. Kankuro complained while manipulating his puppets. It's these unexpected intruders, another sand ninja echoed. Temari wielded her fan to send 2 approaching artisan ninjas flying. Hearing their conversation, Hikaru realized that his sudden appearance had disrupted the plans of the 4. By the time Hikaru and Shizune emerged behind Temari and her companions, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Most of the artisan ninjas had already been dispatched by the shadow soldiers. Initially complaining, Temari and her allies were now wide-eyed with astonishment. Upon spotting Shizune, they recognized her as an ally from Konoha. Shizune, seeing Temari, transformed into flames and joined the fray. Temari and her companions were left speechless as Shizen effortlessly dispatched all the artisan ninjas obstructing their path, a feat accomplished with just a single strike. Despite the adversaries numbering in the hundreds, "Are you all right?" Shizen inquired after resolving the skirmish and approaching Temari. "We're fine," Temari replied, still reeling from the shock. "We found Gaara." Hikaru's voice resonated from behind them. A shadow soldier had located Gaara's whereabouts. As Temari turned to face Hikaru, her eyes filled with questions. Having dealt with Konoha for years, she found Hikaru unfamiliar. "Who is this?" she asked. "This is my husband, Nara Hikaru," he introduced. "Husband?" Temari was taken aback. She had not expected the aide of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, to be married. "Enough chit-chat, follow me," Hikaru instructed as he moved aside. Using his power, he demolished the surrounding walls, revealing Gaara, bound like a rice dumpling, to everyone's sight. "Gaara!" Temari exclaimed, rushing towards him alongside Kankuro to free him from his restraints. At that moment, a shadow soldier brought a surviving artisan ninja before Hikaru. "Please, don't kill me," the ninja pleaded, visibly terrified after witnessing the shadow soldier's slaughter. Faced with the threat of death, he abandoned any semblance of dignity. "Speak. What was your purpose in capturing Gaara?" Hikaru inquired, fixing his gaze on the artisan ninja. The artisan ninja divulged their intentions. They sought to extract the ability to control sand from Gaara. They were plotting to create an ultimate weapon, requiring an extensive array of materials and astronomical funds, which led them to consider Gaara's powers. Upon learning the full story, Hikaru could not help but commend their ambition. "Your plan is indeed intriguing." Chapter 167. "Temari, I have divulged everything. I implore you, spare me," the rogue craftsman pleaded incessantly. The sight of his fellow craftsmen strewn lifeless around him filled his heart with dread. Nara Hikari raised his hand, aiming at the trembling craftsman, and unleashed an explosive fruit. In a moment of sheer terror, the craftsman was reduced to a pool of blood. The four bystanders, including Temari, stood frozen, too frightened to even breathe, their expressions mirroring those of the deceased. Nara Hikari cast a glance at them before approaching the unconscious Gaara. Stripped of the one-tail, Gaara's condition was evidently worse than Hikari had anticipated, revealing a power level well below the threshold of a shadow. Indeed, Gaara, the fifth Kazekage, was a mere shadow of his former self. This also indirectly confirmed that Tsunade had significantly declined since the loss of Raza. The Shadow Warriors had previously reported encountering 3 initial shadow-level opponents during their assault on the village, all of whom had been slain. Given Gaara's current state, it was no surprise he had been captured, elucidating why Tsunade sought assistance from Konoha. The enemies were beyond their capacity to confront. Hikari observed Gaara's condition. Noting his erratic chakra, his gaze shifted to Temari, who appeared anxious, and he was momentarily captivated by her beauty. Despite having grown up in the scorching desert, her skin remained remarkably fair. At that moment, Temari fulfilled every man's fantasy of a strong woman. "Lord Hikari," Shizen whispered, noticing Hikari's distraction. Hikari replied, returning from his reverie. "Could you assist him?" "After all, Gaara once aided Konoha," Shizen suggested softly. "Since you asked, I shall lend my aid." Hikari replied with a faint smile, moving beside Gaara. Normally, the hormone fruit would merely require injection for effect, but in a playful manner. Hikari concentrated the fruit's energy into a large syringe. This sight horrified everyone present. What are you doing?" Temari rushed forward to intervene. "To save him, of course." Hikari responded nonchalantly. "That needle is too thick. The dosage might be ineffective for him now," Temari protested. "Then shall I procure a finer one?" Hikari retorted. "No, but please, be gentle. That needle is quite intimidating, akin to a shuriken piercing the flesh," she pleaded. "Very well," Hikari acquiesced. His movements swift as he plunged the syringe into Gaara's backside without hesitation. Gaara's absolute defense was caught off guard, and the needle was entirely embedded before he could react. The unconscious Gaara let out a muffled groan, causing Temari and her companions to feel a tightening in their chests. Suspecting Hikari had a personal vendetta against Gaara. Moments after the hormone fruit was injected, Gaara's eyes slowly fluttered open. "Where am I?" he murmured, rubbing his head. "You were brought here by intruders," Kankuro explained from the side. "Oh," Gaara said, spotting Shizune and Hikari. He recognized Shizune as the secretary of the 5th Hokage, but Hikari was unfamiliar to him. "He is also from Konoha. Your awakening is thanks to his assistance," Kankuro further clarified. "Thank you," Gaara said, rising and stretching his limbs, astonished to find that his injuries from Tsunade had healed completely. Curiosity about Hikari's identity began to stir within him. Now that our task is complete, it is time for us to depart, Hikari declared, but was halted by Temari. Could you tell me your name? She inquired. Nara Hikari, he responded. Lord Hikari, Temari emphasized. For in the world of shinobi, powerful individuals were often addressed with such honorifics. Hikari observed Temari, who appeared hesitant. This is not the safest time. I hope Lord Hikari and Sister Shizune will escort us back to Sunagakure. We shall, of course, provide compensation, Temari urged. Sensing Hikari's intent to leave and fearing potential dangers on the return journey. Very well, Hikari agreed. Recognizing this as an opportunity to draw closer to Temari while also wishing to explore the beauties of Sunagakure. Shizune, witnessing Hikari's swift consent, held her tongue, merely nodding in agreement. Thus, Hikari, Shizune, Temari, and Gaara, along with Kankuro, set forth toward the Land of Wind. Observing their pace, Hikari mused that returning to Sunagakure at such a speed would take several days. Gather around me, he suddenly commanded, halting in his tracks. Lord Hikari, what is the matter? The others, save Shizune, immediately tensed. This method of travel is too sluggish. Come closer to me, he insisted. Upon Hikari's words, Temari, Gaara, and Kankuro, filled with curiosity, approached him. Once they were all by his side, Hikari unleashed the energy of the floating fruit. The ground beneath them began to crack, and a section of earth rapidly ascended around Hikari. Gaara was unfazed, as he was capable of similar feats, while Temari and the others felt their curiosity waning. However, the subsequent spectacle left them utterly astounded. Temari, Gaara, Kankuro, and their companions, despite possessing physiques stronger than average, nearly retched. Hikari combined his super speed with the floating fruit's energy and the propulsion of the explosive fruit, creating an overwhelming velocity. In an instant, they found themselves soaring above the Land of Wind. Goodness, that was too fast. Ugh. Kankuro finally succumbed, vomiting. His reaction triggered a chain response. Temari felt her stomach churn violently, and Gaara had already succumbed, while the other two knelt at the edge of the earth, retching profusely. Hikari glanced at Shizune. Noticing her pallor had worsened, he infused her with a dose of hormone fruit energy, observing her complexion improve. Are you all right? He inquired. Chapter 168. The enigmatic temptress of sand. It was of no concern. Upon observing Shizune's complexion improve, Nara Hikaru felt reassured. Although Shizune had attained the status of a formidable shadow-level ninja, she was still a woman. The speed Hikaru had just exhibited surpassed even the famed flying thunder god technique. Naturally, the initial experience was somewhat disconcerting. Hikaru paid no heed to the grim expressions of Gaara and his companions, instead discreetly channeling a surge of hormonal energy into Temari's body. Instantly, her pallor brightened, and she cast a curious glance at Hikaru. However, he averted his gaze, focusing instead on the village of Sunagakure below. Each ninja village possesses its unique sensory barriers. Unless one possesses formidable abilities to conceal themselves, detection is almost instantaneous. Hikaru had no intention of remaining hidden. His arrival above Sunagakure had already drawn attention. Sand ninjas from all directions converged beneath him, gazing skyward in awe. Gaara acknowledged Hikaru with a glance, releasing sand to gently lower Temari and the others to the ground. As they appeared before the gathered sand ninjas, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The fifth Kazekage had returned. Excited shouts erupted from the ninjas, celebrating Gaara's safe return. Thank you all for your concern. There is no need to worry. I'm fine now, Gaara said, managing to force a smile onto his typically stoic face as he expressed gratitude to the villagers before instructing them to disperse. The crowd slowly began to break apart, though a few lingered behind. Among them was a girl who, upon seeing Gaara, burst into tears. This girl was none other than his only apprentice, Matsuri. Although her appearances in the original story were limited, she was considered one of the rare beauties of Sunagakure. Yet, among those who remained were two other girls who also captured Hikaru's attention. In a previous parallel world, he had only seen them as children. Now, they had blossomed into graceful young women, Yuki and Ayano. In the original narrative, Yuki had participated in the Fourth Great Ninja War, and like Matsuri, she embodied the sweet and naive archetype, being a devoted admirer of Naruto Uzumaki. Ayano, on the other hand, was merely a fleetingly beautiful passerby in the original tale, having participated in the new Chunin exams. Were it not for her striking figure that rivaled Tsunade's, few would likely remember her. Standing amidst the crowd, Matsuri, Yuki, and Ayano stood out like cranes among chickens, instantly seizing Hikaru's attention. He quietly marked these 3 for future consideration. All right, no more tears, I have returned. Haven't I? Gaara said gently to Matsuri, showcasing an unprecedented tenderness. Please prepare some food. We must properly entertain the savior of the Kazekage, Maki interjected. Having waited for the right moment to speak, having gleaned some information from Kanjiro, Maki understood that Hikaru, like Shizen, hailed from Konoha and was a person of great prowess. While he was familiar with Shizen, Hikaru was a new name to him. Though Kanjiro had repeatedly emphasized Hikaru's formidable strength, he had single-handedly defeated the 3 shadow-level ninjas from the Takumi village who had abducted Gaara. The news left Maki utterly astonished. The 3 mysterious foes had invaded Sunagakure and, despite being surrounded by thousands of ninjas, managed to abduct Gaara right before their eyes, demonstrating their formidable power. The revelation that Hikaru had triumphed over them solo was nothing short of shocking. Determined to foster goodwill between their factions, Maki promptly called upon the Sand Ninjas to extend hospitality to Hikaru and Shizune, who graciously accepted. Gaara had inherited some of the abilities of the late Raza. Despite the annual reduction in development funds for Sunagakure from the Land of Wind's daimyo, Gaara's sand manipulation allowed the village to maintain a semblance of prosperity, ensuring the villagers' basic needs were met. The banquet prepared was indeed lavish. Throughout the evening, Maki expressed his gratitude to Hikaru and Shizen. As Sunagakure was in a precarious state, aside from Maki, the elite jonin, the village could rely only on Temari, Kanjiro, and Gaara, creating a significant gap in their defenses. In Maki's eyes, Gaara, Temari, and Kanjiro represented the village's hope. Gaara's safe return was a stroke of luck, particularly since it marked the 2nd time he had been abducted in full view of the village. Sunagakure was indeed struggling, and he was the one who sought assistance from Konoha. The banquet concluded amidst repeated expressions of gratitude. Maki arranged for Hikaru and Shizune to have their own quarters. Later that night, after a refreshing bath, Hikaru ascended to the rooftop while Shizen was fast asleep. No sooner had he arrived than Temari appeared from the side. Thank you for saving my brother, she said as she approached him. There is no need for thanks. You have already compensated me, haven't you? Hikaru replied, gazing into the distance at the village surrounded by sand. After a moment of silence, he noticed Temari was no longer speaking and turned to find her staring at him. When their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing crimson. Is there something else? He inquired. Lord Hikaru, do you have a girlfriend? She asked. Yes. Shizune is my wife, he responded. Temari was taken aback, finally understanding why the two appeared so close. She had never considered this aspect before. Is that strange? He queried. Not at all. Temari hastily shook her head, eager to dispel any misunderstandings, embodying her character from the original story. However, her next statement took Hikaru by surprise. Lord Hikaru, may I stay in Sunagakure? She asked. That may not be possible. I have another wife in Konoha, he replied. Another wife? Temari was left dumbfounded. Initially, she had hoped to persuade Hikaru to remain in Sunagakure. Bold and courageous by nature, she was willing to risk a less favorable outcome. But learning that Hikaru had more than one wife left her momentarily speechless. In a sparsely populated Sunagakure, she had never encountered anyone with multiple spouses. And in this parallel world, such circumstances were rare. Apart from the feudal lords, few enjoyed such fortune. Seeing Temari's astonished expression, Hikaru reassured her, do not worry. You shall soon become mine. He had already reserved a place for her in his heart. Temari felt Hikaru's intense gaze upon her, and despite her usual boldness, she blushed instantly. Nevertheless, being the forthright woman she was, she quickly adjusted her demeanor. What do you think of Ayano? She asked. Even though Hikaru was aware of Temari's extroverted and bold personality, he was unprepared for her directness. It seemed she had taken on the role of matchmaker. Chapter 169. Change. I think you're quite remarkable as well, Nara Light stated candidly. My lord, you truly are quite greedy, Shumaru replied with a slight smile. Each subtle expression unveiled the unique allure that Shumaru possessed, leaving Nara Light genuinely captivated. My lord, we shall meet again tomorrow, Shumaru declared before preparing to turn away, only to be abruptly drawn back by Nara Light. Shumaru nearly gasped in surprise, but managed to suppress it. She quickly glanced around. My lord, what are you doing? Shumaru was taken aback by Nara Light's boldness. Attempting to free herself from his grasp proved futile, as no matter how much strength she exerted, she could not escape. Of course, Nara Light was not applying significant force, as he did not wish to harm her. He had no intention of leaving a poor impression before their endeavors had even begun. It is rather late for you to be standing at my door, This cannot be mere coincidence, he remarked. Shumaru stammered, her pupils widening in shock as Nara Light leaned in closer. Upon separating, she gazed at him in astonishment. From this day forth, you belong to me. Do not even think of resisting, Nara Light proclaimed, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving Shumaru in a daze. My lord is truly domineering, she mused after regaining her composure, her cheeks flushed. In a hushed tone, she added, beautiful women are invariably attracted to the strong, regardless of the world. Though Nara Light concealed his true strength, his unique aura and the commanding presence cultivated over the years held a profound impact on a woman devoid of romantic experience. Upon returning to his quarters, Nara Light found Shizun still fast asleep, clearly exhausted. He settled into a comfortable position and soon drifted off himself. As he entered slumber, a kunao that had been placed on the table transformed into a goat-headed humanoid figure and stealthily exited the room, closing the door behind him while remaining concealed. This scene was witnessed by a passing sand ninja, who promptly reported the incident to Gaara. At first, Gaara was skeptical, but upon arriving and using the sand eye to sense the area, he confirmed the sand ninja's claims. Indeed, a powerful goat-headed being was lurking around Nara Light's residence. Suppressing his astonishment, he decided to inform Maki, Shumaru, and Kankuro about the revelation. Upon hearing the news, Maki, Shumaru, and Kankuro were equally astonished. To verify the matter, Shumaru had no choice but to seek out Nara Light once more the following day. My lord, could you explain the goat-headed figure that guarded your door last night? Understanding that Shumaru had taken the bait, Nara Light smiled knowingly. This was a tactic he had devised during the banquet. Currently, the Sand Village was solely supported by the 5th Kazekage, Gaara. Yet, the experience of 2 abductions had instilled fear in the hearts of its inhabitants. While there were several jonin, the true elite among them were few, with only Shumaru and Kankuro possessing genuine strength. The rest were not even comparable to the special jonin from Konoha. Nara Light produced a kunai infused with the power of a devil fruit, deliberately intending to attract the attention of the Sand Village to achieve his own objectives. Are you referring to this? He inquired, holding up the kunai. Shumaru examined the seemingly ordinary weapon, unable to discern any difference, and looked back at Nara Light with confusion. With a subtle smile, he tossed the kunai to the ground. Thud. As the kunai embedded itself in the earth, it began to transform, revealing a goat-headed humanoid before Shumaru. It matched Gaara's description perfectly. How marvelous! Shumaru exclaimed, her limited strength preventing her from sensing the true potency of the transforming weapon. Nara Light effortlessly retrieved the kunai, returning it to its original form before handing it to Shumaru. What was the strength of that goat-headed being? She asked, scrutinizing the kunai. Shadow level, he replied succinctly. The simplicity of his words left Shumaru momentarily stunned, her gaze firmly fixed on the kunai in her hand. It was no longer an ordinary weapon. She attempted to return the kunai to Nara Light, but he waved her off. It's a gift. A gift for me? Shumaru was astonished that such a valuable item would be so freely given. Indeed, it is a gift. Just a small infusion of chakra will allow it to fight on your behalf. Once the battle concludes, you can reclaim your chakra, and it will revert to its kunai form. Oh. Shumaru listened intently to Nara Light's explanation, her admiration for the weapon growing. She carefully stored it away, casting a flirtatious smile in Nara Light's direction before departing. I'll seek you out later, she called back. As Nara Light watched her retreating figure, he clapped his hands together, setting his sights on the other beautiful women in the Sand Village. On the 3rd day of his stay, Shizun had matters to attend to and left for Konoha first. Her expression filled with melancholy as she departed. Nara Light exerted considerable effort to console her before she finally left. With Shizun gone, Nara Light could now comfortably reside in the Sand Village. In the days that followed, he busily mingled among the beautiful women of the village. The countless kunai infused with the power of the devil fruit, which had been stored in his dimensional space for decades, finally found their purpose. He gifted a kunai to nearly every beautiful woman in the Sand Village. Is this the transforming kunai? Thank you, my lord. Do not mention it. Having distributed several kunai, Nara Light felt no particular emotions. However, the Sand Ninjas, including Shumaru, were increasingly astonished. They had tested the weapon and confirmed Nara Light's claims. The kunai indeed possessed shadow-level strength, even outmatching Gaara himself. Of course, Nara Light's gifts were not without strings attached. Beyond winning Shumaru's favor, he garnered the affections of Maki, Yui, Ayano, and many others. This left Shumaru and her companions utterly speechless. Yet, Shumaru could only resign herself to the situation. Having fully grasped the reasons behind Nara Light's two wives. Congratulations, host Ayano has successfully become pregnant, earning the character reward Deadpool from Marvel. Congratulations. Host Maki has successfully become pregnant, earning the character reward Hawkeye from Marvel. Congratulations, host Yui has successfully become pregnant, earning the Devil Fruit, Ancient Type, Zoan, Wind God Wyvern form. In the days that followed, Nara Light's mind was filled with the incessant chimes of reward notifications. He reveled in a sea of happiness. Chapter 170, The Declaration of War by Tsuzi. In recent days, Nara Hikaru had endured the piercing glares of Shizen in silence. Over the years, his resilience had evolved to an almost impenetrable fortitude. The disdainful looks from Shizen held little weight against him. Days later, a momentous announcement echoed through his consciousness. Congratulations, host. Temari has successfully conceived, and you have been rewarded with the character Magneto from the Marvel Universe. Today, not only had Nara Hikaru received this unexpected boon, but it was also the day he would depart from Sunagakure. Unable to tolerate Hikaru any longer, Shizen had already taken her leave. Hikaru, are you really leaving? She queried. Indeed, I have left you all enough provisions to manage any unforeseen circumstances, Hikaru responded, gazing at Temari and the others before him. You must promise to return. Amano stepped forward and embraced Hikaru. Wait for me, she implored. With that, Hikaru vanished from their sight. He had contemplated taking them with him, yet they were unwilling to abandon Sunagakure. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Even if he had taken them away, he was uncertain where they could reside. He could not simply bring them back to Konoha. Their continued presence in Sunagakure was not without merit. Armed with ninja tools infused with the powers of the Devil Fruit, even Uchiha Obito would think twice. Once Hikaru's presence had completely dissipated, Temari and the others turned to leave. This scene stirred envy among the other male shinobi of Sunagakure. What a fortunate man, one of them murmured enviously. After departing from Sunagakure, Nara Hikaru returned to Konoha. As he stepped into the barrier of perception surrounding the village, the guardians, GZ and Kamizuki Izumi, appeared before him. Recognizing him, they sheathed their weapons. Lord Hikaru, they greeted respectfully. In the realm of the Hokage, strength commanded reverence. Regardless of one's apparent age, Hikaru had single-handedly vanquished formidable foes, leaving no room for disrespect. Hikaru nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded into the village. The two guardians watched until he was completely out of sight before returning to their post atop the gates. I heard that Mitarashi Anko and Shizun have both become Lord Hikaru's women, Kamizuki Izumi remarked to her partner, GZ. Indeed, I envy them, GZ sighed. While they conversed, a carrier pigeon swooped down from the sky, landing on GZ's shoulder. He removed the message tube from the bird's leg, extracted the letter, and then released the pigeon. I will see Lady Tsunade, he stated. Understood, I will handle things here, GZ replied, promptly vanishing from sight. He reappeared at the entrance to the Hokage's office. Come in, a voice called from within upon hearing the knock. GZ entered. Lady Tsunade, this is the letter just delivered by the carrier pigeon. He placed the note on her desk. Tsunade picked up the note, which contained numerous small characters, a few of which caught her attention, summoning the 5 Kage conference. She stood in surprise, recalling the enemy that had recently emerged. Claiming to be Pain of the Six Paths, along with the information logged by the other 4 great nations, notify Shizen, Kakashi, and Guy to join me for this 5 Kage conference. Yes, GZ affirmed, turning to leave. However, he suddenly recalled that such conferences were typically convened only in times of dire urgency. The situation must be grave indeed. He hastened to find Kakashi, Guy, and Shizen. When the 3 arrived at the office, Tsunade briefly outlined the circumstances, leaving them astounded. Let us proceed to the Land of Iron. The 5 Kage conferences had always been held in this neutral territory, and this occasion was no exception. Understood, they replied in unison. The 4 swiftly disappeared from the office. Shizen had initially intended to bid farewell to Nara Hikaru and inform him of her brief absence. But the sudden turn of events compelled her to postpone her explanation until her return. Soon, they arrived in the Land of Iron, where Mifune and a host of samurai awaited their arrival. Lady Tsunade, we have been anticipating your presence, Mifune greeted, ever the gracious host. Guiding the 5th Hokage into the conference room, the 5 Kage conference commenced in earnest. Hours passed, and just as the meeting was drawing to a close, Uchiha Obito intervened dramatically, announcing the commencement of the 4th Great Ninja War before the assembled Kage. In the midst of the chaos, Tsuzi utilized his Kamui to escape under the onslaught of the 5 Kage. The discussions regarding the Akatsuki organization yielded no resolution. and the sudden declaration of war forced the conference to an untimely end. Upon Tsunade's return to Konoha, she immediately convened an internal meeting. The nin remaining in the village were also summoned to participate. As the news spread, it became apparent to all that a significant event loomed over Konoha. An hour later, all nin and higher-ranked shinobi had gathered before the Hokage building, including Nara Ko. Tsunade detailed the revelations from the 5 Kage conference. The announcement of the mysterious figure's intention to instigate the Fourth Great Ninja War left everyone in shock. It was unfathomable that anyone would dare utter such threats before the 5 Kage. Yet Tsunade's serious demeanor suggested the gravity of the situation was genuine. Immediately prepare supplies for this war, she commanded. Understood. The assembled shinobi responded in unison. All right, you are dismissed. Nin, stay behind. As her words echoed, the majority of the shinobi vanished instantaneously. The remaining nin gathered around, and Tsunade provided further instructions. Soon, they too departed. Tsunade approached Nara Ko. Can you assist Konoha with a task? Of course, Hikaru replied, fully aware of her request and prepared to act. His motivation stemmed from a desire to prevent the Fourth Great Ninja War from affecting too many lives, as he still had numerous goddesses to visit. I will help Konoha bring this war to an end. Upon hearing Hikaru's prompt agreement, Tsunade felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her reasoning for seeking Hikaru's aid stemmed from witnessing the formidable capabilities of the mysterious figure during the 5 Kage conference. Even the combined efforts of the 5 Kage had proven futile against him, indicating the overwhelming strength of their adversary. At this juncture, Tsunade believed that only Hikaru possessed the ability to confront the instigator of the impending conflict, with the specific timing of the war yet uncertain. Tsunade bid farewell to Hikaru and began to make preparations. In the days that followed, Konoha became a hive of activity. Every shinobi was mobilized to gather resources for the Fourth Great Ninja War, including food, medical supplies, and weaponry. A month later, the villages of Kirigakure, Sunagakure, Awagakure, Kumogakure, and Konoha faced disturbances instigated by the White Zetsu army. The 5 Kage recognized that the Fourth Great Ninja War had indeed commenced and swiftly began rallying their villages' forces to confront the White Zetsu army. The first wave of the White Zetsu army was soon repelled, and the 5 Kage began to consolidate their military strength. Chapter 171. The Impure World Army. In a bid to thwart Tsuchikage's infinite Tsukuyomi, the Ninja Alliance assembled with remarkable swiftness. Within merely a few days, nearly all nations endowed with ninjas dispatched their forces to the battlefield. The notion of ensnaring everyone in a realm of mutual understanding through illusion seems utterly far-fetched. Once the 100,000-strong Ninja Alliance was mobilized, the 5 Kage appointed several commanders to divide the alliance into 8 formidable squads. Each of these squads was led by individuals of exceptional prowess: Temari, Kankuro, Inoki, Durui, Chojuro, Shikamaru, Ino, and Kakashi. The 8 leaders were assigned to various front lines, marking the commencement of a monumental conflict. Tsuchikage's motivations for such actions were comprehensible to Nara Shikamaru. He wished to avoid initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi in silence, as that would strip the endeavor of its significance. He sought to demonstrate through warfare that his vision for the infinite Tsukuyomi was the future. Initially, Tsunade indeed encouraged Shikamaru to take direct action. However, the headstrong Naruto insisted on testing his mettle. The memory of his prior defeat weighed heavily upon him, compounded by his deep remorse for failing to adequately protect his father, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, in the village. This regret had been triggered during his battle with Pain, where he encountered his father and mother, Kushina Uzumaki, thanks to Minato's foresight embedded within him. Having returned from his training with the 8 Tails Killer Bee, Naruto swiftly made his way to the battlefield. True to the original storyline, Naruto's involvement indeed led to several victories for the Alliance. One of the battles was against the reanimated past Hokage, excluding the first Hokage, where Shikamaru also reunited with old acquaintances: the second Tsuchikage, Mu, the second Raikage, A, the second Mizukage, and the second Wind Shadow, Samui, alongside many other formidable figures who had been reanimated. These adversaries were ultimately sealed once more with Naruto's assistance. Another fierce confrontation ensued against the combined forces of Tsuchikage and Kagaya's White Zetsu army, which had absorbed the cells of Hashirama Senju, significantly bolstering their strength. The initial clash inflicted heavy casualties on the Alliance. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, Temari, Maki, Kurenai, and Ino summoned the ninja tools left by Shikamaru, which had transformed into weapons of the first Hokage's caliber, altering the tide of battle. The 100,000-strong white Zetsu army was decimated, their corpses littering the battlefield. The climactic encounter finally unfolded, featuring Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura Haruno, and Might Guy against Mizukage. Obito, why must you do this? Kakashi questioned, gazing at his former comrade, Uchiha Obito. With a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Kakashi, you failed to protect Rin, and now I shall create a perfect world for her, Obito proclaimed, discarding the remnants of his shattered mask. Do you truly grasp what transpired back then? Kakashi retorted, his anger simmering. Words proved futile, the truth would be revealed in action. Obito swiftly raised his hands, forming a series of seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, he exclaimed, unleashing a massive fireball the size of a football field toward Kakashi and his comrades. Kakashi absorbed the attack into his Kamui space. At that moment, Naruto and Sakura flanked Obito, launching their assaults with Rasengan and a powerful punch. Obito shifted into his intangibility mode, narrowly evading Naruto's attack, which almost harmed Sakura. However, Sakura's punch landed squarely on Naruto's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of saliva as he was propelled backward. I'm so sorry, Sakura apologized, quickly resuming her offensive against Obito, only to find her punches passing through him. Obito retaliated with a kick to Sakura's midsection, sending her crashing to the ground, where Naruto caught her just in time. As Obito dealt with both Sakura and Naruto, Kakashi appeared beside him, his hand crackling with lightning, a manifestation of his self-created S-rank jutsu. Lightning release, Chidori. Regrettably, such an attack could not penetrate Obito's intangibility. Unsurprisingly, it missed its mark. Meanwhile, Obito, aware of Kakashi's prowess, relied on his intangibility to maintain an advantage, yet he knew this would not last indefinitely. Obito relinquished his intangibility, drawing Kakashi into his Kamui space. Thus commenced a legendary confrontation in the world of ninjas. The two engaged in a series of physical confrontations, followed by a clash of ninjutsu, until Obito's intangibility waned, and the true melee began. They exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, each expending significant chakra, standing before one another, panting heavily. Kakashi, join me, and we shall create an ideal world, Obito urged. Awaken. Kakashi vanished in an instant, gathering a sphere of lightning to thrust into Obito's mouth, whether by design or happenstance. As Obito's intangibility cooldown ended, he slipped back into that state, evading Kakashi's latest strike. Then remain here, Obito said, utilizing Kamui to exit the space. Kakashi, noticing Obito's departure, followed suit. Upon their exit, Obito realized their Kamui spaces were interconnected. With a wry smile, Obito left the Kamui dimension, only to be met once again by Naruto and Sakura's renewed assault. Enough playing, Obito declared, unleashing a formidable jutsu that sent Sakura and Kakashi flying. At that moment, Obito finally opened his long-closed left eye, revealing a Rinnegan. Kakashi felt a jolt of alarm. The fabled eye of the Sage of Six Paths. He had not anticipated that Obito, alongside Pain, would possess such power. Ascending a nearby tree, Obito performed a summoning technique, biting his fingertip and pressing it against the bark. A thick white mist enveloped the area, and 6 figures emerged by his side. Through his enhanced vision, Nara Ko discerned that these 6 were the deceased Jinchuriki. From the 2 tails to the 7 tails. Kakashi then remarked, let us see how you handle this. Obito commanded the 6 Jinchuriki puppets to charge toward the Ninja Alliance. All 6 entered their tailed beast forms, their overwhelming presence suffocating the allied forces. Stepping forward were a few individuals, Kurenai Yuhi, Ino Yamanaka, Temari, Maki, Kurenai, and Ayam. They approached the 6 puppets, causing Obito to falter, having no recollection of these 6 individuals. The 5 Kage do not personally intervene, opting to send mere pawns. How laughable. Obito scoffed, dismissing the 6 women with disdain. They remained silent, leading Obito to grow weary of the exchange and command the 6 puppets to advance. Kurenai, taking the lead, unleashed the powers of her awakened fruit, her form rapidly transforming into that of a colossal pink serpent, several dozen meters long, confronting the 2 tails Jinchuriki puppet, constructed from wood. Chapter 172. Yujido, Secret Art, Fire Rat Jade. Yujito ni, the 2 tails Jinchuriki, preemptively unleashed her Jinchuriki ninjutsu. A ball of azure flame erupted from her maw, morphing into the semblance of a rat mid-air, before hurtling towards Anko Mitarashi. The serpentine form of Anko retaliated, spewing forth a stream of verdant, viscous fluid. Upon contact with the cerulean flames, a cacophony of crackles ensued, instantly extinguishing the blaze. Kabuto, orchestrating Yujido's movements from the rear, was momentarily taken aback. He discerned that the aura emanating from Anko's serpentine form dwarfed even that of Orochimaru and sensed within her a wellspring of energy, as boundless as the ocean. Kabuto had previously encountered Anko during a Chunin exam, where her prowess was merely that of a Tokubetsu Jonin. Yet, her capabilities had burgeoned to Kage level within a few years. As Kabuto pondered Anko's transformation, the battle between Anko and Yujido had already undergone a seismic shift. Yujido, in her corporeal existence, barely possessed Kage level might due to her status as a Jinchuriki. Now, resurrected as an Edo Tensei, she had fully attained Kage level strength. Yet she was still being suppressed by Anko. Secret art, rat-tail ball jade. In a desperate gambit to evade Anko's relentless assault, Yujido incessantly unleashed blue flames, attempting to force the serpentine Anko into retreat. However, each diminutive flame was effortlessly neutralized by the verdant fluid. Realizing she could not create distance, Yujido resorted to her ultimate form, her eyes snapping shut as she unsealed Madatabi, the two tails. A colossal, tailed beast materialized before Anko, lashing out with its tail in a devastating strike. Yujido presumed her attack had landed, but her hopes were dashed. Anko remained unfazed, her serpentine jaws clamping down on Yujido. A piercing shriek echoed as Anko injected her venomous fluid into Yujido's form, before releasing her grip. Yujido staggered backward, her body beginning to dissolve. However, as an Edo Tensei, her form rapidly coalesced. Anko, witnessing this, diminished her gargantuan form, transitioning into her most potent state after awakening the snake fruit, snake-human mode. A serpentine body crowned with a human head. Once Yujido regained her original form, the injected fluid dissipated. With a thunderous roar, she lunged, claws outstretched, towards Anko. A cataclysmic impact reverberated as the immense force struck Anko's position, sending dust billowing into the air. Kabuto peered through the haze, observing the battlefield. The Edo Tensei incantation, upon application, amplified control over the resurrected entities, but their combat remained dictated by their instincts and will from their previous lives. Madatabi's combat style, aside from the tailed beast bomb and azure flames, revolved around its razor-sharp claws, capable of rending steel. Before the dust could settle, a gust of wind heralded the arrival of a blade forged from serpentine fangs aimed at Madatabi's neck. The beast recoiled, its moegape as chakra converged, culminating in its ultimate attack, the tailed beast bomb. The formation of the tailed beast bomb not only deflected Anko's blade, but also neutralized the venom coating the fangs. The rapidly coalescing tailed beast bomb, resembling a colossal meteor, was unleashed upon Anko. With the adversaries in close proximity, Anko had no time to evade. She raised her serpentine fangs, brandishing them in a flurry of strikes. Even the energy-based tailed beast bomb was cleaved into numerous fragments, rapidly dissipating into the atmosphere as mere chakra. Seeing Anko's attention diverted, Madatabi vanished in a burst of speed, reappearing before Anko and unleashing a barrage of azure flame-engulfed claws. Anko manifested a protective layer of snake fruit energy around herself. Madatabi's claws struck the barrier, scattering flames. Despite the apparent potency of the assault, it failed to breach Anko's defenses. However, the enraged Madatabi persisted in its frenzied assault, unremittingly unleashing its claws. The errant blue flames ignited the surrounding vegetation, creating a conflagration that enveloped both the fully transformed Madatabi and Anko in her snake-human form. As the flames subsided, Yujido stood motionless, her usual composure restored. Anko, too, had reverted to her original form. Kabuto scrutinized the two figures, unable to discern the outcome of the battle within the flames. The answer was soon revealed. Yujido's eyes regained their normal clarity, signifying her release from the Edo Tensei's control. "Thank you," Yujido expressed gratefully to Anko. Before dissolving into a beam of light that ascended into the heavens, her resurrected form disintegrating. What just transpired? Why was Yujido released from the Edo Tensei? Kabuto pondered, perplexed, but without anyone to provide elucidation. Anko, having vanquished Yujido, turned her gaze towards Kabuto. Noticing her, Kabuto gestured, channeling chakra into the earth. Then, thousands of Zetsu soldiers emerged, launching a suicidal assault on Anko. They charged relentlessly, undeterred by the gruesome fates of their comrades. These emotionless Zetsu advanced without hesitation. But they underestimated Anko's power. With swift strokes of her serpentine fangs, she cleaved through the approaching Zetsu, reducing them to fragmented corpses. Just as Anko had defeated Yujito and was then beset by the Zetsu horde, she was enraged, transforming into her second form, a colossal serpent. With a mere flick of her tail, she sent dozens of Zetsu soldiers hurtling into the air. Soon, the Zetsu army was annihilated by Anko alone. Upon seeking out Kabuto, she discovered he had vanished. Anko, left with no other choice, went to support her comrades. She intervened to rescue allied shinobi in her path. The 5-6 paths puppets, created from Jinchuriki, continued their battle, deliberately drawn far from the allied shinobi forces by Shizen, Temari, Sai, Yujito, and Amino to assess the impact of distance on the puppets. The answer was none. Nonetheless, Shizen was contending with the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura. Chapter 173, Yagura Water Release, Multiple Water Mirrors Technique. The impure world reincarnation Yagura swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, 3 water clones materialized beside him, arranged in a triangular formation behind Yagura. Subsequently, Yagura and his water clones vanished from their original location, reappearing around Shizune, encircling her along with the clones. Water Release, Super Water Bullet. Yagura, along with his water clones, rapidly executed hand seals. Soon, spheres of water chakra converged into formidable projectiles, hurtling towards Shizen. As the water bullets neared her, a swirling vortex of flames emerged around Shizen, swiftly consuming the incoming water release technique. Shizen then raised her hand, gathering the energy of the Mera Mera Nomi. A colossal flame dragon erupted from her palm, charging straight at Yagura. He took a step back, activating Shadow Tact. 4 turtle shells appeared behind Yagura and his water clones, transforming into energy that enveloped them tightly. Yagura and his water clones rapidly expanded in size, spikes protruding from their surfaces. They then transformed into a wheel and barreled towards Shizen. The immense force created a thunderous rumble, causing the ground and everything around to tremble. Despite the drastic increase in size, Yagura's speed remained unimpeded, and he swiftly closed the distance to Shizen. Shizen transformed into a fiery explosion, propelling upwards. The collision between Yagura and his water clones resulted in their disintegration. Yagura gazed up at Shizen, who, aside from her head, had transformed into a blazing inferno. Water Release, Waterfall of the Cliff Technique. Yagura rapidly formed hand seals again. Upon completion, his body surged upwards at an alarming rate, creating a towering wave directed towards Shizen. Shizen raised her arms, unleashing the energy of the Mera Mera Nomi, which erupted in vast flames from her being, spreading rapidly in all directions. The waterfall released by Yagura, upon contact with the flames from Shizen, immediately transformed into steam. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Yagura continued to execute hand seals, unleashing a torrent of water that cascaded down upon Shizen. She persistently released her fiery energy, evaporating all the approaching water. Recognizing the futility of his water techniques against Shizune's flames, Yagura raised his hands in unison, directly unleashing his tailed beast transformation. Red chakra enveloped his body, and 3 tails of condensed red chakra sprouted from behind him. A massive creature, cloaked in red chakra, materialized before Shizune. With a fearsome roar, the half-tailed beast Yagura charged at Shizune, who deftly evaded his assault by transforming into flames. Fire Fist. Shizune raised her hand, invoking a technique conceptualized by Nara Shikamaru. As her fist swung, the flames erupted in tandem, engulfing the surroundings in a sea of crimson fire. The half-tailed beast Yagura desperately dodged the encroaching flames. But the speed of the inferno was overwhelming. Even with the remarkable speed afforded by his transformation, he found himself ensnared by the flames, ultimately being engulfed by the fiery tide. In the distance, Tezuka observed in astonishment. The flames far surpassed the Uchiha clan's mastery of fire release techniques, transcending the realm of S-rank ninjutsu. The searing heat warped the surrounding space, an unprecedented phenomenon for Tezuka. Soon, the half-tailed beast Yagura found himself at a disadvantage. Despite the infinite resurrection capabilities of the impure world reincarnation and boundless chakra, he could not leverage these advantages against Shizune's seemingly limitless Mera Mera Nomi energy. With a roar, Yagura tilted his head back, and blue chakra surged from his body, coalescing around him. Then, the form of the 3-tailed beast emerged before Shizune. Yagura released the seal within him, fully unleashing the tailed beast. The towering 3-tailed beast regarded Shizune, unleashing a barrage of water arrows from its mouth. Shizune countered with flames to intercept the water arrows. Observing this, the beast gathered chakra in its mouth and unleashed its most formidable technique, Tailed Beast Bomb. The Tailed Beast Bomb, a striking azure, contained swirling currents of water, ready to explode at any moment. Shizen raised her right hand, directing her swirling fireball towards the three-tailed beast. This scene resembled a spiraling sphere of flames rapidly coalescing. Upon the collision of these two immense energies, a deafening explosion erupted, shaking the battlefield and causing ripples in the very fabric of space. The ground trembled violently, a testament to the overwhelming power of their clash. Seizing the moment of energy dispersion to obscure Shizen's vision, the three-tailed beast charged at her. However, Shizen had already sensed the approaching threat. Just as the beast was about to reach her, a pillar of flame erupted beneath it, colliding forcefully with its abdomen. In an instant, the beast was reduced to ashes amidst the flames. As it began to reform its colossal body, Shizune arrived before it, placing her hand upon its head. Flames ignited within the beast's mind, disrupting Tezuka's control over the impure world reincarnation. At that moment, the beast's eyes regained clarity. Shaking its head in confusion, it surveyed its surroundings. Upon seeing Shizune hovering before it, it let out an enraged roar and raised its claw to strike. Shizune swiftly placed her hand once more on its head, inscribing a special sigil upon it. The beast transformed into a sphere of energy, returning to Yagura's body. With a swift motion, Shizen separated Yagura from the three-tailed beast. As the beast regained its consciousness, Yagura too broke free from Tezuka's control, bewildered by his surroundings. How did I end up here? He questioned, but alas, no answer came. As he detached from his body, the black rods that had bound him vanished. Yagura's spirit ascended, drifting slowly toward the heavens before swiftly returning to the Pure Land. Shizen discarded the unexpectedly liberated three-tailed beast onto the ground. The beast shook its dazed head and unleashed a furious roar, venting its frustrations. However, when Shizen turned her gaze upon it, the creature's bravado diminished, and it averted its eyes to another direction. Spotting the two-tailed beast, Yoru, nearby, it leaped over to it. "Long time no see," it greeted, but Yoru, still reeling from a recent scuffle with Yamanaka Ino, was disinclined to engage in conversation. Chapter 174. The Wind Fruit. Meanwhile, the battle between Temari and the reanimated Hanzo, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, was far from over. At this moment, Hanzo had transitioned into the first stage of tailed beast transformation, with a tail composed of red chakra manifesting beside him. Now in this form, Hanzo could freely utilize lava-release chakra. The advantages of being reanimated included an infinite supply of chakra. A torrent of lava erupted from Hanzo's mouth, cascading towards Temari above. While such relentless attacks could pose a significant challenge to others, Temari had consumed the natural-type wind fruit. At this juncture, she no longer needed to wield her large folding fan to perform wind release techniques, having cast it aside. Now, she merely had to unleash the energy of the wind fruit to generate immense gusts of wind. The lava spewed by Hanzo could not reach Temari, as it was effortlessly blown away by the tempestuous winds. However, Temari's abilities extended beyond mere wind manipulation. The wind fruit endowed her with the power to alter the weather itself, allowing her to summon lightning and rain. After dispersing Hanzo's lava with her fierce winds, she conjured wind blades from the energy of the fruit, launching them towards Hanzo's core. Hanzo was compelled to continuously release lava to obstruct the approaching wind blades. Simultaneously, Temari utilized the distraction to control the gathering storm clouds above. Soon, the air thickened with howling winds and darkened clouds. A resounding thunderclap echoed from the heavens. Temari raised her hand, and several lightning dragons materialized from the cloud cover. With a deafening roar, they surged towards Hanzo. This maneuver bore resemblance to Uchiha Sasuke's lightning release. Kirin, yet Temari's unleashed power was even more formidable. The descending lightning dragons tore through the surrounding space, rendering Hanzo immobilized as he gazed apprehensively at the impending assault. In an instant, Hanzo entered the second stage of tailed beast transformation, sprouting four tails from his back as his psyche descended into a frenzied state. With a deafening roar, the crimson monstrosity that was Hanzo leapt into the air, closing in rapidly on Temari. She, in turn, summoned rain from the darkened clouds, which coalesced into two massive hands that firmly grasped Hanzo as he approached. Just then, the lightning dragon that Hanzo had narrowly evaded surged from behind him. Conducted by the water, the lightning coursed through Hanzo's body, delivering a shocking chain reaction that reduced him to ash. Yet, he quickly reconstituted himself. Temari employed the same strategy again, causing Hanzo to disintegrate into ash once more. As he reassembled, she infused the energy of the wind fruit into his body, allowing it to transform into blades that sliced through him. Subsequently, Temari retrieved a kunai from her possession and hurled it at Hanzo, embedding it in his abdomen. The kunai then shifted into its second form, raising its hands to press against Hanzo's belly, where a special rune materialized. The kunai, now transformed into a half-beast form, extracted the four-tailed Sun Wukong from within Hanzo's body. In that instant, Hanzo reverted from his tailed beast form. However, the reanimated Hanzo did not weaken upon losing the tailed beast after breaking free from his restraints. He reassembled not far away. As the sealing technique within his head remained intact, Hanzo's mind was still CLO Chapter 175. The Sansan fruit. Mizuki had consumed the Sansan fruit, a natural type of devil fruit, which had been bestowed upon her by Nara Hikari. With the enhancements granted by this extraordinary fruit, Mizuki ascended from the rank of a nin to that of a shadow-level powerhouse. Her newfound ability to manipulate sand enabled her to rapidly surpass Gaara in strength. Under the tutelage of Nara Hikari, Mizuki swiftly mastered a plethora of formidable offensive techniques, the most potent of which was her ability to absorb moisture. Coupled with her extensive sand manipulation, she became the nemesis of water-style ninjas. However, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han, was not a water-style ninja, but rather a steam-based ninja adept in body techniques. Han had not developed any powerful long-range techniques with steam. Instead, he focused on enhancing his speed and strength. With boiling release and unparalleled strength, Han propelled himself forward, steam billowing from his legs, and launched a fierce kick toward Mizuki. His chakra surged to its boiling point, unleashing immense power as he struck Mizuki. Han possessed an infinite supply of chakra, allowing him to continuously amplify his abilities. Under normal circumstances, others would likely succumb to Han's relentless assault. Unfortunately for him, Mizuki had consumed the natural-type devil fruit. The Sansan fruit transformed her body into sand, rendering her immune to all physical attacks. No matter the angle or speed at which Han approached, he could not land a hit on Mizuki. With a furious roar, Han unleashed the chakra of his tailed beast, and a monstrous creature with 5 tails materialized before Mizuki. Han entered his tailed beast mode, entering an unleashed state of full power. Steam erupted around him, further intensifying his fury. In an instant, the tailed beast Han charged at Mizuki, his claws imbued with boiling release chakra. As he swung at her, he condensed a boiling sphere, which detonated before Mizuki. After a series of attacks, Han realized that despite his enhanced speed and strength, he was still unable to overwhelm his opponent. He stepped back, creating distance, and opened his mouth wide as he gathered the tailed beast ball before him. In no time, the tailed beast ball took form and was unleashed, hurtling toward Mizuki with unstoppable force. Mizuki raised her hands, releasing the energy of her fruit. 2 massive hands of sand emerged, lifting the tailed beast ball and hurling it back. Han squinted, leaping above the returning tailed beast ball, believing he had evaded it. Yet, just as he thought he had escaped, the tailed beast ball changed direction and crashed beneath him. With a resounding explosion, a small mushroom cloud erupted on the battlefield, sending shockwaves that displaced everything around. A thick veil of steam enveloped the area. As the steam dissipated, a colossal creature emerged, a fully transformed Five Tails, M. At that moment, M's eyes were vacant as he gazed at Mizuki from a distance, releasing steam from his nostrils before charging swiftly toward her. As M approached, he raised his claw to strike down upon Mizuki, who appeared diminutive in his eyes. However, before the claw could descend, a massive swirl of yellow sand erupted, coiling around M like a constrictor. The sudden binding jolted M to clarity, and after a piercing scream, he began to thrash violently. Yet, the more he struggled, the tighter the yellow sand constricted, eventually sapping his strength completely. The yellow sand began to absorb M's chakra, causing his head to droop and rendering him utterly listless. Subsequently, M was drawn back into Han's body. Han opened his eyes, preparing to unleash his fury, only to find himself ensnared by the yellow sand. Lacking moisture in his reanimated form, the sand could only absorb his chakra, which was infinite in nature. Even after significant absorption, Han felt no ill effects. Yet, Mizuki's abilities extended beyond mere sand manipulation. She approached Han, placing her hand atop his head, invoking the sealing technique she had learned from the one-tail, Shikaku. Han struggled momentarily before closing his eyes. The black rods embedded in his reanimated body shattered instantly, allowing Han's spirit to escape, restored to clarity. Upon seeing Mizuki, Han was unable to communicate due to his mask, but ultimately nodded in gratitude. His spirit then soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. After resolving the conflict with Han, Mizuki released him from his bindings, allowing him to regain his freedom and consciousness. M sensed the chakra in his surroundings and spotted the hidden figure of T-Zuko controlling him from a distance. With a thunderous roar, he leaped toward T-Zuko's concealed location. The ground trembled with a resounding crash as T-Zuko, witnessing this, executed a swift escape. M found himself striking air, standing still as he released a torrent of steam upward. Upon noticing the three tails and four tails lying submissively in the distance, he made his way toward them. Having dealt with the reanimated Han, Mizuki then turned her attention to assisting the allied forces against the newly emerged White Zetsu army. With the addition of Waihai Kurenai, Shizen, Temari, and Mizuki, the tide of battle began to shift. Kakashi, Might Guy, Sakura, and Rock Lee found themselves with renewed vigor. "I will seek out Obito," Kakashi declared as he noticed the White Zetsu army being subdued once more, contemplating the mastermind behind it all, Uchiha Obito. "Be careful, Kakashi-sensei," he was advised. Kakashi nodded and vanished from sight. Might Guy glanced at his disciple, Rock Lee. "Let you blossom once more." "Yes, sensei," Rock Lee responded. Guy laughed heartily, mimicking Bruce Lee's iconic pose before charging alongside Rock Lee toward the remaining White Zetsu and reanimated forces. In another part of the dense forest, a creature with a serpentine body emerged from behind a tree. It was Kabuto, now transformed into a monster, half human, half snake, having mastered the sage mode of the Dragon Cave. Just as he emerged, two unexpected figures appeared before him, Uchiha Itachi, freed from the reanimation jutsu, and Naruto. "Itachi, I never imagined you would escape my technique. It seems Shirsue's eyes have more applications than I anticipated," Kabuto remarked, impressed. The events that had transpired had not escaped his notice. Itachi's use of Kodo Amatsukami to break free from the reanimation was indeed unforeseen. "It appears I have been revived by you," Itachi deduced, the pieces falling into place. "The reanimation technique I researched is far superior to that of Orochimaru. Allow me to present you with a small gift." With that, Kabuto bit his finger and pressed it to the ground, summoning a creature. Chapter 176. Conan. Dozens of coffins erupted from the earth, breaking through the soil with a resounding thud. The lids of the coffins flew open, sending clouds of dust into the air. As the dust settled, the decayed bodies within were revealed, those of the deceased Hokages of the Leaf Village, members of the Akatsuki who fell in battle, and ninjas from various villages. Among them were Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, Sasori, Deidara, Haiden, Kazu, Kisame, Hanzo, Yakushi Kabuto, and Kato Dan, as well as others. "Grandfather? Father?" Naruto exclaimed, recognizing the closed eyes of the third and fourth Hokages. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, standing nearby, were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that Kabuto had managed to resurrect such formidable figures. Before the trio could continue speaking, a loud crash echoed as the last coffin was forcefully kicked open from within. Once again, dust filled the air due to the sheer force of the kick. When the dust cleared, Uchiha Madara emerged, exuding an aura of superiority. He glanced down at his hands, perplexed. "Why am I not in the reincarnation of heaven? Why am I a reanimated corpse?" Madara expressed a hint of disappointment. Upon noticing Hashirama and Tobarama beside him, his eyes narrowed in focus. Just then, Hashirama, Tobarama, and the other reanimated corpses opened their eyes. "Have we been revived?" Hashirama questioned, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings with confusion. "Yes, brother," Tobarama confirmed, recognizing the forbidden technique he had created, the impure world reincarnation. Tobarama turned to Hiruzen and Minato. "Little monkey, I didn't expect you to have perished." Hiruzen felt a bit awkward, as only Tobarama dared to call him little monkey. Tobarama then addressed Minato. "And you are?" "I am the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato," he replied. Tobarama was surprised. "Ah, the fourth Hokage. You appear remarkably youthful. How did you meet your end?" Tobarama was puzzled by how a relatively young Hokage could die so soon. Minato explained, "I died sealing the Nine Tails." Tobarama paused, taken aback. "Brother, so sealing the Nine Tails can lead to death? I had never heard of such a thing." Hashirama, too, was bewildered by Minato's fate. Minato chuckled awkwardly. "Well, esteemed gentlemen, enough reminiscing. It is time to battle." Kabuto interrupted the gathering, releasing shadow clones and implanting the impure world reincarnation technique to enhance his control over the reanimated corpses. Once the technique was complete, the eyes of all the reanimated corpses turned completely black. They charged toward Itachi, Naruto, and Sasuke, Would release. Advent of the trees. Hashirama initiated the assault with a powerful jutsu. The other reanimated corpses unleashed their most potent techniques as well. Water style, great waterfall technique. 5 elements, great explosive technique. The fourth Hokage, Minato, began to gather chakra for his Rasengan. Sasori produced a scroll from his belongings, channeling chakra into it, summoning dozens of puppets. Deidara placed clay into his mouth, and a massive clay bird materialized above him. Haiden brandished his crimson scythe, while Kakuzu transformed into his earth grudge fear mode. His black veins forming a monstrous entity. Water style, great waterfall technique. Summoning technique, 1,000 sharks. Hanzo pressed his palms to the ground, while Kato Dan employed his spiritualization technique. Moonlight Gale activated his transparency technique, causing his body to vanish swiftly. Amidst the chaos of jutsu being unleashed, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was Konan, who had been absent for quite some time. Upon her arrival, she released a multitude of paper shurikens, intercepting all incoming attacks and halting the approach of the reanimated corpses. In this world, Konan had also become the partner of Nara Shikamaru and received a devil fruit from him, the paper fruit, a paramecia type. With the aid of this fruit, Konan no longer needed to purchase paper or explosive tags. The fruit's energy automatically produced paper. The paper could transform into whatever the user could imagine, explosive tags, summoning seals, and anything related to paper could be generated effortlessly. She could even create a contract paper, allowing her to control anyone who signed it. However, Konan had not yet explored the full extent of her abilities, focusing primarily on explosive tags. Having once countered Toby's technique of converting 5 trillion explosive tags, she could now release them with ease. As long as her heart remained uninjured, she could manufacture an infinite supply of explosive tags, nearly limitless. Itachi observed Konan's silhouette. "Is that you, White Tiger of the Akatsuki?" "Now, I go by Konan," she replied, revealing her name. Itachi realized that the woman beside the Akatsuki leader was indeed Konan. "You all should support the allied forces. Leave this to me," she instructed Itachi and Naruto. But Itachi hesitated, glancing at the overwhelming number of enemies. He was unsure if his departure would be beneficial, especially with so many foes, including the god of shinobi, Hashirama. He questioned whether Konan could handle it alone. "Do not worry," she reassured him. Itachi, recognizing her determination, ceased his objections, understanding that she would not undertake such a task unless she felt confident. "Then be cautious." With that, the reanimated Itachi vanished alongside Naruto and Sasuke. Hashirama and Tobarama watched the trio depart. "Young lady, do not overexert yourself," Hashirama cautioned. "Lord Hashirama, I will seal you soon," Konan replied respectfully. "Well then, thank you, young lady," Hashirama responded with a slight smile of gratitude. Tobarama merely scoffed, unconvinced that this young girl could succeed. As the battle commenced, Hashirama felt his body move instinctively, realizing that the one who had revived them had begun to exert control. "Be careful," he shouted, bringing his palms together. Would release. Advent of the trees. The ground split open, and branches with leaves shot up from the earth, winding toward Konan. "Explode," Konan commanded as she unleashed the energy from her fruit. The branches were instantly covered with explosive tags, which detonated in a massive explosion. Countless paper shurikens flew from all directions, surrounding the other reanimated corpses preparing to strike. The explosions lasted several minutes, obliterating the techniques released by the reanimated corpses and subsequently damaging the corpses themselves. As the reanimated corpses attempted to reform, large sheets of paper adhered to their abdomens. "Seal." Konan raised her hand, commanding the paper, which bore special symbols. Dozens of reanimated corpses began to disintegrate. Witnessing Konan's overwhelming power, Madara swiftly vanished, hiding to await the opportune moment for revival. Chapter 177. Redemption. At this moment, the usually composed Kabuto was utterly astonished. As a former member of the Akatsuki, he recognized Konan. He had encountered her while following Orochimaru, but back then, her strength was merely at the threshold of becoming a Kage-level ninja. The prowess she had just displayed had completely shattered his perceptions. With a single move, she not only countered the combined assaults of numerous formidable foes but also sealed them away entirely. As Kabuto contemplated his next move, Konan silently appeared behind him. "Thinking of leaving?" she inquired, producing a piece of paper inscribed with strange runes. She hurled it towards Kabuto, who was in sage mode. "Sage art, what extreme technique?" Kabuto stepped back, clasping his hands together. A colossal red dragon materialized before him, swiftly charging towards the paper talisman Konan had cast. With a thunderous explosion, the dragon collided with the paper. Sage art, inorganic rebirth. Kabuto infused natural energy into the surrounding stones, which animated and hurtled towards Konan. A sheet of white paper emerged before her, adorned with unique runes that deflected all the incoming debris. That's enough, Konan declared, unwilling to prolong the confrontation. She unleashed a multitude of paper fragments, enveloping Kabuto entirely. What is this? Kabuto questioned, bewildered by the surrounding paper. As he observed the changes occurring on the paper, a sense of foreboding gripped him. No, he exclaimed, retreating a step. Sage art, transference of distant shadows. Just as Kabuto was about to execute the teleportation technique mastered in Sage mode, the white paper suddenly adhered to him, binding him tightly. Despite his efforts, he could not unleash the long-prepared technique. Seal, Konan uttered, and the paper on Kabuto glimmered with white light, forming a distinctive symbol above his head. Impossible. Kabuto roared in despair, his attempt to use the reverse summoning technique thwarted as he was absorbed into a single sheet of paper, leaving only his terrified expression imprinted on it. Konan carefully stored the paper away and vanished from sight. From a distance, Itachi Uchiha observed the entire confrontation. Astonished by Konan's strength, what he had anticipated to be a fierce battle concluded remarkably swiftly. Konan approached Itachi. Do you need assistance in dispelling the Edo Tensei? She asked. Not for now. I have matters to attend to, he replied. Then I wish you good fortune, she said, transforming into paper and dissipating into the sky. Following her departure, Itachi utilized the body flicker technique to vanish as well. Konan handed the paper sealing Kabuto to Nara Ko, who examined the expression captured on it. You should keep it safe. Once this battle concludes, we will deal with him, he instructed. Understood, Konan nodded. Have you considered what we discussed? Taken aback, Konan stammered. At a loss for words. No worries. Take 3 more days, Shikamaru said with a slight smile before disappearing from her side, reappearing on the battlefield. There. He beheld the 9-tailed beasts, now separated from their Edo Tensei hosts, lined up motionless. He turned his gaze towards the ongoing battle between his comrades and the white Zetsu and the Edo Tensei army. The conflict was nearing its conclusion, with the white Zetsu and Edo Tensei forces utterly failing to withstand the overwhelming might of Yamanaka Ino and her allies, swiftly being decimated. The ground was littered with the bodies of white Zetsu, alongside the liberated souls of the Edo Tensei ninjas. Meanwhile, Obito was captured under the relentless assault of Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke. Kagaya's black Zetsu had been sealed within paper by Konan. Uchiha Madara was subdued and sealed by the combined efforts of Itachi and Might Guy, ensuring his soul was returned to the Pure Land. Thus, the Fourth Great Ninja War came to an end, with Obito's Moon Eye plan collapsing, and Madara's ambition to resurrect Kagaya through Obito failing as well. In the aftermath, the 5 Kage promptly arranged for the collection of the bodies of their fallen comrades. Itachi approached the pile of corpses, where Sasuke joined him. Brother, are you truly prepared to do that? He inquired. Yes, Itachi affirmed. Sasuke sighed. Having finally reunited with his brother and learned the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, yet faced another impending farewell, one that could be final. Itachi accepted the Rinnegan from Kakashi, which had been forged from Obito's Sharingan and Hashirama's cells. He placed the eyes into his own sockets, infusing them with his chakra, transforming his Manjiki Sharingan into a pair of Rinnegan. He then formed hand seals, invoking the Rinne Tensei technique. There was no time to test his newfound abilities. As he spoke, a half-figure statue of the Shinigami rose from the ground's rune array before him. The statue opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of green light. Itachi turned to his brother, Sasuke. Remember our promise. Do not hold Konoha accountable. This is a fate our family could not escape. From now on, the Uchiha clan's future lies in your hands. With those words, Itachi began to disintegrate, the Rinne Tensei technique, causing his Edo Tensei form to collapse. Sasuke broke down in tears. Brother, heartbroken and powerless to stop Itachi's soul from returning to the Pure Land, he mourned deeply. Naruto approached Sasuke. No wonder he didn't want me to help him dispel the Edo Tensei. This was his true intent. Konan reflected on the situation. In the previous world, I altered his fate, yet in this world, he liberated himself. Nara Shikamaru's strange words piqued Konan's curiosity. Previous world? This world? She pondered, confused. Shikamaru offered no explanation. In the distance, as the green light enveloped the corpses, they gradually rose, revived. The sight of their long-lost comrades brought tears of joy to everyone, who embraced their loved ones and wept. Soon, cheers erupted, celebrating the end of the war. Let us go, Shikamaru said to the others, who nodded in agreement. In an instant, they vanished from the battlefield. Upon returning to Konoha, Shikamaru first checked on the women, ensuring their unborn children were unharmed before feeling a sense of relief. Chapter 178. Succession. With the conclusion of the war, the ninja world once again embraced tranquility. This collective animosity had finally allowed the ninjas from the 5 great villages to set aside their grievances. Under the leadership of the 5 Kage, the villages embarked on a journey of amicable exchanges. Uchiha Obito, who survived, was taken aback that his Moon Eye plan had failed. Instead, the conflict he instigated led the ninja world to attain peace in an unforeseen manner. The dawn of peace not only liberated the ninjas from their blood-soaked existence, allowing them to return to a life of normalcy, but also alleviated the fears of civilians who no longer had to worry about being caught in the crossfire of ninja battles. Although the wars had ceased, the challenges did not diminish. The villages found themselves engulfed in the arduous task of rebuilding, and Konoha was no exception. Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, required Shizen to temporarily abandon her romantic entanglements with Nara Shikamaru and return to the Hokage Tower to assist in managing governmental affairs. A month passed swiftly, and the serene atmosphere of Konoha was once again disrupted. Tsunade prepared to step down and initiate the selection of the 6th Hokage. The initial candidate was none other than Kakashi Hatake, whose contributions to the village had been widely acknowledged. Even the daimyo of the Land of Fire held him in high regard. Consequently, both Kurenai Yuhi and Mito Kamizuki promptly nominated Kakashi for the position. However, dissenting voices emerged. Some argued that Shizen, who had surpassed Tsunade in strength, was equally deserving of the title of 6th Hokage, but she declined the nomination. Others proposed Ino Yamanaka, yet she too rejected the offer. To Nara Shikamaru's astonishment, he found himself nominated for the role of 6th Hokage as well, which he firmly declined. Ultimately, after a vote among all present, Kakashi was appointed as the 6th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. A few days later, Kakashi's inauguration ceremony commenced. All members of Konoha who were away returned to the village to celebrate this grand event. After a flurry of activities, Kakashi finally took his place in the Hokage office and began his tenure. Acknowledging his lack of expertise in this role, he arranged for Shikamaru to assist him in managing Hokage affairs, to align with Shikamaru's new responsibilities. A unanimous decision was made at the higher echelons to promote him to the rank of Jonin. This elevation was not solely for title's sake. Shikamaru's exceptional intellect had already earned him the prowess of a Jonin. Alongside Shikamaru, others such as Sakura Haruno, Ino, Choji Akimichi, Sai, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, Rock Lee, and Tintin also attained the rank of Jonin. Niji Hyuga had already reached Jonin status and had acquired the strength of an elite Jonin. The higher-ups decided to promote Niji to become Konoha's new Anbu captain, while simultaneously serving as the bodyguard for the 6th Hokage, Kakashi. Sakura took over the Konoha hospital, becoming its new director. After the great battle, Sasuke chose not to return to the village. Instead, he continued his solitary wanderings. This time, he did not choose Sakura, but opted for Karen Uzumaki. Since leaving, he had severed all ties with Konoha. Meanwhile, Naruto persisted in his training, seeking the remains of Jiraiya. The death of Jiraiya weighed heavily on Naruto's heart, compelling him to search for a way to resurrect his mentor. In this world, it seemed as though Naruto had lost his protagonist's aura. Following the 4th Great Ninja War, Naruto did not ascend to the status of a world-saving hero as in the original tale. Although he made significant contributions, it was still insufficient. Fortunately, his identity as the son of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, finally revealed to the villagers his true heroic legacy, instilling a sense of guilt among them. Nevertheless, Naruto remained indifferent to their sentiments. In the days that followed, Shikamaru commenced his plan to pursue Hinata Hyuga. The process unfolded smoothly. Initially, Hinata was somewhat resistant. But upon Shikamaru and Hizashi Hyuga expressing their stance, Hizashi had no choice but to acquiesce, not out of a desire to please Shikamaru, but rather out of respect for his formidable strength. Hinata, too, found it difficult to object further. Ultimately, under Shikamaru's gentle persuasion, Hinata succumbed to his charm. During this period, Shikamaru seemed to revert to his former charismatic self. Thanks to the effects of the hormone fruit, Shikamaru had undergone a remarkable transformation, no longer appearing ordinary but rather strikingly handsome. This made his pursuit of Ino exceptionally smooth. Ino, captivated by Shikamaru's charm and prowess, eventually became one of his women. Next came Tenten, the hidden gem of Konoha. When Shikamaru unveiled the merging of the devil fruit into ninja tools, The process proceeded seamlessly, leading Tintin to fall under his spell. One by one, the goddesses of Konoha found themselves ensnared by Shikamaru's allure. Notably, the most challenging conquests were the retired Tsunade and the former Anbu squad leader, Yuhi Kurenai. Tsunade, having confronted her final obsession during the Fourth Great Ninja War, had initially resolved to lead a life of solitude. However, she could not withstand Shikamaru's persistent advances. With the assistance of Shizen, Shikamaru successfully opened Tsunade's heart, ultimately winning her over. The challenge presented by Yuhi Kurenai was far more arduous. Shikamaru dedicated 2 months to win her over, employing every method he had learned from his previous life. Eventually, Kurenai sensed Shikamaru's sincerity and agreed to his advances. Thus, Shikamaru successfully captured the hearts of all the goddesses in Konoha. Yet, his journey did not conclude there. After fulfilling his ambitions with the goddesses of Konoha, Shikamaru ventured to Iwagakure. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he had encountered Akatsuchi, and this reunion unfolded effortlessly. Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, had originally intended to pass on the mantle to Akatsuchi, but Shikamaru's interference altered the course of events. Consequently, Inoki was compelled to appoint Akatsuchi, who had risen to the level of a Kage, to the position. To secure Akatsuchi's loyalty, Shikamaru presented him with a devil fruit, the barrier fruit. This fruit, combined with Akatsuchi's mastery of earth release techniques and immense strength, elevated his power to that of a budding Kage, almost reaching the ranks of a mid-level Kage. This development brought Inoki some solace, knowing that Iwagakure would not falter after his departure. For years, Iwagakure had relied on just 3 shinobi, himself, the elite Jonin Akatsuchi, and the elite Jonin Kuratsuchi. The betrayal of Deidara had long been a thorn in his side, but now, with Akatsuchi's newfound strength, Inoki felt reassured that the village would endure. Consequently, Inoki readily consented to Shikamaru's relationship with Kuratsuchi. The following day, Shikamaru took Kuratsuchi away with him. Chapter 179. Heicho and Dan having departed from the rock-hidden village, Nara Hikari escorted Heitu back to Konoha. A month later, Nara Hikari arrived at the mist-hidden village, where Terumi Mei was perplexed by his presence. However, due to his formidable strength, she dared not offend him and warmly welcomed him into the village. To Terumi Mei's astonishment, upon entering the village, Nara Hikari wasted no time and directly expressed his intention to take her away. "Lord Hikari, you cannot be jesting with me?" she inquired, momentarily taken aback. "Do I appear to be joking?" he replied with a steady gaze. Terumi Mei found herself at a loss for words. As the leader of the village, it was inconceivable for her to leave on a whim. "We will select my successor for the position of Mizukage tomorrow," she stated. Observing that Nara Hikari had no intention of negotiating, feeling somewhat helpless, she had not anticipated his assertiveness, which left her with no time to consider the situation, disregarding her consent. Yet, this domineering demeanor stirred emotions within Terumi Mei that had long been dormant. Throughout her life, she had encountered no one bold enough to express their feelings for her, as potential admirers invariably retreated. She yearned to experience the sensations of love. But her elevation to the position of Mizukage had rendered her the subject of admiration from afar, with many suitors too intimidated to approach her. Now, faced with a man as assertive as Nara Hikari, her heart raced anew. Blushing, she began contemplating suitable candidates for the role of Mizukage, but could only think of Jur as a barely acceptable option, though his character did not match the requirements, and his strength fell short of the necessary caliber. Though Jur was the inheritor of the new generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, his overall abilities were merely at the elite Jonin level, still lacking in comparison to the position of a Kage. She also considered Ao, a user of the Byakugan, who was also an elite Jonin but lacked the temperament required for leadership. With the current dearth of viable candidates in the mist-hidden village, she implored, "Lord Hikari, may I request a bit more time?" "What troubles you?" he inquired. "I simply cannot find a suitable successor for the position of Mizukage," she admitted. "The mist-hidden village has suffered greatly due to Uchiha Obito's manipulation of the 4th Mizukage, resulting in the blood mist incident. Our current top combatants are severely lacking, with only Jur possessing the strength of an elite Jonin, which is inadequate for the role of Mizukage." As she spoke, Terumi Mei recalled many talented individuals who had defected from the mist-hidden village, lamenting their fate, particularly the loss of Kisame at the hands of Might Guy. "Do not worry, I have a solution," Nara Hikari assured her. "You have a way?" "Yes, gather the 3 most powerful individuals," he instructed. "Understood." Terumi Mei moved to the door and opened it, revealing Ao and Chur standing outside. Go and fetch Hwo and Dan, Nara Hikari ordered. Yes. In an instant. Ao disappeared, quickly returning with Hwo and Dan to the Mizukage's office. Upon entering, she hesitated, her cheeks flushing upon seeing Nara Hikari. While she recognized him, he was equally struck by her presence, recalling the numerous female deities that had graced the mist-hidden village over the years, including the likes of Swearin and Ringo Amuri, as well as the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, and the last owner of the ninja blade Raiga, who had despised the weakness of the sixth Mizukage, Chur. All present. Lord Hikari, Terumi Mei remarked, bringing Nara Hikari back from his reverie. Good. Nara Hikari retrieved 3 devil fruits from his space, specifically the animal type, cat fruit, leopard form, dog fruit, gray wolf form, and dog fruit, hulang form. What are these? Terumi Mei asked, puzzled by the items in his possession, as were the others. They are called devil fruits. Consuming one will grant you abilities akin to a bloodline limit, Nara Hikari explained. At his words, the 4 of them gasped in astonishment. Devil fruits? They echoed, intrigued by the existence of such entities in their world. These are all animal-type devil fruits, he continued, holding up the gray wolf fruit. Consuming the dog fruit, gray wolf form, will endow you with immense destructive power and significantly enhance your speed. You can transform any part of your body into that of a gray wolf, including claws and tails, or fully morph into a gray wolf or a hybrid form with a wolf's head and human body, seamlessly adapting to any battlefield. Furthermore, upon awakening, you may unlock unexpected enhancements. The eyes of Terumi Mei and the others gleamed with excitement as they listened to Nara Hikari's description. The remaining 2 fruits offered similar enhancements. Here, take this, Nara Hikari said, handing the gray wolf fruit to Ao and the hulang fruit to Chur. Lastly, he presented the cat fruit, leopard form, to Hwo and Dan. Nara Hikari was curious to see how Hwo and Dan would embody the essence of a leopard woman. The 3 recipients exchanged glances with Nara Hikari, uncertain of how to consume the fruits. Just eat it. A single bite is all that's required, he instructed. Eagerly, they bit into the fruits, only to be met with an oddly peculiar taste. Ao and Chur grimaced, while Hwo and Dan nearly retched, yet they managed to swallow. Once consumed, the fruits reshaped their hearts into forms resembling the devil fruits. After an indeterminate period, the 3 opened their eyes, looking at Nara Hikari with gratitude. Thank you, Lord Hikari, they expressed, having felt the enhancements bestowed upon them. Ao, Chur, and Hwo and Dan had all ascended to the ranks of Kage-level strength, marking a significant leap in their abilities. Terumi Mei, having observed the entire process, contemplated the implications. If only there were more of these fruits. The mist-hidden village could cultivate numerous powerful warriors. Yet, she remained uncertain whether Nara Hikari possessed more of them. Excellent, Nara Hikari affirmed, satisfied that this would enable Terumi Mei to accompany him. Chur, prepare for the Hokage succession ceremony tomorrow. Mizukage, I shall be departing from the mist-hidden village, and the village will be entrusted to you, he announced. Hwo and Dan will also accompany me. What? Me? Hwo and Dan questioned, bewildered, pointing to herself. Yes. Once the succession ceremony concludes, you will join me, he reiterated. She turned to Terumi Mei, seeking clarification, while Terumi Mei found herself at a loss for how to respond. The atmosphere in the Mizukage's office grew palpably awkward. Chapter 180. Tsunade meets Tsunade. The ceremony for the appointment of the Mizukage was far more intricate than that of the Hidden Stone Village, concluding only by evening. The following day, Nara Hikari, accompanied by Terumi Mei and the still-dazed Akatsuki, returned to Konoha. After arranging matters for the 2 women, Nara Hikari set off directly for the Land of Lightning's Hidden Cloud Village. This endeavor proved to be even more intriguing. Upon revealing his intentions, the 4th Raikage, pondered momentarily before consenting, recognizing that one cannot capture a wolf without first relinquishing a child. During the 4th Great Ninja War, this seemingly brutish individual had keenly discerned the unique abilities possessed by those who surrounded Nara Akemi. Through extensive investigation, they learned that they had consumed a peculiar fruit, granting them formidable powers. I have long desired that item, Lord Hikari, expressed, albeit without knowing its name, hoping Nara Hikari would grasp his meaning. Are you referring to the devil fruit? Nara Hikari inquired. Yes, precisely, replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation upon realizing that Nara Hikari understood him. Nara Hikari produced 3 fruits, 2 from the Zoan category, one resembling a mammoth and the other an elephant, and one from the paramecia category, the candle fruit. The latter was chosen due to the number of individuals he intended to take with him. He cared little for A's thoughts on his acquisition of 3 fruits from the hidden mist village, but he wished to avoid unnecessary complications with his women. The selection of users for the 3 fruits was no longer Nara Hikari's concern. He successfully brought back Killer Bee's disciple Samui, the 4th Raikage secretary Mabui, and Samui's comrade Karui to Konoha. Additionally, he visited the hidden sand village to retrieve Temari, Matsuri, Yuki, and Ayano, before encountering Koyuki from the land of snow, Shizuka from the village of nurturing, Cheyenne from the land of demons, and Yuru from the land of the sky. He also met with the followers of Orochimaru, including Honglien and Duoyu, and, utilizing the dragon vein, returned to 20 years ago to meet the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Nara Hikari welcomed all of them to Konoha, which was bustling with activity. Kakashi had no choice but to relocate the accommodations for Nara Hikari to a large house outside the village, constructed using Yamato's 4 pillars technique. Dozens of women gathered, among whom Terumi Mei, Samui, and Shizuka were goddesses rivaling Tsunade in stature, a sight that was both pleasing and somewhat burdensome for Nara Hikari. While most were manageable, both Terumi Mei and Tsunade were strong-headed, former leaders of their respective villages. A disagreement nearly escalated into a confrontation over who should take precedence. But Nara Hikari intervened just in time to prevent a potential clash. Time passed swiftly, and Nara Hikari had spent 2 years in this world. All the women had blessed him with either a son or a daughter. He extracted Kurur and opened a portal to return home. Kurur raised her right hand. Tracing a circle, and a spatial passage appeared before them. "Let us proceed," Nara Hikari declared, guiding all the women back to the world of Hokage No. 1. "This is my constructed nation, known as the Land of Light, home to the Hidden Light Village." Nara Hikari introduced the place to Tsunade and the others. All were taken aback, observing the lively streets, bustling crowds, and the incessant flow of life. While walking among the throng, Tsunade suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "Is that me?" she exclaimed, recognizing her counterpart from the world of Hokage No. 2. The 2 women exchanged glances, relieved that their outfits differed. Otherwise, it would have felt as if they were gazing into a mirror. "Tsunade," Nara Hikari called out to the crowd. Tsunade, rolling her eyes, approached. "Please arrange accommodations for them," she instructed. "Of course, no trouble at all," she responded. The group from the second Hokage's world followed Tsunade as she led them away, while Nara Hikari returned home. Upon seeing his mother, Nara Akemi, tears streamed down her face. "Mother," Nara Hikari said softly as they embraced. "Thank goodness you're back," she replied, gazing up at her son. The 2 years apart felt like an eternity. "Let us return home and converse," Narayu, having hurried back upon hearing the news, entered the courtyard and found his son Nara Hikari in a tender embrace with Akemi. Understanding his partner had missed their son dearly over the past 2 years, he hesitated to interrupt this touching moment. However, noticing others approaching, Narayu urged Akemi to invite their son inside to catch up. Akemi wiped her tears. "All right, Hikari. Let us go home." They parted reluctantly, though she was still quite emotional. Nara Hikari had not anticipated that their conversation would last an entire day. The next day, Nara Hikari introduced his mother to Tsunade and the others from the second Hokage's world. When Akemi first laid eyes on Tsunade, she was momentarily stunned. "You are Tsunade?" she asked. "Yes, Aunt," Tsunade replied, realizing she was face-to-face with her doppelganger. Observing Akemi's astonished expression, the situation became less perplexing. "Two Tsunades?" Akemi turned to her son, who quickly explained the phenomenon. After an hour of clarification, Akemi finally grasped that these individuals hailed from an alternate parallel world of Hokage. In the days that followed, Nara Hikari chose to remain at home, cherishing the company of all the women from Hokage No. 1's world after such a long separation. Each day was filled with blissful experiences. 30 years later, Nara Hikari traversed multiple parallel worlds of Hokage, returning with various versions of Tsunade, Terumi Mei, Samui, Hinata, and others. The Nara household buzzed with even more life, as numerous Tsunades gathered to converse. At first, this scene felt peculiar, akin to Tsunade employing the shadow clone technique. However, as time passed, everyone became familiar with one another, making it challenging for outsiders to discern who was who. Just as Nara Hikari believed this tranquil life would continue, uninvited guests from beyond the stars arrived. In an instant, Nara Hikari vanished from sight, reappearing on the surface of the planet. "Who are you?" he demanded. A god-level being?" questioned a strangely dressed man, puzzled by Nara Hikari's presence in a place known for the Otsutsuki clan's divine tree cultivation. I demand answers. Where are the Otsutsuki and the Otsutsuki clan? The man pressed impatiently, clearly ready to act if unsatisfied. Who are you? Nara Hikari retorted. You seek death. The man warned. Chapter 181. The Great 10,000 Trees. As the enemy charged forward, Nara Mitsuki released all the personnel rewards from the system's storage space. A spatial portal gradually opened, and out stepped Hua, Jeremiah, Deadpool, the Red Tank, and Hawkeye. Leave one alive, Nara Mitsuki commanded. The five vanished in an instant. Rushing towards their foes. Seeking death, scoffed the foremost enemy, dismissing Nara Mitsuki's words. However, upon engagement, they quickly realized that their adversaries were far more formidable than anticipated. In a mere moment of contact, dozens of enemies fell before the Red Tank's overwhelming might, instilling terror in the remaining foes. So powerful, they lamented. At that moment, Wonder Woman had already infiltrated their ranks. She raised her hands, her divine gauntlets clashing, unleashing a wave of divine energy that sent the surrounding enemy sprawling. The closest foe was instantly reduced to mere bones, disintegrating in the divine force. The battle concluded swiftly. The Red Tank dragged a defeated enemy before Nara Mitsuki, who was now utterly terrified. Their reliance on resurrection was shattered by that woman's prowess. Nara Mitsuki placed his hand on the enemy's head, releasing the energy of the memory fruit. Minutes later, he gleaned all the desired information while the foe slipped into a daze. Nara Mitsuki injected the enemy with explosive fruit energy, watching his life ebbed away before releasing his grip. They were known as the Great 10,000 Trees, a race akin to the Otsutsuki and the Otsutsuki of the universe. They roamed the cosmos, planting divine trees that bore fruit once they absorbed sufficient energy from a planet. Some would consume the fruits, ruthlessly destroying the planet in the process, while others would spare it. In their pursuit of strength and divinity, they would also seize the fruits cultivated by other races. The Otsutsuki warriors, such as Sakura, Tiger, and Kyo, had pursued Otsutsuki Kagaya into the world of Naruto, where they met their demise at Nara Mitsuki's hands. This group of invaders, the Great 10,000 Trees, sought the divine tree's fruits, unaware that Kagaya had already consumed them, and the new fruits had yet to bear. Through the enemy's memories, Nara Mitsuki acquired the coordinates of their home world. He summoned Kruger and transmitted the coordinates. A circular spatial portal opened as Kruger gestured. Nara Mitsuki, accompanied by Hua, Wonder Woman, Deadpool, the Red Tank, and Hawkeye, stepped through. Upon arrival, they encountered a pale-skinned alien race with horns, busily engaged in activities. As Nara Mitsuki observed them, they too noticed his presence. A human has arrived here? One of the Great 10,000 Trees inquired, baffled by the sight of a human. Nara Mitsuki, uninterested in conversation, declared, eliminate them all. With that command, the Red Tank surged forward, embodying the raw power of the original Red Tank from Marvel Comics, rather than the diminished version from the films. His approach was as brutal as ever, charging into the fray, seizing enemies, and tearing them asunder while effortlessly crushing their defenses. Meanwhile, Hawkeye showcased his extraordinary archery skills, launching clay arrows, explosive arrows, corrosive arrows, dazzling arrows, needle arrows, and sonic arrows with remarkable finesse, leaving Nara Mitsuki in awe. Hawkeye's arrows could track the Great 10,000 Trees, even enabling him to breach their temporal space to strike them down, defying time and space itself. On another front, Deadpool exhibited similar spatial abilities, leaping through dimensions to harvest the lives of the Great 10,000 Trees. His regenerative prowess had evolved, allowing him to regrow limbs almost instantaneously, instilling despair in his adversaries. Wonder Woman, gracefully navigating through the battlefield, wielded her lasso of truth, the Sword of Ares, and her divine shield to claim the lives of her enemies, who disintegrated upon contact. Hua's method of attack was straightforward, employing a freezing ability that could encase enemies in ice, even affecting space itself. Regrettably, her appearance mirrored that of an anime character, with large, sparkling eyes reminiscent of a certain star, rendering her more enchanting than merely adorable. Under the relentless assault of the five, numerous Great 10,000 Trees fell, and those attempting to flee perished beneath Hawkeye's tracking arrows. In no time, the native planet of the Great 10,000 Trees was laid waste. The group arrived on the planet's surface, where the Red Tank obliterated it. With a swift motion, he clasped his specialized headgear and collided with the planet. His speed was astonishing, burrowing into the ground directly towards the core. The Red Tank's method of destruction was remarkably simple: shatter the planet's core. disrupting its energy balance and causing it to implode from within. In an instant, the planet was annihilated, shattered into countless fragments, scattering into the void. Wonder Woman raised her divine shield before Nara Mitsuki, declaring, "Kruger, upon our return, let us work with Hawkeye to eliminate all the drifting remnants of the great 10,000 trees." Nara Mitsuki acknowledged Hawkeye's affirmative response and dove into the already open spatial portal. After his departure, Kruger opened another portal, joining Hawkeye in the pursuit of their quarry. Upon returning to the Naruto world, Nara Mitsuki sought out Otsutsuki Kagaya. To eliminate any future threats, he delved into her memories, acquiring information about her entire race. Days later, Hawkeye and Kruger returned to Nara Mitsuki's side. Together, they embarked on another journey, this time accompanied by Otsutsuki Kagaya, Tsunade, Terumi Mei, Tsubaki, Chiyo, Tachibana, Lujin, and Danisa. They traversed the spatial portal to the homeland of the Otsutsuki. It was Nara Mitsuki's first visit to the home planet of Otsutsuki Kagaya, filled with wonder. Kagaya, who had not returned to her homeland in millennia, reflected on her journey as a guardian of Ishiki, traversing countless planets. Returning to her birthplace stirred profound emotions within her. "Is there anyone you wish to see?" Nara Mitsuki inquired, glancing at his wife, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Years had passed, and Kagaya had seamlessly embraced her role as Nara Mitsuki's spouse. Chapter 182. Ancestral Land. When Nara Hikari returned to the world of Hokage, the Tsutsuki clan vanished entirely from the cosmos, simultaneously resolving the threat posed by the Otsutsuki clan. This development alleviated all concerns for the Hokage world. Nara Hikari's life finally returned to a tranquil state. Besides spending time with his wives and children, he found himself with ample opportunity to be with his parents. One day, Nara Hikari arrived at the Nara clan territory. It had been a long time since he had set foot in this place, and the ancestral land had undergone a remarkable transformation. Nara Hikari almost believed he had arrived at the wrong location until he spotted his great-uncle, Narashima, who was now over 100 years old. Narashima had become a wielder of 3 fruit abilities, and Nara Hikari had entrusted the ageless surgery to the renowned Tsunade. Tsunade had performed the ageless procedure for all Nara clan members and those related to Nara Hikari, enabling the entire clan to transcend the limitations of ordinary life and attain eternal existence. In truth, even without the surgery, the awakened powers of multiple devil fruits would have granted them longevity. However, Nara Hikari opted for the procedure for added assurance. "Hikari, what brings you here today?" Narashima inquired, observing Nara Hikari before him. "Just thought I'd drop by to visit you, great-uncle," Nara Hikari replied with a smile. "Haha, you rascal," Narashima chuckled, feeling a wave of nostalgia as he gazed at Nara Hikari, who had journeyed so far to reach this point. The current prosperity of the Nara clan was solely due to Nara Hikari's efforts. The clan now boasted several thousand members, not counting the newborns, which totaled nearly 100,000, a figure he had never anticipated. "Have you felt any changes in your body lately?" Nara Hikari asked, concerned that the ageless surgery might have unforeseen complications, especially since Narashima was the first to undergo it. "Quite well, actually. I feel an inexhaustible vigor within me," Narashima replied, raising his fist and stroking his long beard, though it had been thinned considerably by the younger generations. "That is good to hear." After a brief conversation, Nara Hikari took his leave from Narashima and soon encountered his uncle, Naraki. Naraki had not relocated despite his newfound strength. He remained at the Nara family ranch, which had expanded immensely. The number of cattle, sheep, and deer was now beyond counting. "Uncle, Hikari is here. Come, sit down. I have something wonderful to show you." Naraki beckoned enthusiastically. Curious, Nara Hikari joined Naraki, who grinned mischievously as he produced a book from his pocket. Upon seeing the title, Nara Hikari couldn't help but smile ruefully. It was the latest work by the infamous Jiraiya, The Paradise of Affection, Volume 5. The illustrations and text had been elevated to a higher artistic level. As Nara Hikari flipped through the pages, he felt as though he had entered a new realm, captivated by its contents. "Haha, what do you think? Isn't it a treasure?" Naraki laughed heartily at Nara Hikari's reaction. "Indeed, it is a remarkable piece." Nara Hikari acknowledged, impressed by Jiraiya's talent. Returning the book to Naraki, he was met with a dismissive wave. "You keep it. I have another copy." Grateful, Nara Hikari accepted the unique book and chatted a bit longer with Naraki before departing the ranch. Wandering through the ancestral land, Nara Hikari was greeted warmly by clan members he passed. He nodded in response, as he found himself uncertain of some individuals' names to avoid any awkwardness. He chose to acknowledge them silently. The once familiar territory now resembled a bustling chapter 183. The duration of this process was unbeknownst to Nara Hikari. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a month, 2 months, 3 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years. When Nara Hikari finally opened his eyes, a decade had slipped away. He had been seated on the bench in his courtyard for 10 years. Fortunately, his wife would occasionally come to tend to his physical state. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly become a source of foul odor. The moment Nara Hikari opened his eyes, it felt as though the world had transformed. Every blade of grass and every tree entered his dynamic perception. With a mere thought, he found himself beyond the planet, and with another thought, he hovered over another life-bearing celestial body. Through his enhanced vision, he observed the throngs of people moving below. Retracting his gaze, he returned to the world of Hokage no. 1. The sensation was exquisite. In that instant, Nara Hikari felt omnipresent and powerful. Was this the divine realm pursued by the Tsutsuki clan? And the Tsutsuki of myriad forms? Nara Hikari felt a surge of excitement. He activated the time tunnel, instantly revisiting the moment he traversed into this world. Observing his bewildered self from afar. With a bitter smile, he shook his head and moved swiftly along the timeline. One time tunnel after another opened before him as he traversed the entire timeline of the Hokage world. Like a fleeting glance, he gleaned the true secrets of the Hokage universe. His eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan evolved into the Rinnegan, free from mental limitations and even without cooldown time. In a single second, he could activate it countless times, filling him with exhilaration. He began to flip back and forth through time, imprinting memories on any woman who caught his fancy. Indulging in fleeting encounters, and after receiving his rewards, he would pursue the next target on the timeline. Once the saga of Hokage No. 1 concluded, Nara Hikari opened a portal to parallel worlds, commencing his interventions in other dimensions. With his influence, Nara Hikari explored the entirety of Hokage, amassing hundreds of conquests. Particularly with Tsunade. A year later, he returned to Hokage No. 1, having ascended to the divine level and ensuring he treated all women fairly. With his assistance, every woman connected to him, as well as his family, achieved divine status. The Nara clan emerged as the foremost lineage in the universe, the clan of the gods. As time passed, Nara Hikari's life settled into a tranquil routine. 50,000 years later, in the Hokage 521 world, in the Hidden Leaf Village. During the 62nd year of Konoha, a figure awakened in a cultivation tank, crushed by rocks, within a laboratory destroyed by Sasuke. The experiment opened its eyes and shattered the glass covering with a kick. Assessing its surroundings, the experiment found it utterly unfamiliar. With immense strength, it pushed aside the boulder and broke through the surface, emerging from the ruins of Konoha. Walking the streets of Konoha, the experiment inquired of a passerby, "Excuse me, where am I?" Initially met with anger, the individual's expression shifted to confusion upon hearing the question. "This is Konoha. Who are you?" The person suddenly became wary. "Konoha?" The experiment leapt onto a rooftop, scanning for the iconic buildings. Its eyes landed on the Hokage building. "The Hokage world? Hey, what are you doing?" The individual shouted as several figures appeared around the experiment. "Who are you? How did you end up in Konoha?" It was Kakashi Hatake who spoke first. "Are you Kakashi?" "I am." "You're the blue beast, guy?" Who are you?" The experiment recognized everyone present, leaving Kakashi, Guy, and the others perplexed. However, the sudden appearance of a stranger in the village warranted an interrogation to ascertain if they were a spy sent by enemies. Especially following the recent death of the third Hokage, Kakashi and Guy exchanged glances, preparing to take action when a spatial portal suddenly opened, and Nara Hikari emerged. "Lord Hikari?" Kakashi and Guy immediately recognized him, having met him in their youth. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had fallen to Nara Hikari in battle. "Hello, Kakashi, Guy? It's been a while." Nara Hikari greeted them warmly before turning his attention to the experiment. "Heavenly King, Earth Tiger." The experiment paused momentarily. "Pagoda suppresses river demons? Court Jade liquid wine. 180 cups? Fellow townsman, Earthling, are you as well? Haha, I can't believe I've encountered a compatriot." Nara Hikari exclaimed joyfully, instantly appearing before the experiment. "What is your name?" "Majin. Come, let us find a place to chat." "Sure." Nara Hikari addressed Kakashi and Guy. "You may carry on with your duties. I will take this individual with me." "Yes, Lord Hikari." Kakashi and the others dared not protest. having witnessed Nara Hikari's formidable prowess. He led Majin away to a quiet spot, where they sat down. Majin had already comprehended Nara Hikari's capabilities, understanding he could not resist, and thus yielded to him. After a lengthy conversation, Nara Hikari learned the reason for Majin's traversal and gathered information about the current state of Blue Star. What? You've been here for 50,000 years? Majin was taken aback. 50,000 years was akin to immortality, yet Nara Hikari appeared to him no older than 30. Majin, I present you with two choices. The first is to remain in the Hokage world, and the second is that I can send you to explore other worlds. What will it be? Nara Hikari naturally hoped for the latter, as all the women in the Hokage world were already his, and he wished to prevent anyone else from encroaching. Even in other parallel worlds. I choose to go to another world. Excellent. Where would you like to go? Let me think. All right. Nara Hikari did not rush him. Perhaps the world of One Piece? Very well. Nara Hikari waved his hand, and a spatial portal materialized before Majin. I hope you achieve divine status soon. Okay. Majin stepped into the portal, which closed instantaneously. To think I could meet an earthling. I hope you bring me some amusement, Nara Hikari mused, a smile gracing his lips as he vanished from the spot. Chapter 184. The Door Fruit. While Majin was savoring his transmigrated life, Nara Hikari returned home. After spending a delightful evening with Kohari Uchiha, Nara Hikari fell asleep. A rare occurrence. The next morning, he awoke and sat on a lounge chair in the yard, gazing at the clouds drifting across the sky. It had been ages since he had quietly observed the clouds like this, perhaps not since millennia ago. Just as Nara Hikari was about to close his eyes for a brief respite, the system's voice suddenly echoed. Congratulations, host. Zun is pregnant. You have been awarded a devil fruit, the paramecia type Door fruit. Nara Hikari sat up upon hearing the name of the devil fruit. Extract. A devil fruit, shaped like a door, materialized in his hand. The Door fruit allows the user to create doors to any location. As the user's power grows, the doors can lead to any destination. Nara Hikari took a bite, curious about the surprises this fruit held. The Door fruit's flesh was consumed, and its energy surged through his body, forming another heart beside the one already there. Nara Hikari opened his eyes, raised his hand, and casually drew a line in the air. A door materialized. It swung open, revealing another world within. Nara Hikari stepped forward, but as his body was about to cross the threshold, he felt constricted by an unknown force. His power rapidly diminished. What's happening? Nara Hikari tried to summon the fruit's energy to stop the regression, but he couldn't. He could only watch helplessly as his chakra and fruit energy dissipated. Damn it! Nara Hikari cursed before losing consciousness. Time passed, and when he awoke, he was lying in a crib. Wah, wah. He tried to speak, but only infantile babbling came out. He lifted his hands and examined them. Crap, I'm a baby? Wah, wah. Nara Hikari tried to sit up, but his body was too weak to obey. Since he couldn't move, he could only stare at the ceiling. The baby's crying, Minato. With a spatial ripple, Minato Namikaze, clad in his Hokage robes, appeared beside Nara Hikari. Our little Ikemoku is crying. Kushina Uzumaki looked at Nara Hikari in the crib. Oh right, Minato. Have you decided on a name for our second son? I knew you'd forget. Kushina huffed. She looked at Nara Hikari with loving eyes. Let's name him Namikaze Ikemoku. Is that name? Minato Namikaze wanted to object, but seeing Kushina's gaze, he swallowed his words. And so, Nara Hikari's name in this world was decided. This time, Nara Hikari experienced the advantages of being an infant. Every beautiful woman he encountered would pick up Nara Hikari, Namikaze Ikemoku, pinch his chubby cheeks, pat his round belly, and kiss his adorable face. Nara Hikari's giggles amused them, filling them with joy. Kushina, rest up. I have matters to attend to. Minato Namikaze gently said to Kushina Izumaki. Okay. Kushina Izumaki smiled sweetly. As radiant as a flower blooming in spring. Minato Namikaze shuddered at the sight and instantly vanished, leaving Kushina Uzumaki giggling to herself. 12 years flew by. Nara Hikari, Namikaze Ikemoku, had adapted to this world. He had essentially restarted his life, becoming Naruto Uzumaki's older brother. Originally, Naruto Uzumaki's name was a result of Danzo Shimura diminishing the influence of the deceased Minato. However, in this timeline, Minato Namikaze insisted that one child take the father's surname while the other take the mother's. Kushina Uzumaki relented. In this parallel world, Minato Namikaze was far stronger than in the original story. Obito Uchiha's plan was thwarted by Minato Namikaze alone. He not only resealed the Nine Tails without harm, but also soundly thrashed the overconfident Obito Uchiha. Had Obito Uchiha not used Kimui to escape, he might have been defeated. With his father's guidance and Nara Hikari's companionship, Naruto Uzumaki had a happy childhood. No one in the Leaf Village bullied him. Instead, he was admired as the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Dad, because his power was inexplicably sealed by the system. Nara Hikari had to cling to Minato Namikaze's coattails while he was still young. In this world, Nara Hikari possessed incredible talent. He entered the Ninja Academy at the age of 6 and mastered the 3 basic techniques: clone technique, substitution technique, and transformation technique in just 6 months. He also learned Minato Namikaze's Rasengan, Flying Thunder God technique, and various water and fire release ninjutsu. The Leaf's high-ranking officials, Koharu Udatane, Hamura Mitokado, and Danzo Shimura, unanimously agreed to let Nara Hikari graduate early. However, Shimura's proposal to have Nara Hikari join Root was rejected by the protective Minato Namikaze. Danzo Shimura had to concede due to Minato Namikaze's power. As time passed, Nara Hikari's talent became even more pronounced. He could learn S-rank ninjutsu, secret techniques, and forbidden techniques with ease, successfully executing them on the first try. Minato Namikaze was frightened, thinking he had created a monster. Kushina Uzumaki was overjoyed upon hearing the news and would excitedly embrace Nara Hikari whenever she saw him. Nara Hikari enjoyed the attention, but shook his head helplessly. He was still too young to do anything. By the age of 8, Nara Hikari possessed Kaga-level strength. Now, at 12, his power rivaled that of Minato Namikaze. Nara Hikari's reputation spread far and wide. All nations knew of Minato Namikaze's prodigious elder son, Namikaze Ikemoku. Nara Hikari's mission completion rate was exceptionally high, and his strength was rapidly recovering. Unfortunately, the system's storage space remained inaccessible, preventing him from retrieving anything inside. Without a way to quickly increase his power, Nara Hikari had to proceed step by step. He realized how important talent was to a ninja. In his previous life, he was a nobody. In this life, he was a prodigy. Danzo Shimura abandoned his plan to recruit Nara Hikari into Root. He was too strong to mess with. Instead, he turned his attention to Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki was not yet the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The Nine Tails had been resealed into Kushina Uzumaki by Minato Namikaze. In Nara Hikari's opinion, Naruto Uzumaki had potential but lacked guidance. One day, Naruto Uzumaki approached Nara Hikari. Chapter 185. The new system brother, Naruto, is here. Nara Light stepped aside and sat down. Brother, could you refrain from calling me Naruto? I am no longer a child. Well, you are indeed not a child anymore. Uzumaki Naruto replied with a roll of his eyes. Nara Light, Kaze, chuckled heartily. Brother, I wish to learn some powerful ninjutsu from you. The techniques you previously taught me have been mastered, but their power is insufficient. Uzumaki Naruto spoke with earnestness, still holding deep admiration for his elder brother. He could contend with their father without losing ground. Their father, Minato Namikaze, had asserted that Nara Light, Kaze, would undoubtedly surpass him, the fourth Hokage, after a period of training. Everyone accepted Minato's words without question, for the Leaf Village ninjas had witnessed Nara Light's formidable prowess. His unique lightning techniques were executed with unparalleled finesse. Even Kakashi held great respect for him. His physical skills surpassed those of the Blue Beast, Might Guy, though this was in Guy's normal state. If Guy were to unlock the 8 gates, the outcome would remain uncertain. Nonetheless, Guy greatly admired Nara Light and often sought him out for physical training, from which Nara Light greatly benefited. With the Flying Thunder God technique mastered alongside his unique 5 Thunder method and formidable physical abilities, he had already surpassed the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. However, Nara Light had yet to defeat Minato to prove this, and Minato had always believed that Nara Light's limit was merely to match him. What ninjutsu do you wish to learn? Teach me whatever you know, brother. You are quite clever, Nara Light pondered for a moment. Over the years, he had taught Naruto the Shadow Clone technique and Rasengan, both of which had significantly strengthened him. Suddenly, he recalled that Naruto had yet to sign a summoning contract with the Toads of Mayaboka Mountain. Then let us teach you the summoning technique. Yes, Naruto exclaimed with excitement and anticipation. Nara Light explained the hand seals and operational steps. Naruto, indeed, had a commendable talent. After only 5 attempts at signing the Mayaboku summoning contract, he successfully summoned a small toad, far surpassing the Nine Tails interference that had only allowed him to summon tadpoles. Following this, Nara Light taught Naruto the Flying Thunder God technique, the second stage of Flying Thunder God, Rasengan Shuriken, Great Ball Rasengan, and Wind Release, Rasengan. These would require Naruto to practice diligently. With these potent techniques in hand, Naruto left joyfully. Nara Light watched Naruto's retreating figure, contemplating how he had quietly altered Naruto's life trajectory without dampening the boy's aspirations for the Hokage position. Lying on the grass, he gazed at the sky, uncertain when he might return. Congratulations, host, on binding a new system. For each disciple successfully taken on, a reward will be granted. Wow! Nara Light shot upright, astonished at the prospect of acquiring a new system. This revelation instantly dispelled his fatigue. Rewards for taking on disciples. Nara Light pondered, stroking his chin. This disciple-collecting system added a touch of excitement to his otherwise mundane journey of unsealing. Rising to his feet, he utilized the Flying Thunder God to depart. Upon returning home, Nara Light informed Minato of his intention to take on disciples. You wish to take on disciples? But you are only 12. Minato was baffled by his eldest son's sudden notion. What of being 12? Is my strength not sufficient? Taking on disciples is not out of the question. But your age is still quite young. I truly wonder who would agree to become your student. Minato did not intend to discourage his son. He recognized that taking on disciples was not inherently negative. He knew that should he ever step down as Hokage, his eldest son would be a commendable choice, possessing both strength and contributions. Once his son reached adulthood, he could inherit Minato's position, allowing Minato to enjoy a well-deserved retirement. I have my own methods. Very well. You may decide for yourself. Then, since you have agreed, let me start from the position of a teacher for the graduating genin. All right, I shall make arrangements for tomorrow. Thank you, father. Nara Light turned to leave. Minato gazed after his son's retreating figure, lost in thought. He felt an inexplicable strangeness about his eldest son, yet could not pinpoint why. Then it struck him, precociousness. Minato shook his head helplessly. As a father, he must support whatever path his son chose. The next day, at the Hokage's early morning meeting, Minato announced that his son would be the teacher for the graduating class. Kaze? Leading a class at 12? That is unprecedented in the Leaf Village. Minato looked at the Jounin who had raised the question. It was his own request. Upon hearing that it was Nara Light's initiative, the Jounin had no objections. I support this. So do I. One by one, the Jounin began to express their agreement. After all, Nara Light's reputation was established, and all present were aware that they had been bested by him. Reflecting on this, they felt a tinge of embarrassment. Since everyone agrees, let us add Kaze's name to the list of teachers for this graduating class. Yes, Lord Hokage. Hinata, you stay behind. The rest may disperse. Understood. Whoosh. Everyone except Hyuga Hizashi left. Hizashi, there is something I would like to ask of you, the Hokage said. I wish to place Neji Hyuga and Hinata Hyuga in my son's small class. What do you think? Hizashi was somewhat perplexed. I see that Kaze and your Hinata get along well, and I wish to take this opportunity to bring them together. What do you think? Oh, so that is the matter. Very well, I agree. Hizashi readily consented, recognizing this as an opportunity to strengthen ties with the Hokage. Moreover, sacrificing one daughter's happiness was a small price to pay, as he still had his younger daughter, Hanabi, as the heir. Then it is settled. Lord Hokage, why include Neji in Kaze's small class as well? You underestimate Neji. He currently possesses Jounin-level strength. Hizashi was taken aback. Realizing that his late brother's child had grown so powerful, he suddenly felt anxious, fearing that the branch family's strength might surpass that of the main family and lead to upheaval. I understand your concerns. This may indeed be an opportunity to dispel misunderstandings. Indeed, Hizashi recognized that the branch family had been haunted by the death of Hyuga Hayashi. Very well, you may return now. See you at the graduation ceremony tomorrow. Yes, Lord Hokage. Hizashi utilized the body flicker technique to depart. Kaze, I can only do so much for you. Chapter 186, the conclusion and the beginning. The following day, all the elite ninjas of Konoha attended the graduation ceremony. Among the graduates, of course, were the 12 young prodigies. After the teachers assigned the small classes, the host began to announce the homeroom teachers. When the name Kaze no Kage was called, all the graduating students were taken aback. They exchanged glances with Naruto, who was only 10 years old and part of this graduating class. In this world, Naruto had not been held back for 2 years. Rather, he had graduated 2 years early due to his extraordinary talent. Yet, somehow, fate had intertwined his path with Sasuke and the others. The students then turned their attention to Nara Light. who was among the elite ninjas of Konoha. Could it be that he had become a teacher? His classmates from the same year were astounded. They had witnessed Nara Light's remarkable abilities during his brief half-year stay at the Ninja Academy. After that, they seldom saw him. And now, years later, he stood before them as their instructor. Many took a deep breath to calm their tumultuous emotions. "You will be the teacher of Team 8, the host declared. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and also Niji Hyuga. You will be under the supervision of Kaze no Kage for your graduation assessments." "Yes, sensei." The four responded eagerly. Niji looked on in surprise, glancing between the teacher, Nara Light, and Hinata, puzzled by this arrangement. After all, he harbored deep resentment towards the Hyuga clan, yet here he was, grouped with them. On the other hand, Hinata's face flushed crimson. In this world, Nara Light was renowned as the most handsome student at the academy. Despite his brief tenure, countless legends about him circulated among his peers. Over the years, Hinata had quietly admired him, and when he eventually noticed her, they became close friends. In the world of ninjas, people matured quickly due to cultural influences. And even at their tender age, they understood adult emotions. Hearing that Nara Light had become their teacher filled Hinata with joy. While Kiba and Shino were left in a daze, recalling the times Nara Light had bested them before graduation. "Now, follow your teacher," Nara Light instructed the four. "Remember, if you fail to earn my approval, you will be sent back to the academy until you meet the graduation requirements. Do you understand?" "We understand, sensei," they replied in unison. "All right, you are dismissed," the host announced, allowing the students to gather around their new homeroom teacher. "Let's go," Nara Light beckoned, leading the four beyond the village. Next came the bell-stealing exercise, but unlike Kakashi, he was not overly harsh. A mere formality later, the four successfully graduated. Congratulations to the host for successfully taking on disciples: Hinata Hyuga, Niji Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame. Reward obtained: 4 devil fruits, including the superhuman strength fruit, the superhuman invisibility fruit, the animal type, spotted dog form, and the animal type, rhinoceros beetle form. Nara Light was taken aback by the unexpected rewards of his first discipleship. After briefly discussing the will of fire with them, they parted ways, agreeing to meet the next day for missions. Once they dispersed, Nara Light produced the 4 devil fruits. Taking a bite of one, his heart multiplied into 4. He simultaneously acquired 4 new abilities, enhancing his strength significantly. The next day, Nara Light reunited with the 4 young ninjas, and they began their missions together. 3 years swiftly passed. Under Nara Light's guidance, their skills saw tremendous improvement. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino were granted the status of Jonin with the approval of the higher-ups and the daimyo, while Niji attained the strength of an elite Jonin, just a step away from reaching the level of a Kage. This brought immense joy to both the branch and main families of the Hyuga clan. Through Nara Light's influence, the rift between the two families dissolved, uniting them as one. The once divided secrets of the caged bird technique vanished from the branch family. The 4 young ninjas had effectively graduated under Nara Light's tutelage. He began to accept more disciples, nurturing a steady stream of talent for Konoha. Over the years, he trained numerous students, all of whom became pillars of support for the village. Nara Light's strength gradually unsealed, and he glimpsed the hope of returning to the world of the first Hokage. Another decade passed, and Nara Light finally broke free of his seals, ascending to divine levels of power. Empowered by dual divine enhancements, he reached an unprecedented realm, the celestial god. His abilities now allowed him to manifest anywhere in the cosmos at will. Nara Light took time to visit the world of pirates, checking in on Maji, who was progressing steadily through the ranks of the Navy, now at the level of a major. With a few more years of training at the Navy headquarters, he would surely break through to even greater heights. Departing from that world, Nara Light traveled through the cosmos. Now endowed with dual systems, the prosperity system and the discipleship rebate system. Under this dual influence, he attracted numerous goddesses from various planets and amassed a host of disciples, receiving countless rewards. After a span of 20 years, Nara Light finally reunited with his dear friends. Their joyous reunion was filled with affection and happiness. As he prepared for a farewell, this time with clear intentions, he ensured that his loved ones would not worry as he took 2 years to make his arrangements. On one fateful night, he unleashed the energy of the door fruit, quietly opening a passage. Standing before the portal, he cast a final glance back at his resting mother, Narayami, and father, Narawu, before stepping through. In a flash of light, Nara Light opened his eyes to an unfamiliar environment. Where am I? He wondered. Just then, a familiar silhouette approached, a younger version of himself, looking troubled, gazing into the water. Hey, what's wrong? Nara Light called out. Nothing, the figure replied, turning to face him. Nara Light was astonished to see their identical features. Who are you? He asked, bewildered. Hello, we meet again, the figure smiled back. The end. Until we meet again in the next book.